The man transmigrated to a post-apocalyptic era 200 years in the future, a time of shattered civilizations, scarce resources, and rampant monsters. He stretched, the chains on his feet rattling. He was a slave of barbarians. He looked up at the gray town, where the square was full of people. After transmigrating, he gained the ultimate ability, time freeze. If he doesn't use it on the same day, it will freeze for 2 minutes the next day. Gray Town is a town with a population of less than 800, and similar towns are scattered throughout the wasteland. At this moment, in the center of the square, there was a corpse on a table. The corpse was holding a strange revolver, the barrel of which was made of bone. The body was drained dry, leaving it mummified, and a low hissing sound emanated from the muzzle of the gun. The men in the floral shirt and their entourage behind him cheered jubilantly. We won again. We won again. As expected of Magician Liu, a few more wins, and we'll meet the containment requirements for Breath of Bones. Haha, the Breath of Bones belongs to our West District. At this moment, the audience in the East District was silent. 3 of the 20-odd men under Tanjia, the commander of the Eastern District, have already died. If any more die, he will be left with no one to command. The King Serpent of the West District sneered. If you people from the East District don't dare to go up, the Breath of Bones will belong to our West District. I found the forbidden item, and the West District won't even dream of getting their hands on it. Tanjia roared. The forbidden item belongs to the capable. He scanned the residents of the East District. Whoever can make the Breath of Bones recognize you as its master, you will be the deputy commander of the East District. The people in the East District looked at each other, but no one responded. Bai Yi stepped forward. Everyone move aside. Is nobody in the East District? Everyone turned around and saw a ragged boy with heavy shackles walking slowly towards them. This roulette wheel of fate is unusual. Gaining the approval of the forbidden object will be extremely difficult. West Side Magician Li won 3 consecutive games and fired 5 shots, but still failed to score. Bai, isn't he crazy? I heard he accidentally ate a poisonous mushroom and keeps saying he's a god of the new era. Bai Yi was instantly embarrassed. When he transmigrated, he awakened the ability to stop time, mistakenly believing he could become a god. As a result, Tanjia and the others mistook him for a madman and reduced him to slavery. Bai Yi, how could it be you? Tanjia asked when he saw him. I'm cured of my illness, but I accidentally ate a poisonous mushroom, Bai Yi replied coldly. Tanjia breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. I see. I thought you had suffered some kind of mental injury. If you can contain the Breath of Bones, I will not only restore your resident status, but also become sworn brothers with you. Tanjia immediately ordered his men to untie Bai Yi's shackles, and then kicked the nearby mummified corpse away. Liu, the magician from the West District, had heard of Bai Yi, who lived a solitary hunting life in the wasteland. Anyone who dares to survive alone in the wasteland is definitely not simple. Bai Yi was already seated opposite Liu. Let's begin, Liu said. Will you go first or me? Bai Yi asked with a smile. Liu frowned slightly. We'll decide who goes first by rock, paper, scissors. Bai Yi slammed his fist on the table, and several people even reached for their guns. Who are you calling blind? Who's blind? Bai Yi roared. Liu was taken aback. When did I say you were blind? Bai Yi angrily grabbed Liu's shirt collar. Wang Shi and his men from the West District drew their guns and pointed them at Bai Yi. The men from the East District also quickly pointed their guns at each other. Liu hurriedly shouted, "Let go. That's not what I meant." Liu thought to himself, this kid has really gone mad. Bai Yi focused on time. Did you know there's a winning strategy for the roulette wheel? Liu laughed. In this kind of life or death game, how can there be a guaranteed winning strategy? Bai Yi said calmly. The Breath of Bones magazine can hold 6 bullets, but there's only 1 left. There's a 1 in 6 chance of dying. How do you want to play? Liu's heart sank slightly, but Bai Yi smiled. Add more bullets, of course. Do you dare to add more? Liu finally picked up the pistol and quickly loaded 2 bullets. Bai Yi looked at Liu and said, not enough. Load it. The commanders of the East and West districts were also somewhat bewildered. 6 bullets almost certainly meant certain death. You're not here to gamble on the roulette wheel of fate. You're here to die. Liu was certain that Bai Yi had truly gone mad. If you don't dare gamble, hand over the forbidden item, Bai Yi said coldly. Tanjia immediately chimed in. That's right. If you don't dare gamble, hand over the forbidden item. Wang Shi, standing behind Liu, spoke up. He's just trying to scare you. If you're not confident, let him fire first. Okay, I'll bet with you. Liu loaded his 5th bullet. Only 30 seconds remained. Just then, Bai Yi walked directly to Liu, took the Breath of Bones, and loaded it with bullets. 10, 9, 8, Shiro calmly counted down. Rather than taking it slow, he decided to settle the score in 1 game. He loaded the last bullet into the magazine, the red veins on the gun undulating like snakes. Everyone thought Bai Yi had gone mad, but Bai Yi smiled slightly. 6 bullets. I bet it will miss fire. Shirano pulled the trigger abruptly. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and with a thud, the midnight bell rang. In that instant, a huge golden dial appeared beneath Bai Yi's feet, covering the entire earth. Many golden clocks appeared around him, their hands pointing to 12 o'clock, but the clock at Bai Yi's feet pointed to 12:01, which was his own time, an extra minute. He activated his ability, and time stood still. Everyone in the square froze in place, and Li Yu's terror was also frozen in their eyes. In this stillness, only Shirayuki could move. He quickly opened the magazine of Breath of Bones and began to cock. Hurry, time is life. He knew that his time was limited, knowing that each day only had 1 minute. Finally, Shirano successfully pulled the trigger on the last bullet, breathed a sigh of relief, and put the bullet into his pocket. Then, he adjusted his posture, smiled, and pointed the gun at his temple again. Time was deactivated. The world resumed its flow, and time began anew. In everyone's eyes, Shirayuki was still smiling as he pulled the trigger. Click! There was no gunshot, no smoke, only the sound of an empty gun. Chapter 5. Everyone was stunned. It really did shut down. After a long while, someone finally exclaimed in surprise. Impossible! Li Yu suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open and bloodshot. Amidst the crowd of onlookers, exclamations of surprise rang out. A wheel of fate with 6 bullets. Even the king of heaven himself would get shot? A forbidden substance misfires? The quality is terrible. Look, the gun is glowing. At this moment, the breath of bones in Bai Yi's hand erupted with a burst of blood-red light, which quickly enveloped Bai Yi's entire body. At this moment, Bai Yi had a strange feeling. He looked at the breath of bones in his hand. Had it been successfully contained? As the bloodstains faded, the deformed blood vessels on the gun slowly writhed, first being pulled out of Bai Yi's right hand, then retracting back into the gun and disappearing without a trace. The gun body, originally made of bones, has been changed to a plain black matte metallic color, making it almost indistinguishable from an ordinary revolver. It seems, Shirano twirled the revolver in his hand, that this forbidden item has quite the eye. He casually stuffed the gun into his pocket. At this moment, Tanjia, the commander of the East District, laughed. Haha, the forbidden object has finally come to our East District. King Serpent, what do you have to say now? Wangshi's face was grim. He stared at Tanjia and Bai Yi, his hands gripping the gun handles tightly, as if he were ready to make a move at any moment. Suddenly, Wangshi smiled and said, Brother Bei is indeed a young prodigy. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our West District. Tanjia quickly put his arm around Bai Yi's shoulder. Xiao Bai is my brother, Tanjia's brother. He's the deputy commander of the East District. How could he possibly join the West District? Bai Yi slapped Tanjia's hand away and said coldly, Now that I've contained a forbidden object, what do you think you should call me? Tanjia was taken aback and could only force a smile. Yes, Deputy Commander Bai. Brothers, quickly call for reinforcements. The underlings in the East District shouted, Deputy Commander Bai. Bai Yi waved his hand heartily. Men, let's go home. So the people from the East District returned to the East District in a large group. Wang Shi and the others stood there angrily, their faces gloomy. Commander, Li Yu began cautiously. Shut up, useless trash. Wang Shi glared at him coldly. Go back. Immediately, the people from the West District also left. As the two factions in Grey Earth Town withdrew, the onlookers dispersed. East District, Tire Tavern. Tanjia and his men surrounded Bai Yi, holding their glasses, speaking crudely, and laughing incessantly. Now that Deputy Commander Bai has control of the forbidden object, we no longer have to worry about the mutated beasts outside. One of the underlings exclaimed excitedly. Deputy Commander Bai, this is the first time we've seen someone contain a forbidden object. Could you demonstrate its power to us? Tanjia snapped. What are you saying? Firing a forbidden weapon like a gun will drain the user's life force. How can you just demonstrate that? Bai Yi smiled and patted Tanjia on the shoulder. Old Tan, you're right. Another plate of meat. Food is scarce here, and meat is a luxury. Most people can only eat 1 meal a day, but now he can eat meat every day. Chapter 6. Deputy Commander Bai. The mutated beasts haven't been dealt with yet, and we don't have enough food. Let's eat sparingly and have a cockroach protein bar to tide us over. Tanjia took out a dark-colored protein bar. Several cockroach antennae were faintly visible on the protein bar. Bai Yi waved his hand, sending the cockroach protein bars flying, causing a scramble to scramble for them. Tanjia's smile froze. But weren't you eating them the whole time? Bai Yi continued. Don't worry, the mutated beasts are no problem. Bring out the meat now, so I can replenish my strength. Otherwise, how can I use Breath of Bones if I don't have enough chi and blood? Yes, Deputy Commander Bai is right. Hurry up and bring out the meat. Tanjia said with a smile, but he was determined to get rid of Bai Yi after he dealt with the mutated beast. If Bai dies from exhausting his life force while shooting the mutated beast, that would be the best outcome. After indulging in a hearty meal, Bai Yi went to rest in the room arranged by Tanjia, completely satisfied, and did not return to his original lodgings. In the dilapidated red brick house, Bai Yi stood in front of the mirror after taking a shower, looking at himself. Not bad, just the right amount of handsome. If I'm not mistaken, Old Tan is probably plotting how to kill me, isn't he? TSK, what a scoundrel. It took him 10 seconds to contain the forbidden object, and now he has 50 seconds left, giving him plenty of time to deal with Tanjia. Even if the other party is a genetically modified person, Shiro knows that no matter how powerful the modification is, there will still be fatal weaknesses, such as the throat and eyes. Bai Yi lay on the bed, toying with the Breath of Bones. Perfect containment, a truly unexpected delight. In ordinary containment, the user fulfills the forbidden object's requirements, and the forbidden object then works for them. Perfect containment, on the other hand, means that both the body and mind belong to the user. Shirono perfectly contained Breath of Bones, with 6 bullets. Breath of Bones can draw upon the user's life force and attach it to the bullet, enhancing its power. Using it causes immense harm to the body. Ordinary firearms struggle to penetrate the defenses of mutated beasts, but this gun can easily break through their defenses and kill them. But as a perfect container, Bai Yi could plunder the life force of his enemies, becoming stronger the more he fought. He fiddled with his weapon and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 7, West District. Inside a simple 2-story villa, Liu knelt on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. King Snake, the commander of the West District, sat in a worn-out leather chair, looking at him with a gloomy expression. Liu, you fled from another town. I took you in and gave you food. You swore before that if you couldn't contain the forbidden object, you'd pay with your head. Now, it's time to keep your promise. Liu, trembling with fear, hurriedly explained, Commander, don't blame me. If Bai Yi hadn't suddenly appeared, I would definitely have been able to successfully contain him. Wang Shi waved his hand, and his men immediately cocked their guns, pointing them at Liu's head. At that moment, Liu suddenly sprang into action, swiftly seized the gun, and pointed it directly at Wang Shi. Wang Shi's vision blurred, and he felt the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his head. Liu glared around and roared fiercely, Get out of my way, or I'll kill him. Wang Shi's cold laughter echoed in the room. As expected of a magician, your technique is truly amazing. I didn't even see it clearly. Stop talking nonsense. Tell your men to get out of my way. Liu roared. Wang Shi slowly lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings as he said, You know what, I hate it when someone points a gun at my head. Liu gritted his teeth. You can still act all high and mighty, even with a gun pointed at you? I'm pointing it at you, so what? However, when the muzzle of the gun made contact with the top of the king cobra's head, it produced a crisp metallic clanging sound. Liu's face turned pale instantly. Alloy. Crack. Liu's hand, along with the gun, was crushed by the king snake's mechanical arm. Liu screamed in pain. My hand. Wang Shi not only had a metal prosthetic eye, but the mechanical arm under his right hand gleamed in a cold light. Humph, you do have some knowledge. King Snake released the mechanical arm, allowing his subordinates to control Liu. He touched his damaged head. I hate it when people point at my head, so I spent a lot of money to have an alloy plate implanted in it. Liu was powerless to resist and screamed in agony. My hand. My magic hand. He fell to the ground, his eyes filled with death and emptiness. Mom, your son is unfilial. I will not let you see the day I succeed. Wang Shi looked at him with a cold smile. I want you to live forever as a cripple, suffering for the rest of your life. He waved for his men to drag Liu away, then threw him into the garbage dump. 2 henchmen covered their noses in disgust and quickly left. However, a slight tremor came from the garbage heap, and Liu struggled to climb out of the garbage, a cold smile on his lips. Wang Shi really is a psychopath. Liu clutched his injured right hand and walked away with difficulty. In the morning, Tanjia, the commander of the East District, came to find Bai Yi with dozens of his men. Vice Commander Bai, let's go and wipe out the mutated beasts. Bai Yi yawned and said leisurely, I've only just learned how to use a gun. How can I rush into action? Tanjia was stunned for a moment. Although the Breath of Bones was powerful, it was still difficult to use if he was not familiar with it. What do you mean? Naturally, practice shooting first. Bei laughed. Okay, I'll practice shooting with you. Tanjia agreed. After all, he had been through many years in the wasteland and had some experience in shooting. So, under Tanjia's guidance, Bai practiced shooting for a whole day. He wasted a lot of bullets, but also ate a lot of meat. Tanjia, on the other hand, looked distressed and felt a pang of heartache. Bullets and meat were scarce resources in Grey Earth Town, and Bai's consumption was a great loss to him. Chapter 8, Day 2. Deputy Commander Bai, you're pretty familiar with the guns now. The mutated beasts are quite large. How about we set off today? Tanjia asked. Bai waved his hand. Old Tan, yesterday I practiced target shooting. Today we need to practice moving targets. Tanjia suppressed his anger and nodded. On the third day, Tanjia urged, Deputy Commander Bai, the food in the East District is almost gone. If this drags on any longer, we won't be able to hold on ourselves. Old Tan, there's an old saying that goes, haste makes waste, Bai said. Tanjia's anger flared up. Where did all these old sayings come from? Just as he was about to lash out, Bai changed the subject. But as the old saying goes, time is of the essence. Let's get going. Tanjia's chest heaved violently. He was so angry he wanted to tear Bai apart immediately, but he held back. As Bai walked, he urged, hurry up. I don't want to see the residents of Grey Earth Town suffer because of the mutated beasts. Tanjia took a deep breath and silently followed with his underlings. He would make his move as soon as Bai dealt with the mutated beast. Soon after, they arrived at the city walls of the town of Grey Earth. The city walls here looked more like earthen walls made of mud and barbed wire. Deputy Commander Bai, you look even more dashing after just 3 days. Wangshi greeted with a smile from the city wall, completely ignoring Tanjia. Bai glanced at him and replied coldly, call me Deputy Commander Bai. Wangshi pondered to himself. He had heard about Bai's attitude towards Tanjia, and the fact that the two were at odds was exactly what he wanted, so as to prevent them from joining forces to suppress him. But he didn't expect Bai to be so indifferent to him. Could it be that he was really blinded by the forbidden object and thought he was invincible? In fact, he already had 3 minutes and 50 seconds of time to spare, enough to easily take down Wangshi, Tanjia, and their men in an instant. The reason he didn't act was because of the mutated beast. He needed these two people's help. Otherwise, if the mutated beast broke through the defenses, he would be doomed as well. At this moment, Tanjia handed him a worn-out tactical telescope. Bai took the telescope and glimpsed a desolate piece of land. Through his binoculars, he spotted several pairs of scarlet eyes in a thicket 100 meters away. The mutated beast beneath the thicket had emerged. These mutated beasts? Bai asked. They were sent by the Hyena King to keep watch and prevent us from escaping, Tanjia explained. You little pups are pretty clever. What's your plan? Bai asked. Out of the city, Wangshi stared at the hyenas in the bushes. Tanjia and I will each lead a team of elite troops. You will come with us out of the city and be responsible for dealing with them using Breath of Bones. Why do we have to leave the city? Bai asked. Wangshi shook his head. We tried sending people as bait to lure the hyenas within 100 meters before, but they quickly learned their lesson and no longer approached easily. Bai knew in his heart that those baits had probably already become food for the mutated beasts. In the wasteland, human life was utterly worthless. Chapter 9. Then what are we waiting for? Men, follow me out of the city to meet the enemy. Bai took the lead and walked towards the city gate. Soon, a group of more than 30 people walked out of the city gate in a grand procession. The men gripped their weapons tightly, fearing that a mutated beast might suddenly appear. They formed a circle around Bai, Wangshi, and Tanjia, and slowly advanced. In the distance, the barking of several hyenas broke the silence, and dust filled the horizon, gradually revealing a dense array of black dots. 1, 2, 50. These hyenas were much larger than ordinary ones, almost the size of an adult bull. Fire! Tanjia roared, pulling the trigger first. More than 30 people opened fire, bullets flying like a net towards the hyenas. The bullets were dense, but most only pierced the hyena's skin. They didn't fall. Instead, they continued running at full speed. Even if blood splatters everywhere, it's only a superficial wound and unlikely to be fatal unless you can concentrate your firepower or get lucky and hit a vital spot. Tanjia and his team had limited guns and ammunition, so they obviously couldn't suppress the enemy. Their only hope was the powerful lethality of the Breath of Bones. While the group was changing magazines, the hyenas seized the opportunity to accelerate and close in. Suddenly, one of the hyenas pounced on one of the East District henchmen from the side and bit his arm hard. Ah! The man cried out in pain, but failed to notice the hyenas silently approaching from behind, and was ultimately injured along with them. Chaos spread instantly. exposing the gap in training among his men. The chaotic gunfire even hit their own men. Bai Yi, fire! Tan Jie shouted anxiously. Bai Yi calmly loaded the bullets and said coldly, "Call me Deputy Commander Bai." With a bang, the breath of bones sounded, and the bullet, flashing with crimson light, pierced through the air and struck the hyena's head. In an instant, the hyena's head exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The crimson bullet continued its trajectory towards the withered tree behind it, shattering it in two. Tan Jie's killing intent surged again, but when he saw Bai Ye's pale face and heavy breathing, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, the strong aftereffects have greatly depleted Bai Ye's physical strength, and he may not be able to withstand more shots. Bai Yi was panting. The moment he fired the gun, he felt as if his body had been completely drained, as if he had been donating blood for 3 days straight, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, after killing the hyena, a warm current flowed through his body, and his blood and energy quickly recovered and even slightly increased. This feeling of exhilaration invigorated him, and he immediately raised his gun again, aiming at another approaching hyena. Bang! The bullet hit its target accurately. The hyena, its movement slowed by repeated injuries, collapsed to the ground. A warm current surged through him again, and a fanatical light shone in Bai Ye's eyes, even though he knew he couldn't continue using breath of bones. He continued firing, and more hyenas fell. The corpses piled up, including both hyenas and their fallen underlings. Seeing this, King Snake finally took off his shirt, revealing his metallic mechanical arm. His hydraulic arm made a sharp sound. The alloy frame unfolded instantly, and he punched a hyena. Even so, the hyena stubbornly got up and continued its charge. Tan Jie roared repeatedly, his fur growing even stiffer, and he held his own in close combat with the hyenas. At this moment, Tan Jie began to observe Bai Yi. He saw Bai Yi continue firing without hesitation and secretly chuckled to himself. He chuckled to himself, thinking that Bai Yi would soon die from overexertion, but he was able to take care of him in just a few days. However, when he saw Shirayuki continue firing again, a chill ran through him. "Deputy Commander Bai, today's results are good. We can retreat now and fight again tomorrow," Tan Jie shouted. But Bai Ye's face was pale, yet he still glared ahead. "Retreat? The enemy hasn't been dealt with yet. Let's see who dares to retreat. Keep killing." Chapter 10. The overwhelming killing intent startled Tan Jie. How come he hadn't noticed Bai Ye's ruthlessness before? He's gone berserk. "Deputy Commander Bai, there are too many hyenas. Our brothers are almost at their limit, and the King Serpent's mechanical arm is running out of power." "Bullshit. 20 against 100. The advantage is in our hands. Old Tan, if you dare to shake morale again, I'll be the first to shoot you." Bai Yi was aggressive and showed no intention of retreating. Tan Jie was stunned, burning with anger, but helpless. He watched helplessly as Bai Yi could no longer stand, his mind filled with absurdity. What on earth was this deputy commander playing with his life? "Deputy Commander Bai, listen to me." "I won't." "Are you really going to risk your life?" Tan Jie was furious. He had been able to hold back until now, just to wait for Bai Yi to finish dealing with the hyenas before retreating with him. Bai Yi grabbed Tan Jie's arm, his face pale, but his eyes remained firm. "Help me up. I can still fight." He jerked to his feet, raised the breath of bones, and began firing wildly. Tan Jie was completely stunned, and Bai Yi had gone mad. "Deputy Commander Bai, take it easy. You can't fight anymore. You'll die if you keep going." Bai Yi roared. "Let me go. I'm going to kill all these bastards." "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? We're only a few hundred meters away." Bai Yi grabbed Tan Jie's face and slapped him repeatedly. "I have 800 residents of Grey Earth Town behind me. Do you expect me to let them starve to death in the town?" Suddenly, several menacing black figures rapidly approached from the yellow sand, the leader being a shadowy figure over 2 meters tall. The Hyena King. Tan Jie turned pale with fright, and, disregarding everything else, carried Bai Yi and ran wildly. Bai Yi was still shouting, "Let me go. I want to fight the Hyena King to the death." Tan Jie was speechless and could only run as fast as he could. "Deputy Commander Bai, stop shouting. We're here." Tan Jie finally put Bai Yi down. Bai Yi was still shouting, "Nonsense. It's precisely because we're home that we should shout even more. Who are we shouting for?" He looked at the surrounding residents and soldiers, his passion surging. "Close the gate quickly." Wang Shi and his men hurriedly closed the city gate. "Don't close the gate. Let us in." Several wounded henchmen were still outside the gate. Soon, screams and the sound of chewing filled the air, and everyone turned deathly pale. These men had once been their brothers, but now they were prey for the hyenas. "Open the city gates. I'm going to save them. Bai Yi roared angrily. Wang Shi and the others turned around in astonishment, looking at Bai Ye's resolute figure. Seeing no one respond, Bai Yi directly pulled out Breath of Bones and headed towards the city gate. Tan Jie quickly blocked his way. Vice Commander Bai, don't go out. The Hyena King is outside. Get out of the way of old Tan. Bai Yi said coldly. Whether it's the East District or the West District, they are all citizens of Grey Earth Town. As long as I am the deputy commander, I will protect them. Tan Jie was stunned. Bai Ye's determination shocked him. If he hadn't stopped him, this kid would have gone out to fight to the death long ago. Chapter 11, Deputy Commander Bai. It's not that I don't want you to save them, but they're already dead. You can hear. Even the screams are gone. Tan Jie was sweating profusely, his voice urgent. Then I'll go collect their bodies, Tan Jie said. Are you deaf? Wang Shi and the others also stepped forward to persuade Bai Yi not to leave. Bai Yi sighed deeply and turned to leave. As everyone watched his retreating figure, a sense of loneliness inexplicably washed over them. After a while, Tan Jie spat out a mouthful of phlegm and cursed. Madman. He's a complete madman. You wouldn't believe it. If I hadn't carried him back, he would have been drained dry and died outside by the forbidden substance. No one responded to his angry outbursts. The crowd silently continued throwing stones to drive away the hyenas outside, though they had different thoughts in their minds. They thought Bai Yi was crazy. After all, in this wasteland, only a madman would risk his life to protect a stranger. But compared to their current two leaders, they admired Bai Yi more. After all, this madman was far more resilient and courageous than anyone they had ever met. In this wasteland, the heroes of the past are long gone, but the spirit of this madman is still remembered. In the shadows, a pair of eyes silently watched Bai Ye's retreating figure until he disappeared from sight. When Bai Yi returned to his temporary residence, he excitedly took off his shirt and stood in front of the mirror. His once thin body was now covered with a strong physique. In the recent battle, he killed 12 hyenas, and the Breath of Bones brought him 12 streams of life force. After this enhancement, his body was reborn. Although he was still not as good as the genetically modified Tan Jie, he was much stronger than an ordinary person. Bai Yi was excited, thinking that if he could kill hundreds of hyenas, or even the Hyena King, his physique would be further enhanced. He muttered to himself, not enough. I need more power, much more power. He knew that the ability to freeze time was only his trump card. This ability was a tool to gain more power for himself and could not be used indefinitely. In this dangerous wasteland, only the strong can rule everything. And if Bai Yi wants to survive in this wasteland, he must increase his strength. As long as I can strengthen my physique, I can save more time. He felt a surge of power within him, and he knew that this was the key to his future. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Deputy Commander Bai, the hyena pack has retreated. The commander invites you to a victory celebration banquet. Upon hearing that there would be a feast, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. The long battle had left him starving. He opened the door and instantly acted like a weak patient, his body going limp as he leaned against the younger brother who had knocked on the door. The younger brother exclaimed in surprise, Deputy Commander Bai Yu. Help me over there, Bai Yi said weakly. Seeing Bai Ye's weak appearance, the younger brother suddenly remembered his selfless actions earlier, and a sense of respect welled up in his heart. He respectfully helped him up. The victory celebration was held at the only tavern in Grey Earth Town, the Tire Tavern. Inside, dozens of people were celebrating with drinks in hand. For people in the wasteland, living for the moment is a luxury. No one has time to remember the dead, because they themselves could be next. At this victory celebration banquet, besides Tan Jie, Wang Shi, the commander of the Western District, was also present. The two commanders sat at the same table, raising their glasses and laughing, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious. Bai Yi really stole the show this time. I think the way people in the East District look at him has changed. Wang Shi took a sip of his drink and said with a half-smile. Tan Jie snorted coldly. I don't need your instigation. You know what kind of person Bai Yi is. That kid's brain was damaged by the poisonous mushrooms. He's gone mad. A madman will never submit to anyone. In other words, if my East District can't tolerate him, the same goes for the West District. Tan Jie's tone was cold, making no attempt to hide his hostility. Wang Shi agreed. He doesn't care about you or me at all. I used to think he was just young and arrogant, thinking that he was invincible because he had a forbidden object. But now it seems something's wrong. He's gone mad. So what do you plan to do? King Snake asked with a smile. Tan Jie glanced at him. I don't need your help. This madman can kill himself. Your offer of help was a pretense. Your real intention was to seize control of the Breath of Bones. Wang Shi smiled and said, Don't put it so harshly. After all, we are people from Grey Earth Town. Haven't you noticed? Dawn City has been quite active lately, with its army frequently dispatched to plunder resources everywhere. War is probably on the horizon. If we do not unite and cooperate, we will ultimately perish without a burial place. So, I think that once Bai Yi is dead and the hyena pack is dealt with, we can take the breath of bones to Dawn City to sell and split the profits. I'll use this money to buy advanced gene serum. You upgrade your mechanical devices. Only the strong can survive. In Chapter 12, Tanjia, as the commander of the East District, was like an ant in the eyes of a behemoth like Dawn City. If a war broke out in Grey Earth Town, it would be nothing to mention. Wang Shi continued, haven't you considered that the appearance of this hyena pack is related to Dawn City? Oh, what do you mean? Deputy Commander Bai has arrived. Everyone turned to look at the door, where Bai Yi walked in, supported by one of his underlings. The younger brother, his face flushed, whispered, Deputy Commander Bai, I've finished shouting as you instructed. Don't forget to reward me with a piece of meat. Bai Yi patted his younger brother on the shoulder. Don't worry, I've long forgotten about it. Ah, Deputy Commander Bai, you finally arrived. Are you alright? Tan Jie stepped forward and personally helped Bai Yi to his seat. Do I look unharmed to you? Bai Yi glared at Tan Jie with displeasure. Tan Jie was used to this and was no longer angry. Sit down and talk, sit down and talk. Bai Yi sat down directly between Tan Jie and Wang Shi, adopting a boss-like demeanor. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and bring out the wine and meat. The food and wine were served quickly, and Bai Yi ate with great relish. His body hadn't had a proper meal in far too long. Eat slowly, don't choke. Tan Jie poured wine with a smile, watching Bai Yi eat meat, and thought to himself, this kid really fights hard in battle. What were you talking about just now? Were you talking badly about me behind my back? Bai Yi asked while eating. No way, you're a great contributor. We're too busy praising you. We were just talking about the hyena pack, King Serpent continued. I suspect the sudden appearance of the hyena pack is related to the unusual activity in Dawn City. Oh, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Tell me more about it. Almost everyone in Dawn City and Grey Earth Town knows about it. It's a sacred place in their hearts. Rumor has it that everyone there has food to eat, clean water to bathe in, and the women are beautiful with fair skin, completely different from the wasteland people. Recently, Dawn City has been frequently dispatching troops and slave-catching teams to plunder the population of major towns, seemingly in preparation for war. Bai Yi nodded. This wasteland is not only home to Dawn City, but also has been a place where various forces have competed for power for centuries, resulting in a fragmented and warlord-dominated landscape. What does this have to do with hyena packs? Hyena packs originally lived near Black Mountain. Although they have evolved into beasts, they still have a sense of territory and generally do not leave Black Mountain. Now that they've suddenly appeared in Grey Town, I guess something's happened in Black Mountain. Black Mountain. Yes, I heard when I was trading supplies in Dawn City that the Dawn Army had made several incursions into Black Mountain, possibly to occupy it. Is Dawn City definitely going to be at war? I don't think they're here to eliminate the mutated beasts, Tanjia sneered. The people of Dawn City are ruthless, even more so than us wastelanders. They would never do something without self-interest. If they wanted to fight mutated beasts, they would have wiped them out long ago. Bai Yi smiled slightly. As expected, it matches my view of humanity. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. King Snake changed the subject. We can't interfere in the affairs of these important people. Let's deal with the hyena pack first. Vice Commander Bai, can we continue fighting tomorrow? Yes, absolutely. Bai Yi replied immediately. No. Tan Jie hurriedly stopped him. You've used up too much energy today. Take a rest for a day. The food in Grey Earth Town can last for a few more days. Don't rush. He was really afraid that if Bai Yi continued fighting, he would die, and no one would be able to take down the Hyena King for him. Old Tan. Bai Yi slammed his hand on the table, his voice drowning out the noise of the tavern. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Tan Jie felt a headache coming on. Deputy Commander Bai Yu. What do you mean, As the old saying goes, one effort is enough, but a second effort is less effective. Stop. You talk too much. I can't argue with you, but don't forget, I'm the commander. You must rest tomorrow. Tan Jie said firmly. Bai Yi stared intently at him and said, word by word, Old Tan, you'll regret this. After saying that, he picked up the wine and meat and turned to leave. Hey, you there. Hurry up and help up Vice Commander Bai. Night fell. Bai Yi lay in bed, his mind replaying his conversation with Tan Jie and Wang Shi from earlier that day. War is imminent, and the sense of crisis is growing stronger. War is not a dinner party. It is a life-or-death struggle. Although he can use time stop, will it be enough time? Bullets can travel faster than his reaction time, and he can't rely on time stop forever to dodge attacks in a chaotic battle. Although Grey Earth Town is nominally under the jurisdiction of Dawn City, would other forces let it go once war breaks out? What if you were suddenly bombarded while sleeping and couldn't even turn back time? We can't waste all our time dodging attacks, can we? With this in mind, Bai Yi decided that he needed to find a safer place to accumulate time more effectively. Dawn City was the best choice. If I could enter Dawn City, it would be much safer than the wasteland. Even if war broke out, the people in the city would be the last to suffer, and I could leave in advance, avoiding living in constant fear like I do now. Chapter 13 Sizzle. He squinted and looked out the window. The window had opened by itself. Yes, he wasn't mistaken. There was no one outside the window, and there was no wind. Strangely, the window slowly slid open by itself, as if some invisible force was pushing it. Bai Yi remained calmly lying in bed, his eyes fixed on the window. This supernatural phenomenon did not alarm him. He knew perfectly well that taking the breath of bones would be useless, and he would make further plans only when danger arose. About 30 seconds later, a yellowed letter floated in through the window and slowly came to rest in front of him. The letter was written in blood-red characters. At midnight tonight, come to the woods north of town alone to see me. Don't make a sound. It's a matter of life and death. Damn it. What are you pretending for? Bai Yi cursed angrily, his ferocity instantly aroused by the strange letter. Possessing the ability to stop time, he wasn't afraid of these supernatural tricks. In fact, he almost laughed. Time stopped. Buzz. A massive golden dial emerged from beneath him, and time seemed to freeze. Bai Yi sprang from the bed, wielding the breath of bones, and flew towards the window. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. Trying to scare me with a piece of torn paper in the middle of the night? Whether you're a human or a ghost, I'll teach you a lesson today and see if you're hiding your congenital deformity. Jumping out of the window, Bei looked around and instantly spotted a furtive figure crouching in the corner, his right hand wrapped in bandages, his index finger and thumb pinching the air as if holding an invisible letter. All right, it's you, kid. Bai Yi rushed over with a furious laugh, and by the moonlight, he saw that it was none other than magician Li Yu. Li Yu? He had heard of him before. The king's serpent had broken his right hand, yet Li Yu had miraculously survived. He never expected him to appear here in the middle of the night. A superhuman? The thought flashed through Bai Ye's mind. Although he had never seen a superhuman, he had heard some rumors about them. Extraordinary beings possess various mysterious abilities, and Li Yu's actions seemed to resemble those of a legendary extraordinary being. Bai Yi continued observing and discovered that Li Yu's right hand extended an invisible, unseen giant hand, as hard as steel, and a full 3 meters long. In an instant, Bai Yi understood. Li Yu had opened the window with this invisible giant hand, and he had also brought the letter in by hand. Fine. You're trying to play tricks on me, aren't you? Bai Yi sneered, recovering the passage of time. Li Yu rubbed his aching right hand, feeling uneasy. This kid should have finished reading by now, right? Why isn't he reacting at all? Logically, he should at least have jumped out of bed in fright. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. I'm not asleep, but I know you'll soon be sleeping forever. Click. That was the sound of a gun being chambered. The cold muzzle was already pressed against Li Yu's head. Li Yu froze instantly, his expression changing drastically. Bai Yi, don't move. If you dare to put your right hand down, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Li Yu dared not move, secretly thinking, damn it, this kid has discovered my ability. He originally planned to use an invisible hand to control Bei, believing that even if Bei had a forbidden item, he would still be affected. However, he did not expect that his ability would be seen through at a glance. You're not asleep? Li Yu managed to speak to Bai Time, while quickly calculating a countermeasure in his mind. Heh, Bai Yi sneered, don't you go to the toilet in the middle of the night. Li Yu felt a sudden sense of alertness. Bai Yi had clearly noticed everything he was doing. Sure enough, without hesitation, Bai Yi rushed out the moment the window opened and quietly approached him while he was putting down the letter. Li Yu. Oh no, I should call you Li's one now. Bai Yi slowly pointed the gun at Li Yu's head. Li Yu felt a chill run down his spine as the cold gun barrel pressed against him, and hurriedly said, Bai Yi, actually call me Deputy Commander Bai. Bai Yi kicked Li Yu in the butt, interrupting him. Li Yu paused for a moment, a flash of anger crossing his face, but he quickly changed his words. Deputy Commander Bai, I didn't mean any harm. I just have something important to discuss with you. Oh, a dangerous smile curled at the corner of Bai Ye's lips. Isn't this a coincidence? You meant no harm, but I did. As he spoke, he pointed the gun at Li Yu and said coldly, you know what? I hate it when people waste my time. Because of your unreasonable behavior, you wasted 10 precious seconds of my life. 10 seconds. How many 10 seconds are there in a lifetime? Liu was a little confused. After a moment of silence, he cautiously spoke up. Assuming a person can live to be 60 years old, then a lifetime would consist of approximately 189,216,000 10-second intervals. You son of a bitch. Bang. Bai Yi kicked Liu again, almost making him fall flat on his face. So you think you're good at math? Do you need to tell me? Bai Yi was so angry he almost laughed. Although he could calculate, he still needed paper and pen, but Liu just gave him the answer directly. You have 3 seconds to give me a reason why I won't kill you. Liu hurriedly said, I'm here to help you. You think you're worthy? Bai Yi sneered. I am a superhuman. Bang. Another kick. What are you showing off for? So what if you're a superhuman? Chapter 14. To become a superhuman, you need a mother. No. I mean, don't you want to know how I became a superhuman? Tell me about it. Then you promise. Okay, I promise I won't kill you, Bai Yi interrupted. Liu's heart skipped a beat, and he hesitated, saying, You agreed so quickly, it makes me uneasy. Let's do it one more time. Liu. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and slowly said, After losing to you in the Wheel of Fortune, King Snake was so angry that he crippled my right hand. Magic hand was a skill I had practiced for more than 10 years. With my right hand crippled, I lost my will to live. But when I thought of my mother back home waiting for me to make something of myself, a flame ignited in my heart, and I vowed never to let my mother down and to live. Liu paused for a moment, then continued. Then I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my brain, like something was churning inside. After the pain subsided, I found that my right hand had actually healed. Although I couldn't lift heavy objects, at least I could move it again. An invisible arm had even grown on my right hand. I see. Bai Yi nodded. To become a superhuman, you need to first disable your right hand. Liu. You also need a mother. Liu. He was now completely certain that Bai Yi was a madman. He had heard that Bai Yi's behavior on the battlefield was somewhat strange, and now he believed it all. What kind of nonsense is this? Deputy Commander Bai, the key point isn't your mother or your right hand, but the transformation of your mind. Simply put, a major shock caused a mental distortion, which in turn led to your awakening as a superhuman. Bai Yi nodded. Of course he knew that his mother had nothing to do with his right hand. He was just joking, but these barbarians didn't understand. He had heard wasteland hunters say that although the people and things in the wasteland seemed normal, they had all undergone some degree of mutation. It was just that the mutations in normal people were less pronounced and not visible on the surface. It was like a seed that would sprout once triggered. Liu is such an example. In civilized times, mental stimulation may at most cause people to become mentally ill, but after a great catastrophe, it may create extraordinary beings. Hiss. Bai Yi suddenly felt that all superhumans seemed to have the potential for mental illness. This cataclysm was not only a threat, but also contained an opportunity. It might be the starting point for the evolution of all things. The mutated beasts were a flawed evolution, while the superhumans were people on the right path. Deputy Commander Bai, I've said everything I needed to say. Could you please put down your gun? I'm scared. You asked me for a favor, but don't even use the polite form of address. Is that how you ask for a favor? Liu was so angry he wanted to punch Bai Yi's mouth apart. If he hadn't been held at gunpoint, he would have punched Bai Yi's mouth to pieces long ago. Please put the gun down, okay? No. Could I put my right hand down first? My hand hasn't fully healed yet, and I can't keep it up like this. No. Bai Yi. Liu suddenly stood up, furious. I told you, we're not enemies. I'm here to cooperate. Don't you realize your situation? Wang Shi and Tan Jie can't tolerate you at all. They've already planned to join forces to kill you and then divide up your forbidden treasure once you've dealt with the hyena pack. So what? So cooperating with me is your only chance to survive. I am a superhuman, and you have a forbidden artifact. If we join forces, we might not be no match for them. Besides, King Serpent crippled my magic hand, and I must take revenge on him. You came to see me in the middle of the night just to talk about this? That's right. I already have a detailed plan. Next time you leave the city, I will ambush you outside the city. When they are exhausted, we will launch a surprise attack from the inside and outside, and we will definitely be able to take it down in one fell swoop. After it is done, Grey Earth Town will be under your rule, and the money will be mine. I will not interfere. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. Then what are you after? Revenge. Liu shook his head. Revenge is one thing, but the main thing is money. After it's done, Grey Earth Town is yours, and the money is mine. I'll leave as soon as I get the money. After becoming a superhuman, I don't want to stay in Grey Earth Town anymore. I plan to go to Dawn City to heal my right hand. Although awakening improved my physical abilities, it's still far less agile than before. My superhuman abilities are closely related to my right hand. If it's healed, my combat power will definitely be much greater than it is now. I want to regain the glory of the magic hand. Li Yu's words changed Bai Ye's opinion of him somewhat. Although Li Yu's character wasn't great, he was at least filial. Moreover, the two didn't have any direct hatred for each other. On the contrary, they shared a common enemy. So, Shirono put away Breath of Bones. Upon hearing the noise, Li Yu was immediately overjoyed. You've agreed to cooperate. No, not at all. Bai Yi shook his head. Why this is entirely beneficial to you? Li Yu said incredulously. Sigh. Bai Yi sighed, gazing at the bright moon, and said in a deep voice, I can certainly join forces with you to kill King Snake and the others. But have you thought about what will happen to the hyena pack, what will happen to the people of Grey Earth Town? Li Yu was taken aback, remained silent for a moment. Then his expression changed. I can help you deal with the hyena pack. Bai Yi shook his head again. How many people would die? Although you are a superhuman, your strength is probably not as good as Wang Shi and the others. Moreover, even they couldn't deal with the hyena pack. How could you possibly do it? So I will not cooperate with you until all the hyenas are killed. Li Yu panicked. After you kill the hyenas, they will immediately attack you. If you continue killing like this, you will probably die before they even make a move. Enough said. Bai Yi angrily flicked his sleeve, raising a layer of dust. Am I, Bai Yi, a coward who fears death? Is my life more important, or the lives of 800 people in Grey Earth Town? The angry voice struck Li Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. In this deplorable era, there are actually people who value other people's lives more than their own. Chapter 15, I didn't lose unjustly. I understand. Li Yu's expression suddenly became calm. He looked steadily at Bai Yi and said seriously, Go ahead and do it. Although I, Li Yu, am not a good person, I respect your character and am willing to follow your choice. After you deal with the hyena pack, we will join forces to deal with King Snake and the others. He paused, his tone becoming more cautious. However, I can't guarantee you'll live that long. If you encounter danger, I'll help you, but I won't risk my life to save you. My mother is waiting for me. I can't put myself in greater danger. It's all right, my mind is made up. Bai Yi stood with his hands behind his back, the cool moonlight shining on him, as if gilding him with a layer of silver. Li Yu was slightly moved, and gave Bai Yi a deep look. The wheel of fate. I didn't lose unjustly. Take care. No need to see me out, Shiro replied calmly. Li Yu said nothing more, turned and disappeared into the dark woods, his steps light and graceful, vanishing without a trace. Bai Yi stood there, looking up at the bright moon. Suddenly, he touched his chin, a thought flashing through his mind. Is it really okay for me to deceive a disabled person like this? He smiled and said, Actually, it can't be considered deception. A gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. Bai Ye's true intentions weren't solely for the safety of Grey Earth Town. He also wanted to use King Snake and Tanjie's protection to kill more hyenas and strengthen his own power. Although Li Yu's plan seemed reasonable, he knew that Li Yu's mediocre abilities might not be enough to complete the task. Li Yoning's help could indeed save some time, but if he relied on him for every step of his plan, wouldn't he become passive? He decided to rely on Wang Shi and Tanjie and fight the hyenas under their protection, while also improving his own strength. He muttered to himself, I really am a master of time management. The next day at noon, Bai Yi woke up feeling rather bored. He was supposed to go hunting hyenas today, but Lao Ten had forced him to postpone it by a day, citing Bai Ye's illness. There were no entertainment options in Grey Earth Town, so Bai Yi could only pass the time in boredom. After lunch, Shiryuki strolled through the streets of the small town. The streets were muddy and almost unmaintained, and the low-rise houses and people sleeping haphazardly by the roadside made him feel that the town was lifeless. Deputy Commander Bai, a disheveled resident, greeted him respectfully. The town wasn't large, but news of Bai Ye's exploits from yesterday had already spread, and many people held him in awe. He strode forward, feeling rather cheerful. Though it was boring, the extra minute made him feel quite lucky. Suddenly, a hurried sound broke his reverie. Oh no, the hyena pack is attacking the city. The mutated beasts are attacking the city. Bai Yi immediately looked over and saw several ragged residents running in panic from the direction of the city gate. He quickly grabbed one of them, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. What happened? The man was terrified, constantly looking back. The mutated beasts have gone mad. They're going to attack the city. A siege? Excitement gleamed in Bai Ye's eyes. Since he didn't need to go out of the city to lure them in, the hyenas attacking directly was a golden opportunity for him. He didn't even need to go looking for them. He could just fire down from the city walls. However, a question lingered in my mind. Why did the mutated beast suddenly change its strategy? Upon hearing the commotion, Tanjia, the commander of the Eastern District, also led his men out. Someone, come with me to the city gate. Tanjia shouted, his eyes sweeping over Bai Yi. He hurriedly said, Deputy Commander Bai, let's go there quickly. Bai Yi took out the breath of bones, his heart pounding with excitement, and followed after them. Upon reaching the city wall, Bai Yi quickly spotted nearly 100 hyenas, leading the Hyena King towards Grey Earth Town. What exactly happened? Why did the hyenas suddenly go berserk? Tanjia seemed somewhat uneasy. His biggest fear was that the hyenas would launch a desperate attack on Grey Earth Town. The city gates were indeed sturdy, but it was almost impossible to withstand an attack from 100 hyenas. If they weren't afraid to die, they would always manage to break through. They appeared suddenly. I don't know what happened either, a guard replied in a panic. The King Serpent's voice came from afar. Don't panic. Their attack on the city isn't necessarily a bad thing. He led a group of men up to the city wall and said coldly, with the city wall protecting us, we can shoot from above. As long as Deputy Commander Bai's body can hold up, even if the city gate is breached, they will suffer heavy losses. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on. Tanjia looked at Bai Yi, his eyes filled with worry. Humph. Bai Yi snorted coldly, his arrogant gaze sweeping over them. If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. Even if you die, I won't. Tanjia frowned, a sense of dissatisfaction rising within him, but he knew now was not the time to argue with Bai Yi. After all, without Bai Yi, who would deal with the Hyena King? He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and shouted to his men, What are you all standing there for? These beasts have come to our door. Raise your guns, and when they get close, give them a good beating. Bai stood in the center of the city wall, his eyes gleaming with excitement, raising the breath of bones, and waiting for the hyenas to approach. Closer, closer. He could even make out the appearance of the Hyena King. Unlike last time, this time the Hyena King was no longer blurry. Its entire body was covered in dark purple skin, its veins were scarlet, and it had a large fleshy growth on its head, making it ferocious and terrifying. Bai Yi didn't rush to fire. The effective range of an ordinary pistol is only 50 meters, while the range of the breath of bones is much longer, reaching 200 meters. However, his marksmanship is not accurate at the moment. Only after his men have shot and wounded the hyena can he take the opportunity to finish off the enemy. Chapter 16 Town Destruction Crisis. Ready. Tanjia raised his left hand, about to give the order. Wait a minute. Bai Yi suddenly called out to stop them. Tanjia was furious. He thought Bai Yi was trying to seize command, so he glared at him, but he saw that Bai Yi wasn't looking at him. Instead, he was frowning and staring at the hyena pack in the distance. Put all your guns away, Bai Yi said coldly to the group as he put away Breath of Bones. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what Bai Yi meant. Tanjia angrily questioned, Vice Commander Bai, what exactly do you want? Our enemy isn't hyenas. There's no need to waste bullets. Bai Yi's gaze passed over the hyena pack, fixed on the distant horizon where yellow sand filled the sky. Not a pack of hyenas? Tanjia felt that Bai Yi was having another episode and was furious. But before he could lash out, his henchman suddenly exclaimed, The hyena pack has turned a corner. What? Tanjia quickly looked over and saw that the hyena pack had changed direction and was running away from the town into the distance. Why did they run away? Could it be that they're scared of us after we beat them last time? Many of the defenders breathed a sigh of relief. They no longer wanted to fight the hyena pack. However, Wang Shi and Tanjia sensed something was wrong. Deputy Commander Bai, what exactly is going on? Wang Shi asked solemnly. The hyenas aren't attacking the city. They're running away, Bai Yi said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Run away? Was something even more terrifying about to arrive? The hyena pack had put the town on high alert, and their escape meant that the creatures chasing them were stronger. Panic instantly spread, and everyone turned their gaze to their leader, as if seeking comfort. But the two commanders panicked as well. Tanjia chuckled dryly. Could it be that the army from Dawn City arrived and scared away the hyenas? An army? It's not even as good as a mutated beast, King Serpent said grimly. Don't talk, we're here. Bai Yi suddenly looked up at the distant sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint buzzing sound came through, high frequency, piercing, and unsettling. What's that sound? Someone exclaimed in alarm. It's a bit like an electric current. No, it's a bird. Look, everyone looked up and saw a dense cluster of black dots appearing on the distant horizon. As they drew closer, they became a dark mass, accompanied by a continuous, deafening chorus of birdsong and flapping wings. It's a gray sparrow. Mutant gray sparrows. So many, all of them. Run. Greytown can't be defended. The crowd screamed. Their faces turned pale, and they all turned and ran, completely ignoring their commander's orders. Bai narrowed his eyes as he watched the gray sparrows fly over quickly. They were mutated beasts, originally ordinary sparrows, but now they were as big as eagles, and their claws were as sharp as steel. Gray sparrows is enormous. Although more than 1,000 sparrows may not seem like much, their size and mobility are enough to make any town unable to withstand them. This is troublesome. Bai frowned. In terms of individual combat strength, the gray sparrows were not as good as the hyenas, but there were too many of them, and they were highly mobile. He could use time stop, but the gray sparrows were flying in the sky, so he couldn't hit them at all. He didn't intend to fight alone, so he could only retreat into the house and see how things went. Bai jumped off the city wall and ran at full speed. His enhanced physical abilities allowed him to quickly overtake the first group of people who were fleeing, but Wang Shi and Tan Jie were still ahead of him. The two fled the moment they saw the gray sparrow, knowing that the walls of Gray Earth Town were no match for aerial attacks. However, the mutated gray sparrows are extremely fast, and no matter how fast you run, you can't escape them. Ah! A piercing scream rang out from the crowd. A gray sparrow swooped down from the sky, its sharp beak piercing a person's head like an arrow, and then sucked blood. More and more gray sparrows descended from the sky, swift and ferocious, swooping down as if hunting insects. Gunfire erupted, and some people fought back desperately. I'll fight you to the death. Get inside the house quickly. The crowd fleeing in the street was like madmen, everyone desperately trying to escape. However, how can a house built of broken wood keep out gray sparrows? Even a brick house can keep them out, but what about the windows? The mutations in the mutated beasts are not only physical, but also occur in their brains. The entire town of Gray Earth descended into utter chaos. Bai sped through the chaotic crowd, not hiding in houses like Wang Shi and Tan Jie, but heading straight for the Tire Tavern. That was Tan Jie's base camp, with enough water, food, and firearms and ammunition. Bai's target was bullets, because Breath of Bones would drain the user's life force, and Tan Jie didn't give him many bullets, thinking he wouldn't be able to use them all. Whoosh! A rapid sound came from above Bai's head. He knew he was being watched by the gray sparrow. Fewer and fewer people were on the road. They were either dead or hiding in their houses. Only he was still running. Sooner or later, he would be targeted. He didn't avoid it, but chose to. Time stands still. Chapter 17. A dazzling golden dial rose from beneath Bai's feet, and time seemed to freeze. He could only hear his own breathing. The world was eerily quiet. He was propelled forward 2 meters by inertia before coming to a stop. He originally intended to turn around and counterattack, but stopping suddenly at high speed was too difficult, so he had no choice but to activate time stop. As soon as I turned around, I was met with a pair of lifeless, pale eyes. It was Gray Sparrow. The gray sparrow hovered in midair, swooping down like a falcon, its wings spread and talons aimed straight for his head. If he hadn't stopped time in time, his head would probably be split open by now. Bai's anger surged. You want to blow my head off? I'll blow yours off first. Breath of Bones, loaded, muzzle pointed at the head of the gray sparrow. At point-blank range, with the enemy frozen in place, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! But the bullet missed its target. It remained suspended in midair, just 2 centimeters from the muzzle. He froze, staring at the still, blood-red bullet, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that in a time freeze, everything except me and my personal belongings will stop? The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. If the bullet left his body, it would be classified as a foreign object and would naturally be frozen. He immediately distanced himself from the gray sparrow and then released the time freeze. Whoosh! The blood-red bullet flashed by, and the gray sparrow's head exploded instantly, its body falling to the ground like a rag doll. Luckily, the gun still works, it's just a bit complicated. Bai didn't stop, turned around, and continued running. At this moment, the entire street was deserted. The army of gray sparrows ravaged Gray Earth Town, slaughtering hundreds of people in minutes, and the survivors all hid in their houses. Some gray sparrows were gnawing on the carcass, while others broke through the window and rushed into the house, their cries echoing throughout. Bai, being the only living person running on the street, naturally became the focus of the prey. A dozen or so gray sparrows flew down in unison, and Bai quickly turned around and disappeared into the narrow alley between the houses. The confined terrain limited the gray sparrows' advance, allowing them to enter one at a time. He stopped, coldly watching the first sparrow approach, and raised his gun, waiting. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Bang! A flash of fire appeared, and the headless gray sparrow fell, its corpse sliding across the ground until it stopped at Shirono's feet. This time, instead of using time freeze, he concentrated his firepower by taking advantage of the terrain. The enclosed space made the attacking gray sparrows easy targets, which he naturally wouldn't miss. His blood and chi surged within him, his strength growing wildly. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in by Ye's eyes, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. May all of you become my power. Bang bang bang. Gunshots echoed in the dimly lit alley, the firelight reflecting off his bloodied face, making him look like a demon descending to earth. Before long, his feet were piled high with the corpses of gray sparrows, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. He did not stop until his magazine was empty. Halftime. He was like a referee. As soon as he finished speaking, all the gray sparrows froze. A claw stopped half a meter in front of him, and he could even count the number of feathers on it. Amidst the bloodstains, he bent down to load bullets. After 6 bullets were in the magazine, he flicked his wrist, and the crisp sound of the cartridge cylinder snapping shut rang out. The boy looked up, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Continue. Bang bang bang. After another round of slaughter, his bullets ran out, and Bai Yi turned and fled without looking back. His speed and strength had increased considerably, but he still couldn't catch up with Gray Sparrow. The difference in their species couldn't be overcome by willpower alone. So he kept activating Time Stop until he finally shook off his enemies and arrived at the Tire Tavern. But the door was locked. He pushed the door twice and saw that there were many tables and chairs blocking the way behind it, as if someone was hiding inside. Open the door, Bei shouted. No one responded. He kicked it a few times before he heard a sound. Hurry up, don't attract the gray sparrows. It was the boss, Old Wang. Bei raised his voice. It's me, Bei. Open the door, I need bullets. I know it's you. Old Wang's voice trembled. But I can't risk opening the door. What if the gray sparrow comes in? I just want to live. I have no obligation to save you. Bai Yi didn't move, just stood at the doorway. In the distance, the sound of gray sparrows flapping their wings was approaching. I'll say it again, open the door. The words were low and cold, yet carried a commanding force. Old Wang, behind the door, suddenly screamed hysterically. Who do you think you are? The deputy commander? You're just a lucky kid who never even finished school. What makes you think you can order me around? Outside the door, Bai Yi remained silent. Only the sound of gray sparrows tearing through the air grew louder and louder. Chapter 18. Bai Yi stood outside the town of Gray Earth, 5 gray sparrows circling in the air, their pale eyes fixed on him. They rapidly approached from different directions, like an approaching storm. Bai Yi smiled coldly, pulling a dagger from his trouser leg, his gaze resolute and ruthless. He remained unconcerned no matter how the gray sparrows approached. His escape route was blocked, but he felt no fear. He waited, expecting everything to unfold according to his predetermined plan. Gray Sparrow drew ever closer, and time seemed to stand still. Bai Yi gripped his dagger tightly, bracing himself for the final battle. But what truly troubled him wasn't the 5 birds, but Old Wang. Old Wang's indifference and refusal to open the door prevented Bai Yi from obtaining bullets and from relying on the breath of bones to enhance his own blood and energy, wasting a great deal of time and opportunity. Bai Yi cursed under his breath. You won't open the door, huh? Wait till I deal with these gray sparrows, then I'll burn your tavern down, and see if you still dare to open it then. Suddenly, 5 gray sparrows let out sharp, piercing cries and swooped down with lightning speed. Bai Yi took a deep breath, gripped his dagger tighter, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he prepared to face this unexpected battle. However, at that moment, an accident occurred. A sharp, piercing sound echoed in their ears. The 5 gray sparrows seemed to have been struck by an invisible force. Instantly, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and gray feathers fell like raindrops. It's Liu. A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. He turned his head to look at the corner of the house on the right, where he saw Liu standing there, pale-faced and panting heavily. Bei, this way, Liu shouted, barely managing to stand firm. Bai Yi quickly ran to Liu's side and saw Liu clutching his right hand, his face contorted in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Clearly, the attack had aggravated his previous injury. How are you? Bai Yi asked in a low voice. It's all right, I won't die. Liu forced a smile. Are you here to find bullets? Bai Yi frowned, his gaze falling on the bulging snakeskin bag on Liu's back, as if he understood something. Liu struggled to untie the bag, revealing the contents. A gun, bullets, some food, and water. You stole it from the Tire Tavern? Shiro asked. Liu chuckled. Yes, King Serpent has a grudge against me, so I had to hide in your East District. After Gray Sparrow entered the city, I knew things were going to get bad, So I went to Tire Tavern in advance and stole the supplies. Now these things are enough for us to escape Grey Earth Town. Bai Yi frowned slightly. You can run by yourself. Why did you bring me along? Liu was taken aback. There aren't so many whys. Didn't I say before that I respect you as a person? You risked your life to protect Grey Earth Town and agreed to cooperate with me. So isn't it normal for me to help you? Besides, you have a forbidden item, so we can look after each other on our escape route. Bai Yi laughed. You've never been to school, have you? Liu was even more surprised. Yes, you haven't been to school, so what? It's all right. Lao Wang has read it, Bai Yi said casually. Old Wang. He has indeed studied. I heard he lived in Dawn City before. He's one of the few cultured people here, but he's really not a fair person. He won't even open the door. Sai, how do we end up talking? Let's go, don't waste any more time. Instead of acting immediately, Shirano began loading bullets. Shall we go? Liu asked hesitantly. With a click, after the bullets were loaded, Bai Yi looked up, a hint of disdain on his lips. No rush. Liu's expression changed. You're not going to stay and save the residents of Grey Earth Town, are you? Bai Yi sneered. No. Then what are you going to do? Liu asked anxiously, watching the approaching Grey Sparrow. He wanted to say something, but then he saw the smile on Bai Yi's lips, which was like a sharp knife. Of course, kill them all. What are you talking about? Liu was taken aback. I never joke. Bai Yi's tone was firm and uncompromising. Believe it or not, let's go, the Grey Sparrow will be here soon. The two quickly arrived at an alley near the Tire Tavern. Bai Yi turned to Liu and said, You are responsible for protecting me. I will shoot the Grey Sparrow. Just as Liu was about to speak, waves of Grey Sparrows swooped in. Gunshots rang out incessantly, and sparrows fell from the sky one after another. Their gray feathers scattered like dandelion seeds, as if a gray rain was falling over the alley. Liu, however, used an invisible force to block the Grey Sparrow that attacked from behind. No matter how the mutated beast struggled, it was impossible to defend against such an attack. Meanwhile, in the tavern, Old Wang crouched behind the liquor cabinet, covering his ears, seemingly terrified by the battle outside. He knew Bai Yi was fighting the Grey Sparrows, but he was certain Bai Yi was doomed. How could one person possibly fight against so many Grey Sparrows? It was only a matter of time. He muttered to himself, I did nothing wrong. I just wanted to live. Who cares about me? If I had something forbidden, I could become a hero like him. His voice grew faster and faster, his eyes hardening. Bai Yi is nothing but a fool, thinking he can defeat Grey Sparrow with bullets. How could he possibly win? He's just trying to trick me into opening the door so he can hide here. He was brimming with confidence when suddenly, a crashing sound rang in his ears. He turned around abruptly and met those pale, lifeless eyes, and a wave of fear washed over him. The window began to crack, and the Grey Sparrows kept scrambling against it, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Old Wang desperately covered his ears, his heart pounding. Suddenly, a Grey Sparrow broke through the glass, its huge form swooping in and quickly locking onto him. Ah! Old Wang screamed, frantically fleeing to every corner of the tavern, trying to escape. The Grey Sparrow pursued relentlessly, its sharp claws slicing through the air time and time again. Just when he was in despair, Old Wang desperately smashed at the Grey Sparrow while struggling to move the obstacle at the doorway. Finally, the door opened. Chapter 19. After all, I have no obligation to save you. Old Wang scrambled out the door, landing face first in the dirt, half his body covered in dust. His terrified eyes darted around, trying to find Bai Yi's whereabouts. But then, the gunfire stopped. Old Wang was immediately terrified. The gunfire stopped, and Bai Yi was dead. Help! Help me! As Old Wang searched, the Grey Sparrow flew out of the house, and its claws, gleaming with a cold metallic light, dug deep into the flesh of his arm. Old Wang struggled violently, the terror in his eyes almost tangible. Just then, footsteps suddenly rang out from the alley next door. A flicker of wild joy suddenly flashed in Old Wang's terrified eyes. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a boy walking slowly out of the alley, his feet stained with blood and a revolver in his hand. Upon seeing the boy, Old Wang screamed wildly, as if grasping at a lifeline. Bye. The words had barely left his mouth when he was interrupted by the boy's leisurely voice. Hey, isn't this Old Wang? Bei, save me. Please save me. Old Wang desperately gripped the Grey Sparrow's claws, his eyes filled with a dying plea. Shiro unhurriedly opened the magazine of his revolver, flicked it gently, and 6 bright yellow cartridge cases fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Call me Deputy Commander Bai. He took out the few bullets he had left and loaded them one by one. Bai, Deputy Commander Bai, please save me. Old Wang's face was contorted from the force he used, causing the capillaries to rupture. Bai Yi casually tossed his pistol around. The magazine returned to its place, and then, under Lao Wang's excited and expectant gaze, slowly raised the pistol, aimed at Gray Sparrow, twirled the gun, and tucked it into his waistband. The excitement on old Wang's face froze instantly. Bai Yi tilted his head slightly, and the blood of the Gray Sparrow dripped down his strong jaw, outlining a sinister smile on his face. He shrugged and apologized without any remorse, saying, "Old Wang, don't blame me for not helping you. After all, I have no obligation to save you." The boy's smile widened, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "No, you can't do this. Help me. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Old Wang's howls gradually turned into painful roars, as the Gray Sparrow's sharp claws repeatedly ripped open his belly. Then it lowered its beak and ate the internal organs like a chick pecking at rice. "Are you really not going to save him?" He already knows he was wrong. Li Yu, looking exhausted, walked out of the alley, clutching his right hand. Bai Yi shook his head slightly. He doesn't know he's wrong. He just knows he's about to die. "Sigh, I always thought old Wang was one of the few good people in Grey Earth Town. After all, he was educated, reasonable, and longed for a civilized era. It's a pity." Li Yu sighed. "Being educated doesn't make you a good person. There's an old saying that goes, the most righteous are often from humble backgrounds, while the most ungrateful are often scholars. Those who aspire to civilization are not necessarily civilized themselves." Li Yu was taken aback. He didn't quite understand the meaning of those words, but he had a feeling that Bai Yi was insulting him. "What do you mean by dog-slaughtering generation? You're the one who's killed more hyenas, aren't you?" "You'll find out later, Li Zhua." Bai Yi took out Breath of Bones and aimed it at the Gray Sparrow that was gnawing on old Wang's corpse. Bang! The Gray Sparrow died. It died in old Wang's arms. "My name is Li Yu," Li Yu said angrily. "Okay, Li Zhua. What the hell? Never mind. What do we do now? The gunfire over there has stopped. Looks like King Snake and his crew are out of bullets. How many rounds do you have left?" "The last 3 shots." Bai Yi weighed the gun in his hand, then looked up at the Gray Sparrows circling above the Western District. Even though Wang Shi and the others had run out of bullets, there were still hundreds of Gray Sparrows. Remaining Gray Finch were frantically attacking the house, trying to eat the people inside. Sparrows near the Tire Tavern have all been dealt with. Because there are few people here, there are relatively few Gray Sparrows coming to hunt. This is why Shirayuki insisted on coming here to stay away from the crowds. "You only have 3 bullets left. How are you going to save them?" Li Yu asked. Bai Yi looked at him with surprise. "When did I say I was going to save them?" Li Yu was taken aback. "No, you've been shouting about protecting Grey Earth Town more than anyone else every day, and now you're not going to save it?" At this moment, Bai Yi was already planning to retreat. He had just been hunting down Gray Sparrows to plunder their life force and improve his own strength. Now that he only had 3 bullets left, there was no longer any need to plunder their life force. Most importantly, he only had 1 minute and 19 seconds left. He had wasted too much time on his way to hunt the Gray Sparrow and head to the Tire Tavern. 1 minute is his psychological threshold. If the time is less than 1 minute, he can't sleep soundly. Although it took a lot of time, the results were still good. His physical fitness improved again, and he could now rival Tanjia, who had been injected with gene-enhancing drugs. Of course, if it really came down to a fight, without using weapons, he would still have a hard time defeating Tanjia, because in addition to strength, Tanjia also had a body covered in bristles. With his physical abilities enhanced to this extent, the blood and energy gained from hunting Gray Sparrows are no longer enough to improve him. He needs to hunt even more powerful mutated beasts. "Since you're not going to save us, let's run away," Li Yu suggested. He had wanted to run away for a long time, as the long battle had pushed his mind and body to their limits. Bai Yi shook his head. "Running away is the most foolish choice. We can't outrun the Gray Sparrows at all. Once we're in the open wilderness, we'll be sitting ducks. The best option is to hide in a sturdy house and wait for the Gray Sparrows to leave." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Li Yu knew that Bai Yi was a wasteland hunter with rich experience, so he readily trusted Bai Yi's judgment. The two did not choose the Tire Tavern, which, although sturdy, had too many windows, some of which were already broken. They had their eye on a brick house in the northwest corner, but it required crossing the street. Without much hesitation, the two rushed straight towards the brick house. Several gray birds nearby noticed the 2 running figures and immediately flapped their wings, turning and swooping towards them. Li Yu struggled to raise his right hand, and an invisible giant hand blocked the Gray Sparrows from directly in front of him. The sparrows seemed to have hit an invisible wall, falling from the sky one by one, constantly flapping their wings to stabilize themselves. Taking advantage of the lull, Shirano raised his gun and fired 3 shots, leaving 3 corpses on the ground. The two had already developed a certain level of chemistry through their previous cooperation. With his bullets completely exhausted, only 2 gray sparrows remained. Bai Yi put away his pistol, took out his dagger, and planned to deal with them before entering the house. Otherwise, their continued attacks from outside would likely cause considerable damage. Damn it! It hurts so much. Li Yu suddenly screamed, his right hand falling limply to his side, his only remaining left hand clutching his head tightly. Chapter 20. Are you out of your mind to be this handsome? Bai Yi frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? Extraordinary abilities are driven by mental power, and my mental power is severely depleted. You go inside first, I'll take care of these two. He gripped the dagger in the back of his hand, staring intently at the 2 gray sparrows that were getting up from the ground. The 2 gray sparrows shook their heads, then pushed off the ground with their feet, instantly transforming into 2 gray arrows that sped towards them. Bai Yi didn't use time stop. With his current physical abilities, dealing with 2 lone gray sparrows shouldn't be a problem. Just as he was about to make his move, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the rooftop, not far away. Immediately afterwards, a clear, dragon-like sword cry rang out. A woman dressed in black knight armor with bright silver accents descended from the sky, abruptly entering Bai Ye's field of vision. Accompanying the woman was a sword light as sharp as lightning. Clang! With a flash of sword light, the 2 gray sparrows were split in 2 in midair, blood splattering everywhere. The gray sparrow's corpse and the night woman landed at the same time. Bai Ye's eyes narrowed. What a fast sword! He barely saw a flash of sword light before the 2 gray sparrows were torn to pieces. You should know that with his current enhanced physical abilities, he can barely make out the trajectory of a bullet from an ordinary pistol, but he can't see the woman's sword light. This means that the opponent's sword is faster than a bullet. Who is it? A superhuman or a genetically modified individual? The female knight slowly turned around, revealing a striking silver-white mask without any facial features. The only eye feature was 2 holes, revealing a pair of clear, mirror-like, light brown eyes. She remained silent, simply gazing calmly at Shirayuki, who was covered in blood. Scorching summer winds swept across the gray earth, carrying yellow sand and blowing the woman's long, black hair. Bai Yi could even see a playful strand of black hair curving out from her slender waist. Her fingers, hanging at her sides, gripped the hilt of the cross-shaped sword, causing the slender, pure silver blade to rise slightly. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know the woman's intentions. He only knew that if she had ill intentions, he would have to be highly focused at this distance in order to freeze time before she drew her sword. His attention was entirely focused on the sword, a pure silver cross sword with a slender and narrow blade. Along the slightly convex curve of the back of the sword, silver patterns flowed like clouds. Suddenly, the woman's sword moved. However, the target is not Hakuno, but Gray Sparrow. Suddenly, a gray sparrow, hidden in the shadows, launched a sneak attack from behind the woman. Without turning around, the woman merely raised her pure silver cross sword, the blade passing over her right shoulder. Uft! The gray sparrow, rushing towards them, seemed to deliberately run into the sword tip and was pierced through by the sword. Like a string of candied hawthorns, it hung in midair, while the woman carried the pure silver cross sword on her shoulder with clean, neat, and fluid movements. This scene made Bai Ye's eyelids twitch, and he felt like cursing. Damn it! He's so handsome. Are you out of your mind? With a flick of her wrist, the gray sparrow's corpse and blood slid off the gleaming silver blade. Her light brown eyes gave Bai Yi a deep look before she turned and left. With a light touch of her toes, her graceful and tall figure landed on the roof like a swallow, and then she ran towards the gray sparrows in the sky above the West District. It's her, Li Yu, standing at the door of the brick house, exclaimed in surprise as he watched the woman's departing figure. Do you know her? Bai Yi asked, turning his head. Li Yu shook his head. No, I don't know her, but I've seen her before. I stayed in Gravel Town for a while. At that time, Gravel Town was also attacked by mutated beasts, and she suddenly appeared and killed them. Bai Yi frowned slightly. A person who specializes in killing mutated beasts? It seems that this person's purpose is to protect the people of the wasteland town. Above the Western District, the figure in knight's armor drifted in. The woman leaped up and charged straight into a flock of hundreds of gray sparrows. The gray sparrows, which had blocked out the sky, attacked her, and the cries of the birds were particularly shrill. The next moment, the pure silver cross sword instantly produced a clear and melodious dragon's roar, overpowering the sound of 1,000 birds. The woman exerted force with her waist. Her body suddenly spun in midair, her wrist straightened, and the sword blade instantly drew a series of dazzling arcs. The silver-white mask and the sharp sword blade complemented each other, and the long black hair danced in unison with the black skirt of the bright silver knight's armor. In an instant, gray sparrows fell like rain. This scene directly shocked Tanjia, Wang Shi, and others who were hiding in the house. They had run out of bullets, and many of their men had died. They were already in despair, but they never expected that at this critical moment, the woman would descend from the sky like a savior. Her terrifyingly swift movements and divine swordsmanship left no gray sparrow in her wake. Her actions were crisp and elegant, devoid of the bloodshed of slaughter, and instead resembled a woman dancing gracefully among a flock of sparrows. The gray sparrows that had shrouded the gray town like dark clouds were swept away. The woman stood in the center of the sky full of gray feathers. Her wrist flicked, the pure silver cross sword spun, and then she inserted it into the scabbard with perfect accuracy. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. No one expected that the gray sparrows, which had almost slaughtered the entire town of Gray Earth, would only last a few seconds in the hands of the woman. "We survived! We survived!" Someone in the house burst into a wildly joyful cry of relief. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Shi and his companions finally came out of the house and thanked the woman with fawning and humble expressions. They knew that in the face of such a powerful being, the houses that could barely withstand the gray sparrows were like paper. Rather than cowering in fear, they should quickly express their gratitude and respect to the powerful being. "Thank you so much for saving our lives, sir. We have no way to repay you." Tanjia's big face was covered with a fawning smile. The woman did not respond. Instead, she stood still, as if deep in thought. "May I ask your name, sir?" Wang Shi asked cautiously. "Please don't misunderstand, sir. We have no other intentions. We just want to know who our savior is so that we can repay him in the future. No need for later. I can repay you now." The cool, clear voice of the young girl came from beneath the silver-white mask. Her words flowed without the slightest ripple of emotion, her voice as clear and still as the surface of a lake on a windless morning. Wang Shi and the others were taken aback. They hadn't expected the woman's voice behind the mask to be so young, nor had they expected her to be so direct. Wang Shi quickly smiled and said, "As long as you can use us, sir, just give the order." The night girl held out her hand and said calmly, "Give me the money." Wang Shi and Tanjia exchanged glances for a moment, then hurriedly sent their underlings to get the money. They didn't know how much to give, but their long experience surviving in the wasteland told them that the more the better. Money can be earned back, but once you lose your life, you lose everything. "Sir, the money is all here." Wang Shi carefully handed over a package, not daring to make any physical contact with the girl. The girl took the package, weighed it in her hand, and then said calmly, "A silent court." These 4 words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Wang Shi and Tanjia frozen in place, their expressions horrified. "A silent court? Is she a member of the silent court?" "So you are, sir." King Snake was about to offer a few flattering words when he was taken aback to find that the girl wasn't speaking to him, but rather. Wang Shi glanced to the side, and the distant white field came into view. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and said, "What the hell are you talking to me about? I didn't ask you." Chapter 21 Kayan. The Silent Court is an organization composed of extraordinary individuals. "Are you interested in joining?" the girl asked, her light brown eyes fixed on Shirono. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "Does your Silent Court recruit people so casually?" "An organization composed of extraordinary individuals. Why don't you recruit extraordinary individuals, but instead recruit me?" He glanced at Liu beside him, suddenly realized something, and tentatively asked, "Kayan?" A thoughtful look flashed in the girl's eyes, clearly not understanding what Kayan meant. She spoke again, "I've observed you before." Upon hearing this, a murderous intent flashed through Bai Ye's mind. "You've observed me? Could it be that you know the secret of time stopping?" His greatest secret is that time can stand still, and he doesn't allow anyone to know it. However, the girl's next words dispelled his murderous intent. "Although you are not a superhuman, you are a good person. I heard what you said when you faced the pack of hyenas." No, giving someone the friend zone card on the very first meeting? The Silent Court is indeed an organization of extraordinary individuals, but it values character even more. We are looking for like-minded people. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Hearing this, and considering the girl's act of saving people, does that mean the Silent Court is a righteous organization? Since it's a respectable organization, then I won't join. Bai Yi decisively refused. He wasn't the kind of person who would selflessly dedicate himself. He already didn't have enough time, and wasting more time on upholding justice would be disastrous. "Okay." The girl nodded calmly, her eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. His light brown eyes swept over the crowd, and he said calmly, The mutated beasts of Black Mountain are rampaging. The hyenas and gray sparrows are just the first wave. It's no longer safe here. If you want to live, you should leave. After saying that, the girl turned and left, her heroic knight's armor gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. The message left behind by the girl left the people who had experienced the tragedy somewhat bewildered. They stared blankly at the corpses and bloodstains scattered everywhere. Of the 800 people in the town of Grey Earth, only a little over 300 survived the beast plague. As they watched familiar faces fall one by one before them, they didn't even have time to grieve before fear engulfed them. Black, what exactly happened in Black Mountain? Could there be mutated beasts emerging from Black Mountain? Are you kidding me? Tanjia said in a trembling voice. Faced with the mutated beast, the leader of the East District truly felt the insignificance and powerlessness of his own life. The Silent Court wouldn't joke like that, and someone as powerful as her has no reason to deceive us. Wangxi suppressed his shock and swallowed hard. We can't stay in Grey Earth Town. The two exchanged a glance, and a plan had already been made in their minds. Tanjia, although we have fought for many years and had some friction with each other, we don't really have any deep-seated hatred. In the current situation, only by joining forces can we survive in the long run. What do you think? Wangxi said in a low voice. Tanjia nodded solemnly. He naturally understood this principle. What are you planning to do? The mutated beasts are acting strangely, and all the towns around here are unsafe. We were lucky this time that the Silent Court came to our rescue, but we might not be so lucky next time. In my opinion, the only way to be safe is to go to Dawn City. Wangxi's thoughts coincided with Tanjia's, but Tanjia worriedly said, Dawn City doesn't accept wastelanders at all. The only way to get a legal identity is to spend money, but that woman has taken all our money. And even if she hadn't, we wouldn't have enough. And these people under our command. What are you still fantasizing about now, still thinking about being surrounded by followers when you get to Dawn City? These pawns can only be discarded. Money is not a problem. Have you forgotten that we still have forbidden items? King Serpent sneered. Mentioning the taboo, a shadow crossed Tanjia's eyes. Bai Yi is suspicious. He was still full of energy in the battle against Grey Sparrow, and didn't seem like he had been drained of his life force at all. We were all fooled by this kid before. You just noticed? This kid is seriously suspicious. Not only was he fooled, but Li Yu also fooled me. I saw the gist of it during the fight just now. Li Yu should have become a superhuman, and the two of them have been secretly working together for a long time. What do we do then? Tanjia exclaimed in alarm. How are we supposed to seize the forbidden item now? Wangxi, however, was unconcerned. A newly promoted superhuman. How strong can he be in just a few days? If he were truly exceptional, why would he need to secretly cooperate with Bai Yi? He would have come to seek revenge on me long ago. Moreover, I saw that his face was pale just now, clearly indicating that he had exhausted his mental energy, so he was not a threat at all. As for Hakuno, I guess he must have achieved the legendary perfect containment. Perfect containment? Tanjia was taken aback. It felt somewhat familiar, as if he had heard someone boast about it before. However, after being injected with the gene serum, his mind became less sharp, and he was always forgetful. Using forbidden objects usually comes at a price, while perfect containment is free, but very few people can do it. Perfect containment is just a myth, and no one knows if it's true or not. It's like a gun. If you can fuse it, you know how to use it. Perfect containment is like the gun developing feelings for you. Who the hell would believe that? But even if Shirano is perfectly contained, so what? No matter how powerful the breath of bones is, it still needs bullets. Without bullets, it's just scrap metal. So now is the best opportunity. Dawn City needs superhuman test subjects. A superhuman can fetch a high price. Li Yu will be mine, and the forbidden object will be yours. With this, we can both enter Dawn City. Tanjia's eyes grew brighter and brighter. A crisis was imminent, but as long as the plan worked, they could turn the danger into safety and enter Dawn City to become distinguished city dwellers. That's settled. We'll take some men to capture Bai Yi and the others in a bit, and we can also let our men do their last bit of work. He glanced at his bewildered subordinates with a sinister look, then looked towards the East District, only to freeze in shock. Where are Bei and Li Yu? Wangxi looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the two people who were originally standing in the East District had disappeared. Oh no, they're trying to escape. Chase them. Where did they run off to? I don't know. Let's split into two groups and chase them down from both sides to prevent them from escaping separately. Wangxi and his men quickly called on their underlings to get to work. Run? If you don't run now, it'll be too late. Li Yu urged the leisurely Bai Yi as he ran, clutching his right hand. You can't escape, Bai Yi said calmly. They have cars, do you? Although they are just a few old off-road vehicles, for wheels are still faster than two legs. Instead of wasting energy running away, you should hurry up and recover your strength to prepare for battle. But we can't just stand here and wait to die. My mental energy is exhausted and I can't use my supernatural abilities, and you're out of bullets too. What are we going to fight with? Just then, the rumbling sound of wheels came from not far behind them. Liu's already pale face turned even paler. He turned around and saw an off-road vehicle speeding towards him, its thick off-road tires rolling over the dry dirt road, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. It's over. It's all over now, Mom. Your son is unfilial. Chapter 22 Courage. Sizzle. A screeching sound rang out, and the rear of the off-road vehicle swung violently due to inertia, kicking up yellow dust that sprayed out in all directions like an explosion, leaving several charred tire tracks on the ground. Bai narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Tanjia and his 5 henchmen who were getting out of the SUV. Several men, armed with machetes and with fierce and menacing expressions, had run out of bullets, so they abandoned their guns and used machetes instead. The rusty machete gleamed coldly in the sunlight. It was a tetanus blade imbued with magical damage. Even if it didn't hit a vital spot, just one wound in this wasteland devoid of medicine was practically a death sentence. Seeing the menacing Tanjia and his group, Bai Yi knew that things couldn't end peacefully today. At this point, Liu had basically lost his fighting ability, and even if he stayed, he would only be a burden, so Bai Yi did not intend to let Liu take action. Lizua, they're after me. You go first, huh? Bai Yi, I will definitely avenge you. Liu's voice drifted from afar as he sped away, leaving a trail of dust on the yellow earth. Bai Yi. Liu for running away. He had already done his best to help Liu by taking risks, and it was only natural for him to run away now that he felt things were hopeless. Moreover, when the two were working together, Liu had said that he would help, but if they encountered a real risk that was difficult to resolve, he would not save them, because he still had his mother waiting for him. But, wasn't it running way too fast? Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, Liu suddenly ran back. Why are you back again? Bai asked in surprise. Liu gasped for breath, but his eyes became very firm. Although I am afraid of death, I am even more afraid of spending the rest of my life in regret and self-blame for abandoning my friends and running away alone. Bai Yi gave Liu a deep look. This moment, Liu was pale and trembling like a leaf, but he stood firmly beside him, as if he had gone through a fierce internal struggle. Are we friends? Bai Yi laughed and patted Liu's trembling shoulder. Don't worry. I'm here, you won't die. Although Liu Xian was afraid and ran away, he later turned back, wavering between courage and fear. That's precisely why this courage is so precious, isn't it? The valor of the strong is indeed astonishing, but the transformation of the weak is equally moving. When instinct screams and retreats in your ears, courage insists on carving out a path amidst the desperate cries. This is the meaning of courage. Rumble. The roar of the SUV interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw an SUV coming from the direction Liu had just fled. Sizzle. The SUV came to a sudden stop, and Wang Shi, with a sneer on his face, got out of the car with his henchmen. He gave Liu a mocking look. Liu, why don't you keep running? Heh, I knew you two would split up, so I blocked your escape routes in advance, otherwise you would have almost gotten away. A polite yet slightly awkward smile appeared on Liu's face. Bai Yi. Bai, listen to my cunning explanation. Actually. Stop, it would be impolite to continue. Bai Yi wants to hit someone now. Damn, he almost got fooled by that kid Liu. He said such nice things. Although I am afraid of death, I am even more afraid of spending the rest of my life in regret and self-blame for abandoning my friends and running away alone. Damn it, he was clearly driven back by the king's snake, but he's putting on an act of sacrificing himself for his friends. Deputy Commander Bai Yi, hand over the forbidden item, and I might spare your life. Tanjia shouted, brandishing his machete. Bai Yi, blame your own stupidity. You had the opportunity to join the silent court, but you refused. If you had joined, we certainly wouldn't have dared to come looking for trouble. It's a pity you cut off your own path to survival, Wang Shi sneered. With Tanjia in front and Wang Shi behind, their escape routes were completely blocked. It seems you are quite wary of the silent court. Bai Ye's expression remained unchanged, and he even had the leisure to extract more information. Wang Shi didn't intend to say much, but Tanjia, who felt confident of victory, began to show off unhurriedly. Most people find it hard to resist the thrill of mocking the enemy when victory is assured. It's normal for someone from the bottom class who got lucky and was chosen by the forbidden object to not know about the silent court, otherwise you wouldn't have refused to join. The silent court is an extreme supernatural organization. Anyone who has been in contact with the supernatural community knows about the Silent Court. This organization claims to be righteous, but in reality, it abuses its power by taking vigilante justice and commits mass killings in the wasteland in the name of justice. Anyone who is labeled a criminal by them will not live to see the next day. Just a bunch of lunatics. What era are we living in? Still chasing justice? By their standards, everyone in the wasteland should be dead. All crows are black. Bai Yi suddenly realized why Tanjia and the others were so afraid of the Silent Court. If that girl knew what they did in Grey Earth Town, they would probably have been put on trial long ago. Silent Court. Court. So it means to judge evil, but why is it called a Silent Court? Alright, enough talk. Let's get started. We can't let Li Yu, this superhuman, recover. The more cautious King Serpent couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't want any unnecessary complications. However, he did not take action himself, but instead sent his men to test the waters first, and Tanjia made the same choice. At the signal of the two commanders, a dozen henchmen, armed with rusty machetes, formed a pincer movement and approached Bai Yi and his companions step by step. They weren't 100% sure if Bai Yi's gun had a bullet, nor were they sure if Li Yu could still activate his supernatural abilities, so they proceeded with extreme caution. A long sigh broke the heavy atmosphere in the room. Actually, Bai Yi began slowly, drawing everyone's attention. We've gotten along fairly well before. There's no need to make it a fight to the death. I really don't want to waste my time killing you. How about this? You kneel down and beg me, and we'll call it even, okay? When Tanjia and the others heard this, they almost burst out laughing. Don't you want to listen to what you're saying? We're begging you. Bai Yi, I thought you were just pretending to be crazy, but it turns out you really are. First, figure out who's in control right now. Tanjia sneered. The underlings joined in the laughter, as if mocking Bai Yi's overestimation of his abilities. Ignoring the sneers of the crowd, Bai Yi said in a very serious tone, Really, just kneel down and beg me. I hate wasting time more than anything in my life. Chapter 23. Why are you forcing me? Damn it, he's insane. Kill him. Tanjia waved his hand, and his henchmen immediately swarmed forward. Li Yu, who was back-to-back with Bai Yi, tensed up instantly. He spoke rapidly. I'll deal with Wang Shi. Tanjia is yours. Whether he survives or not is up to fate. After saying that, he roared and charged towards the King Serpent. His trembling right hand swung out, and the men who rushed towards him were instantly struck as if by a heavy hammer, each of them spitting blood and flying backward. King Snake, prepare to die. Li Yu's face was covered in cold sweat, and his right hand felt as if it were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. He raised it with great difficulty, but the next moment, a slight cracking sound was heard. Click! His right hand hung limply, as if its bones had been removed, swaying in the wind. Damn it! Why now? Li Yu was shocked and furious. His already severely injured right hand could no longer support him, and the fractured bone that had been healed even reopened. Looking at the King Cobra 3 meters away, anger and despair welled up in his heart. He was so close that his magic hand could have hit the King Cobra. Damn it, ugh! Li Yu suddenly froze, because he noticed that Wang Shi's expression had changed. The man who was as cold and venomous as a snake now looked like he had seen a ghost, his face filled with a great terror, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets. Were you frightened by my incredible bravery just now? Li Yu was overjoyed. It must have been his extraordinary abilities that instantly overwhelmed several of his underlings and subdued Wang Shi. With this thought in mind, he slowly straightened up, enduring the excruciating pain in his right hand, and said in a contemptuous tone as much as possible, King Snake, blocking me is the worst decision you've ever made. The mechanical arm you rely on is no match for my magic hand. Today I will use this extraordinary power bestowed upon me by you to personally. Excuse me, could you please move aside? Bai Yi's voice came from behind Li Yu, followed by a strong hand patting his shoulder. Hiss! This slap shattered the aura of power that Li Yu had been putting on, and the sharp pain in his right shoulder almost made him curse. He turned his head and glared angrily at Bai Yi. Given the dangerous situation, he didn't dare shout, but instead lowered his voice and said, What are you going to do? Didn't I tell you to deal with Tan? Holy crap! When Li Yu caught a glimpse of Tanjia and the others out of the corner of his eye, he was instantly struck dumb, frozen in place. In his sight, there was no longer any sign of Tanjia and the others. All that remained was a pile of headless corpses. You. Li Yu opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a complete sentence. He couldn't understand why. In the short time he turned around, Tanjia and the others were all dead, and without a sound, without even a scream. He turned his head blankly to look at Wang Shi and found that the expression on his face was exactly the same as his own, or even better. It turns out, the king snake wasn't scared by itself, but by Shirono. What did they see? And how did Tanjia die? No one is more qualified to answer this question than the king cobra. In Wang Shi's sight, Bai Yi merely raised the dagger in his hand, and then, instantly, the heads of the 6 people, including Tanjia, were severed from their necks, turning into 6 human fountains. These 6 human fountains even maintained a charging motion. This is impossible. King Serpent suddenly roared as if he had lost his mind, his eyes bloodshot. What did you do to them? Bai Yi, holding a blood-stained dagger, brushed past Li Yu and walked step by step toward Wang Shi. Drip, drip, drops of bright red blood dripped from the dagger. I clearly gave you a chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Why didn't you listen? Why are you forcing me? Bai Yi's face was icy cold, because he only had 1 minute left. This serious waste of time did not give him the pleasure of killing enemies. Instead, it only made him feel the pain and anger of wasting time. Hey, who's forcing whom here? Li Yu felt a chill run down his spine. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have loved to complain. At that moment, the king serpent's pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed in horror, "You're also a superhuman." This was the only possibility he could think of. To kill Tanjia and 6 others in an instant without anyone noticing the attack was a terrifying strength that surpassed even that of the girl from the silent court. At least when the girl made her move, you could see her swinging her sword, but Shiro couldn't see anything except for people dying. Say your last words. Shiroya stopped in front of the king serpent. Looking at the ragged boy before him, Wang Shi felt only deep-seated fear and could not muster the slightest thought of resistance. Thump. Wang Shi knelt on the ground, begging for mercy in a trembling voice. Spare me. Please spare my life. I promise I'll get as far away from you as possible. Now you know to beg for mercy? Where were you before? Bai Yi kicked Wang Shi in the head, knocking him to the ground. The immense force was so great that even through the alloy skull, it made King Snake dizzy. This power, far exceeding that of ordinary people, made King Snake even more certain that Hakuno was also an extraordinary being, because after becoming an extraordinary being, one's physical body would transform along with the transformation of one's spirit and will. The baby died, and you came to breastfeed? The car hit a tree, and you knew to turn? Snot got in your mouth, and you knew to shake it off. A string of rhymes almost disrupted the rhythm of King Snake kneeling and begging for mercy. He paused for 2 seconds before remembering the next steps. I have money. I'm willing to pay to save my life. Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. Didn't all your money go to the people in the silent court? Wang Shi hurriedly shouted. I still have money, hidden in my mechanical arm. Only I know how to open it. If you promise to let me go, I'm willing to give you all the money. Bai Yi sneered, a fierce glint flashing in his arrogant eyes. Even if I kill you, the money is still mine. You want to use my money to buy my life? Are you out of your mind? Whoosh. A flash of cold light appeared, and a sharp dagger slashed fiercely across the king cobra's neck, its head falling to the ground. Before the look of horror could spread across his face, it froze completely. He never expected that Bai Yi would act so decisively, without even giving him a chance to pay. Bai Yi naturally wouldn't give Wang Shi the chance to open the mechanical arm. He knew that Wang Shi was cunning and treacherous, a degree smarter than the simple-minded Tanjia, so he didn't want to take the risk. What if the king cobra's opening of the mechanical arm is a ruse, while its real action is to activate the mechanism on top? If it's caught off guard, and there's no time to activate time stop, wouldn't that be a disaster? After killing the king cobra, Shiro immediately bent down and began cutting it, fearing that there might actually be money inside the king cobra's mechanical arm. It wasn't that he was greedy for money, but that he was terrified of being poor. He is now penniless and has not a single penny to his name. Chapter 24. Stickier than shit, but sweeter than shit. How do I open this thing? Bai Yi was stumped by the blood-stained mechanical arm. His dagger couldn't cut through it at all, and since he didn't understand mechanics, he couldn't open the inside of the mechanical arm. Li Zhua, can you drive? Li Yu walked over with a complicated expression. Are you also a superhuman? His attitude of both fearing his brother's hardship and fearing his brother driving a Land Rover was fully displayed in him. Would you believe me if I said no? Sharona retorted. Li Yu gave me a look that said, do you think I'm an idiot? What are your extraordinary abilities? How did you manage to kill so many people in an instant? I won't tell you. Bai Yi didn't explain that he wasn't a superhuman. He really wasn't. He was just an ordinary transmigrator. The ability to freeze time is simply due to the different flow of time in the 2 eras. This is not fair. I treated you as a friend and even told you about my extraordinary abilities. Heh. Bai Yi sneered. then began to expose his weakness. While I may be afraid of death, I'm even more afraid of the rest of my life. Brother, I was wrong. Please stop reading it. Li Yu's face turned red, and he quickly begged for forgiveness. Let me take a look at the robotic arm for you. After a tremendous amount of effort, the two finally managed to turn the robotic arm into a pile of scrap metal. Damn it, King Snake, you really deserve to die? Even on the verge of death, you can't utter a single truth. Bai Yi cursed angrily. After all that effort, he found that the mechanical arm was empty, but it did contain some sophisticated mechanisms that could be used for a sneak attack. Damn it, let's go, what a waste of time. Bai Yi kicked the mechanical arm, then turned and got into the SUV that Tan Jie had driven. After Li got into the car, he started the engine. You can actually drive? Li was surprised. Looking at Bai Yi's familiar way of controlling the vehicle, he suddenly felt that the other party was not like a wastelander. What's the big deal? This is something anyone can do. Bai Yi sneered, completely ignoring the fact that he had to take the driving test 3 times before he passed it before he transmigrated. But why are you driving back? That's not the way to Dawn City. Nonsense. Of course we're going back to Grey Earth Town. Li Yu was stunned. Are you crazy? What are you going back for? To wait to die? Bei gave him a disdainful look. Don't use your brain, which is less oily than a peanut, to question my decision. Soon, and as a wasteland hunter, I solemnly tell you, nighttime travel in the wasteland is tantamount to suicide. Bai Yi was telling the truth. The wasteland at night is 10 times more dangerous than during the day. Even the most experienced wasteland hunters would not choose to hunt at night. Even if they were unfortunately trapped in the wild, they would choose a secluded and safe place to hide. Besides that reason, he also wanted to save some time. There was only 1 minute left. What if he encountered some danger in the wilderness? Although Grey Earth Town is always at risk of being attacked by mutated beasts, it is at least safe for the time being, and there is a place to stay. Yellow sand was carried by the wind across the streets of the gray town, and gray feathers scattered around hundreds of corpses drifted in the wind. The road surface, stained with blood and yellow earth, was cracked like a spider web, and a half-rusty aluminum can stuck in the crack rolled out a hollow echo in the wind and sand. Ding ding ding. The aluminum can rolled past Li Yu's feet. Looking at the desolate and deserted town before him, he couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. Where are the people? Where are all the people in Grey Earth Town? Despite the ordeal, 300 or 400 people survived in the town of Grey Earth, but in just 1 hour, they were all gone. Bai Yi bent down to look at the marks on the ground, and immediately understood. There are many footsteps here, as well as traces of heavy objects being dragged. If I'm not mistaken, everyone should have run away. They ran away? That's right. Grey Earth Town isn't very big, and many people heard what the night girl said. Plus, King Snake and the others drove after us. So the residents mistakenly thought that the commander had driven away, which made them even more panicked. So they all ran away. Damn, these guys ran so fast. I was trying to find a doctor to bandage my right hand. Li Yu grimaced, clutching his right hand, and cursed in dissatisfaction. Besides his own life, the most precious thing to him was his right hand, and he was afraid that it would become diseased and affect his ability to use his extraordinary powers in the future. No matter how fast they run, can they be faster than you? Li Yu's face fell. Can we not talk about this anymore? Let's go. Let's find a place to stay first. After working for several hours, the two finished setting up a fairly sturdy brick house and sealed the windows and doors. Li Yu busied himself wrapping his right hand with bandages, while Bai Yi stared at the cockroach protein bar in his hand, looking troubled. There's no need to worry about food for now, because Li Yu stole the Tire Tavern's supplies beforehand, including drinks and cockroach protein bars, but no meat. Li Yu thought the meat was difficult to store and took up space, so he didn't take it. By the time they returned to the Tire Tavern, it had already been looted by the residents. The gray sparrows that roam the ground outside are mutated beasts. Their flesh has long been contaminated and is completely inedible. No, what were you thinking? You'd rather take the wine than the meat? Bai Yi said unhappily. Meat can be obtained by hunting, but alcohol cannot. In the wasteland, you can lack everything, but you cannot lack alcohol. Li Yu happily gulped down a mouthful of cheap liquor and felt that his right hand didn't hurt as much anymore. Liquor is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you get. It can not only satisfy hunger and boost courage, but also relieve pain and disinfect. Where else can you find such a good thing? As he spoke, he exhaled another smoke ring. Bai Yi asked with a dark expression, then what about this smoke? Cigarettes are more expensive than gold. I'd spend them like cash, and with all the pressure of surviving in the wasteland, I need to relax a bit. Hey, what are you doing? Beating up a disabled person. Do you have any conscience? Get lost and get out of here. Bai Yi shooed the annoying Li Yu aside, then stared blankly at the cockroach protein bar. I could tolerate cockroach protein bars, provided I've never eaten meat. Oh woo. Shiro swallowed the jet-black cockroach protein stick with cockroach antennae in one gulp, not daring to chew it at all, for fear of accidentally spitting it out. Vomit. Brother Yi, you look like you've eaten shit. Ugh, this stuff is worse than shit. It's stickier than shit, but not as sweet. Shit is free, but this stuff costs money. Is it really that bad? I eat this every day, and it's never this bad. You've only been the deputy commander for a few days, and you've already forgotten your roots so quickly, Liu muttered under his breath. That's because you've never eaten anything good. Bai Yi glared angrily. He now deeply misses the days of civilized times. At this hour, he would have already gone downstairs to the barbecue stall, drinking beer and eating skewers. Chapter 25 Pregnancy. I've never eaten anything good. Liu immediately retorted. Back when I dominated the casinos, you've never seen the money I won in a single day. Have you ever eaten curly noodles? I bet you haven't. The dough, compressed into a firm, wavy sheet with patterns more intricate than a sweater, was boiled in hot water until golden brown. Unlike regular noodles that are soft and mushy, it was incredibly chewy. Add an egg, and the taste was simply divine. This is a delicacy that only city dwellers can afford. Curly hair? Bai Yi looked puzzled. The more he heard this, the more it sounded like instant noodles. No, it was instant noodles. Seeing Liu's look of lingering enjoyment, Bai Yi felt a sense of dissonance and absurdity. His time travel was relatively short, and sometimes his thoughts were still stuck in the civilized era. Now he felt slightly dazed. Instant noodles, which he once despised as junk food, are now a delicacy that most wastelanders have never seen in their lives. Seeing Bai Yi suddenly fall silent, Liu chuckled. He knew that his words had given this naive young man a little shock. What? Craving something? Don't worry, since you saved my life. Once we get to Dawn City, I'll treat you to two. A bowl, with 2 eggs. Thank you so much, Shirono said irritably. It's okay, we're all brothers. Liu patted his chest, looking very magnanimous, even though he was penniless right now. By the way, why didn't you join the Silent Court before? Judging from Tanjie and the others, the Silent Court seems to be a very powerful supernatural organization, and you could really refuse such an invitation from a powerful and beautiful woman. You can see beauty even with a mask on. Maybe she's just too ugly. That's why she wears a mask. Who would wear a mask if they were decent? Shirono recalled the image of the night girl. With her tall and outstanding figure, long, straight black hair reaching her waist, she's definitely a killer from behind. You don't understand, do you? Back when I was a master of romance, I saw countless beauties. Even though she was wearing a mask, I could tell at a glance that she was a beauty. That kind of beauty's unique charm can't be faked. I could tell she was obviously interested in you. Otherwise, why would she invite you instead of me, a superhuman in the open? I really feel sorry for you. If you had joined, spending so much time together day and night, you might have won the heart of your sweetheart. Childish. Bai Yi was too lazy to pay attention to Liu's thoughts. In his opinion, such fantasies about male adolescence were childish. He wouldn't have such naive fantasies. As a god of the new era, he wields supreme authority over time. However, his divine power is now sealed, and he can only extract 1 minute each day, but his pride as a god remains. How could he possibly waste his precious time on a woman? Hey, you still haven't answered my question. Why did you reject her? She has a powerful background, is strong, beautiful, and kind-hearted. You wouldn't happen to be. Liu's eyes gradually became strange, revealing a hint of vigilance and defensiveness. What the hell are you thinking? Bai Yi roared. I'm speechless. How did I end up with such a fool like you? You wanted to know the reason, right? Well, listen up. The reason I rejected her is very simple, just 6 words. Pregnancy trap. Liu was stunned, blinking blankly. What do you mean? I don't understand. Didn't you say 6 words? Why are there only 3? Take your time to figure it out. No, stop keeping me in suspense. What do you mean? Tongue. Bai Yi suddenly stood up and walked towards the window where Liu was. Liu was startled. Hey, what are you doing? If you're not going to talk, then don't. You're not going to make a move. Huh. He realized that Shirayuki wasn't there to beat him up, but was instead leaning against the window. Outside. Don't talk. Cars are coming, lots of cars. Bai Yi listened carefully and heard the roar of the convoy moving forward. Liu's expression changed, and he hurriedly got up to look. However, due to the excessive movement, he aggravated his right hand, and the pain made his face contort. However, he did not make a sound, but endured the pain to listen, and sure enough, he heard the sound of a car. Inside the town of Grey Earth, 10 military personnel carriers moved in a line, each with its cargo bed crammed with heavily armed soldiers, numbering no less than 100. Around the troop carrier, More than 200 dusty scavengers were being herded forward by the soldiers like sheep. Looking out the window, Bai Yi saw many familiar faces among the 200 or so wasteland dwellers. They are residents of Grey Earth Town. They've returned. The Eye of Apocalypse. Those soldiers are wearing the insignia of the Eye of Apocalypse on their uniforms. They are the army of Dawn City. Liu exclaimed in a low voice. Bai Yi also saw the so-called Eye of Revelation. Its main body was an eye that seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe, inlaid with patterns like twinkling stars, and 3 silver lightning bolt patterns ran through the entire eye. What's going on? Why did the Dawn City army drive the residents back? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Bai Yi said irritably. He hated variables. He just wanted to quietly accumulate some time. Damn it. He couldn't even have that little bit of time. Whatever these Dawn soldiers are here for, it's definitely not for anything good. Stop the car. It's getting late. Let's rest here for the night and head towards Black Mountain tomorrow. A pager sounded from one of the troop carriers in the middle, and an officer was giving orders. The convoy soon stopped in the town of Grey Earth, clearly indicating that the army was going to spend the night there. Bai Yi and Liu were no ordinary people. Although they were still far away, they could still barely hear the officer's voice. Black Mountain. They're going to Black Mountain. Liu's eyes widened in surprise. With the Black Mountain mutated beasts rampant now, only regular troops dare to go there. What exactly is in the Black Mountain? Why is Dawn City constantly sending troops? Is it really for war? But this 100-man team is not carrying heavy weapons or transporting supplies. They don't look like they're going to fight at all. Bai Yi pondered to himself. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious, but he didn't plan to join in the fun because it would be too much of a waste of time. If he had an hour to spare, he would definitely go over and take a look and maybe even get some benefits. But now he only has 1 minute, so it's better to keep a low profile. Why are they taking these residents with them on their way to Black Mountain? Could it be? Liu suddenly realized a possibility. He and Bai Yi exchanged a knowing glance, both understanding what the other was thinking. Cannon fodder. Suicide Squad. The two spoke in unison, but at different times. It turned out that the two had absolutely no chemistry. They used different words and even had different numbers of characters. They're driving a bunch of incapable wastelanders to Black Mountain, clearly using them as a suicide squad to clear the way, Liu said, his face grim. He was also a wastelander, so he found the Dawn soldiers' behavior extremely disgusting. Chapter 26, the 16-word mantra for wasteland survival. Bai Yi nodded. You're right. There are not only mutated beasts in the Black Mountain, but also even more dangerous mutated plants. Guns and cannons are very effective against mutated beasts, but their effectiveness will be greatly reduced when facing mutated plants all over the mountains. So they want to risk human lives to explore the way and find the safest route. Having analyzed the situation to this point, he roughly understood the cause and effect. This 100-person team was probably on their way to Black Mountain to carry out a mission when they encountered the fleeing residents of Grey Earth Town. They then subdued them and used them as pawns. Seeing that it was getting late, they hurried to the nearest town of Grey Earth to spend the night. These damn city folks don't value the lives of us wastelanders at all. Liu cursed in a low voice, but as he cursed, his expression turned sorrowful. That's just how this damn world is. Those high and mighty big shots hide in their castles and wage war, and then all the common people suffer as a result. Bai Yi's eyes flickered. Liu's words made him think of many things. The previous mutated beast disaster and the current army are ultimately caused by an order from the bigwigs in Dawn City. Although the residents of Grey Earth Town have a hard life, they can at least live peacefully and stay at home obediently. As a result, first the mutated beasts were driven to their doorstep, and now they are being driven to their deaths by soldiers. They hadn't offended anyone, yet trouble kept piling up around them. Born in such an era, most people are not in control of their own destiny. Every speck of dust in this era is a mountain on the shoulders of ordinary people, Bai Yi said in a low voice. Liu's eyes lit up. He pondered the sentence several times and decided to write it down so he could brag about it to others later. I didn't expect you to be so cultured, unlike me, who can only say bad luck. Should be quiet. Bai Yi's expression shifted as he leaned in to listen for any unusual movements from the army. Teams 1 and 2. Take the thermal imaging cameras and check all the houses to see if there are any survivors in the town. The officer in the troop carrier began issuing orders again. The officer's words made Liu's face change drastically. He said urgently, "Oh no, they're going to search us. We'd better hide quickly. It's no use, they have thermal imaging cameras." Bai Yi's eyes flashed. He had originally planned to hide and wait for the army to leave, but now he couldn't hide anymore. What is a thermal imager? Liu, an illiterate man, looked completely bewildered. Thermal imaging cameras can see the heat emitted by the human body in the dark, so there's no use in us hiding. What? Li Yuding jumped to his feet, shocked and furious. At this point, we have no choice but to fight them. Brother Yi, with your skills, stealing a car shouldn't be a problem, right? Then we'll drive away. His previous incredible strength gave him plenty of confidence. Bai Yi rolled her eyes at him. You know to call me brother now that you're in danger? Brother Yi, what are you saying? Do you think I, Li Zhua, am the kind of person who changes my stance depending on the wind? Bai Yi. Outside, the sound of soldiers' footsteps was approaching. Brother Yi, when are we going to make our move? Li Yu asked seriously. He glanced at his right hand, which was wrapped in bandages, and a look of pain flashed in his eyes. Damn it. This arm has never been healthy since he became a superhuman. Make a move? Make a move about what? Bai Yi looked surprised. Making a move was out of the question. There was only 1 minute left, which was not enough to kill hundreds of people. Even if they really wanted to make a move, they would have to wait until after midnight tonight to be safe. However, Li Yu was even more surprised than him, and said urgently, Brother Yi, this is not the time to joke. Are we just going to sit here and wait to die if we don't take action? I don't want to be captured and used as cannon fodder. Sigh. Bai Yi patted Li Yu's shoulder with a disappointed look. Young people always think about being brave and fierce. How can they live a long life like that? Do you know the ways to survive in the wasteland? Li Yu was taken aback. What is the way to survive in the wasteland? The so-called way of surviving in the wasteland is a science that can help you live a long time in the wasteland. The principle is very simple, consisting of 16 words. If the enemy is weak, insult him. If the enemy is small, bully him. If the enemy is fierce, surrender to him. If the enemy is strong, follow him. The 16-character mantra left Li Yu stunned. The enemy is strong. Should I submit? This young man is teachable. Bai Yi looked pleased. He had already made up his mind. This team needed cannon fodder, so let them be cannon fodder for a while. Anyway, it was still a few days' journey to Black Mountain. Once there was enough time, they could do whatever they wanted. But, Brother Yi, what if the enemy doesn't intend to leave us a way out? That's even simpler. If the enemy is strong, I'll just die. Bai Yi said nonchalantly. Li Yu. Bei bent down and began to smear the dust on his face. Seeing this, Li Yu quickly did the same. At that moment, soldiers' alert shouts rang out from outside the house. There are 2 people in here. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out, and a large number of soldiers began to gather at the house where Shirano was located. Hearing the noise, Li Yu was clearly flustered. Bai Yi remained calm and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. To survive in the wasteland, you must have a sense of awe and humility. Understand this well. I believe my words have touched your soul. Then, to Li Yu's astonishment, he strode toward the door, shouting, Sir, don't shoot. They're on our side. Bang. The gate was violently forced open, and more than a dozen guns were pointed at Bai Yi and Li Yu. Who are you 2? Why are you hiding here? A soldier asked. Sir, we are all law-abiding citizens of Grey Earth Town. When the Grey Sparrows attacked, my brother and I hid in our room and dared not come out. Now that we have met the Sir of Dawn City, we can say that we have met our saviors. Bai Yi started his casual fabrication mode. The soldiers did not lower their guns, but continued to ask, the residents of Grey Earth Town all ran away. Why didn't you run away? My younger brother is injured, and I'm worried that the long journey will affect his injury, so I want to wait before I leave. As Bai Yi spoke, he pulled Li Yu over and pinched Li Yu's right hand, making Li Yu's face turn pale and cold sweat pour down his face. Seeing that Li Yu's demeanor did not seem to be feigning, the soldiers finally lowered their guard slightly. He pulled out his walkie-talkie and began to report, Sir, we have spotted 2 wastelanders. Requesting instructions. Check if they are carrying weapons. If there are no problems, let them join the team. A cold and authoritative voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Yes, sir. 2 soldiers stepped forward and began searching the person. Li Yu kept giving Bai Yi meaningful glances, knowing that Bai Yi had something forbidden about him. However, Shirano acted as if he didn't see anything and allowed the other party to search him. A moment later, the soldiers found nothing and completely relaxed their vigilance. You 2 come with me. The 2 followed behind the soldier, heading towards the gathering place of the residents of Grey Earth Town. Chapter 27. No one understands humility better than me. Halfway there, Li Yu stared at Bai Yi with suspicion. He leaned closer and whispered, Brother Yi, where's your forbidden item? I didn't see you throw it away. He didn't say the words forbidden aloud, but rather mouthed them. Bai Yi glanced at him, but didn't answer. The forbidden item was still on his person, of course. As for why it wasn't found, it was simple. When the soldiers searched his shirt, he hid the forbidden item in his pants. When they searched his pants, He simply stopped time and hid the forbidden item in his shirt. It would be a miracle if they found it. Soon, led by a soldier, the two arrived at the location of the main force, where the soldiers were setting up camp and erecting tents. Meanwhile, the residents of Grey Earth Town huddled in an open space, guarded by several heavily armed soldiers. Shirono kept looking around, and two people in the group of soldiers stood out, an officer in a high-ranking uniform and a young man carrying a silver metal box that was half a person's height. The officer appeared to be in his 30s, with a cold and arrogant expression. His legs and arms were replaced by mechanical structures, and the exposed areas, not covered by clothing, gleamed like mercury. The complex and precise alloy machinery was clearly far superior to the King Serpent's mechanical arms. The man carrying the silver box appeared much more normal, his body no different from that of a normal person, except for his pair of particularly eerie eyes. They were eagle eyes. His golden brown pupils were so sharp, they seemed to pierce through the darkness. After glancing at the two, Bai Yi roughly knew their identities, a cyborg and a genetically modified human. However, just by looking at their appearance, one could tell that they were far superior to Wang Shi and Tanjia. Sir, we have brought in two wastelanders. They were not found to have weapons, nor did they show any signs of genetic or mechanical modification, the soldier reported respectfully. The officer nodded indifferently, glanced casually at Bai Yi and Li Yu, and seeing that the two were covered in dust and their clothes were tattered, no different from other wastelanders, he didn't say anything, but waved his hand impatiently. Number them in sequence and assign them to refugee camps. Subsequently, Bai Yi and Li Yu each received a simple number plate and were placed in the residential area. The two walked into the crowd without any sense of incongruity. Looking at the sorrowful and numb expressions of the people around them, they casually found a secluded place to sit down. Several wastelanders nearby glanced at them, but seeing that the two were covered in dust and their faces were not clearly visible, they only glanced at them a few times before looking away. When Bai Yi saw that no one had recognized him as Deputy Commander Bai, he finally felt relieved. He never hesitated to speculate about people's intentions with malice. Among so many people, there were bound to be those with ulterior motives. In order to please the officer, he revealed that he possessed a forbidden item, so he made a special disguise. Brother Yi, you're number 258, and I'm number 259. Why are they numbering us? Li Yu looked at the number plates in his hand with some confusion. Did I get here before you? Bai Yi glanced at him sideways. Li Yu was taken aback. No, didn't we come together? Knowing we came together, why are you asking me? Go ask the others. Had been rebuffed, muttered some indistinct profanities, and then went to talk to someone nearby. Not long after, he returned with a grim expression. The numbering is for grouping. 20 people form a group, and these 20 people have to supervise each other. If anyone in the group runs away, the whole group will be shot. These bastards are too insidious. Now no one dares to run away. Bai Yi nodded thoughtfully. Go ask them again why they arrested so many people. Although I had already suspected it, I still needed to confirm it. Fellow villager, what are the officials in Dawn City going to do with us? Li Yu quietly approached a wastelander and asked. The wastelander looked numb and seemed unwilling to pay attention. Li Yu asked several more times, and the man finally said in a low voice, the bigwigs in the city want to take us to Black Mountain. They said they don't have enough manpower and want us to go to Black Mountain to scout the way. They also said that after it's done, they can take us to Dawn City and we won't have to make a living in the wasteland anymore. This is great news. We can become city dwellers. Li Yu said, feigning surprise. The man gave a bitter laugh. That might fool a child, but Dawn City isn't a place anyone can go. Even if what you grown men are saying is true, how many of you will survive after going to Black Mountain? After saying that, the man fell silent, his gaze vacant. Li Yu was secretly alarmed. It was just as he thought. He moved closer to Shirono. Brother Yi, what do we do now? Should we find a chance to run away? Why are you running? You need to look at things from a different perspective, understand? Bai Yi wasn't going to run. Stepping into the wilderness at night was tantamount to suicide. Didn't you see that even this team didn't dare to travel at night? What angle? It may seem like we've become cannon fodder, but in reality, we were protected by this team before we reached Montenegro. Li Yu's eyes lit up. That's true. With mutated beasts rampant, nowhere is safe. If we stay with this team, at least we won't have to worry about mutated beasts. Brother Yi, that's truly brilliant. I understand even more now what you said before, that one must have reverence and humility to live a long life. All right, get some rest. Bai Yi lay down on the ground and closed his eyes to relax. Thump, thump, thump. The clock in the central square of Grey Earth Town chimed. It was 12 o'clock. Bai Yi, who was dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes and nudged Li Yu, who was fast asleep beside him, without making a sound. Liu opened his eyes blankly. What's wrong, brother Yi? Prepare to make your move. Bai Ye's deep voice instantly snapped Liu back to his senses. He exclaimed in shock. If it's not brother Yi, why are you attacking? Kill them all. Huh? Liu was dumbfounded. He suspected that Bai Yi was joking, but the ferocity hidden in Bai Ye's eyes made it seem like he was joking. No, brother Yi, the two of us are going to take on 100 heavily armed soldiers? Hold head high. Liu. At this moment, he felt completely numb, and the words Bai Yi had said earlier were playing on a loop in his mind. The so-called wasteland survival strategy is a set of knowledge that allows you to survive in the wasteland for a long time. It consists of 16 words. If the enemy is weak, insult him. If the enemy is small, bully him. If the enemy is fierce, surrender to him. If the enemy is strong, follow him. To survive in the wasteland, one must possess a sense of awe and humility. Brother Yi, my own brother, this isn't the same person you described before. He's not like this at all. Liu cried, his face contorted with grief. Didn't you say people should be humble, and what's the difference? Nobody knows more about moving tombstones than me. I move tombstones and graves at the same time. Bai Yi sneered. Liu stared in disbelief. Wait, are we talking about the same word, humility? How come he's a completely different person after just one night's sleep? Chapter 28 Hidden Secrets of the Era, the Manga Project. But what happens after you kill them? Naturally, it's about stealing cars, guns, and money. Then, once it's light, we can leave Grey Earth Town, sell the cars and guns, and with enough money, we can buy the status of a resident of Dawn City. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. That officer and the young man with him look like they're not to be trifled with. We're not in any danger right now, so why take the risk? Liu was almost crying with anxiety. He tried to persuade Bai Yi with his heartfelt words, hoping to awaken the little bit of rationality he had left. Bai Yi interrupted. You don't know anything. There's no danger now, but their goal is to push all of us into that fire pit in Black Mountain and force us to our deaths. A true man born between heaven and earth should not be coerced by others. My mind is made up. I will sneak over here and behead those two officers first. Once chaos breaks out in the camp, you immediately take action. Then, with the help of those inside and outside, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. After saying that, Bai Yi didn't give Liu a chance to persuade him again and quietly walked towards the dark corner under the surrounding houses. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Think more about the 16-character mantra. Sigh. What a tragedy. Liu sighed in regret. He watched Bai Yi nervously as he moved through the shadows, and whether it was an illusion or not, in the blink of an eye, he found that he could no longer see Bai Yi. Bai Yi stealthily made his way towards the camp area. There were many soldiers on night watch around the perimeter, but they couldn't stop him at all. Time stands still. Buzz. A strange fluctuation in time enveloped the world, and Bai Yi charged into the camp like a swift cheetah. Time resumes. After passing through the outermost soldiers, he immediately resumed time without wasting a single moment. His target was the tent at the very center of the camp area, which he had already scouted out beforehand. The officer and the eagle-eyed man were both inside that tent. Once these two are beheaded, the remaining ordinary soldiers will be easy to deal with. This risky move wasn't because Bai Yi was blinded by the extra minute. Rather, it was something he had carefully considered. It is known that the Dawn Army has already entered Black Mountain. Once this team arrives in Black Mountain and joins the main force, it will be much more difficult for him to escape. Therefore, it is better to make a move as soon as possible. He could have simply run away. With time-stopping abilities, escaping would have been easy. But where would he get the money? Dawn City is very strict about checking illegal immigrants. Even if you manage to sneak in, you can't move an inch in the city without a formal resident identity. Now that there are hundreds of guns in front of him, how can he not rob them? With the help of time freezing, Shirano evaded all the patrolling soldiers and quickly made his way to the officer's tent. Mr. Ng, there are rumors circulating outside that the Manga Project, which was established before the Great Cataclysm, is located inside Black Mountain. Is that true? The officer's deep voice came from the tent. In the shadows behind the tent, Bai Yi paused. Pangu plan? What kind of plan would be named after Pangu? Pangu is the creator of the world, so wouldn't that mean the plan would have the effect of creating the world? Moreover, it concerned the period before the Great Cataclysm, which made him very curious. The Great Cataclysm occurred 100 years ago, while he had traveled from 200 years ago. In other words, the civilization he lived in had advanced another 100 years, and then suddenly a great cataclysm of unknown cause occurred, leading to the shattering of human civilization. After civilization shattered, the surviving humans spent 100 years developing the present era. He was very interested in the 200 years of history in between. He suddenly stopped rushing to carry out the beheading and decided to listen to what the two men had to say first. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask," the young man named Mr. Ing said coldly. "Forget it, let's just kill them all." Bai Yi silently pulled out a dagger. "Mr. Ing, the news has spread throughout Beimang now. Why keep it from your own people?" the officer said with a smile. After a moment's thought, Mr. Ing finally spoke up. "There is a shelter built before the Great Cataclysm in the Black Mountain, numbered 189, and the Panga project was carried out in Shelter 189. Just as I expected." The officer's voice was calm, clearly indicating that he had anticipated this. "Is it true that the Panga project, which is said to be able to create a new era after the Great Cataclysm, is actually true?" "It's true. When the cataclysm occurred, humanity built many shelters to escape the disaster. Because the space and resources of the shelters were limited, only the most elite humans at the time could enter them. These elites planned to emerge from the vault after the cataclysm and use Project Pangu to usher in a new era of human civilization. The key to Project Pangu lies in Vault 189. Unfortunately, they failed. 100 years have passed since the cataclysm, and the Pangu project has not been implemented, nor have the human elites in the shelters appeared. No one knows what happened. All they know is that the elites are all dead. In the end, it was the ordinary people they abandoned who survived. These ordinary people had no shelter and 95% of them died from the pollution of the cataclysm. The remaining 5% adapted to the pollution and miraculously survived. They rebuilt civilizations in the wasteland, and some lucky ones even found buried shelters, acquired some of the technology from the previous era, and used this technology to rapidly expand their power, establishing large cities like Dawn City." At this point, Mr. Ying's words carried a hint of ambiguous sarcasm. "Yes, I'm quite clear on that. After all, the actual controller of Dawn City, Apocalypse Technology Company, made its fortune from a surviving shelter." "Mr. Ing, after all this talk, what exactly are the details of the Panga project?" Mr. Ing paused for a moment and said, "I don't know the specifics either. I only know that there is a key item in the Panga project called the Panga USB drive." "Panga USB flash drive?" "The Panga USB drive contains all the knowledge of the civilized era. It is the crystallization of human civilization. It is precisely because of this that the Panga project has the foundation to create a new world on the wasteland." "The culmination of human civilization?" the officer exclaimed instinctively, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. He knew very well what the culmination of human civilization meant. The reason why Apocalypse Technology, which controls Dawn City, has become such a behemoth in Baiman is because its founder found a surviving refuge and obtained some gene editing technology. If a small fraction of gene editing technology can create such a powerful force, then if a force were to control all the fruits of human civilization, it would not be difficult to rule the entire world in due time. "I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Mr. Ing." The officer calmed himself down before speaking again, his tone still filled with shock. "With my limited knowledge, I really can't imagine how many technologies, the culmination of human civilization, could possibly be capable of changing the world. Gene editing, mechanical armor, artificial intelligence, bioengineering, extraordinary evolution, etc. Whether you can think of it or not, it's all in the Panga USB drive." "Hiss!" the officer gasped. Chapter 29, The 12 Zodiac Animals. Bai Yi, who was outside the tent, quickly covered his mouth, almost gasping for breath as well. "Good heavens! I never imagined that my civilization had progressed to this point at the very end of its development. But why is there such a thing as extraordinary evolution?" The officers in the tent had the same question. "Mr. Ing, I can understand the first few, but what about extraordinary evolution? Didn't extraordinary beings only appear after the Great Cataclysm? Could it be that extraordinary beings also existed in civilized times?" The extraordinary individuals did indeed appear after the Great Cataclysm. The Great Cataclysm destroyed the civilized era in less than 3 years. During the 3 years of turmoil in which civilization still existed, a group of extraordinary individuals emerged, and the people of the civilized era took this time to study them. In such a short time, they even cracked the mystery of the extraordinary and mastered a method to stabilize awakenings. "Hiss!" the officer gasped again. "You mean they accomplished in just 3 years what we couldn't do in a century?" In this day and age, the awakening of extraordinary individuals remains an unsolved mystery. Otherwise, their numbers would not be so few. Mr. Ing shook his head. Not 3 years, but 2.5 years. After these words were spoken, a brief silence fell over the tent. Outside the tent, Bai Ye's eyes gleamed. A mystery beyond comprehension? He had been envious of Li Yu's magic hand for a long time. Who wouldn't envy such a superpower that doesn't consume time and only mental energy? If I also became a superhuman, how much time could I save? He doesn't envy gene editing or mechanical modification. He always felt that such technologies that alter one's own structure were unreliable. But the extraordinary are different. It's an evolution on a spiritual level. In addition to extraordinary evolution, there is also life engineering. This is a technology that can extend human lifespan. And with an extended lifespan, wouldn't we have more time? The more Bai Yi thought about it, the hotter his heart became. His arrogant eyes were filled with desire, without a trace of impure thoughts. He despises hypocrites the most. In his view, people are a collection of various desires, and people should face their desires directly and know clearly what they want. There is nothing shameful about that. Now, he wants a Panga USB drive. The fruits of a civilized era should rightfully be inherited by me, a civilized person. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi changed his plans. He no longer intended to kill these people. He wanted to go to Black Mountain. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold and successes are achieved through peril. If one could obtain a Panga USB drive, one would have nothing to worry about for the rest of their life. Although he regards time as life and hates wasting time, it's because many times the time spent is not proportional to the gains. If he could use time to freeze and obtain the Panga USB drive, how could that be considered a waste? This is clearly a good thing that solves the problem once and for all. Rather than risking their own lives to go to Black Mountain, it's better to enter Black Mountain under the escort of the army. The purpose of these people is to let the Wastelanders explore the Black Mountain. In other words, the Wastelanders will be protected by the army until they reach Black Mountain. As he was making his plans, the two men in the tent started talking about something else. Mr. Ng, as expected of a member of the 12 Zodiacs, is indeed knowledgeable. However, there is still one thing I don't understand. Now that the news of Black Mountain has been leaked, more and more forces are heading to Black Mountain, and everyone wants a share of the pie. Since the Panga USB drive is so important, Mr. Ng, with your unparalleled sniping skills, why didn't you join the main force to help the company seize the USB drive? Why did you go to the Black Mountain cliffs instead? Isn't Vault 189 located beneath the Black Mountain? The officer asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. He had been completely baffled ever since he received the escort mission. Why go to the Black Mountain cliffs instead of the refuge? The company has its own arrangements for the shelter. I'm not responsible for stealing the Panga USB drive. I'm only responsible for killing people. The officer was taken aback. There are probably only a handful of people in the world worth your personal sniping, aren't there? Hearing such blatant flattery, Mr. Ying's cold tone softened slightly. Everyone loves flattery, as long as it's done in the right place. Clearly, Mr. Ying's proudest achievement is his sniping skills. Humph. Mr. Ying snorted coldly. What you said is true. There are indeed very few people in the world who are worth my personal attention, but my assassination target this time is definitely qualified. He paused, then coldly uttered a name. Yang Jie. What? The officer was instantly horrified. Are you talking about the tyrant Yang Jie? Naturally it's him, and only he is qualified to let me use the Black Dragon M300. Mr. Ying stroked the metal box, his eyes filled with a fiery light. Compared to Mr. Ying's confidence, the officer was somewhat worried. Tyrant Yang Jie is one of the 10 kings. A superhuman as powerful as him has already surpassed human limits in terms of mental strength. Any assassination attempt would trigger a mental warning, I'm afraid. Jie, who was ranked among the 10 kings, were so easy to kill, he would have been killed by other snipers long ago. Then you. Humph. Mr. Ng sneered. Not long ago, the tyrant destroyed one of the company's satellite cities by himself, which made him famous. Some people even ranked him first among the 10 kings in private. That battle did cause the company heavy losses, but the company also obtained various data about the tyrant through this battle. The tyrant's mental warning range is 3,000 meters. If someone snipes at him within 3,000 meters, he will sense it the moment the shot is fired. However, if someone fires from beyond 3,000 meters, he naturally cannot detect the danger in advance. Fire from 3,000 meters away. The officer was shocked. Having been in contact with firearms for a long time, he naturally knew what it meant for a sniper to accurately hit the enemy from 3,000 meters away. Snipers are already 1 in a million, and those who can snipe from 3,000 meters away are 1 in a million of them. It's important to know that bullets are affected by factors such as gravity, wind speed, and humidity. A bullet initially travels in a straight line, but as the distance increases, it will deviate from its direction. The further the distance, the greater the deviation. Snipers need to take all the influencing factors into account and finally calculate the bullet's impact point. The difficulty of this is self-evident. The officer snapped out of his daze and quickly praised, I see. You are truly amazing. In my opinion, The tyrant's weakness is not really a weakness, because even if other snipers knew it, they simply couldn't accurately hit this top superhuman from 3,000 meters away. Only you have such ability. This flattery made even Mr. Ing, who was naturally not fond of smiling, laugh. That's natural. Once I deal with the tyrant, it won't be a problem for the company to get the Panga USB drive. Oh, killing the tyrant can help the company obtain the Panga USB drive. The news about the Panga USB drive has already been leaked. Do you know why no one has been able to get their hands on it yet? Why? Chapter 30: Bullying the weak and kneeling to the strong, fighting the weak and sucking up to the strong. The officer's smooth talking pleased Bai Yi outside the tent. It was clear that the officer wanted to curry favor with Mr. Ing, so he kept going along with what the other man said. Because of the defensive facilities of Vault 189, the technology that is far ahead of its time is so advanced that no one can break through it. In the entire Baiman, only the tyrant has the potential to break through the defenses of Vault 189. The tyrant is already close to Black Mountain. The officer's eyes lit up. You mean, after the tyrant breaches the defenses, you'll personally snipe him, and then the company's people can easily enter the shelter and retrieve the USB drive? That's right. With the tyrant dead, who can rival the company within Montenegro? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. If Mr. Ing can kill the tyrant, one of the 10 kings, his ranking among the 12 zodiac animals will likely rise, and even becoming the first among them wouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi stopped listening, because the rest of the conversation was pointless and full of flattery. The officer spewed out all sorts of praise without repeating himself, and it was a shame that he wasn't a comedian. He already knew the general outline of Apocalypse Company's plan, which was simply to use the tyrant to eliminate him. Little did they know, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. 10 kings, 12 zodiac animals. What kind of garbage are these? Once time freezes, everyone will have to kneel down before me. Bai Yi turned and left, but before he left, he made a point of checking the ground nearby for any dead branches or similar objects. To his astonishment, he found that there was indeed a half-dead branch waiting for him to step on. If he stepped on it, it would definitely trigger the movie and TV show eavesdropping law. Luckily, I was quick-witted. Bai Yi stepped over the half-dead branch and quietly left, following the shadow cast by the tent. He wasted a lot of time in the process, but successfully evaded the patrolling soldiers. Most of the refugees were already fast asleep, but Li Yu's eyes were wide open like copper bells. He nervously and anxiously scanned the area where the soldiers were stationed in tents. Why hasn't Bai Yi made a move yet? Could he have failed? Probably not. Even if he failed, at least there would be some kind of commotion. Was he captured the moment we met? Or is he being tortured, and will he give me away soon? Li Yu became increasingly panicked, wishing he could just run away right now. What are you muttering about, kid? Bai Yi's voice rang out from behind him. Li Yu was startled and almost cried out. He quickly turned around and saw that Bai Yi was unharmed, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. What could I possibly be muttering? Of course, I'm praying for you, Brother Yi. By the way, Brother Yi, what happened? Did you kill someone? A look of surprise appeared on Bai Yi's face. Murder? Who did you kill? Li Yu was taken aback. You didn't go to kill the officers? What nonsense are you spouting? How could I do something so risky? That's the act of a reckless fool. I always plan before I act. It seems you can't learn the 16-character mantra. How about this? I'll teach you a simpler one, the 8-character mantra. Bullying the weak and kneeling to the strong. Attacking the vulnerable and fawning on the powerful. Remember this time, don't forget it. Li Yu. Brother Yi, don't be like this. You're acting so strangely right now that it's a little scary. If you didn't go and kill anyone, then what have you been doing all this time? Of course it's peeing. Taking so long to urinate. I am often troubled by my overactive kidneys. Li Yu. All right, go to sleep. Bai Yi wiped his hands on Li Yu's shoulder. He had indeed taken a leak when he came back. Li Yu said angrily. You said you were going to kill someone when I was sleeping. Now you want me to sleep again. How the hell am I supposed to sleep? Shirano, what exactly are you trying to do? Can you just tell me the truth? After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi realized that he could still use the kid's right hand when they got to Black Mountain, so he revealed his purpose. I want to go to Montenegro. What? You're going to commit suicide? Fuck you. Bai Yi kicked him angrily. I said I was going to Black Mountain. How did it become suicide in your mouth? Is there a difference? Get out of here, I'm going to sleep. Looking at Bai Yi lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Li Yu stood there stunned for a long time before finally managing to utter a sentence. Now I know how you awakened. It must have been eating poisonous mushrooms that stimulated your nerves, which is why you became a superhuman. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the Wastelanders were urged to set off by the army. In the crowd, Bai Yi yawned in dissatisfaction. He hadn't slept enough and was in a bad mood. The thought of wasting 30 seconds yesterday only made him angrier. Rumble. 10 troop carriers roared to life, and the soldiers on board pointed their guns at the crowd, urging them to move forward. Run faster. Everyone keep up. Anyone who falls behind will die. A group of ragged people were being herded by soldiers like sheep. They blended into the crowd, inconspicuously following the flow of people. Soon, the morning was over. The soldiers stopped their vehicles, started a fire, cooked, and enjoyed lunch, finally giving the wasteland inhabitants a chance to catch their breath. They hadn't had many proper meals, and after the long journey, they were almost completely exhausted. They collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Many people stared longingly at the food in the soldiers' hands, swallowing their saliva repeatedly. They had fled from the food-scarce town of Grey Earth, and now they had been driven back, carrying almost no food with them. The soldiers ignored the men's pleading eyes, chatting and boasting while eating the canned food in their hands. When they had almost finished eating, a soldier mischievously tossed an empty can into the crowd, causing a scramble. Several wastelanders even got into a fight over licking the scraps from the can. Hurrah! Don't these wastelanders look like stray dogs fighting for food in the wild? Sneered crudely. As city dwellers and soldiers directly under the Apocalypse Company, their sense of superiority made them not feel that the wastelanders were their kind. Damn it, these creatures are born. Liu took a vicious bite of the cockroach protein bar. As a fellow wastelander, he naturally couldn't stand this kind of thing. Brother, can you give me something to eat? A middle-aged man swallowed hard and leaned closer, his eyes fixed on the cockroach protein bar in Li's right hand. Here you go. Liu tossed him one without saying a word, trying to show how different he was from the city folk. The middle-aged man took the cockroach protein bar, his eyes lit up instantly, and he began to wolf it down. Bai Yi, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. You're still too young, Li Zhua. After finishing his meal, the middle-aged man didn't even say thank you. Instead, he stared intently at the tattered sack behind Liu. Brother, is there any more? I'm not full. Chapter 31. No, you really want to eat it? Liu frowned slightly. Before he could speak, several wastelanders swarmed around him like locusts, each extending their mud-covered hands toward him. Give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for days. Me too, me too. Seeing the eager looks on their faces, Liu remained silent for a moment, then took out a few more cockroach protein bars and distributed them to them. Unexpectedly, this action stirred up a hornet's nest. The group, who had finished their food, had their eyes light up and excitedly asked for more. More and more wastelanders noticed the situation and began to gather. He has food in his hand. Give me some. I'm starving. Get out of the way, all of you. Liu's eyebrows furrowed into a deep frown. Although he had plenty of food, it was impossible to feed so many people. If everyone had a share, he himself would starve to death. That's all. Get out of the way, he shouted. However, upon seeing the food, the crowd reacted like hungry wolves spotting their prey, their eyes gleaming with a greenish light. I saw it. The sacks behind him are full of food. Hand over the food. Many of us haven't eaten. Are you trying to starve us to death? Some people couldn't contain themselves and even started to snatch the sacks. Liu was furious. Although he was injured, he was still an extraordinary person. With a simple push, he knocked those people to the ground. What do you mean I'm going to starve you to death? Those soldiers have food. Why don't you go ask them for some? A tall, burly wastelander retorted defiantly. Nonsense. If our soldiers were willing to give me food, would we be asking you for it? Hand over the food now, or don't blame us for being impolite. Born. You bunch of born. Liu's face turned pale with anger, and his right hand started to hurt again. Seeing the crowd getting agitated, more and more people began to be eager to try. At this moment, Bai Yi, having finished eating the cockroach protein bar, slowly stood up. His arrogant and unrestrained eyes swept over everyone, and a chilling smile appeared on his face. Look how stingy you are. Everyone just wants some food. Why are you refusing? Brother Yi. Liu stared blankly as Bai Yi picked up the sack and came to the front of everyone. Everyone who wants food, come and get some for me. I'm not as stingy as him, Bai Yi said with a smile. The crowd instantly became excited, rushing towards Bai Yi as if they wanted to devour him alive. The tall wastelander, with his strong physique, squeezed to the front. Kid, you're really generous. Hurry up and bring the food. Bai Yi smiled and handed over a cockroach protein bar. Don't rush. We're all from Grey Earth Town. When we're out in the world, we should help each other. When people are hungry, they naturally need to eat. You don't have any food, but I happen to have some, so it's reasonable for you to eat my food, right? The man quickly reached for the cockroach protein stick, praising. Right. You're so good with words, kid. It's just a bite of your food. Why are you making such a fuss? Let go. The man intended to take the cockroach protein stick, but found that Shirayuki hadn't let go at all. A look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Kid, what do you mean? However, Shirono seemed even more surprised than him, as if he had witnessed something incredible. No, you're really going to eat it? You? Ah. A piercing scream echoed through the crowd. Bai casually released his grip, while the tall wasteland man collapsed to the ground, his right hand twisted in an unnatural shape. The sudden turn of events startled the others, who looked at the boy in front of them with some fear. I was just joking with you. I didn't expect you to actually dare to eat it. My hand. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Bang. Bai stepped on his broken right hand, enjoying the other's agonizing screams as he chased him away forcefully. Want some more? No, I won't eat anymore. Please spare me. The man's face was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with terror. He just wants some food. If you don't want to give it to him, fine. Is it necessary to take action? A short wastelander in the crowd exclaimed in anger. Go to hell. Bai suddenly stepped forward and pulled the person who spoke out from the crowd. The powerful force was like lifting a chick, and then the other person was slammed hard to the ground. Oh, another scream rang out. But that wasn't all. Bai stomped hard on the man's mouth, sending his screams flying into his stomach. A glint of savagery flashed in his arrogant eyes. I hate it when people bark like dogs behind my back. Go ahead and bark. Go ahead and bark again. Bang, bang, bang. He kicked the man's teeth out one by one, leaving only a mouthful of bloody flesh. He just wanted some food. Why did you hit him if you didn't give it to him? I hit him, and I'll hit you too. The brutal and savage scene immediately shocked the restless crowd. They stared at Bai, who was committing violence, in a mixture of shock and anger, and no one dared to step forward to help. What are you looking at? A bunch of idiots. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Now get lost. Bai's fierce and wild gaze swept over the crowd, his wild aura and tangible pressure overwhelming them. The crowd quickly dispersed, and no one dared to ask for more food. In a nearby troop transport vehicle, Mr. Ng and the officers watched this scene with great interest. These are the barbaric and ignorant wastelanders. I really don't understand why the company keeps these wastelanders around. In my opinion, all wastelanders should be eliminated so that civilization can be restored as soon as possible, the officer sneered. Mr. Ng said calmly, even garbage has its value. How could you possibly imagine the scale of this company? Yes, Mr. Ng is right. The officer quickly replied with a smile. Sir, a wastelander has just arrived and says he has important news to report, a soldier reported, running to the vehicle window. The officer inside the vehicle frowned slightly and waved his hand impatiently, saying, Get him out of here. How dare a mere wastelander claim to have major news? They consider it a huge deal if they see a mutated hyena in the wild. The soldier hesitated slightly before saying, Sir, that man said it involves forbidden items. The officer paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. He didn't act on his own, but instead glanced at Mr. Ng beside him. A hint of interest appeared on Mr. Ying's stern face, and he nodded slightly. Bring it up. Soon, a timid wastelander, led by a soldier, walked to the car window. Chapter 32. The problem isn't me, it's this era. Sir, my name is Wang. Nobody cares what your name is. What are you talking about regarding forbidden items? If you dare to spout nonsense, I'll shoot you dead. The officer looked disgusted and pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth and nose, seemingly trying to shut out the air polluted by this wastelander. The wastelander was so frightened that he knelt down with a thud. I dare not. I dare not. Every word I have said is the truth. Speak quickly. Yes. In the Grey Earth town where I used to live, there was a forbidden item called Breath of Bones, which was obtained by Bai. I just saw Bai in the crowd. What? A look of surprise appeared in the officer's eyes. You mean, there are people in the refugee camp carrying prohibited items? Wait. No. Everyone was searched before, and no one was carrying a weapon. The wastelander hurriedly said, Sir, you are right. I am telling the truth. Bai has indeed made the forbidden object recognize him as its master. Even if he is not carrying it now, he must be hiding it somewhere. Why didn't you say so before? Mr. Ying's gaze fell upon him, his hawk-like, yellowish-brown eyes flashing with a chilling light. I didn't mean to hide it. Bai was one of the two who joined the refugee camp yesterday. He was covered in dirt, and it was so dark yesterday that I didn't recognize him. Just now, when he started hitting someone, I suddenly felt like he looked familiar. He's the deputy commander of our East District. I even worked with him for a few days before. When he was injured, I helped him to dinner. He promised to give me a piece of meat, but he never did. Sir, in return for providing information about forbidden substances, could you give me a piece of meat? The Wastelander was clearly terrified by Mr. Ying's gaze and began to ramble incoherently, blurting out everything he knew. Brother Yi, did I do something wrong? Liu said dejectedly. I just felt sorry for him. Bai Yi curled his lip. What? Did a dog vomit your conscience? Liu was so angry he almost choked. He was furious at first, but quickly deflated. Maybe I really was wrong. No, you're not wrong. The era is wrong. Liu was shocked. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Bai Yi with some emotion. He didn't expect the other party to be so good at comforting people. Brother Yi, you're right. The problem lies with this era. If it were a civilized era, this wouldn't have happened. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, what nonsense are you talking about? What I mean is, if a person wants to live well, the first thing is to never admit that he is wrong. How could I be wrong? This is mental exhaustion, which is not advisable. Remember this. If you can blame others, blame them. If you can't blame others, blame the times. Liu. He realized that in just a few days of knowing Bai Yi, countless distorted and absurd truths had bombarded his fragile mind. What about the 16-character mantra, the 8-character mantra, the humility of moving the monument? And now there's another one. It's not my fault. It's all the fault of the times. He didn't consider himself a good person, but compared to Bai Yi, he suddenly felt that he was actually not so bad after all. Brother Yi, I really envy your spirits. By the way, do you still have those poisonous mushrooms you ate before? I'll poison you. Hey, I was wrong. Don't hit me. Don't hit my right hand. Liu hurriedly dodged to protect his right hand. He would rather have his manhood damaged than hurt his right hand. But Bai Yi's character is beyond reproach. Kicking the cripple's good leg is his usual style. After the two joked around for a while, suddenly, there was a commotion in the army not far away. An officer and Mr. Ing got out of the car, and a timid Wastelander was standing next to them. When Bai Yi saw the Wastelander, he sighed. Sigh. What's wrong, Brother Yi? Liu asked curiously. Let's get started. They attacked again. Bai Yi did not answer, but slowly stood up and walked towards the officer and Mr. Ing. His actions instantly drew everyone's attention. Even the Wastelanders who were eating stopped what they were doing and looked at them nervously. No one knew what would happen next. They only saw the high-ranking officer walk toward the refugee camp, while a boy walked out of the camp at the same time. Sir, it's him, it's Bei. The Wastelander standing next to the officer pointed excitedly at Bei, trying his best to prove that he was not lying. As Shirayuki walked towards him, the officer's lips curled into a smile of interest. This Wastelander is interesting. Mr. Ing stared coldly at Bai Yi. His hawk-like eyes, yellowish-brown, seemed to see right through people's hearts. Do you have any taboos? He asked casually. Bai Yi did not deny it. Yes. After saying that, he took out the breath of bones directly from his body. This action instantly triggered the soldiers' nerves, and they snapped their weapons. The sound of countless bullets being chambered rang out, and more than a dozen soldiers raised their guns and aimed them at Bei. The officer frowned slightly and snapped. What are you doing? With Mr. Ing here, do you think a taboo item can cause any trouble? Put down your guns. You agree, Mr. Ing. Mr. Ing nodded calmly, his face showing no arrogance, but revealing an absolute confidence in his bones. In his view, even if this wasteland boy held a forbidden object, he could not pose the slightest threat to him. You won the Wheel of Fate with 6 bullets and contained the breath of bones. Although you are just a wastelander, you still have some courage. The unique tone of praise characteristic of those in positions of authority was fully displayed in him. This was not an act, but rather something that was ingrained in his very being and a natural habit. Hurry up and thank Mr. Ing. It's a great honor for you to receive his praise. The officer continued to flatter him. Bai Yi did not respond, but was thinking about how to kill all the more than 100 soldiers present in the shortest amount of time. Kid, I'm talking to you. Well, it's normal for wastelanders to be rude. Mr. Ing gently raised his hand to stop the angry officer. The hawk-like 10 eyes looked at the breath of bones in Bai Yi's hand and asked unhurriedly, how powerful is it? No bullets. Shiro raised an eyebrow and casually brandished the revolver in his hand. Give him bullets. Mr. Ying's words shocked the soldiers. Giving bullets to wastelanders. Aren't they afraid? Chapter 33. Did I let you leave? Although the soldiers had some reservations, they were also infected by Mr. Ying's calm and confident demeanor. Soon, the bullets were delivered to Shirayuki, who didn't stand on ceremony and loaded them without hesitation before firing. Bang! The loud gunshots startled the wastelanders and soldiers, but Mr. Ing and the officers remained calm. Thump! The wasteland man who had betrayed Mr. Ing fell to the ground with a thud, a huge bloody hole in his chest. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes wide open. The wastelanders were all shocked by Bai Yi's audacity. He actually dared to kill someone in front of an officer. Mr. Ng glanced casually at the corpse on the ground, a smile appearing on his lips. A snake-level forbidden artifact. Its power is not bad. If you survive the trip to Black Mountain, I can give you a chance to follow me. After saying that, he turned and left, not caring at all about Bai Ye's answer. Perhaps in his view, no wastelander would refuse to follow him, because it was a great honor. The officer sneered, "Kid, you're lucky." He turned and left without any intention of seizing the forbidden object. It wasn't that he looked down on it, but rather that he had already learned about the method of containing the forbidden object from the informant. He would never do such a barbaric and crude method of containment. Moreover, the breath of bones has significant side effects, and its only value is in selling. However, since Mr. Ng has taken a liking to this wasteland youth, he naturally gave up on the idea. "Did I let you two leave?" The boy's arrogant and unrestrained voice rang out, startling everyone present. Mr. Ng and the officer frowned simultaneously and stopped in their tracks. Bai Yi held up the breath of bones and casually pointed it at the two of them. The dust and grime couldn't hide the arrogance in the boy's eyes. "Brother Yi, it's my own brother. Calm down." Liu cried out anxiously from the side. "They didn't steal your forbidden item, so why bother?" Bai Ye's lips curled into a sinister smile. "They didn't steal from me, but I wanted to steal from them." Liu stared dumbfounded at the boy in front of him. His unbridled and audacious style truly shocked him. Although he didn't understand, he was deeply shocked. In his mind, there was no need to cause trouble when the other party had already let him go. That's how most people would understand it, but Bai Yi didn't think so. What he saw wasn't peace and tranquility, but rather two self-important big shots throwing a bone on the ground and expecting him to lick it with gratitude. "You think you can just show off in front of me and leave?" He had intended to follow the group peacefully to Black Mountain, but who would have thought that two scoundrels would suddenly appear and try to show off? He was so angry he laughed. "No, who gave you the courage?" "Boy, I thought you were a smart man, but I never expected you to be a dead man," Mr. Ng said coldly. The last bit of appreciation in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced by a haughty indifference. "Mr. Ng, there's no need to get angry over this kind of person. He's just a wastelander who's been blinded by forbidden things. Let me handle him." Mr. Ng gave a soft "hmm." It was indeed beneath his status to attack the wastelanders. The officer slowly stepped forward, casually shaking his head, the sound of metal gears meshing coming from his neck. He sneered, "Kid, I've seen plenty of stupid people, but I've never seen anyone as stupid as you before. You don't actually think you're invincible with just a broken gun, do you? The forbidden weapon is indeed powerful, but it only works if it hits someone. With the speed at which you fire, even if I stood here and let you shoot, you couldn't hurt me in the slightest. Stop wasting time talking to him. Finish this quickly and get ready to leave." "What?" Mr. Ying's indifferent voice suddenly rose in pitch, and his body froze on the spot. His body's instinct for danger was frantically warning him, making his hair stand on end. A sense of dread rose up his tailbone and straight to the top of his head. And it all started with the gun barrel pressed against the back of his head and the boy holding the gun. "There's a limit to how much you can talk to yourself, isn't there? Don't you think so, Mr. Ng?" Bai Ye's arrogant voice rang in Mr. Ying's ears. "This is impossible. When did you?" Mr. Ying's yellowish-brown eagle eyes narrowed to needles, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why Bai Yi, who was just in front of him, suddenly appeared behind him. He knew that his eagle eyes had extremely high dynamic vision. Even if the 10 kings were right in front of him, they couldn't be faster than his eyes. Could it be the legendary teleportation? "Release Mr. Ng immediately." The officer was both shocked and furious. He instinctively tried to activate his mechanical limbs, but as soon as he exerted force, he was horrified to find that his mechanical arms and legs had all disconnected. The most terrifying thing was that his torso was gradually sliding down. Bang! The officer fell to the ground, leaving only his torso and head. His mechanical limbs clattered and clattered all over the floor. "What on earth is going on? What did you do to me?" The officer's face was almost contorted with fear. The dust on the ground smudged the delicate skin of the city dweller. He had never seen anything so bizarre. Before he had even made a move, his mechanical limbs had been removed. "How did you do that?" After a brief moment of panic, Mr. Ng regained his composure. He did not act rashly, but instead secretly looked for an opportunity. He is indeed a genetically modified human, but his strength in direct combat is not strong. At most, he can only dodge bullets. The reason he can become one of the 12 zodiac animals is mainly due to his eagle eyes and unparalleled sniping skills. As long as he has the distance and a sniper rifle, he can kill even the 10 kings. But now that breath of bones is pointing at his head, He can hardly use his skills no matter how great they are. Make them put down their guns, Bai Yi said calmly, his figure hidden behind Mr. Ng. Put your guns down, Mr. Ng shouted. The soldiers around him, who were nervously holding their guns, looked at each other and finally put their guns on the ground. Li Zhua, come out and get to work, Bai Yi called out to the crowd. Li Yu, who was dumbfounded, walked out, his shocked eyes never leaving Bai Yi. He pushed through the crowd and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, came to Bai Yi's side and asked blankly, Brother Yi, what do you want? Seeing his foolish look, Bai Yi was furious and kicked him, yelling, Go put away your gun. Oh. Li Yu quickly picked up the gun from the ground. It took him a while to recover from his shock. He turned to Bai Yi and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Yi is awesome. Chapter 34. Who could have imagined he was still alive before he died? After Li Yu took all the guns, Mr. Ng said in a deep voice, I have done as instructed. Now we can talk. Before Mr. Ng could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Bai Yi's sinister laughter. I told you to do it, so you do it? Are you a dog? Bang. The breath of bones erupted with a tremendous roar, and flames and blood splattered out simultaneously. A blood-red bullet struck Mr. Ying's right knee with perfect accuracy. He groaned and fell to his knees, his face pale with pain and his forehead covered in cold sweat. But even so, he gritted his teeth and refused to cry out. At this moment, it is clear that Mr. Ng, this genetically modified human, is different from ordinary people. If an ordinary person were shot like this, they would definitely lose a leg. But Mr. Ng only has a blood hole the size of a thumb on his leg. Although he cannot use his right leg for the time being, at least there is still hope for treatment. The soldiers' expressions changed drastically, and they were about to rush forward to grab the guns when they saw Mr. Ng painfully raise his hand. Don't make any rash moves. After stopping the soldiers, he turned his head with difficulty and looked at Shiryuki. You didn't kill me directly, which means there's still room for negotiation between us. I was impetuous before, not knowing that there was such a powerful superhuman hidden in the team. I admit defeat this time. You can name your conditions, as long as you let me go. Now you know you've lost? It's not time for you to give me a chance anymore. Bai Yi's eyes were arrogant and violent. The metal gun barrel pointed firmly at Mr. Ying's head. I'll give you a chance now. I'm a wastelander, and I've never seen a high-ranking city man kowtow and admit his mistakes. If you kowtow to me and make me happy, maybe I can let you off the hook. Mr. Ying's face was extremely ugly. Making him kowtow to a wastelander was worse than killing him. A scholar can be killed, but not. Bang. Mr. Ying's mind suddenly went blank, and he fell straight to the ground, his yellow-brown eagle eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He never imagined that Bai Yi would actually make a move so suddenly. You actually killed Mr. Ng. The officer, who was like a maggot, shouted in a distorted voice. Bai Yi shrugged helplessly. You can't blame me for this. He said it himself. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated, so I'll just grant his wish. The officer's eyes widened in fury. How dare you? How dare you? Mr. Ng is one of the 12 zodiac animals. If you kill him, the company will not let you off the hook. Damn it. Bai Yi walked over and kicked the officer in the face, causing his nose to bleed profusely. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he leaned down. How can you be as stupid as a pig? Are you used to showing off? You're about to die, and you still dare to spout nonsense. I'm not just going to kill him. I'm going to kill you too. The officer snapped out of his daze, drenched in cold sweat. No, you can't kill me. If I die, the company. I'll go to your company. Bai Yi roared, kicking the officer several more times, knocking out his front teeth. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can die. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. The officer screamed incoherently. Despite losing all 4 limbs, he managed to slam his head against the ground again and again, using only the strength of his abdomen and neck. Ha! Bai Yi laughed wildly, looking at the group of dumbfounded wastelanders. See? Even the Lord of Dawn City, whom you all fear, will kowtow to the wastelanders. In a crowd of hundreds, no one responded. Only the boy's arrogant and unrestrained laughter echoed in the wind. Li Yu glanced at the officer who kept kowtowing, then at Mr. Ng who had such a wild imagination, and subconsciously swallowed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Everything happened so fast, it felt like a dream. His consciousness was still stuck on the moment when Bai Yi said he was going to take action. It wasn't until now, seeing such an important figure as Mr. Ng die, that he finally woke up from his dream. Brother Yi, the big shot is dead. Even with the facts right in front of him, he still found it unbelievable. The class gap between city dwellers and wastelanders was unimaginable, so large that he couldn't believe such an important figure would die so casually before his eyes. Sigh. Bai Yi sighed. Yes, who would have thought he was still alive before he died? Liu. Don't worry, he didn't die in vain, Bai Yi grinned. Mr. Ying's death was valuable, as it provided him with a significant amount of vital energy. The vital energy provided by one Mr. Ying was roughly equivalent to that of 10 gray sparrows, which slightly enhanced his physical condition. Spare me. Spare me. The officer continued kowtowing, his face covered in blood, without stopping. Bei glanced at the restless soldiers nearby and made up his mind. His original intention was to use the army to get to Montenegro, but now it seems that pointing a gun at the officer and threatening him to take him to Montenegro is not an option. Although the processes are slightly different, the results are the same. All right, stop kowtowing. I'll give you a chance to live. Escort me to Black Mountain. The officer was initially overjoyed, then paused in surprise. You're going to Black Mountain? Bai Yi glanced at him and said coldly, What? You're not willing. The officer's heart skipped a beat. No, no, no. I'm willing. I'm willing. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get the car to escort this gentleman to Black Mountain. The soldiers looked at each other, but none of them dared to make a move. The mysterious Mr. Ying had been shot in the head, and their own commander had been dismembered in an instant. Even with guns in hand, they did not think they could deal with Bai Yi, this superhuman, let alone now that they did not have guns. Just as they were preparing to act, suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from the wasteland crowd. A snake! A ragged wastelander jumped up as if electrocuted. A small black snake coiled on his left arm. The man frantically swung his arms, but he couldn't shake off the black snake that was biting his flesh. Just 2 seconds later, a bluish-black color crept up his arm and onto his cheek. The wastelander's screams came to an abrupt halt as he collapsed stiffly to the ground, foaming at the mouth and his eyes bulging as he died. This sudden change terrified everyone, who scattered and fled. But after running only a few meters, they were horrified to discover that the ground was actually writhing. Small bulges rose up on the ground, and with a soft cracking sound, black snakes emerged from the earth. Snake! A dense swarm of snakes. Their triangular heads held high, their scarlet tongues flickered in and out, rushing towards the crowd like a black stream. The sound of scales rubbing together creates a chilling vibration, so numerous it could terrify someone with trypophobia. The mutated beast Black Serpent. The officer lying on the ground cried out in a frantic voice. Chapter 35. If you can talk, then talk more. Bai Yi frowned. He hadn't expected to encounter mutated beasts again so soon. First it was the hyena, then the gray sparrow, and now the black snake. How many mutated beasts had been released from the Black Mountain? Liu, give them the guns. Prepare for battle. Liu hurriedly called for his soldiers to get their guns. At this moment, he couldn't worry about internal strife. He had to deal with Black Snake first. Bai Yi grabbed the officer and said coldly, Have your men hunt down the Black Serpent. Yes, yes, yes. The officer nodded vigorously. At this point, he didn't even need Bai Yi to say anything. He knew what to do. After all, he could beg for mercy from Bai Yi, who was human, but nothing he said would work against a mutated beast. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted, and the soldiers who had grabbed guns immediately joined the battle. They would die if they didn't fight. As for the wastelanders, most of them were running away in panic. Only a few picked up stones from the ground and kept attacking the black snakes on the ground, but it was all useless. Running away would only make them die faster, and the stones couldn't kill the black snakes at all. Screams rang out one after another as a panicked wastelander ran into a pile of snakes. He saw more than a dozen black snakes crawl into his trouser leg and climb up his thigh. The reptile's cold body temperature made his hair stand on end, and goosebumps instantly covered his entire body. He screamed in panic, jumping up and down like a monkey, frantically scratching his body. He threw down a snake, but soon more snakes crawled onto his body. Finally, a black snake climbed onto his neck, its raised triangular head flicking out a scarlet tongue, and then it burrowed into his mouth. Wah! His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out 2 indistinct sobs before his body stiffened and he collapsed into the pile of snakes. In an instant, countless black snakes covered him. Bai Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight. It had taken him 33 seconds to kill Mr. Ying and dismember the officer, and now only 57 seconds remained. 57 seconds isn't even enough time to kill a snake, let alone escape. There were at least 1,000 snakes, spread out on the ground like a black carpet. Instead of waiting to die, he fired wildly. Several scarlet blood vessels grew from the bone spear of Breath of Bones, piercing into Bai Yi's hand holding the spear and continuously draining his life force. Bang, bang, bang. The scarlet bullet shot out with such power that it could kill 2 to 3 black snakes with a single shot. If you were lucky, you could even kill 5 snakes with one shot in an area with a high density of black snakes. Even so, it was still a drop in the ocean compared to the sheer number of black snakes. Damn, what garbage. It provides even less blood and energy than a gray sparrow. Bai Yi cursed in dissatisfaction. Taking advantage of the break while reloading, he glanced at the wasteland crowd not far away. Due to the lack of weapons and the panic, almost all the wastelanders were dead, with only 3 or 5 still struggling to survive, running frantically towards the soldiers. However, the soldiers couldn't hold out either. Using bullets to deal with the writhing black snakes on the ground was inconvenient, and some soldiers who were brought close even abandoned their guns and took out military daggers to fight hand-to-hand. Of everyone present, Liu was the most efficient at killing snakes. He gritted his teeth and brandished his bandaged right hand. His extraordinary ability, Magic Hand, was activated instantly. A 3-meter-long invisible hand descended from the sky, capable of killing dozens of black snakes with a single blow. Even the ground was left with a huge palm print, half an inch deep. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Liu to be somewhat useful. Lizua, how much longer can you hold on? Liu gasped for breath. 3. Shirono was overjoyed. 3 minutes is enough. Based on Liu's efficiency, he could kill at least 2/3 of the black snakes in 3 minutes, and the remaining 1/3 would be easy to deal with. 2. Shiro was stunned. 1. With a thud, Liu's right hand fell limply to his side, and faint traces of crimson blood seeped through the white bandage. Lizua, what the hell? Why are you trying to be clever with me at a time like this? Do you think you're funny? Liu forced a smile. Isn't this what I learned from you, brother Yi? Can't you learn something good? Seeing that Liu was unreliable, Bai Yi turned his gaze to the officer. He felt that since the officer and Mr. Ing dared to lead people to Black Mountain, they must have a plan to deal with the mutated beasts along the way. How about I equip you with a robotic arm now? The officer gave a bitter laugh. It's no use. The robotic arm isn't just a simple installation. It has a built-in neural network that allows it to be used like an arm. Now that you've severed the network, it's useless to install it again. Damn it. Then I'll take you to see Mr. Ing. Bai Yi picked up the officer and was about to throw him into the swarm of snakes. No, there's still a way. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and released the officer. What method? My robotic arm has a self-destruct mechanism, which is designed to take the enemy down with me and prevent them from dismantling the robotic arm and acquiring the technology. Although I cannot activate the self-destruct mechanism now, it can be triggered if the inside of the robotic arm is severely damaged. Simply shoot the mechanical arm's connection point with a forbidden object to trigger self-destruction. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Yi kicked the officer so hard he almost passed out. The reason he didn't say so earlier was because he didn't want to destroy his mechanical arm. The cost of a single mechanical arm is as high as several million, and the total cost of all 4 limbs is over 10 million. He invested all his wealth into his mechanical limbs to achieve his current status. If he loses his mechanical limbs, he will have no chance to turn things around. Moreover, he originally thought that a strong person like Bai Yi should be able to easily deal with the black snake, so he didn't plan to say anything. Now that he was about to be thrown to the snake by Bai Yi, he naturally dared not hide it. Bai Yi picked up a silver-white metal mechanical arm from the ground and threw it hard towards the densest part of the snake swarm. Then, after the mechanical arm landed, he aimed at the connection point and pulled the trigger sharply. Bang! Nothing happened. The robotic arm did not self-destruct. How dare you lie to me? Bai Yi was furious and kicked the officer again. The officer, his face pale with pain, repeatedly said, "It's impossible. I'm not lying to you. There really is a self-destruct device inside." Brother Yi, it seems you missed. Liu whispered a reminder from the side. Shirono's face immediately darkened. If you can talk, then say more. He fired again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots later, he finally hit the target. When the bullet struck the point where it connected to the robotic arm, a crisp metallic clang rang out, followed by boom. Like 10 hand grenades exploding at the same time, a huge burst of fire shot into the sky, instantly overturning hundreds of black snakes. Countless charred, half-snake bodies fell from the sky. The remaining black snakes seemed to be frightened by the huge explosion and turned to run away, disappearing underground in the blink of an eye. The crisis has been temporarily averted. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 36, A Gift from Mr. Ing. They looked at everyone and found that all the wastelanders were dead, and even more than 30 soldiers had died, reducing the originally huge team to just over 60. The good news is that there were no injuries, because those bitten by the black snake died from the poison. At this moment, Many soldiers came to their senses and looked nervously at Shiryuki. Bai Yi sneered. What, have you all forgotten how that guy surnamed Ing died? The soldiers felt a chill run down their spines as they recalled the tragic scene of Mr. Ing dying with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Desperate to survive, the officers hurriedly shouted, "Put down your guns. Anyone who dares to disobey Lord Shirano will be dealt with according to military law." Bai Yi then began to reassure them. "If you escort me to Black Mountain, I will release you." He lied again. "If we get to Black Mountain, we'll all die? If even one of these people manages to return to Dawn City alive, he will face the encirclement and annihilation of Dawn City's army, and the retaliation of that damned 12 Zodiacs." After a brief exchange of both kindness and severity, the surviving team set off again. To prevent the soldiers from escaping, Shirane confiscated the guns and blew out all the tires, leaving only one troop carrier for him to drive, while the soldiers jogged in front of it. The roles have been reversed. Previously, Shiryuki ran on the ground while the soldiers rode in vehicles. Now it's the other way around. On the troop transport vehicle, Bai Yi was driving, while Li Yu was holding an officer hostage. "Brother Yi, what's in this box?" Li Yu asked curiously, looking at the silver-white metal box next to his seat. "This is a gift from Mr. Ing. Why don't you just open it and see?" Bai Yi casually replied, though he already knew what was inside the box, a Black Dragon M300 sniper rifle. Click. Li Yu opened the metal box, and a cold metallic smell mixed with the odor of machine oil wafted out. 8 precision parts gleamed mattely on a black sponge pad. The gun barrel was curled up in the center like a sleeping black python. This is a sniper rifle." Li Yu looked at the Black Dragon M300 with surprise. Although he didn't know much about sniper rifles, just by looking at its exquisite appearance, anyone could tell that this sniper rifle was quite expensive. "This is Mr. Ying's Black Dragon M300, one of the top sniper rifles. Its power is comparable to a forbidden item of the dragon level," the officer whispered from the side. Circumstances dictate his actions, so he naturally had to behave better in order to survive. Bai Yi, who was driving, raised an eyebrow. "A forbidden item of the Jiao level?" When Mr. Ing saw the Breath of Bones before, he said it was a snake-level forbidden item. Now that a dragon, level 1 has appeared, could this be the level of forbidden items? The officer seemed to see Bai Ye's confusion and quickly explained, "Forbidden items are divided into 3 levels, snake, jiao, and dragon. Your revolver is a snake-level forbidden item, while Mr. Ying's Black Jiao M300, although not a forbidden item, is not much different from a jiao level forbidden item in terms of power and rarity, which is why it is named Black Jiao. Then this sniper rifle must be very valuable." Li Yu's eyes lit up immediately. The value of the Black Dragon M300 is hard to measure in monetary terms because it is not a product of this era, but a relic from a civilized era. It cannot be mass-produced and is a rare item. It was only after multiple restoration processes that it was restored. Current technology simply cannot produce a sniper rifle with this level of precision. Modern sniper rifles have an effective range of only 800 to 1,000 meters, while the Black Dragon's effective range reaches a terrifying 4,000 meters. Using special supersonic bullets, it can penetrate any bulletproof device. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me how much it's worth. Li Yu had no interest in listening to any of this. He only cared about the money. The officer paused for a moment. If it were on the black market, it could fetch at least tens of millions. "How much?" Li Yu's scream almost pierced Bai Ye's eardrums. "Keep your voice down. Look at you, so naive. It's just a few tens of millions, isn't it?" Bai Yi rubbed his ears in annoyance. Li Yu was so excited that his face turned red. He had never heard of so much money in his life. "Brother Yi, that's tens of millions. As long as we sell the Black Dragon M300, we'll never have to worry about anything for the rest of our lives." "No, it means I'll never have to worry about anything again in my life." Li Yu's face immediately fell, and he hurriedly flattered, "Brother Yi, for the sake of our life and death bond, please share some with your little brother." Not even a little bit can be shared. Li Yu's excitement was completely extinguished as if doused with a bucket of cold water. He looked at the Black Dragon M300 with a look of utter despair and resentment. Bai Yi drove without looking to the side and said calmly, "But I have no intention of selling." "You're not planning to sell?" "Brother Yi, this gun is worth tens of millions. Why aren't you selling it?" "Because it's too conspicuous. There are only a handful of sniper rifles like this in the whole world. If you sell it, wouldn't that be the same as telling the whole world that you killed Mr. Ing?" Li Yu was taken aback. "But if we don't sell it, what's the difference between this gun and scrap metal?" Bai Yi glanced at him sideways. "Who said it's scrap metal? Can't I keep it for myself?" "You?" Li Yu recalled Bai Ye's heroic act of firing 3 shots before finally hitting the mechanical arms connection point. His eyes were filled with deep suspicion, without a trace of trust. Bai Ye's face darkened, and he angrily said, I just had an upset stomach from eating cockroach protein bars, so I didn't perform well for a moment. Come on, Yi Ji, it's one thing to fool others, but don't fool yourself too. You son of a bitch. Get out of the car and run a kilometer away, and see if I can shoot your Ahog off with one shot. Liu subconsciously touched the stray strand of hair on his head and quickly smoothed it down, but as soon as he removed his hand, the stray hair stood up again with a bouncy twitch. He quickly changed the subject, fearing that Bai Yi, this lunatic who had eaten poisonous mushrooms, might actually use him as a test subject. Brother Yi, the range of this Black Dragon M300 is really long. Thinking back on it now, I still feel a bit scared. Luckily, you took care of Mr. Ng directly back then. Otherwise, facing a sniper a kilometer away, you probably wouldn't even know how you died. Bai Yi was well aware of this principle. His time-stopping ability was not omnipotent. Snipers could restrain him to a certain extent because it was difficult for him to detect bullets fired from a kilometer away. If he did not react in time, his mind would immediately wander. That's why he wanted to keep the Black Dragon M300 and try to train himself to be a sniper, because knowing yourself and your enemy is the best way to deal with them. Liu continued, snipers are the most terrifying enemies because they are hidden far away and cannot be seen. Brother Yi, tell me, if a sniper wants to take me out, should I run in a straight line or in an S-shaped path? Neither straight lines nor S-shaped lines are useful. Oh, my advice is to stand still and wait for him to have a change of heart. Liu. Chapter 37. So Mr. Ng is this strong? At night, the sky was pitch black, and the stars seemed to have been erased, with only the bright moon hanging high in the sky. At the camp, a group of soldiers sat on the ground around several campfires, their faces grim as they looked at the number plates in their hands. Yes, they were divided into groups by Bai Yi, just like when they dealt with the Wastelanders. 20 people were in each group, supervising each other. If anyone ran away, the whole group would die. The officer became a supervisor, and Shirayuki told him that if anyone ran away, he would cut off a piece of flesh from their body. The terrified officer didn't dare to blink and stared intently at the soldiers. On the troop carrier, Shirayuki was staring blankly at a gold pocket watch, a selfless gift from an officer. 10:28. It's not even midnight yet. Since gaining the ability to stop time, he has been hoping that time would pass quickly. Currently, he has less than a minute of usable time left, which he finds very difficult to get used to. Especially tonight we are camping in the wild, because the closer we get to the Black Mountain, the sparser the population becomes, and there are no towns nearby to stay in, so we can only camp in the wild. Brother Yi, we can't possibly encounter any more mutated beasts today, can we? Liu looked at the pitch-black night, feeling uneasy. He was truly terrified of the mutated beasts. In just a few days, he encountered 3 waves of them and witnessed hundreds of people die before his eyes. It would be a miracle if he didn't have nightmares at night. Probably not. Bai Yi wasn't sure either. Black Mountain isn't a zoo. It can't have that many mutated beasts, can it? Lord Shirano, the officer hesitated, then continued. According to records, there was indeed a wildlife park within the territory of Black Mountain during the civilized era. Bai Yi. Furthermore, shelters typically collect various animals to ensure species integrity, so. A woo. A long, drawn-out wolf howl echoed through the pitch-black wilderness. You damn jinx. Bai Yi kicked the officer in anger, then jumped out of the car, ignoring the officer's groans. Everyone, come and grab your weapons. Prepare for battle. As we all know, wolves are social animals, and hearing a wolf howl often means that you are surrounded by a pack of wolves. The soldiers sprang to their feet like startled birds, quickly grabbing their weapons and preparing for battle. Eyes appeared. Bang! A soldier frantically pulled the trigger, and the battle began instantly. Pairs of eerie green beastly eyes rushed into the area shrouded in firelight, revealing their true forms. These gray wolves, each over 2 meters tall, have strong, powerful limbs and sharp, hook-like claws. A light stomp on the ground can leave deep claw marks. Their fur is not the single color of ordinary wolves, but rather presents a strange, mottled color. With a dark gray base, interspersed with dark red and black stripes, it's like dried blood intertwined with the night. Dozens of gray wolves charged in, their eyes filled with killing intent and hunger. Their strong limbs pounded the ground, creating the momentum of a stampede of 10,000 horses. They were too fast, and coupled with poor visibility at night, the soldiers' shooting accuracy dropped drastically. In just a few moments, the gray wolves were right in front of them. Screams rang out one after another. Some soldiers were terrified. Some stood still and waited to die, while others turned and ran. But how could two legs outrun four? Bai Yi kept firing, emptying his magazine before finally killing one gray wolf. These wolves were quite intelligent and seemed to know the threat of guns, so they didn't linger after killing a soldier and immediately pounced on the next one, displaying extremely high mobility. Especially after becoming a mutated beast, the gray wolf, which was already good at running, became even faster, almost leaving afterimages in the darkness. At that moment, Bai Yi felt a deep loathing for his own marksmanship, and he vowed that he would practice his marksmanship diligently when he had time in the future. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even these soldiers who had received marksmanship training found it difficult to hit the gray wolves at this moment because they were too fast. Damn it, we'll have to throw in another robotic arm. He used the same trick again, throwing a mechanical arm into the wolf pack, and then suddenly fired a shot. Bang bang. This time we were lucky. The second shot hit the connection point of the robotic arm. Boom. A huge flame shot into the sky, and a deafening explosion knocked over several gray wolves and a few soldiers. The attack was immediately effective. Wild animals are naturally afraid of fire and loud noises, and the explosion of the mechanical arm quickly scared away the remaining gray wolves. Shirono breathed a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't wasted any time. After this battle, the number of soldiers was reduced to just over 50, more than half of whom were wounded. Brother Yi, why don't we retreat? I don't think we absolutely have to go to Black Mountain. There's more than one shelter. Once my right hand is healed, we can try to find other shelters later. Liu said, still shaken, as he clutched his bandaged right hand, which was bleeding slightly. He felt that if things continued like this, his right hand might never recover. Watching the gray wolves disappear into the distance, Bai Yi's gaze darkened. Where to retreat to? The mutated beasts from Black Mountain have all come out and are roaming around the area. If we retreat now, who can guarantee we won't encounter them? Black Mountain is actually safer. He had already told Liu about the 189 shelter, planning to make a fortune there. Anything left over from the civilized era can fetch an astronomical price on the black market. At this moment, Bai Yi seemed to have thought of something, grabbed the fallen officer, and said coldly, I'm really curious now. With your strength, what makes you dare to break into Black Mountain? Are you hiding some secret weapon? The officer was truly at a loss for words. He hurriedly explained, Sir, it's not that we are weak, but that you are too strong. There really is no secret weapon. If there is, it can only be Mr. Ng. Isn't that guy surnamed Ng just a sniper? Is he really that strong? Bai Yi was a little puzzled. He really didn't see how strong Mr. Ng was. Anyway, he was quite good at bragging, saying he would kill some 10 kings. Mr. Ng is not strong in close combat, but he is a master marksman. With his hand-to-hand combat skills and sniping techniques, he can become one of the 12 zodiac signs, the eagle. He is considered by outsiders to be the strongest, but also the weakest of the 12 zodiac signs. His strength lies in the fact that as long as he keeps his distance, he can kill any one of the 12 zodiac animals. His weakness lies in the fact that as long as he gets close, any one of the 12 zodiac animals can kill him. Take the gray wolves from earlier, for example. If Mr. Ng were here, he could kill all of them by himself. Don't be fooled by their speed. In front of Mr. Ying's eagle eyes, they are as slow as turtles. With just a submachine gun, he could pierce the eyes of all the gray wolves in 3 seconds. Bai Yi was stunned. Wait, is that guy really that bad? Using a submachine gun like a sniper rifle? Wait, something's not right. What eagle is among the 12 zodiac animals? The officer was stunned, clearly not expecting Shirayuki's focus to be so unusual. He explained cautiously, the 12 Zodiacs is an organization belonging to Apocalypse Technology Company. It consists of 12 powerful genetically modified humans. Their names are determined by the direction of their genetic modification, not by their zodiac signs. What about gunfu? I don't know the specifics, but it seems to be a sophisticated marksmanship technique. At the moment of firing, the muzzle is swung at high speed, and the resulting centrifugal force causes the bullet to curve. A bullet can curve. That's not scientifically possible at all. Chapter 38 Arrival in Montenegro. Bai Yi had heard of the technology of bullets curving in his previous life, but it only appeared in movies and TV shows. He never expected that it would exist in reality. He glanced at the mutated gray wolf corpse on the ground and instantly felt relieved. Oh well, mutated beasts are either unscientific or too scientific, far beyond his understanding of technology. After all, there are cyborgs, genetically modified people, and superhumans here. A sniper like Ng is being protected by you worthless cowards. Hadn't dismantled my robotic arm, I would have shown you my strength. The officer wasn't exactly weak, but his ability to stop time was so insidious that he couldn't even use the power of his mechanical limbs before they were disassembled. Sir, Mr. Ying doesn't actually need protection. We are just cooperating with Mr. Ying's actions. The only way to kill him is at close range. No one can match him in long-range attacks, but before those eagle eyes, who, besides you, could get close to him? Bai Yi nodded. Indeed, in the face of time stop, there is no difference between the strong and ordinary people. They are all unmovable targets. The night passed quickly, and thankfully, no mutated beasts appeared after the gray wolf escaped. The timer went back to 1 minute and 57 seconds, and Shiran felt like he was back in action. As they continued their journey, the outline of Montenegro gradually came into view. On the distant horizon, the undulating black mountain range resembles a giant dragon lying across the land, its peaks soaring into the clouds, its body displaying an eerie bluish-black color, as if it had been poisoned. We've finally arrived in Montenegro, Liu exclaimed with delight. Bai Yi curled his lip. It's still early. As the old saying goes, looking at the mountain makes you want to run until your horse dies. Brother Yi, we're both wastelanders, so why do you know so many philosophical sayings? It's really discouraging. Liu was somewhat dejected. He realized that not only was his combat strength inferior to Bai Yi's, but he also didn't know as much about philosophy as Bai Yi. Judging from his age, he was actually a few years older than Bai Yi, and he had even frequented casinos in several towns. Now he felt like he had wasted his life. Sometimes I even doubt myself. This superhuman is really useless, he sighed. He had indeed suffered a lot these past few days. His right hand had not fully healed, and he could only look cool for 3 seconds during battle. He basically relied on Bai Yi's help. Liu's mentality was like that of a nouveau riche who had won 5 million in the lottery. He came to the big city with an inflated sense of self-importance, only to tragically discover that his money was only enough to buy a toilet in the rich neighborhood. Bai Yi patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Young man, you need to have confidence in yourself. Be more confident. Is there any need to doubt that? Liu's face had just shown a look of gratitude, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, his face immediately darkened. Listen to this. Is this something a human being could say? As the group continued onward, the Black Mountain became increasingly clear in their view. However, after walking for a full day, they still hadn't entered the territory of the Black Mountain. This gave them an idea of just how vast the Black Mountain was. Fortunately, no mutated beasts appeared. Perhaps all the mutated beasts that were going to run away in the Black Mountain had already run away. They spent the day peacefully, and when Bai's time accumulated to 2 minutes and 57 seconds, they finally arrived in Heishan territory. As the saying goes, you can't see the true face of Mount Lu because you are in the mountain yourself. This statement also applies to the majestic Black Mountain. From a distance, you can see the entire Black Mountain, but once you arrive, all you see is a sea of towering trees, like being in a primeval forest, where you can only see a corner of the Black Mountain. In the era of Cataclysm, not only animals are mutated, but also plants. At least in his previous life, Bai Yi had never seen such magnificent trees. Each one was nearly 100 meters tall, and even the thinnest of the trees required 5 people to encircle them. Black Mountain dense forest. Get out of the car, you can't drive on mountain roads, Bai Yi called out, and then got out of the car. Considering the potential dangers in the Black Mountain, he distributed guns to the remaining 50-odd men and had them lead the way. The soldiers moved nervously through the jungle, gripping their guns tightly and glancing unconsciously into the depths of the forest, as if afraid that a ferocious mutated beast would leap out at any moment. What made them even more nervous was Bai Yi behind them. This ragged wasteland boy kept pointing the breath of bones at them. More than 50 soldiers walked in front, while Bai Yi, Liu, and officers walked behind them. The officer's leg was violently fitted with a prosthetic by Shirayuki. Although it could not be connected to the neural connection device, it could still be used as a prosthesis. He limped along with the group, his shoulders bare, without arms. Sir, we've reached Black Mountain. Could you please release me? The officer asked cautiously. Bai Yi's arrogant gaze swept over, and the officer's heart immediately tightened. He hurriedly said, Sir, I still have more than 1 million in savings in the bank. As long as you release me, I will give you all the money. You don't need to worry that I will inform Tianqi Company. Mr. Ying is dead, and the company will not let me go. So I plan to move far away and live in another city. Bai Yi ignored him. You wish. It's not time for you to treat us wastelanders as cannon fodder anymore. He gave the officer a cold look, then shifted his gaze to the soldiers in front of him, and instantly his brows furrowed. Stop. With a single command, he brought everyone to a halt. The soldiers turned around blankly, waiting for Shirayuki's next orders. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Liu came over. One person is missing. Bai Yi carefully counted the number of soldiers. He clearly remembered that there were 52 soldiers, but in the blink of an eye, It became 51. The fact that someone had disappeared without a sound made him wary. He is not afraid of enemies who fight openly and honestly. In his view, no matter if you are a king or a powerful mutated beast, as long as you are a carbon-based life form, you will die in the face of time stillness. What he fears most is the unknown and mysterious methods, which are impossible to guard against. Even activating time stop can't find where the enemy is. One person is missing? Li Yu's expression changed slightly. Could they have run away? Bai Yi shook his head. Although the soldiers are trained, they are still just ordinary people. How could they possibly run out of my sight in an instant? The soldiers realized that someone had suddenly disappeared from the ranks, and their expressions became increasingly tense. Quiet. People can't just disappear into thin air. Look carefully at the traces around you. The soldiers quickly checked, and after a search, one soldier exclaimed, "There's a shoe in the grass." They stepped forward and, sure enough, found a blood-stained shoe in the waist-high weeds. It was a standard military boot of the Dawn Army. "You, go look in the bushes." He raised his gun and pointed it at the soldier. Chapter 39. Don't worry, they'll haunt you even as ghosts. The soldier's face turned pale, but due to Bai Ye's terrifying strength, he dared not resist and could only cautiously walk into the bushes. Rustling, rustling. Military boots against the weeds, which should have been a very slight sound, sounded particularly jarring at this moment. As they went deeper, they found more and more bloodstains on the ground, as well as drag marks. Those traces ended abruptly under a large tree. "Sir, the bloodstains stop here," the soldier said in a trembling voice. "Come back." The soldier nodded repeatedly and hurried back. As he watched the approaching crowd, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. But just as he was about to approach within 10 meters of the group, he suddenly noticed that the expressions on their faces were strange: shock, fear, bewilderment. His heart skipped a beat. He turned around trembling, and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. A thick, green vine hung down from the tree like a python, with a huge flower bud at the top. The bud split open from the middle, revealing a serrated sepal, like a wild beast opening its blood-red maw, full of sharp barbs. "Ah!" He screamed in panic and ran towards the crowd like a madman, while the thick vine with man-eating flowers at its top attacked with lightning speed, as if it were alive. "It's a man-eating flower tree," the officer exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Fire!" Shireen gave the order decisively, and after a brief moment of panic, the soldiers raised their guns and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the dense bullets hit empty air, but the sheer number of bullets compensated for the lack of accuracy. When several bullets struck the cracked flower buds, the carnivorous vine emitted a roar similar to that of a wounded beast, and green sap dripped from within, making a sizzling, corrosive sound as it fell to the ground. The soldiers were overjoyed to see this. Anything that could be solved with bullets wasn't a problem. With their confidence restored, the soldiers' marksmanship became more accurate. After several shots, the man-eating vines were riddled with holes and fell limply to the ground. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Bai Ye's voice rang out from afar. "What the hell aren't you doing? Run!" Everyone was stunned, and the next moment, a scene that filled them with despair appeared. Between the towering canopy of trees, thorny green vines hang down in dense clusters, like a rain of snakes falling through the forest. Hundreds of green vines, each topped with a man-eating flower with gaping, blood-red mouths. Man-eating flower tree. They fell from the sky, landing precisely on the soldiers' heads, and then swallowed them whole. "Ah!" Screams rang out in succession. Every time a soldier was swallowed by the man-eating flower, the green vines would contract rapidly and quickly retreat into the canopy 100 meters high, seemingly to digest the poison. Guns seemed utterly powerless at this moment. The man-eating vines appeared endless, and for every one shot down, more than a dozen would immediately droop down from the treetops. Several clever soldiers realized that the tree was the key, so they raised their guns to shoot at it. But when faced with a giant tree that was 100 meters tall and could be covered by 10 men, the bullets hitting it were like ants gnawing on an elephant, completely ineffective. Having already run to a safe distance, Shirayuki stared at the bloody scene before him, his eyelids twitching. Was this the Black Mountain? "Help me. My lord, help me." The officer, who had difficulty walking, didn't even have time to escape the attack range of the man-eating flower tree. He lost his balance in his panic and fell heavily to the ground. Upon seeing this, Shirono rushed over. The officer was overjoyed. "Thank you." "Ah, my leg." Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yi rushed in front of him and swiftly dislocated the officer's legs, then ran away clutching them. "Bei, you bastard, give me back my leg." The officer's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Bei's departing figure. The next moment, the shadow of death descended from the sky, and a gaping maw swallowed it whole. Bai Yi and Li Yu possessed superhuman physical abilities, and with a group of cannon fodder diverting the man-eating tree's attention, the two managed to escape the tree's range without much trouble. A moment later, all the screams stopped abruptly, hundreds of vines retracted back into the tree canopy, and all the soldiers were dead, but there was not a single body on the ground, only pools of blood to prove that they had been there. Brother Yi. Li Yu swallowed hard, still shaken. They are all dead. Only the two of us superhumans survived. Don't worry, they'll haunt you even as ghosts. Huh. Li Yu's face turned pale. It wasn't Brother Yi, it was you who sent them. Why won't you let me go? Because even if they become ghosts, they can't afford to offend me, so naturally they'll go after you. Bai Yi gave a perfunctory reply and continued forward with the two mechanical legs on his back. Black Mountain was indeed dangerous, but it couldn't scare him. He was determined to get the Panga USB drive. If there is a 50% profit, he will be eager to make a move. If there is a 100% profit, he will dare to take risks. And the profit of Panga USB flash drives is not just 100%, it is 1,000% or 10,000%. The technological achievements of the civilized era not only include methods to make people extraordinary, but also life-extending engineering projects. Each technology is enough to trigger wars between major powers. As the saying goes, fortune is found in danger, and it can also be lost in danger. Scratch the second part. You don't need to remember it. Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me. Li Yu kept muttering. You were going to Black Mountain anyway. It was only a matter of time before you died there. It has nothing to do with me. Brother Yi, wait for me. Walking side by side amidst the greenery, if one ignored their wary expressions and the pristine landscape of the Black Mountain, they looked more like they were on a picnic. Brother Yi, don't stand so close to the tree. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? This tree is so thin, it's obviously not food. Bai Yi silently raised his head and looked at a man-eating flower vine hanging down from the tree canopy, which was staring at him with a restless look. Although it has no eyes, it always gives him the illusion that they are looking at each other. You doing this on purpose? Bai Yi was truly convinced. He thought that all man-eating flower trees should be as thick as the one he had just seen, so he deliberately chose to walk near thinner trees along the way, but he didn't expect to encounter one again. Brother Yi, run. Li Yu cried out anxiously, swinging his right hand to smash the man-eating flower vine to pieces. Why are you running? These trees are obviously smart. They even know how to ambush. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll really think I'm the prey. Bai Yi had his own guess. He felt that these man-eating flower trees should have a hunting instinct similar to that of wild beasts. Wild beasts are best at seeking advantage and avoiding harm, and the strong prey on the weak. They hunt according to the strength of the food chain and rarely provoke creatures stronger than themselves. Therefore, it is necessary to demonstrate one's strength at this time in order to avoid trouble. Chapter 40, I don't know. I came in and all I saw were them hitting the air. You like to eat, huh? Come and try this mechanical leg. Bai Yi threw a mechanical leg directly next to the big tree. At this time, more and more carnivorous vines drooped from the tree canopy. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and his powerful physique erupted instantly. He swiftly dodged several attacks from the vines, then created distance. His right hand suddenly reached for his waist, his fingers precisely hooking the gun handle. With a powerful pull, the black revolver slid into his palm like a serpent. Immediately afterwards, he raised his right hand, flicked his wrist, and the revolver spun half a circle in his hand, the muzzle pointing steadily at the target. His middle finger swiftly hooked the barrel, and with a forceful pull, the brass-colored bullet clicked accurately into the chamber, several dark red veins extending from the gun and piercing into his palm. Immediately, he pulled the trigger with his right index finger. With a loud bang, a flash of light appeared, and the bullet whistled out. All the movements were done in one go, as if he had practiced it countless times. And then, it missed. Bai Yi's face darkened. He rolled away to dodge the vines that attacked again and fired another shot, this time finally hitting the target. He twirled the gun, tucked it into his waistband, turned and left, casually calling to Li Yu, who was standing there dumbfounded. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Boom. A massive burst of flame shot into the sky, and the explosion reverberated through the mountains and forests. The man-eating flower tree was blasted, its green sap flying everywhere. A large hole appeared through its trunk, and the flames from the explosion ignited the trunk. Amidst the raging flames, the man-eating flower tree crashed to the ground. At the cost of a leg, we successfully dealt with a man-eating flower tree, thanks to the selfless gift from the unknown officer. Until the officer died, Shirayuki never knew his name and never asked, because the dead don't need to know their names. By noon, Shiro and his companion had not encountered any further harassment from the man-eating flower tree. How about it, Li Zhua? I guessed right, didn't I? The man-eating flowers really hurt them, and that's when they realized who their prey was. Bai Ye's lips curled into a smug smile. Is it possible that we went beyond the growth range of the carnivorous tree, which is why? Absolutely impossible, Bai Ye said firmly. Li Yu's lips twitched. Yes, you're right. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. Is it because your right hand is almost healed these past 2 days that you think you're capable again? No, nothing like that. Brother Yi, let me explain. Bang bang bang. A burst of gunfire saved Li Yu's right hand. His expression changed, and he looked east. Gunfire. It must be other people who entered Black Mountain. Anyone who comes to Black Mountain at this time must be seeking refuge. Brother Yi, the gunfire is so intense, and there are screams too. These people must be in some trouble. Let's get away from here. Li subconsciously regarded these people as competitors, and he wanted to stay away from trouble. Bai Yi shook his head, his face full of disappointment. Li Zhua, people shouldn't be so selfish. How can you not help your fellow human beings when they are in trouble? Li Yu was stunned. He blinked several times, trying to see what had possessed Bai Yi. Brother Yi, we're complete strangers to them, and they're even competitors. Why would we save them? What if we get ourselves into trouble? Hey, that's too simplistic, isn't it? When you're out and about, you should help each other. If you help me, I'll help you. That's how society develops harmoniously. I helped them this time, so how could they not help me? Seeing Bai Ye's malicious smile, Li Yu suddenly realized. You want them to help you scout ahead, just like those soldiers. You're a promising young man. As the old saying goes, those who follow the right path receive much help, while those who stray from it receive little. Now that I've saved their lives, it's only fair that they risk their lives to help me find the way. Anyway, our destination is the 189 refuge deep in the Black Mountain, so we're all going the same way. Bai Yi said with a harmless smile. His idea was simple. Black Mountain harbored many unknown dangers, and one careless move could lead to death before even being able to activate time stop. This is where the importance of having someone scout ahead became apparent. So the two of them crept furtively toward the source of the gunshot. When they crossed a jungle and came to the source of the gunfire, the two men froze. Bai Yi and Li Yu exchanged a glance, looking at each other with confusion in their eyes. No, what are they doing? I don't know. The first thing I saw when I arrived was this group of people trying to outwit and outmaneuver the air. It's no wonder they were puzzled. This group of people was indeed rather abstract. In a grove of trees, a dozen or so people dressed in various styles were firing randomly into the air around them, as if they had a grudge against the air itself. Brother Yi, do you think they might have eaten poisonous mushrooms too? Remove the word yet. What are these people fighting? Brother Yi, look at that guy with the black mask. He looks like a superhuman. Li Yu exclaimed in a low voice. Bai Yi looked closely and saw a man wearing a black mask and a black trench coat standing out in the crowd, giving him a striking presence. The man stood tall and straight, his arms crossed over his chest, a stark contrast to the solemn expressions of the crowd. Most strangely, the shadow beneath his feet seemed to come alive, completely detaching from his body and standing up on its own. The eerie black figure waved its hands, and several darts made of shadow shot out into the air. Call out. A shadow dart streaked across the sky, and a feather suddenly drifted down from the air. The crowd kept turning their heads, looking around. The intense gunfire stopped, and after a moment, they seemed to confirm that there was no danger, and a look of joy appeared on their faces. A fat man in his 20s laughed heartily. Mr. Li Xiao is indeed worthy of his reputation. As expected of a top-tier superhuman second only to the 10 Kings, he actually managed to knock off a feather from that beast. It seems that the beast was scared away. A cold arrogance flashed in the black-masked man's eyes. Second only to? I have never fought against the 10 Kings, so why do people judge me to be inferior to them? The fat man was taken aback, not expecting that his words had backfired. He wasn't embarrassed, but instead went along with what the other man said. Mr. Li is right. I heard that one of the 10 Kings, the tyrant Yang Jie, will also come to Black Mountain. Perhaps we will witness the birth of the new 10 Kings. Beneath the black mask, his eyes suddenly blazed with fervor, brimming with fighting spirit. I, Li, have come here specifically for the tyrant. Otherwise, would you have been able to persuade me, Boss Gao? The fat man, known as Boss Gao, nodded silently, seemingly already accustomed to Li Xiao's aloofness. After this battle, I will make the name of Shadow Man resound throughout the world, Li Xiao said proudly. Mr. Li, Mr. Gao, this is not the place to talk. I'm worried that the beast will come back. Let's leave quickly, urged a middle-aged man with a full beard and holding 2 guns. This man was unkempt, wearing a worn-out cowboy hat and carrying a gun holster, a typical bounty hunter's attire. Chapter 41, The World's Fastest Bird. Yes, brotherly, you're right. Let's run quickly. Boss Gao agreed repeatedly and casually beckoned to the young maid beside him. Xiao Kuei, let's go. Weighing over 200 pounds, he quickly pounced on the back of a girl who was less than 1.6 meters tall. The girl, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, was expressionless and did not even tremble, as if she were carrying a goose feather. Behind a large tree in the distance, Liu looked completely bewildered. Brother Yi, what are they doing? Why did a feather suddenly fall from the sky, and then these people are leaving? That superhuman looks really powerful, and that fat guy is so shameless, making that little girl carry him. A series of questions gave Bai Yi a headache. He was too lazy to pay attention to Liu and instead stared at the feathers that had fallen on the ground, feeling that they looked somewhat familiar. The feathers are entirely grayish-black with black spots and horizontal stripes, and the tips are off-white, forming a unique pattern. He felt like he had seen such unique feathers in an animal documentary, but what were they again? Holy crap! Headshot! Liu suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, his body trembling involuntarily from shock. Bai Ye's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the group of more than 10 people. He saw that the head of one of the people in the group had exploded without warning. That beast is back. Mr. Li, act quickly. Screams erupted from the crowd as they began firing into thin air again, and the shadow behind Li Xiao wriggled and stood up once more. He made a series of attacks, and more than a dozen strange, dark shadow darts intertwined in mid-air, spinning rapidly. Ding ding ding. The clanging of metal echoed continuously, as if the shadow darts were constantly colliding with some kind of creature, sending tiny sparks flying. At this moment, Bei finally saw clearly what they were fighting. It wasn't shooting at thin air, but a peregrine falcon. I didn't see it before because it was too far away, and the peregrine falcon was too fast to be seen with the naked eye. It was just a black lightning bolt that disappeared in an instant. Now, forced by Li Xiao's shadow darts, the peregrine falcon's speed has slowed down, allowing it to see the whole picture. It's a peregrine falcon, Shirano murmured. Liu caught a glimpse of a peregrine falcon and quickly asked, "What is a peregrine falcon?" Shirano recalled the introduction to the animal world. The peregrine falcon is the second fastest flying bird in the world. Because of its extremely fast speed, it is known as the stealth bomber among birds. If it doesn't like someone, it will swoop down and strike with its claws. The creatures it targets often don't even see its shadow before they are disemboweled. Liu was taken aback. He hadn't read many books and naturally didn't know that peregrine falcons existed in the world. Such an incredible speed and only ranked second. Then who is the bird ranked first? Bai Yi glanced at him and said calmly, "Naturally it's you, my friend, because you only have 3 seconds. Huh? Me? Liu looked bewildered. After a 3-second pause, he realized he had been subtly insulted, which made him slightly angry. This is a mutated peregrine falcon, and it's obviously much faster, almost beyond the limits of what the naked eye can detect. This group of people is in danger. They stared at the panicked crowd. Just now, another person had been pierced through the skull. The mutated peregrine falcon is too fast, faster than a bullet, flying past an ordinary person's eyes without even forming an image on their retina. After observing for a while, he made up his mind and decided to take action to save the group of people. This group of people is quite strong. The superhuman can control shadows, and the petite maid is no ordinary person either. Just now, in order to protect the fat man, she actually took a swipe from a peregrine falcon. Apart from swaying a little, she was not injured at all. The middle-aged man wielding dual pistols was an excellent marksman and knew gunfighting. There were also several genetically modified individuals in the team, making them clearly a level above wild boar Tangia. The obese man appeared to be an ordinary person and needed protection from others throughout the entire process. This team is undeniably strong. If they had faced the likes of the hyenas and gray sparrows, they would have easily crushed them. Unfortunately, they are now facing the mutated peregrine falcons. The peregrine falcon is not particularly strong, but its speed is absolutely unparalleled. No matter how strong they are, it's all for naught if they can't hit the peregrine falcon. But the peregrine falcon's top speed is nothing to Hakuno. How could it be faster than time standing still? He thought for a moment and said to Liu beside him, "Li Zua, it's time for you to show off." Huh? Me? Liu pointed at himself with his mouth agape, looking completely bewildered. Bai Yi smiled mysteriously and whispered a few words in his ear. "Li Xiao, are you even capable of this? I paid a hefty sum to have you protect me." "I'm covered in cold sweat," Boss Gao shouted. He had almost died just now. If it weren't for Xiao Kuei shielding him, he would have been dead long ago. Seeing that Li Xiao was unable to deal with the peregrine falcon for a long time, he no longer cared about being polite. Li Xiao's face was extremely ugly, his eyeballs twitching rapidly in their sockets. But even so, he could only catch a glimpse of the peregrine falcon's afterimage. How could the proud and arrogant Li Xiao admit that he had just gotten lucky by knocking out a feather earlier? Shut up. Stop making noise. I'm thinking of a solution. Li Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. He was even considering whether to abandon these people and run away on his own. He was going to become one of the 10 kings. How could he die a miserable death at the hands of a bird? Just then, the grass in the distance suddenly rustled, and the rustling sound of shoes rubbing against the weeds abruptly rang out. Someone's here? When Li Xiao and the others noticed the newcomer, they were overjoyed. Anyone who dared to appear in Black Mountain at this time of day must be no ordinary person. However, when the person in question emerged from the bushes, a chill ran down their spines. 2 ragged wastelanders slowly emerged, their appearance quite bizarre. One carried a mechanical leg on his shoulder, while the other had a dirty bandage wrapped around his right hand and carried a large burlap sack in his left hand, which was bulging as if it contained a square box and a number of odds and ends. 2 wastelanders. How come there are wastelanders here? Were they captured and brought here to scout the way? Along the way, they also saw many people who came to Black Mountain to explore the wasteland. Faced with imminent disaster, Boss Gao didn't care about anything else and hurriedly called out to Bai Yi and the other man behind him. Friends behind, I am Gao Banqing, and my father is Gao Shana, the president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. If you can help me through this crisis today, I will surely repay you handsomely in the future. Everyone waited expectantly for a reply, but only 2 wastelanders stood there. The person behind them did not appear. Damn it, Gao Banqing cursed under his breath. Just then, the wastelander with his right hand wrapped in bandages spoke coldly. How much? Gao Banqing was taken aback. Could these 2 be more than just wastelanders? It wasn't that he judged people by their appearance, but even the strongest person who didn't care about their appearance wouldn't dress as shabbily as Bai Yi and his companion, almost like they were running around naked. At first, although their clothes were worn out, they were at least enough to cover their bodies. However, after experiencing 3 waves of mutated beasts and attacks from man-eating flower trees along the way, their already cheap and tattered clothes naturally became even more worn out. Chapter 42, Pretending to be an Expert. Friends, I'm willing to pay 5 million if it can save us all. Gao Banqing exclaimed. A strange light flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. He hadn't expected that this fat man who looked like a shrewd businessman would actually be so righteous as to spend money to save everyone. Moreover, the fat man claims to be the son of Gao Shanha. In Baiman, almost everyone knows the name of Gao Shanha. It's not that he is strong enough, but that he is rich enough. He is recognized as the richest man in Baiman. Even the wastelanders living in the town had heard of his name, because the cockroach protein bars that the wastelanders ate every day were one of Gao Shanha's industries. 5 million is a sum that a family can truly afford. Liu coldly replied, Deal. Then he slowly began to untie the dirty bandage on his right hand, his expression focused and serious, as if he were doing something very important. Gao Banqing was in a panic. What was going on? Hadn't the deal already been made? Please lend a helping hand immediately. Liu didn't even lift his eyelids, and said calmly, No rush. Before my magic hand, no enemy will be able to hide. Bai Yi was speechless. Dude, are you really into this? You even designed your own actions and lines? His original intention was to have Liu pretend to be a master, and then he would use time stop to help Liu capture the falcon. This would cover up the time stop and reduce his own presence. Although he was a god of the new era, he also knew how fragile his mortal body was. Putting everything else aside, if someone were to shoot him in the back, he might not even be able to react in time to use time stop. His ability to freeze time makes him invincible in direct confrontations, but he is most vulnerable to sneak attacks. Even if the 10 kings were to come in a head-on confrontation, I wouldn't be afraid. A sneak attack on an ordinary person with a gun from behind would suffice. These strangers in front of me are not weaklings, so I naturally have to be careful when traveling with them. So they decided to let Liu, this extraordinary individual, stand in front of the stage to attract attention, while they could secretly cover for him. However, they didn't expect Liu's performance to be so slow and awkward. Bai Yi quickly gave him a wink, meaning, stop showing off. Who are you going to collect your money from if you die? Seeing Bai Ye's affirmative look, Liu felt confident. Sure enough, Brother Yi also recognized his acting skills, and he pretended even more enthusiastically. Because of the distance, Gao Banqing and the others could not see the exchange of glances between the 2. They could only see Liu meticulously unwrapping his bandages, showing no intention of making a move, which made them feel a chill in their hearts. Li Xiao snorted coldly. What time is it? You still expect 2 wastelanders to help you? I've temporarily restrained this beast, but my shadow won't last long. I'll have your maid carry you on her back and take you away first. Don't worry, with me here, you won't die, but you'll need to pay extra afterwards. Gao Banqing glanced at the others around him, gritting his teeth. What about them? I am only responsible for protecting you. Everyone else is none of my business, Li Xiao said coldly, a typical high EQ statement. He did not say that he could not protect others, but emphasized that the target of his protection was only one person. Gao Banqing became increasingly hesitant. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the wasteland man who had unbandaged himself was walking straight toward him. As he moved forward, the bandage on his right hand gradually came off in the eyes of the crowd. When the blood-stained bandages scattered on the ground like snakes, a pale right hand reappeared in the light of day. His skin was strikingly white, even whiter than his natural skin tone. Hiss! Liu gasped inwardly. Damn it! I've been wearing it too tight all the time. It's making it hard for blood to flow. Having broken free of the seal, Liu, flexing his rusty right hand, strolled leisurely into the peregrine falcon's attack range with the gait of a powerful figure. Gunshots and the whistling of shadow darts seemed to echo the cheers as he entered the arena. Warned him instinctively, seeing his arrogance and lack of weapons. Oh, how fast! Liu raised his right hand expressionlessly. With his toes practically digging out a 3-bedroom apartment, Shiro immediately activated. Time freeze. He couldn't stand it anymore. When will he get rid of this habit of embarrassing others? A huge golden dial appeared beneath Bai Ye's feet. He lightly tapped his toes, and the gears of time made a soft clicking sound, rippling out a layer of golden waves. Buzz. Mysterious fluctuations in time have enveloped the world. The wind stopped in the forest, fallen leaves floated in midair, and the whistling bullets and shadow darts froze in place. The once vibrant people now seemed to have been turned into a still photograph taken by a camera. Also frozen in place was the mutated peregrine falcon, which resembled a black lightning bolt. With its half-meter-long body and black and gray wings folded at its sides, it abruptly stopped above everyone's heads like a cannonball, its sharp beak gleaming with a cold metallic light. In this absolutely still world, a ragged wasteland boy traverses the gaps in time. He is the only one who can interact with everything in time. Each step taken felt like shattering a mirror, only to be pieced back together into a complete stillness behind you. Shirono approached the mutated peregrine falcon, took a running start, and leaped down, easily taking the falcon down with ease. Looking at the peregrine falcon in his hand, which resembled a specimen, he broke off its wing and shoved it into Liu's outstretched magic hand. Done. Bei quickly returned to her original position, and time resumed. Buzz. The mysterious fluctuations in time dissipated, and everything seemed as if it had never happened. Everyone's consciousness was still stuck on the moment when Liu uttered those words. Oh, how fast! The next moment, everyone saw a dark figure suddenly freeze in midair, and the intense gunfire stopped abruptly as the figure appeared. Their pupils contracted sharply, and they stood frozen in place as if petrified, as if time had stopped once again. They stared in disbelief at the peregrine falcon in midair, gripped tightly by an invisible hand, its ferocious head thrashing and struggling, emitting painful and piercing screams. The struggle was so intense that many of its gray and black feathers fell off. How is this possible? Shadow Man Li Xiao was shocked. As someone who had personally fought against the mutated peregrine falcon, he was naturally very clear about the speed of the opponent that exceeded the limits of vision. His speed was so fast that even his shadow darts couldn't catch up. You have to understand that shadow darts are weightless and are products of extraordinary abilities that can ignore air resistance. A look of seriousness flashed across his eyes as he silently adjusted Liu's rating to that of a strongman on par with himself. The others weren't as confident as Li Xiao. They found it unbelievable. No one expected that this ragged wastelander could subdue the mutated peregrine falcon in an instant. Chapter 43. It turns out it was the 10 kings in person. Liu was equally bewildered. He raised his right hand, staring blankly at the mutated peregrine falcon in his hand. Wait, what's going on? How come the peregrine falcon just crashed into my hand as soon as I raised my hand? Yiga just told me to show off a little, but he didn't say I should show off this much. At this moment, Liu's figure suddenly became mysterious and towering in everyone's eyes. All they saw was the mutated peregrine falcon that had kept them running for their lives being grabbed by a wastelander, and in an instant, this wastelander is also a superhuman. What kind of ability is this? A grasping motion from a distance. I thought it would be much faster, but it turns out it's nothing special. Realizing what was happening, Liu quickly maintained his aloof persona, his tone a mix of 3 parts coldness, 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts sarcasm, and 1 part disdain. He loosened his grip on his right hand, and the mutated peregrine falcon, which had been squeezed to the point of near death, fell to the ground. Bang! The crimson bullet shot out, piercing the mutated peregrine falcon's head with perfect accuracy, and blood splattered everywhere. Bai Yi silently put away Breath of Bones. This was something he and Liu had agreed on. He would deliver the final blow. After all, it was a mutated beast, and its life force couldn't be wasted. Forbidden item. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They hadn't expected that these 2 wastelanders were not ordinary people. They had misjudged them. As he felt the fresh blood and energy surging in, Bai Yi suddenly paused, realizing that the blood and energy provided by the mutated peregrine falcon was somewhat strange. That's too little. Logically speaking, the strength of the mutated peregrine falcon far surpasses that of all the mutated beasts seen before. Even the hyena king is no match for the mutated peregrine falcon, and the amount of blood it can provide is only equivalent to 10 gray sparrows, which is comparable to Mr. Ing before. Wait, could it be? Bai Yi instantly understood that this was the upper limit of the blood and chi that Breath of Bones could provide. The blood and chi of 10 gray sparrows was already the limit. No matter how many more mutated beasts were killed, the blood and chi it provided would only go so far. Breath of Bones is like a bottle, and the mutated beasts are the water source. Whether you fill the bottle with water in a stream or in the ocean, the result is the same. You can only fill the bottle. No wonder the Breath of Bones is only a forbidden item at the serpent level. If it could plunder the life force of others without limit and replenish the user, it would probably be at the dragon level. Thank you for your help, sir. May I ask your name? Gao Bansheng was the first to come to his senses, and he quickly cupped his hands to Liu and asked. Liu glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, Magician, Liu. Magician Liu? Everyone's brains raced, searching everywhere, but they couldn't find any information about the magician. That shouldn't be the case. Such a powerful person shouldn't be unknown. Could he not be a local? Thank you so much, Mr. Li and this young man, for saving my life. By the way, may I ask how this young man is called? Gao Bansheng then looked at Bai Yi. Hakuno. Gao Bansheng hurriedly said, I am Gao Bansheng. My father is Gao Shanha, the president of Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. I greet Mr. Li and Brother Xiaobai. The others, regaining their senses, also quickly offered their thanks. The middle-aged man holding 2 guns said gratefully, I am Li Beitian, the double gunner, a bounty hunter. Thank you both for saving my life. If you ever need any help in the future, I, Li Beitian, will do my duty without hesitation and will absolutely not accept any reward. I am the lean tiger of Hejian. Quick drop, rattlesnake. The people sparsely introduced themselves and expressed their gratitude. Only Li Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with arrogance. With your strength, it's surprising that you haven't made it into the ranks of the 10 kings. It's clear that the world is blind to your abilities. Magician Liu, you're quite strong. You'll definitely have a place among the 10 kings in the future. It seems this trip to Black Mountain won't be boring. Li Xiao's words carried a hint of mutual respect between strong individuals. His cold, arrogant gaze fell on Liu through the black mask on his face, as if Liu was the only one among these people who could catch his eye. Liu was taken aback. Who are you, buddy? Do we know each other? He glanced at Bai Yi out of the corner of his eye, hoping to get some instructions from him. After all, Bai Yi had only told him to pretend to be an expert, without explaining many details. He didn't know how to deal with this seemingly very strong superhuman. At this moment, Bai Yi was frustrated by the health and energy provided by Breath of Bones, and did not notice Liu's plea for help. Liu felt a chill run down his spine. This was his first time being a powerful figure. Could anyone tell him how powerful people should communicate with each other? After a moment's thought, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and maintain his persona of being ruthless and taciturn. He said coldly, Who are you? A sharp smile curled at the corner of Li Xiao's lips as he arrogantly declared, Li Xiao, the Shadow Man. Shadow figure Li Xiao? Never heard of him. Liu felt bewildered. He had just become a superhuman and used to be a wastelander who frequented low-level circles. Naturally, he didn't know any famous superhumans. The only 2 he knew were the silent court where the night girl was located and the 10 kings. The 10 kings listened to what Bai Yi said. The shadowy figure Li Xiao is also mentioning the 10 kings, and it seems he agrees that I could also become one of them. Could it be? Liu suddenly realized and immediately replied. So it was the 10 kings in person. Li Xiao's expression froze, his lips trembled, and he was momentarily speechless. The others exchanged bewildered glances, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Li Xiao's expression was hidden by the black mask, but his eyes changed repeatedly. After a long, stiff silence, he finally murmured, "I'm not." "Oh no, this is awkward. Even the 10 Kings have mistaken him. Will his image as a powerful figure collapse now?" Awkwardly, Yu had no idea what to say, so he could only try his best to keep a cold face and then awkwardly say, "Oh, what kind of attitude is that? I'm not one of the 10 Kings, and you're not even bothering to say a word." Li Xiao's eyes. Li Yu's behavior was blatant provocation. What did he mean? I praised you for being able to join the ranks of the 10 Kings, and you turned around and mocked me? That my name wasn't among the 10 Kings, they deliberately referred to me as one of the 10 Kings. The subtext was that I wasn't even one of the 10 Kings, so what right did I have to make a judgment? If Li Yu knew what Li Xiao was thinking, he would definitely feel wronged. He really didn't mean to provoke him. It was you who kept talking about the 10 Kings and even said that you were among the 10 Kings, as if you could decide the position of the 10 Kings. Your words even carried a hint of disdain for the 10 Kings. You put on such a high-class act, but you're not one, are you? Chapter 44 starts by looking at the innerwear. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly awkward. At this moment, Gao Banqing suddenly smiled and took out a check, breaking the deadlock. "Mr. Li, this is a check for 5 million. Please take a look." A check for 5 million almost broke Li Yu's composure, who was pretending to be an expert. He had never seen so much money in his life. He pursed his lips tightly, afraid of laughing out loud. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, Bai Yi stepped in and took the money directly, adding with a smile, "Just give it to me. Mr. Li doesn't like such vulgar things." Li Yu's lips twitched slightly, and he felt a pang of heartache. "Who said I don't like it? I like mundane things." He knew that once the money reached Brother Yi, he definitely wouldn't even get 100. His act would have been for nothing. Gao Banqing nodded repeatedly and respectfully handed it over. Seeing that the money had been accepted, Gao Banqing's expression relaxed, and he laughed heartily. "Are you two heading to Shelter 189? Li Yu nodded indifferently. "That's great. We're also going to Vault 189. Why don't we go together?" To be honest, our team was also put together at the last minute. Apart from Li Xiao and my maid Xiao Kuei, the other companions were all bounty hunters we met on the journey. Since we were going to the same destination, I decided to invite them to travel together, so we could look out for each other along the way. Meeting is fate. Why don't you two join us on this journey? Furthermore, if the two of them acquired valuable items from the previous era from the shelter, it would save them the time of finding buyers. No need to find a buyer? Bai Yi asked, slightly puzzled. Gao Banqing smiled confidently. "Because I am the best buyer, Brother Xiaobai. I'm not bragging, but the price I offer is absolutely the highest. Do you know why I'm called Half City?" Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. "Could it be that you only ever do things halfway, that they're always unfinished products, so you're called half-finished?" "That's right, it is, Gao Banqing was stunned, and then laughed in anger. If it weren't for Li Yu's sake, he would have definitely given him a good talking to. Brother Xiaobai is joking. It is half a city, not a half-finished product. One of the cities controlled by Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce is called Wangwenjing. When I was born, my father gave me half of the capital city of Wangguan, so I was named Gao Banqing, meaning high half city. After saying that, he smiled politely. Damn, the laughter of the rich. Upon hearing the laughter, Bai Yi knew that Gao Banqing was definitely not lying. No one with a net worth of less than 100 million could laugh like that. "Mr. Li, what is your opinion?" Gao Banqing asked. Li Yu already knew Bai Yi's plan, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. He nodded expressionlessly. Upon seeing Li Yu agree, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Who wouldn't want to travel with a master? The group set off with great joy. With the addition of magician Li Yu and Bai Yi, everyone's expressions were noticeably less tense than before, and many even took the opportunity to get closer to Li Yu. After all, in this wasteland, being able to meet a powerful person, even just exchanging a few words, is something to brag about at the tavern later, especially for bounty hunters like Dual Gun Li Beitian. Bounty hunters are a loosely organized group that makes a living in the wasteland, specializing in solving various problems for employers who post missions, including assassinations, hunting, and even acting as mercenaries for various factions. They lived a life of constant danger, spending their days either on missions or hanging out in taverns. To maintain his image as a powerful figure, Li Yu remained taciturn throughout the journey, only occasionally exchanging a few whispered words with Bai Yi, afraid that saying too much would expose his lowly status as a wastelander. Instead of being annoyed, the crowd became even more enthusiastic, as if they felt that this was how the strong should behave. This made Li Xiao, a fellow actor, feel quite uncomfortable. Before Li Yu appeared, this was the kind of treatment he was the only one who could enjoy. But with Li Yu's appearance, everything changed, and even his employer, Gao Banqing, started calling him by his name. This made Li Xiao secretly vow, once I defeat the tyrant Yang Jie and become the new 10 kings, you will all be unable to reach my level. He didn't go looking for trouble with Li Yu. Firstly, because Li Yu wasn't one of the 10 kings, so winning wouldn't have made a difference. Secondly, he couldn't bring himself to do it, since he had just received help from Li Yu, even though he hadn't actively asked for it. Brother Yi, about the money. Li's right lips moved slightly as he spoke from the end of the line. Money? What money? Where did the money come from? Mr. Li, why are you talking nonsense? Bai Yi lied through his teeth. Brother Yi, I'm still acting with you even though my hand is broken. You can't even deduct wages from disabled people. I'm already being generous by letting you have your fun and not asking you for money. Just as Li Yu was about to say something more, he saw Gao Banqing approaching, so he quickly shut his mouth and pretended to be aloof. Brother Xiaobai, you've managed to contain a forbidden object at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Gao Banqing's chubby face was full of smiles. Seeing that Li Yu ignored everyone, he went to Bai Yi to try and get closer to him. Bai Yi's face was full of fake smiles. He's not as good as Boss Gao. He even has a maid carrying him when he walks. With those small arms and legs, I hope they don't break. He glanced at Xiao Kuei, the maid who was carrying Gao Banqing on her back. This petite girl had never said a word, but silently carried Gao Banqing forward. Her porcelain-like face was as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Bai Yi really wanted to ask, did Fatty Gao see you committing murder? Gao Banqing seemed oblivious to Bai Yi's sarcasm and chuckled. Brother Bai, you misunderstand. Although I, Gao Banqing, am wealthy, I never bully others. And what about her? Shirono pointed to the maid, Kohira. Gao Banqing smiled slightly. Oh, she's not human. Hiss. Bai Yi gasped, his eyes widening involuntarily, as if he were seeing the fat man in front of him in a completely new light. It has to be you. That's something only a capitalist would say. He thought he had already reached a low point, but he never expected to meet Gao Banqing today. It's true that there's always someone lower than you. Brother Xiaobai, please look. Gao Banqing's chubby hand reached towards Xiao Kuei's collar and then pulled it down. Holy crap. Is this something I can watch without paying? They start by showing me the innerwear? Bai Yi quickly widened his eyes and stared intently. He was stunned. A flash of cold, silvery white metallic light almost blinded him. Oh no. My eyes. I'm getting a sty. The gleaming silver metal shell is exposed to the air, with intricate threads and ring patterns nested in layers. As Xiao Kuei moves, the tiny grooves and patterns ripple with a faint light, like liquid mercury flowing under the skin. This metallic-style underwear is quite unique. Gao Banqing was stunned. What the hell is this metallic style? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 45 Qi and Blood Martial Arts. Brother Xiaobai is joking. This is not underwear, but Xiao Kuei's body structure. As you can see, Xiao Kuei is indeed not human, but a robot. She is a robot left over from before the Great Cataclysm era. She was found in a shelter and later bought by me. Shiro was secretly astonished. A robot? Such an advanced robot? He felt increasingly that the world was abnormal. Many people couldn't even afford to eat, yet the rich had androids. By the way, Brother Xiaobai, I see that you have good physical fitness and there are no signs of gene injections. Do you cultivate Qi and blood martial arts? Or are you a superhuman? Gao Banqing saw that Bai Yi could easily keep up with the pace of the group without changing his expression or skipping a beat, indicating that his physical fitness was clearly beyond that of ordinary people, which is why he asked this question. Qi and blood martial arts? Bai Yi was no stranger to this term. His previous friendly exchanges with the officer had taught him a lot, including about Qi and blood martial arts. It sounds mysterious, but it's actually very ordinary. To put it simply, it's just exercising your body by combining breathing techniques. After the cataclysm, the survivors underwent a certain degree of mutation. Although they appeared no different from ordinary people, they had something called qi and blood in their bodies, which was a kind of bioenergy. Research suggests that people before the cataclysm actually possessed vital energy, but it was hidden within their bodies and not manifested. The cataclysm's transformation simply brought out this vital energy. After so many years of development, people have continuously studied and applied qi and blood, eventually forming the qi and blood martial arts. It's not a martial arts manual from a wuxia novel, but rather a method of using a specific breathing frequency to mobilize the body's qi and blood, train it, and then continuously strengthen the qi and blood to obtain physical qualities far exceeding those of ordinary people. Even without using breathing techniques, it's fine. As long as you have sufficient nutrition and continue to exercise, your qi and blood will continue to grow stronger, making your body stronger and stronger. Breathing techniques can only improve efficiency. Qi and blood martial arts, also known as commoner martial arts, can be practiced by everyone, just like everyone can exercise. However, to achieve success, it requires a lot of effort, and in the end, it is not as powerful as a genetically modified person getting a single injection. There's a saying in the wasteland: the poor rely on hard work, physical cultivation, and martial arts, while the rich rely on technology, genetic modification, and mechanical modification. As for those who are extraordinary, it doesn't matter whether they are rich or poor, it all depends on their talent and luck. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi replied, Qi and blood martial arts. He was not a superhuman, nor did he undergo acupuncture or mechanical modifications. He simply plundered some of the vital energy and blood through forbidden objects, which, strictly speaking, falls under the category of Qi and blood martial arts. Brother Xiaobai is indeed a hero among young people. It is difficult to achieve success in the martial arts of Qi and blood without great perseverance. It is clear that Brother Xiaobai has lofty aspirations. Bai Yi was taken aback by Gao Banqing's high EQ remarks. Could this really be considered praise? Was it just forced praise? Everyone knows that the path of Qi and blood martial arts is only chosen by desperate paupers. Most people who cultivate Qi and blood martial arts for a lifetime end up not as successful as a genetically modified person who gets a single injection. The group chatted as they walked, and the perilous Black Mountain felt somewhat like a spring outing. Shirano, who was mixed in with the group, felt more and more that he was being wise. They had already traveled more than halfway and expected to reach the vicinity of the 189th shelter by tomorrow. The reason they acted so quickly was truly thanks to Gao Banqing and Li Xiao, among others. Gao Banqing had a Black Mountain map that he had acquired at great expense, which saved them from taking many detours. For some unknown reason, Li Xiao seemed eager to show off his strength in front of Li Yu. Along the way, he didn't need anyone else to help him. Whenever he encountered mutated beasts or mutated plants, he would take the lead and use various dazzling skills to kill them. After killing them, he still had to turn around and take another look at Li Yu. At night, the already quiet Black Mountain fell into complete stillness. The only sound was the faint crackling of burning firewood. Bei roasted rabbit meat by the fire, looking quite content. I saved a lot of time today, hee. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. This is all the time he has left. Since joining the team, he has never used time stop again, and the crisis has been resolved entirely by the others. He took out his gold pocket watch and looked at it. In 3 hours, another minute would pass before the money arrived. Please, nothing unexpected happens. Don't let me waste any more time. Let's just get through tonight peacefully. Shirono ate the rabbit while praying, and then, nothing really happened. The next morning, the group set off again. Along the way, Bai Yi was slightly dazed. He really hadn't encountered any danger? The mountain forest at night was the most dangerous place, and the fact that he hadn't encountered any danger made him feel unreal. He even suspected that he had been poisoned by the rabbit meat and was hallucinating. Before coming to Black Mountain, I wished I could have 3 waves of mutated beasts every day. During a casual chat with Gao Banqing, Bai Yi's doubts were answered. Chapter 46 What Panga Plan? Just a dying fantasy. After the army of Dawn City discovered Refuge 189, they sent troops to Black Mountain to clear it out many times. The mutated beasts here either died or ran away, so the threat level was greatly reduced. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come here. Bai Yi nodded. That makes sense. The attack on Grey Earth Town by the mutated beasts was ultimately Dawn City's fault. Then why haven't we seen any troops from Dawn City along the way? Gao Banqing laughed and said, because most of the army has withdrawn. They've withdrawn. Mobilizing troops is no easy task. The food problem alone is enough to give people a headache. Moreover, the dangers of Black Mountain are not only the mutated beasts that are visible, but also poisonous insects, poisonous miasma, and so on. All kinds of unseen threats are the most deadly. Although Dawn City is powerful, it is impossible for it to inject all soldiers with gene serum. After all, trained soldiers are just ordinary people. They can drive away mutated beasts with guns and ammunition, but it is difficult for them to survive in Black Mountain for a long time. It is said that Dawn City has been unable to open the gates of Vault 189 for a long time, and the commotion it has caused has been too great, which has led to the leak of the news. Various forces, including some superhuman organizations and bounty hunters, have flocked to the vault, all wanting a piece of the pie. Dawn City, backed by Apocalypse Technology Company, is powerful, but it can't afford to offend everyone. Therefore, it decided against sealing off Black Mountain, leaving only a group of elite experts there to wait for an opportunity. At this point, a mocking look appeared on Gao Banqing's face. In my opinion, It is obvious that Tianchi Company knows that it cannot open the door of the shelter, so it allows all the capable people in Beimang to come here and open the shelter with the help of others. Once the door is opened, it will be time for Tianchi Company to show its fangs. Black Mountain is, after all, within the sphere of influence of the Apocalypse Corporation. Unless the major powers completely break ties and start a full-scale war, who can take it from them in this small territory? Baiye's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't expected this rich, fat man to have some intelligence. This was indeed Tianchi Company's plan, which he had already learned from Mr. Ng. At the time, Mr. Ng said that only the tyrant Yang Jie could open the 189 shelter, and then he would snipe Yang Jie after the door was opened. Since you know about Apocalypse Corporation's scheme, why are you getting involved in this mess? Gao Banqing chuckled, his chubby face jiggling as he was jostled on Xiao Kuei's back. Tianchi Company's goal is the Panga Project. As for the other things in the shelter, they won't care too much. All the forces have sent people to Black Mountain. Do you think they would kill everyone for some small items? In other words, as long as they don't try to seize control of the Panga Project, they won't have a direct conflict with Apocalypse Corporation. You're quite magnanimous. You can resist the temptation of the Panga Project? What bullshit Panga Project? In my opinion, it's all a rumor. Little white brother, do you know how many times the Panga Project has appeared? Sharona was taken aback. How many times? Gao Banqing held up 5 chubby fingers. 5 times. Holy crap. Baiye's heart sank instantly. If there was no Panga USB drive in Black Mountain, then all his time had been wasted. 5 times in total. This thing is a huge pitfall. Vault 112, Vault 134, Vault 181, and 2 others I can't remember. In short, when these vaults were created, everyone said that they contained the Panga Project, but in the end, it was all bullshit. In my opinion, there is no such thing as the Panga Project in this world. It is just a fantasy of people in the civilized era before they die. If, as the rumors suggest, the Panga Project possessed the power to create the world, how could the age of civilization have perished? Baiye's other half felt a chill in his heart. He even felt that Gao Banqing was right. In an era of shattered civilization, decision-makers might actually weave a lie called hope in order to preserve the human race. Wait a minute. Even if the Panga Project is fake, the Panga USB drive should be real, right? Humans in civilized times would never fail to preserve such precious knowledge. Phew, there's still a glimmer of hope. Li Beitian, who was leading the way, suddenly lowered his body and signaled everyone to be quiet. Is anyone there? Bei followed the others and joined them. It wasn't surprising to encounter people in the Black Mountain, since they were almost at Vault 189, and there would definitely be more and more people. It's 2 groups facing off, Li Beitian said in a low voice. The experienced bounty hunter pulled out a tactical binocular from somewhere and began to observe silently. One group consisted of 8 people, all dressed in uniform, and they should belong to the same bounty hunter team. The other group consisted of only one person, a young man carrying 4 swords on his back. Let me see. Baiye took the binoculars. The others were also curious, but due to Li Yu's imposing presence, they had no choice but to let Baiye see first. With the help of the telescope, Baiye quickly spotted the 2 groups of people Li Beitian had mentioned. The young man carrying 4 swords was holding a ginseng root, which was still covered in fresh soil, indicating that it had just been dug up. Another group of 8 people were pointing guns at the youth, and the 2 sides seemed to be talking about something. Baiye gleaned a general idea from their lip movements. It seemed they were fighting over ginseng. Brother Xiaobai, let me see too. Gao Banqing looked impatient, like a gossip-loving bystander. Shiro handed him the binoculars and said to the crowd, they must have found a ginseng in the Black Mountain and started arguing about it. At this moment, Gao Banqing exclaimed, I know that man carrying 4 swords. He is the swordsman Xiao Yi. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Xiao Yi, the sword holder, an extraordinary individual with an 85 million bounty on his head by the Eastern Continent Federation? Gao Banqing nodded, looking somewhat excited. No one knew what he was excited about. He handed the binoculars to Li Xiao and said, it's him. 85 million. Li Yu, who had been pretending to be an expert, almost lost his composure when he heard this astronomical figure. If Baiye hadn't coughed lightly to remind him, his persona would probably have collapsed. Baiye was no stranger to the Eastern Continent Federation that Gao Banqing mentioned. To be precise, anyone living in this wasteland knew about the Eastern Continent Federation. The continent they lived on was called Dongzhou. The Eastern Continent Federation is the highest governing body in the Eastern Continent, an organization jointly established by various forces to maintain a balance. Despite its seemingly supreme authority, it actually maintains very loose control over various regions, with each major power ruling its own territory. As for the bounty, it was a calculated move by the Eastern Continent Federation to divide and control unruly superhumans, genetically modified individuals, and other powerful beings. Since ancient times, heroes have used their martial arts to break the law. In this era of great catastrophe, this is even more true for those with supernatural abilities and genetically modified bodies. To consolidate its rule, the Federation has enacted a series of strict regulations targeting this group, such as prohibiting them from using their supernatural abilities for profit, prohibiting them from using them in front of ordinary people, and requiring them to undergo monthly supervision. Anyone who violates the law will be subject to a reward. Chapter 47. Wait. Hold on. Stop. Halt. After being put on a bounty, you not only need to guard against the Federation, but also against other superhumans and genetically modified individuals who would trade your life for money. With everyone on guard, it is naturally difficult for these people to unite. It's quite simple to avoid being wanted by a bounty. Join a major power and become a lackey for those big shots, and you'll be exempt. Strictly speaking, extraordinary individuals like Li Yu are also considered federal fugitives, but they are currently not well known, so there is no bounty on their heads. This is a blatant conspiracy. A single law makes it difficult for ordinary people to grow stronger. Some mentally unstable individuals even take pride in their high bounties and challenge those with higher bounties to increase their own. I've been looking for him for a long time, and I never expected to run into him in Black Mountain today, Li Xiao said coldly. You have a grudge against him? Gao Banqing asked, puzzled. He hadn't heard of that. Li Xiao put down his binoculars. No enmity. And you? He just happened to kill the second generation of a powerful family, yet he was given a bounty of 85 million. Which is 20 million more than me. Truly, in times of no heroes, even a mere brat can become famous. Gao Banqing. Shirono, see? Someone with a screw loose has appeared. Li Xiao, I didn't hire you to cause trouble everywhere. Gao Banqing said urgently. Don't worry. Li Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. One of the 10 kings, the tyrant, is about to arrive. A mere sword holder is not enough to arouse my interest. Bai Yi, standing to the side, was secretly amazed. He realized that Li Xiao, this pretentious show-off, only had eyes for the 10 kings. No one else could catch his eye. He rarely spoke, but when he did, he always mentioned the 10 kings. Boss Gao, what do we do now? Should we take a detour, or? Li Beitian asked. Gao Banqing smiled broadly. I'm a kind-hearted person and can't stand the sight of blood, so naturally, I had to stop this conflict. In the deep, secluded forest, the swordsman, Xiao Yi, dressed in a blue ancient-style robe, calmly faced the 8 gunmen. Ladies and gentlemen, I was the one who first discovered this century-old ginseng. I would be grateful if you would part with it. You're saying you spotted me first? Even though I, Black Panther, am missing an eye, my new metal prosthetic eye works better than a human eye. I clearly saw it first. You just beat me to it. A burly man, wielding a shotgun, said fiercely. One of his eyes was a metal prosthetic eye, which was flashing a cold red light. Boy, as long as you hand over the ginseng, we won't fight you. Black Panther didn't directly rob him. Unlike Gao Banqing, who was knowledgeable and knew a lot, he couldn't figure out Xiao Yi's background. He only knew that anyone who could come to Black Mountain alone was definitely not an ordinary person. Normally, he would never provoke such a person, but profit can move people's hearts. That century-old ginseng is not an ordinary medicinal herb, but a mutated one. After taking it, it can increase blood and qi and strengthen the body. It is a rare commodity on the black market and is very valuable. Faced with obvious benefits, and with their own side having more people and none of them being weak, they naturally had the confidence to take risks. Sigh, let's just do it then. Xiao Yi put his hand to his forehead, his handsome face showing a hint of helplessness. A fierce glint flashed in Black Panther's eyes. The group exchanged glances, loaded their guns, and were about to fire when Xiao Yi suddenly shouted, Wait! Heh, now you know fear. Black Panther had just laughed out loud when his expression changed drastically the next moment. Clang! A crisp sword rang out, and a cold light suddenly flew out from behind Xiao Yi. It was a precious sword forged using ancient methods, flying towards the Black Panther like a white ribbon. The crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events, because the sword was completely uncontrolled, as if it were equipped with an autopilot, and flew to the Black Panther in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The shotgun in Black Panther's hand broke in two, splitting in the middle. The broken shotgun fell to the ground with a dull thud. Xiao Yi smiled and waved, and the sword flew back to its sheath behind him. Seeing the stunned group, he smiled and asked, Want to continue? Black Panther's expression changed several times. Despicable. You just said wait, but then you launched a sneak attack. This is utterly despicable. No, no. Xiao Yi shook his head with a smile. The wait I just mentioned is not the wait you understand, but rather the name of my sword. The sword is called Wait. Go to hell. Black Panther roared, feeling mocked. His powerful body suddenly strained, his muscles bulging and a layer of fine black fur growing wildly. He was on all fours, his back arched high, like a leopard crouching on the ground, ready to pounce. Just at this critical moment, Bei and the others appeared in the arena. Gao Banqing jumped off Xiao Kuei and shouted, "Stop!" Upon seeing so many people suddenly appear, Black Panther's eyes flashed with wariness and fear, and he stopped his attack. Xiao Yi also looked over and smiled and nodded at Gao Banqing and the others. Clang! Xiao Yi's back was instantly drawn and shot out as a streak of light. You still dare to launch a sneak attack? Black Panther's eyes were bloodshot. He never expected Xiao Yi to be so shameless, always thinking of launching sneak attacks. However, the shock and anger in his eyes quickly turned into fear because the sword light was magnifying infinitely in his vision, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped his entire body, causing him to freeze briefly. Gao Banqing's expression turned somewhat ugly. He hadn't expected Xiao Yi to be so disrespectful. But then, an unexpected scene unfolded. The sword that was aimed straight at the Black Panther's head stopped just 5 centimeters from his eyeball. Black Panther snapped out of his daze and hurriedly took a few steps back, only to find Xiao Yi suddenly appearing in front of him, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Phew! Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief, still feeling a bit shaken. It was so close, but thankfully I made it in time. His words left everyone puzzled. What was he doing? He turned his head and gave Gao Banqing a slightly resentful look. You can't just shout stop like that. My sword is called stopped. Gao Banqing. What kind of bizarre thing is this? Wait a minute. Stop. What kind of good person would name their sword like that? Bai Yi was also stunned. He didn't understand why superhumans were so abstract. Could it be that after mental stimulation and awakening, they all had the potential to become mentally ill? Li Xiao loves to show off. Xiao Yi is an old silver coin, and Li Yu is a complete idiot. Not one of them is a normal person. Your other 2 swords won't call for a moment or stop, right? Bai Yi blurted out. Xiao Yi was startled. How did you know? Clang. Another sword was drawn from behind him, and he quickly pressed it down, his face turning red, before he finally managed to put it down. Chapter 48 My Father, Gao Shanha. Phew. Little brother, you can't shout anymore, or someone will die. But you only guessed half right. The last sword was called Wait a Moment. But the last sword was not called Stop. Bai Yi's expression was strange, and he had a vague guess in his mind. What is it called? Xiao smiled mysteriously and said 3 words. I was wrong. Bai Yi. He was stunned by those 3 words for a long time before he came to his senses and gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. Awesome. Xiao Yi accepted it calmly. Wait a moment. Stop. If the enemy is still alive after these 3 sword strikes, then I can only admit my mistake, which is why I was told I was wrong. How much longer are you going to talk? Black Panther roared, having recovered his composure. He felt blatantly ignored. Xiao Yi turned his head. Still want to fight? Although Black Panther looked wary, he still refused to back down. I was just ambushed by you before. If it really came down to a fight, I might not lose. I'm a genetically modified person who's been injected with 3 doses of the drug. Oh, Xiao Yi feigned surprise. A 3-needle realm expert, wow. I'll kill you. Gentlemen, please, calm down. Give me some face, and let's just let this go. We're all here in Black Mountain to make money. There's no need to fight to the death here. Gao Banqing stepped forward, adopting the posture of a peacemaker. Black Panther's expression was unfriendly. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Gao Banqing was not annoyed, but smiled and said, I am Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing. Never heard of him. My father is Gao Shanha. What? The president of Jinfu Chamber of Commerce, Gao Shanha, the richest man in Beimang, is your father? Black Panther and the others' expressions changed drastically, as if they had heard of him before. Gao Banqing smiled and nodded, taking out a token made of pure gold, engraved with mountains and rivers. It was clearly made by a top craftsman, and every detail was lifelike. The mountain and river token of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. Black Panther exclaimed, clearly recognizing its value. I wonder if you gentlemen could do me the honor. Gao Banqing repeated his previous question, but this time he received a completely different answer. Black Panther scrutinized him for a long time, then paused and said, since it's Boss Gao in person, I, Black Panther, will naturally give him face, but... He abruptly changed the subject, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yi. He stole my ginseng, so how should this be settled? Logically, we found the ginseng together, so he should give me half. If this ginseng is cut open, its value will be greatly reduced, so don't even think about it, Boss Gao. You'd better not get involved in this matter, Xiaoyi said calmly. Gao Banqing smiled slightly, walked straight between the two groups, took out a stack of checks and a pen from his pocket, and began to write with composure and confidence. This ginseng is worth about 1.5 million, but I'll round it down to 2 million. Sizzle. Gao Banqing tore off 2 checks and handed them to Xiao Yi and Black Panther respectively. The two looked at the check in their hands at the same time and were instantly stunned. Xiao raised an eyebrow. 2 million. You also have 2 million? Black Panther asked in astonishment. 2 million each? They originally thought Gao Banqing would give 1 million each. After all, that would be a fair split. The two exchanged a glance and looked at Gao Banqing, who had a big smile on his face. I'll offer double the price to buy this ginseng from you two. As a gesture of friendship, how about it? At this moment, the two felt that they could not open their eyes, because they were being illuminated by the golden light emanating from Gao Banqing. What does it mean to be outrageously wealthy? They've seen it all. It turns out that wealthy people call paying double, spending equally. As expected of Chairman Gao's son, you are truly magnanimous. I, Xiaoyi, am determined to be your friend. Me too. Black Panther quickly chimed in. After receiving the mutated ginseng, Gao Banqing turned around and walked to Li Yu's side, saying gratefully, I am deeply grateful to Mr. Li for saving my life. I know that you do not like worldly things such as money, so I specially bought you a century-old mutated ginseng. Please accept it. Li Yu stared blankly at the ginseng in front of him. It was given to him. He was still reeling from the shock of Gao Banqing buying ginseng at double the price, and now the ginseng had been delivered. Is this the world of the rich? This move stunned not only Li Yu but also Bai Yi. The power of money was truly awe-inspiring. Of course, what truly shocked him was Gao Banqing's actions. The ginseng, valued at 1.5 million, was initially offered at 2 million to make friends, then doubled to satisfy both parties, and finally delivered to Li Yu so smoothly. To this, all Bai Yi can say is, I've decided to be your friend too. He snatched the ginseng and stuffed it into his pocket. Just give it to me. I'll keep it for Mr. Li. After briefly demonstrating the allure of money, Gao Banqing naturally extended a team invitation to Xiao Yi and the others. Without the slightest surprise, both parties agreed without a moment's hesitation. Humph, bowing down for money is not the act of a strong person. Li Xiao, who already disregarded Xiao Yi, the swordsman, was even more disdainful now. Bai Yi, who was standing nearby, overheard this and couldn't help but ask, didn't you also take money from Fatty Gao? Li Xiao glanced at him and said coldly, I'm different from them. They're here for money, while I'm here for Yang Jia, one of the 10 kings, and just to earn some travel expenses. What's the problem? To this, Shirayuki only replied with one word, 6. It's pointless for me to talk to you. You never stop talking about the 10 kings. You re the one with the double standards. He discovered that Li Xiao and Gao Banqing were truly a match made in heaven. One of them would always refer to his father, Gao Shanha, while the other would always refer to the 10th prince. Otherwise, how could these two have gotten together? With Xiao Yi and the others joining, Bai Yi became much more relaxed. Sometimes, in order to improve his qi and blood, he had to rush to use breath of bones. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough mutated beasts to go around. Looking at Gao Banqing, who was constantly trying to get close to everyone, Bai Yi even suspected that the fat man's purpose in coming to Black Mountain was not to find a refuge, but to recruit people. Around noon, the group arrived safely near the entrance to Vault 189. By passing through this forest, the entrance to Shelter 189 will be just ahead, Li Beitian said, pulling out a map of Black Mountain from somewhere and pointing to a red circle on the map. Why is there a mountain drawn inside the red circle? Bai Yi asked curiously. Li Beitian smiled and said, Brother Xiaobai, you may not know this, but Shelter 189 is located at the foot of the mountain. I don't know how people in the old days were able to build a shelter in such a place. We're almost there. Xiao Yi perked up and took the lead at the front of the group. Brother Xiao, are you also here because of the rumors about the Panga project? Gao Banqing asked. Chapter 49, Wearing Clothes Anywhere. Do you think you're me? No, that's not it. I came to the shelter to find a few handy swords. Gao Banqing was taken aback. The technology of the old era was very advanced. They basically used firearms. If you go to a shelter to look for a sword, I'm afraid. Xiao Yi shook his head slightly and smiled. That's not true. I've heard that in the old days there was a divine sword whose sharpness was like lightning flashing across the sky. It had no substance or blade, and it could melt anything it touched, like boiling snow being thrown into hot water. Wherever its light and flames reached, even armor would melt. Does such a divine sword exist? Gao Banqing pondered for a long time, but couldn't find a divine sword that met his requirements. Bai Yi, standing to the side, was slightly taken aback. Isn't this a lightsaber? Xiao Yi was overjoyed. I never expected that brother Xiaobai, despite his humble origins, would possess such extraordinary knowledge, even knowing about the divine sword laser. Bai Yi's face darkened. You don't have to mention your humble origins. Alas, you are mistaken. As the old saying goes, it is not shameful to be born into poverty. A true man is one who can bend and stretch. In my opinion, Brother Xiaobai is a young man of great talent and has a friendship with Mr. Li. He will surely achieve great things in the future. During this period of traveling together, everyone had learned some details about each other, including the fact that the magician Li Yu had captured the mutated peregrine falcon in an instant. Light swords are high-tech weapons and probably don't meet your requirements for using a sword. Xiao Yi shook his head and said seriously, a laser sword is also a sword. As long as it is a sword, it can be used by me. Some kind of conceptual god? Supersonic fire swords, aircraft carrier swords, interstellar war swords, and star-destroying swords also considered swords? Amidst laughter and conversation, the group quickly passed through the woods and arrived at an open area. Wow, so many people! Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise. There were at least several hundred people in this open area. These people seemed to belong to two opposing camps, occupying the northern and southern territories respectively, separated by an open passage, clearly divided. The people in the south were all dressed in uniforms with the Eye of Apocalypse emblem tattooed on their chests, clearly employees of Apocalypse Technology Company. There were nearly 200 of them, and they stood like javelins with cold expressions, each exuding a strong aura of killing intent. There were more people in the north, about 300, dressed in various styles and carrying all sorts of weapons. They were gathered in twos and threes, and were wary of each other, like a mob. Shiro ignored these people and instead looked past the crowd towards the 189 shelter that he had been longing for. It was a huge cave located in the mountainside, surrounded by rubble, traces of an explosion, and even a dozen charred corpses scattered haphazardly on the ground. The cave was pitch black, like a black hole that swallowed up the sunlight, and you couldn't see inside at all. These people seemed to be terrified of the cave and dared not approach it, so much so that a vacuum area appeared within 100 meters of the cave. Those people in the south are Apocalypse's Gene Warriors. Gao Banqing suddenly whispered. Bai Yi snapped out of his daze and looked at the Gene Warriors. His gaze was quickly drawn to a man and a woman who were surrounded by Gene Warriors, like the leaders of the group. The man, shirtless, straddled a boulder. His bronze-colored muscles gleamed in the sunlight. He stood a full 2 meters tall, like a small giant. His eyes were not human eyes, but rather the vertical pupils of a beast, like a pair of amber laced with poison. The woman was even more eye-catching, with pectoral muscles even more exaggerated than the man's. She wore a snakeskin miniskirt and a tube top, exposing her slender, fair, long legs to the air. She had a classic snake-like face and sat seductively on the man's broad shoulders. Her alluring eyes glanced at Bai Yi and the others, and her red lips curved slightly upwards. Sword-wielding Xiao Yi and Shadow Man Li Xiao? I never expected that you two extraordinary individuals with bounties exceeding 10 million would come together. Are Xiao Yi and Li Xiao that famous? Bai Yi glanced at the two of them furtively. Just as Xiao Yi was about to speak, Li Xiao stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd. He stood with his hands behind his back and, in front of hundreds of people, arrogantly declared, "To be able to recognize me at a glance, you must be no nobody. Tell me your name." His assertiveness drew a lot of attention, and it was clear that he enjoyed the spotlight. The woman chuckled, her laughter shaking her body. The 12 zodiac animals, the silver snake. The 12 zodiac animals? Bai Yi's expression turned slightly strange. He thought of Mr. Ing, the eagle with the wild imagination, and subtly gave Li Yu a wink. Li Yu completely ignored him, his thieving eyes fixed on the silver snake, his pupils trembling with the snake's movements. What? Bai Yi sighed deeply. He no longer knew what to say about Li Yu. Did he have any redeeming qualities at all, given that he smoked, drank, gambled, was greedy and lustful? He quietly approached Li Yu and coughed lightly. Li Yu then came to his senses, wiped away his drool, and asked with his lips slightly parted, "What's wrong, brother Yi?" The 12 zodiac animals appearing face to face. What do you think of this? Li Yu swallowed hard. Of course, I'll watch it repeatedly. Damn it. Bai Yi was so angry he almost cursed out loud, but thankfully he stopped in time. Can't you be a little more vigilant? He pointed to the tattered sack containing the Black Dragon M300. Li Yu finally regained his senses and quickly hid the tattered sack behind his back. After hiding, he paused for a moment, as if realizing something. Did you just curse at me? No. Bai glanced at him irritably. I'm saying that your mom being happy is more important than anything else. Liu. In the field, a glint of light flashed in Li Zhao's eyes. He completely ignored the voluptuous silver serpent and focused his gaze on the wild man beneath her. Among the 12 zodiac animals, the silver snake and the dark tiger have always been inseparable, known as the tiger's head and the snake's tail. It seems that you are the dark tiger. Known as the nether tiger glanced coldly at Li Xiao with disdain in his eyes, but remained silent, seemingly looking down on someone like Li Xiao. Li Xiao's eyes suddenly darkened. I didn't expect the famous zodiac tiger to be a mute. It seems that Tianqi Company is really bad at selecting people. Holy crap. Bai Yi was dumbfounded. No way, buddy, how dare you? He's got 200 gene warriors with him. Do you think you're me? If I had known you'd show off in any situation, I wouldn't have teamed up with you. He suddenly realized the situation was bad and quietly retreated behind the crowd. When he reached the very back of the line, he discovered that someone was faster than him. Li Zhua, when did you get here? I'll be here a little earlier than you. Li scratched his head shyly. On the other side, the nether tiger had already stood up from the boulder, its blood and energy surging, exuding a terrifying pressure like that of a fierce tiger, the aura of a top predator. Shadowman Li Xiao, do you want to die? Chapter 50, A Gathering of Powerful Individuals. The shadow beneath Li Zhao's feet stood silently, and he sneered. You think you can take me on? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense, and many people looked on with anticipation for a good show. Gao Bansheng was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, and he quickly stepped forward. Wait, Mr. Minghu, my father. Clang. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a clear, sharp sword sound. Gao Bansheng turned around in astonishment, only to see Xiao Yi's sword already passing over his head and flying towards the nether tiger. This action was immediately interpreted by Minghu and the others as the start of a war, and 200 gene warriors simultaneously pulled out submachine guns and aimed them at Gao Bansheng and the others. Hey, come back. Xiao Yi rushed forward and grabbed Wait, then forced a smile at the crowd and said, If I said this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? He was met only with 200 dark gun barrels. Gao Bansheng was getting anxious. What kind of teammates have I found? Mr. Li is so much more reliable. He never says a word of nonsense. Hey, where are Mr. Li and Brother Xiaobai? Just as a great battle was about to erupt, Gao Bansheng cried out, My father, Gao Shanhe. A force known as the Father's Way suddenly spread out, silencing the entire audience. Minghu's eyes. He raised his hand, stopping his subordinate who was about to fire. Who are you? Gao Bansheng, panting heavily, said, I am Gao Bansheng, the son of the president of Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. As he spoke, he frantically pulled out the mountain and river token. Mr. Minghu, this is just a small misunderstanding. My friends have no intention of being enemies with Apocalypse Company. Please give me some face. Minghu glanced at the mountain and river token, his expression softening. So you are Chairman Gao's son. Our company has many collaborations with your Chamber of Commerce, so we must give young Master Gao face. Put all the guns away. He then sat back down on the boulder, remaining silent, as if waiting for something. But Li Xiao was not satisfied and continued to provoke him, which frightened Gao Bansheng into stopping him in a hurry, whispering, Li Xiao, don't forget why you came to Black Mountain. Before killing the 10 kings, I, Li, don't mind teaching these petty scoundrels a lesson. Gao Bansheng wanted nothing more than to slap Li Xiao. If the 12 zodiac animals were petty villains, then there would be no strong people in the world. His eyes darted around, and an idea came to him. That nether tiger isn't even one of the 10 kings. If you attack him, wouldn't you be losing face for nothing? Upon hearing this, Li Zhao's expression softened slightly, but he still said coldly, What you said makes sense. Very well, I'll let him go today. Call. Gao Bansheng breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly urged the people behind him. Let's go north. No fewer than 300 people gathered in the north, more than the number from Tianqi Company, but they were loosely disciplined and scattered into numerous small groups. These people wore different clothes and used a variety of weapons. They included bounty hunters, members of supernatural organizations, and people from other major forces. Apocalypse Corporation was operating on home ground, naturally having a significant advantage in both manpower and equipment. As a result, these people from various forces and organizations temporarily united to prevent Apocalypse Corporation from monopolizing Vault 189. Shiro mingled among the crowd, silently observing them. A few people gather together, forming a small circle, others gather in groups of dozens, and some even come alone. For example, the night girl in the silent court. When Shirono saw her for the second time, he was not surprised. She was obviously after Vault 189. However, the night girl was going to save the wasteland towns around Black Mountain because of organizational ideology or personal will. The night girl leaned against the mountainside, seemingly to prevent a sneak attack from behind. Her long, jet-black hair swayed in the wind, and she held the silver cross-shaped sword in her arms. Was still dressed the same as before, with only black and silver as her colors. There was no one within 2 meters of her. It seemed that the people around her knew she was not someone to mess with, and no one approached her. At this moment, the night girl seemed to sense something, and her light brown eyes turned to look at Shiro. Her eyes were calm and undisturbed, and she simply nodded slightly to Shiro before looking away. Despite receiving attention, Bai didn't narcissistically believe that it was because he was too handsome that he attracted the girl's attention. He hadn't washed his face for 3 days, and with the wind and sun exposure all the way, his face was barely cleaner than the soles of his shoes. He knew very well that the girl was only paying attention to him because of his actions in the town of Grey Earth. Bai also looked away, observing the others. At that moment, the bushes not far away suddenly trembled, and a man walked out of the bushes, smiled and glanced at everyone, then walked into the crowd to the north, found a place to sit down, and obviously had just arrived. The man who came alone attracted a lot of attention, simply because he was too conspicuous. He was wearing a tattered suit, his face was painted with clown makeup, and his flamboyant red lips were stretched almost to his ears. Although there were many people in strange costumes present, wearing masks, with animal eyes, and whose faces were completely mechanical, there was no clown among them. After the clown sat down on the ground, he behaved even more strangely. Even though there was no one around, he laughed happily and kept talking to the air next to him, occasionally making funny faces. He doesn't seem to have come to Montenegro looking for refuge. He's here to make a scene. People stared at him as if he were crazy, and many laughed at him, but he seemed not to hear them and chatted happily with the air. Fatty Gao, who is that guy? Bai asked curiously. Based on his own summary of the law of madness among superhumans, he felt that this clown man must be very strong, because the madder he is, the stronger he is, and the more abnormal he is, the stronger he is. Gao Banqing's face darkened. He glanced at Li Yu and decided to swallow his anger. He looked in the direction Bai Yi pointed, and his expression changed slightly. The ghost clown, that madman actually came too? You know him? Gao Banqing nodded. This is the first time I've seen him too, but his features are so distinctive that it's impossible to mistake him. Is he also a superhuman? It shouldn't be. Should be. Bai Yi was taken aback. The ghost clown is very strong, but it has never shown any extraordinary power, nor has it undergone genetic or mechanical modification. Qi and blood martial arts. That's right. He made quite a name for himself solely through his martial arts and Qi cultivation. Even genetically modified individuals who have been injected with 5 doses of the drug are no match for him. Bai Yi immediately glanced at the ghost clown again, not expecting that this seemingly weak man had actually cultivated his Qi and blood martial arts to such a level, making his mortal body comparable to genetic technology. Then why do you say he shouldn't be a superhuman? Because he has an invisible girlfriend. Didn't you see him talking to thin air? Actually, he's talking to his girlfriend. Chapter 51 The Black Mountain Grand Stage. Don't come if you don't have work. An air girlfriend? Bai Ye's understanding was refreshed once again. The Great Cataclysm era really does produce all sorts of weirdos. To be precise, it's a ghost girlfriend. She's completely invisible, like a ghost, which is why people call him the ghost clown. There are even rumors that his ghost girlfriend might actually exist, which is his supernatural ability, but this has never been confirmed. However, even if he is not a superhuman, his strength should not be underestimated. Do you know how much his bounty is? Gao Banqing asked mysteriously. How many? 170 million. What? Doesn't that mean Li Xiao isn't even a fraction of his worth? Li Xiao turned his head and cast a cold glance at him. Kid, say that again if you dare. Bai Yi didn't tolerate him at all. What? Can't I even say the truth? If you're so capable, why don't you raise the bounty to 170 million? Li Xiao was furious, but he did not attack Bai Yi. He seemed to still have his own principles, only provoking the strong. Looking at the furious Li Xiao, Bai Yi silently counted down in his mind, 3, 2, 1. 10 kings. The tyrant Yang Jia has a bounty of 1.29 billion. Once I defeat him, the bounty will soon exceed 1.5 billion. Bai Yi revealed an expression that said, just as I expected. I knew you'd start with the 10 kings. He ignored Li Xiao, but became somewhat interested in the ghost clown. He quietly moved closer, wanting to hear what the ghost clown was saying to his ghost girlfriend. In the bustling crowd, The clown gently embraced the air with one hand, a smile on his face, as if he were embracing an unseen woman. Do you also think the scenery of Black Mountain is beautiful? Then let's come here often in the future. I heard that the sunrise at the top of Black Mountain is even more beautiful. After things are over here, I will take you to the top of Black Mountain to watch the sunrise. The clown paused after speaking, as if listening to his ghost girlfriend's response. The people around him chuckled in hushed tones. The clown doesn't go to the circus, but he's here to join the fun, and he even wants to go to the top of Black Mountain to watch the sunrise. Isn't he afraid of feeding the mutated beasts? Hey, keep your voice down. Don't let this lunatic hear you, or he might come and bite you, huh? In this era of information isolation and even cutoff, not everyone is as knowledgeable as Gao Banqing. As the son of the richest man, the intelligence he comes into contact with on a daily basis is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The Ghost Joker isn't a celebrity, and many people don't know him. Even celebrities find it difficult to be recognized by everyone. Despite the laughter of the crowd, the ghost clown continued to laugh, gazing intently at the air beside him, his eyes unable to see anything else. In his vision, there was not air, but a woman sitting upright in a white pleated skirt, with gentle eyes and a sweet smile. This young woman, aged 16, was not particularly beautiful, but she was at the most radiant age of her life. Being with the one she loved made her like a blooming flower, every gesture and expression exuding a captivating charm unique to young girls. E's eyes held a mixture of innocent curiosity and shyness. Her fingertips unconsciously twisted the hem of her white skirt as she softly asked, "Why are they laughing?" The clown gently stroked E's hair and said with a smile, "Because they can't see you." E looked up at the brightly colored clown's face, her eyes smiling. "Then why are you laughing?" The clown laughed even harder. "Because only I can see you." His tone carried a hint of pride and smugness, like a squirrel that had successfully stolen a pine cone hiding its treasure under its tail. Hiss! Bai Yi, who was eavesdropping not far away, gasped in shock. He couldn't see or hear Yi. He only saw the clown making a heartfelt confession to the air. The genuine love conveyed in his words, intertwined with the eeriness of their staring into the air, sent chills down his spine. He quickly moved away from the ghost clown and returned to the group, where he saw Gao Banqing talking to someone else, the two of them arm in arm and very friendly. "Brother Bao, why are so many of you waiting at the cave entrance? Why aren't you going in?" The man named Bao Gu whispered, "Boss Gao, only you would ask me this. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even give them a second glance. Did you see the dozen or so corpses in front of the cave? How did they die? Killed by the guards in the cave. There are guards in the cave?" Gao Banqing feigned surprise. Bao Gu clearly falls for this act. It satisfies his vanity by surprising the son of the richest man. Absolutely. A gigantic silver-armored man, whose eyes can shoot lasers. It's terrifying. With so many of us, surely we can handle a robot? Boss Gao, don't underestimate this robot. It's a weapon of war from the old era and can activate a legendary energy shield. This energy shield is no ordinary thing. Before, we used everything we could, guns, fire, bombs, and it didn't leave a single trace. See those 12 zodiac animals over there? They've been here for a month and haven't broken through the robot's defenses. What should we do then? Are we just going to wait here like this? Gao Banqing asked anxiously. Don't worry, Mr. Gao. We're not just waiting around. We're resting. The Brotherhood of Steel and the Zodiac discussed a plan. They'll attack the robot every now and then. The robot is very rigid. It won't trigger its defense mechanism unless you step into its 100-meter range. We'll slowly deplete the robot's energy. It won't be long before we wear it down. It survived for 100 years since the old era. I refuse to believe it won't run out of energy. Gao Banqing chuckled dryly. As the son of the richest man, he knew many secrets of the old era, including controlled nuclear fusion. If this robot had a controlled nuclear fusion energy device, then even if this group of people died here, they would not be able to outlast it. What's that sound? Gao Banqing was startled by the sudden sound. He was very familiar with the sound, but how could it appear in Black Mountain? Not only him, but most of the people present heard it. Bai Yi looked in the direction of the sound, and his gaze fell on the tent of Tianqi Company to the south. The tent was shaking violently, and the sound was coming from inside. The silver snake and the dark tiger had vanished. Damn, are you that thirsty? Bai Yi was confused, but deeply shocked. Were there any normal people left on Black Mountain? He felt both annoyed and amused, and an inappropriate sentence popped into his mind that perfectly encapsulated his trip to Montenegro. Montenegro's grand stage. Don't come if you don't have work. Are they usually this open? Gao Banqing asked, his face full of shock. Brother Bao chuckled. Boss Gao, don't be surprised. We're used to it. These two always have to exercise when they have nothing to do. I heard that the gene injection for the 12 zodiacs is different from the ones on the market. It was specially researched by Tianqi Company. Although it can bring powerful combat strength, it also has obvious side effects. For example, retaining some animalistic instincts. After all, wild animals reproduce regardless of the circumstances. Gao Banqing. Chapter 52 Robots. Half an hour later, the sound gradually stopped. Dressed in his finest attire, Minghu emerged from the tent carrying the rosy-cheeked silver snake. This alluring snake-like beauty appeared even more alluring at this moment. Finally out. I've been waiting for you for so long. It's past the agreed time. A thin, white-haired old man walked out from the north. The old man was followed by more than a dozen mechanical modifiers. Bao Gu, who was talking to Gao Banqing, whispered, "He is He Qianjun, a martial arts expert with strong blood and qi, and an instructor of the Brotherhood of Steel. I heard that he trained all 100,000 Iron Guards in the Brotherhood. He is known as the chief instructor of the 100,000 Iron Guards. He is worth 1,000 soldiers. Moreover, he is one of the few people in the Brotherhood of Steel who has not undergone mechanical modification." Gao Banqing narrowed his small eyes. I didn't expect him to come too. It seems that the Brotherhood of Steel is determined to take Black Mountain this time. It's just a pity that they are too far away and only brought such a small number of people. Minghu grinned at He Qianjun. You didn't perform well this time. The silver snake glared at him reproachfully, and her soft, boneless little hand also grabbed his pectoral muscles. He Qianjun's face darkened. If the 12 zodiacs don't want to breach Vault 189, they can leave now. Hara. Elder Crane, don't be angry. We 12 zodiac animals naturally came to break through the shelter. Isn't that the purpose of everyone's coming here? Minghu said with a smile. He said this, but he wasn't worried at all, because he knew very well that he and his men couldn't possibly exhaust the robot's energy. The company had tried various methods before, but all of them had failed. To deal with the robots, we can only wait for the tyrant, but unfortunately the tyrant is too far away. Even if we know about Black Mountain, it will probably take another 3 days to arrive. What are you waiting for? Call your men and let's begin. He Qianjun, hunched over, walked towards the cave with his hands behind his back, followed closely by more than a dozen fully armed cyborgs. Seeing him move, everyone else got up and carefully walked towards the cave, clearly indicating that they had already reached a common agreement. Boss Gao, let's go too. We've all agreed to work together to deplete the robot's energy. Anyone who doesn't go will be targeted by everyone. Bao Gu kindly reminded him before joining the group. Gao Banqing nodded. In that case, Mr. Li, Brother Xiao, Li Xiao, let's take action and see the power of the old era war robots. Everyone readily agreed, and Bai Yi followed at the very back of the group, also very curious about just how powerful the robots of the civilized era were. As He Qianjun, at the very front of the group, stepped within 100 meters of the cave, a rumbling sound erupted. A muffled sound came from the cave, as if some enormous creature had awakened and was slowly emerging from the cave. Everyone's expressions immediately tensed up. The earth began to tremble, rippling like a miniature earthquake, and even the small pebbles on the ground were shaken to their feet. The next moment, a giant silver figure slowly emerged from the cave, its bright silver metal shell flowing like liquid mercury, refracting a cold, hard light. Every line on its body looked as if it had been laser cut. It stood in front of the cave entrance, as tall as a 2-story building. The armor on its shoulders was slightly raised and covered with diamond-shaped heat dissipation holes, from which wisps of white steam spewed out. This enormous robot from the old era has no facial features. Its face is covered by a silver-white metal mask, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes that, like two inextinguishable flames, skinned everything around it. Warning! Warning! Scarlet disease infected person detected. Eliminate immediately. A cold electronic voice emanated from the robot's body, and its scarlet eyes began to flash rapidly. Attack! He Qianjun shouted, and the dozen or so mechanical modders behind him raised their metal prosthetics. With the sound of gears turning and metal meshing, their mechanical arms rotated, revealing metal gun muzzles like Gatling guns. Tap tap tap. A ghostly blue flame erupted from the gun muzzle, instantly weaving into a dense barrage of fire that rained down on the robot. However, the next second, a beam of dark blue light burst forth from the robot, instantly forming a diamond-shaped dark blue light shield. The bullets exploded and vaporized the moment they touched the shield, leaving no trace whatsoever. Everyone, attack together! Minghu shouted, and everyone responded and joined the battle. However, no one dared to get close to the robot. They simply took out their guns and fired from a distance. Hundreds of people opened fire together, creating a metal storm in the Black Mountain region. Logically speaking, such firepower should have been enough to take down a small county town, but they just couldn't take down the silver-white robot. Bai Yi pretended to take out the breath of bones and fired 2 shots. He did not use his blood energy, and the bullets he fired were ordinary bullets. He did not believe that a snake-level forbidden item could break through the energy shield, so there was no need to waste his blood energy. Gao Banqing was also slacking off. This son of the richest man didn't even bother to act. He just stood behind the maid Xiao Kuei and didn't even bother to fire a gun. "Hey, Fatty Gao, what is this scarlet disease that the robot just mentioned?" Bai Yi asked while slacking off. Scarlet disease is the mysterious virus that broke out during the Great Cataclysm. Those mutated beasts are infected with scarlet disease. Gao Banqing shouted, because the gunshots were too loud, so he could only shout. So, superhumans and martial arts based on blood and qi are also caused by scarlet disease. Bai Yi shouted into Gao Banqing's ear. "Hey, keep your voice down. I almost went deaf." Gao Banqing quickly pushed Bai Yi away. "That's right, it's all because of the scarlet disease infection. When the cataclysm broke out, many people died, but the survivors adapted to the scarlet disease and developed blood and energy in their bodies. Those with good talent became superhumans." Bai Yi's heart stirred. Since there are mutated beasts, why don't humans become mutated humans? Does that mean that after a person is infected with the scarlet disease, they either die or adapt? Gao Banqing waved, signaling for him to come closer. As Bai Yi approached, the son of the richest man started shouting at the top of his lungs, almost knocking Bai Yi's skull off. "There's a mutated human. Keep your voice down." Bai Yi was so angry that he kicked the fat man, but he missed. The maid Xiao Kuei raised her hand and blocked it. Xiao Kuei stared at Bai Yi expressionlessly. Her eyes were exactly like a human's, but they were devoid of any life. Gao Banqing quickly comforted Xiao Kuei, and only then did Xiao Kuei turn her head away. He smiled smugly at Bai Yi. "Brother Bai, I'm just an ordinary person with a little money. Since I dared to come to Black Mountain, I must have something to rely on, so you'd better not lay a hand on me. I'm afraid Xiao Kuei will misunderstand." Bai Yi. Chapter 53. Mr. Ng is still too incompetent. Gao Banqing continued. "Many years ago there were mutants, but they were all killed by humans long ago. Actually, mutants are very weak. They can only scare ordinary people. You have to understand that the reason humans are strong is because of their brains, not their bodies. Mutants have no brains, only savage physiques. How can they withstand firearms? They're not even as good as mutated beasts." Had watched too many zombie movies in his previous life. A zombie crisis almost wiped out humanity. Now that he thought about it, it seemed a bit unrealistic. Did he really think that humanity's firearms were just for show? Do you know the origin of scarlet disease? And how exactly did the Great Cataclysm occur? Gao Banqing rolled his eyes. "Brother Xiaobai, if I knew everything, would my father have become the president of Jinfu Chamber of Commerce?" Bai Yi paused for a moment, then said, "That makes sense." As the two talked, the battle reached a fever pitch. Perhaps due to running out of bullets, Minghu, Inshi, Hikianjin, and the others actually engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the robot. Not only them, but also other famous and powerful figures stepped forward, such as Li Xiao, Xiao Yi, Ghost Clown, and the Night Girl from the Silent Court. The robots were far less agile than them, but their energy shields were too thick. This technology, far beyond the reach of our time, was still a devastating blow against these extraordinary beings. Perhaps in people's minds, extraordinary individuals with superhuman abilities are mysterious and powerful, but in reality, they are also mortal beings, carbon-based life forms. No matter if you can breathe fire, spit water, control shadows, fly on a sword, or anything else, as long as you can't withstand a nuclear bomb with your bare body, you'll still have to kneel before technology. However, this battle still allowed Bai Yi to witness the terrifying strength of a top expert. Nether Tiger unleashed a punch, the air crackling with a piercing sonic boom as the fist tore through the air. When the fist slammed into the energy shield, a terrifying white shockwave exploded outwards from the center of the fist, and the surrounding rubble and dead leaves formed a hurricane that rushed backwards, causing the energy shield to tremble violently. The robot inside was forced back several steps, its massive metal feet carving deep furrows in the ground. A look of shock flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Hundreds of people firing shots couldn't make the robot back a single step, but Minghu's punch could repel the robot. Is this the 12 Zodiacs? In this light, Mr. Ng was far too incompetent, managing to kill himself with a single shot. He must have risen to power through connections. If Mr. Ng knew what Bai Yi was thinking, he'd probably jump out of the underworld in anger. He wasn't a combat-type Zodiac, he was a sniper. Minghu made his move. The others were not idle either, attacking the robot from different directions. However, apart from He Qianjun, no one could match Minghu's terrifying power. Even among the strong, there are differences. Minghu is undoubtedly among the top tier, which explains why the leaders of the two groups are Minghu and He Qianjun. Watch out! He Qianjun suddenly shouted. His hunched figure suddenly lowered, and whoosh. A red laser beam pierced through the air and swept over his head, the powerful heat causing the air to smoke. Although he perfectly dodged the laser beam shot from the robot's eye, he couldn't escape the heat. The terrifying heat instantly curled and charred his already sparse hair, making it even sparser. The three mechanical modders behind him were not so lucky. Even though they saw the laser coming, they did not have He Qianjun's agility. Caught off guard, the three were cut in half by the laser, and their mechanical armor was as thin as paper. Even with only half their bodies remaining, they did not die immediately. Instead, they screamed in agony as blood gushed out like fountains, forming pools of blood on the ground. Such a tragic scene terrified more and more people, who all distanced themselves from the robots. In the end, only He Qianjun and the 12 Zodiacs were still fighting. They acted with ease. Even though they couldn't break through the energy shield, the robots couldn't harm them either. After watching for a while, Bai Yi lost interest. Although he was initially amazed by their strength, it was easy to get tired of it after a while, because real battles are not entertaining. They only involve the simplest, most direct, and most effective killing moves. In short, He Qianjun and his group easily dodged the lasers, then took advantage of the openings to attack the robots, dodged again, attacked again, and gradually wore them down. However, one thing caught his attention. The energy shield could even obliterate bullets, yet He Qianjun and the others' fists landed on it without any damage. What was going on? He observed carefully for a moment and finally found the answer. He discovered that when He Qianjun and the others attacked the robot, a faint red light would emerge from their bodies. The red light enveloped their fists, negating the damage from the energy shield, which is why they were unharmed. This is Qi and blood. Bei looked down at his hands. He clenched his fist tightly, but no matter how hard he tried, no red light appeared on his fist. Is it because I have too little Qi and blood, or is it because I haven't practiced Qi and blood martial arts and don't know the techniques for protecting my body with Qi and blood? He realized that he still knew too little about the extraordinary world and was unaware of many basic facts. He would have to brush up on his knowledge once the Black Mountain incident was over. Why didn't they take the opportunity to enter the cave? Gao Bancheng, who had been watching from the sidelines, noticed the blind spot and asked Bao Gu, who had stepped back. That's because there's a huge alloy door inside the cave that can't be opened in a short time. If you rashly enter such a closed space as a cave and are blocked by robots, there's not much room to avoid the lasers, and you'll definitely die. Bao Gu explained breathlessly. 1 hour later, He Qianjun lightly touched the energy shield on the robot's head with his toes, then performed a backflip, drawing a long arc in midair before landing steadily 100 meters away from the cave. As agreed, the others also retreated as a group. The robot's sensing range seemed to be only 100 meters. After everyone left, it stood there for a long time, its scarlet eyes flashing repeatedly, before finally turning around and disappearing into the darkness of the cave, returning to silence once more. Damn, this tortoiseshell is as hard as ever. Bring me some wine. Minghu returned to the camp, took the wine from his subordinates, and began to drink heartily with the alluring silver snake in his arms. Several empty bottles were scattered at his feet, clearly indicating that this wasn't his first time drinking. After all, we've been stationed in Montenegro for a month now. It's a desolate place with no entertainment. Going back to camp for drinks after defeating the robots has almost become a routine. Such behavior made the bounty hunters swallow hard. They had been in the Black Mountain for several days, and their food supplies had long been exhausted. They could only rely on hunting in the Black Mountain to fill their stomachs each day, let alone drink alcohol. But the 12 Zodiacs are different. They have the backing of Dawn City and a large number of people. Every now and then, genetic warriors will deliver food and drinks to them. So all they could do was watch Minghu happily drinking and eating meat with beautiful women in his arms every day. Chapter 54 Nether Tiger, you have already seeked your death. This scene made Xiao Yi and the others envious, especially Li Beitian, Black Panther, and other bounty hunters, who were usually patrons of taverns. They hadn't had a drop of alcohol since arriving in Black Mountain, which they could have tolerated, provided they didn't see anyone else drinking. Gao Bancheng silently observed the expressions on everyone's faces, then thought for a moment and said, I'll go buy some from them. Boss Gao, there's no need to spend money on us. Once this matter is settled, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink together later. Xiaoyi was clearly also a drinker. Although he said this, his eyes kept drifting towards Ming-Hu. In times of great upheaval and spiritual deprivation, alcohol has long been a source of spiritual sustenance for many. The harsher the living environment, the greater people's dependence on alcohol. You can't change the harsh reality, but you can use alcohol to change your mood and escape from reality for a short time. Gao Banqing laughed. To be honest, when I was at home, I spent my days indulging in pleasure. Now that I see people drinking, my stomach is already rumbling with anticipation. Even if you don't drink, I'm going to. This damn Black Mountain is so boring. What are we going to do if we don't drink? Just stare at each other. Bai Yi saw this and secretly admired Gao Pengzi's emotional intelligence. It wasn't that he wanted to drink. He was just trying to avoid putting everyone in a difficult position by pretending that he wanted to drink. Bai Yi wasn't the only one who could see this. Xiao Yi and the others also noticed it and were quite moved. Gao Banqing led Xiao Kuei over to Ming-Hu, cupped his hands in greeting, and said with a smile, "Mr. Ming-Hu, I would like to buy some wine from you. Is that all right?" Ming-Hu slowly put down his wine cup. "Young Master Gao is too kind. It's just some wine. If you want to drink, sit down and drink with me. There's no need to spend money." Gao Banqing shook his head. "Of course I have to pay. I have friends over there who need a lot of drinks." Ming-Hu glanced at Li Xiao in the crowd, then looked away and said with a half-smile, "When did young Master Gao become friends with bounty hunters and wanted criminals? Young Master Gao is a distinguished person, so you can't just make friends with some shady characters, lest you lose face." His voice was loud and clear, and he made no attempt to conceal his thoughts. Li Xiao and the others' expressions immediately turned ugly. Gao Banqing's smile slowly faded, and he lowered his hands that were originally clasped together. "Friendship has nothing to do with status. As long as you get along with me, you are a friend. If Mr. Ming-Hu wants to sell, then sell me some wine. If you don't want to sell, there is no need to belittle my friends." Ming-Hu laughed, but there was no smile in his eyes. "Not for sale." Gao Banqing was silent for a moment. "Farewell." He walked silently toward the crowd, and behind him came the faint sound of Silver Snake's giggles. "Brother Tiger, you've really offended young Master Gao this time." Ming-Hu sneered. "He's just an illegitimate son. I gave him face and let Li Xiao go before, which was already magnanimous of me. Now I invite him to drink with me, and not only does he not give me face, but he also wants to buy my wine to take back to Li Xiao. Does he really think I, Ming-Hu, am made of clay?" Gao Banqing paused, stood there for a moment, but ultimately said nothing and silently walked back. Seeing the indignant looks on everyone's faces, he laughed heartily and said, "If they won't sell, fine. After we leave Black Mountain, I'll take everyone to the best hotel in Wangwenjing for drinks." His hearty laughter made everyone even more silent. A dangerous glint flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. He actually thought Gao Pengzi was a decent guy. After all, he was approachable. It was one thing for him to be mocked, but Ming-Hu not only mocked Gao Pengzi, but also dared to mock him as a group. As a god of the future new era, he has been so low-key, yet people still insult him from afar. "Tiger of the Chinese zodiac, you have already chosen the path to death." Fatty Gao, his voice broke the silence. The ragged wasteland youth had a dangerous smile on his dusty face. "How about you pay me, and I'll kill the Nether Tiger for you?" Could you ask Mr. Li to kill the Nether Tiger?" Everyone was stunned, their gazes shifting back and forth between Bai Yi and Li Yu, surprised not only by Bai Ye's tone, but also by Li Yu's strength. "Kill the Nether Tiger of the Chinese zodiac? Dude, are you one of the 10 kings? A hint of emotion flashed in Gao Banqing's eyes, but he waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "It's not that bad." "Humph," Li Xiao snorted coldly. "This matter started because of me, and I will give you an explanation. I'll be right back." Hey, it's really not that serious." Gao Banqing quickly stopped him. Shirano watched silently from the side, then began to count down. "No, a mere 12 zodiac animals, not even 10 kings. 3, 2, 1, 10 kings." Li Xiao paused, glanced at Bai Yi in surprise, then his face darkened. "You're mimicking me?" Bai Yi burst into laughter. "So how was my guess?" "You." Everyone looked at Li Xiao, who was trembling with anger, with strange expressions. They all kept their mouths shut, afraid of laughing out loud. Gao Banqing finally couldn't hold back. His laughter was like a chain reaction, growing louder and louder until everyone couldn't help but laugh. They weren't deaf along the way, so they naturally knew Li Xiao's speaking habits, but they had never dared to say it. Now that Bai Yi had pointed it out, they couldn't hold it in any longer. Li Xiao's black mask trembled with rage. He felt utterly humiliated. Ming-Hu, who was drinking, suddenly heard their loud laughter. His hand holding the wine glass paused slightly, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Brother Tiger, Are they laughing at you behind your back? Silver Serpent asked with a smile, hooking his arm around Dark Tiger's. Umph, I'll settle accounts with them after I kill the tyrant. I have wine. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Liu reached into the tattered sack behind him and, as if by magic, pulled out 1, 2, 3, 10 bottles of wine. Everyone stared blankly at Liu, who had no expression. They had all guessed what was in Liu's sack, since something that a powerful superhuman would carry all the way must be a treasure. But they never expected it to be wine. No way. Who would be so kind as to carry so much liquor from Heishan? This is cheap liquor made by the Wastelanders using alcohol. I don't know if you can handle it. Liu coldly opened a bottle and gulped it down. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking pleased, and then handed the wine bottle to Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing was taken aback. He looked at the bottle of wine, which didn't even have a packaging, and the glass was cloudy, as if covered with a layer of scale. He suddenly laughed, took the wine from Liu, and also took a big gulp. Strong liquor rushed down my throat, and my stomach felt like it was on fire. Cough, cough. Gao Banqing had never drunk such inferior wine before. He was choked, and his face turned red, but the smile in his eyes grew stronger. It's definitely bad, but it's the most enjoyable drink I've ever had. Chapter 55 The Pretentious Liu. Xiao Yilong chuckled and casually picked up a bottle of cheap liquor. Drinking isn't about the liquor, but about who you drink with and where you drink. Wouldn't it be great to drink with friends in the Black Mountain wilderness? Gao Banqing had just defended them in front of Minghu and stated that they were friends. This action naturally made them accept Gao Banqing. Tons. Xiao Yi downed half the bottle in one gulp without any ill effects, demonstrating the exceptional physical prowess of a superhuman. Seemingly infected by their enthusiasm, more and more people picked up their bottles and raised their glasses to drink together. These bounty hunters were best at drinking and boasting, and after picking up their bottles, they exuded a confident aura as if they were back on their home turf. He immediately started talking, reminiscing about the old days. Some people started a fire on the spot and began roasting the prey they had hunted. The atmosphere grew increasingly heated, and even a hint of desire flashed in Li Zhao's eyes. However, he maintained his image as a cold-faced expert and hesitated to take action, refusing to accept the wine bottles offered to him by others. Bai Yi chuckled inwardly. His eyes darted around, and he raised his wine bottle to clink with Xiao Yi's, exclaiming loudly, as expected of the sword holder with a bounty of 85 million, not only is the bounty high, but even his drinking capacity is better than that of ordinary extraordinary beings. The words had barely left his mouth when whoosh. Bai Yi only felt a blur before his eyes, and a blurry figure suddenly squeezed into the crowd, picked up a bottle of liquor, and started pouring it into the mouth of the black, masked man. Uffed. He burst into laughter, and while laughing, he deliberately said, Li Xiao, drink less and leave some for Xiao Yi. He can hold his liquor. Li Xiao remained silent, only drinking continuously. He raised the bottle even higher, almost to the sky. Xiao Yilong laughed and picked up the bottle, starting to chug the wine. Some people even applauded. This group of people from all over the country, drinking freely and unrestrainedly, seemed out of place in this desolate place of Black Mountain. Their unrestrained laughter drew the attention of many. As He Qianjun watched the group of lively young people drinking heartily, a hint of reminiscence flashed in his aged eyes. The night girl watched silently, her gaze not on the wine, but on the golden brown roasted meat. After a long while, she suddenly glanced around warily. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she immediately took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket and put it to her mouth. When she couldn't fit it in, her light brown eyes widened in surprise, and she realized that she was still wearing a mask. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings again, then covered her face with her left hand, slightly moved the silver mask aside to reveal lips that looked as if they were soaked in rose juice, and quickly stuffed a whole piece of chocolate into her mouth with her right hand. After doing all this, the girl put her mask back on and quietly leaned against the mountainside, as if nothing had happened. However, perhaps because the chocolate was too big, she had a lot of trouble chewing it. Her mouth was bulging, so much so that every time she chewed, the silver mask on her face would shake up and down, which was quite comical. The ghostly clown held the unseen E in his arms, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes, but he spoke gently. It's all right, E. There must be a way to revive you in the Black Mountain. Then you can eat again. You little glutton. I know you haven't eaten in a long time. How about I eat for you? I can describe the taste to you. You don't want to watch? Don't be angry, E. I'll go and kill everyone who's eating. Then you won't have to watch, okay? Oh, I won't kill him. I won't kill him, don't cry. He was at a loss like a child, comforting the non-existent E. Minghu looked at Bei and the others' smiles. His expression gradually darkened, and he suddenly felt that the fine wine in his hand had lost its flavor. Humph. He slammed the empty wine bottle in his hand onto the ground. Bang. The sound of the glass bottle shattering was particularly jarring and abrupt. This interrupted the lively conversation between Gao Bansheng and the others. Many people cast their gazes at Minghu, who snorted coldly. How noisy. You're disturbing my enjoyment of drinking. His voice was completely unrestrained, and he was even deliberately speaking to Gao Bansheng and the others. The once cheerful crowd seemed to have been doused with cold water, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, with everyone's faces showing signs of unease. Minghu seemed quite satisfied with everyone's reaction. He sneered, picked up a new bottle of wine, glanced at everyone disdainfully, and then slowly poured himself a drink. The crowd's expressions grew increasingly grim. Gao Bansheng's hand, gripping the wine bottle, turned pale from the force of his grip, but even so, he did not retaliate. He knew that he could not afford to offend the 12 Zodiacs, much less the Apocalypse Company, especially in this small territory of Black Mountain. Li Xiao, who was standing to the side, could no longer hold back and was about to get up, but Gao Bansheng held him back tightly. No one noticed that Bai Ye's hand had already quietly reached behind Li Yu and started writing with his finger. The wine glass was filled, and Minghu leisurely put down the bottle, picked up the glass, and was just about to drink it down when a cold voice rang out. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Upon hearing this, everyone stared in astonishment at the speaker. The man was dressed in rags and sat upright among Gao Bansheng and the others. His right hand was wrapped in thick bandages, making him look like a disabled wasteland dweller. Yet this very wasteland dweller dared to confront the Nether Tiger, one of the 12 zodiac animals, right before everyone's eyes. Minghu paused, his hand holding the wine glass still. He narrowed his eyes, a terrifying, beast-like light flashing within them. You. He had just uttered a single word when, suddenly, a shocking change occurred. Bang. The crisp sound of shattering glass rang out in his hand. The sound was very faint, but it made Minghu's expression change drastically. The wine glass in his hand shattered. Glass shards and liquor spilled all over him, slowly running down his muscular, bare upper body before soaking his crotch and forming a large water stain. He stood up as if electrocuted, looking at the expressionless Li Yu in horror. He subconsciously adopted a defensive stance, a layer of faint red blood light surging from his muscular body, as if facing a formidable enemy. But Li Yu ignored him and didn't even look at him once from beginning to end. He slowly lowered his right hand, which was wrapped in bandages. He then picked up the bottle and said calmly to Gao Bansheng and the others, "Let's drink." Gao Bansheng and the others looked at each other, none of them knowing what had happened. They glanced at the indifferent Li Yu, then at the gloomy and silent Minghu, and were inexplicably shocked. Combined with the shattered wine cup of the Nether Tiger, everyone vaguely understood something. They weren't the only ones shocked. There were no ordinary people present, because ordinary people couldn't even get to Vault 189. The least capable people who could come here were powerful individuals with bounties of several million. That's precisely why they were so shocked. They didn't think that a powerful figure like Minghu would be unable to control his own body, accidentally crushing a wine glass and even spilling it all over his crotch. Even if Minghu really did break it himself, why did it have to happen at this time? The wine glass shattered instantly right after Li Yu finished speaking, and Minghu remained silent in the face of Li Yu's confrontation and actually stopped drinking. What kind of tactic is this? Chapter 56 The Fleeting Joy of Youth is worth remembering for a lifetime. Minghu stared intently at Li Yu, his expression changing repeatedly. The silver snake's charming smile slowly faded. She looked at the shattered wine glass on the ground, a deep sense of apprehension flashing in her eyes. She whispered, "Judging from the marks on the shards, the force was very slight, just enough to shatter the wine glass. But how could such a slight force travel such a long distance? It's as if someone shattered it at close range. Did you see what it was?" She initially thought it was a small projectile like a pebble, but if it really was launched by the bandaged man, it couldn't have been launched with such a small force over such a distance, and it would have been detected earlier due to its slow speed. Minghu shook his head. "I didn't see anything. My beastly instincts didn't even give me a warning, nor did I sense any movement of air. It was as if nothing had happened, yet the wine glass still shattered." Silver Serpent was increasingly horrified. How could he defend against such a bizarre and silent supernatural ability? This time it was just a broken wine glass. Who could guarantee that the opponent wouldn't be able to smash ahead? The unknown is often the most terrifying. "Minghu, don't be impulsive. We don't know the strength of the enemy yet, and we have an important mission to complete. We must not cause any trouble at this time." You know the consequences if we delay the company's important affairs, Silver Serpent said seriously. Minghu clenched his fists, a flash of anger in his eyes. But when he thought about his mission to wait for the tyrant Yang Jie to arrive, and then hold Yang Jie back to provide Eagle with an opportunity to snipe, he could only reluctantly loosen his fists. Faced with a mysterious and unpredictable enemy, even if he was confident of victory, he could not guarantee that he would not be injured. If he was injured, how could he hold off Yang Jie? He took a deep breath, looked at Li Yu with a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Li Yu took a small sip of his cheap liquor and said calmly, "Magician, Li Yu." Minghu narrowed his eyes and gave Li Yu a deep look. "Magician Li Yu, I'll remember you." After saying that, he stopped drinking and silently sat down with Silver Serpent in the middle of the 200 Gene warriors. Not only did he remember it, but everyone present remembered it. They seemed indifferent, but in reality, they all had their ears perked up like antennas, hearing everything clearly. They had never heard of the name Magician Li Yu, but no one underestimated the weight of this name. A powerful figure who could make the Dark Tiger wet his pants and dare not speak out was destined to become famous throughout Baiman. "What are you all standing there for? Keep the music playing and keep dancing." Bai Yi laughed as he picked up the bottle and started chugging it down. Instead of killing the Nether Tiger, he gave it a warning, telling it not to be too reckless, as it was useless. Because killing the Nether Tiger would mean killing the Silver Serpent and the 200 Gene warriors, which would not only waste a lot of time, but also trigger a chain reaction. The annihilation of the 12 zodiac animals plus the genetic warriors in full view of everyone would probably scare the others to death. How would the tyrant Yang Jie react when he arrives? There are too many variables, which makes it difficult for him to obtain the Panga USB drive. After Bai Ye's reminder, everyone came to their senses, stole a glance at Li Yu who was drinking, and then picked up their glasses again, and the atmosphere slowly returned to normal. At this moment, Gao Banqing suddenly raised the wine bottle with both hands and said seriously, "Mr. Li, I will never forget the meal you treated me to today." Li Yu looked at Gao Banqing, who was showing genuine emotion and was somewhat at a loss because he didn't know what had happened. He had just put on a show as Bai Yi had instructed. Not knowing how to respond, he remained silent for a moment, then mumbled, "It's all in the wine." Gao Banqing was stunned. He looked down at the bottle with more than half a bottle left in his hand, gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, picked up the bottle, and started drinking. He had never drunk such bad liquor before, and his eyes were filled with tears from the choking, but he still insisted on finishing the bottle. After finishing the bottle, Gao Banqing's face turned completely red, and his eyes became glazed over, but he laughed even more heartily, laughing like a 250-pound fat man. Oh, he was indeed a 250-pound fat man. "Mr. Li, I, Gao Banqing, will say no more. From today onwards, ugh." He performed a spray, which made everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became lively again. Bai Yi took a big gulp of wine, a smile playing on his lips. He suddenly felt that the 5 seconds he had just spent were worthwhile. In this world, value isn't just about material worth. True value is never written in fame and fortune, but engraved in the youthful spirit of going to great lengths for friends. Perhaps I'll only meet these people by chance, and we'll go our separate ways in the future. But so what? At least at this moment, on this desolate black mountain, surrounded by powerful figures, they are friends raising their cups in celebration. Whoever makes him unhappy while drinking today, he'll make them unhappy too. He was a free-spirited and unruly person, and all he sought in life was pleasure. He lived for enjoyment, not for winning awards. He firmly believes that the fleeting joy of youth is worth remembering for a lifetime. So what if we waste 5 seconds for a moment of pleasure? Bai Yi was pleased, but Li Xiao was somewhat absent-minded, his mind still echoing with Li Yu's 3 short sentences. "If you don't want to drink it, then don't. Drink wine. Magician, Li Yu." The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. That cold demeanor, that disdainful attitude towards the Dark Tiger, sitting calmly among the crowd, raising his glass amidst their shocked gazes. It's no exaggeration to say that this is how Li Xiao sees himself. He glanced at Li Yu with a complicated expression, his eyes filled with jealousy, admiration, and resentment. He subconsciously straightened his back, unconsciously imitating Li Yu's coldness, and even thought about wrapping bandages around himself. After a hearty meal and drinks, a new round of attacks began. As if by prior agreement, everyone headed to the vicinity of the cave, lured out the robot, and the battle instantly began. However, unlike before, this time, Minghu did not take the lead. Instead, he mingled among the crowd and made a perfunctory move, while his wary gaze occasionally swept over Li Yu. Scorched through the air swept across, but the dark tiger ducked low and easily dodged it. It wasn't that he was faster than light, but rather that the robot's eyes would suddenly light up every time it fired a laser, as if it were charging up. Once you figure out the pattern, you can avoid it in advance. After dodging the laser, he braced himself with one hand on the ground, veins bulging on his arm, and twisted his waist and abdomen using his hand as a fulcrum. Then, his right leg kicked the robot's energy shield like a cannonball, knocking the robot back several steps. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Minghu quickly stood up and glanced at Li Yu, who was hiding in the crowd, out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that Li Yu was just watching from a distance and did not make a move, he frowned. He glanced at He Qianjun beside him and found that the other was also secretly observing Li Yu. Not only him, but all the top experts who dared to engage in close combat with robots would devote some of their attention to Li Yu. Chapter 57 Tyrant Yang Jia, a different kind of entrance. Minghu's heart stirred, and he naturally understood what these people were thinking. They were all competitors, and they were all strong people in the same tier. They could tolerate those weak people who dared not come over from afar, since it would be useless for them to come over anyway. But they could not tolerate a strong person like Li Yu who was not putting in any effort. Especially since Li Yu's methods are mysterious and unpredictable. What if he harbors malicious intentions and launches a sneak attack from behind? This is like a dozen people with ulterior motives fighting on the front lines with guns, while there is another person with a gun who not only doesn't fight, but stands far behind them. Anyone would worry that this person might shoot them in the back. Thinking of this, Minghu suddenly had an idea. He turned around and said loudly, "Magician Li Yu, with your strength, why have you been hiding in the crowd without making a move? Are you trying to reap the benefits without lifting a finger?" His words subtly placed Li Yu on the opposite side of the crowd, and many powerful figures cast their gazes at Li Yu, scrutinizing and wary. Silver Serpent nimbly dodged the robot's heavy hammer blow and giggled, "Brotherly, even a weak woman like me has gone to the front lines, and you, a grown man, are still hiding in the back." The increasing number of strange looks made Li Yu stiffen. He felt uneasy. He knew he had become the target of everyone's attention, but he couldn't go up to fight the robot. With his strength and his right hand still seriously injured, rushing in would surely mean certain death. He glanced at Bai Yi subtly, and Bai Yi gave him a wink. Li Yu secretly groaned. "Brother Yi, I already told you he's colorblind and can't read facial expressions." Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he remained frozen for a moment before coldly saying, "There is no need to take action." "Oh," Minghu frowned slightly. "What do you mean by this? You want to enter Vault 189, but you don't want to put in any effort?" He was determined to force Li Yu to take action and wanted to see what Li Yu's extraordinary abilities were. Now that so many people were on his side, he wasn't afraid that Li Yu would dare to do anything outrageous. What to do? What to do? Li Yu screamed inwardly. He had never experienced anything like this before. The gazes of more than a dozen top experts made his scalp tingle, and his mind went completely blank. He didn't even know how to respond, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "I said there was no need to take action." It is well known that people tend to become like broken records when they are nervous. Minghu's face turned completely cold. In his view, Li Yu's curt reply clearly showed that he didn't take him seriously. The other powerful figures also showed a hint of coldness in their eyes, feeling that Li Yu was too arrogant. What did he mean by saying there was no need to take action? You think robots from the old era aren't worth your time? Then what are we? Circus performers? Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the east. At first, it was very faint, but as time went on, it became louder and louder. The sudden sound attracted everyone's attention. What is that sound? Why does it sound like a train? Shiro had ridden trains frequently before, so he was very familiar with the sound of trains. Xiao Yi was stunned. Are you kidding me? This is the Black Mountain Wilderness. Even off-road vehicles can't get here. How could there be a train? Rumble. The roar grew louder and louder until it was deafening, and was even accompanied by a sharp popping sound as the high-pressure steam burst through the valve. Look! Someone exclaimed in horror, pointing to the distant eastern horizon. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and were immediately struck dumb. Suddenly, a coal-black steam train appeared in the eastern sky. Thick, gray-black smoke tore through the clouds, and the massive, coal-black vehicle resembled a 1,000-meter-long black dragon, winding its way across the sky and rapidly heading towards Black Mountain. This miraculous scene shocked everyone, even powerful figures like Minghu and He Qianjun. A steam train a kilometer long. What a colossal thing that is. You might not feel a sense of awe when it runs on the ground tracks, but when such a steel monster floats in the sky as if defying gravity, the awe it evokes is unimaginable. Bai Ye's eyes widened as well. Although he had lived through the civilized era, He had never seen a train flying in the sky. Wait a minute. Why is there someone standing on top of it? As the train drew closer, they noticed a figure on the engine. The figure's outline became clearer and clearer, and not only he, but everyone present saw it. Amidst the billowing white smoke from the chimney, a man clad in scarlet armor stood with his arms crossed over his chest atop the locomotive. His scarlet armor was adorned with dark gold patterns, and the shoulder armor featured ferocious beast heads. His gaze was disdainful and indifferent, as if he were a god looking down on everyone. Tyrant! Tyrant Yang Jie! Li Xiao cried out in a rage, his pupils dilating in shock. The man on the wanted poster he had posted on the wall had appeared. The man he had regarded as his life goal day and night had now entered his sight like a god. He had imagined countless times what it would be like to meet the tyrant, and even fantasized about fighting with all his might to defeat him. But at this moment, when he saw the tyrant riding a 1,000-meter-long steam train across the sky, all his fantasies were ruthlessly shattered. Even if the two sides never fought, even if they only glanced at each other. Jie, the tyrant, and one of the 10 kings? Bai Yi gasped. My goodness, so this is the 10 kings? The style of their entrance was on a completely different level from everyone else. The others are either swordsmen, night girl, Xiao Yi, girlfriend-chasing men, ghost clown, unarmed fighters, He Qianjun, or wearing colored contact lenses, Minghu. Tyrant Yang Jie directly launched a flying train. It felt like an adult had entered a kindergarten. Although we don't know what the Tyrant Yang Jie's extraordinary ability is, judging from the fact that he can make a train that is 1,000 meters long fly into the air, whatever his ability is, it is terrifyingly strong. He had heard Li Xiao mention the 10 kings the whole way, and thought that even if they were stronger than Li Xiao, they wouldn't be too ridiculously strong. Now it seems that he underestimated Li Xiao's courage. Have you always targeted this kind of person? Bai Yi looked at Li Xiao, who was staring blankly, and gave him a thumbs up. It has to be you, Li Xiao. I used to think you were just a show-off, but now I realize I was wrong. You're not only good at showing off, but you're also very funny. Your humor is definitely better than your show-off skills. I think you should change your name from now on. Don't call yourself Shadow Man anymore. You could call yourself Humorous Darts Man. Li Xiao didn't hear a word. He stared intently at Yang Jie, his eyes flashing with a complex mix of emotions, including resentment, ferocity, and fear. He hated his own incompetence and cowardice. He had always regarded the 10 kings as his target, but now that the tyrant was in front of him, he didn't even have the courage to take action. Chapter 58 The 10 Kings. Above the sky, Yang Jie tapped the chimney with his fingertips, and the steam train suddenly spewed out thick white smoke, like a black dragon swallowing clouds and spitting out mist. The locomotive suddenly turned and flew towards the open space where everyone was. Run! Someone shouted in panic, no longer caring about the robot, and turned to run. The others realized what was happening and quickly fled. Faced with a train falling from the sky, who could withstand the terrifying crushing force? In just a moment, everyone had run away, as if clearing a space specifically for Yang Jie's arrival. Boom! The steam train landed smoothly, and the ground trembled violently. The people hiding in the surrounding woods could even clearly feel the tremor. How did Yang Jie get here so fast? Minghu gritted his teeth. Can't you see? They came by train. Of course they're fast. The silver snake's narrow eyes stared at Yang Jie, who was descending from the sky, its eyes gleaming with a strange light and revealing a hint of covetousness. The tyrant in person is even more handsome than in the wanted poster. If I could sleep with a man like that, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life. She gently bit her delicate lips, her face flushed. Shut up, you bastard. Minghu hissed. He was about to say something when he suddenly froze, staring at Li Yu, who was hiding in the woods. A storm raged in his heart. As I said, there was no need to take action. Li Yu's cold words echoed in his ears, and he finally realized the meaning behind Li Yu's words. Damn it, where did this monster, magician Li Yu, come from? Did he sense the tyrant's arrival before everyone else? This terrifying perception even surpasses my animal instincts. Everyone present heard Li Yu's words, and as the tyrant descended, many people belatedly looked at Li Yu with horrified expressions. Brother Tiger, what's wrong? Silver Snake asked with concern. Minghu shook his head, putting Li Yu's matter aside for the time being. The most important thing right now was the tyrant. I'm fine, it's just that the tyrant's sudden appearance disrupted my plans. As he spoke, a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. Fortunately, the company sent Eagle out a few days in advance, and he must have already reached the summit of Black Mountain. By the way, have you gotten in touch with the Eagles? No, the magnetic field in Montenegro is very peculiar. It may be related to the 189 shelter. With our communication capabilities, there is no way we could get a signal. But don't worry, Brother Ing is very reliable. He values his missions more than his own life, and he's never failed in all these years. How can I be at ease? This mission is different. The target is one of the 10 kings. There can be absolutely no mistakes. I originally planned to send someone to Ingtian to make contact, but now that the tyrant has appeared ahead of schedule, there's not even time for that. Silver Snake chuckled. Brother Ing is different from you. I remember once, we were working on something when the company suddenly came up with a task. He just pulled up his pants and left without a second thought. From that moment on, I knew that among all 12 zodiac signs, Brother Ing is the most reliable. Minghu's face turned slightly green as he growled. You and he are having an affair. Silver Snake quickly reassured her. Oh, we're all colleagues. Don't be so formal. Besides, I'm just playing along with them. My feelings for you are genuine. Keep your voice down. What if the tyrant notices us? The company has a grudge against him. Minghu snorted coldly. Don't worry, as long as we don't provoke him, he won't attack us. The Silver Snake was taken aback. Why? Because Yang Jie is too arrogant. A person like him only has the desire to attack the other 10 kings and doesn't care about anyone else. In his opinion, attacking the weak is equivalent to demeaning oneself. Although Minghu said this, he still subconsciously lowered his voice. After hearing what Minghu said, Silver Snake's eyes seemed to sparkle. Oh dear, I think I like him even more now. What should I do? Minghu roared. Now is not the time for you to act out. He only disdains to attack the weak. If you dare to entice him, he will kill you without the slightest hesitation. Outside the cave, on the vast open space, only Yang Jie was present. Minghu and the others hiding in the woods, a cold, sharp smile appearing on his lips. He knew this trip to Montenegro was a trap set by Apocalypse Corporation against him, but he still came. Because he was one of the 10 kings, a tyrant, that title alone was enough to disregard any trap. Warning, warning, scarlet disease infected person detected. Eliminate immediately, the robot announced in a cold, electronic voice, its scarlet eyes flashing repeatedly at Yang Jie. Yang Jie stared coldly at the robot, remaining standing in place without making any move. The two people were completely disproportionate in size, like a person standing in front of a building who should appear very small, but the reality was quite the opposite. Yang Jie's eyes were arrogant, his clothes fluttered like battle flags, and his scarlet armor reflected the cold light of the metal under the sun. Just by standing there, he exuded an aura that was hard to ignore. That figure, standing with his hands behind his back, seemed more like a pillar between heaven and earth than the towering black mountain before him. In an instant, everyone's attention was completely drawn to Yang Jie, as if he should have been the center of the stage, the protagonist of the world. Can Yang Jie solve the robot problem? Is that even a question? Those are the 10 kings. So what if there are 10 kings? The 10 kings are still human. Those robots have energy shields from the old era. These things can even defend against missiles. Didn't you see that even renowned powerhouses like Minghu were helpless against the robots? Even if Tyrant is strong, can he compare to everyone working together? Many people whispered among themselves, some thinking Yang Jie was definitely fine, while others thought it was doubtful. However, the answer to the question came in the next second. The robot took heavy steps and charged towards Yang Jie, shaking the ground and kicking up dust. At the same time, red light began to gather in its eyes, preparing to fire a laser. Yang Jie frowned immediately, not because of the robot, but because of the dust on the crimson armor. He gently brushed the dust off his shoulder armor, his expression indifferent. Weapons of war from the old days. What a frail creation. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to carry throughout the entire venue. Everyone was stunned. Weak? Could this word be associated with a robot? If this robot was weak, then what were they who had besieged it for days? Suddenly, a second before the laser was about to fire, Yang Jie moved. Chapter 59 Dark Tiger, Tyrant. Today you owe me an explanation. He slowly raised his palm, his middle finger and thumb crossing in the air. Snap. A crisp snap of fingers rang out. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The pair of scarlet eyes that were about to fire lasers suddenly exploded with a bang after the snap of the fingers. Tiny red fragments scattered from the robot's eye sockets. Warning! Warning! Visual system damaged by external force. Immediately activate biosensor mode. The robot kept emitting piercing alarms. So noisy. Yang Jie coldly raised his palm and made a grasping motion in the air towards the robot. Moment. The robot's massive body froze in midair, like a person being choked. As Yang Jie clenched his fist, the robot's alarm abruptly stopped, and the steel on its body creaked under the strain, as if it were being squeezed by immense force. Bang, bang, bang. Its hydraulic rods at the joints snapped violently, and countless tiny electric sparks burst forth from its body. With a final, enormous explosion, the robot collapsed to the ground, its body twisted, resembling scrap metal. An eerie silence fell over the entire room. Minghu and the others' pupils shrank to pinpoints as they stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The robot that had been blocking their way for days had been instantly killed by Tyrant Yang Jie in a single move. Are you kidding me? You took down the robot in one move? Are you even human? Why is the energy shield ineffective against him? It seems he attacked the robot's main body directly. Are these the legendary 10 Kings? Countless people gasped in astonishment. The scene before them was completely beyond their imagination. They had thought that even if Yang Jie could deal with the robot, it would take him a lot of effort, but he had killed it in one move. Bai Yi was also shocked. Holy crap, is the difference between people really that big? Say something, Li Xiao. He nudged Li Xiao, who was standing frozen in place. Li Xiao. Gao Banqing couldn't bear to watch any longer and whispered to comfort him. Brother Xiao Bai, don't provoke him. Li Xiao, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that the tyrant's ability is to control metal, which happens to counter robots, so it can achieve such an effect. Don't be discouraged, there's still a long future ahead. Li Xiao finally snapped out of his daze, a glimmer of light returning to his numb and desperate eyes, as if grasping at a lifeline. Yes, you're right. It's an ability counter. Metal abilities are best at dealing with robots, but not necessarily with humans. I still have a chance. Gao Banqing was shocked. He was a buddy. It was fine to lie to others, but he couldn't lie to himself. Even if he had the ability to restrain himself, the other person could still make a train that was thousands of meters long fly into the sky. Couldn't he see the difference? Li Xiao, please don't act impulsively. Controlling metals? Bai Yi, standing to the side, seemed to be deep in thought. So this was the tyrant's ability. No wonder he could make trains fly and instantly kill robots. No wonder Mr. Ng said that only a tyrant can open the doors of the refuge. Yang Jie didn't even glance at the crowd. He walked straight towards the cave. As he passed the robot's wreckage, the robot's corpse suddenly emitted a piercing metallic scraping sound. Countless metal parts floated in midair, reassembled with the air, and reassembled into a human shape, following closely behind Yang Jie, clearly controlled by his abilities. Just as he was about to enter the cave, Minghu took a deep breath and glanced at Inshi. Ready? Silver Snake nodded obediently. Don't worry, I didn't bring any metal weapons to deal with Yang Jie. Minghu's face darkened. Seriously, I was talking about the ribbon. Ugh, why are you being so fierce? The ribbon is ready too. Silver Snake took out a red ribbon from her chest, then began to comb her hair, turning her loose black hair into a ponytail. The red ribbon was very long, hanging down to her hips, fluttering in the wind like a small leather whip. Prepare for action, Minghu said in a deep voice, then took a signal gun from his subordinate and fired a shot into the air. A red signal flare shot straight into the sky and exploded in the heavens, a signal sent to the Eagles. His and Silver Snake's mission was to hold Yang Jie back and give Eagle a chance to aim and shoot. Although Yang Jie could control metal, Eagle had already prepared specially made bullets. The red ribbon serves as a reference point for snipers. Sniping from 3,000 meters away involves considering numerous factors: gravity, humidity, wind speed, wind direction. Jie was located from 3,000 meters away, but the red ribbon could help him determine it. You can make a judgment simply by observing the direction and amplitude of the red ribbon's movement through the scope. Halt! Minghu shouted, then suddenly stepped out of the forest, followed by Silver Snake with a ponytail and 200 fierce Gene warriors. Such a courageous act did not earn them the admiration of the crowd. Instead, everyone looked at them as if they were idiots. Are you in such a hurry to die? Yang Jie slowly stopped and turned around. The giant robot beside him also turned around. He lowered his eyes slightly, as if wondering why someone dared to call out to him. His eyelashes cast cold, hard shadows under his eyes, and his pupils were like icy gray glass, reflecting the distant sky with a sharp, angular chill. By those eyes, Minghu froze. Even with 200 genetic warriors standing behind him, his beastly instincts still gave him a frantic warning. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and stepped forward. Silver Snake's performance was even worse. Her eyes darted around, and her face was flushed, like a naive young girl seeing her idol. Tyrant Yang Jie, you destroyed one of the company's satellite cities. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Minghu said in a deep voice. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Yi couldn't help but put his hand to his forehead. He couldn't bear to look at it. Thinking of Mr. Ying's wildly imaginative ideas, he began to feel embarrassed for Minghu. Yang Jie stared at the two indifferently, his eyes as still as a deep well. Either get out or die. Minghu's face darkened as he realized the tyrant's arrogance. So handsome, so handsome. Silver Snake's eyes were like water as she puffed out her proud chest in front of Yang Jie. Attack! Without wasting any words, Minghu landed on all fours, and then suddenly exerted force with all his muscles, charging towards Yang Jie like a cannonball. The 200 genetic warriors behind him roared repeatedly, like 200 wild beasts bellowing, and the sound of them charging together was no less than that of 1,000 troops charging. Such terrifying power caused even the most renowned experts to turn solemn, marveling at the depth of Dawn City's resources. Among these 200 gene warriors, most had received 2 injections of gene serum, and a small number had even received 3. Not to mention the leader of the 12 zodiac animals, the tiger. Such a lineup is enough to determine the outcome of a battle involving tens of thousands of people, but now it is being used to deal with a mere person. Chapter 60: The Silver Snake's Steel Ring. Faced with such a vast disparity in numbers, Yang Jie remained indifferent, slowly withdrawing his right hand from his chest. Minghu's expression changed drastically, and he stopped abruptly. He raised his hand to make a stop gesture, and the 200 gene warriors behind him also stopped, looking tense and uneasy, not daring to look directly into those indifferent eyes. As a result, something unexpected happened. Yang Jie raised his hand, but did not launch any attack. Instead, he slowly placed it on the scarlet shoulder armor on his shoulder and gently patted the dust off the armor. Minghu and the others' expressions instantly turned extremely ugly, and the atmosphere became awkward. The onlookers not far away looked on with strange expressions. A mere gesture of raising a hand was enough to frighten the 12 zodiac animals and 200 gene warriors into stopping in their tracks. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. Is this the terrifying aspect of the 10 Kings titles? They even had the illusion that, although it was Minghu and his men who surrounded the tyrant, it felt as if the tyrant alone had surrounded everyone. A true king needs no swords. His name alone commands an army of thousands. Don't you even have the courage to look me in the eye? How boring. Yang Jie shook his head slightly, then turned and walked directly towards the cave, without even glancing at them. The Nether Tiger was furious. As one of the 12 zodiac animals, even though he was not as famous as the 10 Kings, he was still a formidable force. How could he not be angry when he was being looked down upon like this? Kill. His crimson blood seemed to be squeezed out from between his muscles, burning his entire body like flames. He threw a punch, his blood boiling and surging, forming a ferocious tiger head phantom on his fist. Tiger Demon. The ferocious tiger head, radiating blood and energy, violently rubbed against the air, carrying countless streams of scorching white energy that attacked Yang Jie's back. Just as it was about to attack Yang Jie, a huge shadow appeared in an instant, enveloping the Nether Tiger like flowing water. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out between the Nether Tiger's fist and the robot, and the shockwave generated by their collision turned into visible transparent ripples that swept outwards. The woods where the group was hiding seemed to have been swept away by a gale, with many trees snapped in half and leaves flying everywhere. The robot's steel arm broke off from the punch and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Its internal components had already been destroyed by Yang Jie, rendering it unable to activate its energy shield and devoid of intelligence. While it appeared to be able to move freely, it was in reality just Yang Jie's steel puppet. However, puppets also have their advantages, namely, they are not afraid of destruction. A sophisticated robot will experience system errors and circuit malfunctions if damaged, but a steel golem will not. The mechanical arm that had fallen off was reconnected to the robot under the pull of some unseen force. Minghu gritted his teeth. He could turn robots into scrap metal, but he couldn't turn scrap metal into iron slag. Even if he turned it into iron slag, Yang Jie could still restore it. Seeing their leader blocked, the 200 genetic warriors suppressed their fear of the tyrant and launched a fearless charge. Rumble. The coal-black steam train came to life, resembling a ferocious black dragon. Its whistles sounded like a dragon's roar, and dozens of carriages connected together swept across the road like a black dragon's tail. Countless screams and the sound of bones breaking rang out. The steam train swept away 200 gene warriors with the force of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. After the attack, only a dozen or so were still able to stand. Some unlucky gene warriors even turned into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Just as Yang Jie was about to enter the cave, a sexy and alluring figure appeared in front of him as if by teleportation. Silver Snake shyly covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Tyrant brother, I admire you so much. Bang! A carriage detached from the steam train, came flying through the air and slammed into the Silver Snake, sending it flying and crashing it into the mountainside, where it became embedded along with the train carriage. Everyone was stunned. The two Zodiac warriors plus 200 Gene warriors working together couldn't even make Yang Jie stop in his tracks. Li Xiao, who had just felt confident that he had succeeded again, was instantly heartbroken. Li Xiao, I think the 10 Kings are nothing special. He doesn't even dare to let Ming Hu and the others get close. He must be very weak. Why don't you throw a dart at him now? Maybe you'll succeed. Bai Yi suggested to Li Xiao from the side. Li Xiao. He desperately wanted to gag Bai Yi. Was it because they were afraid to get close? Clearly, they couldn't even get close. If I threw a dart at him, I'd be done for. I'd be a ghost. Sweet laugh came from behind the train carriage embedded in the mountainside. Bang! The terrifying force blew the carriage away, and the Silver Snake gracefully emerged from it. She gently brushed the dust off her body and smiled. Brother Tyrant is far too insensitive to women. Oh, Yang Jie stopped for the first time, a hint of interest appearing in his eyes as he looked at the Silver Snake. People say it started strong but ended weak, but now it seems that the rumors are not credible. Silver Serpent's smile grew even more alluring, her narrow eyes gleaming with a venomous light. Tyrant brother, you flatter me. Compared to you, I am still far inferior. Yang Jie nodded calmly. Indeed. Silver Serpent's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered and continued to laugh. Although I cannot defeat you, you think it won't be so easy for you to beat me. Perhaps you are stronger than Minghu, but you are far too foolish. Silver Serpent frowned slightly. I'm stupid? You actually said I'm more stupid than Nether Tiger. As she spoke, she subtly smoothed the red ribbon on her ponytail. Brothering, why haven't you made a move yet? Yang Jie said indifferently. Knowing that my ability is to control metal, yet still bringing metal to see me, isn't that utterly foolish? Silver Serpent froze. Metal? I have metal with me. Impossible. I didn't even bring my signature Silver Serpent whip. Where would I get metal from? She subconsciously looked at herself, and when her gaze fell on her chest, her face turned deathly pale. She looked up in disbelief. A steel brace. Her response was Yang Jie's empty grasp. Bang bang. Two muffled explosions rang out in front of the Silver Snake. Ah! A piercing scream, like a soprano's, came from the Silver Snake's mouth. Her chest was a bloody mess, with two blurry bloody holes vaguely visible. In the instant she suffered a severe injury, a train carriage suddenly rose into the air and crashed violently into her delicate body. Silver Snake was thrown dozens of meters away, his body covered in blood and flesh, his bones broken. He and the car rolled down the mountain and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 61. We swarmed in, before Yang Jie's mental energy was exhausted. Silver Serpent. Minghu's eyes were bloodshot. He took the blow from the robot and rushed towards Yang Jie like a madman, clenching his fists into hammers and slamming them down. Yang Jie's scarlet shoulder armor automatically detached and floated silently, easily blocking the Nether Tiger's heavy hammer. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fists rained down, while pieces of Yang Jie's armor fell off one by one, like countless swirling and fluttering red rose petals, blocking all of Minghu's attacks. The onlookers in the distance were still in shock at the Silver Snake being instantly killed. Xiaoyi was completely bewildered. What happened? Was the Silver Snake carrying a bomb? How did it suddenly explode in its chest? Bai Yi was equally puzzled, but it was Li Beitian, a bounty hunter who frequented taverns, who finally revealed the truth. You guys clearly don't understand women. What do you mean? Bai Yi was somewhat unconvinced. He had seen everything, even though it was through a screen. Did you know that women's underwear contains underwires? Underwire? What underwire? What would you need that for? Li Beitian glanced around and whispered, the steel ring can be molded, it provides support, and it makes you look more upright. Bai Yi. Another day of learning new knowledge. He finally understood why the Silver Snake had exploded. Yang Jie had controlled the steel ring. With this thought in mind, he looked down at himself and hissed. He felt a sudden, sharp pain. It hurt so much. Silver Serpent, you died such a terrible death. While the group was explaining the facts, the battle on the field took another turn. Despite the scarlet armor plates, Minghu held Yang Jie tightly with both arms. His body was cut in several places by the armor plates, and many plates were even embedded in his flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. But Yang Jie was indeed restrained by him. His terrifying physical strength held Yang Jie tightly, the veins on his arms bulging, his hands tightly clasped behind Yang Jie's back, and in his hands he was also holding a long strip of cloth torn from his pants, which was fluttering in the wind. Ingtian, fire! Minghu roared in his heart. He had done everything he could to prepare the best sniping opportunity for Ingtian. Now, all Ingtian needed to do was fire a shot to kill the tyrant. Even when restrained, Yang Jie remained expressionless, showing no sign of strain. With the power of the Nether Tiger, even steel could be deformed by its grip, yet he was completely unharmed. The remaining crimson armor on his body, enhanced by extraordinary power, completely blocked the power of the Nether Tiger. And this power was continuing to increase. Minghu's tightly clenched fingers had already turned white, and he made a cracking sound as if his bones were about to break under the strain. Compared to Yang Jie's composure, he looked far too disheveled, but he was not flustered at all. On the contrary, he felt that victory was in his grasp. He firmly believed that Ingtian, who valued the mission more than his own life, would seize the opportunity he had created and fire a perfect shot. At this moment, Yang Jie slowly lowered his head, his indifferent gaze falling on Minghu's ferocious face. What are you expecting? What? Minghu's expression changed drastically. An unimaginable, terrifying force burst forth from Yang Jie's scarlet armor. He could no longer hold on and was sent flying like a cannonball. During the flight, he was still thinking. Why didn't he fire? Bang! Nether Tiger was embedded firmly into the mountain, and countless boulders shattered and rolled down, burying him inside. The entire arena was completely silent. Even with the combined efforts of the two members of the Zodiac, they could not leave Yang Jie with the slightest injury, and could not even last for 2 minutes. The tyrant's immense power was vividly etched into everyone's minds. Having dealt with the two men, Yang Jie calmly walked into the cave, with the silver robot following closely behind him. An eerie silence descended. At the summit of Black Mountain, amidst swirling clouds and mist, a sheer cliff rises and falls, appearing and disappearing in the mist. A giant rock on the cliff edge protrudes diagonally like an eagle's beak, and an ebony easel stands on the moss-covered rock surface, the white canvas trembling slightly in the mountain wind. In front of the ebony easel, a tall, elegant man in white robes, with a pine-like figure, is holding an ebony paintbrush and painting with a focused expression. However, he did not paint the towering cliff in front of him, but rather a portrait. Even though he was facing a bottomless cliff with no one around, his eyes seemed to reflect countless figures, which seemed to sit on the canvas along with his ebony brush. The main character in the painting is a defiant man clad in scarlet armor. He stands in the center, surrounded by enemies, including tigers, snakes, and other people. At this moment, the man in white suddenly raised his brush and lightly touched the top of the canvas. A drop of ink, shaped like a bullet, slowly took shape and pointed directly at the main character in the painting. But the next second, he let out a soft hum, and a look of amusement appeared on his face, because the ink on the bullet had vanished into thin air. What's wrong, painter? A man dressed in a black suit and wearing white gloves suddenly appeared behind the painter. His entire body seemed to be covered by a thick layer of ink, making him appear somewhat blurry. The only thing that was clear was his face, a face as pale as a dead man's. The painter smiled slightly. It's a failure. The man in the black suit remained expressionless. After all, the opponent is a tyrant, so it's normal to lose. The painter shook his head. I know the eagle can't kill the tyrant. This scene is just the opening act. A grand performance should naturally begin with the tyrant's blood. Unfortunately, the tyrant didn't bleed, and the eagle died too. Dead? The man in the black suit asked in a puzzled tone, but his face was stiff and expressionless, and his voice and image were out of sync, as if the question had not come from him. All the people around here who can kill eagles are concentrated at the entrance of Shelter 189. The eagle came from the back mountain, so why did it die? The painter gazed at the bottomless cliff, his eyes deep and a playful smile playing on his lips. It seems there's someone outside the script in this good show. Who is it? Have no idea. Do you not know? Or do you simply not want to tell me? The painter glanced at him with amusement. The canvas is only so big. How can I possibly depict all living beings? Fate is unpredictable, and my destiny can only determine a part of it. However, who that person is unimportant. No one can change the tyrant's inevitable demise. Everything is under control. All that's needed is to wait quietly. The tyrant Yang Jie had been inside the cave for a long time. What do we do now? Someone asked. The robot guards have been dealt with by the tyrant, and the alloy doors inside certainly won't stop him either. Now, of course, we should follow him into Vault 189. You really dare to go in? You've seen the tyrant's power. What if he? People die for wealth, birds die for food. Now that the treasure is right in front of us, are we, with so many of us afraid of a tyrant. Hearing the heated discussion among the crowd, Bai Yi also went over to join in the fun. He shouted aggressively, "That's right. If we all attack at once, even the tyrant Yang Jie might not be able to kill us all before he runs out of mental energy." Chapter 62 Laser Channel. Heated discussion abruptly stopped, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, creating an awkward silence. Their hard-won courage was shattered by a single sentence from Bai Yi. After a long period of awkward silence, someone hesitated and said, "The tyrant definitely won't care about the clutter in the shelter, and he can't take everything with him. In that case, let him take the lion's share, and we won't be offended by picking up the scraps. Damn it, let's do it. The bold will get rich while the timid starve." Several bounty hunters gritted their teeth, stamped their feet, and walked out of the woods, heading straight for the cave. This triggered a chain reaction, like dominoes falling. People may not get rich, but watching others get rich is worse than killing them. More and more people headed towards the cave. "What should we do?" Gao Banqing turned to Li Xiao and the others and asked. Li Xiao remained silent and did not answer. The others also looked hesitant, their gazes unconsciously focusing on Li Yu, clearly regarding this mysterious powerhouse as their backbone. Li Yu was taken aback. "Why are you all looking at me? Anyway, I'm not going in. Going in is like going to my death. That tyrant is not human." He wanted to see Bai Yi, but he didn't dare to be too obvious. Others fear tyrants, but Bai Yi is not afraid at all. He's waiting to follow the tyrant and reap the benefits. He definitely has to go to the cave. What if there are other secret passages inside? What if the tyrant finds the Panga USB drive and leaves directly through a secret passage? Or perhaps the tyrant found the USB drive and simply flew away on a flying train. Even if he activated time stop, he wouldn't fly. To be on the safe side, he had to watch the tyrant get the Panga USB drive with his own eyes before he could take it from the tyrant. Only then would he feel at ease. As for why he didn't take it himself, need I say more? All the old-timers in the shelter are dead. How could there be no danger inside? Let the professionals handle the adventurous stuff. He's only in charge of harvesting. So, while everyone hesitated, Bai Yi strode out of the woods. "Brother Bai, you're going?" Gao Banqing exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected that the bravest among them would be the weakest, Bai Yi. Without turning his head, Bai replied, "Yeah, since we're already here." Everyone was slightly taken aback. For some reason, Bai Yi's words, "since we're already here," seemed to contain some kind of strange power. "Yes, since we're already here, why not go in and take a look?" Li Yu silently got up and followed Bai Yi away, knowing full well who the real big shot was. Upon seeing that a powerful figure like Li Yu had also gone, the others immediately felt more confident. Brother Xiaobai is right. Since we're already here, if we don't go in, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Xiaoyi followed closely behind and went out. We bounty hunters are people who live on the edge of a knife. As long as we can find a few treasures from the old era, we'll be set for life. Brothers, let's do it, Li Beitian said to the bounty hunters. The bounty hunters rose to their feet, their eyes burning with determination. Li Beitian laughed heartily. Brothers, let's do this one last job, and then we can retire in peace. Before he even set off, he'd already set a goal for himself. Black Panther and the others followed suit. Seeing everyone's boldness, Gao Banqing patted his chest and said, "I'm tired of the life of debauchery. I came to Black Mountain this time for 2 reasons, to make friends and to seek excitement. Since my friends have decided to come, how can I not go with them? Xiao Kuei, let's go." He suddenly jumped on Xiao Kuei's petite body and raised his fist high. At this moment, only Li Xiao remained silent. This proud and arrogant figure seemed to still be immersed in the terror of the tyrant. "Don't forget your goal. Why did you come here?" He roared inwardly and finally joined the team. Inside the pitch-black cave, many people took out their lighting devices, and when the light shone like sparks, several exclamations arose from the crowd. The cave was not a mountain as one might imagine, but rather a silver alloy covering the cave walls, forming a futuristic-looking silver metal passage. The passage was very long, stretching as far as the eye could see, and was extremely winding. Bai, Gao Banqing, and the others followed behind the crowd, moving forward little by little. As they walked, Bai Yi frowned slightly. "Have you noticed that this passage goes downwards? It's definitely going downhill. My intelligence indicates that Vault 189 is built at the foot of the mountain, so we're going downhill now." Gao Banqing shrank his head, trying his best to hide his fat body behind Xiao Kuei's petite body. But he was so fat that it gave off a sense of self-deception. "The alloy gate has been opened," someone at the front of the line shouted with ecstasy. At the end of the passage was a massive, violently damaged alloy door, a full 20 centimeters thick and several meters high, now twisted and embedded in the wall. Behind the door was still a long, silver metal corridor. As expected of a tyrant, he opened the alloy door that even explosives couldn't break through so easily. "Stop talking nonsense. Get out of the way and let me in." A one-eyed man wearing an eye patch rushed into the door impatiently. Several people rushed in with him, seemingly afraid that someone else would snatch the treasure first. However, many people chose to stay put and wait to observe the situation. People have different ideas. Those who wait in place are afraid that there may be danger behind the door, while those who rush in are not necessarily stupid. They think that the tyrant has been inside for so long, so even if there is danger, the tyrant must have dealt with it all. It is better to go in sooner and find the treasure sooner. Only the outcome can determine who is right and who is wrong. When the one-eyed man entered the passageway behind the door and was about 2 meters away, suddenly, a faint blue electric current appeared on the silver metal wall, spreading like water ripples and instantly spreading throughout the entire passageway, as if some device had been activated by electricity. The one-eyed man and his companion's expressions changed drastically. They vaguely sensed something was wrong and quickly stopped, but it was too late. 3 scarlet laser beams suddenly shot out from the left wall, heading towards the group at an extremely fast speed. "Run!" Before the one-eyed man could even swallow the gasp in his throat, whoosh. 3 laser beams arrived in an instant. The first laser beam pierced diagonally from the left shoulder to the right abdomen. Before the intense pain could even travel, the one-eyed man's collarbone, along with half of his scapula, curled up and peeled off like molten plastic, revealing his still beating heart inside his chest cavity. The second laser slicing across the navel separated the upper and lower body in 0.1 seconds. A string of blood droplets burst forth from the broken spine, but before they could even splatter, they were instantly evaporated by the laser. The third vertical slash struck his right hip, and his mechanically modified right leg, as if made of paper, fell onto the silver alloy floor. Chapter 63: The Black Knight. The people behind the one-eyed man were terrified. After a brief moment of stiffness, they hurriedly turned to run away, but the laser was too fast. They were torn to pieces in an instant before they had even turned halfway. Snap, snap, snap. The chunks of meat fell to the ground with several dull thuds. The death happened too quickly and too horribly. Those outside the gate stood frozen for several seconds before recovering from their shock. Those who had hesitated earlier showed lingering fear in their eyes. It was so close. A single thought can make all the difference between heaven and hell. "It's a laser channel," Gao Banshing exclaimed in horror, his face turning slightly pale. "Damn it, there's even a laser tunnel here. How did the tyrant get through?" Bai Yi slowly said. "It's not surprising that the tyrant can pass through the laser channel. What's really surprising is that the tyrant can control metal and easily destroy all the laser emitters, but he didn't do so. It seems he doesn't want anyone else to go in. He probably wouldn't stoop to attacking others, but he also had no obligation to help others out of danger. What do we do now?" Gao Banshing had already begun to back down. This laser passage was not something an ordinary person like him could possibly get through. Xiaoyi stared intently at the scattered pieces of the bodies and said in a deep voice, "I just observed it. This laser is indeed powerful, but its movement speed is not imperceptible to the naked eye. If you are agile enough, you might be able to get through it." He was clearly tempted and quite confident in his skills, but he didn't try immediately because he didn't know how many lasers were in the passage or the trajectory of all of them. The best approach is to wait for others to go in first and probe all the laser trajectories to ensure everything goes smoothly. But who would do such a risky job, risking their life to pave the way for others? Those who are capable of doing this are either incredibly confident in their own abilities, like the tyrant Yang Jie, or they are selfless and fearless, willing to lead from the front. At this moment, many people subtly glanced at He Qianjun, the instructor of the Brotherhood of Steel. This old man, known as the chief instructor of the 100,000 Iron Guards, possessed a martial arts aura that resounded throughout Baiman. Over the years, countless powerful superhumans and genetically modified individuals have died at his hands. Even someone as powerful as Minghu treated He Qianjun with exceptional courtesy, which speaks volumes about his strength. If we're talking about who's most likely to get through the laser tunnel, it's undoubtedly He Qianjun. He Qianjun felt everyone's gaze, but his expression remained unchanged. He simply stood quietly without taking any action. As everyone remained at a stalemate, an unexpected figure slowly emerged from the crowd. It was none other than the night girl from the Silent Court. The girl, who came alone, stepped into the laser tunnel without saying a word. She was like a magnet, firmly drawing everyone's attention. The small, black knight's boots trotted lightly on the metal floor, making a soft, audible sound. "It's the Black Knight of the Silent Court." She was the first one to enter the laser tunnel, someone exclaimed in a low voice. The Black Knight is always elusive and a silent weapon in the court of criminals. I've heard that even wanted criminals with bounties of over 100 million have died at her hands. No wonder she dared to be the first to step forward. A silent courtroom, the Black Knight? Bai frowned slightly. It didn't sound like a girl's name. His impression of this nameless girl was still from the town of Grey Earth, where she killed hundreds of gray sparrows with a single sword strike. He knew then that the girl was very strong, but now it seems he underestimated her. Ode. The night girl moved. She lightly touched the ground with her toes, and her figure rushed into the laser channel like a ghost. The hem of her black dress rippled like ink in the air. The laser channel seemed to sense the intruder, and the laser beam arrived instantly. The first laser beam cleaved down from above. She glided nimbly along the ground like a black cat, the crimson beam grazing the edge of her silver mask. The second laser beam slashed down at her waist, but she pushed off the ground with her palms, leaping into the air and drawing a graceful arc to successfully vault over it. The third laser beam shone from above the girl's head, almost splitting her in two, but her breathing remained perfectly steady. Like an elegant dancer in the center of a dance floor, she glided lightly, and the laser beam brushed past her. Many people secretly exclaimed in amazement at how decisively the three laser beams were dodged. The girl kept moving, even becoming faster. More and more lasers lit up, attacking almost in quick succession, but she always managed to seize the smallest gaps and pass through them easily. Everyone stared intently, but they weren't looking at the girl, they were looking at the laser. 18 laser beams. A full 18 laser beams, some horizontal, some vertical, some diagonal, and some just 20 centimeters from the ground. They frantically memorized the laser trajectories the girl had tentatively explored. At this moment, the girl had reached the edge of the passage, and just as she was about to leave, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a scarlet light appeared beneath her feet. Just when everyone thought the girl was doomed, she suddenly leaped backward into the air, dodging the deadly laser beam, as if she had foreseen it. But that wasn't the end of it. The most terrifying scene unfolded. The 18 laser beams she had dodged suddenly changed direction and shot towards her from behind. It's over. She's dead. No one believed the girl could dodge the 18 laser beams. At an incredible angle, like a spinning black enchantress. Immediately, she pointed her sword sheath at the wall, and her figure shifted horizontally in midair again, narrowly missing several laser beams. When she moved from the left wall to the right wall, her long legs touched the wall and seemed to be drawn to it as if they were magnets, making her run in a semicircle on the wall. By this point, she had dodged 17 lasers, but there was no way she could avoid the last one, because as she dodged the other lasers, her escape route had been completely blocked. Facing this deadly 18th laser beam, clang! The girl drew her pure silver cross sword suddenly, its light, like an inverted galaxy, perfectly meeting the laser beam. The indestructible laser was instantly reflected off the sword. From a distance, the dazzling red light seemed to illuminate the sword and also the silver-white mask that everyone caught a glimpse of. Taking advantage of the brief respite, the girl returned to the edge of the passage. This time, she tried to break through from a different direction, but laser beams shot out like bullets from beneath her feet once again. This time she was prepared. With a flick of her pure silver cross sword, she precisely blocked the laser beam, then flashed out of the passage like a ghost, disappearing into the depths of the passage without a second's delay. Everyone fell silent, stunned by the girl's skill. Chapter 64. No, you have a job too? After a long silence, someone murmured, "What material is her sword made of? It can even block lasers." Look, He Qianjun has also made his move. He Qianjun, who had been motionless until now, also stepped into the laser tunnel with his hands behind his back and his back hunched. With the Black Knight's guidance, he had completely figured out the pattern of the laser passage, so there was no need to wait. If he didn't hurry in, someone else would beat him to it. With all this metal stuff on your backs, you can't get through the laser tunnel. Stay outside and help me out. Yes, instructor, a dozen or so cyborgs shouted back. He Qianjun nodded, and then entered the passage with peace of mind. Faced with the incoming lasers, he remained more composed and calm than the night girl, and it took him much less time to reach the edge of the laser channel. However, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that the reason He Qianjun took less time wasn't necessarily because he was much stronger than the night girl, but more because he knew the laser trajectory in advance. When he reached the edge, everyone wanted to see how he would pass the final test without the girl's sword, but He Qianjun stood still. He slowly straightened his back, and his muscles bulged instantly, transforming his originally thin body into that of a small giant. Immediately, he exerted his strength, his figure turning into afterimages. As he passed the edge, the sensor-activated laser beneath his feet lit up instantly, activating in less than 0.1 seconds. But while the laser was fast, He Qianjun was even faster. The laser barely grazed his back. He landed outside the laser channel, and the 18 laser beams behind him arrived late, but they couldn't reach him at all. Everyone was stunned, not expecting that He Qianjun's method was to pass the level by using a speed faster than laser emission. He Qianjun seems to be stronger than the Black Knight. Bai Yi exclaimed. Xiao Yi, standing to the side, shook his head. It's hard to say who is stronger or weaker. The Black Knight is also very fast, but the last laser was very well concealed and was triggered suddenly by the sensor. The Black Knight was caught off guard and was forced to come back, having no choice but to face 18 lasers. He Qianjun already knew in advance that the final laser would be a surprise attack, and being prepared, he could easily handle it. Not to mention him, even I could get past it. You? Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. Hey, as the old saying goes, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black. Look at how you've been with Li Xiao. You've even learned to brag. Xiao raised an eyebrow. Don't believe me? Just wait and see. After saying that, he walked directly towards the laser channel. Are you serious? Bai Yi hurriedly shouted. Wait a minute. Don't be so impulsive. Xiao Yi turned around and smiled. I didn't expect Brother Xiaobai to care about me so much. Don't worry, I wouldn't do it without absolute certainty. Give me that 2 million check for safekeeping first, then you can go. Don't let the laser destroy the check. Xiao Yi. In the end, he left with a dark expression. As he said, none of the lasers in front of him could stop him. Xiao Yi's skills were also quite good. Even if he wasn't as good as the Black Knight and He Qianjun, he was good enough to deal with the lasers. However, the last laser is not so easy to deal with. The instantaneous sensing laser is too fast. Unlike other lasers that appear in advance and slash at you like swords, it is like a gun, which will suddenly shoot you when you reach the position. Facing the final laser beam, Xiao Yi took a running start and shouted, Stop. The shout of stop left everyone dumbfounded. Tell the laser to stop? Had someone lost their mind? But the next moment, clang, the sword named Stop was instantly drawn and shot out. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiao Yi grabbed the sword hilt and, like a sword immortal flying through the sky, dashed out of the passage. This works. Bai Yi was taken aback, not expecting that a sword could be used in this way. With so many successful examples before us, more and more people are eager to try it out. However, they were clearly blindly confident in themselves. Some died after passing 3 or 5 levels, while others died at the very last level. But there are also successful ones, such as the ghost clown. The clown and his girlfriend walked hand in hand through the laser tunnel as if entering an amusement park, laughing and having fun. He stood at the other end of the laser tunnel, smiling as he asked the air beside him, Having fun, eh? You want to play again? Fine, I can't do anything with you. Then, something astonishing happened. The clown actually pulled his girlfriend back several times before finally disappearing from everyone's sight. Sometimes, the difference between people is just that great. What is a laser tunnel that is a matter of life and death for others is just a playground for the Joker. The speed he showed was in no way inferior to He Qianjun. Bai Yi sighed even more, thinking, this is truly a stage in Heishan. If you don't have work, don't come. These people are just too damn good at it. He nudged Li Xiao. Hey, humorous dart man. All those well-known and powerful figures have already gone in. Are you up to the task? Humph, a mere laser channel? I only need a second to deal with it, Li Xiao sneered. See, it's funny again, isn't it? Li Xiao ignored Bai Yi's taunts and strode towards the laser corridor. His shadow stood silently at his feet. Then with a whoosh, he threw out a shadow dart. This dart was invisible and intangible, and it did not attract any laser beams. A shadow connects the dart and the owl, and as the distance increases, the shadow stretches longer, resembling a black line. The instant the dart flew through the laser channel, the shadow beneath Li Xiao's feet slammed into him, instantly enveloping him in the shadow before disappearing along the shadow line. The shadow dart that had already passed suddenly emitted a large amount of ink-like shadows without warning, which then transformed into a human shape. When the shadows faded, Li Xiao's figure was revealed. Holy crap! No, you have work to do too, Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a dozen genetic warriors were laboriously clearing away the boulders when suddenly, the pile of boulders exploded, sending the dozen or so genetic warriors flying. Amidst the rising dust, the gloomy-faced nether tiger slowly emerged. In the woods, several genetically engineered warriors lifted the deformed train carriages, and when they saw the silver snake flattened by the train, They couldn't help but gasp in horror. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. Silver Snake's alluring face was already deformed. Her chest was a bloody mess, and her limbs were twisted in an irregular shape. She was practically dead. Let's collect Lord Silver Serpent's body. A genetically engineered warrior forcefully pulled Silver Serpent out of the crater in the ground. Chapter 65. I'll cry even more when you die. Huh? There's clearly a long crack on Lord Silver Serpent's head, but where's the brain? Has anyone seen Lord Silver Serpent's brain? The crowd looked around, exchanging bewildered glances. How strange. The skull is cracked open, but there's no brain matter. Could it be? The Gene Warrior's expression changed drastically. Lord Silver Serpent doesn't have a brain. Who are you calling brainless? The Silver Snake's transformed corpse suddenly spoke. Everyone was startled, and the body was even left on the ground. To their horror, the crack on the Silver Snake's head grew larger and larger, with wet hair slowly squeezing out, accompanied by the sizzling sound of skin tearing and the body rubbing against the mucus. Gradually, a pale-skinned beauty's head emerged, followed by slender arms, a torso, long legs, and smooth feet. It is indeed a silver snake. The naked silver snake slowly rose up, and the skin she had shed instantly became dry and transparent, like a snake shedding its skin. The genetic warriors stared at her in disbelief, their minds reeling. Is it pretty? Silver Snake showed it off generously, her face beaming with a charming smile. So beautiful, one person said, swallowing hard. Tell Tiger Brother every single word you said. The man's face turned pale instantly, and he immediately knelt down, keeping his head down tightly, not daring to even glance at the pair of wet little feet in his sight. The others did the same, all lowering their heads and not daring to look anymore. My lord, spare me. I won't watch anymore. Then hurry up and take off your clothes and give them to me. Moments later, the Nether Tiger and the Silver Serpent reunited. How are your injuries? Minghu asked grimly. Silver Snake pulled her loose clothes up to cover her bare shoulders. It's nothing serious, just a bit of skin peeled off. Minghu nodded. Ingtian is such a waste. I created such a good opportunity for him, but he didn't even fire. Silver Snake's little mouth trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Brothering must have been in trouble, otherwise he wouldn't have refrained from firing. Sob, sob, sob. Stop crying. Silver Snake sniffed and said sarcastically, Jealous? Don't worry, I promise I'll cry even harder when you die. The Nether Tiger roared in fury. Shut up, you filthy wretch. Ugh, you scared me. The most urgent thing now is the Pangu USB drive. The original plan was to kill the tyrant so that no one could take the USB drive from us. He Qianjun and his men don't have enough manpower and don't pose a threat. But the plan failed. If we go back like this, the company will never let us off the hook. Without the stabilizer of the Type 3 gene drug, neither of us will have more than a few months to live. Since I'm going to die either way, I might as well take a gamble. What do you plan to do? With life and death at stake, Silver Serpent couldn't help but become serious. Of course, we need to enter Vault 189 and take the Panga USB drive before the tyrant does. I've already arranged for someone to notify the company to mobilize manpower. As long as we hold off the tyrant, we might still have a chance. Mr. Li, it seems we're not going to be able to get into Vault 189. You don't need to wait for us anymore. Gao Banqing and the others sighed. Li Yu's face stiffened slightly, and he cursed inwardly. Who the hell is waiting for you? If I could get in, I would have been in long ago. Gao Banqing and the others were unaware of what Li Yu was thinking. They were absolutely certain, even blindly, that Li Yu could get through the laser tunnel. After all, even Li Xiao could get in. There's no reason why Mr. Li couldn't. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Yi noticed Li Yu's predicament, but he couldn't think of a good solution for the time being. He couldn't very well use time stop to carry Li Yu over, could he? The laser channel was nothing to him. He could even say it was like walking on flat ground. But the problem was, didn't that expose him? Teleported to the other side of the laser channel in full view of everyone? Mr. Li, you really don't need to wait for us. If we don't go in now, we might not get anything good. Gao Banqing kept reassuring him, a hint of emotion showing deep in his eyes. Why didn't Mr. Li go inside? He clearly didn't want to abandon us. Mr. Li is such a good person. Li's right brain was racing. What to do? What to do? Brother Yi, say something. He subtly winked at Bai Yi. Shiro immediately understood and was about to change the subject when he suddenly noticed a commotion in the crowd. The crowd parted automatically to make way, and the gloomy-faced Nether Tiger and Silver Serpent led the remaining Gene Warriors in a menacing manner. At this moment, Minghu's body was covered with wounds and bloodstains, but he did not look disheveled at all. Instead, he exuded a fierce aura. Silver Serpent was completely unharmed, without a single scratch. She was wearing an obviously ill-fitting black uniform, the shoulder line hanging loosely below her collarbone, revealing a section of her fair neck. Her long, fair legs moved back and forth under the hem of the uniform, and she wasn't even wearing shoes. However, her bright red nail polish, like a rose, was particularly eye-catching. These two are still alive. Bai Yi became even more certain that Mr. Ng must have used connections to get into the zodiac. I knew there was no eagle among the zodiacs. He died with a single shot, but look at the dark tiger and silver serpent. They were both beaten to a pulp, yet they're still full of energy, especially silver serpent. Shiro found it hard to believe that Silver Snake was completely unharmed by what would be a fatal wound for a woman. It's not completely undamaged, but it seems to have shrunk considerably. Could it be silicone, which is why it escaped a fatal blow? Nether Tiger and Silver Serpent stood before the laser tunnel, their eyes gleaming. They weren't blind, and seeing the crowd halting and the dozen or so corpses cut by the laser in the tunnel, they immediately understood what was going on. Minghu grabbed a bounty hunter and gripped his throat tightly with his large hand, demanding, "Tell me everything that just happened, without missing a single word." Faced with the overwhelming power of the Dark Tiger and the group of Jin warriors behind him, everyone dared not speak out against his anger. The bounty hunter was so frightened that he told the whole story about the laser tunnel. "I see. You go in." Dark Tiger threw the bounty hunter directly into the laser tunnel and watched him move forward to probe. Unsurprisingly, that person died a horrible death. He then forced others to enter the laser channel, and after doing this several times, he figured out the pattern of the laser channel. The only cost was the deaths of a few unrelated bounty hunters. Crane Thousand Army, Black Knight, and other powerful figures had already passed through the laser channel. Nether Tiger and Silver Serpent were considered to be the only ones who dared to provoke Li Yu. "You guys stay outside and provide backup." Minghu and Inchi rushed into the laser tunnel. As powerful beings who could fight the tyrant and survive, the mere laser tunnel was naturally no problem for them. Soon, the two disappeared at the end of the tunnel. The remaining weaklings looked at each other, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Chapter 66, Stubborn to the End? Believe me, Mr. Lee will make you hard all over. The laser channel is like a filter for the strong. Don't be fooled by the impressive titles and powerful appearances of these people. Only when the tide goes out will you see who's been swimming naked. Liu was swimming naked. He felt as if he had been stripped naked and hung in front of everyone. Countless questioning eyes were cast at him, and he felt like he was going to die. Not only Gao Banqing and his group were puzzled, but other passers-by were also confused. The renowned magician Li Yu, a figure whom even the tiger of the Chinese zodiac dared not act recklessly, entered the laser tunnel. Li Yu had no choice but to bite the bullet and call out to Bai Yi. He led Bai Yi toward a deserted corner. Everyone saw this, but no one dared to follow and eavesdrop for fear of angering Li Yu. Li Yu glanced around and saw that there was no one nearby, and the cave was pitch black. His expression instantly fell, and his image as a powerful figure collapsed in an instant. "Brother Yi, what do we do now? These freaks all managed to get through the laser tunnel. Even the humorous dart thrower survived, but me. I'm the only one who's not going to survive." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled. "You still haven't done anything? Don't you think that in the entire Black Mountain, you're actually the one who has the most to do? You've fooled everyone." Li Yuda said anxiously, "Brother Yi, what time is it? Stop joking around and think of a solution." "Don't worry, I already have a plan. It will not only allow you to get through, but it will also allow everyone to get through." "What method? Come closer." After a moment, Liu felt much more at ease. With the boost of confidence, his aura of a powerful figure became even stronger. He walked slowly toward the laser corridor with the strides of a strong man, and wherever he went, everyone else had to give way. "Mr. Li, are you finally leaving?" Gao Banqing was overjoyed. "You've wasted too much time waiting for us. Hurry up and get going." Li Yu's indifferent gaze swept across the entire room, and he said calmly, "Who wants to pass through the laser tunnel? Raise your hand." His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated in everyone's hearts like thunder. Everyone doubted their ears. What did Mr. Li mean? Was he going to help us get through the laser tunnel? But how could that be? While everyone was still in shock, Shiro, the shill, was the first to raise his hand. I want to go there." Gao Banqing immediately realized what was happening and quickly raised his hand. "Me too." "Me too." Black Panther and the others raised their hands. Like the bandwagon effect, more and more people raised their hands, and many of them had strange expressions, as if they were feeling ashamed when the teacher asked them to answer a question in class. In other words, the person who spoke was Magician Li Yu. If it were anyone else, no one would raise their hand, and they would even be laughed at. Bai Yi casually addressed the bewildered crowd, saying, Mr. Li is kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see you return empty-handed, so he specially helped you pass through the laser tunnel. You only need to pay 10,000 yuan per person for the tickets. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and pay. Ticket price. Do you think this is a tourist attraction? Everyone was dumbfounded. Having experienced countless storms and dangers, they had seen everything, but they had never seen such a bizarre move as charging admission to a shelter. Was this something a normal person would do? 10,000 yuan to get through the laser tunnel? How could anyone be stupid enough to pay that much? Brother Bai, this is a check for 200,000. I've already covered the money for the brothers. Gao Banqing took out the check from his pocket and handed it to Bai Yi. Everyone. Bai Yi grinned, took the check, and walked towards the Brotherhood of Steel with the sack in his hand. Facing a dozen tall, cyborg-modified cyborgs, he boldly extended his black hand. What are you standing there for? Pay up. Do you want to see He Qianjun all alone and helpless inside? One of the mechanics hesitated and asked, Mr. Li, can you really help us get in? Bai Yi said impatiently, how would I know? Mr. Li told me to collect the money. If he can't do it, go find him. With so many of you, are you afraid he'll renege on his debt? Li Yu. After much hesitation, the mechanical modifier finally paid up. 10,000 yuan wasn't much to him. He figured he might as well trust the mysterious powerhouse Li Yu and buy a keepsake. As the sack filled to the brim, Bai Yi was overjoyed. He realized that he was truly a devoted and good man. He had been steadfastly fond of money in his past life, and he never expected that he would be the same in this one. As it turns out, genuine affection doesn't change with the times. Actually, Shirayuki also wanted to collect more money, but the problem was that there was nowhere to put it. Not everyone was like Takahashiro, who carried checks with him. Most people carried cash. More and more people are paying because they don't care about the extra 10,000 yuan. However, some people didn't even want to pay 10,000 yuan, and they seriously suspected that Li Yu was taking the opportunity to make money. Young man, I didn't bring any money with me this time. Look. A bounty hunter wearing a cowboy hat said with a simple smile. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered rang out, and Shirayuki's pistol was already pressed against his head. No money? You dare to come to Montenegro for tourism if you have no money? Get out of here. The man dared not speak out in anger, fearing he might offend Li Yu. Bai Yi continued. Listen up, everyone. Mr. Li said that poor people are not welcome here. Anyone who can't afford the entrance fee should get lost as soon as possible. If anyone disagrees, go and argue with Mr. Li. Don't blame me for not warning you. Mr. Li has a bad temper. If anyone displeases him, he'll make your whole family unhappy. Li Yu instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Feeling everyone's gaze, he secretly groaned in his heart and had no choice but to continue to maintain his strong persona and pretend to be indifferent to everyone. Many people actually fell for it and readily opened their wallets. The cowboy hat forced a smile and said, Young man, I really don't have any money with me. A sneer flashed in by Ye's eyes, still being stubborn, huh? Believe me, Mr. Li will make you hard all over. No, I suddenly remembered. I found 10,000 yuan on my way here. I'll hand it over right away. Bai Yi walked around and found that the sacks were almost full, but there were still a few people who hadn't paid. These people really didn't have any money with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk offending magician Li Yu for 10,000 yuan. One person said with a long face, I really didn't bring any money, and I didn't find any money either. Me too, young man. Can I write you an IOU? Why don't you talk to Mr. Li and ask him to make an exception? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. A watch? What watch? The men's faces stiffened, and they reluctantly took off their watches and handed them over. Those who didn't have watches pulled out some guns and bullets. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction and dragged the heavy sack to Li Yu's side. Mr. Li, the ticket money has been collected. Let's begin. Chapter 67. Only the likes of the 10 kings are worthy of being compared to Mr. Li. Li's right lip twitched slightly. Okay. He slowly walked to the front of the crowd, at the entrance of the laser tunnel, leaving them with an unfathomable silhouette. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the magician slowly and steadily unwrapped the bandage on his right hand, as if tearing off a demon king's seal. The atmosphere unconsciously grew heavy, and the darkness in the cave flowed like water, oppressive and oppressive. The blood-stained bandages, like winding snakes, slowly fell to the ground, revealing a pale hand to everyone. Li Yu carefully recalled the tyrant's imposing presence, then clenched his fist in the void above the laser channel. Time stands still. When a giant golden clock enveloped the world, the flow of time was paused by the gods. Bai Yi darted out in a flash, stepping into the laser tunnel as if walking on flat ground. His method for helping everyone get through the laser tunnel was simple: destroy the laser tunnel. Just as he had thought, he couldn't simply disappear into thin air in front of everyone and then cross the laser tunnel, as that would easily expose him. However, he didn't have the agility of the night girl. Since he couldn't solve the problem, he had no choice but to deal with the culprit that caused it. He observed for a long time and found that the laser in the laser channel was emitted by a laser emitter, which was hidden inside the silver-white wall. The emitter had many deep holes and could not be destroyed from the side, as it would be blocked by the wall. The only way to destroy it is to face the small hole directly, but once you face it directly, you will definitely be pierced by the laser. However, none of this mattered to Shirono, as time remained frozen and the laser was not activated. He pulled out a dagger, plunged it into the small hole, and easily destroyed the laser emitter inside. Then, using the same method, it only took 14 seconds to take down the tiny laser channel. Bai did all this not just to collect ticket money or to avoid being exposed, but more so to get these people to cover for him. If even getting into Vault 189 is this difficult, you can imagine how many dangers await him inside. This is where the importance of having someone scout ahead becomes apparent. Furthermore, he was determined to obtain the Panga USB drive. If he entered the shelter with Yang Jie, He Qianjun, Minghu, and others, and then snatched the USB drive from Yang Jie, it would be too easy for him to arouse suspicion. By then, the whole world will know that the Panga USB drive is in the hands of one of them, and he doesn't want to attract the pursuit of various forces because he possesses such a treasure. Therefore, the more people there are, the easier it is for him to take advantage of the situation. After doing all this, Bai Yi returned to his original position, with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on his timer. Time resumed its flow. Everyone stared intently at Li Yu's right hand. As he clenched his fist in the air, several shattering sounds rang out in succession, and tiny sparks burst forth from the small hole containing the laser emitter. On the silver-white wall, a faint blue current flickered as if the power was cut off, before finally fading completely. Li Yu slowly withdrew his hand, and everyone fell silent. It's done. Mr. Li, have you damaged the laser channel? How is this possible? He destroyed it with just a wave of his hand. What is his extraordinary ability? Is it like the tyrant's? As expected of a magician, he's simply amazing. Everyone stared in horror at Li Yu's right hand. Li Yu had already picked up the bandage and rewound it around his hand, his expression still cold and indifferent, as if he had done something insignificant. Li Yu turned around, his indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone, but in reality, he was looking at Bai Yi. Seeing Bai Yi nod cryptically, he felt reassured and said coldly, "Everyone, please." After saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the laser tunnel. He walked very slowly because he was unsure of himself. To be honest, he didn't know what Bai Yi's extraordinary ability was. It felt like the ultimate version of the magic hand. He guessed that the one who destroyed the Dark Tiger wine glass was Shirono, who used the ultimate version of the magic hand to break the wine glass from a distance. Now, destroying the laser channel is another matter. Shirono extends several magic hands and simultaneously destroys the laser emitter. In his mind, Shiro should possess countless magic hands that can extend indefinitely and are faster than his own, which he can activate with just a thought. Li Yu walked slowly forward, afraid that Bai Yi might have missed a laser emitter that hadn't been destroyed. But in everyone's eyes, Mr. Li's mysterious figure was so tall and his steps were so light and easy, showing his composure. Finally, he successfully passed through the laser tunnel without triggering a single laser beam. Someone in the crowd cheered excitedly. "Mr. Li is amazing. Is this Mr. Li's true strength? In my opinion, the 12 zodiac animals and the silent court are no match for Mr. Li's magic hands. Indeed, they could only dodge the lasers alone, but Mr. Li was able to lead everyone through. The difference in skill is obvious." "What are you talking about? The 12 zodiacs and the silent court are trying to extort money from Mr. Li? In the entire Baiman, only the likes of the 10 kings are worthy of being compared to Mr. Li." Hearing these flattering words, Li Yurin was numb. "Stop praising me. If the tyrant heard this, I'd be dead for sure. Didn't you say you had everything under control? Why did you start drawing again?" At the summit of Black Mountain, a man in a black suit stared expressionlessly at the painter who was writing furiously. The painter wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a wry smile, "It's all messed up." The person outside the script actually let everyone into the shelter. Originally, this scene in the shelter was only for the strong, but as hundreds of people poured in, countless threads of fate intertwined, making it truly a tangled mess. Is it still under control? Yes, it's completely under control, but it will take some effort. It seems we must deal with the people outside this script, otherwise the trajectory of fate may be deviated. The group successfully passed through the laser tunnel and cautiously made their way deeper into the tunnel. Soon, rows of maglev tracks came into view, neatly laid out on the ground of the passageway, covered with dust and rust, but there were no cars. People in the old days would have taken a vehicle from here to the underground shelter, but it seems the vehicles are gone, so we have to walk, Gao Banqing explained. The group started running on the tracks. The presence of tracks meant they needed to take a vehicle, indicating that the shelter was still some distance away. If they didn't hurry, the good stuff might all be taken by the nether tigers. After running for a long time, the group finally saw the abandoned railcar and a giant platform-like elevator at the end of the track. However, it seemed that a collapse had occurred here, and the elevator was mostly buried and could not be used at all. "There's an emergency exit here," someone shouted, pointing to a small door next to the elevator. A loose LED sign hung above it, displaying 4 fluorescent green characters, "Emergency exit." However, due to a broken wire, the characters had long since faded. Chapter 68. Holy crap. So many Rambutans. The small door to the emergency exit had been violently damaged. The marks were very fresh, indicating that it was done by Yang Jie and his accomplices. The crowd rushed into the emergency passage, where the road was very steep, almost at a 30-degree angle, and constantly turned, spiraling downwards. As they continued forward, they discovered that the passage was becoming narrower and deeper, and the group, who were originally walking side by side, gradually became a long, single-line snake. "This must be hundreds of meters underground, right?" someone muttered in the darkness. "It's more than that. We've been walking for so long. I feel like we've covered over 1,000 meters. Look, there's sunshine ahead." "Sunlight? How could there be sunlight underground? It must be lighting equipment, right?" The group at the front reached out towards the light and discovered that it came from the end of the passage. They squinted to adjust to the light for a while, and when they saw the scenery behind the light, they were astonished and quickly stepped into the light. "What's inside?" The people behind didn't go in immediately, but shouted loudly. After a long while, the shocked voices of the group finally came from the light. "A city, a city. It's a city, the sun. There's still a sun here. Where the hell did I get here? Is this still underground?" The group exclaimed incoherently. Seeing that there was no danger, the people behind them all stepped into the light, followed by a chorus of exclamations. "Not only is there a sun, but there's also a sky. Holy crap! What's that thing floating in midair with red hair?" "That thing looks like a rambutan tens of meters in diameter." Bai was slightly taken aback. "Rambutan? What the heck?" He knew rambutan, and had even eaten it before. Rambutan is a tropical fruit, a red, round ball covered in red hair, hence the name. And it's not cheap. But the problem is, even the larger rambutans are only about the size of a palm. So where do rambutans with diameters of tens of meters come from? He became increasingly curious about what everyone had seen, and repeatedly pushed aside the crowd blocking his way. "Hurry up. You can't even catch up with the freshly eaten shit. They'll snatch all the treasure in a minute." The person he pushed turned around and glared angrily, but when he saw it was Bai Yi, he immediately smiled sheepishly and dared not retaliate. Now everyone knows that behind this ragged, wasteland boy stands the magician Li Yu, someone not to be trifled with. After squeezing for about 2 minutes, Bai Yi finally entered the light, and his vision suddenly opened up, as if he had crossed into another world. Holy crap, so many rambutans. It turns out those people weren't lying. There really is a city hidden here, along with countless rambutans floating in midair. This is a modern city that stretches as far as the eye can see, with crooked and toppled skyscrapers standing tall. The buildings in the farthest distance have collapsed into rolling hills, and abandoned maglev tracks meander among the ruins, like a dead python coiled around a concrete corpse. The observation tower, hundreds of meters high and inscribed with Eye of the World, is jutted into the dried-up artificial lake. Its glass curtain wall has completely fallen off, exposing the honeycomb-like metal frame inside. Above the dome is a blue sky with white clouds, and a sun radiating light and heat. The most eye-catching thing is the rambutan floating in midair above the abandoned city. Rather than rambutan, it is more like a virus magnified billions of times, with dense spikes covering the huge scarlet spheres. The spikes stretched out indefinitely, becoming thinner and thinner, with ends as fine as hair. These hair-like spikes intertwined, resembling a giant red net covering the entire city. Everyone was stunned by this scene. "Rambutan, this is Shelter 189? People from the old era actually built a city at the foot of Black Mountain? But what about the sun and the sky?" Li Beitian exclaimed. After observing the sky for a while, Bai Yi realized that it was not the sky at all, but a huge screen covering the city, and the blue sky and white clouds were just images displayed on the screen. While these technologies were impressive, he could still accept them, except for the rambutan. The densely packed, enormous scarlet spheres, resembling viruses, don't look like technological creations at all. Has the aesthetic sense of people in the old era become so distorted? Perhaps these rambutans are the cause of the deaths in the shelter? Bei stared at the rambutan, and for some reason, he suddenly had the illusion that the rambutan was also staring at him, as if the thing was alive. Suddenly, a strange feeling spread through his mind, and the longer he stared at it, the stronger the feeling became. Baiye's vision blurred for a moment, and he blinked subconsciously. But the moment he opened his eyes, the rambutan had changed. Countless pale, venomous eyeballs sprouted from the rambutan, or rather, squeezed out, accompanied by thick green sap and a sizzling, slippery friction sound. 1, 2, 3, countless eyeballs, densely packed together, sent chills down the spine of anyone who saw them. But as Baiye blinked again, all the eyeballs disappeared, as if it were an illusion. A hallucination? A faint sense of dread and eeriness lingered in his heart. He looked away and stopped looking, but when his gaze fell on himself, he couldn't help but freeze. A strong sense of unfamiliarity constantly stimulates the brain. Is this my body? Why does it feel so unfamiliar? Baiye stared at his hands. Although he knew them very well, they felt completely foreign to him, as if someone had forcibly installed them on his body. A sudden surge of irritation and nausea rose within him. He wanted to tear his own hands apart to reveal the true self hidden beneath. Ah! A pig-like scream woke Baiye. He suddenly realized that many people, just like him, had the same expression of waking up from a nightmare. There's a big problem with rambutans. Before he could think, he saw Gao Banqing fall off Xiao Kuei's back, his fat hands tearing at his body and grabbing at the bloody marks. It turned out that the screams came from Gao Banqing. Because he was an ordinary person, he had very weak resistance to rambutans and had already begun to take action. Just as Li Beitian and the others were trying to stop Gao Banqing from harming himself, a golden light suddenly emanated from the fat man's chest, which vanished in a flash. Gao Banqing snapped out of his daze, stopped self-harming, and grimaced as he got up from the ground, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He gasped for breath and cursed. Damn it! I almost went to see my great-grandmother. There's something strange about this rambutan, you can't look at it directly. As he spoke, he grabbed the red rope around his neck and pulled out a bronze coin. He kissed the copper coin several times, still shaken, and said, Good darling, it saved my life again. This is a forbidden item? Shirono's eyes lit up. Chapter 69 Forbidden Items for the Rich. Startled, Gao Banqing quickly put the copper coin into his pocket. A forbidden item of the Jiao level, the life-saving coin. It can be used to buy life in case of fatal injury. Baiye's eyes shone brightly, as if he practically had the words, I want to possess it, written all over his face. Gao Banqing took a half-step back. Brother Xiaobai, don't even think about taking my life-saving money. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. How do you know I can't use it if you don't give it to me? I'm telling the truth, you can't meet the containment conditions for the life-buying money. I've handled forbidden items before. Even life-threatening ones like the breath of bones are no problem for me, let alone a mere life-buying money. Net worth over 100 million. Baiye choked for a moment, then flew into a rage. Isn't this bullying the poor? Not only that, but I also have to pay it 1 million every month. If there is any danger, the amount will be calculated separately. The greater the danger, the more money I have to pay. For example, just now, I have to pay it another 3 million within a month, otherwise it will turn on me. Why did you have to explain in such detail? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would steal something my friend shouldn't have? Baiye said reproachfully. Gao Banqing's words not only extinguished Baiye's interest, but also dashed the hopes of others who had their eyes on Gao Banqing. Nobody ever wants too many forbidden items to save their lives. But if you're going to say you need to verify your assets with 100 million before you can use them, trash forbidden items, even a dog wouldn't want them. After this incident, everyone realized the danger of rambutans and stopped staring at them. At this moment, Baiye finally understood why Gao Banqing, an ordinary person, dared to venture into Black Mountain. It turned out that he had a forbidden object protecting him. As he was pondering this, he suddenly noticed that there were fewer and fewer people around him. Looking up, he realized that these people had already left the group and gone into the city to search for treasure. Mr. Li, Mr. Gao, let's set off too, the menacing Black Panther urged impatiently. Gao Banqing glanced at Li Yu, and seeing Li Yu nod slightly, he waved his hand and said, Let's go. The group ventured into the abandoned city complex, only to discover upon closer inspection that the abandoned buildings were covered with thin, winding red lines resembling veins. These red lines vary in thickness, some as thick as octopus tentacles and others as thin as a hair, but they all share a common origin: rambutans floating in the air above the city. Not only on buildings, but also on the ground. It sent chills down the spine of anyone who saw it. The group carefully avoided the red threads on the ground, their eyes constantly scanning the surrounding buildings. A bounty hunter saw that the door of a house was open and wanted to go in, but was stopped by Li Beitian. The experienced middle-aged bounty hunter explained, "Vault 189 is too big. The really valuable stuff is unlikely to be in civilian houses. Each of us can only carry a limited amount of stuff, so we can't waste time in a place like this. Look at that domed building over there. There must be a lot of good stuff inside." His words won the approval of the crowd, and they hurried toward the domed building. The building is peculiar, resembling an inverted semicircle on the ground. Its silver-white alloy walls are dilapidated, and there is an abandoned sign on the ground at the entrance. "Jean, what institute?" Gao Banqing carefully examined the filthy sign and could only make out these 3 characters. The rest was illegible. His expression brightened. This might be related to gene serums. After all, the gene technology of the Great Cataclysm era comes from the Old Era. Everyone was overjoyed. Everyone knew the power of genetic technology. The Great Cataclysm era had only inherited a portion of the genetic technology from the Old Era, yet it had already given rise to countless powerful genetically modified humans. The 12 zodiacs were among the best of them. If we could obtain all the genetic technology from the Old Era, surpassing the 12 zodiac animals would be a piece of cake. Don't get too excited. 100 years have passed. Even if there were gene serums inside, they would have expired long ago. Bai Yi poured cold water on everyone's hopes. His attention wasn't focused on the Genetic Institute, but rather he kept scanning the depths of the city, trying to see where Yang Jie and the others were. Gene therapy is nothing compared to the Panga USB drive, which is the real gem. Unfortunately, after Yang Jie and the others entered the shelter, they seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace. No, I need to find a way to leave the group soon. Yang Jie and the others are definitely deep in the city. Black Panther couldn't wait to walk towards the gate. He didn't care whether it was expired or not. Even if it was expired, he could still sell it for a high price outside. When he reached the door, he hesitated again, because the door was covered with countless dark red veins, which seemed to be alive and were still wriggling slightly. He dared not touch it with his hands, fearing he might be contaminated with some virus. So he pulled out the gun from his waist and fired several shots at the door, causing blood and flesh to splatter and leaving several small dents in the door, but it was not enough to completely destroy it. "Let me do it." Li Beitian stepped forward, a large-caliber single-shot rifle suddenly appearing in his hand. Bai Yi was secretly amazed and looked Li Beitian up and down. The other party was carrying a tactical backpack, but how could he pull out such a big gun like Doryman? "Ironback Viper MK-03, Black Panther exclaimed. "This gun is rarely seen even on the black market. I didn't expect you to actually get your hands on it." Boldly. Li Beitian laughed heartily. "I used all my savings to acquire this gun for this trip to Black Mountain. Although it can only fire a single shot, and its range is not very far, its power is enormous, comparable to Brother Xiaobai's Breath of Bones. Of course, it is only comparable in power. In other aspects, it is naturally not as miraculous as the forbidden object." The words had barely left his mouth when a loud bang was heard. A massive burst of flames erupted, like a grenade launch, blasting the dilapidated door away and turning the blood vessels attached to it into a cloud of blood foam. After the blood froth cleared, everyone hurriedly entered the Gene Institute. The place was a mess, with broken glass, bottles and jars everywhere, and all sorts of rusty instruments. The crowd searched like locusts, looking for anything of value. No one noticed that the blood vessel fragments that Li Beitian had smashed at the gate were wriggling on the ground, seemingly attracted to each other and causing them to gather together. In midair, a giant rambutan floated silently toward the Institute of Genetics, with thousands of red veins hanging down from it, and tightly connected to the Institute. Clearly, the blood vessel that was just ruptured came from this rambutan. Chapter 70: The Scantily Clad Woman in the Shelter. Bai Yi walked forward on the glass, making a slight cracking sound under his feet. He looked around and frowned. "What's wrong, Brother Yi?" Li Yu whispered beside him. Everyone was busy searching for treasures, and no one paid attention to their conversation. "Don't you find it strange?" Li Yu nodded solemnly. "It is indeed strange. It's one thing that there are no remains on the streets, but there are still no remains inside the houses." Bai Yi glanced at him in surprise. This was the first time the two of them had thought of the same thing. "Brother Yi, can you stop looking at me like I'm an idiot? I'm a con artist, after all. I can't say anything else, but my observation skills are definitely beyond the average person. Liu rolled his eyes. You're right. Even though a long time has passed, and even if everyone in Vault 189 has died, at least their remains should have been left behind. Along the way, although the streets are dilapidated, there are no remains at all, not even in the houses. Given the size of this city, Shelter 189 must have housed at least 100,000 people. Where did those 100,000 or so corpses go? Liu thought for a moment. Could it be? I discovered it first. Let go. This robot is mine. The loud arguing on the second floor interrupted their conversation. Bai Yi and Liu exchanged a glance, then headed upstairs. They entered a room that resembled a bedroom and saw Black Panther arguing with a bounty hunter. A scantily clad woman lay on the filthy bed. Black Panther was holding onto her arm, while the bounty hunter was holding onto her slender ankle. The two were constantly struggling for her. A woman? How could there be a woman here? Bai Yi was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he immediately noticed something was wrong. Although the woman was exquisitely beautiful and lifelike, her eyes lacked any vitality, and she remained motionless. Looking at the style of the woman's clothes, isn't this just like a doll? It seems that no matter how advanced technology becomes, humanity's most fundamental needs remain unchanged throughout history. Stop arguing, you two. There are plenty of robots in the shelter. There's no need to fight over this one. Besides, this robot is clearly not a combat type, Gao Banqing said, acting as a peacemaker. Black Panther sneered. Although this robot is not a combat type, it is even more precious than a combat type. I have seen a similar robot in person at a black market auction before. The auctioneer called her a companion doll. Her skin was no different from that of a real person, but her expressions and movements were even more expressive than those of a real person. Some big shots are offering millions to vie for her. I found it first. The bounty hunter glared angrily. If he hadn't been outmatched by Black Panther, he probably would have already drawn his gun. So what if you found it first? Treasures naturally belong to the capable. Black Panther showed no intention of letting go. How can you be so unreasonable? Bai Yi shook his head slightly, marveling at the absurdity of human nature. Not long ago, they were friends drinking and chatting, but now they've started to tear each other apart for the sake of profit. He was not disappointed, because he knew that human nature is never black and white, but rather a sophisticated gray of self-interest. Fortunately, not everyone is like that. That's enough. Gao Banqing started pulling out checks again. We're all friends. Let's not argue over such a small thing. How about this? Bai Yi reached out and put his hand on Gao Banqing's shoulder. Fatty Gao, you need to know that not everyone can become a friend, especially not someone you have to compromise for. Gao Banqing was taken aback. Looking into the boy's calm eyes, he remained silent for a moment before putting away the check. You're right. Bai Yi gave Liu a wink. Liu stepped forward silently and said coldly, it's a bit noisy. A detached voice brought the heated argument to an abrupt halt. Black Panther's expression changed several times. He looked at Liu with apprehension, forcing a smile onto his fierce face. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I was being presumptuous. Boss Gao is right. There are plenty of treasures here. No need to fight over them. Bai Yi almost burst out laughing. Look, who said Black Panther is unreasonable? He's so reasonable. Mr. Li, Mr. Gao, Vault 189 is so big, it's too inefficient for us to search together. Why don't we split up? Black Panther said, his eyes gleaming. Okay, Liu said calmly. Farewell. Let's go. Black Panther immediately called his henchmen to leave without lingering. Gao Banqing's expression darkened slightly. He naturally understood why Black Panther and the others had left. Bai Yi didn't have time to deal with someone like Black Panther. Instead, he started searching for other things in the house. Everyone's attention was focused on the doll, and they didn't search the room carefully. This room must belong to a high-ranking member of the Institute of Genetics, as it is quite large and exudes a sense of luxury. Of course, the most important thing is that only this room has a companion doll. Soon, he found a rusty safe in the wardrobe. What was the password again? Bang. Smoke billowed from the muzzle of Breath of Bones' gun. The password was correct. A pale green syringe and a rotten lab notebook. The gunshots drew everyone's attention. Li Beitian and the others looked at Bai Yi with envy. Finding a complete old-era gene serum would surely make them rich. Shiro first picked up the syringe and examined it. The pale green medicine inside seemed to have already spoiled, was very turbid, and had a lot of flocculent matter floating in it, which looked somewhat disgusting. There are also blurry labels on the side. Gorilla, poison clear? Bai Yi muttered, only recognizing these 3 words. Scarlet virus serum? Gao Banqing's eyes lit up. This should be scarlet virus serum. It must have been specially made by people in the old era during the Great Cataclysm to deal with scarlet disease. How much is this thing worth? Gao Bansheng held up one finger. Bai Yi was shocked. 100 million? Gao Bansheng shook his head slightly. 10 million. He shook his head again. Bai Yi asked with a strange expression. 1 million. Worthless, Gao Bansheng laughed. Bai Yi roared in anger. Why is it worthless? Because people now coexist with scarlet disease. Those who couldn't adapt to scarlet disease became mutants and were killed to extinction long ago. Maybe some research institutions are willing to pay to buy this expired serum. Bai Yi reluctantly put away the serum. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and what if someone tries to take advantage of it? He picked up the lab notebook again, but as soon as he did, it fell back down, leaving only some black residue still in his hand. It's rotten to an extreme degree. Shiro rubbed his hands together and could only carefully flip through the notebook. Mutation, Scarlet, Origin, 34th, Experiment. God. Sample. Experimental product. Giant Crimson. Pseudo-human. Experimental group. Control group. Taboo substance number. Chapter 71 God's Taboo. What is all this nonsense? God. False man. God's Taboo. Crimson origin. Bai Yi started filling in the blanks. The lab notebook was so badly rotten that many pages were stuck together. A forbidden object. Gao Bansheng hurriedly squeezed forward, staring intently at the words, a forbidden object. Do you know anything that is taboo? Gao Bansheng nodded solemnly. I don't recognize most of the terms written on it, but I've seen the God-forbidden item more than once in the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce's intelligence storage room. Shirono immediately became interested. What are the things that are taboo to the gods? Brother Xiaobai, do you know the levels of forbidden items? Snake, Jiao Dragon. That's right. Forbidden objects are divided into 3 levels from low to high. Snake level forbidden objects, Dragon level forbidden objects, and Dragon level forbidden objects. As for divine forbidden objects, they are forbidden objects that surpass the Dragon level. Because they are too powerful, they are said to arouse the fear of the gods, so they are called divine forbidden objects. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. So, there's a forbidden object in Vault 189. I'm afraid it's not just that. Gao Bansheng pointed to the handwriting in the experimental logbook. Look, this shows that the forbidden object has appeared more than once, and it even has a number. This means that there are probably multiple. Hey, Brother Xiaobai, where are you going? Bai Yi, who had already run to the stairwell, said without turning his head. Nonsense. Of course I'm going to find the forbidden item. Brother Xiaobai, slow down. I'm just guessing. Theoretically speaking, it's impossible for all the forbidden items to be kept in the same shelter. Tada! He was met with the light footsteps of Shirano. Ah! The piercing scream made Shirayuki pause on the stairs. That voice, it's Black Panther and the others. Gao Bansheng's expression changed, and everyone came down the stairs. The first to arrive on the first floor was naturally Bai Yi. The moment he arrived, he glanced at the first floor window out of the corner of his eye. It was just a fleeting glimpse, but the view made his eyelids twitch. A huge, scarlet rambutan covered in red thorns peeked out from the window. Thousands of crimson lines of blood dripped down, making it seem as if a red rain was falling outside. Amidst the torrential downpour of red rain, Black Panther and the others struggled frantically, desperately trying to break free from the red rain's restraints. One of Black Panther's henchmen was entangled in a cocoon of red blood threads, which, as fine as hair, surged wildly into his eyes, mouth, nose, ears, until he was completely submerged. What the hell is this? Gao Bansheng's face turned pale, and he almost collapsed onto Xiao Kuei's firm and petite body. Bai Yi frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered the incomplete words in the experimental logbook. Mutation, gigantism, scarlet virus. Could rambutan be a mutated scarlet virus? Quickly save them. Li Beitian shouted, raising his ironback Viper Mk-03 and firing a shot through the glass. The powerful force severed countless bloodlines, and Black Panther's henchmen fled in terror. Black Panther himself lived up to his reputation as a 3-needle realm gene expert. His muscles were bulging, and he let out a non-human roar, actually tearing apart the blood threads wrapped around his body and breaking free. Seeing his brother die a horrible death, Black Panther's eyes widened in fury. He pulled out his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire at the scarlet virus. I'll kill you. Tap, tap, tap. After a burst of bullets was fired, the surface of the giant scarlet virus was riddled with bullet holes, but the next second, with a wriggling motion, the bullet holes instantly healed. Damn it! Black Panther threw down his gun and landed on all fours, his sharp claws gleaming coldly like eagle hooks. His limbs slammed into the ground, instantly causing the already decaying ground to crack with spiderweb-like patterns, and a white wave of smoke and dust rippled outwards from him. Black Panther seemed to have truly transformed into a ferocious leopard, leaping several meters high, his claws suddenly reaching out and embedding themselves deep into the scarlet virus's skin. He exerted his strength, using gravity to slide down, and his sharp claws ripped the scarlet virus open from top to bottom. He casually half-squatted on the ground, his gaze fierce as he stared at the severely damaged scarlet virus. Its hundreds of millions of bloodline tentacles twisted and wriggled wildly, and its originally round body began to irregularly dent and deform. Glug, glug. Something seemed to be surging inside the scarlet virus. Black Panther slowly stood up, a sinister smile on his face. Can't even withstand one of my attacks, huh? Just a showpiece. The next moment, bang. The scarlet virus burst open like a punctured ball, spraying blood and crimson droplets everywhere. This time, it truly rained red. But everyone's expression changed drastically. After the scarlet virus ruptured, they finally saw what was inside the giant sphere. Corpses. Corpses piled up densely together. These corpses were as if they had been kneaded together by a giant hand and stuffed into the body of the scarlet virus, and now, as the virus ruptured, they were all exposed. Under the influence of gravity, the corpse ball plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground, instantly turning the corpse at the bottom of the ball into puddles of flesh. It's like dropping a steak into a plate full of sauce. With a splatter, the succulent meat and sauce collide, and the juices splatter everywhere. The corpse ball sat there eerily and terrifyingly on the ground, its height even exceeding that of some of the surrounding buildings. So the bodies in the shelter were all inside the scarlet virus. Shiro murmured. At this moment, the blood droplets and blood streaks that were scattered all over the sky began to wriggle strangely. They gathered wildly and took shape, instantly transforming into countless miniature versions of the scarlet virus floating in midair. Like countless red dandelions dancing in the air, both alluring and eerie. I have a bad feeling about this. We'd better hurry. Before Gao Bansheng could finish saying, run, the countless corpses on the giant corpse ball suddenly opened their eyes. Pairs of bloodshot eyes stared intently at the crowd, and panic spread instantly. Run, Li Beitian shouted, urging everyone to flee. They ran for their lives, and behind them came the sounds of limbs rubbing and crawling. Taking advantage of a brief moment, Gao Bansheng, who was on Xiaokuei's back, turned around and felt a chill run down his spine and straight to the top of his head. One by one, the corpses struggled and fell off the sphere of corpses. They looked no different from humans, except that their scarlet eyes were filled with bloodthirsty madness. What kind of monster is this? A mutant? But its body doesn't show any obvious deformities. It's still a complete human form, Gao Bansheng said, filled with doubt. Damn it. What are you afraid of, mutants? Shoot them. Black Panther grinned and pulled out a pistol from his waist, starting to fire at the horde of mutants that were rushing towards him. His henchmen picked up their submachine guns and joined the battle, their muzzles spitting fire, instantly turning into storms of metal that tore hundreds of mutants to shreds. Chapter 72 Li Yu, of all times. Shoot him in the head. The mutant's weakness is his head. Li Beitian pulled out his dual pistols, and the bullets accurately struck the mutant's head, causing him to fall to the ground. Facing the mutated man attacking from the side, he swung his hands violently, and the bright orange bullets drew two perfect arcs in midair, bypassing the buildings that were blocking the way and hitting the mutated man. Gunfighting. Bai Yi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Li Beitian, who had always been relatively unknown, had such a unique skill. He truly deserved to be called a veteran bounty hunter. The powerful firepower instantly suppressed the mutated army, but gradually they realized something was wrong. The mutated people who had been shot in the head were getting up from the ground again. Blood vessels wriggled within the gruesome blood hole on the skull, and then the wound automatically sutured itself shut. How is this possible? Black Panther exclaimed in shock. Aren't mutated humans supposed to be much weaker than ordinary mutated beasts? How come they can't even be killed by bullets now? He was filled with shock and rage. He abandoned his gun and extended sharp claws from his fingertips. He crossed his hands in the air and drew a diagonal cross, instantly dismembering a mutated human into 8 pieces. The scattered limbs writhed on the ground, and countless lines of blood extended from the wounds, intertwining like braided ropes. 2 seconds later, the mutated man stood up again, completely unharmed. Black Panther struck again, this time chopping the mutated man into hundreds of pieces. The scattered chunks of flesh bounced a few times on the ground before falling silent. Although they successfully dealt with one of the mutants, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. These mutants were completely different from the mutants they knew, almost like immortal beings. However, Even those powerful mutated beasts do not possess such terrifying regenerative abilities. So how could the even weaker mutated humans possibly have such power? Shiro narrowed his eyes slightly, and the words he had seen earlier flashed through his mind. Pseudo-humans. They are not mutants, but pseudo-humans mentioned in the experimental logbook. The people engaged in the fierce battle couldn't hear Bai Yi's words at all, or rather, they didn't have time to care about what the undead monster in front of them actually was. Whether it was a mutant or a pseudo-human, it was an enemy. The sun above the dome began to change color, from its original incandescent white to a dim yellow, perfectly mimicking the sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the ruins of this abandoned city a dark red, and the shadows they cast grew ever darker, like the gloom in people's hearts. Bang! A crimson bullet shot out from the breath of bones, and the head of a fake human exploded like a watermelon hitting the ground. This time, however, it never got up again after falling to the ground. A glint of light flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as he subtly grasped the blind spot. The essential difference between the bullets fired by breath of bones and ordinary bullets is the difference in their vital energy. Chi and blood are the weakness of a fake person. Upon hearing this, Black Panther hesitated for a moment, then suddenly exerted his strength, channeling his internal energy and blood to his claws. He slashed a fake human to the ground, and sure enough, the bloodline inside the fake human never reappeared. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he looked even uglier. This was because a person's vital energy is limited. Even though he was a three-needle realm expert with far more abundant vital energy than others, he still couldn't kill all the thousands upon thousands of fake people. Some bounty hunters turned pale. Their vital energy was too weak to be released like that of the Black Panther. Even Bai Yi couldn't project his chi and blood outwards. The reason he was able to kill the fake man was because Breath of Bones directly extracted his chi and blood. Of those present, only two people could project their chi and blood outwards, Black Panther and Li Beitian. Black Panther is a genetically modified human at the Three Needles realm, possessing extraordinary physical strength and abundant internal energy and blood, making it normal for him to be able to project his energy outwards. However, Li Beitian is not a genetically modified human, yet the methods he displayed were even more powerful than Black Panther's. Black Panther could only attach his blood and chi to his claws, while Li Beitian attached his blood and chi to the bullets, creating an effect similar to the Breath of Bones, only less powerful. The two of them, along with Bai Yi, who could barely be considered half a soldier, were like a drop in the ocean when facing an army of tens of thousands of fake soldiers. As the fake army gradually surrounded them, everyone turned to look at Li Yu. In dire straits, we must rely on Mr. Li. Mr. Li is more panicked than anyone else right now. Mr. Li, please help us quickly, or we'll all die here. Black Panther tore apart two fake men and turned back urgently, his energy and blood severely depleted, his face already deathly pale. Yes, Mr. Li, hurry up and make your move. Gao Banqing's face was also pale, but he was terrified. So far in the battle, this rich fat man was not injured. His robot maid, Xiao Kuei, had shown terrifying destructive power. That body made of steel contained unimaginable power in every punch and kick, easily blasting away several fake people. If she had more life force, she could have led everyone to fight their way out. Li Yu felt like he was being roasted over a fire. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to take action. With a wave of his hand, the invisible magic hand suddenly exerted its power, sweeping dozens of fake people away. They crashed into the surrounding buildings and were buried by the falling debris, unable to climb out for a while. As expected of Mr. Li, everyone was invigorated and looked at the calm and composed Li Yu with expressions of admiration. With a wave of his hand, he sent dozens of fake men flying. The remaining fake men were just a matter of a few more slaps. But Li Yu secretly groaned inwardly. He had gritted his teeth and used all his strength in that attack, and his mental energy was almost completely drained. His brain was still dizzy. He suppressed his dizziness and coldly raised his hand again. Suddenly, he let out a low groan and clutched his bandaged right hand tightly. Gao Banqing and the others were shocked. Mr. Li, what's wrong? But it had to be at this time. Li Yu's right hand fell limply to his side, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Bai Yi immediately chimed in. Mr. Li suffered a very serious injury before and cannot fight frequently. Gao Banqing and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They finally understood why Li Yu had been wrapped in bandages. He had been injured earlier. What kind of being could possibly injure Mr. Li? Could it be one of the other 10 kings? Even with his injuries, Mr. Li could still instantly kill the mutated beast peregrine falcon and intimidate the nether tiger, one of the 12 zodiac animals. How strong must Mr. Lee have been in his prime? What should we do? Without Mr. Lee's help, who will deal with the army of traitors? The only option now is to run, Li Beitian said in a deep voice. But at that moment, Black Panther collapsed to his knees in agony. When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they were immediately horrified. Sometime during the day, the Black Panther's body was covered with rambutans. Those tiny scarlet viruses had silently attached themselves to his body, their scarlet spikes piercing his skin like wriggling buds, growing wildly into his body. Chapter 73 Brother Yi, I think I'm about to die. Ah! Black Panther roared in pain, tearing at his own body with his hands. His claws tore his flesh apart, exposing it to the air. Within the muscle fibers, thin lines of blood, as fine as hair, writhed continuously. In a panic, he tried to pull out the bloodline with his finger, but instead of breaking, it stretched longer and longer, completely exceeding the length his arm could extend. Help! Help me! He cried out to the crowd, his eyes trembling with pleading and terror, when suddenly several lines of blood appeared on them. In an instant, his eyes were completely covered in blood, turning a deep crimson. It was as if someone used a needle to tie a red thread and sewed his eyes shut, stitch by stitch. The screams abruptly stopped. The Black Panther slowly rose, its limbs contorted, its scarlet eyes fixed on the crowd, indistinguishable from the fake human. At the same time, eyeball-sized scarlet viruses floating in the air flew towards the crowd like swarms of mosquitoes. Everyone was terrified. The fake humans were already difficult to deal with, but now things were even worse. These scarlet viruses could turn people into fake humans, making them virtually impossible to defend against. Breakthrough. Bai Yi pulled a mechanical leg out of the tattered sack and threw it out. This was the officer's last leg. As the revolver bullet struck the mechanical leg connection, the officer used his last bit of strength to blast a path out of the encirclement for everyone. The bounty hunters also pulled out their best grenades and unleashed a barrage of attacks, driving back the pursuers behind them. Just when they thought they could escape, fate played a little joke on them. At the other end of the street, an even larger army of fake humans and eyeball-sized scarlet viruses emerged. Two waves of fake soldiers surged in from both ends of the street, one in front and one behind, forming a pincer movement, and scarlet became the dominant color of this dimly lit street. It must be that someone else broke the scarlet virus and released the fake humans. Li Baiqian's face turned pale. Without the slightest hesitation, he smashed through the glass of a house next to the street and flew inside. The crowd panicked and fled in all directions, imitating Li Baiqian, rushing into the buildings on both sides like madmen. Even Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of so many fake people. Even if he activated time stop, he couldn't kill them all. This way, Li Yu punched through a large door and shouted urgently to Bai Yi. The two quickly slipped into the doorway without stopping, climbed out of the window on the other side of the house, and ran away as fast as they could. The moment they emerged from the house, it was filled with swarms of scarlet viruses and fake humans. Their inhuman screams were sharp, like fingernails scraping on a blackboard, causing intense physical discomfort. After climbing over several houses, the roaring sounds behind them finally faded into the distance. Phew! Li Yu let out a long breath, still shaken, and said, I almost died. Black Mountain is no place for humans. I wonder how Gao Bansheng and the others are doing. Don't worry, Gao Bansheng has the forbidden object protecting him, plus he's so rich, and he also has a combat-made robot protecting him. He definitely won't die, Bai Yi said, panting heavily. What about the others? The others will probably have to rely on luck, but I feel that Li Baiqian should survive. He has been very low-key throughout the journey, but his strength at the crucial moment is not weak. He is proficient in gunfighting and chi and blood martial arts. If it really comes down to a fight, even Black Panther, who is at the Three Needles realm, might not be his match. Brother Yi, what do we do now? As soon as he said this, Li Yu felt relieved. It was nice to pretend to be an expert without saying anything, but it got boring after a while. Keep running. The scarlet virus and the fake humans will definitely spread to the surrounding area. Get away from them first. Bai Yi pushed open the window of the house and jumped out. Li Yu nodded and followed closely behind. Shiro quickly ran to another house, intending to break inside. The best way to avoid the scarlet virus and the fake humans was to pass through the house and use the building to hinder their movement. By this time, the setting sun had sunk into the ruins of the buildings, and the entire city looked as if it were soaking in ink, with only the outlines of the ruins writhing in the darkness. Bang! Bai Yi kicked open the door, revealing a pitch-black interior. The dust kicked up by the fallen door rose into the room, turning into wisps of black smoke. He stepped inside, but his steps froze instantly. Scarlet virus. The whole house is full of scarlet virus. They floated inside the house, almost taking up all the space, making Bai Yi look like she had plunged headfirst into a sea of red dandelions. He could even clearly see a scarlet virus land on the tip of his nose, then recklessly extend dozens of tiny tentacles and plunge downwards. Damn it! Bai Yi cursed angrily, grabbed the scarlet virus off his nose, and threw it away. At this point, he was completely surrounded by other scarlet viruses. Time stands still. Brother Yi, be careful, Liu shouted from behind him. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding scarlet virus seemed to be stirred, grabbed, and crushed by an invisible hand. Was suddenly cleared around Shirono. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and fled the house. The two ran frantically, turning left and right, until they found a safe house to hide in. Someone else must have been in that house just now. That person must have introduced the scarlet virus into the room, then jumped out the window and escaped, trapping the virus inside. Damn it, what bad luck, Bai Yi cursed. However, he was met with silence. Bai Yi was taken aback and turned to look at Li Yu. Li Yuzheng was clutching his right hand tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face deathly pale. He looked in the direction of Li Yu's right hand and saw that the 3-meter-long invisible magic hand was no longer invisible. Instead, it had a scarlet tinge, as if it had been sprayed with uneven red paint. Brother Yi, I think I'm about to die. Li Yu gave a bitter laugh. You've been infected with the scarlet virus? Li Yu shook his head. I didn't come into contact with the scarlet virus. I just crushed them with the magic hand. I thought it would be fine since the magic hand wasn't part of my body, but who would have thought? He looked down at his magician's hands. The scarlet color, like red ink spreading on paper, had completely stained them red. This was also the first time Li Yu's magic hand was fully displayed. It was over 3 meters long, with a huge palm, resembling the arm of a giant. Bai Ye's face was ashen. With me here, you won't die. He took out the scarlet virus serum he had found earlier, preparing to give Li Yu an injection. Although it had long expired, he had no choice but to try it. Just as he was about to give the injection, a hand blocked Shirono's way. Li Yu's lips had lost all color, and his voice trembled as he said, "It's no use, Brother Yi. I can feel that my body hasn't been invaded by the scarlet virus. Look, where are the bloodlines on my body?" Chapter 74 Li Yu's Last Wish and Lies. Bai Yi paused slightly in his grip on the syringe, realizing that Li Yu's symptoms were indeed quite different from those of Black Panther. The virus infected the magic hand, which is closely related to my mental power. The virus crawled into my mind through the magic hand. I am beyond saving. Then I'll inject serum into your magic hand. He pushed Li Yu's left hand away and then stabbed into the scarlet magic hand. Click. The needle broke off. He forgot that Li Yu's magic hand was as hard as iron and could not be pierced by a needle. Looking at the needle, now only half broken, Shiro fell silent. Li Yu was on the verge of death to save him. Even though he didn't need anyone's help at all, Li Yu still saved him. Li Yu's pale face was reflected in his pupils, and his body temperature gradually decreased, revealing a coldness similar to that of a corpse. His first adversary and first friend after transmigrating is about to die in this dark, abandoned corner, and he can only watch helplessly. Assuming a person can live to 60, then a lifetime would consist of approximately 189,216,000 10-second intervals. The Wheel of Fate. I didn't lose unjustly. Take care. Although I am afraid of death, I am even more afraid of spending the rest of my life in regret and self-blame for abandoning my friends and running away alone. The words he had spoken still echoed in Bai Ye's ears, making him feel slightly dazed. Brother Yi, Li Yu's weak voice interrupted Bai Ye's daze. Before I die, I have one last wish. Bai Yi took a deep breath. He naturally knew what Li Yu's wish was, and earnestly promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely take care of your mother for you." Li Yu shook his head with difficulty. "No, that's not my wish." Bai Yi was stunned. No, could it be that in Li Yu's heart, there was some wish more important than his mother? What is your wish? Tell me, and I will definitely fulfill it for you. I will also take good care of your mother. Brother Yi, my mom doesn't need any care. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Why? I don't have a mother. Bai Yi. He stared wide-eyed at Li Yu, even doubting whether he had heard correctly. No, what do you mean by not having a mother? Hee. Li Yu smiled weakly. Actually, I lied to you. My mother died of illness when I was young. I kept saying that before just to save my own life. Shiro was utterly shocked. Born. I don't think so. If my mother were alive, she would be very happy to know that she saved her son so many times. Li Yu smiled silently, his eyes gradually unfocused. He stared blankly at the pitch-black ceiling, his vision blurring. Mom, I missed you so much. I'm so glad I can see you again. Wake up. Bai Yi hurriedly shook Li Yu. What is your wish? A sliver of clarity returned to Li Yu's eyes. He looked at Bai Yi, opened his mouth, but could no longer utter a sound. Suddenly, Bai Yi felt a light touch on his calf. He turned his head and saw that it was Li Yu kicking him. 1, 2, 3 kicks, and then the kicking stopped abruptly. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He was so angry at Li Yu that he laughed. He knew what Li Yu's wish was, to avenge the 3 kicks they had suffered before. Back in Grey Earth Town, Li Yu had just become a superhuman. He sent him a note in the middle of the night, asking to meet. At the time, I subdued him with a gun and kicked him 3 times in the buttocks. I never expected that Li Yu would remember it to this day. Li Zua, your heart is as sharp as a needle. Bai Yi opened his mouth, but the rest of the words could not be uttered. Because Li Yu had slowly closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his pale face. Bai Yi gripped the cold syringe tightly in his hand. His chest gradually filled with anger, but he suddenly froze when his gaze fell on the syringe. He seemed to realize something and quickly aimed the syringe at Li Yu's scarlet magic hand. However, this time he did not insert the needle, but instead pushed the syringe to drip the turbid green liquid onto the magic hand. If the scarlet virus can penetrate the magician's hand, why can't the serum? As the first pale green droplet landed on it, a magical scene unfolded. The crimson liquid seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and much of it was dispersed by the green liquid. Although the green liquid was quickly consumed, the crimson also faded considerably. At this moment, Li Yu's chest began to rise and fall slightly. Every medicine has some toxicity. What if he used an overdose and killed Li Yu? After 1/3 of the serum was dripped, the scarlet color on the surface of the magic hand completely faded, but scarlet veins resembling tree branches remained inside, just like human blood vessels. The serum seemed unable to penetrate the magician's hand. He dripped a few more drops, but the scarlet veins inside remained unmoved. Li Yuding sprang up from the ground, his eyes wide with horror as he looked around, panting heavily, looking both shaken and full of energy. Is this the underworld? Holy crap. Wild bro, when did you die? Walked to Li Yu's side expressionlessly, and then, bang 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 3 times. Ouch. Why did you kick me? That hurts so much. Wait, dead people don't feel pain. So am I alive again? Li Yu looked at his body with surprise, his gaze finally settling on the magic hand inside, which was covered with scarlet veins. This is... He waved his arm, and suddenly the magic hand stretched out at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the original 3 meters to 5 meters, 8 meters, and 10 meters. He was even more surprised. With a thought, the magic hand began to shrink again, gradually shortening to the size of a normal person's arm. It's retractable. My magic hand can extend and retract, and it seems to have become more flexible and stronger. Don't be too happy yet. The scarlet virus still lingers in your magic hands. Bloodline is the best proof. Although it has mutated your supernatural abilities, it will probably have after effects. Bai Yi poured cold water on his enthusiasm. The joy on Li Yu's face faded slightly. Looking at the dense veins on the magician's hand, he was somewhat worried. The magician's hand's greatest function was invisibility. Although it was now stronger, it had lost its invisibility function, which was a bit of a loss. I'll try to see if I can hide the blood vessels. He clenched his teeth and strained his whole body as if he were constipated, his face turning red. Finally, the blood vessels inside the magician's hand began to contract, and countless tiny branches returned to the main trunk. Chapter 75: The Killing Invasion Targeting Shirayuki. Humph! Li Yu gasped for breath, his eyes filled with surprise. That's great, Brother Yi. The blood vessels can retract, but I'm not quite skilled enough yet to retract them all at once. After I practice a few more times, I'll definitely be able to. His surprised voice stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on Bai Ye's eyes with trembling. Brother Yi, you're your eyes. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Shirono's heart. What's wrong with my eyes? Bloodline. There's bloodline in your eyes. Li Yu shouted in a panic, his voice distorted. Damn it, Bai Yi cursed under his breath, pulling out a dagger and holding it in front of his eyes to observe the surroundings. His eyes were vaguely reflected on the clear blade, with a red thread-like line of blood wriggling in the whites of his eyes. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi did not hesitate at all, raising his finger and stabbing it hard into the eyeball. As his fingers touched the surface of his eyeball, he resisted the urge to close his eyes, pinched hard on the writhing blood vessel, and then exerted force. A half-meter-long line of blood was ripped out of the eye socket, along with a splash of blood. Shirono's right eye vision instantly turned crimson, and the intense pain caused him to close his right eye. But he didn't stop. Instead, he kept searching his body. He knew very well that when he was besieged by the scarlet virus, Some virus must have taken the opportunity to invade his body. There were so many scarlet viruses at that time that even he could not notice them all. I should have noticed it sooner, but I didn't notice anything unusual about myself while trying to save Liu. You're back. On your back, Liu exclaimed. On the back of Shiro's clothes, through a hole, a scarlet virus clung to her skin like a leech, with countless tiny blood vessels embedded within it. Let me do it. Liu's magic hand instantly shrunk to the size of a normal person, accurately pinched the scarlet virus, and then pulled hard. Sizzle. A chilling sound of flesh tearing rang out. Although the scarlet virus had been identified, dozens of blood streaks still remained attached to Shirono's back. Liu Qiang endured his physical discomfort, pulling and backing away as he went. The blood vessels were stretched longer and longer, and he even had the illusion that he was pulling on by Ye's blood vessels. Because blood vessels and blood vessels look so alike, it's almost as if you're grabbing a section of blood vessel and ripping it out of the body. With a pop, a bloody line was pulled off by Ye's back. By this time, his wound was already riddled with holes, forming a bloody hole with rotten flesh inside, as if he had been pricked with needles hundreds of times. Brother Yi, are you feeling better? Liu asked with concern. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, his face covered in cold sweat, the excruciating pain from his wound constantly stimulating his nerves. It's no use. The virus has been invading for too long. As soon as Bai Yi opened his mouth, he felt an itch in his throat, as if countless tiny insects were wriggling inside. The tiny insects multiplied and soon crawled out of his teeth along his tongue. Shiro took a big bite. The texture was very chewy, like biting through noodles. Huh. He spat on the ground, and more than a dozen broken blood streaks and bloody water fell to the ground. Looking at the writhing blood lines on the ground, Shiro felt instinctively nauseous. The thought that his body was full of these things made him even more disgusted. Fortunately, half of the scarlet virus serum is still left. Since it could cure Liu's magic hand, it should be able to cure himself as well. He raised the syringe and plunged the broken needle into his arm. As the pale green liquid was injected, the strange sensation in his body lessened considerably, and the blood in his mouth receded into his abdomen. Liu watched nervously from the side, wanting to help but unsure what to do, appearing somewhat helpless. Brother Yi, are you feeling better? Bai Yi nodded with difficulty, about to speak, when his face suddenly turned pale. He clutched his abdomen tightly, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Liu exclaimed in alarm. Is it because you don't have enough serum? I'll go find you some medicine right now. Shiro opened his mouth, but no sound came out. In his anxiety, Liu didn't even open the door. He slammed his head against it and fell to the ground along with it. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got up from the ground and rushed into the street. He randomly picked a direction and started running wildly. He didn't know where to find the serum, but he dared not stop. At least searching means there is hope, while stopping means there is no hope at all. In the pitch-black room, Shirano's frail body seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, and he could clearly feel the scarlet virus infecting his body little by little. The feeling of death constantly approaching is like being put into a cold iron box that is gradually shrinking, with oxygen being sucked away bit by bit, eardrums buzzing, and finally only the roar of the pulse hitting the temples. The same serum cured Liu, but not him. It could be due to insufficient serum dosage, an infected mind, and an infected body, or simply a difference in constitution, since he is not a superhuman. The reason is no longer important. What matters is, go to hell. Bai Yi roared, his dark eyes filled with arrogance. He felt no fear of death, only endless rage. You want to kill me? I'll fucking kill you first. Time stands still. Buzz. A burst of dazzling golden light appeared, and the young man, like a wounded and dying lone wolf, stood defiantly and stubbornly on the huge golden dial. As time began to stand still, the raging blood vessels in his abdomen subsided. As expected, the life forms I touched were also frozen in place. Their time was suspended, and they could not move on their own, but I could move them at will, as if they were inanimate objects. He captured the peregrine falcon earlier. It hadn't resumed its movements, which led him to suspect something was wrong. Bai Yi raised the dagger expressionlessly and plunged it into his own abdomen. He groaned, his face covered in cold sweat, but his hands did not stop moving at all. The sharp dagger slowly sliced open his abdomen, and blood instantly stained his hands. He threw the dagger on the ground and plunged his right hand into his abdomen. A warm, slippery, and sticky sensation traveled from his right hand to his cerebral cortex, but he felt nothing as the pain overwhelmed his nerves like a tidal wave. He almost gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, his right hand constantly searching his abdomen until he finally felt a clump of blood. He yanked hard, pulling the blood-filled thread straight out of his stomach and throwing it on the ground. This action nearly made him faint, but he felt a sense of relief. He repeated the process, constantly reaching in to pull out the bloodline, then discarding it, doing this over and over again. Chapter 76: The Fake Man Shiryuki. Blood pooled at Baye's feet. Logically speaking, even a superhuman would not be able to withstand such an operation, but he managed to hold on. It wasn't that he was physically strong enough, but rather that the scarlet virus was at work. The pseudo-humans infected with the scarlet virus possess terrifying regenerative abilities that make them almost immortal. Shiro, who is gradually transforming into a pseudo-human, has already surpassed normal humans in terms of regenerative abilities, although they are not as good as pseudo-humans. It was precisely with the support of this regenerative ability that he was able to clear the blood vessels from his body. 1 minute later, he collapsed to the ground, nearly exhausted. The recovery power brought by the scarlet virus was not a perpetual motion machine, but came at the cost of draining his life force. In just 1 minute, his life force was completely depleted. At this moment, Baye's face was as pale as paper, but he was smiling. A tiny virus dares to try and kill a god? I'm a god of the new era. He smiled silently. He could feel that the serum in his body had reached a certain balance with the scarlet virus. Previously, the serum was powerless to fight off the excessive number of bloodlines generated by the virus, but with the clearing of the bloodlines, the serum finally took effect. Oh no. Time. Baye's smile vanished abruptly. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly deactivated the time stop, only then breathing a sigh of relief. Damn, I almost wasted my time. He murmured to himself, but his vision gradually blurred. He was not a fake man after all. The massive blood loss caused him to faint. After an unknown amount of time, Shiro was awakened by the strong bitter taste in his mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was spit. What the hell? It's so damn bitter. Why is there so much crumb in my mouth? Hey, Lizwa, when did you get back? Liu wiped the spittle off his face with a resentful expression and complained. Brother Yi, is this how you treat your savior? What savior? What did you give me to eat? I gave you 2 million. 2 million. Bai was taken aback. Then, remembering the bitter taste in his mouth, he instantly realized. Mutated ginseng? He quickly lifted his shirt, revealing his 8-pack abs. The gruesome and bloody wound had somehow healed, leaving only a faint red mark. He remembered that after the blood vessels were drained, the wound on his abdomen began to heal, but because of the depletion of qi and blood, the wound only healed halfway before stopping, and then he fainted. It seems that Liu has returned and, seeing that I have lost too much blood, fed me ginseng. Well done, Lizwa, you even know to give me ginseng. Bai took a deep breath with a smug look on his face. Guess what? He didn't die? I searched for a long time, but couldn't find the serum, so I came back to collect your body. But I found that you were still breathing, just that you had lost too much blood. I thought that ginseng should be able to replenish your blood, so I fed it to you. I didn't expect that it would actually save you. Tell me, Brother Yi, how are you going to thank me? Liu said with great joy. Thank you. Bai glanced at him sideways. I was fine after a good night's sleep, but you wasted a ginseng root worth 2 million. I'll remember this debt. Remember to pay me back 2 million later. Liu's face darkened instantly, then his sly eyes darted around, and he suddenly said mysteriously, Brother Yi, guess why you could eat ginseng even after you passed out? Bai was stunned for a moment, then his face turned deathly pale. It can't be. That's right, Brother Yi, it's just what you think. I chewed up a little bit and fed it to you. Ugh. Bai immediately lay on the ground and dry heaved. He suddenly felt that living seemed meaningless. Ha! Liu laughed loudly. Just kidding you. I'd rather you than you. You don't know. The moment I put the ginseng to your lips, you were like a starving ghost reincarnated. You closed your eyes, grabbed the ginseng, and stuffed it into your mouth. You son of a bitch. Bai glared angrily. I've discovered that you never tell the truth. You lied to me with ginseng, and you even pretended to be a filial son to deceive me before. If you weren't about to die, I don't think you would ever tell the truth in this lifetime. Are there other things you lied to me about? Tell me. Liu's smile slowly faded, and he said solemnly, there is indeed something. What's up? I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I lied to you again. Actually, the ginseng was really something I took. I'll kill you. A moment later, Liu, sporting a black eye, squatted dejectedly in the corner of the room, drawing circles on the floor with his finger. After venting his anger, Bai picked up the dagger on the ground and lightly slashed his arm, causing it to bleed profusely. Liu was shocked. Brother Yi, it can't be that bad. You don't need to hurt yourself to apologize to me. Get lost, Bai said without turning his head. He stared at his wound and felt a tingling sensation, like ants crawling on it. Then something amazing happened. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as I expected, this mutated scarlet virus has given me powerful regenerative abilities, and my physical fitness seems to have improved quite a bit. But I hope there won't be any after effects, Bai Yi thought to himself. By the way, Li Zua, how long was I unconscious? Li Yu was still drawing circles, about an hour. An hour. Bai Yi hurriedly took out his gold pocket watch. It was already 8:29 p.m. Oh no, could Yang Jie have already found the Panga USB drive and run away? Stop squatting. If we don't leave now, they'll take all the good stuff. Bai Yi was about to rush out the door when Li Yu's magic hand grabbed him. Brother Yi, we can't go out now. It's full of scarlet virus and fake humans outside. People will die if we go out. Li Yu said anxiously. I have my own way. Here, you stay here and wait. I'll be right back. Without time to explain further, Bai Yi opened the door that Li Yu had just repaired and rushed out. The moment he stepped out, he suddenly stopped, as if he had entered another world. Countless eyeball-sized scarlet viruses permeated the city, like a sky full of red dandelions. He wasn't surprised. With hundreds of people flooding into Vault 189, they certainly wouldn't sit idly by in the face of the giant scarlet virus's tentacles. Their counterattack would naturally cause the giant scarlet virus to rupture, releasing countless fake humans and smaller scarlet viruses. We can't delay any longer. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes. Once the scarlet virus spreads throughout the city, even he will have to temporarily retreat. Shiro took a deep breath, preparing to activate time stop to cross the street, but suddenly froze. Wait, why aren't these scarlet viruses attacking me? He was astonished to find that the crimson virus, which filled the sky, completely ignored his existence and floated quietly in midair. Could it be? A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He must have been infected with and cured of the scarlet virus, and his body had mutated, making him a kind of one of them. Chapter 77. How can ordinary people know their destiny? I control cause and effect, and determine the fate of the world. About Li Yu? Brother Yi, wait for me. I'll go with you, and we can look after each other on the way. Li Yu rushed over, flying towards Li Yu in unison. Holy crap, wild bro, run. Instead of running away, Shiro closed the door and stood alone in front of it. The scarlet viruses stopped flying in front of him. They moved quietly around Bei, some even landing on his hands. The tiny scarlet tentacles writhed in the wind, but did not pierce his skin. Just as I expected, Shirano was overjoyed. Without the threat of the scarlet virus, so much time could be saved. But why is Li Yu not good enough? Brother Yi, what are you doing? Come in quickly. Li Yu's anxious voice rang out from inside the door. I'm fine. The scarlet virus seems to be treating me like a fake human and won't attack me. Li Yu immediately realized. Is it because you've been infected with the virus? But why can't I? Is it because I'm infected with the magic hand, not my body? Brother Yi, move aside. Let me try using the magic hand. Shirono turned slightly to the side, and the door was quickly opened a crack. Then, an invisible hand with scarlet veins slowly reached out. This time, the scarlet virus indeed did not attack the magic hand. Damn it, this isn't fair. We were both infected with the virus and both received serum injections. So why is it that your whole body works while I only have one hand that's usable? Li Yu said, frustrated. All right, stop talking nonsense. If you're going, come out now. I'm not going. I'd only be a hindrance if I went. I'd rather use this time to familiarize myself with the mutated magic hand and try to hide the blood vessels as soon as possible. Bai Yi nodded. He naturally understood that Li Yu had gone earlier not because he was worried about him, but because he wanted to find the treasure. Now that he saw that he could ignore the scarlet virus, there was no need for him to follow. All right, then you can wait here. After saying that, Bai Yi rushed into the swarm of viruses. He waved his hands repeatedly to drive away all the nearby viruses before officially setting off. At this moment, the already empty city seemed even more desolate. There was not a soul on the street, and occasionally a few screams of fake men could be heard from the shadows in the distance. Of the hundreds of people who came in to search for treasure, some died and others hid. He looked around the city, a thoughtful expression on his face. He didn't know where the Panga USB drive was, but he figured it wouldn't be in a residential area or commercial street, so he headed towards the edge of the city. In the abandoned city, Bai Yi wanders alone, with red dandelions falling like snowflakes, adding an eerie crimson touch to this century-old city. He stepped over the dusty wreckage of the flying car, his shoes crushing the dandelions clinging to the ground. Broken billboards swayed in midair, and red velvet flowed like a river of blood flowing backwards onto the iron bridge. The false moon in the sky cast its light, pinning his shadow to the overgrown asphalt road. He was like the only traveler in the city, going against the current amidst the falling red snow. "Wanna hold it again?" the man in the black suit asked the sweating painter as he roasted a wild rabbit. I grasp it, I grasp it." The painter frantically circled the canvas, saying, "I do grasp it, but this shouldn't be happening. From the perspective of fate, the person outside this script is just a nobody. I manipulated fate and triggered murderous intent. He should have died without a doubt, but he just didn't. Not only did he not die, his fate line actually became thicker. This is completely illogical." The man in the black suit glanced at him sideways. "It's unscientific for someone like you, a superhuman who manipulates fate, to talk to me about science." Painter. He paced back and forth for a long time, when suddenly a glint of light flashed in his eyes. "I know. It's something the gods forbid. For a nobody to be able to change his inevitable fate without the help of others, he must have relied on external forces, and anything with such power must be something the gods forbid." Immediately, the painter's expression turned thoughtful. "This is troublesome. With the help of something the gods forbid, even destiny, will have a hard time killing him, unless..." "Unless what?" The man in the black suit broke off a golden-brown roasted rabbit leg and was about to put it in his mouth when the painter snatched it away first. It smells so good." The painter chewed on a rabbit leg and mumbled, "Unless he gets rid of the forbidden object." "What an amazing idea. Your reminder has given me a better way to kill the tyrant." "What method?" The man in the black suit said expressionlessly. "Let's quit smoking and drinking now, go to bed early and get up early, and live for 100 years. 100 years from now, the tyrant will die without lifting a finger." Painter. "Now I finally understand why you deal with dead people all the time. It's because your mouth can drive a living person to their death. Only the dead can communicate with you. You flatter me. If you were to die suddenly right now, it would prove that what you said is true." The painter laughed in exasperation. "I'm too lazy to argue with you. My method may seem like nonsense, but in reality, it's just nonsense." The painter angrily said, "In fact, it is the simplest and most efficient. Any complicated scheme is ultimately about achieving the goal. That person has something that the gods fear, so if you want to kill him, you should make him lose that thing. That's just nonsense. You son of a bitch." The painter took a deep breath, constantly reminding himself to be polite. "You can't talk about ice with a summer insect." He ignored the man in the black suit and focused intently on the canvas, muttering to himself. His fate is protected by something the gods forbid, so a single calamity is not enough to deal with it. Therefore, we only need to link his fate with someone who is destined to die, and use that person's calamity to eliminate him. He muttered to himself as he sketched on the canvas. Before long, a girl dressed in knight's armor and holding a pure silver cross sword was sketched out. The man in the black suit frowned. "Black Knight? If you kill her, aren't you afraid the judge of the silent court will come after you?" "It's not that I want to kill her, but she's destined to die here. I might as well go with the flow and link their fates together, so that she can die along with people outside the script. What if that person uses something forbidden by the gods to help the Black Knight avert the calamity? This is what I meant by letting him discard what God forbids. Since God forbids him, he naturally won't discard it easily. But what if he's no longer himself? What's the meaning?" The painter smiled slightly. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." He casually drew two laughing monkeys on the canvas, as if silently mocking them. Satisfied with his own painting, he smiled and recited, "How can ordinary people know their destiny? I control cause and effect, and determine the fate of the world." Chapter 78. A son of a wealthy family will not sit under a dangerous roof, and a ruler of a vast empire will not venture into perilous situations. Bang! Ugh! The painter cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and vomiting, wasting the rabbit leg he had just eaten. The man in the black suit silently withdrew his fist. "The hell are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" The painter cursed angrily. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly, "You ate my rabbit meat and then insulted me. You deserve to be beaten." "I was writing poetry." "Yes, you wrote a poem to criticize me." After walking for more than 20 minutes, Bai Yi discovered that there were many fake human corpses nearby. These fake humans seemed to have been cut in half by some kind of sharp weapon, all of them killed with a single blow. The opponent used his vital energy, and with one strike, he shattered the vital energy in the fake man, preventing it from recovering. Looking at the familiar wound, the image of the night girl appeared in his mind. The sword wound looked very much like the one made by the pure silver cross sword in the girl's hand. Shiro was overjoyed. The night girl was the first person to break into the 189 shelter after the tyrant. Her goal must also be the Panga USB drive. Now that he had found the girl's trail, it meant that he hadn't gone the wrong way. He quickened his pace, continuing along the trail of battle. Suddenly, a fake man's roar echoed from the shadows of a nearby alley. Bai Yi frowned slightly, instantly acquiring the breath of bones, and pointing the gun at the dark alley. Not long after, a ferocious figure rushed out of the alley. The moment the figure saw Bai Yi, he froze in astonishment. The crimson eyes, covered in blood lines, stared unblinkingly at Bai Yi, as if wondering if the person before him was one of their own kind. It seems that not only the scarlet virus, but also the fake humans won't attack me. Bai Yi silently thought, what if I attack it? Bang! The bright yellow bullet pierced the fake man's abdomen instantly. Enraged, the fake man's eyes turned even redder, and it roared as it charged towards Bai Yi. It seems that as long as we don't attack them, we'll be fine. Bang! Another shot rang out, and a scarlet bullet blew the fake man's head off. It collapsed helplessly to the ground, its mind racing. After passing through several collapsed high-rise buildings, his view opened up, as if he had entered another area of the city. It was very open, with a few guard-like buildings by the roadside and many abandoned robots lying on the ground. It's somewhat like an abandoned military site, but with more signs of battle. This is it. Bai Yi's eyes were burning as he stepped over the abandoned obstacles and headed deeper into the area. To his surprise, he found that the scarlet virus was extremely rare here. And as they continued to advance, the scarlet virus almost disappeared, as if there was something in this area that they feared and dared not approach it at all. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard faint sounds of fighting. The sound came from a great distance, and by the time it reached him, it was barely perceptible. He followed the sound, and soon a huge base came into view. The base is vast, almost a quarter the size of a city, and is surrounded by a circular alloy wall. Every 5 meters on top of the wall stands a machine gun similar to a Gatling gun. However, judging from its design, this machine gun is not a traditional kinetic weapon. It has a streamlined metal body, a display screen on the side, and no place to load bullets, making it look like a legendary laser weapon. Fortunately, these weapons have been abandoned, otherwise ordinary people would really not have been able to break in. The sounds of battle were coming from inside the base, growing clearer and clearer. Bai Yi could even hear Ming Hu's angry roar. He walked halfway around the wall and found the gate. The alloy gate, which was more than 10 centimeters thick, had been violently blasted open, and a rusty sign was hanging on the wall next to it. Experimental facility, no entry. The underground space of Vault 189 is already limited, yet people in the civilized era have designated such a large area to build an experimental base. This shows how important it is. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the core of Project Pangu. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, silently thinking that since the Pangu project was said to have created the world, the experimental projects inside must be all-encompassing. The previous pseudo-humans and mutated scarlet virus were very likely part of the Pangu project. Civilized people wanted to crack the secrets of the scarlet virus or control it, but instead they developed a mutated scarlet virus. The people in the shelter have all turned into pseudo-humans. It seems that something unexpected happened, causing the mutated scarlet virus to leak and infect everyone. He slipped through the gate, moved slowly along the direction of the sound, close to the outer wall of the experimental base, and then quietly peeked out, revealing half of his head and eyes. Hiss! Bai Yi gasped. What the hell is this monster? Is it also a fake human? On the other side of the experimental base, a dozen humanoid monsters, each over 5 meters tall, were chasing and attacking Minghu and the others. The muscular body was covered with bulging blood vessels and rotting flesh, and its hands were enormous beyond its body size. They were no longer human hands, but giant claws. The sharp knuckles, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, gleamed with a cold, sharp light. Besides the dozen or so monsters that were fighting, there were also more than 20 mangled humanoid monsters lying on the ground, which looked like they had just died. Where's the tyrant Yangjia? Bai Yi was slightly puzzled. He saw Ming Hu, the night girl, and even Li Xiao, that pretentious guy, was there. Everyone who had passed through the laser tunnel first was here, but Yangjia was nowhere to be seen. His eyes searched, and when he saw a large hole in the wall of the experimental base, he realized that the tyrant had already broken into the experimental base. These monsters could stop Ming Hu and his men, but they couldn't stop the tyrant. However, the tyrant's situation did not seem optimistic either. Intense metallic clanging and explosions could be heard from inside the experimental base from time to time. The sound was so loud that even Bai Yi, who was hiding in the distance, could feel the walls trembling. Danger. Absolutely damn dangerous. Shirano Akechi chose not to join the fun and simply stay here and watch the drama unfold. Anyway, whoever finds the Pangu USB drive will eventually have to leave the experimental base. They can just steal it then. Why risk their lives? As the old saying goes, a son of a wealthy family will not sit under a dangerous roof, and a ruler of a great empire will not venture into perilous situations, let alone a god of this new era like him. These damn test subjects. We can't kill them without exhausting their life force. Minghu punched the arm of the test subject that was attacking him, and then rushed to the side of Yinshi. Chapter 79 Birth. It's all about birth. Had been smashed roared, and a blazing crimson light surged from its body. Spots of light converged on the broken part of the arm, and then, in a crimson glow, the broken muscles, bones, and skin rapidly grew back, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely restored. The silver snake's charming face was now devoid of smiles. The tyrant forcibly broke into the experimental base and shattered the confinement devices inside. I didn't expect to release so many experimental subjects. I wonder what the people of the old era were researching. Every monster they created is comparable to a superhuman with a bounty of over 100 million. With a burst of strength, Minghu grabbed the experimental subject's arm that was lunging at him and flung him away like an ant lifting an elephant. We can't waste any more time. We must find the Panga USB drive before the tyrant does. Let's go. He landed on all fours, his muscles suddenly bulging. Upon seeing this, the silver snake immediately leaped up, its small feet covered in black mud landing on the back of the nether tiger. The nether tiger served as a mount, charging recklessly, while the silver serpent ruthlessly attacked, its fair and slender arms resembling soft, boneless venomous snakes, tearing large amounts of flesh from the test subjects with each strike. With their combined efforts, the two quickly broke through the encirclement and rushed into the large hole blasted out by the tyrant, disappearing without a trace. Two were born. He Qianjun snorted coldly, very dissatisfied with the behavior of Minghu and the other two. Originally, everyone worked together to kill more than 20 experimental subjects, and it seemed that they were about to finish them all. But Minghu and his companion ran away first, leaving all the pressure to the rest of the group. Suddenly, He Qianjun, with his full head of silver hair, leaped into the air as if from nowhere. His swift movements dodged the attacking claws mid-air, and then, with a powerful burst of speed, he thump, thump, thump. Like climbing a mountain, he ascended along the test subject's thick arm, finally stomping hard on the subject's head. Using the reaction force, he glided through the air toward the large hole in the experimental base wall. There were still 100 meters to go, and given his falling momentum, he wouldn't be able to reach the cave entrance at all. But the next second, his arms spread out like a white crane spreading its wings, and a surge of powerful qi and blood burst forth from his body, transforming into countless streams of scarlet energy that passed through his arms. The blood and qi seemed to form a pair of scarlet wings, dragging him gliding for 100 meters before landing precisely at the edge of the cave entrance. He Qianjun stood with his hands behind his back at the edge of the cave entrance, coldly glancing at the group still fighting. I'll take my leave first. Born into this world. You three were born into this world to play tricks on me, to be two-faced and treacherous. Xiao Yi cursed angrily. Wait a minute. Clang. The sword behind him suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light as it chased after He Qianjun. The moment the sword swept past his head, Xiao Yi suddenly reached out and grabbed the hilt, and was then pulled away in a flash. Xiao Yi also ran away, widened in fury as he watched the remaining test subjects swarm towards him. He believed that the strong should be trustworthy and keep their word. They had agreed to work together to deal with the test subjects, and they should have kept their promise. But he never expected that these strong people would run away one after another. His shadow suddenly shot a shadow dart toward the cave entrance. Then with a teleportation, Li Xiao also ran away. Let's go in too, the ghost clown said to the air beside him. You want to help that female knight? He glanced at the knight girl who was struggling in the battle. The sharp sword light repeatedly cleaved the surrounding experimental subjects in two, but the subjects would always recover completely. But I feel like she doesn't need help. The ghost clown tilted his head. As he said, the night girl really didn't need help. The girl was far from the cave entrance, and she couldn't teleport like Li Xiao. If she wanted to enter the cave, she would have to force her way in. Instead of forcing her way through, she quickly ran towards the nearest experimental base wall. 7 or 8 experimental subjects chased after her relentlessly, and the encirclement kept shrinking until she was trapped there. The girl showed no sign of panic, and gently stabbed the wall in front of her with the pure silver cross sword in her hand. Clang! The pure silver cross sword pierced into the wall instantly, without any obstruction, as easily as cutting tofu. Immediately afterwards, the girl drew a circle with her sword, and clang! A heavy, circular wall panel fell down, and she nimbly slipped into it. The experimental subject was enormous and couldn't squeeze through the hole at all, so it could only stretch out its hideous arms and scratch. Inside the cave, the girl watched silently as the sharp, giant claws fell close to her, yet couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. The faceless, silver-white mask seemed to be mocking her silently, and the mere 3 centimeters of distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. Oh dear, not only do we not need to help, but they've actually drawn away the test subjects for us. Hold on tight to me, E. The ghostly clown grabbed the air with one hand and pressed down the hole in his top hat with the other, dashing like a ghost, his figure leaving afterimages in the air. Several test subjects tried to grab him, but he dodged them by the slightest twist of his body, just like a clown walking a tightrope in a circus, swaying precariously but never falling. The last test subject blocked the entrance. Ghost Clown, with EE in his arms, slid through the subject's legs and then leaped into the base. The experimental subject, having lost all its targets, roared to the sky, and the sound waves spread out in a visible manner, so loud that even Bai Yi, who was far away, couldn't help but cover his ears. Several intelligent experimental subjects chased after her, while the remaining 3 fools were still trying to pry open the night girl with their bare hands. Is the show over? Bai Yi curled his lip. He couldn't see the battle inside the experimental base anymore, and could only wait boredly in place. Anyway, he would never go in. Who knows how many dangers are inside? It would be much better to wait until others have gone through all sorts of hardships to find the Pangu USB drive, and then he could reap the benefits. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the noise coming from inside the experimental base not only did not decrease, but actually became louder. It was as if an army was fighting inside, with violent explosions occurring from time to time. Damn, did these guys break my USB drive? Surely not. Since their target is the USB drive, they wouldn't do something so stupid, right? They can't, right? Boom. A violent explosion rang out from the wall behind Bai Yi. Before he could react, he was thrown into the air. He was buried under countless broken bricks and stones. Fuck you. Bai Yi crawled out of the pile of rubble, cursing angrily. Don't you have any sense of public morality? How can you just throw bombs around like that? The blasted hole was pitch black, and no one responded. Only the continuous explosions continued. His eyes swept across the room, and he saw a shattered metal box, which looked like some kind of precision instrument, but he didn't recognize it. He guessed that someone must have knocked the metal box away during a fight, and it flew over here, hit the wall, and then exploded. Damn it. Luckily I'm physically strong enough. As he spoke, the cuts on Bai Yi's back had completely healed. No, it's not safe here either. I'd better get further away. Just as he was about to retreat, he caught a glimpse of a reflective object in the rubble out of the corner of his eye. He quickly turned over the rubble, and was taken aback when he saw the reflective object. Chapter 80, Forbidden Object, Number 001, Indescribable, Unrecordable, Uncontainable. This is a phone screen? A rectangular, semi-transparent screen lay quietly among the rubble, its surface riddled with cracks. He picked up the screen and examined it closely, only to discover that a sophisticated circuit board was hidden within the cracks. It shouldn't be a phone screen, it's too thick. This thickness makes it look more like a phone. Is this what a phone looks like in the modern era? Just a simple screen. Looking at the cracks, Bai Yi felt a pang of regret. Before he transmigrated, he loved playing on his phone every day, and after transmigrating, he even experienced withdrawal symptoms. Now I've finally found a high-tech phone, but it's broken. He fiddled with it for a while, but still couldn't figure out how to turn it on, so he had to put the phone in his pocket. Maybe he'll have a chance to fix it in the future, and then he can use his phone again. The advent of mobile phones gave him inspiration. Although he couldn't go into the experimental base, he could still find something useful outside. Given that so many explosions just happened, and many walls were blown apart, there might have been other valuable items blown out along with the rubble. Bai Yi couldn't help but glance at the place where everyone had entered. There were the most explosions and the most debris there. Since he was just idling around anyway, he might as well go find some treasure. He immediately started walking towards that spot. At that moment, the 3 experimental subjects, whose intelligence was questionable, were still rummaging around. It was unclear whether their arms were stuck in the hole, but they just kept rummaging endlessly. He didn't care about the test subjects. Everyone was infected with the scarlet virus. They were all on his side. Tada-tada. Shiro walked briskly past the 3 test subjects, stepping on the gravel. This immediately caught their attention, and 3 pairs of scarlet, terrifying eyes stared straight at them. Hey, you guys are busy? I'm just passing by. You guys carry on. Bai Yi waved his hand and was about to walk past the 3 idiots. But to everyone's surprise, the 3 idiots actually pulled their hands out of the cave. They slowly stood up and looked down at Bai Yi with their 5-meter-tall bodies. Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat. What? Look closely, you guys, we're all brothers. We're on the same side. Holy crap. 3 huge shadows rushed towards him, and he turned and ran. With your IQs, you can't even recognize your own people? Whether it's due to low intelligence or because the experimental subjects and pseudo-humans are simply not the same kind, the 3 idiots show no mercy when they start fighting. Although the 3 experimental subjects were large, they were very agile, and they closed in on Shirano in a pincer movement. In an instant, all his escape routes were blocked, and his only chance of survival lay in the cave entrance that everyone had entered earlier. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yi rushed into the cave entrance, with the 3 idiots following closely behind. After running for more than 10 meters, he encountered a corner, and he quickly drifted into the bend, blocking the 3 idiots' view. Then, time stood still. In an instant, all things fell silent, with only the boy's heavy breathing echoing through the world. If I could kill you all, I would have killed you all today. Bai Yi cursed angrily, then returned the way he came, bypassed the 3 idiots, and slipped out of the cave again. Time's up. And the 3 idiots, still unaware of what had happened, plunged around the corner and disappeared without a trace. Watching them disappear, Bai Yi felt a little puzzled. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he always felt that the 3 idiots were deliberately forcing him into the experimental base. Trying to force me into the experimental base to my death. No way, he sneered. In just 5 seconds, the crisis was completely averted. Bai Yi happily started picking up trash again. The experimental base was now riddled with holes, and many places had been destroyed by Yang Jie and his men. He didn't go deep inside, but just searched through the piles of rubble on the outside. Before long, he found quite a few items. A leaky metal cup, a pin broken in 2, the skull of an intelligent robot, a section of a chair leg, a scrapped version of a fully automatic coffee machine. It cracked open. Shirano was completely shattered. He wasted 5 seconds distracting the 3 idiots, only to end up with a pile of junk. He lost big time on that deal. He now has only 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. I refuse to believe that such a small amount of junk could be found at a cutting-edge experimental base. After much effort, Shiro finally found a valuable item, a notebook that had been mostly burned. He carefully opened it, and the bold, black title made his heart race. Divine Taboo Number, Containment. Although the full text is not visible, the general meaning can be guessed. This notebook should record the containment conditions of different numbered divinely forbidden objects. Serpent-level forbidden item like the Breath of Bones requires containment before it can be used, let alone divine forbidden items, whose containment conditions are probably even more stringent. Turn the charred pages of the book. A forbidden object, number 001. Indescribable, unrecordable, and uncontainable. Bai Yi was full of questions. This page was relatively complete, but the problem was that there was a large blank space in the middle, with nothing in it, and then there were 3 no S at the end. He really wanted to ask the recorder, what's wrong with that? He continued flipping through the pages. A forbidden object, number 002. Indescribable, unrecordable, and uncontainable. Bai Yi was so angry he laughed. He thought to himself, if this is all stuff, then don't bother making notes. It's a waste of a notebook. He flipped through several pages, finally reaching the taboo item 010, and managed to write a few more words, but it was all burnt black. Grasp. God's forbidden object, ID 039, the Forgotten One. Attracted to learned, complex, and interesting humans, feeds on information, memories, knowledge, thoughts, and all other non-physical information carriers. Cannot be attacked, cannot be killed, can be contained, containment conditions. He finally found a page that was relatively complete, but after reading it, Bai Yi was completely confused. Is the name 039 the name of a forgotten person? A person? Is that something that God would avoid? Turning to the next page, there's an illustration for 039, but it's completely charred, and you can vaguely make out what appears to be a man. He looked through the notebook for a long time before finally closing it. Somewhat useful, but not much. That was Bai Yi's assessment of it, because most of it was damaged. He only knew the name and number of many of the forbidden items, and for others, he only knew the containment conditions. He didn't even know how many pages were numbered. The later pages were even more damaged. Some were completely burned. Chapter 81 Taboo Objects. Number 169, Twin Monkey Statues. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. Bai Yi was startled. He quickly looked towards the experimental base, his pupils suddenly contracting. A large hole was suddenly torn open in the roof of one of the buildings at the experimental base, and thick black smoke billowed into the sky. From within the smoke, A large hand covered in black scales and resembling a dragon's claw burst out of the hole. Countless stones flew everywhere, and dust rose, making it seem as if a rain of stones was falling from the sky. This hand is enormous. A single hand is comparable to that of the experimental subject. What kind of monster is this? Just as he was surprised, countless metal spikes shot out from the large hole, piercing the black-scaled giant hand. Then, another loud noise came, like the sound of some huge objects colliding. The black-scaled giant hand fell back into the cave, causing the experimental base to collapse even more violently, and the sounds of fierce fighting intensified. It's the tyrant Yang, Jie fighting it. You wouldn't mistake the ability to control metal. Judging from the actions, the owner of the black-scaled giant hand is extremely powerful, as evidenced by his ability to fight the tyrant Yang Jie to this extent. Bai was increasingly glad he hadn't gone in. It was too dangerous. Even in 2 minutes and 25 seconds, he might not have come out alive. He couldn't defeat any of these monsters, not even with time stop, because they were practically immortal, and he simply didn't have enough time to completely annihilate their life force. Time to get to work. Despite his surprise, Shiro didn't forget to pick up the trash. The explosion had just ripped out quite a few things. 5 minutes later, he suddenly stopped, his eyes shining brightly as he stared intently at a pile of rubble not far away. This is something forbidden by God. Whoosh. Bai threw away all the junk in his arms and rushed towards the dark statue that was mostly buried under rubble. The black statue was quite peculiar, about the size of a palm, with half of its body buried, only revealing a black monkey head with a very eerie smile. God forbidden item 169, twins. What was twins again? Bai stopped in front of the statue, hurriedly took out his burnt notebook and flipped through it, quickly finding number 169. A forbidden object, number 169, twin monkey statues. One body, twins. Two monkey statues embracing each other. Souls. Containment difficulty, D. Twin monkey statues. Containment difficulty level 1. His eyes gleamed, filled with greedy desire, devoid of any emotion. The notebook records that containment difficulty is divided into A, B, C, and D, with A and above being uncontainable. Containment difficulty often indicates the level of danger of objects that are taboo to the gods. Not all objects that are taboo to the gods are harmless. A containment difficulty rating of D indicates that the twin monkeys pose a very low level of danger. If heaven bestows something upon me and I do not, I will suffer the consequences. This thing rightfully belongs to me. Instead of attacking directly, Shirono picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at the twin monkey statues, which did not react at all. He dragged over the severed arm of a dead experimental subject, touched it a few times, and still found no danger. Although the containment difficulty is D, it is still something that God forbids, so it's better to be cautious. After all, even the breath of bones draws out one's vital energy. After struggling for a while, he finally made sure that the twin monkey statues were not dangerous, and then he cautiously extended one finger. Hey, I touched it with my finger and immediately pulled it back as if I'd been electrocuted. There was no danger. 2 fingers, 3 fingers. In the end, he picked up the monkey statue with one hand, and nothing happened. It feels no different from an ordinary wooden statue when you hold it. Wait, why is there only one monkey? Where's the other one? He was completely stunned. The picture clearly showed 2 monkeys embracing each other, but the statue in his hand only had one laughing monkey with its arms outstretched, as if it were hugging thin air. Half of it was destroyed in the explosion. Is this thing still usable? Bai's heart sank. Although he was picking up trash, he didn't really want to pick up trash. Clinging to the last glimmer of hope, he began to study the solitary monkey statues. I examined it for 10 minutes, turning it over and over, even counting how many monkey hairs were on it, but I still didn't know what it was for. Well, something is better than nothing. He consoled himself, and then put the single monkey statue away. Inside the experimental base, the silent court knight girl is walking through a dark passageway, holding a pure silver cross sword. Pure silver cross sword was already stained red with blood. As she walked, scarlet drops of blood kept dripping from the tip of the sword, forming a broken bloodstain on the ground. Several rats infected with the scarlet virus lay around her, their bodies, severed in two, twitching slightly. Why are there rats in the experimental base? A look of seriousness flashed in the night girl's light brown eyes. She had previously found the species catalog of Vault 189, which recorded all the animal species and their genes that people from the old era had brought into the vault. Although rats are listed, they only contain rat genes, meaning there should be no live rats in Vault 189. Although the old era possessed cloning technology and could clone mice, she always felt that things wouldn't be that simple because mice were of no help to the shelter. It's important to know that people in the old days no longer used mice for experiments. They used cloned humans directly. If it's for keeping as a pet, it should be a hamster or a white mouse, not this kind of rat with black fur and covered in germs. Of course, it's possible that some people have unusual preferences. It wasn't that she was overly sensitive, but rather that the sight of a rat reminded her of someone, a very dangerous person. The Chinese zodiac, the hidden rat. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. The most important thing right now is to find the Pangu USB drive. The night girl hurried through the passage. Time was running out. She had to find the USB drive before the tyrant, or she would have no chance at all, because no one could take anything from the tyrant. Fortunately, no one knew where the USB drive was located in the experimental base. Even a tyrant like himself would have to search for it bit by bit. 5 minutes later, she stopped and looked down at the rows of alloy doors on both sides of the passage. If it weren't for the appearance of the alloy door, she would have even suspected that she was standing still, because the style of the passage had not changed from beginning to end, as if a scene had been copied and pasted countless times. Most of these alloy doors had already been violently destroyed, leaving only 2 doors still tightly closed. The night girl first checked each of the damaged doors, finding them empty. Then she came to the closed alloy door. Although there was little hope that the Pangu USB drive was here, she had to take a look since she was already here. Chapter 82: Swapping Lives. Clang. The pure silver cross transformed into a sharp, cold silver light, and the alloy door snapped in two. The furnishings inside were revealed to her, and she frowned slightly, because behind the door were only some discarded computers, hard drives, mobile phones, and other electronic products. It was extremely messy, almost like a general storeroom. She rummaged through the pile of junk with her sword for a while, and after confirming that it was all junk, she immediately walked toward the last alloy door. After the sword strike, the alloy door opened, revealing a jet-black statue resembling a monkey. The statue was placed on a metal pedestal and covered by a square, transparent glass dome. It was a monkey with its arms outstretched and a wide grin. The metal stand is engraved with the words, "A forbidden object, number 169, twin monkey statues." A forbidden object? A hint of disappointment flashed in the night girl's eyes. Although a forbidden object was precious, it was not her goal. She slowly left the room, then kicked the gravel. Whoosh! The gravel shattered the glass dome with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the monkey's head squarely. The twin monkey statues fell to the ground unharmed and did not exhibit any supernatural characteristics. The night girl remained silent for a moment, then turned and left. A moment later, she returned carrying an arm that had been severed from the test subject. She threw her arm at the twin monkey statues, but nothing happened. She went back into the room and poked at the statue with her pure silver cross sword, but the incomparably sharp sword did not leave any mark on the statue. After a series of attempts, she finally picked up the statue with her hand adorned with knight's gauntlets. It was at this moment that the statue, which had been completely unresponsive, suddenly emitted a cold, black light. The laughing monkey's mouth stretched even wider, as if it were silently mocking the monkey. Finally, I fell for it. The night girl reacted quickly. Almost the instant the black light appeared, she threw the statue away. But no matter how fast she was, she couldn't outrun the light, and she was inevitably struck by the dark light. Meanwhile, outside the experimental base, while picking up trash, Shiro suddenly felt a chill. Holy crap, what the hell? He quickly pulled out the single monkey statue from his body and saw a thick, inky black light bursting from the statue. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw the statue away. Clank! The wooden statue landed on the hard, silvery white metal floor with a crisp sound. Bai froze for a moment, blinked, and wondered if he had eaten a poisonous mushroom and was hallucinating. Because 1 second he was picking up trash in an empty square, and the next second he was in a closed room made of silver metal. He stared blankly at the monkey statue lying on the cold metal floor for a moment. Then a flash of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. So 169's ability is to teleport by simply throwing himself on the ground. But where the hell did I get this? The words had barely left his mouth when Bai suddenly froze, his expression turning to one of utter terror. No, my voice, how? A slightly trembling girlish voice came from his mouth. Holy crap, what the hell? This is the side effect of using 169 teleportation. A clear, bright girl's voice burst out with a string of profanities. Perhaps due to shock, the last syllable even contained a hint of a puffed-up vibrato, like a puppy angrily wagging its tail. Despite his shock and anger, the words he uttered were like hard candy, sweet, yet revealing the recklessness of someone blinded by rage. Bai Yi became increasingly horrified. At this moment, he was truly panicked. He hadn't panicked when he was almost killed by the scarlet virus before, but now he really couldn't hold back anymore. He quickly looked down at his body and was stunned again. Knight's armor, and why is he holding a pure silver cross sword? The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this the outfit of the night girl from the Silent Court? Could it be? Two keywords related to 169 mentioned in the taboo item record book flashed through his mind. Twins, soul? No way. Bai Yi rushed to the monkey statue like a madman, scooped it up from the ground, and turned pale as he took a closer look. This is not the monkey statue he found at all. The monkey statue he found had its embrace facing left, but this one is facing right. Now he understood everything. The twin monkey statues were for exchanging souls. The night girl must have found the other half, and since they both possessed it, the monkey statue's power was triggered. Brother monkey, let me switch back. Bai Yi kept shaking the monkey statue. The monkey statue laughed silently, without reacting in the slightest. You damn monkey. If you don't let me switch it back, believe me, I'll chop you to pieces with my sword. Bai Yi angrily raised his pure silver cross sword to slash at the monkey statue, but when he was halfway through the swing, he was surprised to find that the pure silver cross sword in his hand had disappeared. Not only that, but he also felt lighter, his knight's armor was gone, and the silver mask on his face also disappeared. The Monkey King has appeared? I've turned back to normal? He hurriedly reached into his clothes, only to freeze in shock. He was missing one item and had two more. Looking down again, everything went black instantly. She wore a black dress, cinched at the waist to accentuate her slender figure, and her two long, white, lotus root-like legs stood out beneath the hem. The faint shadows cast by the hem of her skirt at the back of her knees resembled tender leaves not yet fully unfurled in late spring or early summer, exuding an unadorned pinkish sweetness. He could even smell the girl's natural fragrance, mixed with a scent similar to perfume. But it doesn't resemble perfume. It's more like incense burned by ancient noble families, very subtle and elegant. I'll beat you, Monkey King. The girl in the black dress angrily threw the monkey statue on the ground, then stomped on it again and again with her small, delicate patent leather princess shoes. They stomped on it while cursing, hurling all sorts of vulgarities. Amidst the crisp sound of her heels crushing the monkey statue, one could also hear the hissing sound escaping from between her teeth, like a small animal whose tail had been stepped on, her ears turning into thin red crescents of anger. Bang! The silvery white metallic floor was dented by Shiro's footsteps. Shiro was startled. Only then did he realize just how much power was hidden within the seemingly frail body of the night girl. After venting for a while, he calmed down. But there was no other way. Things had come to this point, so he should first find a way to swap souls. Now that I'm inside the night girl's body, she should be inside mine too. Taboo Object states that the containment difficulty of 169 is D, which means that switching it back should not be difficult. The twin monkey statues, as shown in the picture, depict two monkeys embracing each other. Perhaps by simply putting the two monkey statues together, they can be swapped back. So the most urgent thing is to find myself as soon as possible. Shirono picked up the statue and walked out of the room, where a long corridor came into view. Damn it, the girl in the black dress cursed, wrinkling her nose. Which the hell should we go? Chapter 83 in Shoutong. Shiro realized that he didn't have the memories of the night girl, so he had no idea where he was in the experimental base or how to get out. With nothing to lose, he prayed that the night girl might have a map, so he hurriedly started searching for it. The girl's black dress had a hidden pocket. When he reached into the pocket, he found a bunch of odds and ends. When he took them out and looked at them, his face immediately fell. What is all this? Why is it all chocolate and fruit candy? There's nothing useful at all. Gurgle. Shiro swallowed unconsciously, a longing for candy rising within the girl. Eat. Eat. All you ever think about is eating. Enraged, Bai Yi stuffed a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. Damn it. It's strawberry flavored. I hate strawberries the most. While eating the candy, he reached into another pocket and pulled out a ring and a full-face sun protection mask. Sure enough, women never forget sun protection. He removed his mask and examined the ring. This is a ring made of alloy, engraved with a small white dove, its wings outstretched as if about to take flight. A ring? A forbidden item? Or something else? Bai Yi turned the ring over and immediately saw the delicate characters engraved on the inner band. And Shoutong. And Shoutong? The night girl's name? What good is knowing her name? Why is all that's left behind just junk? Where's the sterling silver cross sword? Where's the knight's armor? Why is it all gone? He pondered for a moment and then came up with the answer. Perhaps the cross sword and the knight's armor are not physical objects, but rather in Xiaodong's extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary beings are products of spiritual alienation, and all their abilities are closely related to their spirit. Since the two had their souls swapped, and Xiaodong's abilities were naturally taken away as well. Just as he now possesses the ability to stop time. His ability is also related to the soul. His soul is out of sync with the time of the present era, so no matter how his physical body changes, his ability to freeze time remains. Outside the experimental base, and Xiaodong stared blankly at her dirty hands, tattered clothes, and the pile of junk at her feet. She had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. She became Bei. The part she accidentally touched while trying to verify her identity is still fresh in her mind. It was her first time touching something like that, and the impact was too great. However, what she found most unacceptable was the frailty of this body. It was so weak that she could kill it with a single finger. Fortunately, I still have the ability and combat skills, which are enough to protect myself. I must find Bai Yi as soon as possible. It is too dangerous for him to stay alone in the experimental base. She had a good impression of Bai Yi. This young man from the wasteland was willing to fight to the death for the residents of Grey Earth Town. His belief in protecting them was exactly the same as the Silent Court's concept of justice. And Xiaodong walked straight towards the experimental base. When she took her first step, spiderweb-like silver threads crawled up her ankles, like moonlight from the bright moon weaving a web on her body. With the second step, the silver thread climbed up the calf, blooming into metallic scales at the knee, each scale reflecting a cold light. The third step, a torrent of silver and black suddenly swept over the waist and abdomen. The outline of the armor with black as the base and silver as the armor plate rose like the tide, and the shoulder armor clicked softly and fastened automatically. The fourth step involves a silver-white mask that flows over the face like water, with only the eyes shining brightly through the gaps. At this moment, Xiaodong slowly extended her right hand and made a clenching motion in the air. The silver light in his hand was dazzling, as if he held 1,000 galaxies in his palm. The starry river flowed brilliantly, and a slender pure silver cross sword slowly took shape. Without the slightest hesitation, the fully armed knight plunged alone into the pitch-black hole. It's done. The fate lines of the two have been intertwined and swapped, and they have both fallen into a deadly calamity. The painter smiled slightly. He stood with his hands behind his back on the edge of a bottomless cliff. The wind blew his white clothes, but it could not blow away the confident smile on his face. How do you know there are a pair of twin monkey statues, a taboo object, in Shelter 189? Gu Huangquan's icy voice rang out behind the painter. Could you please move away from me? The painter said helplessly as he turned around. Why? Because when I'm standing on the edge of a cliff, I don't want anyone standing behind me, not even my own parents. No one forced you to stand on the edge of the cliff. You chose the location yourself, Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly. Poetic conception. Do you understand poetic conception? Standing on the edge of a towering cliff, overlooking thousands of peaks, watching the flowing clouds surge into rivers at your feet. The sky is so close, you could reach out and cover it up. So how do you know there are twin monkey statues in Vault 189? Painter. He put his hand to his forehead and sighed repeatedly. Playing the lute to a cow, playing the lute to a cow. What are you trying to do? The painter's expression changed drastically, because Gu Huangquan had taken another step closer, his expressionless demeanor seeming to be forcing him to jump off a cliff. It's Hidden Mouse. Hidden Mouse told me, he shouted repeatedly, then bypassed Gu Huangquan and moved away from the edge of the cliff. How did the Hidden Mouse know? The painter regained his nonchalant demeanor and said calmly, do you really think that Apocalypse Corporation did nothing after discovering Vault 189? So, the Panga USB drive was taken by the Hidden Mouse a long time ago? Who knows? The painter shrugged. Anyway, Hidden Mouse said there was no Panga USB drive inside, but there were some incredible things inside. His plan was to use these things to kill the tyrant. Why must we kill the tyrant? There are countless heroes in the world. Although the tyrant is strong, there are others stronger than him. The painter's smile slowly faded, his gaze becoming distant. The tyrant must die. If he doesn't die, all the major powers in Baiman will be uneasy. Because of his extraordinary abilities? Extraordinary abilities are only part of the reason. The main reason is him as a person. Before him, there were other extraordinary individuals in the world who could control metal, but only he could be called the Metal Tyrant, the monarch who controlled metal. Guns, artillery shells, armored vehicles, powered armor. All the powerful forces that pride themselves on using firearms to suppress the extraordinary are just toys in his eyes. If you were one of those powerful figures, could you sleep soundly? Can't we try to win them over? Win him over? What kind of person is the tyrant Yangjia? Such a person is born with only two paths, either to rule the world or to die on the path to ruling the world. He will not yield to anyone. He alone could disrupt the balance of power in Beimang. It could be said that if he joined any faction, that faction would be able to defeat all others and rule the entire Beimang. Chapter 84. Hello humans, I am Bai Zhe. Gu Huangquan was silent for a moment. It's a pity that such a terrifying figure will soon die. The painter smiled slightly. You're wrong. The truly terrifying figures aren't tyrants. Who is that? I. Gu Huangquan. Even a tyrant can die by my hand. Doesn't that prove everything? Ah. The painter suddenly screamed in agony, his body arching like a shrimp as he clutched his stomach tightly. Gu Huangquan. I F you. Why did you hit me again? Gu Huangquan withdrew his fist expressionlessly. I don't know why, but I just couldn't help it when I saw your expression just now. There are dead rats here, cut in half by a sword, which means in Xiaotong came from here. If I follow the signs of the battle, I should be able to get out soon. Bei followed the trail of blood, proceeding along the dark passage. After walking for about 5 minutes, he finally emerged from the passage and arrived at a large hall that resembled a cafeteria. The hall was filled with dust and cobwebs, as well as some blackened and rotten food scraps. The cafeteria has 4 doors, which puzzled Bai Yi. Which door did Xiaotong come in from? He could only examine the marks on the doors one by one. Soon, he discovered that one door had much less dust than the others, and there were also marks on the ground where the door had been opened. He was overjoyed. It must be this door. And Xiaotong had opened this door before, which was why there was dust on it and marks on the ground. Bang! Bai Yi kicked open the door and was about to step inside when his pupils suddenly contracted. From the passageway behind the door, a man dressed in a white suit, wearing a top hat, and carrying a cane slowly walked in. The man leaned on his cane, his steps were calm and elegant, and a faint smile played on his lips, like a nobleman surveying his territory. His handsome appearance, tall and slender figure, and deep eyes hidden behind a monocle gave him an air of magnificent mystery. The man slowly stopped a few meters away from Shirayuki and smiled. Beautiful lady, is there anything I can do for you? Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, his body tensed involuntarily, and terrifying, boiling blood and chi roared within his frail body. He was more concerned about the other person's status than whether she addressed him as Miss. As far as he knew, there didn't seem to be anyone like that among the people who broke into the experimental base. He hadn't even seen the man before, at the entrance to Vault 189. Although Shiro didn't remember everyone's appearance, this man's outstanding looks and temperament were unforgettable at first glance. Who are you? Bai Yi asked. Nice to meet you. Let me formally introduce myself. The man slowly placed his long, slender, fair hand in front of his chest, his composed smile carrying a hint of seriousness. Hello, human. I am Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe. We're from the same family. No. Isn't that the name of a mythical beast? Bai Yi quickly realized that Bai Zhe was a mythical beast in ancient Chinese mythology, the embodiment of wisdom. It could speak human language, understand the feelings of all things, and know about ghosts and gods. It was said to be knowledgeable about the past and present and omniscient. Beautiful lady, may I kiss the back of your hand? Bai Zhe asked politely with a gentlemanly smile. Bai Yi instantly felt goosebumps all over. He would rather face a brutal experimental subject than a man who wanted to kiss his hand. Go home and kiss her. The delicate girl in the black dress grabbed the alloy table next to her, and her terrifying strength lifted the table, which was welded to the ground, in an instant. He then threw it hard at Bai Zhe. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face, but the problem is, Bai Zhe isn't human. Who's a kind soul who greets others by saying, hello, human? Bai Yi was absolutely certain that Bai Zhe was suspicious. He wasn't among the people who entered the experimental base. What did that mean? It meant that Bai Zhe was actually one of the people in this base. The people from the civilized era in the base have been dead for 100 years. What good could Bai Zhe be? Despite the alloy table hurtling towards him at high speed, Bai Zhe remained standing still with a smile on his face. When the table landed precisely on him, a bizarre scene unfolded. The alloy table passed right through Bai Zhe's body and then crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Oh no, we've encountered a ghost. Bai Ye's expression turned serious. Bai Zhe laughed and said, I am not a ghost. I am just a lonely soul who pursues knowledge, ideas, and interesting things. Knowledge, ideas, fun. Shiro suddenly remembered a piece of information on the list of forbidden items. God's forbidden object, ID 039, the Forgotten One. Attracted to learned, complex, and interesting humans, feeds on information, memories, knowledge, thoughts, and all other non-physical information carriers. Cannot be attacked, cannot be killed, can be contained, containment conditions. Year 039. Baize shrugged. I don't like this term. Humans label things they can't understand as objects forbidden by the gods, yet they arrogantly number them. He stopped speaking before he could finish, because Shireen had already run away. Watching the girl in the black dress gradually disappear into the distance, Baize revealed a cynical smile, seemingly enjoying the chase. Bang! Shirono slammed open a door in the cafeteria and rushed in without looking back. Damn it! What bad luck! First I got tricked by 169, and then I ran into 039, who has an even earlier number. What kind of mess is this? There was no other way but to run. 039 was clearly not something that could be dealt with by conventional means. It was clearly written on the list of things that the gods forbid, and it could not be attacked or killed. The alloy table we just saw proves this point. It's like a ghost. How are we supposed to fight it? Even activating time stop doesn't work. After running for a while, Shirono turned left and right and came to a place that looked like a laboratory. However, it was obvious that someone had been here before, as there were several experimental subjects lying on the ground and the place was in a mess. They should have shaken him off by now, right? He looked back and saw that Baize was not chasing after him. Phew, Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like they didn't catch up. Well, 039 likes knowledgeable, insightful, and interesting people. At best, I'm just interesting. Miss Xiaotong, don't underestimate yourself. Baize's smiling voice suddenly rang in his ears. Holy crap, Bai was startled and instinctively threw a punch at Baize, who suddenly appeared, but the punch passed right through him and had no effect. Bai turned and ran, while Baize, leaning on his cane, followed behind with elegant steps. Although he walked very slowly, it was as if he had shrunk the distance between them, and no matter how fast Bai went, he could not shake him off. Chapter 85. You smell so good. Why are you pursuing me? Weren't you looking for someone knowledgeable? Baize interrupted with a smile, saying, in terms of knowledge and thought, few people in this world can compare to Miss Xiaotong. I have absolutely no knowledge or insight. In my past life, I was a complete failure, having to repeat a year to get into university. If that counts as having knowledge or insight. Wait a minute. Bai suddenly realized that what Baize said was true. He came from a civilized era, from an era of information explosion. He could know what was happening in the world without leaving home, and could travel around the world directly online without having to go out to travel. Experience the vastness of the world through novels, and witness love, hate, and passion through films and television dramas. He fought in Runeterra, slayed zombies in Raccoon City, was an assassin in the Middle Ages, a cowboy in the West, and a ruthless bandit in the city, gradually becoming Ashina's strongest Ajura. He even stormed the heavenly palace and slaughtered countless gods and Buddhas. Looking back, the myriad realms, past and present, both east and west, have paved the way for my journey. If this doesn't count as insightful and thoughtful, then what does? What was commonplace in my own time? In this era of great catastrophe, isn't it the insightful and thoughtful people who are truly capable? You should know that many wastelanders have never even seen what the ocean looks like in their entire lives. What is Miss Xiaotong thinking about? Baize's voice rang in his ear. I can sense that your thoughts are changing rapidly, with countless sparks of ideas flying everywhere. It's absolutely fascinating. Sorry, I just couldn't resist. I'll just have a small taste, because you smell so good. Bai felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a jolt in his brain, as if something had been stripped away, leaving him feeling empty. He looked back and saw that Baize had stopped in the same spot, holding a ball of yellow information in his hand, savoring it with a look of intoxication on his face. Those are my memories. Damn it, what did he steal? Bai was both surprised and angry, but the next second, his expression turned strange. Baize inhaled slowly, wisps of yellow smoke rising from the yellow infographic and entering his nostrils. His expression grew increasingly intoxicated, and he savored the aroma. This is truly refreshing knowledge. Anime, 3D, role-playing. I never imagined that Miss Katomi would know so much about these things. Bai. Most of the valuable knowledge I've accumulated over the years has been stolen from me. Damn it. No wonder my head felt much clearer just now. That damn Baize. Since he stole my precious knowledge, he must know that I am not in Xiaodong. Yet he keeps calling me Miss Xiaodong. What a twisted sense of humor. No, I have to run. I can't let all my years of learning go to Baize. While Baize was appraising the food, Bai ran wildly. Soon he heard the sounds of battle coming from not far ahead, and he was overjoyed. Someone's there. Perfect, I need someone to block them out. He walked through the dark corridor and soon saw a familiar figure. Li Xiao. At this moment, Li Xiao was in a very bad state, fighting against an experimental subject. He was clearly no match for the experimental subject. Although the shadow darts left many wounds on the experimental subject, none of them were fatal. Humorous darts, man. Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise, but Li Xiao seemed not to hear him and did not react at all. Hey, did you get deafened? He ran to Li Xiao's side in a flash and patted him on the shoulder. As a result, Li Xiao still did not react at all and remained focused on dealing with the experimental subjects. Not only that, but the test subject also seemed not to see Shirayuki and did not attack. Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. It's useless, Miss Katomi. All the prey I've set my sights on will fall into the boundary between existence and non-existence. Outsiders can't receive any information from you. Bai Zai's nightmarish voice rang out again. He had finished consuming the yellow information cluster and was chasing after him once more. Unconvinced, Bai Yi kicked Li Xiao, who fell to the ground in a sorry state. However, Li Xiao still didn't look at Bai Yi and instead attacked the test subject relentlessly. Has the cognitive self repaired? What should we try this time? Bai Zai suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yi, his slender fingers rubbing his chin, as if he was struggling with what to cook for dinner. Time stand still. Buzz. A huge golden dial emerged from beneath Bai Ye's feet, and Bai Zai stood in front of him like a statue, his playful yet troubled expression completely frozen. I'll let you eat it. Bai Yi cursed angrily, and then punched Bai Zai hard in the face. He wanted to see if he could hit Bai Zai while the time was frozen, but he failed. A small, pink fist passed right through Bai Zai's face, as if hitting thin air. There was no other way but to run away. After running quite a distance, he finally broke the time freeze, leaned against the wall, and slowly calmed his emotions. Damn 039. This thing ignores all attacks, and can even eat people's thoughts. I don't know how the people in the vault contained it. Miss Xiaodong, talking behind people's backs is not a lady's thing to do. Bai Ye's face darkened, and he turned his head to look. He saw Bai Zai smilingly imitating him, leaning against the wall 3 meters away. How did you know I was here? Bai Zai smiled slightly, turned around, and patiently explained to the girl in the black dress. The fragrance emanating from your thoughts is like a gentle drizzle in spring, lingering in the air. Even across thousands of miles, it can precisely hook my sense of smell, making me unable to resist pursuing it. It is truly, extremely charming. Bai Yi felt extremely uncomfortable. It was so disgusting. Although he knew the other person was talking about thoughts, the way they spoke made his hair stand on end. I never expected that Miss Katomi would possess a teleportation-like ability. It truly surprises me. Speaking of which, I must thank Miss Katomi for releasing me, because it is through this that I have been able to appreciate your captivating thoughts. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was so angry that he wanted to curse and shout on. So, it was your fault that I have to bear the consequences? Let's continue, Miss Hitomi. Bai Zai walked slowly towards Bai Yi. Time stand still. Whoosh. Bai ran off again. He ran frantically, searching for traces on the ground. He was looking for the tyrant Yang Jie. In his mind, if there was anyone in the entire experimental base who could deal with 039, it would definitely be the tyrant, one of the 10 kings. Even if the tyrant couldn't deal with 039, then perhaps the other party's experience, knowledge, and thoughts as one of the 10 kings could attract 039's attention. Finding Yang Jie is also simple. Just look for where the metal has undergone significant changes and where the battle traces are most exaggerated. That's where the tyrant must have been. Chapter 86, Seeing Man from God's Perspective. After running for a long time, Shiro finally found traces of the twisted metal. He immediately canceled the time freeze and ran wildly along the metal tracks. After turning a corner, he saw the corpse of a huge monster. This monster was covered in black scales and had a huge crocodile head. Even though it was dead, its terrifying aura remained undiminished, making people tremble with fear at the sight of it. Bai Yi immediately recognized the monster as the one that had previously pierced the roof of the base and revealed its large, black-scaled hand. The tyrant was fighting this black-scaled monster at the time, and now that the monster's corpse has been seen, the tyrant must be nearing his end. Why hasn't Bai Zai caught up yet? As he ran, Bai Yi suddenly felt strange, because he had already deactivated the time stop, and Bai Zai should have appeared soon, just like before. Was it because he was too far away to smell his own fragrance, or was he deliberately playing hide-and-seek for fun? Bai Yi couldn't care less about anything else now. He had wasted too much time running away earlier, and now he only had 1 minute and 26 seconds left. If he couldn't defeat Bai Zai by then, he would probably be dead for sure. Where's the tyrant? Tyrant! As Bai Yi passed through a passage, he caught a glimpse of a scarlet figure standing in a large laboratory on either side. The laboratory looked as if it had been ravaged by a storm, severely damaged, while the scarlet figure stood silently in the very center of the storm, its back to Shiryuki, motionless. Is this the self-cultivation of a strong person? Putting on airs even when there's no audience. Bai Yi was too lazy to even complain. All he wanted to know was whether the tyrant could see him. Hey, Yang Jia, the girl in the black dress called out sweetly. The tyrant remained unmoved, not even turning his head, standing like a statue. Bai Yi's heart sank instantly. Even the tyrant couldn't overcome 039's influence? He had previously thought that 039 hadn't caught up for so long because the tyrant was here, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Undeterred, he strode forward and carefully patted Yang Jia's scarlet shoulder armor. Suddenly, Yang Jia turned around. Bai Yi was overjoyed. He actually noticed me? But this joy was just beginning when Yang Jia turned his head completely, and a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured on him. A pair of eyes, streaming with bloody tears, stared straight at Yang Jia, who remained expressionless, like a dead man. Holy crap! Bai Yi's scalp tingled instantly, not because he was frightened by Yang Jia, but because an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Who doesn't know the tyrant's power? Yet now he's fallen into such a sorry state, doesn't that mean? He instinctively looked in the direction the tyrant had been staring, and was immediately struck dumb. On the silver-white lab table sat a black and gold box, which had been forcibly opened, revealing its contents. The moment Shirono saw the object in the box, his consciousness shattered like cotton wool being thrown into a meat grinder. Countless sharp whispers pierced the cerebral cortex, like tiny insects crawling on it. The strangest thing is that he clearly saw what the objects in the box looked like, but the corresponding memories that should have formed in his mind disappeared. The sense of incongruity is so strong that you see something, but you can't form a mental image of it, so you don't even know what you've seen, yet you have seen it nonetheless. A tear of blood streamed from Bai Yi's eyes. Only now did he understand why the tyrant stood there motionless and why 039 hadn't dared to appear. It was all because of what was before him. His thoughts became increasingly sluggish and repressed, as if he had sunk into a dark, deep sea, surrounded by loneliness and despair. Just as his consciousness was about to be swallowed by the deep sea, he used his last bit of clarity to forcefully activate time stop. Buzz. When the power of time descended upon the world, Bai Yi was instantly shaken. He was almost drenched in cold sweat, and his consciousness broke out of the deep sea to the surface. The girl in the black dress bent over, her hands supporting her on her thighs, breathing heavily. Strands of hair, soaked with cold sweat, clung to her fair and flawless face. Damn it! How come I always run into danger? Bai Yi cursed angrily, panting. He had a feeling that something was wrong. Ever since he entered the Black Mountain, danger had been coming one after another, like a series of interconnected schemes. This was even after he had been acting cautiously and without taking any risks. He hadn't planned to go into the experimental base at first, but the experimental subject forced him into a trap, which he managed to dodge. Then, a soul swap occurred, and he was eventually pulled into the experimental base without any warning. They were spotted by 039 as soon as they entered the experimental base, and now they've been chased to the tyrant's place, where they've encountered this thing again. With time frozen in place, Shiro finally saw the thing in its entirety. It was an eyeball, a scarlet eyeball, as big as an adult's fist, its surface covered with worm-like protruding blood vessels, and its cloudy lens shimmering with an eerie gray mist. Even in the isolation of frozen time, simply staring at scarlet eyeballs causes intense psychological and physiological discomfort. What on earth is this thing? It not only immobilizes the tyrant, but also keeps 039 away? Could it be some kind of divinely forbidden object with an even higher number? Wait, my hand. Bai Yi stared blankly at his own fair and slender hands. They were still the same as before, but an uncontrollable feeling of unfamiliarity and disgust welled up in his heart. In fact, Xiaodong's hands are very beautiful. The young girl's hands are like newly sprouted magnolias on branches in spring. Her fair and delicate skin has a faint pearly luster, like a work of art. But these very hands, which conform to human aesthetics, only made Bai Yi feel nauseous at this moment. The feeling of nausea grew stronger, and he felt as if his thinking and cognition had changed, as if he were looking down on his body from a higher perspective. From this perspective, he saw not the girl's fair hands, but something more essential. On the girl's seemingly smooth skin, a thick blanket of multicolored mycelium was woven, wriggling like tentacles, covered with countless tiny, controlled organisms. Ugh, Bai Yi couldn't stop gagging. His cognitive abilities were forcibly elevated to an indescribable level by the scarlet eyeballs, as if a person had suddenly been implanted with the perspective of a god. Humans cannot comprehend God's perspective, but if we compare God to a human, then the feeling is similar to when a cockroach sees a human. It is implanted with the concept and perception that it is a human. The cockroach recalls the past. The once beautiful garbage mountain now only makes you nauseous. Looking at its own body, it saw millions of wriggling worm eggs inside, dirty antennae on its head, and the corpses of its own kind being chewed in its mouth. From a cockroach's perspective, everything is incredibly beautiful and normal, but from a human perspective, it seems so unacceptable and despairing. Chapter 87: Bay's Self-Hypnosis. Damn it. Time Stop clearly isolated the scarlet eyeball from the pollution. So is it because I've already been polluted? Shirono clutched her head tightly, and the girl's beautiful face gradually became distorted. In the dim light, he heard the whispers of an evil god. He couldn't understand the meaning of those syllables, but he could understand their meaning. The evil god seemed to be saying, "You have seen through the filthy nature of humanity. Only faith in me can bring you liberation." The voice of the evil god was incredibly beautiful, bringing people wonderful hope and salvation. Only those who have truly experienced it can understand that beauty. To outsiders, the ravings of the evil god are strange and malevolent, but once you truly understand them, you will gradually come to comprehend everything. That's not an evil god, but a benevolent and loving righteous god. He's trying to save you, to pull you out of the cockroach's body, and to turn you back into a human. As the gap between cognition and reality deepened, Shiro suppressed his strong desire to become human again, constantly reminding himself that everything was an illusion. If he cannot overcome this cognitive pollution, he will probably no longer be able to live as a human being. He will become a monster. Monster? No, 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 that's not a monster. That's a real person. As long as I believe in him, I can become a real person. Do you want to live like a cockroach in this disgusting world, or accept God's guidance and live as a human being? God wants nothing. He is so selfless and loving. When he sees a desperate soul trapped inside a cockroach, he wants to help you. All you have to do is believe in him and be willing to hold the hand of hope he offers. If you were in my shoes, what would you choose? Faced with a one-sided psychological battle, Shiro initially kept trying to convince herself that it was all fake and not to believe his lies, but the nausea she felt and her longing for a better future were incredibly real. Faced with irrefutable facts, he simply couldn't convince himself. The human mind is a strange thing. Often, persuasion is useless. It's like watching a horror movie. Even though you know it's fake, you still feel scared, unless you are wearing a yellow bagua robe, holding a copper coin sword, and have a straight eyebrow. Actually, when you think about it carefully, God is actually quite good. A mocking smile suddenly appeared on Baye's pained and contorted face. He had an idea, since the scarlet eyeballs were using cognition to create a distorted reality. To convince yourself, you can only rely on reality as your support. Find a reality that benefits you, and then build a psychological advantage. Benefits Hakuno is, time stands still. He looked at the crimson eyeballs frozen in time, and the smile on his lips widened until it became ferocious. I can stop time, can you? You piece of trash with no eyes. You only deserve to be locked in a box. Don't you dare embarrass yourself. After delivering his tirade, Bayi felt refreshed. Elevating himself and belittling his enemy was the best way to establish a psychological advantage. Ironically, he is best at elevating himself and belittling others. In order to completely get rid of the influence of the scarlet eyeball, Shirano felt that he should be more extreme. When people become ruthless, they'll even deceive themselves. How can someone who can't even control time dare to call themselves a god? If you are a god, then what am I? You want me to believe in you? What a joke. I'm a god of the new era. Baye's eyes grew brighter as he spoke, to the point that he himself believed it. Upon closer reflection, it really makes sense. If someone can even control time, how can they not be considered a god? I am not a god, so why would you be a god with just one eyeball? Faced with the scarlet eyeball, all stubborn will seem to turn to paper, with only the boy's arrogance, which made him a god, becoming the sole fulcrum. You know what? You really do know what? Being a god feels pretty good. Bayi laughed even more arrogantly, and his gaze towards the scarlet eyes gradually changed from fear to disdain, as if he were looking at a nobody. If his previous perception was distorted to an inhuman extreme, then through self-correction, he fell into another extreme arrogance. Damn it! Who gave you permission to look me in the eye? Seeing the bloodshot eyes staring straight at him, Hakuno, who was already immersed in the role, suddenly felt that his Kamui had been offended. Bang! He flew into a rage and punched the crimson eyeball. With that punch, he felt the shackles of his cognition snap. But the crimson eyeball and the black gold box were unharmed. Instead, the metal counter that held him was blown away. The black and gold box containing the scarlet eyeball snapped shut with a loud thud under immense force, and then fell to the ground. With the black gold box closed, all the effects emanating from the scarlet eyeball were isolated. Bai Yi suddenly felt a jolt of energy and fully recovered, but he was still trapped in the lie he had woven about becoming a god. However, when he sensed that there were only 59 seconds left, the god of time instantly fell from his pedestal, turning pale and flustered. Time's up. Immediately, as time resumed its flow, Shirono finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the statue-like tyrant Yang Jia, then immediately ran over to pick up the black gold box. Huh, I didn't pick it up. The black and gold box on the ground seemed to weigh a ton, and no matter how hard Bai Yi tried, the box remained unmoved. That's impossible. He knew in Xiaodong's strength. She was a girl with superhuman strength, capable of bending steel bars with a single punch. There was no reason why she couldn't lift a black gold box. If the black and gold box is really that heavy, it would definitely make a crater when it lands. The Eye of Ember cannot be lifted with physical strength alone. It requires mental power. A detached voice suddenly rang out behind Bai Yi. He's a tyrant. Upon hearing the tyrant's voice, Bai Yi was not surprised but delighted. As expected of one of the 10 kings, the tyrant actually noticed him, far superior to someone like the humorous dart thrower. He turned to the tyrant and asked, "What is the Eye of Ember?" The moment the girl in the black dress turned around, Yang Jia was slightly startled. The figure buried deep in his memory surfaced uncontrollably, and the flow of time seemed to slow down at that moment. However, after a moment, his eyes regained their coldness. He stared at the girl in the black dress for a long time, making Bai Yi feel uneasy, before slowly speaking. "You are the Black Knight. As a female superhuman, your strength, appearance, and temperament are all top-notch. Even I have not been able to escape the control of the Eye of Evil, but you have. Amazing. So what exactly is the Eye of Ember?" Bai Yi didn't have time to argue with him. He just wanted to know what this damn thing was, and what it was used for. Yang Jia narrowed his eyes slightly. "No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. But since you saved me once, I can tell you the answer." After hearing the first half of the sentence, Bai Yi almost thought that Yang Jia would say something like, "Woman, you have successfully caught my attention," which was quite outrageous. Chapter 88 Tyrant. As long as you become my woman. There are many legends about the Eye of Ember. Some say it is the eye of the gods, others say it is the eye of the first person infected with the scarlet virus, and still others say it is something that the gods would avoid. There are many theories, and you can choose which one you want to believe. It's the same as saying nothing at all, Bai Yi said, pursing his lips. "Tyrant, you yourself admitted that I saved you once. Shouldn't you repay me?" Faced with the girl in the black dress's blunt request, a strange light flashed in Yang Jia's eyes. He had never encountered a woman like this before. In the past, the women he had met either admired him, hated him, or feared him. Only the woman in front of him treated him with such indifference, even completely disregarding him. "How do you want me to repay you? I have an enemy in this experimental base. You took care of him for me. Aren't you going to ask who the enemy is?" "It doesn't matter who it is," Yang Jia said indifferently. TSK. Humorous darts player, learn from him. This is called effective showing off. Seeing that the tyrant was so easy to talk to, Bai Yi began to take advantage of the situation. "There's one more thing. Have you found the Panga USB drive?" "No." "Okay, then once you find it, hand over the Panga USB drive to me, understand? That way we'll be even." "Understood," Yang Jia replied without the slightest hesitation. Bai Yi was taken aback. Who the hell said Yang Jia was a tyrant? Look how easygoing he is, and how grateful he is. He's a truly good person. It's just that rumors have misled people. Yang Jia's next sentence shattered the illusion. "As long as you become my woman, I can share the Panga USB drive with you." Bai Yi. "Wait, what the hell did you say?" "Be my woman," Yang Jia said indifferently, his tone carrying an unquestionable air. "Are you fucking obsessed with women? Is this how you repay me? Isn't this repaying kindness with enmity? I'm not discussing this with you. Whether you like it or not, this is the decision." Bai Yi. He was so angry he laughed. Who the hell said Yang Jia was a good person? While he was amused, he was also very curious about what in Xiaotong looked like. He had only encountered 2 men since entering the experimental base, Bai Zhe and Yang Jia, and both of them had their eyes on in Xiaodong. It's a pity there's no mirror, otherwise he would definitely want to see what a stunning beauty in Xiaodong is. Or I could just take a piss later. "Miss Xiaodong seems to be in trouble. Do you need my help?" A gentle, warm voice suddenly rang out. Bai Yi's face darkened. Damn it, another one. Is the next scene going to be two men fighting over a woman? What a sin. 169. The first thing I'll do after I switch back is tear you to pieces. Yang Jia looked toward the source of the sound and saw an elegant man in a white suit, wearing a top hat and carrying a cane walking gracefully toward him. It was Bai Zhe. Yang Jia, kill this idiot right now. The girl in the black dress shouted angrily, pointing at Bai Zhe. However, Yang Jia remained motionless. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes, which cleared up after a moment, and his sword-like eyebrows furrowed. That woman is gone interesting. I already know your identity. You can't escape. Then, Yang Jia walked straight to the black and gold box containing the Eye of Evil. He made a grasping motion in the air, and the silver alloy on the ground immediately began to wriggle and dent. The black and gold box, however, continued to sink deeper into the ground as the metal became concave. He actually wanted to seal the Eye of Ember deep underground. Seeing this, Bai Ye's heart sank. He thought that if the tyrant could see him, he might be able to deal with Bai Zhe, but he didn't expect that it would be impossible. Miss Xiaodong, although this man named Yang Jia is very strong, that is only relative to humans. I am not human. It is unrealistic for you to use his power to deal with me. Since I don't exist in the eyes of humans, how can humans attack something that doesn't exist? Seeing Bai Zhe smiling and walking towards him, Bai Yi clenched his fists. He only had 59 seconds left, and those 59 seconds wouldn't be enough for him to run very far. Moreover, judging from Bai Zhe's demonstrated abilities, even if he escapes from the experimental base, the other party could probably catch up instantly. Damn it. How exactly did people in civilized times manage to contain this thing? Call. Shiro took a deep breath. This time, he didn't run away, but forced himself to think calmly. Force is useless against Bai Zhe. Only strategy can prevail. Think carefully. What can be done to deal with Bai Zhe? Bai Zhe slowly stopped in front of the girl in the black dress. He smiled like a gentleman and said, Miss Xiaodong, you are becoming more and more charming when you are thinking. Please allow me to rudely taste you. Bai Yi seemed not to hear, still deep in thought. 039 feeds on thoughts, knowledge, and memories, and is itself invincible, as if it does not exist in reality. The food it eats is also something without substance, something ethereal and intangible. If we want to attack him, is it only possible to use intangible things like thoughts, knowledge, and memories? But these things are his food, etc. Who says food can't kill? Just like steamed buns are food for humans, how can you use steamed buns to kill people? It's very simple. Either make people eat so many steamed buns that they choke or die from overeating, or pound them to death with a huge amount of steamed buns. Even water droplets can wear away stone. So who says a steamed bun can't kill someone? But where can we find so many steamed buns? While pondering, Bai Zhe smiled and stretched out his hand, slowly reaching towards Bai Yi. Time stands still. Hakuno immediately activated time freeze and continued to think. 59, 58, 57, 56. Time slips away second by second, but what's slipping away isn't time itself, it's his life. Time is life. He carefully recalled every detail after the body swap, those scenes playing back in his mind like a movie. Bai Zhe claimed that in Xiaotong released him, and then, repaying kindness with enmity, wanted to devour her. Him and Yang Jia? Aren't they the same kind of people? I'm getting distracted, I need to keep thinking. Suddenly, Bai Yi had an idea. Since Bai Zhe is not a physical entity, yet he can be imprisoned, doesn't that mean the place where Bai Zhe is imprisoned has a way to restrict him? He desperately tried to recall the place where he had met Bai Zhe before. Oh right, those rows of alloy doors. That's where 169 was locked up. The alloy door is where things forbidden by the gods are stored. Among the many rooms, only 2 were cut open by Xiaotong with her sword. One room contains 169, and the other room contains many electronic products, such as computers and mobile phones. This means that the room filled with electronic products was where Bai Zhe was imprisoned. Why are there so many electronic devices in Bai Zhe's cell? Could it be? Chapter 89 Hard Drive. Hard drive. I need a hard drive. Bai Yi suddenly raised his head. He finally knew how to deal with Bai Zhe. Humans are not the only beings in the world with memories and knowledge. Computers, mobile phones, and hard drives can also store a large amount of information, and their capacity far exceeds that of the human brain. Computer and mobile phone. Where are the computer and mobile phone? Bai scanned the laboratory and finally spotted an abandoned computer. He wasn't sure if his judgment was correct, but he could only give it a try. So he picked up the discarded computer and smashed it directly at Bai Zhe. Bang! The computer slammed down on Bai Zhe, but this time it didn't transmit the data directly. Bai Zhe appeared like a virtual human, with strange ripples appearing on his body. It works. Overjoyed, Bai quickly picked up the computer and smashed it again, but this time it passed right through Bai. Huh, it's broken? Could it be that the information on the computer collided with Bai and was destroyed? Without the slightest hesitation, Bai turned and ran. He was going to find other storage devices. The time freeze was instantly lifted, leaving only 10 seconds remaining. While running, Bai glanced back and was surprised to find that Bai had frozen in place, with shimmering blue ripples constantly spreading across his body. Countless tiny blue light spots emanated from Bai's body, dissipating into the air after being half a meter away from his body. At this moment, Bai turned his head stiffly like a robot. His gentle smile vanished, replaced by a deathly coldness. He said, enunciating each word clearly, "You can't escape. Escape? Wait till I find more hard drives. Then I'll come back and kill you." Bai's expression was arrogant and smug. He grinned and made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand at his neck. Of course, this is just how he imagined it. The actual appearance is. The girl in the black dress tilted her chin up, her rose-like lips curving into a flamboyant arc, and her light brown eyes sparkling with an untamed light. She stretched out her slender hand and ran it across her fair neck, her hair swaying gently with the movement, revealing a touch of carefree cuteness. Extremely lethal. Hard drive, hard drive, hard drive. Bai Yi ran wildly like the wind, and in Xiaodong's terrifying physical abilities were on full display at this moment, leaving behind afterimages in the air. He didn't go back to the room where Bai was imprisoned. Although there were many electronic devices inside, the information was probably almost exhausted. He needed a new hard drive. Roar. As he turned a corner, he saw 3 ferocious and terrifying experimental subjects rushing towards him. If he were present, he would have no choice but to use time stop to escape from these 3 test subjects. However, the test subject he is facing now is the Black Knight in Xiaotong. "I don't have time to waste with you." The girl in the black dress suddenly sharpened her eyes, took a slight step back, and her slender, fair legs showed taut muscle lines as she exerted force with her feet, encased in black princess shoes. With a soft rustling sound as her shoes scraped against the ground, she shot forward like an arrow, transforming into a dark blur as she rushed toward the 3 experimental subjects. Bang! A deafening sound of air exploding rang out instantly, and wisps of white smoke swirled around the black-dressed girl as she sped away. Her skirt fluttered like a startled black butterfly, and her figure moved like a night falcon darting through the forest. The 3 experimental subjects' deformed claws seemed to move in slow motion to Bai Yi. He leaped away, dodging the first experimental subject's attack, then lightly touched the wall with his toes and moved sideways in a strange manner, thus avoiding the second experimental subject. Faced with the unavoidable 3rd test subject, his blood surged, and his body rose into the air, the sharp claws grazing his feet. Suddenly, he plummeted downwards, his steps light as he landed on the bloodied and mangled arm. Thump, thump, thump. With alternating steps, he climbed up the arm directly to the test subject's hideous head, then stomped hard, causing the test subject to stagger and fall to the ground, while he slid several meters and strode away. Is this the physique of a superhuman, combining martial arts and chi cultivation? Bai was somewhat surprised. He felt like a level 1 alt had logged into a max-level main character. He wondered how in Xiaodong had managed to achieve such remarkable success in both chi and blood martial arts and the path of transcendence. The combination of these 2 qualities earned him the title of Black Knight. For an ordinary person to achieve such success in one path would be a stroke of genius, but in Xiaotong is able to do both simultaneously. This feeling is like having 2 doctoral degrees. A person who obtains a doctoral degree through their own efforts is already an outstanding individual, let alone having 2 doctoral degrees. The difficulty is unimaginable. After leaving the passage, Shirono finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. After so much bad luck, my luck has finally turned around. His eyes lit up as he looked at the office area with hundreds of workstations in front of him. Computers. Computers are everywhere. Like the cell phones he had found before, these computers didn't have a host computer at all. They were just a pale blue liquid metal display screen. Some were damaged, but most were still in good condition, only covered with a thick layer of dust. He rushed toward the office area, when suddenly, familiar footsteps came from behind him. Bai Ye's face darkened. He knew that it was that idiot Bai Zhe who had caught up. He didn't turn around, but instead leaped away, dodging the hand that came from behind, and landed on the desk. Immediately, he grabbed the light blue liquid metal display screen from the desk, his delicate hands blackened with dust, and swung his arms, smashing it behind him. "You like chasing, huh? I'll let you chase me then." The display screen spun like a dart and hurtled towards Bai Zhe. However, Bai Zai vanished from his spot in a flash and appeared in front of Bai Yi as if by teleportation. Bang! The display screen fell onto the hard ground and shattered into pieces. Bai Zai stared at Bai Yi expressionlessly, then suddenly pierced his abdomen with his palm. Strangely, the hand seemed to have no physical form and did not cause any harm to the body, but went straight to the soul. A bone-chilling cold erupted from Bai Ye's soul, as if his thoughts and consciousness were about to freeze into ice. If it were the old him, this attack would probably have brought his mind to a standstill, but having just experienced the baptism of the Eye of Ember, his consciousness seems to have undergone some indescribable change. This change made his soul subtly different from that of a normal human soul, giving him resistance to these methods targeting the soul. At the critical moment, Bai Yi mobilized his almost frozen consciousness and ruthlessly activated the time freeze. Buzz! As the enormous golden dial emerged from beneath his feet, a burst of dazzling golden light erupted. Faced with the immense power of time, Bai Zai was completely frozen, motionless like an ice sculpture. Bai Yi suddenly retreated, pulling his hand out of his soul. Some crystalline light spots appeared on his abdomen, somewhat similar to the yellow information cluster that had been extracted earlier. The rigid thinking was instantly restored. He hurriedly patted his abdomen, trying to get the crystalline light into it, but it had no effect. Apart from leaving several dirty handprints on the little black dress, he couldn't touch the light at all. Chapter 90. Take this straight fan from the monitor. Bai Yi's face darkened. This time, what was missing was the memory of his all-night study of foreign languages. Everyone knows that foreign languages are good and that you have to learn them, but with Bai Zai taking it out like that, another foreign language book was wasted. Anger rose within him. Call. He was breathing heavily, but his eyes revealed an endless ferocity. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Bai Yi picked up a display screen with both hands and swung it around, smashing it hard against Bai Zai's head. Bang! Bai Zai's head shattered instantly, turning into countless tiny blue light spots. These blue light spots were also frozen in time, hovering motionless around his neck. Time's up. Bai Yi released the time freeze. He knew that when Bai Zai was overwhelmed by information, he would freeze like a computer crashing, so there was no need to waste time. His obsession with time was almost ingrained in his bones. Even in the face of peril, he never forgot to cherish time. As the freeze in time was lifted, the crystalline blue light spots floating on Bai Zai's neck began to slowly condense, gradually piecing together the shape of a head. Bang! Another direct fan hit the monitor. Bai Zai's newly formed head shattered again. Bai Ye's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he continued to laugh maliciously. You think you're so great? Show me what you're really great about. Bang bang bang. One display screen after another smashed onto Bai Zai, making him appear double, and his body continuously disintegrated into crystalline blue light spots. Laugh. Keep laughing. Weren't you laughing so hard before? Why aren't you laughing now? Are you just naturally averse to laughing? Bang 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 bang. Bai Zai's entire body was smashed apart, and a blurry humanoid figure composed of crystalline blue light spots could be vaguely seen. Bai Yi stopped, raising an eyebrow. Dead. Bai Yi, you can't kill me. Bai Zai's cold voice came from the humanoid figure made of crystal blue light dots. A sinister smile crept across Bai Ye's lips. Now you know to call yourself Bai Yi, huh? He knew, of course, that Bai Zai was unkillable. Otherwise, people in the civilized era would have accomplished that long ago. Where were you before? Don't you like to act like a gentleman? Keep pretending. Wearing a suit and tie. Do you really think you're a human being? Bai Zai's voice grew increasingly icy. The shock of information can only trap me for a while. Once I recover, it will be your death day. Do you really think I'm easily scared? Bai Ye's eyes were arrogant and fierce as he sneered. You don't even look like a human being, and you think you can fool me? You think you can. Even if you recover, you still won't be able to. Bang bang bang. Bai Yi kept smashing Bai Zai until he had destroyed all the computers in the office area, and only then did he stop, still not satisfied. At this moment, Bai Zai had completely fallen silent, and the crystalline blue light spot could no longer even maintain its human form, slowly dissipating into the air like smoke. Bai Yi spat at the blue light spot, then walked away satisfied. He took a couple of steps before he realized what was happening, his face full of annoyance. Oh no, I forgot we're using in Xiaodong's body right now. Did I just reward him? At the summit of Black Mountain, the painter paced anxiously around the canvas. It's all over, everything's over. What is it now? Gu Huangquan asked expressionlessly. The artist turned around abruptly, his eyes bloodshot. He pointed to his hair and said, See that? I see gray hair, so what? The artist's face fell, and he said in a tearful voice, I've been completely outmaneuvered. Who would have thought that person would be so powerful? Not only did he break the Black Knight's death curse, but he also broke the tyrant's death curse along with it. Why is this happening? Isn't your destiny always been invincible? The artist, while tugging at his white hair, said, "Fate is always two-sided. Good luck and bad luck are like two sides of a coin, always existing at the same time. I can control fate to some extent, bringing various calamities, but there is no absolute certainty of death. At most, there is a slim chance of survival, and that sliver of hope cannot be erased." Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. "What do you mean? I told you to read more books in your spare time, but you never listen. The point is simple. If I were to increase your bad luck by having you bitten by a poisonous snake in the wild, theoretically, you would certainly die. But that's the strange thing about fate. As bad luck increases, so does your good luck, like hitting rock bottom and then rebounding. At this point, if you search carefully around you, you may have a chance to find the antidote for the snake venom. There must be an antidote within 3 steps. The painter nodded. That's pretty much the idea. As the saying goes, there's always a way out. If even the heavens are so for us, how much more so am I? So, the person you plotted against twice found the antidote left by fate in the face of death? That's right. Ouch, the painter cried out, clutching a small tuft of black hair in his hand, on the verge of tears. I plucked the wrong one. Looking at the black hair in his hand, he grew more and more heartbroken, and said with a sob in his voice, 2 consecutive backlashes of fate have cost me at least 5 years of my lifespan. Gu Huangquan was silent for a moment. I'm afraid it will be more than 5 years. Huh. The artist was taken aback. You made exorbitant demands before, asking Tianqi Company for so many benefits, but you messed things up. I reckon Tianqi Company won't let you live past tomorrow. Artist, thank you for your comfort. My anxiety has finally subsided. You're welcome. I'll collect your body when you die. The artist laughed in anger. You don't need to worry about that. Although my combat power is not as good as the tyrant's, it won't be so easy for Apocalypse Company to kill me. Apocalypse may not be able to kill you, but the person you've plotted against certainly can. Upon hearing this, the anger on the painter's face slowly dissipated, replaced by a gloomy expression as cold as a deep pool, and a chilling aura emanated from him. Suddenly, the gale that had been swirling around the cliff edge came to an eerie stillness. He said in a deep voice, "There is something wrong with this person. He is definitely not an unknown nobody. The glimmer of hope left by fate is not so easy to find. I suspect that his fate line is so weak that it is very likely a disguise." Gu Huangquan's eyes flickered slightly. You mean, a terrifyingly powerful expert deliberately disguised himself and secretly infiltrated Black Mountain? Is it one of the other 10 kings? The artist shook his head solemnly. I don't know who it is, but it shouldn't be one of the other 10 kings, otherwise I would definitely recognize him. Since he was able to disguise his own destiny line as so weak and deceive me, this person's attainments in the path of destiny are extraordinary. He most likely came from outside Baiman. Gu Huangquan nodded. Possibly. After all, the eastern continent is so vast, I wouldn't be surprised if any powerful figures emerged. What are your plans next? Chapter 91. You're not in Shaodong. Who are you really? Come here a little. Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. There are only the 2 of us here. Are you afraid of being overheard? What I mean is, come over here and help me pluck out my gray hairs. If other people see this, how am I supposed to face them? Gu Huangquan. Exit. Exit. Bai Yi, who was running wildly through the experimental base, finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The cool moonlight shone through the large hole through which the group had entered, illuminating the silver alloy floor like mercury spilling across it. For some reason, ever since he dealt with Bai Zhe, he felt that his luck had improved, and in his reckless charge, he actually found a way out. Finally, we can leave this hellhole. Bai Yi was overjoyed. He didn't know how long it would take for Bai Zhe to recover, so he wanted to stay as far away as possible until then. Bai Zhe is more troublesome than the tyrant Yang Jie. Yang Jie is ultimately human and can be dealt with by stopping time, but Bai Zhe is immortal, cannot be attacked, cannot be defended against, and can even teleport. He's too abnormal. Even such a monster, numbered 039, has 38 more monstrous and forbidden objects ahead of it. Who would want to stay in such a hellish place as the experimental base? Now Shiro finally understands why the person who wrote the list of forbidden items didn't record numbers 001, 010. It turns out that the person wasn't just making things mysterious. The forbidden items were too bizarre. These things that defied common sense would probably cause disaster if they were simply recorded. As he sprinted toward the exit, he pondered his next move. First, they definitely need to switch bodies back within Shaodong. Second, they need to wait for the tyrant to find the Panga USB drive. This difficult task should be left to the tyrant. since he only has 5 seconds left. Drive from the experimental base and escaping unscathed in the last 5 seconds was incredibly lucky and required exceptional skill. He prefers to take the easy way out rather than take risks. After obtaining the Panga USB drive, he will not be afraid even if Baize recovers. When it comes to storing the most information, Panga USB drives are undoubtedly number one. The Panga USB drive is hailed as the crystallization of a civilized era, and it must contain the achievements of civilization of that era, as well as various secrets about things forbidden by the gods and great catastrophes. Perhaps there is another way to detain 039, otherwise how did the people in the shelter detain Baize? Even without it, it's perfectly fine to use it directly as a weapon against Baize. This plan can be summarized in 3 sentences. Switch in Xiaodong's body, steal Yang Jie's South USB drive, and kill the idiot Baize. Whoosh. The girl in the black dress leaped out of the hole, her lithe body drawing a perfect arc in the moonlight. Her little black dress fluttered gracefully, but she was wearing safety shorts, so there was no accidental exposure. Bai Yi landed safely, quickly scanning his surroundings before his expression changed. Where's in Xiaodong? The empty square was deserted except for the numerous corpses of experimental subjects lying there. Oh no. He suddenly realized that within Xiaodong's fierce personality, could she have gone inside to look for him? In other words, he escaped with his life hanging by a thread, while Xiaotong rushed in, and the two missed each other completely. Why did you run around like that? Don't you know you should stay put and wait if you get lost? Bai Yi habitually shifted the blame, putting all the blame on Xiaodong. Anyway, it's a non-stick pan, so no matter who's wrong, it can't be wrong. At this moment, Bai Yi was caught in a dilemma. Should he stay in the safe square and wait, or should he go back into the experimental base to find Xiaodong? The experimental base covers a vast area, comparable to a small county town, and its terrain is extremely complex. Finding someone inside is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But if he waited in place, he was worried that Xiaodong would take his body to her death. If his body died, wouldn't that mean he would have to be a woman for the rest of his life? After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to wait in place for a while before going in to search, rather than waiting in place. Because it's already 11:15 p.m. What is that? It's so hot. Bai Yi was startled. He felt something warm pressing against his thigh. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a white dove ring. It was the ring engraved within Xiaodong's name. The white dove ring lay quietly in Bai Yi's palm, its surface shimmering with a faint white light. The heat emanated from the ring and grew increasingly intense. What's going on? Is this thing a bomb? Just as Bai Yi was about to throw the ring away, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside the square. Xiaodong! Bai Yi suddenly looked up and saw Li Beitian running into the square at lightning speed and coming right in front of him. Li Beitian with double guns. He remained outwardly calm, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This experienced bounty hunter had previously traveled with him and Fatty Gao, but they were later separated due to the outbreak of the scarlet virus. But I never expected to run into him here. The other party clearly knows Xiaodong and came specifically to find her. Could Li Beitian also be a member of the Silent Court? Bai Yi keenly noticed that Li Beitian was also holding a white dove ring in his hand. Xiaodong, why are you out here? Did you destroy the Panga USB drive? Li Beitian asked in surprise, his words suggesting he was quite familiar with Xiaodong. A single sentence made Bai Yi slightly dazed. Destroy the Panga USB drive? Was this the purpose of the Silent Court? They didn't come to steal, they came to destroy. Are they crazy? No. I encountered some danger inside and my mental energy was severely depleted, so I came out first. Bai Yi didn't know how Xiaodong usually spoke, so he could only imitate the tone of the two when they first met in Grey Earth Town. Li Beitian lowered his brows, concealing the strange glint in his eyes, and smiled calmly. It's good that you're all right. By the way, where's your knight? Your mental energy is so severely depleted that you can't even maintain knight anymore. Shiro nodded calmly without saying a word. It seems it is indeed very dangerous inside. I didn't expect that even you, Xiaodong, couldn't handle it. I have some medicine to restore your mental strength. Take it and drink it first. As he spoke, Li Beitian reached into his pocket. If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly, Bai Yi suddenly said. Li Beitian's hand, which was reaching into his pocket, suddenly froze. He retreated rapidly, creating a distance of several meters between himself and Bai Yi. With a flick of his wrist, 2 pistols appeared out of thin air in his hand. You're not in Xiaodong. Who are you? Li Beitian said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with wariness. Bai Yi was not surprised at all by Li Beitian's reaction. He knew he had been exposed the moment Li Beitian asked about the knight. Chapter 92 Little White is here. Knight is probably in Xiaodong's extraordinary ability. And Xiaodong never revealed her true face from beginning to end, whether in Black Mountain or Grey Earth Town, which shows that she wanted to hide her identity. Therefore, he spared no effort to constantly expend his mental energy to maintain the night. Li Beitian has also been hiding his identity. Although he is a member of the Silent Court, he disguises himself as a bounty hunter and even acts separately from Xiaodong. This suggests that concealing one's identity is a rule of the Silent Court. After all, as an organization that enforces justice, they have made too many enemies, which is understandable. The problem lies here. Even if the real Xiaodong couldn't maintain the knight persona, she would definitely use other methods to cover her face, such as a full-face sun protection mask in her pocket. Bai Yi had previously thought the mask was for sun protection, but now he realized that it was for covering his face in case of an emergency. If he had put on a mask before meeting Li Beitian, the other party wouldn't have easily suspected him, but now it's too late. However, being exposed is a good thing, and Bai Yi doesn't want to be a spy, so he needs help now. I am indeed not Xiaodong, but I advise you not to shoot, because this body is the real Xiaodong, Bai Yi explained. Li Beitian remained vigilant. What do you mean? Sigh. Bai Yi sighed. He really didn't want anyone to know about this dark history unless absolutely necessary. I am Shirayuki. Li Beitian was taken aback. Who is Bai Yi? Bai Yi's face darkened. Xiao Bai. Li Beitian was instantly stunned. Your brother Xiao Bai? How is that possible? Bai Yi recounted the details of their journey together in a rather irritable manner, which finally convinced Li Beitian. However, he still did not put down his two guns. Even if you are brother Xiao Bai, what about Xiaodong? Why did you turn into Xiaodong's appearance? Because of the twin monkey statues, which are considered taboo by the gods. Bai Yi took out the twin monkey statues. See this? It's just this thing. I found it while picking up trash outside the base. Who would have thought that Xiaodong would find the other half inside the base? As a result, our souls were swapped. Then why are you outside? And where is Xiaodong? Of course I ran out on my own. And Xiaodong ran in looking for me, and we missed each other. Let's not talk about that now. Does your Silent Court have any telepathic or mental link methods? You need to contact her quickly and get her out. If I don't come out soon, I'm afraid she'll let me die in there. Li Beitian seemed to realize the urgency of the situation. He put away one gun, while the other gun was still pointed at Bai Yi. The Silent Court doesn't have that kind of method. We can only determine each other's location based on the white dove ring in your hand. Now that the ring is in your hands, I can't contact Xiaodong either. Bai Yi's face turned ugly. Then what are you standing there for? Come in with me, and let's go look for it. Li Beitian shook his head. No need for all that trouble. Just call her out. Isn't that enough? Shout. Bai Yi's eyes widened. Are you a tenor? In such a big place, you're just shouting. Holy crap. Before he could finish speaking, Li Beitian waved his hand toward the open space beside him, and instantly, a speaker device half the height of a person appeared out of thin air, with a microphone attached to it. No, buddy, it's Doraemon. Shirono exclaimed in surprise. Li Beitian had pulled out the Ironback Viper MK-03 when he saw him pull it out. Where did such a thick gun come from? Now he understood that Li Beitian was also an extraordinary being. Doraemon. Li Beitian looked at Bai Yi suspiciously. Brother Bai, don't give people nicknames so casually. My abilities are not like those of Doraemon. Now that you've seen it, there's no need for me to hide it anymore. I'm sure you've already guessed it. That's right, my extraordinary ability is a creation from the void. Bai Yi blurted out. Cough cough. Li Beitian almost choked because he couldn't catch his breath. What nonsense is this? If I could create things out of thin air, why would I be a bounty hunter? My supernatural ability is alternate dimension, a space that can store items. Oh, Bai Yi immediately lost interest. What a trash ability. Isn't this just the kind of storage ring that's everywhere in cultivation novels? What kind of expression is that? Li Beitian's face darkened, and he said angrily, although my supernatural ability doesn't have much offensive power, at least it's convenient. I can carry a lot of weapons and ammunition, and I can directly transform into a human arsenal. Moreover, it can hold a lot of food and drink, so you won't starve anywhere. Most importantly, you won't get caught stealing. Bai Yi. Li Beitian turned on the speakers, picked up the microphone, brought it to his lips, took a deep breath, and looked serious. That kind of attitude is comparable to a karaoke hog. Bai Yi quickly covered his ears. Just when he thought Li Beitian was about to call in Xiaodong, he suddenly turned around and asked, Does Xiaodong know you? Bai Yi was slightly puzzled, but still nodded. I know him. He had met in Xiaodong before in Grey Earth Town. Back then, and Xiaodong had spied on him and invited him to join the Silent Court. That's good. Li Beitian took another deep breath, and then, Little White is here. A deafening sound erupted from the speakers, and Shirano could even see the sound waves rippled with the naked eye. A terrifying sound wave swept in all directions. For a moment, the sounds of battle and explosions in the experimental base were eerily silenced, completely drowned out by the words, "Xiao Bai is here." Bai Yeren is numb. Why are you calling me? Meanwhile, at the experimental base, Li Xiao, who was being chased and forced to flee in a sorry state by the experimental subjects, was stunned. The loud noise made his eardrums hurt. Xiao Bai, that kid with the venomous tongue, is here too? Come on, why all the fanfare? I always thought this kid was crazy, and now it seems I was right. He's a good candidate to become a superhuman. In another area, the blood-soaked Nether Tiger and Silver Serpent were searching for anything that resembled the Panga USB drive, only to be startled by Xiao Bai's shout. Xiao Bai? Who is Xiao Bai? I don't know, but judging from the name, she should be a cute girl, Silver Snake said with a coquettish smile. The area containing forbidden objects. A man covered in armor is fighting with an experimental subject. His movements are somewhat uncoordinated as the subject attacks with its claws, as if he is not yet familiar with his body. Bang! The armored man was struck by the claws and sent flying backward, crashing into the wall. A trail of blood flowed down his silver mask. If it weren't for the armor protecting him, he would have been torn in two by that attack. This body is still too weak. Such strong regenerative ability. Chapter 93, What Did You Do to My Body? X2. And Xiaodong was surprised to find that this frail body contained unimaginable recovery ability. The attack had clearly damaged her internal organs, but the injuries began to heal as she breathed. Little White is here. A loud, wailing cry suddenly rang out, and Xiaodong's eyes flashed with a strange light. It's Uncle Li's voice. Xiaobai? It's Bai Yi. Little White is here. Little White is here. Li Baiyan's throat was hoarse from shouting. He flipped his hand, pulled out a bottle of liquor, and started chugging it down his throat. He casually tossed the microphone to Bai Yi. Brother Bai, you shout a couple of times. My throat's sore from smoking too much. Is your throat still not feeling well? Bai Yi pursed his lips, took the microphone, paused, and said, with such a loud noise, and Xiaotong must have heard it long ago. The fact that she hasn't come out yet probably means she's in danger. No, I have to go save myself. Xiaotong. Is that you, Xiaotong? Li Baiyan suddenly put down the wine bottle and exclaimed in surprise. Bai Yi looked in the direction of the sound, and his face lit up with joy. I have finally come out. A figure clad entirely in black and silver armor slowly emerged from the large hole, wielding a pure silver cross sword. The armor was still stained with blood, resembling a triumphant knight. It's me, Uncle Li. Bai Yi's calm voice rang out from beneath the silver mask. It really is you, Xiaotong. Only you are so stubborn. I've told you so many times, call me brotherly, not uncle. You're making me sound old. Li Baiyan took 2 quick steps forward. At this moment, the silver-white mask on Xiaodong's face slowly turned into fine silver ash, dissipating in the wind and revealing a dirty but undeniably handsome face. Those eyes were like obsidian washed by a mountain spring, incredibly bright, and even the dust on his eyelashes couldn't hide the sparks dancing in the boy's eyes. And Xiaotong looked at Bai Yi, and their eyes met, both of them showing a strange light in their eyes. Clearly, this was the first time either of them had observed themselves from an outsider's perspective. Shiro's expression turned slightly strange, as if he were looking in a mirror. I must say, he looks even more handsome than when he looks in the mirror. Sharpened when it fell on the several dirty handprints on her black dress. Bai Yi was also examining his body when he suddenly noticed a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This made him nervous. He didn't know what Xiaotong had done in the experimental base. He was worried that she might have caused him internal injuries. Injury is a minor matter. What he fears most is that Xiaodong may have also encountered some strange, forbidden object. If she suffers any aftereffects, that would be truly disastrous. The two, having noticed something amiss, almost simultaneously demanded, What did you do to my body? X2. The two were taken aback. Then Xiaodong's gaze turned cold, and Bai Yi's anger surged. And Xiaotong pointed to the dirty handprints on her black dress. What happened to the handprints on my dress? Bai Yi pointed to the still damp bloodstains at the corner of her mouth. What happened to the bloodstains on the corner of my mouth? The atmosphere gradually became strange, with light brown eyes and obsidian, like pupils staring intently at each other, neither willing to give way. And Xiaodong is not an easily angered person, provided that you don't cross her bottom line. However, the handprints on her black dress prove that Bai Yi has crossed her bottom line more than once. Why are there so many handprints in that one place, but no handprints elsewhere? She could almost imagine what Shirano had done to her. Handprint? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. He looked down and noticed several handprints on the skirt. He had patted it too quickly and accidentally expanded the area instead of his abdomen. He realized he had been misunderstood, but before he could speak, a sharp sword light came hurtling towards him. Bai Yi nimbly retreated, easily dodging the sword light. He shouted, "You've taken over my body, and now you're attacking me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Something about what he said sounded strange. And Xiaotong remained silent, her face ashen, determined to kill the person who had defiled her. Shiro easily dodged, giving the impression of being chased by a child. He even had the leisure to joke. "And Xiaotong, have you thought this through? You're not cutting me right now, you're cutting yourself." And Xiaotong stopped in her tracks, seemingly even angrier. Her face turned cold, and she raised her sword, pointing it at herself. "Speak. What exactly did you do to me? Or don't blame me for being ruthless towards your body." Bai Yi was enraged by Xiaotong's actions and immediately grabbed his own neck, making his face turn red. "If you dare to harm yourself with a sword, believe me, I'll strangle myself." The two men faced off, their swords drawn. Li Beitian, standing to the side, felt a chill run down his spine, finding the scene before him indescribably eerie. "Don't rush to harm yourselves. The most important thing right now is to get it back." "No way," Bai Yi immediately objected. "If I switch back now, this crazy woman will definitely kill me the moment she sees me, unless she swears an oath." And Xiaotong gripped the pure silver cross sword tightly and said coldly, "You have tainted my innocence, and I will kill you even if it means my death. Who the hell has tarnished your reputation? How dare you make such baseless accusations? Do you even have that function now? What's with those handprints?" Li Beitian was at his wit's end and quickly ran between the two. "Please stop arguing. There must be some misunderstanding. Let's sit down and talk it over. If this stalemate continues, what if the twin monkey statues have a time limit and we can't get them back in a lifetime?" Upon hearing this, the two men's expressions changed slightly. Neither of them wanted to stay in this body any longer. With Li Beitian's help, the two finally managed to have a somewhat calm and peaceful conversation. A moment later, after Bai Yi and Xiaotong finished recounting their experiences at the experimental base, they both felt relieved. "Shirono, so it was an internal injury caused by the test subject. As long as it's not something that God would avoid." And Xiaotong, "So it turns out it was to salvage the lost fragments of memory, not just to lift my skirt." Although the misunderstanding was cleared up, the two still couldn't stand each other. One complained that the other had hurt him, and the other complained that the other had wiped his skin. Then, the three of them stared at each other blankly. "Speaking of which, how do we switch them back?" Li Beitian was puzzled as he looked at the twin monkey statues, each of them holding half of the statue. "Let's try putting the two monkeys together," and Xiaotong suggested. She took the monkey statue from Shirono's hand and began to connect them. The two laughing monkeys, who were embracing each other, eventually hugged each other. "Have you switched them back?" Li Beitian asked, slightly nervous. Bai Yi and Xiaotong looked at each other and shook their heads simultaneously. "No, X2. Hee, you two are quite in sync." Li Beitian chuckled, instantly receiving two sharp, piercing gazes. He gave an awkward smile. "Let's think of another way. Brother Xiaobai, you just said you found a list of forbidden objects, which contains information about the twin monkey statues, right? Does it also record the containment method?" Chapter 94. Another of the 10 Kings, the Silent Court Judge. Bai Yi reached out his hand directly to Xiaotong. And Xiaotong glanced at him. "What? The list of things forbidden by God? I found that, so of course it's on you," Bai Yi said with a look of disgust, thinking to himself how stupid this crazy woman was. "It's not on me," and Xiaotong said calmly. "Huh? Where's the stuff?" Bai Yi's eyes widened. "You brought too much stuff. I couldn't possibly carry a bunch of junk to the experimental base, so I threw it all away." "What did you say? What do you mean by miscellaneous items? You barbaric woman. Do you even know that they are the technological crystallization of the civilized era, the torch of humanity's exploration of the unknown, the beacon illuminating the misty universe, the cloud of innovation beyond imagination? They are." Bai Yi's continuous string of short words made Li Beitian feel numb, so he quickly stopped him. "It's important to get back to your body. Nobody comes here, so it's definitely not lost. I'll go pick it up." Before long, he returned carrying a pile of odds and ends. Splash! The miscellaneous items were thrown at their feet. After searching through it for a while, Shirono finally found the charred list of forbidden items. He turned to the page with the twin monkey statues and pointed. "Look, this is all the content of 169. The containment method was burned long ago. It only says the containment difficulty is D." Li Beitian and Xiaotong looked at it for a long time, but ultimately couldn't find a solution. The three of them stared at each other again. If all else fails, Leave Montenegro and go back to the silent court to find the presiding judge. He will definitely have a solution. Li Beitian's suggestion was met with unanimous opposition from both of them. No. X2. Bai Yi glared fiercely at In Xiaotong. Why does this woman always mimic my speech? He absolutely cannot leave Black Mountain now, because he hasn't obtained the Panga USB drive yet. Without the Panga USB drive, who will deal with Bai Zhe? He has already offended Bai Zhe to the death. Only by obtaining the Panga USB drive can he find a way to contain Bai Zhe, just like the people in the shelter, and lock Bai Zhe up. Otherwise, he will come looking for revenge sooner or later. At the very least, they can be used as weapons. Otherwise, where would we find so many computers after leaving Montenegro? Uncle Li, we can't go back now. We must destroy the Panga USB drive before Yang Jie finds it, or it will be too late, and Xiaodong said calmly. Damn it. That crazy woman in Xiaodong is trying to kill me. She even wants to destroy the Panga USB drive. The Panga USB drive is a crystallization of wisdom from the civilized era. Why do you, the silent court, insist on destroying it? Bai Yi asked. And Xiaodong and Li Beitian exchanged a glance, remained silent for a moment, and finally In Xiaodong spoke. Because the Panga USB drive will destroy all of humanity. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you know how the Great Cataclysm happened? Could it be related to the Panga USB drive? And Xiaodong shook her head. To be precise, it's related to technology. In civilized times, human technology has developed to an unimaginable level, but the human heart is a bottomless pit of desire. No matter how advanced technology becomes, it can never fill the void of desire. So they began to explore forbidden areas, attempting to achieve transcendence. Transcendence. Bai Yi was a little confused. What the heck is transcendence? Transcend the mundane, enter a higher dimension, and then gain immortality, and learn the origin and secrets of everything in the world. Isn't this just dimensional ascension? Bai Yi instantly realized. Humans are three-dimensional beings, limited by three-dimensional rules, and are born with birth, aging, sickness, and death. But if you ascend to the fourth dimension, it will be different. Three dimensions are length, width, and height, while the fourth dimension has an additional time dimension. Becoming a four-dimensional being means transcending time. In their eyes, time is no longer an abstract concept, but a tangible reality as simple as length, width, and height. They are not bound by time, and thus naturally attain immortality. Li Beitian and In Xiaotong looked at each other with surprise, not expecting that this wasteland boy could come up with such a profound theory. The presiding judge said something similar before. I didn't expect you to know these things, Brother Xiaobai, Li Beitian said in surprise. Who is the presiding judge? He knows as much as I do. Bai Yi spoke without any modesty. And Xiaotong calmly said, the presiding judge is the founder of the silent court and also one of the 10 kings. 10 kings? Yet another 10 kings. No wonder the silent court is so arrogant, daring to act as if it were the law and killing the most heinous criminals everywhere. It turns out it has the 10 kings as its backers. And then, researching forbidden areas led to the Great Cataclysm. Specific details have long been lost in the annals of history, but this is the general picture. The endless research and exploration of forbidden areas by people in the old era led to a great catastrophe. Now you understand why we absolutely had to destroy the Panga USB drive, right? Bai Yi nodded. I understand. Since the Panga USB drive is the crystallization of wisdom from the old era, it must contain research on forbidden areas. You are worried that this research will fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives and cause incalculable disasters, so you want to destroy it. That's exactly right. Sigh. Bai Yi sighed, speaking earnestly. I'm not trying to criticize you, but your silent court is indeed a bit extreme. The problem isn't the research findings in forbidden areas, but rather the human heart. It's like someone killing someone with a gun. You can't blame the gun for the crime. So if you really want to uphold justice and maintain world peace, you should kill everyone, not destroy all the guns. After all, guns can be replaced, but only when people are gone are they truly gone. And Xiaodong. Li Beitian. Ahem. Li Beitian coughed tactically. Let's not discuss the execution of justice for now. Let's discuss how you two can switch back. Brother Bai, you seem to have excellent manners and extensive knowledge. Do you have any good ideas? Shiro frowned, stroking his chin as he pondered. Don't touch my face, and Xiaodong said expressionlessly. Okay, then I'll touch my own. After saying that, Bai Yi reached out and touched in Xiaodong's face. And Xiaodong. Clang. The pure silver cross sword sprang out of its scabbard. Li Beitian quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword and said urgently, I'm really fed up with you two. Can you stop messing around? Let's switch back if there's anything wrong. I've got an idea. Bai Ye's words were surprising, instantly attracting the attention of the two of them. Li Beitian asked anxiously, "What method?" Bai Yi deliberately stroked his chin and said, "The containment difficulty of 169 is D, which means the method should be very simple. Based on my many years of experience, the answer may lie right there in the words." "What exactly is the method, Brother Xiaobai? Stop keeping me in suspense." "It means exactly what it says. It's so obvious. Look at the numbering of the twin monkey statues." Li Beitian was taken aback, muttering to himself, "Number 1, 6, Chapter 95, What's Wrong with Me Hugging Myself?" Li Beitian's expression suddenly changed. He quickly pulled Bai Yi over and frantically winked at him, whispering, "Brother Bai, no, Brother Bai, you're my brother. You can't make jokes like this. If Xiaotong finds out what this means, she'll definitely fight you to the death." And Xiaotong, standing to the side, frowned, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. "What are you talking about? What does 169 mean?" Li Beitian turned around and chuckled dryly. "No, it's nothing. Brother Xiaobai was just joking." Bai Yi asked in surprise, "Old Li, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm showing you what comes after the number." Li Beitian was taken aback and looked at the words. "A forbidden object, number 169, twin monkey statues, one body, twins, two monkey statues embracing each other, souls, containment difficulty, D. Twin monkey statues, two beings from one body. What's wrong with that saying?" And then, a statue of two monkeys embracing each other. Snap! Bai Yi suddenly clapped his hands. "That's the line. Two monkeys hugging each other." And Xiaodong and I came into contact with the separated monkey statues at the same time, so our souls swapped. The two monkeys are now united, but in Xiaotong and I are not. Since the condition for soul swapping is that both humans and monkeys must be separate, the condition for soul return should be that both humans and monkeys must merge. Upon hearing this, Li Beitian was taken aback. It did make some sense, and Brother Xiaobai was indeed quite clever. However, when his gaze fell on the two of them, he was at a loss. Having these two hug each other like monkey statues is probably. However, things did not develop as Li Beitian had imagined. Bai Yi and Xiaodong got up at the same time and walked towards each other. The two stood face to face, so close that they could even feel each other's breath. "You wouldn't let me touch you just now, but you're having a good time now?" Bai Yi mocked. And Xiaodong asked calmly, "What's wrong with me hugging myself?" Bai Yi paused slightly, then said, "That makes sense." The two embraced without any hesitation, and at that moment it was hard to say who had taken advantage of whom. The strange feeling of embracing themselves made both of them somewhat uncomfortable, their bodies stiffening slightly, like robots clumsily trying to complete a task. However, Li Beitian viewed this scene through a filter. What he saw was the moonlight, like a ribbon, poured down, turning this desolate place into a silvery dreamscape. The handsome young knight embraced the delicate girl in the black dress, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. The gentle moonlight shone on their embracing figures, and the evening breeze quietly stopped, leaving only their intertwined breaths. At this moment, time seemed to stand still for them, peaceful and beautiful. 5 seconds later, Bai Yi and Xiaodong's expressions turned ugly because they hadn't switched back yet. That shouldn't be the case. Could I have guessed wrong? Just then, and Xiaotong said, "Perhaps we should laugh." "Laugh?" Bai Yi glanced at the monkeys who were grinning from ear to ear and hugging each other. "That makes sense." The girl in the black dress grinned and laughed, her expression strange and stiff. "Your smile is so ugly," and Xiaodong said with a grin. "What does my ugly smile have to do with me? It's because you're ugly. Your smile is so beautiful to me. Absolutely gorgeous. No wonder it's my face." And Xiaodong was genuinely amused this time, feeling both angry and amused. "Stop laughing. The monkey statue is face to face, head turned to the side, looking in one direction. You two, get your faces together and look at me." Li Beitian shouted at the two of them. The two, belatedly realizing what was happening, reluctantly pressed their faces together, then grinned at Li Beitian, looking utterly comical. Click. The sound of a camera taking a picture rang out. Li Beitian looked at the photo she had just taken with satisfaction, a maternal smile spreading across her face. "Great shot." Whoosh. Two figures rushed over, startling Li Beitian. "Old Li, you actually took photos. Delete them right now." "Uncle Li." Bai Yi and Xiaodong both glared at Li Beitian with dissatisfaction, but the next second, all three of them were stunned. They looked at the beautiful girl in the black dress who was like a fairy under the moon, then looked down at his own tattered clothes and was overjoyed. They've switched them back. And Xiaodong was the same. Her light brown eyes sparkled with a strange light as she looked at her own body, feeling that powerful force that was both long lost and familiar. Then, she reached out and slapped her skirt repeatedly, and after a few slaps, the dirty handprints were wiped away. Bai Yi immediately looked at the twin monkey statues, anger rising in his heart and malice taking root in his heart. He immediately drew the breath of bones and began firing at the twin monkey statues. "You little monkey, you're messing with me, aren't you?" Bang bang bang. The scarlet bullets struck the twin monkey statues with perfect accuracy, but the statues remained unharmed. Instead, the reflected bullets forced Li Beitian and In Xiaotong to dodge repeatedly. "Brother Xiaobai, calm down. Divine objects aren't so easily damaged." Bai Yi stopped, still furious. He knew, of course, that the object of divine taboo was not so easily damaged, which was why he fired the gun. Driven purely by a desire to vent his anger, he viewed this life experience as a profound disgrace. Not only had he become a woman, but more importantly, he had wasted a tremendous amount of time. He went in, and when he came out, there were only 5 seconds left. His heart was bleeding. Just as he was getting angry, he caught a glimpse of Li Beitian and In Xiaotong whispering to each other and glancing at him from time to time. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Were these two bastards going to use him and then discard him? Because of this accident, he learned the identities of the two people and their mission to destroy the Panga USB drive, so killing them to silence them was quite reasonable at this point. Damn it, another waste of time. Although he only had 5 seconds left, he remained calm. 5 seconds was more than enough time to kill the two men. "What are you two plotting? Why don't you speak louder so I can hear you?" Bai Yi's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Li Beitian laughed heartily. "There's nothing we can't let Brother Xiaobai know. We're discussing how to deal with you. After all, you know some of the secrets of the silent court. We're not hiding it from anyone anymore, are you? Openly plotting in front of me?" Li Beitian asked in surprise. "Inviting you to join the silent court is not something shameful. Xiaodong told me about your heroic performance in protecting the residents of Grey Earth Town. We've been traveling together for a while now, so I know a little about you. You might have a sharp tongue, but you're not a bad person, which meets the requirements for joining the silent court." Chapter 96 Judgment needs no words. Death is the verdict. Bai Yi was taken aback. "You want me to join the silent court?" And Xiaotong nodded calmly. "The best way to keep a secret is naturally to become one of our own. What if I say I disagree? Are you two going to attack me?" And Xiaotong's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. "The silent court does not kill the innocent. We only kill the wicked." So principled, Bai Yi was a little suspicious. He was used to having no principles or bottom line, and now that he had suddenly encountered two people who adhered to principles in the wasteland, he was a little unaccustomed to it. "Believe it or not, it's up to you. But since you're not one of us, let's do business as usual. The twin monkey statues are half mine. Either you buy mine, or I buy yours." 100 million. Bai Yi demanded an exorbitant sum. Li Beitian couldn't stand it anymore. "Brother Xiaobai, you can't treat us like we're Gao Banqing's thieves. If you really don't want to sell, you can join the silent court. You can use it freely then, and joining the silent court won't do you any harm. The presiding judge is one of the 10 kings, and there are many extraordinary individuals within the organization. With such assistance, we can handle most of the troubles in Beimang. All you have to do is work with us to uphold justice." Bai Yi was initially tempted, but after hearing the last 4 words Li Beitian said, he instantly lost interest. Upholding justice? That would waste so much time. In the eyes of the silent court, they are upholding justice, but to outsiders, the silent court is an extremist organization. At least when others commit murder, they try to justify it as murder for money. The silent court, it doesn't seek money but only takes lives. It shouts about justice and peace, and then rushes up and kills you, leaving you nowhere to seek justice. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. If they dare to punish evildoers today, wouldn't they dare to act on behalf of heaven and overthrow the federal government tomorrow? I'd rather not. I'm a kind-hearted person by nature, and I hate killing people. I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken normally, let alone punish evildoers. Bai Yi politely declined. However, Li Beitian didn't believe a word he said. When they were drinking, he was shouting that he wanted to kill Minghu. In the laser tunnel, just because someone said there was no ticket money, he pulled out a gun and pointed it at the person's head. "Is that what you call being born kind? Brother Xiaobai, is there something you're worried about?" "I don't have any concerns. It's just that I'm used to being lazy and don't like being controlled. If your silent court can pay me a salary and not make me work, then I might consider joining." Li Beitian. "Oh right." Bai Yi suddenly remembered a question he had always wanted to ask. Why is the word silent added to silent court? It feels a bit strange. Li Beitian opened his mouth, wondering how to explain, when In Xiaodong's calm voice rang out from the side. "Trial needs no words. Death is the verdict. This is the silent court. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, secretly pondering the words. Judgment needs no words. Death is the verdict. What a bloodthirsty nature. I'm not trying to criticize you, but your silent court is really going to extremes. Doesn't that translate to we'll kill you without saying a word? And Xiaotong glanced at Bai Yi expressionlessly, then turned and walked towards the experimental base. Old Li, what is she going to do? Is she going to destroy the Pangu USB drive? Of course, the time wasted due to the soul swap with you before. Now that we're back, she naturally has to continue her mission. Not only her, but I'll go too. Brother Bai, since you don't plan to join the silent court, don't get involved in this mess. It's too dangerous in there. As for the twin monkey statues, keep them for now. We'll talk about them after we get out of Black Mountain. If we can get out alive. After Li Beitian finished speaking, he also walked towards the experimental base. Obviously, he didn't have much confidence that he could destroy the Pangu USB drive before the tyrant. Bai Yi was immediately displeased. He was determined to get the Pangu USB drive, but you want to destroy it? Wait, he called out to Xiaotong and Li Beitian. The two turned around, their faces showing confusion. Brother Xiaobai, you've changed your mind? I advise you not to go in. Bai Yi slowly took out breath of bones, his expression gradually turning cold. Although he thought Xiaotong and Li Beitian could destroy the Pangu USB drive with great effort, he was unwilling to take any risk at all. If these two don't listen to advice, then don't blame me. Boom. The earth-shaking roar tore through the sky, and a mushroom cloud of dust, accompanied by scorching heat waves, shot into the heavens. Before the three people's shocked eyes, the steel base that had stood firmly on the ground suddenly exploded and collapsed, turning into ruins. The shockwave from the explosion slammed into the earth like a giant hammer, and countless burning fragments streaked across the sky with long tongues of fire, resembling a close-up meteor shower. Run! Li Baiqian's expression changed drastically, and he urged the two of them to flee immediately. Bang bang bang. As the broken metal and concrete hurtled towards him, Shirono turned and ran without hesitation. He was originally in the lead, but as the race progressed, he ended up in last place. In terms of physical fitness, he was no match for Li Beitian and Xiaotong, both extraordinary individuals who had cultivated the qi and blood martial arts. At that moment, several sharp whooshing sounds rang out behind Bai Yi, followed by intense burning sensations. His expression changed. Without turning around, he knew that various building fragments from the explosion were hurtling towards him. This attack, like a rain of flowers falling from the sky, was inescapable. He had no way to avoid it. Although his recovery ability is now far beyond that of ordinary people, he is ultimately not an immortal being like a pseudo-human. Such attacks would be difficult for even fake humans to survive, because each recovery requires the consumption of vital energy, and they would die when their vital energy is depleted. In this life-or-death situation, Bai Yi no longer cared about saving time. Time. Clang. A clear dragon's roar suddenly rang out, and Xiaotong, dressed in silver-white armor, rushed to Bai Yi's side like a knight in a fairy tale. The pure silver cross sword in her hand transformed into streaks of sword shadows, instantly shattering the incoming building debris. Immediately afterwards, Shiro felt his body lighten and his feet leave the ground. He stared in astonishment at Xiaotong, who was carrying him and running wildly. The girl's profile flickered in and out of view in the flames of the explosion. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her willow leaf eyebrows were slightly furrowed due to her tense expression. The firelight reflected in those light brown eyes, like dancing flames. Resolute and beautiful, but Bai Yi had no time to appreciate it. He only felt a sharp pain in his ribs, as if Xiaotong's hand was about to break them. The opponent's hard armor also hurt him painfully. Oh no, the hero has been rescued by the US. After running out of the area, the three stopped and looked solemnly at the experimental base in a sea of fire. Chapter 97. That year I was 18, Black Mountain Refuge, standing like a henchman. No one knows why the experimental base exploded, nor does anyone know what happened inside. Could you put me down first? Bai Yi tapped in Xiaotong's armor with his knuckles, and Xiaotong glanced at him, then let go of his hand. Bai Yi rubbed his ribs, gasping in pain. He pulled up his clothes and saw that they were all bruised. Can't you be a little gentler? I'm sorry, and Xiaotong said calmly. Bai Yi was stunned, his eyes widening slightly. Was I hallucinating? This crazy woman actually apologized? The explosion must have been too loud and damaged my eardrums. And Xiaotong then said, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Bai Yi. He felt like he had been psychologically attacked. The dignified god of the new era had been saved by a woman, and now she was even complaining that he was too weak. The gusts of wind from the explosion blew, but they couldn't dispel the desolation on Bai Yi's face. I was 18 that year, in the Black Mountain Refuge, standing like a lackey. Damn it. Brother Bai, thank you so much for stopping us. Otherwise Xiaotong and I would have been in danger. Thank you, Li Beitian said, holding Bai Ye's hand with gratitude on his face. Bai Ye gave a dry laugh. It's nothing, you're welcome. By the way, how did you know there was going to be an explosion? Little Bai, your supernatural ability isn't precognition, is it? What a coincidence. Actually, the reason I stopped you earlier was to ask how much the Silent Court pays each month and whether there is a year-end bonus. And Xiaodong's gaze suddenly sharpened. Someone has escaped. Bai Yi looked in the direction of the sound and saw the humorous dart thrower transform into a shadow and rush out in a flash. After landing, he started coughing up blood, and his body was tattered and in a terrible state. He now finally believed that Li Xiao was quite capable. He hadn't died even after all that. Following closely behind were Xiao Yi, who was pulled away by the sword, He Qianjun, who flew like a crane, In Shi, who rode on the back of the nether tiger, and the ghost clown, who was carrying thin air in a princess carry. The tyrant was nowhere to be seen. Hey, humorous dart man, what's going on inside? Bai Yi shouted to Li Xiao, who was not far away. He wasn't concerned about why there was an explosion, but rather that he was afraid the Panga USB drive would be destroyed in the explosion. Heaving heavily, Li Xiao looked up and cried out in extreme anxiety and terror, "Run, run! The tyrant has gone mad." Before he finished speaking, Li Xiao immediately threw out a dart and disappeared into the shadows, as if a ghost was chasing him. Minghu, He Qianjun, and others also looked terrified. These people didn't even glance at Bai Yi and his group and desperately moved away from the experimental base. Brother Xiaobai, Brother Li, what are you doing here? Run with me. In the end, Xiaoyi was the more loyal one. He flew over quickly with a long sword in hand, and then threw 2 swords at Li Beitian and Bai Yi. He didn't give it to Xiaotong because he knew the Black Knight's strength and that he didn't need her help at all. Bai Yi took the long sword. What exactly happened inside? Xiao Yi looked anxious and his face was covered in blood. No more explanations. Get your swords ready. Wait. Hold on. I was wrong. Swish, swish, swish. Pulled away by I was wrong, and turned into a streak of light, rushing into the distance. The strong wind was so strong that he couldn't open his eyes, making him want to curse. What kind of situation is this? He always thought flying on a sword would be cool, but when he actually flew, he didn't think so anymore. This is not sword control at all. It is clearly sword controlling people. Just as they were rapidly moving away, a furious voice suddenly rang out from the ruins of the experimental base. Who is it? Who took the Panga USB drive? Yang Jie's voice, filled with anger and murderous intent, soared into the sky, enveloping everyone like smoke from an explosion. Everyone turned around in horror, only to see countless building ruins slowly rising into the air against the force of gravity, densely packed and blotting out the sky. Amidst these ruins and rubble, a scarlet figure, like a king emerging from the abyss, gradually came into view. It was none other than the tyrant Yang Jie. At this moment, Yang Jie seemed like a completely different person. The pressure around him was almost freezing, the shadow under his brow bone was as deep as if carved by a knife, and his dark eyes were like sharp blades tempered with cold iron, coldly piercing into everyone. With each step he took, countless tiny metal fragments immediately gathered beneath his feet to form steps, like a ladder to heaven, dragging him step by step toward the sky. The moment he reached the sky, a sickening metallic scraping and squeezing sound resounded. The silvery white metal debris from the explosion of the experimental base gathered in the air and pieced together a 1,000-meter-long silvery white dragon. The dragon lowered its head, allowing Yang Jie to step onto its head, and then carried him towards the crowd. Upon seeing this, Li Xiao and the others ran even faster. Jie was now furious. As someone who had single-handedly destroyed a city, his anger was enough to ignite the entire 189th shelter. However, someone was even angrier than him, and that was Shirayuki. My Panga USB drive has been stolen. Who the hell did this? Bai Yi, who had long considered the Panga USB drive as his own, was furious upon hearing this news. Suddenly, a dark shadow, obscuring the sky, loomed over the earth like a deathly cloud. By this time, everyone had already escaped into the city. They looked up in horror, their souls trembling with fear. Under the bright moon, Yang Jie rode a dragon, his icy eyes looking down at the crowd like sharp blades. Minghu and the others stopped in their tracks, because no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun Yang Jiefei. Since they couldn't escape, they had no choice but to fight. But just as they got into a fighting stance, They were surprised to find that the dragon-shaped shadow floating above their heads flowed over them like water and disappeared in an instant. The tyrant is gone. Could it be that he already knows who took the Panga USB drive, and that's why he's chasing after that person? Wide with horror as they looked in the direction the silver dragon was flying. He didn't leave. He's going to block the exit. Everyone was instantly horrified. At this moment, they finally understood what the tyrant was going to do. The tyrant did not intend to let them go, but rather to block everyone with his own strength. In their sight, beneath the high-hanging bright moon, a silver dragon pierced the night sky, its pieced-together metal body shimmering with starlight, its 1,000-meter, long form resembling a cascading galaxy. A crimson hue on the dragon's head, like solidified flame, accompanied a man and a dragon as they swept across the ruined city, radiating an oppressive aura that silenced the heavens and earth. The hundreds of survivors hiding in the city also noticed this scene. They didn't know what had happened. They only knew that the tyrant was very angry and the consequences would be severe. Chapter 98. Except for the Black Knight. This is bad. No one can leave now. Xiao Yi's face was extremely ugly. He slowly stopped the devices. Wait a minute. I was wrong. With this pause, the scarlet virus, like blood-red dandelions, swarmed into the city. From the shadows in the distance, the low growls of the fake humans could be heard intermittently. Seeing this, everyone could only temporarily hide in an abandoned building nearby, using the walls to block the invasion of the scarlet virus. Inside the room, Bai Yi asked the question that concerned him most. Who exactly took the Panga USB drive? Xiao Yi said in a deep voice, I don't know either. No one saw the Panga USB drive. Only the furious tyrant seemed to have been deceived and concluded that someone stole the Panga USB drive. Li Beitian frowned slightly. How did he make that judgment? This isn't the first time news of the Panga USB drive appearing has spread. Maybe it's just a rumor like before, or maybe there isn't even a Panga USB drive in Vault 189. Do you see the black obelisk in the tyrant's hand? Xiao Yi pointed to the tyrant in the sky through the window. Bai Yi stared intently and saw that the figure in the scarlet armor was holding a black obelisk that was more than half a meter tall. It looked strange and the material was unknown. What is that? I don't know what it is, but judging from the tyrant's behavior, that obelisk should be the container for the Panga USB drive. He found the container but not the Panga USB drive, so he concluded that someone took it. And Xiao Tong, whose true face was hidden beneath a silver-white mask, had a slight glint in her eyes. It's the hidden rat. The hidden rat? You mean the hidden rat, one of the 12 zodiac animals? Xiao Yi's expression changed slightly. Why do you say that? I saw rats infected with the mutated scarlet virus in the experimental base, but there shouldn't have been any rats there. I thought it was a coincidence at first, but now it seems that the hidden rats may have taken the Panga USB drive. Of course, this is all on the premise that none of you are actually keeping a Panga USB drive hidden away. Xiao Yi smiled wryly and said, after you finished speaking, I was thinking of telling the tyrant that someone else took the USB drive, but even you doubt us, so the tyrant will definitely not believe us either. Bai Yi remained silent, seemingly playing werewolf. Who exactly took the Panga USB drive? After thinking for a moment, he felt that Xiaodong's guess was the most reliable. The tyrant clearly knows a lot about the secrets of the Panga USB drive, and he is very powerful. Theoretically speaking, among the people who entered the experimental base, the tyrant is definitely the one with the best chance of obtaining the Panga USB drive. Moreover, the tyrant was the first to enter Vault 189. Even if someone else got it, they couldn't survive against the tyrant. Unless someone took the Panga USB drive long before the tyrant entered. And this person is the hidden rat, one of the 12 zodiac animals. It's worth noting that before Vault 189 appeared, Apocalypse Corporation occupied the vault for over a month. Could such a behemoth really be blocked by the vault's defenses without any way to stop it? Combined with Eagle's previous mission to assassinate the tyrant, these fragmented clues gradually pieced together a complete puzzle in Bai Ye's mind. Maybe, from beginning to end, this trip to Montenegro was a trap set to kill the tyrant. Apocalypse had already obtained the USB drive, but deliberately leaked the information to lure the tyrant into the game. The tyrant's abilities were a threat to all the major powers. The reason why major powers have been able to stand firm in the wasteland has never been because of superhumans, but because of firearms. However, what puzzled Bai Yi was that Apocalypse's killing plan was far too crude, relying solely on an eagle. Weren't they worried about what might happen to the eagle, or what if it failed to kill the tyrant? Didn't they have a plan B? At the experimental base, the tyrant was almost killed by the Eye of Ember. If I hadn't appeared, the tyrant would have died long ago. Could this also be part of the Apocalypse plan? But how can they guarantee that the tyrant will definitely encounter the Eye of Ember? There are too many uncertainties. The most crucial piece of his puzzle was missing. Just as he was pondering, the tyrant's indifferent, godlike voice rang out from the heavens. The Panga USB drive is missing. I no longer care who took it, but whoever it is, hand it over now and I may spare your life. Otherwise, everyone here will die for you. The voice, chilling with frost, echoed over the city, and the terrifying oppressive aura emanating from the 10 kings lowered the air pressure considerably. The people hidden in every corner of the city looked extremely grim. Even though they outnumbered Yangjia, no one dared to ignore the threat of the tyrant. Everyone knows that a tyrant's word is law. If he says he will kill everyone, he will kill everyone. Who on earth dared to anger the tyrant? Damn it. Whoever it is, step forward now and don't drag us into this. The people in hiding were cursing incessantly when the tyrant added another sentence. Except for the Black Knight. Those 5 simple words left everyone stunned. No, what do you mean? Except for the Black Knight? You want to kill everyone except the Black Knight. In the dimly lit room, several shocked and puzzled gazes were fixed on Xiaodong. Miss Black Knight, are you close to the tyrant? Could you put in a good word for us? Xiao Yi asked hesitantly. Li Beitian was completely stunned. He had no idea when Xiaodong and the tyrant had met. Did they meet at the experimental base, and then the tyrant fell in love with Xiaodong at first sight? Was Xiaodong's charm so great that she could capture the tyrant even while wearing a mask? And Xiaodong remained silent, her light brown eyes fixed on Bai Yi. Bai Yi casually looked away. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. Who would have thought the tyrant was so infatuated? Xiao Yi cautiously looked out the window. Do you think he would let us go if we told the tyrant that it was possible that the hidden mouse took the Panga USB drive? He will kill everyone and then go to Dawn City to find Hidden Rat. Bai Yi walked over and patted Xiao Yi on the shoulder, comforting him. His words of comfort made Xiao Yi's face turn even paler. At this moment, Bai Yi seemed to remember something and turned to Xiaodong, saying, Oh, except for the Black Knight. As soon as he finished speaking, he clearly saw faint blue veins appearing on Xiaodong's hand, holding the pure silver cross sword. He ignored it, and instead took out his gold pocket watch, glanced at the time, and saw it was 23:23. The tyrant's voice fell silent, and for a long time no one stepped forward. Some people even think that at worst, they can just keep going like this. What if the tyrant blocks the exit? Can he block it forever? But the next moment they changed their minds. Because the tyrant made his move. Rumble. The entire city shook violently, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Chapter 99 Tyrant. You have already chosen your own death. What's going on? What happens? It's a tyrant. The tyrant is destroying the city. Countless people were so frightened that they lost their minds. At this moment, they finally understood why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings. When they used to brag in the tavern, they never felt that the gap between them and the 10 kings was that far. Tyrants are human, and so are they. Tyrants are superhumans, and so are some of them. How different can they be? It wasn't until they witnessed it firsthand that they understood why the 10 kings were called the 10 kings, and that the difference between people was far greater than the difference between people and dogs. The most typical example is the humorous dart thrower Li Xiao, who has always thought that even if the tyrant is stronger than him, how much stronger can he be? If he fights with all his might, he might still have a chance of winning. But now, Li Xiao, like a stray dog with a broken leg, was hiding alone in a corner, staring in horror and even blankness at the tyrant standing in the sky, performing a miracle. Tyrant Yang Jie remained indifferent as he stretched out his palm and made a grasping motion in the air towards the city below. Boom! Several buildings, tens of meters high, seemed to be under invisible pressure, frantically caved in and were squeezed inward, turning into ruins in an instant. The dust kicked up shot into the sky, forming a sandstorm that filled the air. The tyrant continued, his mental energy seemingly inexhaustible, attacking repeatedly without showing any signs of fatigue. Under his rule, the entire city began to collapse from the outermost perimeter. The sturdy buildings crumbled like child's block castles at the slightest touch. Smoke and ruins formed a huge encirclement, constantly squeezing everyone's living space. At this point, people finally realized the tyrant's plan. He intended to destroy the entire city and use the ruins to build a giant cage to imprison everyone. Panic began to spread. Few could remain calm in the face of such extraordinary power that could destroy a city. We can't stay inside the building any longer. Run! Some people were terrified and rushed out of the building like madmen, trying to escape the city and get away from the tyrant. In just a moment, several buildings collapsed before his eyes, piling up and overlapping to form a wall tens of meters high, completely blocking his way. More and more people were forced out, and the surrounding ruins surged inward like a tidal wave, shrinking the encirclement at a visible speed. Minghu Hikianjin attempted to escape the encirclement with their strength, but instead received special attention from the tyrant. The 1,000-meter-long silver dragon's scales trembled in the sky, falling like rain, and countless tiny silver metal fragments shot towards Minghu and the others. Their faces were extremely solemn, their blood and chi surged, and a scarlet light formed a protective blood shield on their bodies. Although it blocked the first wave of attacks, their blood and chi were rapidly depleted, making it impossible for them to withstand the endless silver rain. With no other options, they were forced into an encirclement. Many people began to get injured. The steel bars, furniture, bed frames, and even all metal objects in the surrounding building ruins seemed to be given a soul by the gods, constantly attacking the crowd. Cries for mercy, screams, and curses echoed across the ruins like a symphony of hell. The only area that was not attacked was probably the area where Shiro and the others were. The reasons are self-evident, and Xiaodong's eyebrows furrowed more and more. If it weren't for the inappropriate time, she would definitely ask Bai Yi what he had done with her body. Bai Yi had no time to pay attention to the crazy woman's gaze. A serious look appeared on his face. This was troublesome. The trouble he was referring to was not a powerful, godlike tyrant, but Bai Zhe, who might recover at any time. His original plan was to steal the Panga USB drive from the tyrant so that he could deal with Bai Zhe. But now the Panga USB drive is missing and the exit has been sealed off by the tyrant with metal. What if Bai Zhe comes knocking on his door now? Wouldn't that be the end of him? He glanced at the only exit in the distance, where countless metal debris were piled up like a mountain, blocking the exit completely. Even if he used time-stopping magic, he couldn't get out. Damn it! Bai Ye's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he stared intently at the crimson figure in the sky. Tyrant, you have already met your end. The best course of action now is to kill the tyrant and leave Vault 189 as soon as possible. Time has stopped. 5 seconds left. If I could get close enough, killing the tyrant wouldn't be difficult, but the problem is that the tyrant can fly. Come down here if you dare. As it turned out, Yang Jie really did come down. Once everyone was contained in the very center, the 1,000-meter-long silver dragon in the sky slowly descended, its tail finally coiling around the ground. Yang Jie held the dragon head high, gazing indifferently at the crowd. At this moment, no one had time to fear Yang Jie because the Rambutans had arrived. Without the buildings to block their view, the Rambutans swarmed in. However, the collapse of the city had also affected the Rambutans, with many Rambutans buried in the ruins. Only a small number have emerged so far. Although the crowd is very annoyed, they can manage to cope. The only good news is that the fake people didn't come, and they were basically all buried when the building collapsed. Yang Jie was also attacked by Rambutans, but there were fewer Rambutans attacking him than there were metal fragments around him. He didn't need to lift a finger. Countless metal fragments automatically blocked the Rambutans. Mr. Xiao? Oldly. Brother Xiaoba. Gao Banqing's excited voice came from the crowd. Immediately afterwards, Gao Banqing, Xiao Kuei, Li Xiao, and several bounty hunters who had been drinking earlier rushed over in a hurry while trying to avoid the Rambutans. It's so great to see you all again, Gao Banqing, who had a black eye, said with delight. They glanced at them and found that the team that once numbered 20 had now dwindled to just a few. Needless to say, their fate was certainly terrible. He wasn't surprised that Gao Banqing hadn't died. The son of a billionaire with immense wealth had the old-era robot Xiao Kuei and the forbidden item of the Jiao level, life-buying money, protecting him. No matter who died, Gao Banqing wouldn't die. The only thing that surprised him was Xiao Kuei's disgusted expression. Fatty Gao, your maid, seems a little different. You didn't ride her this time? Upon hearing this, Gao Banqing's expression changed drastically, and he quickly looked at Xiao Kuei beside him. Xiao Kuei's expression of disgust grew even stronger. Humph, who would want this fatso to ride on them? Huh, Shirono exclaimed in astonishment. The robot can speak. What I've always been able to talk. I just didn't want to before. Xiao Kuei suddenly waved her little hand, and a gust of wind suddenly swept up, blowing away several scarlet viruses that were attacking. Gao Banqing hurriedly said, Brother Xiaobai, say less. Xiao Kuei is different from before. She was infected by the scarlet virus while protecting me, and then she became like this. She has a bad temper, and when she gets angry, she even hits me. He pointed to his bruises and gave a wry smile. Chapter 100, The Last 20 Minutes. Bai Yi was even more astonished. Was the mutated scarlet virus really a virus? It could infect Li Yu's magic hand and also infect robots? This was definitely not as simple as a virus. By the way, Brother Xiaobai, weren't you with Mr. Li? Where is Mr. Li? Gao Banqing looked around anxiously. Mr. Li was his pillar of support. Now that his pillar of support is gone, how can he feel at ease? I'm here. From a corner of the ruins behind them, Liu's calm voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Mr. Li, the magician, slowly walking out of the window of a collapsed house. That's great, Mr. Li, you're all right too. Everyone cheered. Bai Yi looked at Liu suspiciously. He seriously suspected that Liu hadn't just arrived, but had been hiding in the ruins all along. Damn it, Liuji is so cunning. While everyone else was surrounded in the center of this ruin, he found a gap in the ruin and hid inside. I'll say it one last time. Hand over the Pangu USB drive. Yang Jie's indifferent voice dominated the entire room, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Tyrant, you were the first to enter the core laboratory. How could we possibly have the Pangu USB drive? The battered and bruised Nether Tiger roared. He was injured in the battle against the tyrant, and then killed many test subjects in the experimental base. He also withstood the explosion of the experimental base. His injuries are very serious, and if he does not receive treatment, his life will be in danger. Tyrant, our Brotherhood of Steel came here for the Pangu USB drive, but it's obvious that there isn't one in Vault 189. Just like before, it's just a rumor, He Qianjun said solemnly. He was in very poor condition. His shirt was completely soaked in blood. The Brotherhood of Steel has no intention of being your enemy. Please make way for us so we can leave. He Qianjun wanted to use the name of the Iron Brotherhood to make the tyrant wary, but he underestimated the tyrant's tyranny. The tyrant coldly said, whether you have the Pangu USB drive or not is not important. What is important is that I want you to hand it over, and you must hand it over. You now face only two choices. Hand over the USB drive or surrender your lives. His domineering words caused a slight change in everyone's expression. They understood that a tyrant in a fit of rage would not give face to anyone. Minghu roared with a ferocious expression. Everyone. The tyrant has no intention of leaving us a way out. Today, it's either the tyrant who dies or we who perish. Let's fight him to the death. Count me in. He Qianjun walked out of the crowd with a gloomy expression, followed by more than a dozen wounded cyborgs. That's right. Let's fight him. So what if there are 10 kings? If you want to kill me, you'll have to ask the gun in my hand if it agrees first. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone those who have been driven to the brink. Those who have survived to this day are all powerful figures with bounties exceeding 1 million, renowned in the outside world. Such people never lack the courage to fight back in desperate situations. The crowd instantly became indignant. In fact, the wisest thing for a tyrant would be to divide the people and defeat them one by one, which would be effortless. But he disdained to use such methods, simply because he was Yang Jie, one of the 10 kings, a tyrant. Despite the desperate crowd, Yang Jie's expression remained unchanged. He had never taken them seriously. Kill! Minghu roared and took the lead in the charge. Silver Serpent, Crane Thousand Army, and others followed closely behind. At this time, no one would sell out the Nether Tiger and let him wear down the tyrant's power. These powerful people were not fools. To play such petty tricks against the tyrant was tantamount to suicide. Their only chance of winning is to fight with all their might and charge forward. Perhaps then they can successfully defeat the tyrant. At that moment, regardless of strength, everyone took action, and the surging crowd rushed towards the tyrant. But the tyrant merely bent his fingers slightly and tapped the 1,000-meter-long silver dragon beneath him with his knuckles. In an instant, the silver dragon swung its tail, and countless metallic scraping sounds rang out. With a sweep of its massive tail, hundreds of meters long, the charge of the crowd came to a complete halt. More than a dozen unlucky souls who couldn't dodge in time were instantly smashed into a cloud of blood mist by the dragon's tail. Only Minghu and the others rushed to the vicinity of the silver dragon, but what greeted them was an overwhelming barrage of metal fragments. They were firmly restrained by the metal fragments, while the tyrant stood atop the 100-meter-high dragon, head not far away, arms crossed, indifferently watching their desperate struggle. The scene became increasingly chaotic, and the scarlet virus also got involved. Some people did not die at the hands of the tyrant, but were instead ambushed by the scarlet virus, with countless bloodlines taking root in their bodies and spreading wildly. Before long, several fake humans emerged, and they began to attack everyone indiscriminately. Amid the chaos, Bai Yi, taking advantage of the situation, glanced at the time, 23:40. Only 20 minutes left. He planned to wait 20 minutes. Killing the tyrant in 5 seconds was too risky. Not only would he need to rush through the nearly 1,000-meter-long metal-restricted area, but he would also have to climb up the massive silver dragon's body to reach the tyrant. There simply wasn't enough time. Actually, he had another way, which was to change the number, to change to Xiaodong's number. With Xiaodong's strength, freezing time for 5 seconds should be enough to kill the tyrant. But this is a last resort. He won't change his number unless absolutely necessary, because that might expose the time freeze. And Xiaodong couldn't defeat the tyrant, so why can you instantly kill him after possessing his body? Even a fool knows there's something fishy about this. So he decided to wait a little longer, hoping that Minghu and the others would put in some effort and delay the inevitable for another 20 minutes. At that moment, Shirono caught a glimpse of someone else taking advantage of the situation out of the corner of his eye. Humorist artsman, Li Xiao. At this moment, Li Xiao seemed to be terrified, standing motionless, staring blankly at the tyrant, who looked like a god descending to earth, his body trembling uncontrollably. After trembling for a while, as if remembering something, his face contorted into a ferocious expression for a moment. Then he threw several shadow darts at the tyrant from 800 miles away, before continuing to tremble. There were several other corpses around him, their faces mangled beyond recognition by metal piercings. Bai Yi put his hand to his forehead, completely unexpected that Li Xiao would be so incompetent. He was the one who shouted the loudest, but when it came to the crucial moment, he was the one who was the most cowardly. Li Xiao's bounty reached 65 million, so he was by no means weak. In fact, he was stronger than most of the people present. Yet, this extremely arrogant and powerful man did not even have the courage to step forward. Sometimes, arrogance and inferiority are separated by a fine line. Often, people who are extremely inferior become extremely arrogant after achieving success. Bai Yi was well aware of Li Xiao's current mindset. He was like Lord Yi who loved dragons, but was terrified when he actually saw one. Chapter 101 Li Xiao. Tell Bai Yi I'm not a piece of trash. If the enemy he faced was not the tyrant, but one of the other 10 kings, Li Xiao might have the courage to fight to the death. But when facing the tyrant, the one he had always regarded as someone to catch up with, his mentality would collapse instantly when the gap became too large. Now, the pitiful Li Xiao can only hide behind the crowd, trembling with fear. But how could Bai Yi let him have his way? He'd better hurry up and buy me some time. Humorist artsman, Bai Yi shouted, causing Li Xiao's dazed gaze to stir. Do you want to be a coward for life, or a hero for a moment? Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. A complex mix of shame, fear, resentment, and struggle appeared on his face. Your retreat now will become a thorn in your heart in the future. Even if you are lucky enough to survive today, for the rest of your life, countless sleepless nights will be filled with the nightmares of today. You will see yourself cowering in the shadow of cowardice, listening to the voice within repeatedly questioning you. Why didn't I even have the courage to try it once back then? Li Xiao trembled more and more, and a kind of flame seemed to be rising in his eyes. Bai Yi was delighted to see this. All the inspirational stories he'd read in his past life hadn't been for nothing. He immediately intensified his efforts. Don't let fear seal your power. If you don't act now, you will definitely regret it later. When gray hair creeps up your temples, and you look back on the past, you will see the person you should have been shining in your youth. But you were trapped in the same place because of cowardice. Do you want to wake up in terror every night and berate yourself for being a useless piece of trash? Li Xiao suddenly raised his head, a surging feeling rushing towards him. He knew it was called unwillingness. I'm not a piece of trash, he shouted angrily, as if to encourage himself, and the shadows beneath his feet surged like a tide. What are you if not a piece of trash? The tyrant is right in front of you. Your target is within reach, yet you hesitate to step forward. Have you forgotten your ambition? Buzz. A surge of rage and resentment shot from Li Xiao's chest to the top of his head, instantly filling his eyes with bloodshot veins and contorting his expression into a ferocious rage. He felt something was about to burst forth from his body, just one step away, like a volcano that had been suppressed to the extreme, clearly on the verge of erupting, but the crater was blocked by a boulder. This feeling of suffocation and resentment made it hard for him to breathe, and his chest felt like it was about to explode. Ah! Li Xiao suddenly roared like a madman, unleashing his pent-up emotions. He shouted the loudest of all at the unreachable crimson figure atop the dragon's head. I will never forget it for a moment. Whoosh! Charged towards Yang Jie like a maddened beast. Countless shadows emerged from his body. He was like a torrent of shadows, cutting through the crowd and moving forward relentlessly. The closer he got to the tyrant, the more intense the flames burned in his eyes. He murmured like a madman, my ambition, my goal, my dream. Even if I die, I will die on the road to pursuing my dream. Holy crap, Bai Yi exclaimed. Is this motivational talk really that effective? I knew it. All superhumans are crazy, and I was right. Jia, who was being attacked by the crowd, frowned slightly. Li Xiao's sudden shout caught his attention, but he didn't know what had happened. All he knew was that a madman was shouting about ambition and dreams when he charged at him. The next moment, Li Xiao leaped into the air, crossed his arms in front of his chest, made a cross gesture, and then suddenly swung his arms away. Whoosh whoosh. A barrage of dark darts shot out, creating a tremendous roar. Faced with such an attack, Yang Jie simply waved his hand, and countless silver-white metals fell from the silver dragon, converging into a huge silver-white portal that easily blocked all of Li Xiao's attacks. Li Xiao wanted to make another move, but the silver-white portal came hurtling towards him and smashed directly into him. Bang! Li Xiao flew back along with the door, crashing heavily to the ground with a loud thud. Bai Yi, who witnessed the whole thing, was stunned. Li Xiao rushed forward. Li Xiao made his move. Li Xiao is dead. He quickly pulled out his gold pocket watch and glanced at it. Damn, Li Xiao only took 3 seconds. Hiding in the crowd, Gao Banqing rushed over and, with great effort, lifted the metal door that was pressing down on Li Xiao, revealing the dying Li Xiao inside. Li Xiao trembled as he reached out to Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing grabbed his hand, thinking that Li Xiao wanted him to help him up, but he only managed to lift him halfway up. Li Xiao whispered in Gao Banqing's ear in a trembling voice, Tell Bai Yi, I'm not a waste. After saying that, his head lolled to the side and he fainted. Gao Banqing was startled and shook him repeatedly until he realized that Li Xiao was still breathing, at which point he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the tyrant, who had been besieged, showed obvious impatience on his face. Perhaps Li Xiao had affected his mentality, because he was about to get serious. He made a grasping motion in the air towards the surrounding abandoned buildings, and those buildings immediately began to collapse violently. The next moment, countless steel bars flew out of the building, covering the sky behind him. Rusty steel bars were woven into an airtight dome. The broken steel bars reflected a cold light, and their sharp tips trembled slightly with the trembling of his eyelashes, like deadly arrows drawn by invisible threads. The tyrant waved his hand lightly, and annihilation descended upon the crowd. Minghu and his men were on high alert. They kept dodging and knocking away, but there were just too many steel bars. Damn it! Minghu's face grew paler and paler, the excessive blood loss causing him to experience severe dizziness. If I hadn't been injured one after another, how could I not even be able to get close to them? In a moment of confusion, Minghu's right arm was pierced by a steel bar. He groaned, not having time to treat the wound, as dozens of steel bars came hurtling towards him. But with his mobility impaired, he was powerless to dodge. Despite his best efforts to knock away more than a dozen steel bars, he was still pierced through the body by the remaining steel bars. The protective shield of qi and blood on his body had long since shattered due to excessive consumption of qi and blood. Nether Tiger! The silver snake cried out in alarm and rushed toward the Nether Tiger. Don't worry about me, hurry. Before he could even utter the word escape, Minghu froze, because the silver snake hadn't come to save him at all. Instead, it was using his body as a shield. The silver snake hid behind the Nether Tiger, supporting his body with both hands, and then retreated rapidly. The incoming steel bars all pierced Minghu's body, his expression contorted with rage and savagery. You bitch! With a final scream, the Nether Tiger, impaled by steel bars and riddled with thorns, fell silent, its eyes wide open in death. Silver Serpent finally escaped the tyrant's vicinity. Looking at the tragically dead Nether Tiger, she wept bitterly. Brother Tiger, you sacrificed your life to save me. Don't worry, I will definitely live well with your share in my life. Dark Tiger. Chapter 102 Bai Yi. I have a plan to slay the tyrant. After a barrage of steel bars, many were either dead or injured. They were forced to the edge of the cage, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the tyrant atop the silver dragon. Some people were so terrified that they even knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Spare me. Tyrant, spare me. I really don't have the Panga USB drive. No, don't kill me. Tyrant, my hometown is also Floating Light City. We're from the same hometown. Faced with pleas for mercy, Yang Jie remained indifferent, his eyes showing neither joy nor sorrow, as if he were looking at an ant. He raised his hand slightly, and the steel bars stuck in the ground trembled violently. They were suddenly pulled out by an invisible force and rose into the air again, like swords of Damocles hanging in midair, pointing directly at everyone. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in horror. With tens of thousands of steel bars reinforced by the tyrant's power, how many people present could possibly survive? The courage they had mustered to confront the tyrant vanished completely in the face of absolute power. Only fear spread like a tide, almost engulfing their mouths and noses, making it hard to breathe. You have one last minute to consider. Hand over the Panga USB drive, and my promise will still stand. Otherwise, you will die. Yang Jie gazed at the crowd indifferently, like a god who held the power of life and death. Bai Yi strongly suspects that Yang Jie forced everyone to hand over the body because he was too lazy to search it. 15 minutes left. Nether Tigers only managed to delay for 5 minutes. He can only recover 1 minute of divine power after 15 minutes, but the tyrant didn't give him that much time. If the tyrant isn't dealt with soon, he will probably die a miserable death in Vault 189 like everyone else. How can you defeat a tyrant in just 5 seconds? He is now at least a kilometer away from the tyrant. To get close, he would not only have to cross that kilometer in 5 seconds, but also climb the 100-meter-high silver dragon to reach the tyrant on the dragon's head and kill him. Doing all this in 5 seconds is incredibly difficult. Damn it, do I have no choice but to change my number? Bai Yi silently walked to Xiaodong's side. The night girl had a solemn expression and her breathing was slightly disordered. Obviously, she had been quite exhausted from the battle just now. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Shirayuki approaching, and a look of doubt flashed in her eyes. Before he could speak, Bai Yi whispered, "I have a plan to slay the tyrant." And Xiaodong was taken aback. What plan? Actually, I am also a superhuman. My superhuman ability is a 1,000-fold melody of fleeting light and shadow. Bai Yi made up on the spot. And Xiaodong. Simply put, I can increase my speed, but this requires a very strong physique. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand the burden of speed. Your physique is just right to allow me to bring out the full potential of the swift shadow and 1,000-fold melody. With his extreme speed, he will be able to break through the metal surrounding Yang Jie. In other words, my abilities combined with your body are enough to slay a tyrant. To cover up the fact that time was frozen, Shirono was talking nonsense. After all, time freezing was too terrifying, but if it was changed to increasing speed, it would be much easier to accept. As for the person suddenly disappearing when time stops, that can only mean your eyesight is poor and you can't keep up with my speed. And Xiaodong said expressionlessly, but what you just said was clearly a fleeting glimpse of light and shadow, a 1,000-fold movement in an instant. Bai Yi. Slip of the tongue. Don't worry about the details, just say whether you agree or disagree. Agreed. And Xiaodong agreed so readily that Bai Yi thought she was teasing him. And Xiaodong explained, "First, you are a good person. Damn it, are you going to keep giving out friend cards forever? Second, I don't think you would risk your life. Third, I'm not surprised that you are a superhuman. In fact, I had already guessed it, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to cross the city alone to come to the experimental base." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that Xiaodong was quite perceptive. With time pressing and Xiaodong agreeing, he decided not to waste any more time. He immediately took out the twin monkey statues, took half for himself, and gave the other half to Xiaodong. The two held the monkey statue tightly, their eyes meeting as they waited. Result: nothing happened. What? Bai Yi was stunned. Was the posture wrong? Why couldn't she change it? He realized that the twin monkey statues probably had a hidden mechanism he was unaware of. It's over. Bai Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. Without Xiaodong's body, how could he possibly fight against the tyrant? I'm so naive. What are these two damn monkeys made of? Why are they so unreliable? He also had an evil plan to achieve immortality using the twin monkey statues, but that plan has now also failed. At this moment, Xiaodong handed over the other half of the monkey statue. She remained silent, showing no sign of frustration at the failed exchange. Those light brown eyes were fixed on Yang Jie, silently adjusting the churning blood and qi within her body. They are clearly prepared to fight to the death. Looking at the twin monkey statues in his hand, Bai Yi knew that his last resort was blocked. If he had enough time, he could have studied the mechanism of the twin monkey statues, but unfortunately, there are no ifs. How can we stall for the last 14 minutes? He glanced at the crowd and saw that even the strongest among them, He Qianjun, was injured and looked on with fear, not daring to step forward. The nether tiger was riddled with thorns, and the silver serpent held it, weeping. The fierce owl had fainted. Only Xiaodong was unharmed, clearly because she was being targeted by the tyrant. But being unharmed was useless, as Xiaodong's strength was no match for the tyrant. At this moment, Yang Jie spoke up. 1 minute is up. Since you can't hand it over, then die. His palms slowly pressed down, and the steel bars suspended above everyone's heads began to tremble. Gao Banqing panicked and shouted, "Wait! My father, Gao Shanhe!" This shout startled everyone, even Yang Jie frowned. However, Yang Jie merely frowned slightly and continued to press down with one hand. Gao Banqing's face turned pale. It was all over. His father, Gao Shanhe, was also beyond help. Just when everyone was in despair, Bai Yi had already silently walked to Li Zhao's side, preparing to take off his mask and put it on himself. His thinking was simple. Since there was no way to retreat, then let's just do it. Take life and death lightly, and fight if you disagree. This time, he did not choose to let Liu stand in the spotlight, but instead stayed behind the scenes. 5 seconds is simply not enough. He must find a way to buy time and get close to the tyrant in order to win in one strike. Chapter 103 5 seconds is fine. I'll kill even the 10 kings for you. For him, facing death was a strange feeling. As the countdown to death began, adrenaline surged through his body like boiling magma, and Shirono trembled with excitement. In those bright black eyes, a wildfire that death could not extinguish flickered. It was the madness of tearing a path to life even knowing certain death was inevitable, the arrogance of trampling life and death underfoot. 5 seconds it is. I'll kill even the 10 kings for you. Just then, a silver-white figure stepped forward. While everyone avoided Yang Jia like the plague, and Xiaotong, dressed in knight's armor, stepped out of the crowd carrying a sword. The slender, pure silver cross sword plowed a long groove in the ground. Like the dragon-slaying hero in fairy tales who confronts the evil dragon head-on. No one expected that this black knight from the silent court would be so audacious. Yang Jia's hand stopped abruptly. He stared indifferently at Xiaotong, without saying a word. Clang! And Xiaotong raised the pure silver cross sword, its blade pointing directly at the tyrant, the pure silver sword reflecting the cold moonlight. Yang Jia's lips curled into a cold smile. He always had a lot of patience with this woman, and he wanted to see what this interesting woman was up to. And Xiaotong was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "The one who took the Panga USB drive should be Yinshu. Let them go." Oh, Yang Jia smiled sarcastically. He didn't ask Xiaotong the basis for her identification of the hidden mouse. He only asked one question. On what grounds? With the sword in my hand. Yang Jia laughed again. This was probably the most he had ever laughed. Woman, you are no match for me. And Xiaotong nodded calmly. I am indeed no match for you, but I have my own methods. What method? The next second, and Xiaotong's action stunned everyone. She slowly raised the pure silver cross sword, and then placed it against her neck. Yang Jia's smile vanished abruptly, his eyes narrowed, and a cold glint flashed within them. Although I don't know why you've been holding back against me, that's no longer important. What's important is that I know you don't want me to die. The night girl said so. Woman, you're using my indulgence to threaten me? Huh. Yang Jia laughed angrily. But you seem to have forgotten one thing. Tyrants are never afraid of any threat. He gripped Xiaotong's hand tightly, and steel bars rained down from the sky. Before Xiaotong could react, another steel bar suddenly flew out from the ruins beside her, launching a sneak attack from the side. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out as Xiaotong's pure silver cross sword was struck by a steel bar and nearly slipped from her hand. A resolute glint flashed in the girl's eyes, and she raised her pure silver cross sword and swung it at herself again, but it was too late. Dozens of swords fell like javelins, grazing her armor. Bang bang bang. Steel bars were attached to almost every movable joint in her arms and legs. These steel bars did not harm Xiaotong, but they firmly fixed her body in place. At this moment, she was like a puppet fixed to a wooden board with countless nails. She tried to struggle again, but Yang Jia exerted his strength once more, and a sickening metallic twisting sound rang out. The steel bars that were restricting her body instantly came to life, like winding, twisting ropes that bound her tightly. Let me go. And Xiaotong struggled incessantly, her terrifying blood energy permeating her armor, yet she still couldn't break free from Yang Jia's power. Yang Jia waved his hand, and Xiaotong was immediately lifted up by the steel bars and landed on the dragon's head. Watch quietly. After restricting Xiaotong's movements, Yang Jia ignored her and turned his attention to the crowd. Just as he was about to manipulate the steel bars to kill everyone, a playful look appeared in his eyes. Because another person stepped out from the crowd, this time it was a man. Black hair, black clothes, black eyes, and a black mask. Without uttering a word, the man walked alone out of the crowd and headed straight for the tyrant. He walked without making any extra sound, but the soft thud of his shoes rolling over the gravel struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. The blood-red dandelions floating in the sky drifted down from around him, seemingly in fear, and did not attack him at all. This strange sight amazed everyone, as it was like a person walking in a blizzard without a single snowflake falling on them. Not only that, even the manic pseudo-humans did not launch any attack upon seeing him, but stood there dumbfounded. How is this possible? The mutated scarlet virus dared to attack even the tyrant, but it didn't dare to attack him. Just who is he? Black Mask. It's Shadow Man Li Xiao? No, it's not Li Xiao. Although this person's attire is similar to Li Xiao's, his build is different. He's taller and thinner than Li Xiao. Gao Banqing recognized at a glance that this person was not Li Xiao. After all, Li Xiao was still unconscious and the body shape did not match. But why are this person's clothes and black mask exactly the same as Li Xiao's? He turned around suspiciously and looked toward the place where Li Xiao had fainted, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. A naked man, stripped naked and curled up on the ground, was unconscious, his brows furrowed, perhaps feeling the cold, and he instinctively curled up into a ball to keep warm. Although Gao Banqing had never seen Li Xiao's true face, he recognized at a glance that the one lying on the ground was the real Li Xiao. He subconsciously looked at Li Xiao's face and was immediately stunned. Li Xiao was actually not bad-looking, but he had a bluish-black birthmark on his right cheek, which almost covered half of his face. So that's why Li Xiao always wears a mask. He suddenly understood why Li Xiao had developed this personality. His birthmark had made him feel inferior for a long time, and after becoming a superhuman, this inferiority complex turned into extreme arrogance. Wait, Li Xiao is here, so who is that person wearing the black mask? All eyes in the arena were drawn to the man in the black mask. They didn't know what he was going to do, but people always have a glimmer of hope when they're in dire straits. What if this man could defeat the tyrant? What if? The man in the black mask was none other than Shirayuki. The intense gazes of hundreds of people behind him, along with Yang Jie's indifferent stare, made him involuntarily curl a smile at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly found himself enjoying the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife. There are 11 minutes left until midnight. He will use these last 11 minutes to put on a good show on the edge of a knife. The first act of a good show, creating mystery. Whether it's wearing a black mask or using the fact that the mutated scarlet virus doesn't harm him, it's all to make everyone assume that he's a mysterious and powerful figure. Judging people by their appearance is human nature. If he appeared as a wasteland teenager, his intimidating power would be greatly reduced. Of course, he had other considerations besides that. If he really killed the tyrant, he would surely become famous throughout the world. Fame often means trouble and wasted time. The ability to freeze time for 1 minute is like a venomous snake with deadly poison. Given the right conditions, he can kill any large beast, but just as easily, any large beast can also kill him. As a venomous snake, the best way to attack is to hide itself and strike a fatal blow from the shadows. One can imagine that once the tyrant is killed, his bounty will exceed 1 billion, and countless dangers will swarm in. What difference would it make if the tyrant were as powerful as he is? There are still people who want to kill. Mr. Ying's sniper rifle is the best example. Perhaps the tyrant can prevent sniper rifles, but he really can't. Chapter 104 Tyrant. You are not worthy of knowing my identity. To Bai Ye's surprise, Li Xiao's black mask was actually a forbidden item. The Jiao level, black netherworld mask. After he put it on, he learned the name of the forbidden object. The forbidden object was a living being. Although it couldn't speak, it could actually communicate. Just like your pet dog, you may not understand the sound of its barking, but if you see it scratching at the door anxiously and circling around, you know it wants to go out and pee. Bai Yi didn't know the containment conditions yet, but the faint desire for his own face emanating from the black nether mask gave him some clues. He ignored the taboo object and walked silently toward the tyrant, just to get closer to him and save some time. Seeing that Bai Yi could make the mutated scarlet virus and the fake humans avoid, the tyrant's eyes showed an even stronger sense of amusement. Interesting. Instead of running away, you dare to walk towards me? He slowly raised his hand, and the steel bars in the sky were poised to launch. Bai Yi stopped in his tracks. He was now 700 meters away from the tyrant. But he knew he couldn't leave any further, or the tyrant would surely take action immediately. Act 2. Taking the lead from the start. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Bai stopped in his tracks, recalling the feeling of being a god when facing the Eye of Ember. He stood with his hands behind his back, and the cool night breeze lifted the hem of his clothes, casting a swaying shadow at his feet. The edges of the black mask gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, but only a pair of dark, jade-like eyes pierced through the shadows, calmly watching the tyrant. Suddenly, a calm, deep voice came from beneath the black mask. The Panga USB drive is not something you can touch. I can give you a chance to leave now. These words shocked everyone present. They even doubted their own ears. The calm, indifferent tones sounded like the pity of a powerful figure for the weak. But he was facing the tyrant Yang Jie. Give Yang Jie a chance. Give one of the 10 kings, the tyrant, a chance to leave. Yang Jie's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. So you took the Panga USB drive? So what if it is, and so what if it isn't? Bai Ye's gaze met Yang Jie's icy eyes in midair. The two locked eyes, one cold and domineering, the other calm and indifferent. In short, neither side took the other seriously. Yang Jie's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. It's been many years since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Interesting. I don't kill nameless people. State your name. A smile curved Bai Ye's lips. He knew that part of the plan had succeeded and the tyrant had taken the bait. A tyrant like him is only interested in other strong people, and only the strong have the right to talk to him. In response, Bai even prepared to waste 2 seconds to easily dodge the tyrant's attack, thus enhancing his image as a strong man. However, the tyrant was clearly more arrogant than imagined. He had absolute confidence in his own strength and in his ability to control everything. This is the difference between people. If Li Yu were placed in the position of a tyrant, Bai Yi would be certain that Li Yu would attack without saying a word after seeing a person who appeared to be a mysterious powerhouse. If they can't take him down in one strike, they'll turn and run. To deal with different strong individuals, you need to implement different strategies based on their personalities. Dealing with a tyrant is actually quite simple. All you need to do is be even more arrogant than him. Bai Yi calmly replied, "You are not worthy to know my identity." In an instant, Yang Jie's aura changed drastically. His eyes surged with killing intent, and a terrifying pressure like a mountain enveloped the entire area, causing everyone to tense up and break out in a cold sweat. Bai Yi felt a faint stinging pain all over his body. He was completely enveloped by the tyrant's almost tangible killing intent, as if he would be beheaded the next second if he moved even slightly. However, the curve of his lips widened even further. Act 3. Using power to intimidate. However, we only met once at the experimental base. Have you forgotten already? Yang Jie, who was about to make a move, frowned slightly. He was certain that he had never seen the person in front of him before. Bai Yi smiled slightly, but then said something surprising. That's right. When we met at the experimental base, I didn't want to reveal my existence, so I deliberately erased your memories. That's right. He borrowed the power of Bai Zhe, which is forbidden by the gods. What? Everyone was shocked. Erasing the tyrant's memory. If what this person said was true, what terrifying methods must they have used? Yang Jie's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Erasing my memory? Bai Yi continued. I thought that with your strength, you might be able to detect what I did, but I didn't expect. Can't even detect the abnormality in his memory? Tyrant. Yang Jie. In an instant, Yang Jie's pupils contracted to pinpoints. Just moments ago, he had frantically searched his memories using his immense mental power, and the result. He was shocked to discover that his memory was indeed faulty. He had lost a portion of his memories. If losing his memory was shocking enough, what was even more shocking was that he hadn't even realized he was losing his memory until the mysterious person reminded him. What kind of tactic is this? He was both shocked and furious, his eyes, heavy with worry, fixed intently on Bai Yi, as if trying to pierce through the black mask to see his true face. What did you do to my memories? Yang Jie hissed. His words were tantamount to acknowledging Shireen's statement. He Qianjun and the others were stunned and looked at Bai Ye's back with utter horror, their scalps tingling. Was what this mysterious man said actually true? He really did erase the tyrant's memories, and what's most terrifying is that the tyrant only realized it after being reminded. How is this possible? When did such a terrifyingly powerful expert appear in Baiman? Are they the other 10 kings? No. None of the 10 kings can erase memories, and even if they could, it would be impossible to erase the memories of the tyrant, who was also one of the 10 kings. On the silver dragon, and Xiao Tong, who was entangled in steel bars, was also shocked, but her shock was mixed with a trace of doubt. Why does the mysterious person look somewhat familiar? It's normal that she's familiar with Bai Yi. After all, no one knows Bai Ye's body better than her. She's even touched it herself. She understands Shirano, just as Shirano understands her. So you finally realized it? Bai Ye's calm voice came from beneath the black mask. Don't worry, I only erased your memory of our meeting. I didn't do anything to your memory. He admitted that there was an element of gambling involved, but he won the gamble. Previously, when Bai Zhe had his eye on him, only the tyrant could sense his presence. After Bai Zhe caught up, the tyrant could also see Bai Zhe, but was later affected by Bai Zhe at close range. Therefore, Bai Yi guessed that even someone as powerful as the tyrant, after being far away from Bai Zhe, should be able to detect the anomaly in his memories by searching them. Chapter 105 The Shocking Tyrant. Yang Jie stared intently at the man in black. As one of the 10 kings, he was naturally not intimidated by Bai Ye's few words, even if the other party had indeed erased his memories through some means. He may not be able to defend against such bizarre methods, but he can deal with the people who use them. playing the mystic. I almost forgot. Bai Yi suddenly changed the subject. I think I left something in your memory by chance. Hee hee. I've swallowed too many memories over the past 100 years, so I often forget things. Don't be offended. Yang Jie frowned deeply. Had he absorbed too many memories over the past century? Was he frequently forgetful? He had never heard of this person's methods within the northern Mang territory. Could it be? You're from Vault 189. Seeing that Yang Jie had been successfully misled, Bai Yi knew that the fourth act, the substitution, was complete. Bai Yi smiled slightly. Who I am is not important. What's important is who you are. Who I am. Yang Jie felt a chill creeping down his spine, a chill that was terrifying to think about. Memory is the most important part of a person. It is no exaggeration to say that who you are is determined by your past experiences, and what carries these experiences is memory. When a person is born and given a name, it doesn't mean that you are that person, because there are many people with the same name, and even some who look similar. So, as a completely independent individual with a full personality, how do you distinguish yourself from others? It naturally depends on the differences in experience and memory. But when a person's memories are altered, are you still really you? What have you done? Yang Jie's tone grew increasingly chilling. Act 5. Invite the enemy into the trap. Let Yang Jie fall into the trap of memories. If you want to arouse the suspicion and fear of a tyrant, then the altered memories must not be trivial. For example, I ate Kung Pao chicken for dinner, but changed it to shredded pork with garlic sauce. These must be crucial memories. Bai Yi already had the answer to this question, recalling his first meeting with Yang Jie as in Shaodong. Yang Jie's eyes at that moment wasn't one of amazement or lust, but rather, like a lake's surface struck by a sudden downpour, rippling violently, eyes filled with incredulous anticipation. But once you see it clearly, it's like a candle flame being extinguished, leaving only a thick sense of melancholy and an empty sense of loss. Bai Yi found it strange at the time. With Yang Jie's strength, what kind of woman couldn't he get? Even if in Shaodong was beautiful, it wouldn't make Yang Jie act like a brainless, domineering CEO. Looking back now, Yang Jie probably saw the shadow of his former white moonlight in Shaodong. Given Yang Jie's domineering nature, if this white moonlight were still alive, he wouldn't be so melancholy. Even if she had married someone else, Yang Jie would definitely take her back. Therefore, it can be inferred that the white moonlight must be dead. After a moment's thought, Bai Yi said calmly, in your memories, I saw a woman who had long since died, a woman who bore some resemblance to the Black Knight. Upon hearing this, Yang Jie was utterly shocked. All correct. A name that had been buried for a long time surged uncontrollably into Yang Jie's mind. It was the most important person in his memory, and also the memory he least wanted to recall. His knuckles tightened unconsciously, as memories washed over the scabbed wounds like a tidal wave, exposing the softest and most vulnerable flesh of his heart through the torn scars. What did you do to her? Yang Jie's eyes were bloodshot, his expression furious and ferocious. Faced with Yang Jie's anger, Bai Yi remained calm, for he had completely taken control of the situation. I don't like bland stories, so I specially changed the ending for you and her. His calm words, like pebbles thrown into a lake, stirred Yang Jie's thoughts. The ending has been changed. The ending has been changed. Memories flooded back like a tide. A familiar figure suddenly flashed through his mind. His teacher, a killer who always had a cold face. He was raised by his teacher. There were more than a dozen other orphans like him, but he couldn't remember many of them because they were all dead. The teacher is a member of an assassin organization, and adopting orphans is merely a way to cultivate fresh blood for the organization. Even so, Yang Jie always respected his teacher and even regarded him as his father until one day after he grew up, when this father figure completely collapsed. Life in the assassin organization was brutal, so brutal that of the dozen or so children, only he and Tang Duo survived. When he turned 18, his teacher held a graduation banquet for him and Tang Duo, signifying that they could now become true assassins and independently complete the organization's missions. Yang Jie clearly remembers that day. The graduation banquet was very simple. At their training base, the teacher made two of his signature dishes, a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes with meat and a plate of stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, as well as a pound of liquor bought from outside. That was the first time he had ever drunk alcohol. His teacher had said that an assassin must always keep his mind clear, but today was the day they graduated, so he could make an exception. Jie got drunk after only one glass of wine that day, but he was very happy because he had finally grown up, could escape the teacher's supervision, and could be with Tang Duo. In addition to abstaining from alcohol, assassins also abstain from romantic relationships. The teacher said that assassins cannot have emotions. If they do, their hands will shake when they hold a gun. So he had been suppressing his emotions, but after this day, he could finally stop suppressing them. Perhaps it was because his physical abilities were naturally superior to those of ordinary people, or perhaps the dosage of the drug and the alcohol was insufficient, but in his half-asleep state, he heard Tang Duo's cries and the teacher's voice. This time, however, the teacher's voice was no longer cold, but filled with desire. The teacher is instructing Tang Duo, giving her her last lesson before she graduates. The teacher said that the easiest place for a female assassin to succeed is always in bed, so you must learn all the techniques for seducing men into bed. And so, the teacher imparted all his knowledge to Tang Duo, while he slept soundly, feeling as if he were having a nightmare. That was a very, very long nightmare. Later, he woke up from his dream. Tang Duo seemed like a different person. Before, no matter how brutal the training was, she would always smile and comfort her teammates, saying that everything would be all right when they grew up, and that when they grew up. Tang Duo has indeed grown up to the point of being completely unfamiliar. She became the organization's top assassin, completing every mission flawlessly, even though her skills were clearly inferior to mine. From then on, Yang Jie developed a love for drinking, until one day, his teacher died, killed by Tang Duo. Chapter 106 Now, you finally piqued my interest a little. That night, Tang Duo and he drank a lot of alcohol, and neither of them said a word to each other. The next day, Tang Duo also died. He killed her. Tang Duo said, I don't want to die at the hands of those people in the organization. I hope that the person who will end my life in the end is you. Tang Duo's death awakened him, and brought forth a ruthless and tyrannical ruler, Yang Jie. The mysterious man's words plunged Yang Jie into his most important memories that were the most precious in his life. But now the mysterious man claimed that he had tampered with those memories. Anger instantly filled my chest. While Yang Jie was furious, he also felt a strange sense of fear. He wasn't afraid of the mysterious man's methods, but rather he was afraid that the hatred was fake. A fleeting, unrealistic fantasy even surfaced in his mind. Could it be that my current memories are false? Was the teacher actually always very kind to me and Tang Duo? Perhaps the teacher died while on a mission, and so did Tang Duo. That's right, we were raised by our teachers, so how could they possibly hurt us? The mysterious man said he didn't like mundane stories, so the teacher and Tang Duo dying on a mission was mundane to him. Therefore, he added even more drama to my memory. Perhaps the real ending is that they completed a mission together that was fraught with danger, a mission that caused him to lose his two closest loved ones, but also led to his awakening. If only that were true. At least, the teacher and Tang Duo never killed each other. Until their last breath, they were happy, they were still family. Humans are such pathetic and laughable creatures. Even a tyrant like Yang Jie is no exception. When faced with unacceptable facts, people subconsciously try to numb themselves with trembling and humble fantasies, even if those fantasies sound ridiculous. Yang Jie lost his composure. This was the second time he had lost his composure since Tang Duo's death. The first time he saw the Black Knight's true face was when the woman looked 3 parts like Tang Duo. Just 3-part similarity was enough to make him panic. He thought he had sealed his heart away well, but when that figure buried deep in his memory surged into his mind. Only death can stop the warmth and pain in my heart. What is the real ending in my memory? Yang Jie's voice trembled slightly. At this moment, he desperately wanted to get the answer he had always fantasized about from Bai Yi. He did not doubt Bai Ye's words, because his memories had indeed been partially erased, which proved that the mysterious person did have the means to manipulate memories, and the mysterious person also said that Tang Duo and the Black Knight were somewhat similar. Tang Duo has been dead for many years. Apart from his memories, where else can he be seen? He didn't want to doubt it, and even desperately hoped that what the mysterious man said was true. Beneath the black mask, Bai Yi frowned slightly. What had the tyrant recalled? What kind of flashback was this that was so powerful? Although he made almost perfect use of all the information, he could not guess the story buried deep in the tyrant's heart. Why does the tyrant's tone seem to carry a hint of anticipation? Is having his memories altered something to look forward to? On second thought, Bai Yi probably guessed Yang Jie's thoughts. What kind of person would want their memories to be false? They must be people with a past they don't want to look back on. People with tragic memories. He didn't know what Yang Jie's painful memories were, so he could only say things that could be applied in a broad sense. For example, does the ending matter? Memories can be fake, but love is real. Yang Jie shuddered, and an inexplicable light seemed to emerge in his eyes. This was the answer he had always wanted. Whatever had happened had vanished with the wind and was no longer important. The important thing is that everything else can be fake, but his love for Tang Duo is real. Jia actively applied Bai Ye's universal formula. Upon receiving the answer, Yang Jia suddenly laughed, but it was no longer a cold laugh. Instead, it was a long-lost smile of ease, as if a heavy shackle had been removed from his body. You're right, memories can be fake, but love is real. He seemed to have undergone some kind of sublimation, and terrifying spiritual power burst forth from his body. The metal of the entire city seemed to sense the presence of the monarch, and began to tremble and emit sharp, crackling sounds. A cacophony of gold. It was as if I was witnessing the tyrant ascend that metal throne step by step, witnessing his coronation as king. Holy crap! Holy crap! No last-minute breakthroughs allowed. Shiro was stunned and almost lost his composure. He was planning to pop the champagne halfway through the game, but then he pulled off the final act. No more pretending. He laid his cards on the table. He's the god of the new era. But despite all my careful planning, I never expected this kind of turn of events. Dude, are you some kind of chosen one? You've come to terms with it so quickly? Did he get a couple of verbal sparring remarks, talking about love and affection, and then suddenly break through his defenses? You're making me look like a villain. Bai Yi never expected that his attempt to stall for time with a few fabricated words would actually end up aiding the enemy. It's not even midnight yet, and the tyrant has already broken through. Who can we complain to now? I told you, all superhumans are insane. Li Xiao drank 2 bowls of toxic chicken soup and started working like crazy, while Tyrant listened to a couple of empty words and started breaking through. Insane people really can't handle stimulation. Everyone present felt the Tyrant's terrifying strength increase again, and their eyes were filled with extreme horror. They couldn't even beat the original Tyrant, but who would have thought that he would become even stronger in just a few words? Bai Yi no longer enjoys the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife, because he feels like the Tyrant is holding a knife and stabbing it into him. Why isn't it 12 o'clock yet? Since things have come to this point, we have no choice but to continue pretending. Suddenly, Bai Yi, who was standing with his hands behind his back, let out a soft laugh. Now you finally piqued my interest a little. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Judging from the mysterious man's words, it was intentional. The deliberate prompting of Yang Jia, because he felt Yang Jia was too weak before and had no interest in making a move? Who exactly is this person in the black mask, who can make Yang Jia break through with just one sentence? Disliking the tyrant's weakness, he deliberately offered guidance to aid the enemy. That's the spirit of a top-tier powerhouse. Yang Jia's gaze was calm as still water, and the previous emotional fluctuations seemed to have completely subsided. He once again transformed into a tyrant who reigned supreme. Although I don't know who you are, your words have really helped me, and as a way of repaying you, I will do my best. In Yang Jia's view, the greatest respect for a strong person is to fight with all your might and with the determination to kill them. Any hesitation, leniency, or pity is an insult to the strong. Chapter 107 Iron Stream Heavenly Puppet. Damn it. You've really mastered the art of repaying kindness with enmity. Bai Yi is furious. It was like this when he saved Yang Jia at the experimental base, and it's like this now when he's guiding Yang Jia to break through. How could a person be so heartless? Bai Yi wanted to say a few more words and chat with the tyrant, but the tyrant, after his breakthrough, was clearly more eager to fight and actually attacked. Blade Prison. Yang Jia suddenly tightened his 5 fingers, and the surrounding metal instantly disintegrated, with steel bars, iron filings, and metal fragments floating in midair. Enveloped by immense spiritual power, it transformed into a 100-meter-high silver tornado spinning at high speed. Countless tiny metal blades cut through the air with a piercing shriek, causing buildings to collapse and rocks to crumble into dust wherever they passed. A terrifying storm of silvery metal, carrying the aura of death, swept towards Shirono. This was the first time Yang Jia had used a move he had developed based on his extraordinary abilities since the start of the battle in Black Mountain. Even when facing a siege, he had only used simple manipulation of metal to carry out the most basic offense and defense. This shows how much he values Bei. However, Shirano did not want this kind of attention. The silvery metallic storm magnified in his eyes, and the tiny metallic sharpness cut into his body, causing stinging pain. He didn't check the time. He knew it wasn't time yet because the time in his soul hadn't increased. He had never felt time pass so slowly. Bai Yi is in a panic, but everyone else sees it differently. Blade Prison Storm, which was powerful enough to tear everything apart, the mysterious man still stood with his hands behind his back. The wind blew his robes fluttering, but it could not dispel his domineering aura. The mysterious man was as insignificant as an ant in front of the 100-meter storm, but in everyone's eyes, it seemed like the other way around. Time stands still. Buzz. A dazzling golden light rose from beneath Bai Ye's feet. He, regarded by everyone as an unparalleled expert, quickly ran out of the range of Blade Prison. Then, he swiftly raised his head, stood tall with his hands behind his back, and maintained the posture of a powerful figure for 2 seconds. Now, he only has 3 seconds left. He didn't use the last bit of time to rush up and kill Yang Jie, because it wasn't enough. He could only stall for time and wait for midnight to arrive. Time resumes. Yang Jie's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared intently at the open space on the other side. That calm and collected figure was reflected in his eyes. A thick, ink-black robe fluttered in the wind, and even when facing Blade Prison, not a single hem of the robe was dirty. Incredibly fast. Was it teleportation? With his strength, he couldn't even see how his opponent dodged Blade Prison. He Qianjun and the others could no longer see anything. They only saw that when the world-destroying Blade Prison attacked, the mysterious figure disappeared into thin air and appeared directly on the other side. The power is decent, but what's the use if it can't hit anyone? Bai Yi, like an elder sparring with a junior, not only showed no hurry to make a move, but also offered his comments. Those who didn't know him thought he was incredibly strong, but only he knew that he was just stalling for time. However, Yang Jie seemed to have been aroused and attacked again without saying a word. He clasped his hands together and uttered a low shout. Iron Flow Heavenly Puppet. Bai Yi instantly tensed up, fearing that he would be instantly killed if he didn't react in time when facing such a powerful opponent. But the next second he realized something was wrong, because Yang Jie did not attack. Under the control of the vast spiritual power, the ground suddenly trembled, and all the metal objects within a radius of 100 meters emitted a buzzing resonance. The lampposts twisted into liquid silver, the car's steel panels peeled off like paper, and even the metal dust suspended in the air was pulled by an invisible force, turning into a silver-gray hurricane. Erupted from Yang Jie's body, it wasn't lightning, but rather the manifestation of his extraordinary abilities. Under the influence of the electric arc, all the metal, including the silver dragon beneath his feet, began to disintegrate. Thousands of metal particles swirled wildly around him, outlining the shape of a metal skeleton in the air. Broken. This is a humanoid Gundam transformation? Bai Yi realized he was in trouble. Yang Jie must have seen his elusive abilities, so instead of attacking rashly, he chose to create an absolute defense to prevent Bai Yi from suddenly sneaking up behind him and launching a sneak attack. As a powerhouse at the level of the 10 Kings, he knows how to use his brain in battle. The gears and steel beams assembled themselves amidst a roar, and liquid metal filled the gaps like a waterfall. Endless blue electric currents flickered on the surface of the armor, and as the giant metal head finally closed its eyes, a 100-meter-tall steel behemoth crashed to the ground. The entire city seemed to tremble beneath its feet. This is the tyrant's killing move, Iron Stream Sky Puppet. It's no wonder that the tyrant became one of the 10 Kings. Even the 12 zodiac animals knew that they could use sniper rifles to ambush his vulnerable body from a distance, so he couldn't possibly be unaware of it himself. Therefore, he developed the Iron Stream Sky Puppet, which could perfectly defend itself. A steel behemoth that combines offense and defense. Now, Shirano is faced with one piece of bad news and one piece of even worse news. The bad news is, after all his constant showing off, the time hasn't even come yet. The worst news is that even if we arrive, it won't be of any use. Because Yang Jie was completely enveloped in a torrent of steel, even if he had an extra minute of time to freeze, he would not be able to kill Yang Jie's true form from within the 100-meter-tall steel giant. Even Mr. Ying's Black Dragon M300 won't work. First of all, firing in time, stop mode is useless, as the bullet will be stopped once it leaves the muzzle. Secondly, the gun couldn't break through the Iron Flow Sky Puppet's defense at all, because the Iron Flow Sky Puppet was made of an alloy from the experimental base, an alloy from the previous era. This can't be done. How can a fight be like this? Shouldn't it be a back and forth, where you test me once, I test you once, and then you keep acting arrogant and overconfident, only to be instantly killed by me? No. Where did that arrogant air that was unique to the 10 Kings go? You're already a 10 King. Why are you still defending? Onlookers were stunned. They had thought Yang Jie was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. If Yang Jie had used Blade Prison and Iron Flow Heavenly Puppet from the beginning, they would have been dead long ago. However, when they saw the mysterious figure in black robes in the arena, they felt relieved. This mysterious powerhouse is bound to win, right? He can easily alter Yang Jie's memories and help him break through with a single word. How could such a terrifyingly powerful person possibly lose? They gazed expectantly at Bai Ye's unfathomable back, placing all their hopes for survival on him. What else can Shirano do? You have to finish the act, even if you're crying. A soft laugh came from beneath the black mask. It's about time this farce ended. Chapter 108 Tyrant Yang Jie. I humbly acknowledge you as the strongest. Farce. Jie, who was in the Iron Stream puppet, feel a sense of crisis. He Qianjun and the others were dumbfounded. Was the tyrant's display of such terrifying power just a farce in his eyes? I admit that your methods are mysterious and far surpass all the extraordinary beings I have ever seen, but it may not be so easy for you to defeat me. Yang Jie's solemn voice came from the steel behemoth. This shows how successful Bai Ye's disguise was. Even the tyrant was wary of him. However, what the tyrant said was different from what Bai Ye had imagined. In this situation, he had no choice but to say, I, the tyrant Yang Jie, am willing to acknowledge you as the strongest? Okay, since you won't tell me, then I will. Tyrant Yang Jie, in this era, you are worthy of being called the pinnacle of the times. I would call you the strongest. Shiro's calm voice carried a hint of relief, like an elder seeing a promising junior. But he suddenly changed the subject, his tone a mixture of relief and regret. It's only limited to the present era. The limitations of the times have restricted you, preventing you from seeing the truly breathtaking scenery at the top. The pinnacle? That certainly makes me look forward to it. The Iron Stream heavenly puppet, Yang Jie showed no fear in his eyes. Instead, he felt a long-lost surge of excitement, the same high fighting spirit he had before becoming one of the 10 kings, when facing powerful enemies. He became one of the 10 kings not by overwhelming others with force, but by winning countless battles against stronger opponents, step by step. At this moment, facing the immense pressure from the mysterious man, his long-cooled blood began to boil again. Yang Jie was already fired up, while Bai Ye was still pretending. Good fighting spirit. I hope you can bring me some more joy now. Today. Time is up. Feeling the fluctuations of time rippling through his soul, Bai Ye, who had run out of words, immediately changed his tune. Today, I can give you a chance to say your last words. Bai Ye's eyes suddenly sharpened. He strolled leisurely toward the steel behemoth, his steps unhurried. His tiny figure confronted the colossal creature, yet he exuded a terrifying power and composure. However, he glanced at Xiaotong, who was tied up, out of the corner of his eye. Even after time was restored, he continued to procrastinate. Take as many steps as you can, so you don't have to wait until the activation time stops before you get close. After all, time is life, and those who waste time will ultimately be wasted by time. The tyrant left no last words. His response was a steel fist descending from the sky. Suddenly, the massive steel colossus moved, each step causing the earth to tremble and the already ravaged land to crack. Rumble. The deafening roar of the steel colossus, with its all-out momentum, launched its final charge towards Bai Ye, the mysterious powerhouse of the old era. The air suddenly tore apart, and 100 meters above the ground, the right arm of the steel behemoth roared up, its mechanical joints emitting blinding blue electricity. Countless fists of steel, forged from molten metal, descended from the sky, shattering the clouds, and swooped down with the force of thunder. It was as if a skyscraper had crashed down from the sky, carrying the force of 1,000,000 tons, creating a visible vortex of air waves in its path, tearing the air apart to form sonic boom clouds, with astonishing power. Before the giant fist even arrived, the wind pressure had already swirled the sand and dust within a radius of tens of feet into a spiral. The crowd's eyes were bloodshot, and they frantically moved away from the tyrant, fearing they would be killed by the aftershocks. Some people hid in the gaps in the ruins, while others desperately climbed onto the ruins. Boom! The deafening roar that shattered eardrums resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The ground caved in wildly under the immense pressure, and cracks spread out in a spiderweb pattern from the point of impact. The bottomless cracks stretched all the way to where everyone was standing. They panicked and dodged, afraid of accidentally falling into the crevice. Smoke and dust mixed with scorching metallic vapor shot straight into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud that blotted out the sun. Everyone was utterly horrified, staring blankly at the sky, filled with smoke and clouds. The very center of the storm disappeared. He vanished abruptly from everyone's sight, as if he had never existed. No one knew where he went. They only saw the iron fist crash to the ground. Time stands still. Bai Ye roared inwardly, and the god who had endured for so long finally unleashed his magnificent divine power without reservation. The gilded patterns spread wildly from the ground beneath his feet, as if they were alive, transforming into a giant golden dial with a diameter of 100 meters. A dazzling golden light shot into the sky, just like a blazing sun rising from the ground. The sound of 12 gears meshing announced the ringing of the midnight bell, and time stood still at that moment. In an instant, the world fell into dead silence. A sky full of blood-red dandelions, panicked crowds, 100-meter-tall steel behemoth. Everything was locked in this vortex of golden light. The once bustling battlefield instantly transformed into a silent museum of sculptures, with only the boy's jet-black clothes fluttering in the wind, becoming the only movement in this frozen space. In the instant that time seemed to stand still, the mysterious and powerful figure in everyone's eyes moved. He took off running, like a runner sprinting towards the finish line in a race. Whoosh! Bai Yi passed under the steel behemoth and rushed straight to the statue-like in Xiaotong. The girl's frozen face resembled a butterfly encased in amber, with a few strands of messy hair clinging to her face like frozen ink marks. Her slightly parted lips revealed the shock in the girl's heart. Seeing in Xiaotong bound by steel bars, Bai Yi didn't say a word and directly reached out and grabbed her. "Give it to me." He snatched the pure silver cross sword from in Xiaotong's hand. Now that the tyrant is hiding inside the steel colossus, the only way to break through its defenses is with the pure silver cross sword. Bai Yi clearly remembered how the pure silver cross sword sliced through the alloy outer wall of the experimental base. Logically speaking, the pure silver cross sword is formed from in Xiaotong's extraordinary ability and requires continuous mental energy to maintain, otherwise it will turn into nothingness. However, this problem is avoided when time is frozen. Having obtained the artifact, Bai Yi didn't hesitate for a moment, turning around and charging towards the steel behemoth. His target was the head of the steel colossus. He had clearly seen Yang Jie's true form hidden inside the head when Yang Jie used the Iron Stream Heavenly Puppet. Now, all he needs to do is climb up the steel colossus and slay the tyrant with his sword. Anyone who has ever done rock climbing knows how strenuous it is to climb a 100-meter-high mountain without any equipment. If mountain peaks aren't obvious enough, then skyscrapers are much more visually appealing. Bai Yi's tiny figure hung on the leg of the steel behemoth like a thigh accessory. He exerted all his strength, constantly climbing upwards, like someone doing extreme sports, challenging a 100-meter skyscraper with his bare hands. Fortunately, his physical abilities, enhanced by the breath of bones and the mutated scarlet virus, have long surpassed the limits of normal humans. It's not obvious on Black Mountain where powerful people gather, but if you put him in the wasteland, he would be able to govern a town on his own. Chapter 109: The Death of the Tyrant. As time ticked by, Bai Yi's heart began to bleed. Only those who are truly desperate for time to solve problems know how damn fast time flies. It feels like taking an exam with only 10 minutes left, and you still have the last part of the essay to write. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, this mysterious and powerful figure, whom even the tyrant feared, unceremoniously bent over and climbed step by step onto the head of the steel colossus. Although the posture was unseemly, the speed was definitely not slow. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, Bai Yi would have no face to show anyone afterward. Call. Amidst heavy breathing, Bai Yi's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he resolutely swung his sword. Swish, swish, swish. The steel colossus's head was sliced open as easily as tofu by the pure silver cross sword. Tyrant, prepare to die. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment. There was actually a smaller metal head inside the metal head. Swish, swish, swish. The smaller metal skull was cut open, revealing an even smaller metal skull inside. Go to hell with you, tyrant. Are you trying to play a game of nesting dolls with me? Feeling the rapid passage of time, Bai Yi, in a fit of rage, fiercely swung his sword, peeling back the layers of his heart like an onion. When he peeled away the last layer, he finally saw that scarlet figure deep inside. At this moment, Yang Jie's entire body was covered by a scarlet aura, completely enveloping him. Bai Yi was so angry he laughed. So many layers of steel protection weren't enough. There was even blood and chi protection. Now he finally understood why the 10 Kings were called the 10 Kings. Even a seemingly arrogant and domineering tyrant can be incredibly cautious when he gets serious. His past arrogance was simply because he had never encountered an opponent worthy of his full effort. The tyrant Yang Jie is quite a character. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yi made his move. His well-defined knuckles suddenly gripped the pure silver cross sword, the sharp blade slicing through the air, cutting through the tyrant's protective energy and throat. Just like the tyrant's view, the greatest respect for a strong person is to fight with all your might, with the determination to kill them. Any hesitation, leniency, or pity is an insult to the strong. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback as he felt the slight resistance emanating from the pure silver cross sword. He realized that the tyrant was definitely not as physically weak as the legend suggested. On the contrary, the tyrant was very strong. Pure silver cross sword felt no resistance when facing steel, yet it experienced a slight resistance when slashing the tyrant and his protective aura. This was simply unbelievable. People often think that a tyrant's weakness is his fragile body, but little do they know that it is because no one can break through his extraordinary abilities and force him to use his powerful physique. His physique was completely obscured by the light emanating from his powerful, extraordinary energy. Therefore, it seems that even if he hadn't dealt with Mr. Ing himself, Mr. Ing would never have been able to kill the tyrant. At most, he could have only injured him. Upon realizing this, Bai Yi felt a sense of relief. Mr. Ing, although it may seem like I killed you, I actually saved your life. Otherwise, if you actually fire that shot, you will be facing an enraged tyrant, and you will certainly die. Thanks to my preemptive killing of you, I essentially saved you from the tyrant's clutches. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. This is another good deed done. That's wonderful. While feeling relieved, Bai Yi also felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had borrowed in Xiaodong's pure silver cross sword. Without this indestructible divine weapon, he would not have been able to kill the tyrant with his strength, and he could not even break through his protective qi and blood. Perhaps Mr. Ying's sniper rifle could work. He might be able to succeed by firing at point-blank range. However, the sniper rifle is too heavy, and carrying it around would waste a lot of time. After dealing with the tyrant, Bai Yi did not leave immediately, but instead picked up the black obelisk from the tyrant's arms. Although the black obelisk is not a Panga USB drive, it is still somewhat useful as the carrier of the Panga USB drive, so why not take it? But the moment he touched the black obelisk, a shocking change occurred. This is... Bai Yi's eyes widened in horror, as if he had witnessed an extremely unbelievable scene. Due to time constraints, he didn't have time to think it through and hurriedly slid down from the steel colossus. Ouch! She slid so fast that she twisted her ankle when she landed. He limped over to Xiaodong's side, shoved the pure silver cross sword into his hand, and then hurriedly returned to his original spot to strike a pose. He quickly brushed the dust off his clothes, tidied his hair, straightened his back, and stood with his hands behind his back. Time restored. From everyone's perspective, everything Bai Yi did not exist in their time. They only saw the steel behemoth strike, the earth shatter, dust rise, and the mysterious powerhouse disappear without a trace. After a long while, as the smoke and clouds settled, the colossal body of the steel giant emerged, still kneeling on the ground with its fist pounding the earth. Before him stood a figure in black robes with his hands behind his back, as if accepting worship. What on earth happened? The tyrant. Why isn't the tyrant moving? Could it be that the mysterious expert won? But we didn't see him make a move at all. Countless questions flashed through everyone's minds. At this moment, the figure standing with his hands behind his back slowly spoke. Is that all? Tyrant Yangjia. As he finished speaking, a scene that everyone would never forget was etched into their eyes. Puppet, which shimmered with a silvery white luster under the moonlight and was formed from the tyrant's extraordinary abilities, began to crumble. Splash, splash. Thousands of metal fragments scattered like a rain of stars, and a silvery white metal waterfall cascaded down from a height of 100 meters, shimmering with a cold light under the moonlight, intertwining with the smoke and dust rising from the ground to form an eerie mist. Along with it, the spirits of the people collapsed, as did the invincible name of the 10 kings. Bang! The enormous, silvery white metal head rolled down and landed at Shirono's feet. And on that head lay the dying tyrant Yangjia. Yangjia's face was as pale as paper, and there was a wound on his neck that was almost completely severed, from which blood gushed out. The crimson armor on his body was soaked through, making it appear even more crimson. His eyes began to glaze over, becoming empty and cold, reflecting Bai Yi's image. Is this the splendor of the world, the pinnacle? I've witnessed it. Hurrah! This tyrant, who ruled the world, was laughing before he died. Before he died, he used his last strength to turn his head, and in Xiaodong's figure came into view. Moonlight streamed through his unfocused pupils, and in a daze, the chirping of cicadas from the training ground seemed to pierce through the decades and ring in his ears. That summer, Tang Duo wore a crooked ponytail, sweat trickling down her jawline and into the collar of her training uniform, yet she stubbornly gave him the last bottle of water. Yangjia, you came in last place in the marksmanship test again, you idiot. Come on, fire the gun, I'll teach you. Yangjia felt a slight itch on the tip of his nose. It was the itch left by the strands of Tang Duo's hair brushing against him when she turned around. He took the still-warm gun, looked up again, and saw Tang Duo, covered in blood, after killing her teacher. Tang Duo held his hand, her pale face devoid of a smile, only showing indifference. Come on, shoot. I taught you. Bang. Amidst the roar of bullets, the tyrant's life came to an end. Yang Jia's life has come to an end. Quiet. A deathly silence. If it weren't for the scarlet virus, He Qianjun and the others would probably still be reeling from the shock of the tyrant's death. It was already astonishing that someone could kill a tyrant, but what shocked them even more was that they didn't even see how the tyrant died until he was dead. We can't even see how the mysterious person makes their move. Chapter 110, The Mysterious Obelisk. Of everyone present, perhaps only in Xiaodong came closest to the truth. She was equally shocked, but amidst her shock, she looked at the pure silver crossed sword in her hand with a sense of bewilderment. The warmth emanating from the sword hilt. Was it just my imagination? At this moment, Bai Yi turned around, and his black metal mask came into everyone's view. Although he did not have any terrifying aura, he frightened everyone so much that they forgot to breathe. I don't like crowds. A calm voice came from beneath the black mask, like a divine decree, awakening everyone. The older He Qianjun, being more sensible, quickly bowed and said cautiously, "Thank you for saving our lives, sir. We will leave now." The others also realized what was happening and quickly said they would leave immediately. Some even kneel on the ground, expressing their gratitude with tears streaming down their faces, acknowledging the dead of being given a second chance at life. Some were genuinely grateful, while others wanted to show off and get closer to the mysterious powerful figure. Amidst the crowd's profuse thanks, the mysterious man in black robes vanished without a trace. The group looked at each other, and someone tried to say something, but was held back by their companion. "Hurry up, didn't you hear what that sir said? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Many people rushed toward the exit blocked by metal debris, frantically clearing away the debris, afraid that if they were a second late, they would anger the mysterious powerful figure. Some people had shifty eyes, and greed appeared in their eyes as they passed by Yang Jie's corpse. They clearly remembered that Yang Jie brought out a black obelisk from the experimental base. Even if it wasn't as good as the Panga USB drive, it was definitely a valuable treasure. But when they glanced at it, they did not see the black obelisk. The group exchanged glances, a chill creeping down their spines, a sense of inexplicable fear creeping over them. It must have been that lord who took the black obelisk. The thought of being associated with that lord terrified them, and they scrambled toward the exit. "Brother Yi, where did you go? I didn't see you." Liu looked at Bai Yi in confusion. He vaguely remembered that Bai Yi seemed to have disappeared at the beginning, but as for what happened later, he stopped paying attention because the scene was too shocking and explosive. Now that he saw Shirono reappear, he remembered this problem. "Pee. You can actually pee at a time like this?" Bai Yi casually rubbed his hand on Liu's shoulder, which made Liu look disgusted. Amidst the laughter and joking, Bai Yi's eyes gleamed with a strange light. He looked down at himself and saw that his clothes were tattered and his chest was exposed, looking no different from before. But he knew. Things were different now. The black obelisk merged into his body. What exactly is that thing? Recalling what he saw when he killed Yang Jie, he still finds it unbelievable. Even though time was frozen, something strange happened the moment he touched the black obelisk. The black obelisk, like a lit black candle, rapidly melted into a pool of black matter. Immediately afterwards, the black substance surged and rose, and countless branches grew out of it. In an instant, it transformed into a towering black tree, its branches seemingly extending infinitely, blotting out the sky and reaching into the void. At that moment, all Bai Yi could see was this towering black tree. He was startled. It felt as if, in a frozen moment, he was the only person who could move, and suddenly he saw another person jumping around, bringing with him a faint sense of dread, like seeing a ghost. What surprised him even more was what came next. This towering black tree seemed to grow infinitely, like the Big Bang. When you look directly at it, it feels as if your retina is suddenly torn into countless pieces. Although the human eye can only see one side of the black tree, Shirono can see all of its sides, even all its branches. The black tree is constantly changing, like a black galaxy that has been crushed, breaking, reforming, and breaking again, its surface simultaneously displaying two contradictory states, completeness and fragmentation. Furthermore, each of its growth processes defies the logic of growth. Branches extending to the left will appear out of nowhere on the right, making it mysterious and unpredictable. Looking at the endlessly growing black tree, Bai Yi even had an absurd thought. If it continues to grow like this, it might engulf the whole world. As a result, with a thought, the sky-covering black water instantly contracted, turning back into a pool of black matter, which then flowed into his body through his palm. He didn't have time to think it through at the time, because time was running out. Then they got off the steel colossus and started posing for photos. After intimidating everyone, he used time freeze again, removed the black nether mask, casually tossed Li Xiao's clothes into a pile of rubble, and returned to the crowd. He couldn't possibly waste time dressing Li Xiao again. After all, Li Xiao was a superhuman and wouldn't get cold so easily. Brother Yi, let's hurry up and go. Li Yu's urging interrupted by Ye's thoughts. Bei looked up and saw that the metal debris at the exit had been cleared away by the group working together. They all ran away as if their lives depended on it. Gao Banqing carried Li Xiao on his back, running step by step, while Xiao Kuei crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised her head, and urged him on from behind, occasionally kicking him. Freed from the constraints of Yang Jie's abilities, and Xiaodong also removed the steel bars binding her and walked towards the outside world. Bai Yi left with the others, wandering through the dark passage. He was somewhat absent-minded, still thinking about the black substance. That towering black tree that can grow infinitely while time stands still. His intuition told him that the black substance was something very important, perhaps even more important than the Panga USB drive. Okay, actually, you don't even need intuition. Even a fool can see that the black substance is very important. After a long while, a ray of silvery moonlight entered Bai Ye's eyes, and he came back to his senses, realizing that he had left Vault 189 and returned to the outside world. A silver moon hung high above Black Mountain. It wasn't full, and it didn't even look as beautiful as the moon in Vault 189, but it was real. He Qianjun and the others descended the mountain without looking back. Everyone was fleeing Black Mountain. Because they were still basking in the afterglow of Bei's power, because Bei had said he didn't like large crowds. They didn't know how far the mysterious man wanted them to go. They only knew that the farther the better. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. These powerful figures from all over Beimang have complex and intertwined forces behind them. With such a big incident happening in Black Mountain, they will definitely have to pass on the news back. One can imagine that tomorrow. Mysterious person swiftly killed the tyrant Yang Jie and is suspected of possessing the Panga USB drive, will rise like the sun the next day over the land of Baiman. Over Baiman is about to change. Chapter 111 Li Xiao. Could it be that the tyrant has already been dealt with by my shadow darts? Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly rang out in the passageway of Vault 189. Countless raging flames erupted from the entrance of the passage, frightening everyone into taking cover. What's going on? Why did it suddenly explode? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a silver light pierced through the flames, and in Xiaodong's figure suddenly burst forth. The silver-white knight's armor, illuminated by the flames, made him look like a knight who had broken free from a raging inferno, stepping through the rolling heat waves and returning to the mortal realm. Bai Ye's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Xiaodong's figure, and he roughly guessed what had happened. It's likely that Xiaodong was worried that the mutated scarlet virus would escape from Shelter 189 and endanger the world, so she destroyed the entrance. Bai Yi wasn't surprised. This was in Xiaodong's style. From rescuing people in Grey Town, to threatening the tyrant with her life to release everyone in Vault 189, to now blowing up the entrance, this night girl has been carrying out justice in her own way from beginning to end. Sealing off the entrance wasn't just in Xiaodong's idea. Many others, such as genetically modified humans like Silver Snake, had also thought of it. Dawn City, the closest city to Black Mountain, is their territory. If the Scarlet Virus were to invade, they would be the first to suffer. However, the Silver Serpent did not blow up the entrance. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare. In their minds, the mysterious person was suspected to be a remnant of the old era, possibly someone from Vault 189. If you blow up the entrance, wouldn't that be the same as blowing up their front door? Who would dare? And Xiaodong dares. At the risk of offending the mysterious figure, she must stop the mutated scarlet virus from harming the world. After blasting the entrance, and Xiaodong left, stepping into the dense forest alone and disappearing without a trace. Mr. Li, Brother Xiao, Old Li, Brother Xiaobai, do you all have somewhere to go? If you're not in a hurry, I, Gao, would like to host a banquet for you all. After all, we've been through life and death together. Gao Banqing, carrying Li Xiao on his back, looked at everyone with anticipation. Xiao Yi laughed loudly. Since Boss Gao has so kindly invited me, I will naturally accept. To be honest, I just witnessed the battle between the mysterious man and the tyrant, and I am still feeling very excited. I really need to drink some wine to calm my nerves. It's unclear what Li Beitian from the Silent Court was planning, but instead of leaving with Xiaotong, he laughed and said, "Drinking is good. We have to drink." Gao Banqing was overjoyed and quickly looked at by Yi and Li Yu. I wonder about Mr. Li and Brother Xiaobai. Drinking is no problem, Bai Yi readily agreed. He'd had enough of the hardship in Grey Earth Town. He was ready to live a life of debauchery. He was ready to forget his roots. But where should we go for a drink? We're not going to your Wanguanjing, are we? How far is Heishan from Wanguanjing? Gao Banqing smiled and shook his head. If you all want to go to Wanguanjing, I would naturally welcome you, but Wanguanjing is too far away. You need to take a train from Shuguang City to get there. I plan to head to the nearest city, Dawn City, first and have a good drink. Okay. Bai Yi nodded. Grey Earth Town was finished, and he had nowhere to stay anyway, so going to Dawn City was no problem. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten that in Xiaotong had said the Panga USB drive might be in the hands of the hidden rat in the Chinese zodiac. Seeing that, Bai Yi agreed. Liu accepted Gao Banqing's invitation to the banquet. Gao Banqing was overjoyed, but then his expression darkened. Yesterday we drank together in Black Mountain. How carefree and joyful it was, but now only a few of us are left, alas. Huh. He was suddenly surprised and turned to look at Li Xiao behind him. It turned out that Li Xiao had woken up. Where is this? Ouch. It's so cold. Li Xiao opened his eyes, feeling excruciating pain all over his body, as if his bones were shattered. Not only that, but it was also unusually cold. The cold wind hit my skin directly, making me feel like I wasn't wearing any clothes. Gao Banqing put Li Xiao down with a strange expression. We've already come out of shelter 189 and are still in Black Mountain, preparing to go down the mountain. He's out. Li Xiao was stunned at first, then his expression lit up with elation. So the tyrant has already been dealt with by my shadow darts? Everyone. Oh no, this has damaged his brain. What kind of looks are those? Do you think I? Li Xiao's eyes caught sight of his bare chest, and his words trailed off. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his body, then reached out to touch the black mask on his face, only to find nothing. Shame, fear, astonishment, and a host of other complex emotions flashed across his face like a changing mask. His current state perfectly demonstrated what it means to wish you could disappear into a crack in the ground. Li Xiao desperately wanted to escape, but his pride wouldn't allow him to, because that would be even more humiliating. Then, Li Xiao's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Everyone. A group of people surrounded a naked man, looking at each other in bewilderment. They knew Li Xiao was faking fainting, and Li Xiao knew they knew he was faking it, but he still chose to clumsily faint. Because this is the best way he can think of to deal with the awkward situation. After a long silence, Gao Banqing said awkwardly, I'll carry him on my back. Let me do it. Xiao Yi volunteered. After all, he was a superhuman. Although he was injured, his physique was still stronger than that of an ordinary person. Then I'll give him a change of clothes. Li Beitian pulled out a piece of clothing from somewhere, which served as the last piece of clothing to cover Li Xiao's shame. In this strange, stifling atmosphere, the group walked step by step toward the edge of Black Mountain. After walking for a while, Gao Banqing leaned close to Bai Yi and whispered, Brother Bai, I realize I misunderstood you before. Bai looked at him suspiciously. I thought you were sharp-tongued and ruthless, but I didn't expect you to actually give Li Xiao face just now and not say anything to mock him. Bai Yi. He wasn't that he didn't want to mock, but he forgot, because his attention was entirely focused on the black substance. It would be a lie to say I wasn't worried about the black substance. I went to Montenegro and ended up with 2 extra things on my body. A mutated scarlet virus, a black substance. He felt that if things continued like this, he might cease to be human. The mutated scarlet virus is all right. At least it brings superhuman resilience. But what about the black substance? Since the black substance entered his body, he did not feel any change whatsoever, as if what he had seen before was all an illusion. Why was Yang Jie unharmed while holding the black substance? But I was able to get it into my body after touching it. After thinking for a long time, Bai Yi finally came to the conclusion, I must be more handsome than Yang Jie? Why is this happening? Will the black substance be harmful to the body? Chapter 112 The Painter in a Panic, etc. He suddenly realized that all of this might be related to the freezing of time, because he had touched the black substance while time was frozen. The black matter, however, defied the stillness of time and transformed into towering black trees. This means that perhaps the only way to unravel the mystery of the black substance is to freeze time. Thinking of this, he felt as if 100 claws were scratching at his heart, an unbearable itch. After his battle with Yang Jie, his time was almost up again, with only 3 seconds left. He definitely couldn't waste any more time exploring the secrets of the black substance. He could only wait. At the summit of Black Mountain, the painter stared in disbelief at the canvas before him. The scarlet figure painted on it had vanished. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looked at the canvas again, then rubbed them again and looked again, repeating this process until tears welled up in his eyes. I didn't expect you and the tyrant to have such a good relationship. You even cried when he died, Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly from the side. I'm really curious now, how much money did Apocalypse Corporation offer you to take on the mission of killing your loved ones? The painter wiped away his tears, his eyes still red, and said solemnly, this is not the time for jokes. The tyrant is dead. Yes, I saw him disappear from the canvas. Gu Huangquan nodded. I didn't do it. Gu Huangquan remained silent. After a long silence, he asked, is it someone outside the script? The painter nodded solemnly. Do you know what this means? This means you can now collect the final payment from Apocalypse Company without any guilt. The painter immediately flew into a rage. What do you know? Money, money, money. You're just reaching into your coffin for money. Who the hell would dare to take that money? Do you know what this means? It means that a remarkable figure has emerged in Baiman, a figure capable of changing the entire landscape of Baiman. The world is about to change. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly. I don't care whether the weather changes or not. I only know that we should run away, as far away as possible, before he finds us. That person can not only repeatedly disrupt your destiny, but also kill a tyrant. We can't afford to mess with someone like that. After saying that, Gu Huangquan turned and ran away, without a trace of lingering affection for his friend. The painter cried out in alarm. Hey, wait for me. The two walked one after the other, like a gentle breeze in the forest, disappearing from the spot in an instant. The faint sound of two people talking could be heard in the wind. Gu Huangquan, you've gone the wrong way. That's the way to shelter 189. I know. Then why are you still going? I'm going to collect the tyrant's corpse. 189 Vault. This magnificent underground city complex, a remnant of the old era, has stood for a century, and today it has finally come to an end. It was destroyed by a tyrant and turned into endless ruins. And it also became the burial place of the tyrant Yangjia. The crescent moon hung like a hook, its cold, silvery light pouring down from the broken clouds, draping the devastated city ruins in a silvery veil. Amidst the ruins, a body clad in scarlet armor lay silently on the cold earth, fragments of which scattered like blood-stained roses. The moonlight gently caressed the man's pale face, outlining his sharply defined features. His empty eyes no longer held the sharpness and brilliance they once possessed. Yang Jia lay there all alone, his eyes unfocused, but a gentle smile played on his lips. That was the tyrant's last remaining tenderness, a tenderness reserved only for Tang Duo. His chest had long since stopped rising and falling, and the wound on his neck silently testified to the passing of life. In the ruins surrounding him, specks of scarlet virus emerged, slowly rising into the air, gradually. Above the ruins, countless blood-red dandelions drifted in the air, rustling softly as they rubbed against the air. The sound was faint, yet clearly audible in the empty city, like a swirling red snow. It was as if the whole world was holding a final funeral for this body. Who says the heavens are unwelcoming? A blizzard sweeps away a stranger. Slowly, the blood-red dandelions seemed to be attracted by Yang Jie's flowing blood, and they gradually gathered towards Yang Jie's corpse. 1, 2, 3. Tiny scarlet tentacles took root on Yang Jie's corpse, and countless blood threads intertwined into a dense spider web within his body. Soon, blood began to emerge from the severed neck, weaving the wound together like knitting a sweater. Yang Jie was completely covered by blood-red dandelions, his pale skin contrasting sharply with the crimson of the dandelions. Suddenly, one of his fingers trembled silently. The dead must not be desecrated. A cold, deep voice suddenly rang out. A man dressed in a black suit and wearing white gloves slowly walked to Yang Jie's side. With a gentle wave of his white-gloved hand, an invisible yet powerful force transformed into a breeze that swept over Yang Jie's corpse. The scarlet virus attached to Yang Jie was completely eradicated. The man crouched down, his fingertips lightly touching the scarlet armor. The next moment, a muffled hum suddenly came from the ground. Cracks spread out from beneath the corpse like a spider web, and the dark purple soil churned and boiled. A black coffin emerged from the ground, encasing Yang Jie's corpse within. The surface of the black coffin shimmered with an eerie light, and dark brown bloodstains clung to its textures, exuding an aura of decay and death. Sigh. The man sighed in a low voice. No matter how many kings you are ranked among the top 10 and how strong you are, in the end, you will still have to curl up in this 8-foot 3-inch coffin. The fairest thing in this world is death. He lightly tapped the black coffin, and the soil beneath it silently churned, like a quagmire, causing the coffin to sink deeper and deeper until it was completely buried underground. The man shook his head, turned and left, his thin silhouette stretched long in the moonlight. He sighed softly. Blackwood is used as a coffin to lock away the soul and remains. The yellow springs became soil to guard the spirit platform. The mysterious patterns are etched with the covenant of life and death. Blood attracts souls, and the souls come of their own accord. Snap, snap, snap. A round of applause broke out. What a fine poem. Gu Huangquan, I didn't know you could write poetry. The painter appeared out of nowhere, winking and saying, So, how much did you pay for it? Bang. Vomit. Gu Huangquan silently withdrew his fist, looked at the painter who was bent over and retching, and said calmly, I just don't like to show off like you do, and I can not only write poetry, but also fight people. The painter glared at him angrily. You really think I can't beat you? I'm just too ashamed to lift a finger. Believe me, I can kill you with one stroke. Gu Huangquan turned around and stared at him expressionlessly, making him feel uneasy. The painter's expression changed slightly. He chuckled dryly and began to change the subject. The mutated scarlet virus has appeared in the world. Disaster is about to strike. I wonder how many people will die this time. Someone like you wouldn't care about these things. What do you mean by someone like me? If everyone dies, where will I eat, drink, and go to saunas? That's true. Chapter 113, even thinking about it is a sin. My car is parked at the foot of the mountain. Let's spend the night in the car and head to Dawn City early tomorrow morning, Gao Banqing said, panting. As the saying goes, going up a mountain is easy, but coming down is hard. He was just an ordinary person, and he was also fat. After walking for half a day, he was already drenched in sweat. He glanced cautiously at Xiao Kuei, who had her arms crossed over her chest, and felt an overwhelming longing for the days when Xiao Kuei would carry him on her back. You fatso, why are you staring at me like that? Xiao Kuei looked disgusted, with a hint of impatience in her eyes. Gao Banqing was startled and quickly explained, I. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, I? Although I am a gentle, cute, and naturally beautiful maid, I am only responsible for the duties of a maid. Don't think that just because you paid money to buy me, you can do those outrageous things to me. Gao Banqing is numb. Sister, you're made of alloy. How could I be being unreasonable? Xiao Kuei, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to. You can't even think about it. Thinking about it is a sin. Xiao Kuei instantly became like a cat with its fur standing on end, and said fiercely, Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to take me to a secluded place, tie me up, and then brutally. Gao Banqing was so frightened that he quickly covered Xiao Kuei's mouth. He looked at the crowd and saw that they were all looking at him with strange eyes. He was extremely embarrassed and repeatedly explained, Please don't listen to Xiao Kuei's nonsense. She's been infected in the brain by the scarlet virus. Ah. Gao Banqing jumped up as if he had been electrocuted, gasping for breath. My foot. You really stepped on it? My foot is made of flesh. Xiao Kuei glared angrily, her pink and white cheeks puffed up like a little steamed bun. Humph. Did you enjoy stepping on me? Gao Banqing. Feeling good? Being stepped on by Xiao Kuei's alloy foot felt no different from being hit on the foot with a hammer. Everyone watched this farce with strange expressions. The scarlet virus was truly amazing, completely transforming the taciturn robot made into a different person. Baiye's thoughts differed from everyone else's. He strongly suspected that the scarlet virus had restored Xiao Kuei's factory settings, and that Xiao Kuei's former owner might have specifically set this personality for her. However, as time went by, most of Xiao Kuei's functions had already been damaged, but now they have been repaired by the scarlet virus. Wow, people in the old days really knew how to play games. Let's go quickly, it's not safe in the Black Mountain after all, Baiye urged. Actually, the insecurity he was referring to wasn't the mutated beasts on Black Mountain, but rather the Baize, whose regeneration was uncertain. Indeed, Xiao Yi agreed, carrying the feigned unconsciously Xiao on his back. The next moment, roar. Suddenly, several beastly roars echoed through the dark forest. Baiye's face darkened. Ever since arriving in Black Mountain, he had discovered that he had the potential to jinx things. He looked in the direction of the sound, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily. What the hell is this mutated beast? It looks like a ghost. In the distance, on a tree, stood two humanoid creatures with pale faces, seemingly draped in black robes, staring intently at the group. It's a mutated monk-faced monkey. Li Beitian flipped his hand, and the two guns appeared in his hand. He looked at the dark figure in the tree, and without the slightest hesitation, fired instantly. Bang! Bang! Two bullets traced an arc in the air, accurately bypassing the trees and hitting the monkey's brain. Soon, two humanoid creatures with white faces and black fur fell from the tree. Baiye frowned slightly, reminded by Li Beitian. He remembered seeing this kind of monkey on short videos in his previous life. The monk-faced monkey. Although they are monkeys, they look like ghosts. At night, the monk-faced monkeys look like people wearing white masks, which is extremely terrifying. But actually, the monk-faced monkey is considered docile among monkeys. Of course, even the most docile monkey will become extremely aggressive after transforming into a mutated beast. Li Beitian holstered his gun. Resolved? He was suddenly stunned. He saw two mutated monk-faced monkeys with wildly imaginative minds stand up silently. Countless bloodlines intertwined in the large hole in their heads, quickly filling the skull. Mutant scarlet virus. Everyone was immediately shocked. In Shelter 189, they had witnessed the terror of the mutated scarlet virus. Almost all infected people were immortal and had no fatal weaknesses. They would only die when their blood and energy were completely exhausted. Damn it, the mutated scarlet virus has leaked again. Didn't the Black Knight blow up the entrance? Li Beitian said gravely. They must have escaped when the entrance wasn't closed before, Bai Yi said in a deep voice. Initially, the entrance remained open until Yang Jia blocked it, giving the scarlet virus ample time to reach the outside world. This is troublesome. No one knows the horror of the mutated scarlet virus better than Bai Yi. The scarlet virus 100 years ago was one of the culprits that caused the Great Catastrophe. Now, 100 years later, the mutated scarlet virus has appeared. Is humanity going to experience another great catastrophe? Unfortunately, even knowing that the mutated scarlet virus had been leaked, there was nothing anyone could do. Black Mountain was so vast. How could they possibly eliminate all the infected and destroy all the viruses? I'll do it. Bai Yi took out Breath of Bones, and bang, bang, two scarlet bullets shot out with a roar. This time he didn't miss, because the two monk-faced monkeys were still in the recovery phase, which was roughly equivalent to a stationary target. The blood and chi attached to the bullet instantly extinguished the life force of the monk-faced monkey. At the same time, two streams of chi and blood were fed back to Bai Yi. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Ever since he was infected with the mutated scarlet virus and gained powerful regenerative abilities and a stronger physique, the blood and energy provided by Breath of Bones have become less and less helpful to him. Ultimately, it is a forbidden item at the snake level. Even dragon-level forbidden items cannot infinitely enhance the user's strength, let alone the lowest level, snake level. Perhaps it's something that God dislikes. So far, he has only encountered two objects that are taboo by the gods. Both the 039 by Zay and the 169 twin monkeys are so bizarrely powerful that they are unreasonable. Bai Zay goes without saying. Even a tyrant as powerful as him cannot escape his influence. 169 may seem to lack offensive capabilities, but it is equally difficult to defend against. And Xiaodong's strength is definitely not weak, yet she was still able to have her body swapped without any resistance, which speaks volumes. If forbidden objects are powerful weapons, then divinely forbidden objects are more like a weapon of rules. Under these rules, no matter how powerful you are, you must obediently comply. When the topic of taboo items came up, Shiro suddenly remembered the second taboo item he had found in the wild. The Jiaolong level, the Black Netherworld mask. We don't know how to contain it yet. Hey, humorous darts man, time to wake up? Bai Yi moved closer to Li Xiao and nudged him. Li Xiao kept his eyes closed, still pretending to be unconscious. Xiao Yi said with a strange expression, Brother Xiaobai, Li Xiao hasn't recovered yet, so let him stay unconscious for a while longer. Bai Yi smiled slightly and deliberately exaggerated. Haven't recovered yet? You underestimate the strength of the humorous dart thrower. He's the man who was defeated and forced to retreat after fighting against the 10 kings. Moreover, that mysterious powerful figure is clearly connected to him. Otherwise, why would the mysterious powerful figure use Li Xiao's mask instead of someone else's? Chapter 114 Li Xiao what? It's actually that senior. Li Xiao, who was unconscious, twitched his ears slightly, clearly having heard what was happening. Xiao Yi thought for a moment. Is it possible that other people aren't wearing masks so? Bai Ye's face darkened. Doesn't the Black Knight also have a mask? Is it possible that because the Black Knight is a woman, her mask is smaller? You son of a bitch. Bai Yi took a deep breath. No matter what, Li Xiao has indeed gained the favor of a mysterious powerhouse. It is conceivable that after tomorrow, the name of the humorous dart thrower will resound throughout the world. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a coughing sound rang out. Li Xiao slowly opened his eyes and asked clumsily, Where is this? Everyone. Bai Yi was overjoyed. He knew exactly how to handle Li Xiao. We're about to leave Black Mountain. You're finally awake. Tell us about your connection with the mysterious expert. After all, you're the only one among us who has ever been in contact with him. When he took your mask, did you see his true face? What mysterious expert? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Xiao got off Xiao Yi's back with a blank look on his face, as if he really didn't know. In fact, he knew everything. During the journey while he was pretending to be unconscious, the most talked about topic among everyone was the mysterious powerful figure slaying the tyrant, and he heard it all. Bai Yi wanted to extract the containment conditions for the black nether mask from Li Xiao, so he had no choice but to play along. He succinctly recounted the events to Li Xiao. Li Xiao suddenly realized. It was that senior who made the move. Bai Yi's eyes widened suddenly. Dude, what the hell are you talking about? Li Xiao was unaware of what Bai Yi was thinking. He only felt that Bai Yi was shocked. Not only Bai Yi was shocked, but everyone else also turned their gazes toward him. Li Xiao, do you know that mysterious expert? Gao Banqing exclaimed in surprise. Li Xiao nodded heavily, his eyes filled with reminiscence. It was a night 5 years ago. I remember the moon that day wasn't full. It looked like it had been bitten by the legendary celestial dog, leaving only a crescent moon. I had only recently awakened to my true potential when a supernatural organization, seeing my exceptional talent, insisted that I join them. However, I was used to freedom and refused. Enraged, they declared, with my talent, I'm destined to become a top-tier superhuman. If such a genius can't be used by the organization, then he must be destroyed. Bai Yi. He wanted to give Li Xiao a thumbs up. What a talent. Absolutely a talent. Even if you're not a superhuman, you could write novels and still not starve just by using your storytelling ability. And then, Gao Banqing urged. Bei was stunned. You actually believe that? Li Xiao enjoyed the feeling of being watched by everyone, which allowed his severely damaged self-esteem to slowly recover. They sent a full 18 superhumans to hunt me down. Unfortunately, I had just awakened and was outnumbered. After killing 10 superhumans, my mental energy was severely depleted, and I was at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned strange. They weren't fools. 18 extraordinary beings were fighting against you, and you were able to kill 10 of them? Even the 10 kings when they first awakened didn't have such combat power. You have to be logical when you're bragging, right? After Li Xiao finished speaking, he also felt that he had exaggerated a bit, so he quickly fast-forwarded through this part. Just as I was on the verge of death, that mysterious powerful figure appeared. He was dressed in black, with a black mask on his face, and stood on the rooftop, his figure overlapping with the bright moon. The moment he appeared, the world fell into a deathly silence, as if time had stood still. Bai Yi almost lost his composure. If I weren't the person involved, I would have actually believed it. And then, Gao Banqing was a perfect straight man. No wonder Li Xiao was willing to play along with him. Then, Li Xiao's voice suddenly rose. With just a glance from the mysterious expert, the 18 extraordinary individuals who were chasing me were instantly wiped out. Bai Yi couldn't listen anymore. You didn't say that you killed 10 of the 18. Li Xiao glared at him. Don't interrupt. What I mean is, the mysterious expert not only wiped out the living, but also the corpses of those extraordinary individuals. Later, I asked him why he saved me. He said, Young man, I see that you are exceptionally talented, and I cannot bear to see you perish here. Otherwise, the world will be much less wonderful without you. I asked him who he was. He said, Only after you become one of the 10 kings will you be qualified to know my name. Strive to become stronger. I've been lonely at the peak for far too long. Gao Banqing suddenly said, So this is why you've always wanted to become one of the 10 kings? Li Xiao nodded vigorously. Although he doesn't need me to repay him, I will always remember this kindness. After I become one of the 10 kings, I will seek to repay him. I'm completely numb. Are you two putting on a show? He was too embarrassed to listen anymore, and his awkward toes started digging into the ground. So, according to you, the black mask originally belonged to the mysterious powerful figure, and he didn't steal you? Li Xiao was immediately enraged. What are you talking about? How could such a powerful person steal my things? The black mask was given to me by him. He thought I was young and impetuous and too sharp, so he gave me the forbidden item, black nether mask, that could conceal my aura, hoping that I could grow up in peace. He said, Once I have enough strength to protect myself, I will take back the dark mask. Gao Banqing suddenly realized. So the mysterious expert appeared this time to retrieve the black nether mask from you, but found you in danger. So he intervened to kill the tyrant and save you? Cough, cough. Li Xiao's ears turned a little red, and his eyes darted around as he said, You can't say that. The mysterious expert is kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see the tyrant indiscriminately killing innocent people, so he stepped in to help. Of course, saving me was also part of the reason. Today, Bai Yi finally understands the true meaning of the saying, when you're out in the world, Your identity is something you give yourself. It has to be you, the humorous darts player. He couldn't listen any longer and hurriedly asked, since the black nether mask belongs to that mysterious expert, it must be very powerful. It can't just have the ability to conceal one's aura, right? Li Xiao nodded. You're right, the black nether mask does indeed have other abilities, but I'm not entirely sure, because it can only be used after it has been contained. You didn't accept it? The conditions for acceptance are very strict. The containment conditions aren't too harsh. All you need to do is cut off your own face and offer it as a sacrifice. This isn't considered harsh. Chapter 115. Thank you for being happy for me. Noticing Bai Ye's gaze, Li Xiao coughed lightly. Such a small matter is nothing to me. It's not that I'm afraid of the pain that I didn't take it in, but that I respect that mysterious expert. It belongs to him. How can I take it for myself? That's why I haven't taken it in. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi turned and walked away from Li Xiao. He simply couldn't stand it anymore. Let whoever wanted to listen. The group continued on their way while listening to Li Xiao's boasting. Bai Yi pondered silently. Cut off his face. No wonder he could feel the desire for a face when he wore the black nether mask. Doesn't this mean that once someone is taken in, they can't have any sense of shame? Now that we've covered the advantages, what about the disadvantages? It doesn't seem to have any downsides. To others, being shameless is equivalent to disfigurement, but to Bai Yi, it's nothing. With his super regenerative abilities, he can recover in no time after having his face skin removed. However, we can't cut it now. Otherwise, even a fool would know that he is the mysterious powerhouse. After a long while, the group finally found the car that Gao Bansheng had mentioned at the foot of the mountain. There were a total of 6 modified off-road vehicles, belonging to Gao Bansheng and his companions. However, most of those people had died, so there were plenty of vehicles available. For Li Yu, everyone specially assigned a car to him, and Bai Yi separately. Originally, Gao Bansheng and the others planned to rest in the car for one night before setting off, but after seeing the monk-faced monkeys infected with the scarlet virus, everyone felt that it was not safe to be there and decided to travel overnight. The wasteland at night is indeed dangerous, but with Mr. Li, Li Xiao, Xiao Yi, Li Beitian, and others around, we can handle any danger we encounter. The convoy set off in a grand procession toward Dawn City. Once inside the car, seeing that no one was around, Li Yu completely dropped his facade of strength and leaned back loosely in his seat. Brother Yi, we made a fortune on this trip to Montenegro. He picked up his ever-present tattered sack and started pulling out money. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. A full 1.25 million. And some people didn't bring any money, so they gave us watches and gold. All of this is enough for us to live a life of luxury in Dawn City. Shireen glanced at him. Thank you. Li Yu was taken aback. Why are you thanking me? Thank you for being happy for me. What do you mean, I earned all this money. You can take 10,000 yuan from it as a reward for your hard work later. Li Yu's face fell. Brother Yi, you can't do this to me. I at least gave you ginseng while you were unconscious. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Don't take the 10,000 yuan anymore. You still owe me 1.99 million yuan. Li Yu. Bai Yi drove absent-mindedly, the black mountain in the rearview mirror looking particularly terrifying in the night, like a fearsome giant lurking on the earth. Finally, I'm leaving this awful place. Suffered terribly on this trip to Black Mountain, the most painful part being entering in Xiaodong's body, but thankfully, he was able to switch back. Most importantly, after suffering so much, they still couldn't find the Panga USB drive. Instead, they found an unknown black substance inside their bodies. Damn it. The more I thought about it, the more irritated I became. In addition, the quality of this crappy car was really bad, and the engine generated a lot of heat, making the interior of the car very stuffy. He wanted to open the window for ventilation, but he couldn't. At night, many unknown mutated insects fly around the wasteland. If you get bitten, you'll suffer. It's fucking hot. Li Zua, use your magic hand to fan me. Brother Yi, that's a bit insulting. My magic hand. I use it to fan. My magic hand is for fanning. Seeing Bai Yi raise his fist, Li Yu immediately backed down and used his magic hand to fan the air. Brother Yi, just hang in there a little longer. Things will get better once we get to Dawn City. Bai Yi replied casually. Li Yu, however, became animated on the side. Let me tell you, Brother Yi, city people don't need to use fans when it's hot. They have something called empty. What was it again? Yes, air conditioning. This thing blows cold air. Oh, I can tell from your expression that you don't believe me, Brother Yi. Although you are very strong, you are still not as knowledgeable as me. I'm not showing off to you. Do my second uncle know? He was a proper city man. If he hadn't died young, I would have gone to the city to live with him long ago. When I was little, I went to the city to visit my second uncle once. It was summer, and it was over 40 degrees Celsius outside. I thought I would stand at the door and enjoy the breeze, but my second uncle told me to come inside. I told him it was so stuffy inside, not as cool as outside, but he insisted I come inside. I couldn't refuse him, so I went in. And guess what happened? Hee so what? Liu smiled mysteriously. I was shivering from the cold when I went inside. My second uncle said it was the air conditioner blowing cold air. That was the first time I had ever seen an air conditioner. It looked like a metal box and was hung on the wall. There's an opening, a hole, above it, and cold wind is blowing out. Brother Yi, have you ever seen a metal box that blows cold air? Seriously, I'm not exaggerating. That night, I had to sleep under a blanket because I was so cold. Really? I don't believe it. Bai Yi suddenly felt that teasing Liu, this idiot, was quite interesting. Liu's eyes widened immediately, and he said urgently, "It's true, Brother Yi. I swear on my magic hand. If I'm lying, may my magic hand never get hard again for the rest of my life." You'd better be referring to magic hands. In a temporary outpost, covered in blood, He Qianjun sat down in front of a communication device with the help of his subordinates. "Elder He, your injury is too serious. Let's bandage it up first before reporting back," his subordinate said worriedly. He Qianjun waved his hand. The mysterious person appeared and killed the tyrant, one of the 10 kings, in one strike. "This news is too important. We must report it to the leader as soon as possible. We cannot delay for a moment." His subordinates couldn't refuse, so they quickly set up the communication equipment and handed the microphone to He Qianjun. A short while later, a deep male voice came through the microphone. "Speak." He Qianjun's expression turned solemn. "Leader, it's me. Old He, what's the situation in Black Mountain?" "The tyrant is dead." Instantly, killing Yang Jie flashed uncontrollably through He Qianjun's mind, and his voice involuntarily carried a hint of horror. The person on the other end of the phone seemed unsurprised, their voice remaining perfectly calm. "Okay, I understand. Apocalypse Corporation hates Tyrant to the core. This time, the leak of information about Vault 189 is very strange, and it's obviously aimed at Tyrant. The Tyrant must have realized it too, but being arrogant, he would still go into a trap even knowing it was one. Rather than saying the Tyrant died at the hands of the Apocalypse Corporation, it would be more accurate to say he died from arrogance." A hint of sarcasm crept into the leader's voice, though it was unclear whether he was mocking Yang Jie's arrogance or Tianqi's despicable nature. Despite being thousands of miles away, the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel managed to guess the extent of Apocalypse Corporation's plans against the tyrant in just a few words. However, He Qianjun's expression turned slightly strange. He had finally seen what it meant to have the result completely correct, but the process completely wrong. The leader guessed that the tyrant would die, but the process was completely different. Leader, the tyrant wasn't killed by Apocalypse Corporation." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Chapter 116 Panga Project Executor, Bai Yi. After a moment, the leader seemed to have adjusted his mindset and said calmly, "It seems that Apocalypse has asked the other 10 kings to take action. Interesting. Which has always regarded the superhuman as heretics and considered genetic evolution as the ultimate direction of human evolution, will eventually have to rely on the power of the superhuman. Which of the 10 kings did they invite?" He Qianjun's expression grew increasingly strange. He glanced at his underlings out of the corner of his eye, thinking to himself, "I can't let the leader keep guessing, or it will seriously damage his authority." After all, the leader's image has always been that of someone who plans strategies within a command tent and wins battles from afar. It wasn't one of the other 10 kings, nor the Apocalypse Company. Someone else killed the tyrant. "Leader." This time, the silence on the other end of the phone lasted even longer. "Who is it?" This time, the leader was smarter and stopped guessing. He Qianjun straightened up slightly and solemnly recounted the story of the mysterious person. Silence, a deathly silence. The silence was so profound that He Qianjun even thought the leader had already hung up. "Leader, I am here." A flicker of emotion crossed the leader's calm voice, mirroring the turmoil within him. He took a deep breath. "Are you sure the mysterious man killed Yang Jie in one move? There are so many of you here, yet not a single one of you saw how the mysterious man made his move." He Qianjun nodded solemnly. "I'm sure." The words had barely left his mouth when a voice shouted into the distance from the other end of the phone. "Pass the word down. Convene an emergency meeting immediately. All deputy commanders must be present." Chief, what is the topic?" "The life or death of the Brotherhood of Steel." He Qianjun was startled. "Chief, you flatter me." Elder He, a person who is suspected of possessing the Panga USB drive, whose combat power surpasses the 10 kings, and who may come from the old era. Do you know what this means when all these conditions are put together? What does it mean? The leader said in a deep voice. I have always thought that since the people of the old era set up the Panga project, there must be a leader who will carry out the project. This person is responsible for creating a new era. Can he be an ordinary person? Didn't the old era's mastery of gene modification, mechanical modification, and transcendent awakening technologies, along with life engineering, allow them to create a powerhouse far surpassing the pinnacle of their time? He Qianjun was instantly horrified, his eyes widening in shock. You mean, the mysterious person is the executor of the Panga project? The leader was silent for a moment. There is too little information, and his appearance is too coincidental. He happens to be the Panga USB drive, the 189 shelter, and his strength is so great. All of this combined makes it hard for me to imagine anywhere else, other than from the old era, that could have nurtured such a powerful individual. Beep, beep, beep. A busy signal came from the other end of the phone. He Qianjun was so shocked that he was numb and didn't even notice when his subordinate took the phone away. If what the leader says is true, what does the appearance of the mysterious man mean? Is he here to overturn the era of cataclysm and usher in a new era for humanity? Will old forces like the Brotherhood of Steel, which remain in the wasteland, be ruthlessly crushed and shattered in the torrent of history? If Shirono could hear what the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel said, he would probably be deeply moved. What does it mean to have a completely wrong process, but a completely right result? The leader of the Brotherhood of Steel demonstrated twice, and he was right. Bai Yi really did come from the civilized era, which is what they call the old era. In the darkness, hundreds of modified camouflage off-road vehicles sped across the wilderness like a torrent of steel. Soon, they encountered another small convoy. In the lead vehicle of the small convoy, a long-haired girl who was less than 1.5 meters tall opened the car door. She wanted to get out of the car, but found that her feet could not touch the ground, so she had to jump out of the car. Several bright headlights shone on the little girl, illuminating her pure yet alluring face. At this moment, several men dressed in high-level combat uniforms stepped out of the large convoy of vehicles. Seeing the little girl, the middle-aged officer in the lead frowned immediately. Who are you? Where are Lord Minghu and Lord Yinshi? The little girl rolled her eyes and said in a childish voice, I am the Silver Serpent. The middle-aged officer was startled and quickly looked her over carefully. Sure enough, he saw that the little girl looked very similar to Silver Snake, like a little girl version of Silver Snake. He quickly saluted, Lord Silver Serpent, please forgive me. I did not recognize you at first. The Silver Snake waved its hand. You can't blame yourself for this. I was injured by the tyrant twice and had to shed my skin twice. I'm almost as small as a child now. Lord Silver Serpent, where's Lord Dark Tiger? Mentioning the Nether Tiger, Silver Snake's eyes immediately reddened, and tears streamed down her face like broken beads. Her sobbing appearance, combined with her petite figure, made her look like a little girl whose doll had been stolen. Brother Tiger, he was killed by the tyrant while trying to save me. The middle-aged officer looked horrified. Lord Minghu, what about the tyrant? My tyrant brother is dead too, sob sob sob. The middle-aged officer's lips twitched instantly. If he hadn't been too afraid, he would have cursed out loud. Brother, anyone who's handsome is your brother. If you love your brother so much, you shouldn't be called Silver Snake. You should change your name to Hen. Silver Snake seemed to have thought of something, wiped away her tears with her small hand, and said in a deep voice, Did you bring a communication device? Quick, I have important intelligence to report to the board of directors. The middle-aged officer quickly invited Silver Snake into the car and turned on her communication device. The moment the communication device was connected, Silver Snake's expression turned serious. Chairman, is the tyrant dead? Came an old voice from the other end of the phone. Dead. A slightly coughing laugh rang out, and the chairman laughed as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. It's just that it wasn't me and Minghu who killed him, and since Minghu is dead, Eagle should be dead too. The chairman laughed and said, It doesn't matter. As long as the tyrant is dead, what does it matter if all 12 zodiac signs are wiped out? The company can train you, and it can train new 12 zodiac signs. A cold glint flashed in Silver Serpent's eyes, but he said respectfully, Chairman, you don't seem surprised at all that the tyrant died at the hands of someone else. Could it be that the man in the black mask was sent by you? The chairman smiled again and said, The company will certainly not place its hopes solely on you. The 12 zodiac animals are merely a cover for the real trump card. Before because I was afraid you would leak the news. Yes, the company did hire someone else. Wait. The person on the other end of the phone exclaimed in surprise. What did you just say? Black mask? What black mask? Chapter 117 Immediately notify the Federation. Apprehend the mysterious person who killed the tyrant. Silver Serpent said calmly. He's the mysterious powerhouse who killed the tyrant in one move. Clang. A loud thud came from the microphone, causing Silver Snake to frown and move the microphone slightly away from his ear. Then came the sound of fumbling, and the chairman picked up the phone again. Chairman, what's wrong? Wasn't the man in the black mask someone you sent? No. The chairman's voice was laced with heavy breathing. The shocking news made it difficult for his aged body to breathe. The men I sent weren't wearing black masks, and they couldn't possibly have killed the tyrant in one move. Quick, tell me in detail what exactly happened. Silver Snake recounted everything that had happened in Black Mountain. Then I heard on the other end of the phone that they had already started putting him on a ventilator. A cacophony of voices arose, and it seemed a medical team had arrived. Get out of my way. I'm fine, the chairman roared, then continued. Immediately notify the Eastern Continent Federation to issue an arrest warrant for the mysterious person who killed the tyrant. This person is not only extremely powerful, but also took the Panga USB drive from Black Mountain. He is extremely dangerous. The Federation should take action as soon as possible. Silver Serpent narrowed his eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing within them. Chairman, is the Panga USB drive really on the mysterious man? I saw the hidden mouses in the experimental base at Vault 189. Shut up, the chairman snapped, then ordered those around him, get out of here. After a long silence, he slowly said, Silver Serpent, remember this. No matter what you see, from today onwards, the Panga USB drive can only be with the mysterious man. If anyone asks you about it, you must answer in the same way. You witnessed the mysterious man take the Panga USB drive and kill the tyrant. Silver Snake chuckled. Understood, you're subordinate. You old codger, it really was you who stole the Panga USB drive. I bet your original plan was to kill the tyrant, then fake his disappearance, and then announce that he had stolen the Panga USB drive and gone into hiding. Now that the plan has failed, is he trying to divert the world's attention to the mysterious person, hoping to buy time to study the Panga USB drive and prolong his own life? By the way, Chairman, I have another report. There's a mutated scarlet virus in Vault 189, which appears to have leaked into the outside world. I'm worried that if the virus spreads, it could threaten Dawn City. You don't need to worry about this. I have my own plans, the chairman said dismissively before hanging up the phone. After the call ended, the smile on Silver Serpent's face slowly faded, leaving behind only a chilling coldness. Since the chairman already had the Panga USB drive, he must know about the mutated scarlet virus. Yet he is not worried at all. Does he have a countermeasure? No, if the scarlet virus were so easy to deal with, there wouldn't have been a major catastrophe. That old geezer didn't have a solution. He simply had no intention of doing anything about it. Yes, even if the mutated scarlet virus is troublesome, it will take time to spread, and although the pseudo-humans are difficult to deal with, they are not invincible. Anyway, he holds a high position of power, and the deaths and injuries of ordinary people below him will not affect him. On the contrary, his impending death is what worries him the most. The following evening, the group, who had been running all the way, finally saw Dawn City. As the sun sets, a magnificent city stands proudly in the orange-red afterglow. Countless building complexes stretch endlessly, with massive circular city walls winding and covered with defensive fortifications. As dusk deepened, Dawn City loomed in the shadows, resembling a lurking beast, exuding both awe-inspiring majesty and a sense of apocalyptic desolation. Upon seeing this fortress of civilization standing atop the wasteland, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He, the last civilized person of the Great Cataclysm era, had finally seen civilization again. His definition of civilization is simple: eating barbecue, drinking beer, going to saunas, singing karaoke, and playing video games. Soon, the convoy stopped at the entrance to Dawn City and was inspected by heavily armed soldiers. This is where the importance of Gao Banching became apparent. The wealthy fat man simply pulled out an ID card, which startled the soldiers so much that they didn't even dare to check it and let him pass directly. Bai Yi entered Dawn City full of anticipation, and then, the scene that greeted him was like a bucket of ice water, chilling him to the bone. Rusty wind, carrying sand and gravel, swept across the cracked asphalt road, making the faded billboards creak and rattle. In the distance, towering chimneys of factories stand tall, billowing black smoke that turns the sky a leaden gray. On the streets, pedestrians were emaciated and listless. This is Dawn City. How dare they call this Dawn City? Looking at the rows of low houses, Bai Yi cursed. With this level of construction, it's not even as good as our village. Brother Yi, this isn't Dawn City, It's a satellite city, Liu explained from the passenger seat. Satellite city? There are 10 satellite cities surrounding Dawn City. My second uncle said that the satellite cities are like satellites in the sky, used to protect Dawn City. Are you sure you're a guardian? Bai glanced through the car window at the emaciated people and the litter scattered on the streets. Liu sighed. At first, satellite cities had a relatively high status, but as the mutated beasts were defeated one after another by human firearms, satellite cities lost their original significance. Many heavily polluting factories were relocated to satellite cities, and naturally, workers and their families followed. Later, some criminals who committed crimes in Dawn City would also run to the satellite city to hide, and people who could not make it in Dawn City and became homeless were driven to the satellite city. Over time, the satellite city became worse and worse, while Dawn City became better and better, because all the negative factors have been eliminated by Dawn City. Now, the people of the satellite city are called lower city people, while the people of Dawn City are upper city people. Lower city people are not allowed to enter Dawn City. Bai seemed to be deep in thought. He hadn't expected the class system to be so strict during the Great Cataclysm era. The satellite city system practically forcibly divided the people here into the lower class. So, the people of the lower city are really miserable. They seem to live in the city, but in reality, they enjoy the lowest level of treatment, working hard every day to feed Dawn City. Liu shook his head. The people of the lower city are not the worst off. The worst off are wasteland people like us. The people in the lower city don't have to worry about their safety. Living here, they won't be attacked by mutated beasts or robbed by wasteland raiders. As long as they work hard, they won't have to eat cockroach protein bars every meal, and they might even have a chance to eat synthetic meat. Bai Yi had just felt sorry for the people of the lower city, but after Li Yi reminded him, he almost forgot that he was the most miserable one. Wastelanders were at the very bottom of the social hierarchy, not even as good as the people of the lower city. Damn it, I'm so miserable. Chapter 118 The Way You Brag is so damn impressive. About an hour later, when the sun had completely set and night had fallen, the group's convoy finally arrived at the real Dawn City. Shiro was stunned after just one glance. Is this a city from a certain era? Having witnessed the ruins of the satellite city, he had long since given up hope for Dawn City, but then, a torrent of neon lights surged under the night sky, and a giant advertising screen occupied the entire exterior wall of the building, with several young girls dressed in revealing outfits dancing energetically on the screen. The streets shimmered in a neon frenzy, as if one had fallen into an electronic psychedelic show that never ends. Pedestrians on the street are like living performance art installations, with leather trench coats adorned with sharp rivets, and mechanical prosthetics sprayed with fluorescent orange and cobalt blue gradients under ripped fishnet stockings. Welcome, everyone, to Dawn City. Gao Banqing parked the car in front of a luxury hotel. The colorful neon lights shimmered on the fat man as he laughed heartily and extended a sincere and enthusiastic welcome to the crowd. Led by Gao Banqing, the group entered the hotel called Fujinch. The magnificent hall looked like a ballroom, filled with gentlemen in suits and ladies in gorgeous evening gowns. The waiters, dressed in impeccably tailored black vests and crisp white shirts, carried trays and drinks as they moved through the crowd. This made Bei and the others feel as if they had traveled through time and space to a world called high society. Liu glanced at the guest's attire, then looked down at his own tattered clothes, and involuntarily shrank back. The inferiority complex of being a wastelander is ingrained in one's bones. Bai Yi, on the other hand, was completely different. This wastelander, dressed in even more tattered clothes, had arrogant and excited eyes, his aggressive gaze sweeping back and forth. Not bad, barely enough to entertain this god. It's impossible for him to feel inferior. His mental state has improved significantly since encountering the Eye of Ember. Their attire seemed out of place, attracting the attention of many people. Even Gao Banqing, the son of the richest man, was no exception. In order to make it easier to go to Heishan, he naturally could not wear a suit and tie, but wore a functional combat uniform. Soon, a man who looked like a butler came over, bowed to Gao Banqing with a smile on his face, and said, "Young Master Gao, it is an honor to have you here. I am sorry for not welcoming you properly." Gao Banqing waved his hand impatiently. "Arrange room number 1. I want to host a banquet for my friends." The butler smiled slightly. "Room number 1 in the floating gold pavilion is always reserved for you. Please follow me, distinguished guests." Gao Banqing turned around and smiled at everyone. "Let's just have a simple meal here for today. When we get back to my Wangguanjing, I'll treat you all to a proper meal. Just passable?" Even Xiao Yi and the others, who had seen a lot of the world, were secretly amazed. Only Gao Bansheng could say something like that without sounding like he was bragging. The group followed the steward, and the deeper they went, the more astonished they became by the splendor of the captive gold pavilion. Dawn City and the satellite city are truly like two different worlds. Bai Yi didn't care about the renovation. He really wanted to have a good meal. He had long regarded cockroach protein bars as his lifelong enemy and hated them deeply. As he walked along, he keenly noticed that almost all the guests in the hall were talking about the same topic. The tyrant, such a heinous criminal, is finally dead. Good riddance. The freight train I bought at great expense was hijacked by the tyrant not long ago, before I had even transported a few goods. I suffered heavy losses. I was originally planning to offer a large reward for the tyrant's life, but now I've saved money. A bald, middle-aged man smiled as he held up a glass of red wine. Bai Yi couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. So the tyrant's train was provided by you, kid? Looks like everyone in Dawn City is a ruthless tyrant. Trying to buy the life of a tyrant? You're really ruthless when you brag. I wonder who the mysterious person who killed the tyrant was. Otherwise, I would definitely thank him properly. Speaking of this mysterious person, I heard that the Federation has already put a bounty on him, and the reward is not low. It's not just not low. His bounty is currently the highest in Beimang. It's making me not want to do business anymore. If I could catch the mysterious man, why would I bother with business? Stop calling him mysterious man all the time. Haven't you seen the latest news? The Federal Wanted poster has his nickname on it. What's your name? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. Damn, it's one thing to issue a wanted notice, but to offer a free name? He wanted to listen to it himself, but someone came over to toast them, which interrupted him. Soon, led by the butler, everyone took their seats in room 1. Unlike the luxurious exterior, room number 1 is very elegant and has a classic, antique feel. Inside, there is a bronze incense burner about half the height of a person, from which wisps of smoke rise, and the aroma is refreshing. Deep inside, behind a screen, one can vaguely see a graceful woman sitting elegantly, playing the zither. On the wall directly opposite the dining table, there was a plasma TV playing news programs. Those evil rich people. After everyone was seated, one after another, exquisite and elegant dishes, which looked like they wouldn't fill you up, were served. It wasn't served by the same waiter, but by rows of young women in cheongsams lining up to bring it up. Then these beautiful young women, with charming smiles, introduced the names of the dishes, their ingredients, and their places of origin to everyone. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yi and the others sat up straight, as if this was the proper way to sit in such an occasion. Bai Yi didn't care about anything else. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The young woman introduced each dish, and he ate it one by one. The plate was huge, but the portion of food was tiny. He ate almost everything with just one bite of his chopsticks. Brother Xiaobai, leave us some. We haven't eaten all day. Xiao Yi was anxious. After a fierce battle, he was starving. Seeing that Bai Yi was eating alone, he couldn't care less about his pride and quickly started to snatch the food. Stop introducing them. Hurry up and bring them all out. Damn it. I've lost at least 10 pounds on this trip. I have to make up for it. Gao Bansheng laughed, rolled up his sleeves, and started eating heartily as well. He ate a couple of bites and felt unsatisfied. The portion was too small. It wouldn't be a problem if he ate it when he wasn't hungry, as he appreciated the finer things in life. But now that he was starving, the whole plate of food felt like nothing at all. Bring me a steamed bun. I'll eat this one. The young woman was taken aback. Young Master Gao, Fujing Pavilion doesn't have steamed buns. For main dishes, we have black truffle risotto, gold leaf sea urchin sushi, and low-temperature abalone rice. Gao Bansheng said unhappily. Can't you just go buy some if you don't have any? Yes, young Master Gao, I'll go buy it right away. Gao Bansheng turned to the crowd and asked, does anyone have other staple foods? Li Beitian, noodles. Xiao Yi, scallion pancakes. Li Yu, steamed cornbread. Shirono, cockroach protein bars. Chapter 119, I've become the leader of the 10 kings? Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at Bai Yi with astonishment. Bai Yi wiped his mouth and said casually, don't misunderstand. Even dogs wouldn't eat that stuff. I just wanted to leave it aside and look at it. This is called remembering the bitter past and appreciating the sweet present. The food at Fujinj is all bland and tasteless. But if you put a cockroach protein bar next to it, even a pile of poop will taste sweet. Brother Xiaobai's insights are indeed different from ordinary people. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the invisible constraints that permeated high-end venues seemed to be completely shattered. As they ate and drank, they were transported back to the time when they sat on the ground in Black Mountain, drinking cheap liquor. Black Mountain and Floating Gold Pavilion seemed no different. It was the same group of people, still eating and drinking. Soon, noodles, scallion pancakes, steamed cornbread, and cockroach protein bars were served. Bai Yi put the cockroach protein stick under his nose, took a deep sniff, and immediately ate 3 more bowls of rice. We have an urgent news briefing. Bai Yi paused in his eating, looked up, and immediately saw a huge wanted poster that filled the entire screen. Holy crap! Everyone was startled and looked curiously at the screen. 2 billion. Li shouting jumped up from his seat, his eyes widening as he stared intently at the string of zeros on the screen. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if he had been stimulated by something. He kept muttering to himself, the highest bounty on the 10 kings is only a little over 1.4 billion. The highest bounty in Baiman's history, the highest. He never dared to dream of such a large bounty. At most, he dreamed of 1.5 billion, surpassing all the 10 kings and becoming the leader of the 10 kings. And now, a staggering 2 billion has suddenly appeared. His eyes blazed with intense light, as if he had spotted a new target. To be honest, I think 2 billion is a bit low. That mysterious expert killed the tyrant in an instant. Xiaoyi came back to his senses and said slowly. Bai Yi gave Xiaoyi a thumbs up in his heart, thinking that his younger brother had good taste. Gao Banqing explained, after all, this is the first time a bounty has been offered. If the mysterious expert reappears in the future, the bounty will probably skyrocket. No, we can't call him a mysterious expert now. Look, the wanted poster has his name on it. Black King. The wanted poster was written in large, bright red characters. Black King. Reward, 2.296 billion. His crimes are heinous, and he will be executed regardless of his life or death. There was also a hand-drawn portrait on the bounty. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its cool light piercing through the clouds and turning the ruins silvery gray. A figure dressed in black stood with his hands behind his back on the ruins, his trailing shadow intertwined with twisted steel bars. A metallic black mask concealed his face, leaving only a pair of deep black eyes reflecting the bright moon. Before this figure, a 100-meter-tall steel behemoth knelt on the ground, as if paying homage to a god. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Who drew this? Who drew this? They deserve a bonus. Does the name really have to be so descriptive? I really didn't have any other words, so I called myself Black King because I was dressed in all black. Look, there are words at the very bottom. It seems to be an introduction to the Black King's deeds. Gao Banqing exclaimed, subconsciously reading it aloud. Jia in Vault 189 released the mutated scarlet virus, stole the Panga USB drive, and attempted to overthrow the existing civilized order. His crimes are heinous. Holy shit. Bai Yi almost cursed it out loud. Apart from the first one, which he acknowledged, the others were completely irrelevant. All sorts of accusations on me. Did I release the mutated scarlet virus? I haven't even seen the Panga USB drive. Subverting the civilized order? Why don't you just write, I want to destroy the world, destroy all of humanity. Gao Banqing continued reading. A suspected remnant of the old era, the executor of the Panga project. The strength demonstrated by Black King in killing tyrant Yang Jia. The Federation has determined that he has been removed from the list of Tyrant Baiman's top 10 most wanted criminals. Black King has been added as the number 1 of the 10 most wanted criminals in Baiman. Hiss! Gao Banqing suddenly gasped. The leader of the 10 kings? The mysterious Black King has become the leader of the 10 kings? The ranking of the 10 kings has never been in any particular order. I never expected the Black King to suddenly appear and directly take the top spot. Humph! Li Xiao snorted coldly. With Senior Black King's strength, comparing him to the 10 kings would be an exaggeration for the 10 kings, wouldn't it? This humorous darts player seemed to have discovered a wider world, and his words began to align him with the Black King, looking down on the 10 kings as if they were nobody. Bai Yi put his hand to his forehead. He could almost imagine that from now on, the humorous dart man would no longer be talking about the 10 kings, but would be talking about the Black King all the time. He finally understood. It turned out that the so-called 10 kings were the 10 most wanted criminals in Beimang, 10 people who had committed heinous crimes. The superhuman community named these 10 people the 10 kings, since the Federation would not call wanted criminals kings. Seeing this arrest warrant, he could sense the Federation's sinister intentions. The title of head of the 10 kings was clearly intentional. Who are the 10 kings? You can probably guess by looking at the tyrant Yang Jia. These 10 top superhumans are not the type to be subservient to others. Originally, there was no ranking among them, but now there is suddenly a leader of the 10 kings. What are the other 10 kings supposed to think? He didn't know others, but he knew that if the tyrant were still alive, given his personality, if he woke up one day and saw the news that someone had become the head of the 10 kings, he would definitely come knocking on his door without saying a word. This is blatant praise to kill. A naked act of praise to kill. Bai Yi now felt more and more that his previous act of stripping Li Xiao naked was very wise. If his true face had been exposed to everyone, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and no amount of time would have been enough for him to waste. The crowd fell into a brief silence after hearing the news about the Black King. After a long while, Gao Banqing broke the silence. He stood up and laughed. No matter what Senior Black King did, we are only able to survive this time thanks to Senior Black King. Everyone, I propose that we all toast Senior Black King. How about that? His words were met with agreement from everyone. Xiao raised his glass and stood up. Boss Gao is right. Without Senior Black King, we wouldn't have been able to come back from Black Mountain alive. Cheers to Black King. Homage to the Black King. Respect to our benefactor. Bai Yi was a little speechless, not expecting so many people to pay tribute to him from afar. He's not in the mood for drinking anymore. A huge black pot has fallen from the sky on his head. Who can he complain to? Brother Bai, let's drink together. Gao Banqing urged when he saw that Bai Yi hadn't raised his glass. Why? Bai Yi sighed inwardly, wondering what kind of move it was to respect himself. Forget it, stop thinking about it. There's no time to be sad. Next up is the remnant of an old era, the releaser of the mutated scarlet virus, the subverter of order and civilization, the controller of time, the owner of the Panga USB drive, the executor of the Panga project, the last civilized person in the world, with a bounty of 2.296 billion, the highest bounty ever placed in Baiman, the one who instantly killed the tyrant Yang Jia and ranked first among the 10 kings. Black King Bai Yi. Chapter 120 Extraordinary Level equals No Level. Black King Bai Yi resolutely stood up and raised his wine glass. Everyone reached out to clink glasses, splashing wine and filling the air with its aroma. Shirono shouted, "Homage to the Black King." Tons, tons, tons. After everyone drank a toast, they discovered that the news was still playing, and this time it was someone else's bounty. The Silent Court. The Black Knight. Reward, 450 million. His crimes are heinous. His life or death is irrelevant. Ghost Clown. Reward, 390 million. His crimes are heinous. His life or death is irrelevant. Magician Liu. Reward, 330 million. His crimes are heinous, and he will be executed regardless of his life or death. Mr. Li, there's a reward for you. Gao Banqing exclaimed in surprise. Liu, who was engrossed in the fine wine, looked up in astonishment, and then seemed to be struck by lightning. The wanted poster depicts a detached wastelander standing under the setting sun, shrouded in smoke, his tattered robes fluttering in the wind. He lowers his eyes and is untying the blood-stained bandage on his right hand. When Liu saw himself on TV, he was instantly stunned. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Why were there so many zeros? It's all over, it's all over, I'm doomed. The thought of having so many zeros on his head makes him afraid to close his eyes, lest several bounty hunters or federal law enforcement teams suddenly jump out from the shadows and cut off his head. No, why? I didn't do anything. I just went to Montenegro. He quickly looked at his crime. The Black Mountain incident participants were charged with damaging historical sites, openly extorting hundreds of people, obstructing federal investigators, and violating sections 125, 167, and 221 of the Extraordinary Management Act. After reading it, Liu wanted to curse. When did I destroy the relics of the old era? I've been hiding in the house researching the magic hand ever since I entered Vault 189. Jie destroyed the shelter, and Yigu openly extorted money from the refuge. Wait, what the heck is obstructing federal investigators' actions? Who is the federal investigator? Could it be Dark Tiger? Is it because he broke Dark Tiger's wine glass? As expected of Mr. Li, Gao Banqing exclaimed, the bounty has exceeded 300 million. Too low. Xiao Yi shook his head. With Mr. Li's strength, how could it only be 300 million? Mr. Li scared off 2 zodiacs with just one sentence, plus 200 gene warriors. That should be at least 500 million. Liu remained silent, only drinking to calm his nerves. Bay a resentful look. Bai Yi wasn't colorblind. He understood the meaning in Liu's eyes. The gist of it is, Brother Yi, you've really put me in a lot of trouble. Huh? My bounty has exceeded 100 million too. Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise. He saw himself. Swordsman, Xiao Yi. Reward, 110 million. His crimes are heinous, and he will be executed regardless of his life or death. Upon seeing that his bounty had exceeded 100 million, Xiao Yi remained calm and did not react much. Li Xiao, on the other hand, became nervous and excited. He stared at the screen like a student waiting to check their college entrance exam scores. After flashing through several wanted posters, he finally saw himself. Then, As if all his strength had been drained, he slumped into his seat, spilling the wine in his hand. Filmmaker. Li Xiao. Reward, 95 million. His crimes are heinous, and he will be executed regardless of his life or death. 9,005. Why is it only 9,005? Even Xiao Yi has broken 100 million, but I haven't. This is impossible. Fueled by alcohol, Li Xiao roared. I am the man who fought a tyrant and was defeated. There's a cover-up. There must be a cover-up. Everyone. They'd only ever heard of people bribing federal officials to lower their bounties, never of someone voluntarily increasing one. By the way, there's something I've always been curious about. Are the strengths of superhumans all determined by bounties? Are there no ranks? Bai Yi asked, voicing his doubts. Gao Banqing explained. Indeed, there is no clear ranking system because there is no quantifiable way to measure combat power. For example, in a fight between a superhuman who can become invisible and a superhuman who can control fire, the fire-controlling superhuman can instantly burn down a building, while the invisible superhuman can only become invisible. In your opinion, who would win if they actually fought? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, understanding Gao Banqing's meaning. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be invisible. Gao Banqing nodded. That's right. So no amount of data on paper can fully capture the strength of a superhuman. Only by actually fighting can we determine who is stronger and who is weaker. Bounties can be used as a reference for strength. They are based on the Federation's assessment of the danger level of superhumans according to their actual combat performance. The stronger the superhuman, the higher the bounty. Of course, sometimes the bounty can be higher than the actual reward. For example, a superhuman might not be very strong, but if they commit too many heinous crimes, their bounty might still increase. Can't we rate them based on mental strength? Gao Banqing chuckled. Mental power is invisible and intangible, yet it truly exists, just like love. This thing can't be measured. It's like your girlfriend asking, how much do you love me? Can you give her a precise number? Bai Yi's lips twitched, and the scene involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Woman, how much do you love me? Man, I love you 98.5%. Woman, why not 100? Male, because I have 1.5 words. Bai Yi was indeed a bit speechless, being bewildered by Gao Pengzi's love theory. It sounded ridiculous, but upon closer inspection, it actually made a lot of sense. Can love be quantified? So it seems that looking at the bounty is the most reliable way, as the bounty is similar to a combat power index. After the battle in Black Mountain, he had a general understanding of the strength of superhumans, genetic modifiers, and mechanical modifiers. 1 million is a threshold. In Black Mountain, $1 million bounty would make someone cannon fodder. Of course, this only applies to Black Mountain, since there are very few times when such powerful individuals gather. People like Tan Jie and Wang Shi probably don't even make 1 million. They're probably only worth a few 100,000. Then there are those in the tens of millions, like Black Panther at the Three Needles realm. He remembered that when they were drinking, Black Panther had boasted about his bounty of over 20 million. However, Bai Yi felt that the figure was inflated because Black Panther was not alone. He had many followers with him, so his actual strength was only around 10 million. There was also the humorous dart thrower, who felt that the Federation's rating of Li Xiao was very accurate. He was a typical example of someone who was neither the best nor the worst, someone who could do whatever he wanted with those in the tens of millions, but who was a bit lacking when facing strong people in the hundreds of millions. It's not that he can't win, but it depends on the situation and whether there's a counter-strategy. Chapter 121, Black Gun. Little White. Xiao Yi, the swordsman, may seem unreliable, but his strength is definitely at the 100 million level. During his battle with Black Panther, if he hadn't held back, he probably could have killed Black Panther with a single sword strike. When one's strength reaches the level of hundreds of millions, the gap between them becomes quite large. People like Minghu, Yin Shi, and Xiaodong, He Qianjun, and Ghost Clown are all between 100 million and 1 billion. But if he were to rank them, the Ghost Joker would definitely be the top choice. Although the Ghost Clown is the least noticeable and never interacts with others, and even has a lower bounty than in Xiaodong, this person is definitely not simple. The most direct proof is that even when this guy was fighting the tyrant, he was holding the hand of an invisible girlfriend. As a result, Minghu died, but he did not. Therefore, the weakest among this group is Minghu, except for the Black Knight, of course. Without the tyrant's leniency, the Black Knight would probably have died long ago, just like the Dark Tiger. As the person who knows in Xiaodong's body best, he admits that in Xiaodong is indeed very strong, but not strong enough. At least it can't compare to the Nether Tiger. The Nether Tiger was at least hit by a train and survived. It faced the tyrant twice, being seriously injured the first time, and only dying the second time. As for Xiaodong, she was subdued by the tyrant in one move. Even if there was an element of surprise attack, it could not hide in Xiaodong's inherent weakness. In terms of physical fitness, Xiaodong is the worst among these people, with half of her strength lying in her knight rank. However, she is also the youngest among them, and her future is promising. Going up further, there are those who break the billion mark, such as the tyrant Yang Jie and the other 10 kings. Finally, there's the Black King, Bai Yi, whose net worth has surpassed 2 billion. At this moment, Shiro suddenly understood the humorous dart thrower's obsession with the bounty. You know what? It's really great to have a high bounty. Hey, Brother Bai, what about your bounty? Gao Banqing's surprised expression interrupted Bai Yi's smugness. Bai Yi was taken aback. My bounty? Wasn't my bounty already posted? He looked at the television and his face immediately darkened. The wanted poster depicts a disheveled, ragged young man, furtively hiding behind a crowd and firing sniper shots at a giant, silver-white robot. Black gun, little white. Reward, 1,010,000. Turn yourself in before you stray too far. Suspected possession of a snake-level forbidden item. Suspected to be an ordinary person. Charge, assisting magician Li Yu in openly extorting money. I'm so damn angry. Bai Yi angrily cursed. My breath of bones is clearly white, yet you call me Black Gun? Anyone who didn't know better would think I'm some kind of despicable person who specializes in shooting people in the back. Gao Banqing suppressed a laugh. Brother Xiaobai, the wanted poster is correct. I remember we were hiding behind the crowd, and you were using a black gun. Bai Yi was taken aback. He remembered that he hadn't activated the Breath of Bones at all in order to conserve his energy, so the Breath of Bones didn't transform into the shape of a bone spear, but rather into an ordinary black revolver. Bai Yi's face darkened slightly. I can tolerate the black gun, but what the hell is Little Bai? Don't I have a name? Gao Banqing laughed out loud. It's probably because everyone calls you Brother Xiaobai, and then the group of people you extorted heard it, so when they provide clues to the Federation, they call you Xiaobai. But don't worry, you're covered in dirt and hard to recognize on the wanted poster. You can walk confidently down the street. No one will recognize you as Black Gun, Little White. Li Xiao, who had been relentlessly mocked by Bai Yi, seemed to have seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and added fuel to the fire, saying, the bounty is 1.01 million. I estimate that 1 million will go to Breath of Bones. Bai Yi. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Gao Banqing prepared rooms for them, so they could shower and rest before starting the second half of the event. When Shiro returned to her room, she found 3 new sets of clothes on the bed, which were obviously specially prepared by Takahashi. Bei glanced at the time, 11:34. With less than half an hour left, he could gain an extra minute, which was crucial for him as he only had 3 seconds left. I feel so insecure even for just 3 seconds. I can't sleep soundly at night. He went to the bathroom, filled the tub with water, and sprinkled a few rose petals on himself. A boy's sense of ritual is a must. He didn't leave the bathroom until the clear water turned black, and then he changed into new clothes. Walking up to the mirror, the rising steam swirled into mist on its surface. Bai Yi casually wiped half a clear window with his palm, gazing at himself in the mirror with satisfaction. Water droplets cascaded down her hair and onto her collarbone. Her pure black shirt was exquisite and well-fitting, though perhaps a little too stiff. Bai Yi frowned slightly, first rolling up his sleeves, then unbuttoning the first button to reveal his collarbone, which was as smooth as cold jade. Looking at the boy's flamboyant and unrestrained colors in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction. The colors of the clothes aren't bright enough. The clothes Gao Banqing sent were all in versatile colors like black, white, and gray, while Bai Yi preferred bright colors, just like the youthful vigor, flamboyant and passionate. Buzz. Shirono's soul rippled like water. His face lit up with joy, knowing that the money would arrive in just 1 more minute. So he couldn't wait to use the time-freeze spell. After obtaining the black obelisk, he had been holding back for a whole day, eager to know what exactly it was. Now that he had enough time, he could finally explore the secrets of the black obelisk. As the enormous golden dial appeared, all fell silent. The black substance needs to come out quickly. Come out, don't be shy. Despite Bai Yi's repeated urging, the black substance inside his body showed no reaction. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and kept recalling the black substance in his mind. Suddenly, his consciousness wavered. In the absolute stillness of time, seemingly endless black matter, like boiling black water, slowly gushed out from Shirano's body. They grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a towering black tree. The towering black tree seemed like an illusion, Its branches pierce through the hotel buildings without causing any damage. Like the Big Bang, it expands, grows, and extends endlessly. A hint of joy flashed in by Ye's eyes. He had guessed correctly. The black substance only exhibited its mystique when time was frozen. What exactly is this black substance that can grow freely when time stands still? Chapter 122 Witnessing the Past. Bai focused his mind on the black substance, and instantly, his consciousness seemed to be suddenly pulled from his body by invisible threads, falling into a chaotic halo of light. All senses disintegrate and recombine in an instant, and space no longer extends according to the familiar three-dimensional laws. The walls of the world vanished like a thin veil, and time, which was originally formless and intangible, flowed like liquid metal. The boundary between the past and the future collapsed and was simultaneously revealed in Shirono's eyes. At this moment, he felt as if he were in the river of time, with countless intricate timelines intertwined and flashing wildly before his eyes. Success. Higher dimensional matter has been born. Shiro saw a dozen researchers in white coats gathered in the laboratory, his face beaming with joy. The ring-shaped quantum lamps projected a cold blue light, illuminating a nanoglass curtain wall several meters high. Inside the curtain wall, a black substance that was constantly twisting suddenly blossomed with nebula-like patterns. The testing instruments in the laboratory emitted a piercing buzz, and a waterfall of data frantically washed over the holographic screen. Those wildly jumping, bright green numbers were rewriting the boundaries of human cognition. Bai was slightly stunned. This was people from a civilized era researching black matter? 100 years ago? Wait, where's my body? He suddenly realized that he was not in the laboratory, but was taking in the panoramic view of the laboratory from a god's eye view. This is absolutely a great experiment that will rewrite human history. With higher dimensional matter, human civilization will enter a new energy level, and we may be able to glimpse the mysteries of time and achieve true immortality. An elderly man with gray hair stared intently at the constantly changing black substance. Dr. Chin, we conducted energy tests on high-dimensional matter and found that its energy does not decay at all. This is simply incredible. You know, even the sun will eventually go out, but its energy seems to be inexhaustible. It has already begun to possess the concepts of time and infinity. A middle-aged researcher echoed this enthusiasm. Dr. Chin, please name the higher dimensional matter. After all, it was you who led this great experiment. Dr. Chin did not refuse, but pondered for a moment. The world's ecology is on the verge of collapse, while higher dimensional matter represents infinite possibilities. Humanity can rely on it to create a completely new world. This reminds me of Pangu, the creator of the world in mythology. How about we call it Panga Matter? Click. The scene before Shirono's eyes shattered like a mirror. His eyes flickered as he gazed at the ever-changing timeline of all things before him, muttering to himself, the Pangu substance that possesses the concepts of time and infinity and can grant immortality. Good heavens, this is the true core of the Panga project. The Pangu USB drive is merely a carrier of knowledge. The Panga matter is the real Pangu, possessing the power to create the world. The scene in front of me was still flashing, but most of it was unclear. Gradually, he discovered a pattern. Only timelines strongly connected to himself and the Panga matter could reveal a glimpse of the truth. Soon, I saw my own reflection in the image. In the town of Grey Earth, a rebellious young man wields the breath of bones to complete the wheel of fate. Liu wept bitterly before Wang Shi, crying, Commander, Commander, I don't want to die. Spare me. My mother is waiting for me to come back. I'm her only son. Hara, Wang Shi, that idiot. I knew that psychopaths all have this kind of taste. It's great to live another day. A major battle against a pack of hyenas. Let me go. I'm going to fight the hyena king to the death. The smoke from thousands of homes behind us hasn't dissipated yet, and the cries of children still ring in my ears. Today, the weapons in our hands are the last barrier to protect this world. Looking at the passionate young man in the picture, Bai couldn't help but cover his eyes, his ears turning slightly red. Then, he saw in Xiaotong, a night girl hidden in the woods, silently watching his former self. Bai suddenly realized why in Xiaotong kept saying she was a good person. It turned out she had arrived back then. The images flashed faster and faster, and everything he had experienced was presented from God's perspective. Suddenly, a scene flashed by, and Bai was stunned for a moment before bursting into curses. Fuck you, Old Wang. He had just witnessed Old Wang from the Tire Tavern in Grey Earth Town secretly spitting into his food while cooking. I saw Lao Tan and Wang Shi plotting together again. Lao Tan invited 2 female companions that night, and Wang she invited 3. I saw a cool photo of Mr. Ing taking out a silver snake from the tent. Before he died, Mr. Ing, who had a wild imagination, quietly put his hand on the pistol at his waist. However, he fired the gun so suddenly that he didn't have time to draw it. The middle-aged military officer traveling with Mr. Ing secretly instructed his men to call for help using an encrypted phone, but there was no signal at all in Montenegro. The images of these dead people suddenly became more vivid in Shirono's mind. People always think they are the protagonist, and the world revolves around them. But little do they know that in places unseen by the protagonist, those supporting characters also have their own lives. The scene continues to move towards Montenegro, and Xiaodong took off her shoes and socks, and her fair feet dipped into the stream. Her 2 feet moved alternately in the water like playful fish, splashing up sparkling water droplets. After removing her mask, she took out a piece of chocolate from her pocket and put it in her mouth. The coolness of the stream and the sweetness of the chocolate filled her mouth at the same time, making her eyes curve into crescents. Shiro never expected that this stern and unsmiling knight of justice would have such a side. Beneath that thick, silver-white armor lay the innocent charm of a young girl. Then came the great battle between the nether tiger and the silver serpent. One as fierce as a tiger, the other as supple as a snake. Well, the one as fierce as a tiger was the silver serpent. Jie sat alone on the locomotive of a train, the setting sun overhead. He stared blankly at the pocket watch in his hand, which contained a corner of a photograph torn from somewhere. She was a girl with a ponytail, smiling gently, and she looked somewhat similar to Xiaodong. The tyrant is indeed a lovelorn man. Wait a minute. Who are these 2? Chapter 123 unlocks new time-based abilities. At the summit of Black Mountain, the painter stands atop a cliff, wielding his brush with unrestrained brilliance. The canvas prominently depicts the scene of Yang Jie fighting against the crowd. Bai Yi watched for a while, then suddenly sneered. Well, no wonder I've had such bad luck as soon as I arrived in Black Mountain. It turns out it was you 2 bastards who were behind this. He secretly memorized their appearances, planning to kill those 2 bastards when he encountered them again. Buzz. Time resumes. Bai Yi dared not watch anymore. There wasn't enough time. He thought he had only watched a few seconds, but dozens of seconds had passed. Time flies when you're engrossed in spying on other people's privacy. He has only 40 seconds left. Damn it. What's the use of knowing the name of the black substance? No matter how powerful it is, it can't be used by me. Bai Yi was secretly annoyed. He had no idea how to use the black substance and felt a sense of helplessness, like a eunuch facing a stunningly beautiful woman. Perhaps the Panga USB drive is the key to using Panga's substance. Otherwise, why would people in the old days store these 2 things together? This also means that the Panga USB flash drive is not simply a device for storing knowledge. Damn it, those few seconds were such a waste. Wait, something's not right. Something's really not right. Shiro suddenly realized that the time stored in his soul seemed to be different. This description might not be accurate. It's not that time has changed, but rather that the way we perceive time has changed. If time is an obscure and difficult advanced mathematics book, then Bei before was like a primary school student who had just learned addition and subtraction within 100. But as his consciousness entered the Panga matter and stepped into the forbidden realm of time, witnessing the convergence and birth of countless timelines, he comprehended more of the mysteries of time. Although I'm still a bit confused, at least I can understand what XY means. He felt like he had been promoted to junior high school student and could barely understand the advanced mathematics book on time. Therefore, when he looked at the time stored in his soul from his current perspective, he immediately had a different feeling. He vaguely realized that the wonders of time seemed to extend beyond simply stopping time. The ability to control time comes from the asynchrony between the soul and the times, so he has an extra minute of free time each day, except that he could only simply freeze time before. Time within his soul is like a paintbrush, while time in the world is like a canvas. He can paint on a canvas with a paintbrush, which means he can use his own time to influence the world's time, but this involves the issue of his painting skills. Some people can draw a masterpiece like Along the River during the Qingming Festival, while others can only draw a simple sketch of a little turtle. It's obvious that Shirano could only draw small turtles before. This wondrous journey through time was like allowing him to attend a master-level art exhibition and learn from it. Although he didn't reach the level of a master, at least he learned how to color the little turtle. Shirano was greatly encouraged and became very excited. Can I now use other time-related abilities? He couldn't wait to try it, but when he realized there were only 40 seconds left, his eyebrows furrowed and his face showed great distress. Inside a sauna room where white smoke rises, the artist, who had been looking quite relaxed, suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly, "Don't let your thing dangle in front of me. I'm afraid I'll get a sty." Ignoring Huangquan's teasing, the artist exclaimed urgently, "My destiny has become connected with someone outside the script. He's noticed me." Gu Huangquan frowned. "Someone outside the script? You mean Black King?" "Yes, it's Black King. But we've already left Montenegro. How could he have noticed you?" The artist's face turned deathly pale. "How should I know? But fate tells me that my misfortunes are only increasing. The Black King is watching me. He's got murderous intent towards me. Run. We can't stay here." I didn't believe he was a survivor from the old era or an executor of the Panga project, but now it seems he definitely is. This person is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The artist rushed out of the sauna like a madman, completely ignoring Gu Huangquan, who was still in a daze. Gu Huangquan snapped out of his daze. "Your clothes." A moment later, the two disheveled men ran away in a flash. "Where do you plan to run off to?" "The farther the better, of course," the painter said without turning his head. "Can we escape? Black King seems to have the ability to teleport, and he's already got his eye on us. Although we don't know how far he can teleport, with that ability, it's only a matter of time before he catches up with us." The painter suddenly stopped, his face grim and uncertain. "You're right. We can't run around like headless flies. We can't outrun the Black King. We have to find a way to slow him down. How can we delay them?" Gu Huangquan frowned. "Who in this world can hold back such a powerful figure? Perhaps there is, but they are definitely not in Baiman." The painter did not answer, but instead took out his brushes and canvas and began to paint frantically. This time, however, he did not draw any figures. Countless intricate lines intertwined, like a child's doodle. "Hurrah! I knew I was the god of the new era." Inside the hotel room, Bai Yi looked at the slowly moving second hand of the clock on the wall and laughed wildly. He couldn't resist in the end, using his newly acquired, superficial understanding of time to drive the flow of time. Then, the world slowed down. On the huge golden dial beneath his feet, a golden hourglass filled with gold sand appeared. Golden sand, symbolizing time, drips slowly from the hourglass. Amazingly, the sand in the upper hourglass does not decrease at all, and the sand in the lower hourglass does not increase at all. The golden hourglass is the embodiment of his new ability, and the flow rate of the hourglass represents the flow of time. And his new ability is to change the flow of time. To be precise, it slows down the flow of time. With his current understanding of time, he can only slow down the flow of time, not speed it up. Moreover, it can only be slowed down to 0.5 times the speed. From Bai Ye's perspective, the world was like a video being played at 0.5x speed. Everything became incredibly slow, except for his own time flow, which remained constant. In other words, it's like his speed has doubled out of thin air. "The whole world is slowing down by half, but I'm not changing." Bai Yi grinned. Although 0.5x speed sounds far from time stopping, it was enough to excite him. As the old saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. If we can slow down the flow of time now, we can speed it up in the future. We might even be able to turn the golden hourglass upside down and turn back time. He looked down at the pedestrians on the street below through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. "Move forward at a snail's pace." I found it strangely amusing. "It's about time to turn off 0.5x speed. Having plenty of time is so great." Chapter 124. Now I really can perform the swift shadow, an instant thousandfold melody. Snap. Bai Yi snapped his fingers, and the flow of time instantly returned to normal. The reason he said he had plenty of time wasn't because he ate poisonous mushrooms, but because he genuinely had plenty of time. Using time freeze and 0.5x speed is significantly different. When time is frozen, 1 minute can only be used as 1 minute. However, at 0.5x speed, 1 minute can be used as 20 minutes. Only by further reducing the flow rate of time can more time be consumed. With his limited understanding of time, Shirano began to grasp the mystery of time slowing down. The lower the flow rate of time, the closer it is to a static state, and the closer the ratio of time consumed is to 1:1. At 0.5x speed, 1 minute can be used as 20 minutes, a ratio of 1:20. At 0.25x speed, 1 minute equals 10 minutes, a ratio of 1:10. At 0.125x speed, 1 minute can only be used as 5 minutes, a ratio of 1:5. Time stood still completely. A minute was a minute, in a 1:1 ratio. This is similar to running. The amount of energy consumed by running at full speed is definitely different from that consumed by walking. You get tired after running at full speed for a minute, but you can walk for an hour without any problem. Oh no, now I really know that bullshit flowing light and thousandfold melody. Bai Yi was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that his previous casual nonsense had come true. No, what kind of name is this? We need to change it to one that suits God. The tyrant Yang Jie even knew how to name his ability to control metal. One was Blade Prison, and the other was Iron Stream Heavenly Puppet. A time-based ability should at least have a cool name. After a moment's thought, Bai Yi had an idea. Time flow variation, 0.5x speed. Time flow represents the speed of time, and variation gives time a rhythmic feel to its changes, implying that the speed of time can be as flexible and varied as the rhythm of music. Genius! Bai Yi clapped his hands in praise of himself. As expected of me. Life is like a journey against the current. When no one is paying attention, you must encourage yourself even more. Shirano did a good job in this regard, just a little too good. Time slowing down has a new name. So what about time stopping? How about etching eternity? Etch dynamic time into static eternity. Shirano increasingly felt that he was a genius, so he also named the gold dial and the gold hourglass. The clock of time. The hourglass of time. Thump, thump, thump. Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to bother you, but young Master Gao invites you to the basement level. Waitress's gentle voice came from outside the room. Shirano immediately perked up. Was it finally going to be something exciting? He immediately followed the waitress to the basement level. Upon arrival, deafeningly loud music immediately greeted us. In the dimly lit dance floor, crimson and dark blue beams of light crisscrossed and cut across the dome, splitting the dance floor into fragments of light and shadow. In the interplay of light and shadow, countless men and women twisted and turned, perfume and cigarette smoke rising into a hazy mist, their bodies trembling, merging, and separating in time with the deep bass. Each time darkness engulfed the entire venue. It felt like a brief plunge into chaos, and when the lights suddenly came on, those slightly raised chins and entwined waists were instantly coated with a mesmerizing glow. Mr. Bai, young Master Gao is waiting for you in the private room. The waiter smiled and led Bai Yi to the private room. Gao Bansheng, Li Xiao, and the others all arrived. Everyone was taken aback when they saw Bai Yi arrive. Is this Brother Xiao Bai? I never expected Brother Xiao Bai to be so handsome. The girls are in for a treat. After Bai Yi took his seat, Gao Bansheng clapped his hands, and a row of beautiful young women dressed in purple cheongsams walked in. Brother Xiao Bai, you're the youngest here, so you can choose first. What to choose? Of course we'll choose someone to pour the drinks. The service at Fujinj is impeccable. How could we let guests pour their own drinks? Gao Bansheng laughed. After looking around, Shiro had to admit that purple was indeed very charming. The one with long hair is nice. Gao Bansheng looked around and noticed that several of them had long hair, so he asked, which one of those long-haired people are you talking about? Shiro raised an eyebrow. What I mean is, they're all good. Gao Bansheng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Didn't you hear what my brother Xiaobai said? All you long-haired guys, come over here. Soon, everyone started drinking. After several rounds of drinks, the fat man, his face flushed red, asked the crowd, what are your plans for the future? Bai Yi smiled. He had already seen through Gao Bansheng's plan. The other party hadn't come to Black Mountain for the Panga USB drive at all, but to recruit people. This is the perfect opportunity to recruit so many experts who have gathered together. Fatty Gao, are you planning to recruit us? Gao Bansheng laughed. Brother Xiaobai is straightforward, so I'll be frank too. Although I, Gao Bansheng, am rich, I am just an ordinary person and also an illegitimate child. Now that my father, Gao Shanha, is alive and well, I naturally have no worries about food and clothing. But I must think about myself. This trip to the Black Mountain, although fraught with risks, also brought me many friends who have been through thick and thin with me. I believe everyone can see my character. I'm not recruiting you, but genuinely treating you all as friends. I have money, and you have strength. With our combined strength, we will surely achieve great things in the future. What are your thoughts? Gao Bansheng laid his words out in the open, his words revealing sincerity, just as he had demonstrated throughout his journey. He makes friends by spending money and sincerity. If he gains true friends, he's naturally happy. If he doesn't, he just loses some money, which he can afford. The crowd was clearly tempted, but they were still hesitant. Admittedly, they value Gao Bansheng's character and wealth, but they don't want to spend the rest of their lives in Wangwenjing. After my battle with the tyrant, I gained many insights and intend to hone my skills further. Li Xiao stated his plan, which was quite simple. He did not intend to limit himself to Wangwenjing. Moreover, what he said was indeed the truth. Since being manipulated by Bai Yi, he had overcome his inner demons, and his mental strength had risen to a new level. Gao Banqing laughed and said, Li Xiao, you misunderstood me. I didn't ask you to be my bodyguard and not leave my side 24 hours a day. As I said, we're friends. You can challenge yourself anytime you want, but you need a place to stay, right? If you don't mind, I'll arrange a manor for you in Wangwenjing. You can rest there whenever you're tired. If you need any cultivation materials, just ask. Isn't that what friends are all about? Helping each other out? I'll help you with the money, in case I ever get bullied. Humph. Li Xiao suddenly snorted coldly. I'd like to see who dares to bully my friend. Faced with such generous terms, Li Xiao instantly changed his mind. He added, I have no problem going back to Wangwenjing with you. But there's one thing I need to make clear beforehand. I will never officially join the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. Good. Gao Banqing chuckled to himself, having already guessed Li Xiao's thoughts at a glance. Bai Yi frowned slightly and asked Li Beitian, who was standing to the side, what does Li Xiao mean by this? Li Beitian laughed and said, Brother Xiaobai, you still know too little about the Federation's bounties. Wild superhumans will have bounties on them, but once they join one of the major forces under the Federation, the bounties will be cancelled. Chapter 125 Little Deer and Little Pupil. Bai Yi was stunned. Holy crap, so Li Xiao didn't want his bounty to be cancelled, which is why he nominally didn't join the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. What a talent. What's going on in the head of a humorous darts player all day long? At this moment, Gao Banqing looked at Xiao Yi again. Brother Xiao, I know you want to find the divine sword laser, but your efficiency is ultimately limited. I can use the intelligence system of Jinfu Chamber of Commerce to help you find it. Xiao Yi immediately raised his glass and said, Boss Gao, you're so generous. I'll drink this, you can drink as you please. Tons. Bai Yi was dumbfounded. He had thought that although Xiao Yi was a bit cunning, he at least had some of the spirit of an ancient chivalrous knight and was usually quite particular about words. I never expected that someone with such thick eyebrows and big eyes like you would be so unreserved and immediately succumb to capitalism. At this moment, Bai Yi felt a poke in his thigh. He glanced to the side and saw that it was Li Yu subtly giving him a wink. Fortunately, Bai Yi wasn't colorblind and understood Li Yu's expression. He knew that Li Yu was asking for his opinion. Bai Yi thought for a moment and then came to an answer. His goal was the Panga USB drive. Whether it was to deal with Bai Zhe, become a superhuman, or control Panga matter, he was determined to get the Panga USB drive. The Panga USB drive is currently suspected to be in the hands of Tianqi Company, which means that only by staying in Shuguang City can we have a chance to find out where the Panga USB drive is. Therefore, he chose. Fatty Gao, I'm going to Wangwenjing too. You're most welcome. Make yourself at home in Wangwenjing. By the way, Mr. Li, what are your thoughts? Seeing that Bai Yi had agreed, Li Yu nodded as well. In the end, everyone agreed to go to Wangwenjing, except for Li Beitian. The bounty hunter's reason was simple. His family and friends were all here, and he was past the age of being energetic and didn't want to leave his hometown. Gao Banqing tried to persuade Li Beitian to stay several times, but seeing Li Beitian's resolute attitude, he stopped insisting. Everyone drank again, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Everyone originally thought that after this gathering, they would go their separate ways, but unexpectedly, they all had a common destination, Wangwenjing. In this world, it's rare to find a group of good friends, so it's something to be happy about. Bei took the wine handed to him by the purple-skinned girl and drank it all in one gulp. Children make choices, adults want it all. His decision to go to Wangwenjing was not to give up the Panga USB drive, but because the two things are not in conflict at all. He went to Wangwenjing as a friend, where he could get a house for free and leave whenever he wanted. This means that he can enjoy a month in Wangwenjing first, and then return to Shuguang City to find the Panga USB drive after accumulating enough time. So what if the Panga USB drive is in the hands of Tianqi Company? Their goal isn't to destroy the Panga USB drive, so let them use it for now. Once I've accumulated enough time, I'll transform into the Black King and steal it. Most importantly, Wangwenjing is safe. Being unfamiliar with the place in Dawn City, one is bound to encounter unexpected events. But it's different in Wangwenjing. That's Fatty Gao's territory. What can't be resolved there? Praise his own cleverness, and then he drank with the purple-clad girls. While drinking, he glanced at Li Beitian out of the corner of his eye. He had been wondering if Li Beitian's reason for not leaving was that he still wanted him to join the silent court. Seeing Li Beitian with women on his left and right, his mouth practically stretched to his ears in a grin, he suddenly realized that this guy was just here to freeload. TSK. Li Beitian and In Xiaodong are both members of the silent court, but the difference between them is too great. Is the hiring criteria for the silent court really based on character? Young man, you just drank her wine, but you haven't drunk mine yet. If you keep doing this, she'll be heartbroken. Then will you cry? Shiro asked. Humph. She cries so hard. You can't soothe her no matter what you do. At this moment, Bai really wanted to show in Xiaotong what a cute, soft, and gentle girl should be like, instead of someone who was always wielding a sword and cutting people down. The purple-clad girl's makeup was too heavy, completely unable to compare to Xiaotong's natural beauty, like a lotus emerging from water. In a villa in Machine Garden, Dawn City, two girls are holding hands and talking. Xiaotong, do you know how much I missed you during the month you were home for vacation? Now that you're gone, I don't even have anyone to talk to. Lu Yao held in Xiaotong's hand and shook it affectionately. And Xiaotong looked helplessly at the girl in front of her, who was a size shorter than her. Xiao Lu, could you please stop shaking for a moment? I don't want it. Who told you to leave for so long and come back without bringing me a gift? Lu Yao pouted, feigning displeasure, but her bright almond-shaped eyes were brimming with joy, and clung to Xiaotong's arm like a furry kitten, staring intently at her. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly about to take flight. Xiaotong, I feel like you've lost weight in the month since you came home, and your face looks haggard too. And Xiaotong was slightly taken aback. Did she look haggard? Looking back on her actions during this period, she realized she had spent almost all her time traversing the wasteland, moving between various wasteland towns to slay mutated beasts, enduring hardships in Black Mountain, storming Vault 189, and battling the tyrant. It seems like it hasn't stopped for a moment. Was the journey too tiring? Let me tell you a good way to relax. A hot bath can relieve fatigue. The housekeeper told me this. I tried it once when I was tired from shopping, and I felt much more relaxed after taking a bath. Lu Yao happily shared her ways of relieving fatigue, as if she were sharing a secret that no one else knew. However, what she didn't know was that this was just common sense for ordinary people. Only a pampered young lady like her, who has never been tired, would find it novel. Okay, I'll go take a shower first, and then I'll chat with you later. And Xiaotong had been wanting to take a shower for a while. The battle in Black Mountain had taken a toll on her energy. She had originally planned to take a shower and rest when she got home, but she didn't expect Lu Yao to come to her door. She wasn't surprised by this, because Lu Yao had bought a villa next door so that she could go to school with her every day. Lu Yao's father is one of the directors of Tianqi Company, so Lu Yao naturally has many bodyguards around her. She must have instructed them to notify her as soon as they saw her return. And Xiaotong walked towards the bathroom, but was followed by stealthy footsteps. She turned around, her light brown eyes fixed on Lu Yao, who looked like a thief. Lu Yao was startled by Xiaotong's sudden turnaround. After regaining her senses, she rubbed the back of Xiaotong's hand with the lace-trimmed cuff of her sleeve. Let's shower together. Soft, sweet voice was like honey, and her big eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 126 Holy crap, you removed your ribs, and your waist is this thin. And Xiaotong nodded helplessly. Her friend was good in every way, except that she was a little too clingy. Lu Yao, who comes from a prominent family, has no shortage of friends who wear false masks. It wouldn't matter if she were a little stupid, but she is born smart and can see through sincerity and pretense, yet she is unwilling to wear a mask like others. In the end, all that's left is a lonely sense of alienation. Therefore, she cherished in Xiaotong, her only friend, as a treasure. Lu Yao immediately beamed with joy, hugging in Xiaotong like a koala and clinging to her. And so, Xiaolu and Xiaotong walked into the bathroom together. Steam rose from the bathtub, and milky mist seeped through the cracks in the marble floor, enveloping the entire bathroom in a hazy, warm veil. The petals of roses, jasmine, and peonies floated on the amber-colored water, making the figures of two girls appear and disappear. Fine water droplets clung to Lu Yao's eyelashes as she stared intently at Xiaotong across from her. Wow, Xiaotong, how do you maintain your figure? You have such a great body. I wish I had long legs like you. Lu Yao, who is 1.6 meters tall, is most envious of Xiaotong's legs. And Xiaotong removed the flower petals stuck to her collarbone. If you eat fewer snacks, you might even grow taller. Lu Yao pouted and said, I haven't seen you eat less, it's so infuriating. You eat so much candy every day and you don't get fat. I really don't know where all the fat goes. And Xiaotong doesn't just eat without gaining weight. It's because she trains a lot every day, and if she doesn't eat some high-calorie foods, she won't get enough nutrition. But she couldn't tell Lu Yao, because in Lu Yao's heart, she was always just an ordinary girl, not the fearsome Black Knight. Let me see where you hid all the meat, Lu Yao said with a sly smile. The two girls started playing around in the bathroom, and the white steam became even thicker. The soft light was shattered by the mist, reflecting tiny halos on the water's surface, as if a pool of stars had been crushed in wisps of white smoke. The silvery laughter of the two girls drifted away with the mist through the intricately carved windows, heading towards the bright moon in the sky. After playing around for a while, Lu Yao was a little out of breath. She was just an ordinary person, and being soaked in hot water had quickly depleted her energy. Why? What's wrong? And Xiaodong asked with a hint of confusion, wondering why Lu Yao sighed. This young lady's temper always changed very quickly. Lu Yao sighed. My Xiaodong is such a beautiful girl. I wonder which stinky man will end up with her. And Xiaodong chuckled to herself. Marry? This was a question she had never considered. Because she doesn't plan to get married. There are too many injustices and too much ugliness in this world. She just wants to use her limited life to change this era as much as possible. Even if it's just a little bit, it's worth it. Some things just have to be done by someone. I have never thought about getting married. A hint of sadness appeared in Lu Yao's eyes, but she smiled and said, What girl doesn't get married? Like me, I will definitely have to marry into another family in the future. I just hope that I can marry a man who is pleasing to the eye. And Xiaotong fell silent. She was an extraordinary being, the Black Knight of the Silent Court, capable of controlling her own destiny, but Lu Yao could not. Lu Yao's life trajectory seems to have been predetermined. The girl's emotions came and went quickly, and soon Lu Yao smiled slyly. Xiaotong, do you have a boy you like? And Xiaotong shook her head. No. Really? Have you ever had a boyfriend before? No. Have you ever held hands with a boy? No. If they didn't even hold hands, then they definitely didn't hug either. And Xiaodong was about to say no, but suddenly stopped. Embrace? The image of that wasteland boy unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Did that count as a hug? Probably not. How can you count hugging yourself? Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise. You hesitated. My innocent Xiaotong actually hesitated. You wouldn't really? No, and Xiaotong denied instinctively. Lu Yao pressed herself against Xiaotong, hugging her and feigning jealousy, saying, I don't believe you. Tell me, who did you hug? Did he hug you like this? And Xiaodong was slightly dazed because she and Bai Yi were really hugging like that. In an instant. And Xiaodong's vision blurred, and the smoke-filled bathroom had somehow transformed into a karaoke room. She saw Gao Bancheng, Li Beitian, Xiao Yi, and the purple-clad girls on either side of her. Brother Bai, I didn't expect that not only is your surname Bai, but your skin is also quite fair. Really? Let me see too. The girls in purple tugged at Xiaodong's collar. And Xiaodong's expression instantly turned cold as she came to her senses, her hands gripping the incoming hand tightly. Ouch, Brother Bai, you're hurting me. And Xiaotong stood up without saying a word. She looked down at her tall but thin body, and her expression turned slightly grim. The souls have been swapped again, but wasn't the swap already resolved? Why now of all times? Brother Xiaobai, going to the toilet again? Your kidneys aren't doing so well at such a young age, Li Beitian joked, his face flushed from drinking. But when he saw the familiar cold light in Bai Ye's eyes, he was suddenly jolted, as if he had returned to the mission he carried out last year, when he and Xiaodong were on a mission to wipe out a gang. In order to obtain intelligence about the gang, he deliberately risked his life, sacrificed his dignity, and went deep into the gang's entertainment venues. After going through great lengths, he finally found out the location of the gang leader. Before he could even take action, and Xiaodong came to him expressionlessly, carrying the gang leader's head, and said the mission was complete. That incident left him with a psychological scar, and for a long time he didn't dare to go to entertainment venues to gather intelligence. Now, he saw that look in his eyes again. Holy crap, where are your clothes? Bai Yi was shocked and immediately sobered up. He hadn't expected the floating gold pavilion to be so open. Wait, I don't think I've seen this woman before. When did they change her? Fujin Pavilion has someone this beautiful. Where are my clothes? Bai Yeding suddenly stood up, and with the sound of rushing water, his vision went white instantly, and he was blinded. At this moment, he already knew what had happened. I'm so angry. You damn monkey. You're messing with me again. Xiaotong, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Lu Yao quickly got up and grabbed Bai Ye's arm with concern. No, don't stand up. Holy crap, did you remove your ribs? Your waist is so thin. Chapter 127 Xiaodong. Why is your nose bleeding? Xiaodong, are you alright? What nonsense are you talking about? Why is your face so red? Oh no, you're bleeding from your nose. After a long while, the crystal chandelier casts a warm golden glow, bathing the Baroque-style living room in a soft light. On a vintage-style carpet, two women wrapped in silk bathrobes lean against a dark brown sofa. The woman on the left is wearing a beige embroidered orchid bathrobe, her wet hair casually tied up, with glistening water droplets still hanging from the ends, and she is holding a gilded teacup in her hands. The woman on the right was wrapped in a smoky purple bathrobe, her body half curled up, her slender ankles exposed at the hem of the bathrobe, her toes clenched restlessly, as if she were somewhat flustered. A few stray hairs clung to her cheeks, and her fair skin glowed pink after a shower. The only unsightly thing was that her nose was stuffed with 2 wads of toilet paper. The air was filled with the moisture and fragrance of a post-shower bath. Xiaodong, you're too weak, not even as strong as me. Look, I've been soaking for so long and I haven't gotten dizzy or had a nosebleed. Drink some water. Lu Yao handed the gilded teacup in her hand to Bai Yi. Shirono took a tactical sip of water, his brain working at lightning speed. He had just used the excuse that he was dizzy from soaking in water to fool this woman, whose name he did not know. But then what? What should we do next? His thoughts were a bit muddled, mainly because he had just been provoked twice, once by Xiaotong and once by the woman in front of him. Even a god of the new era would have to slow down under the combined mental attacks. But to be fair, she's really white. As expected, you can never feel the direct impact of reality through a screen. Putting aside human nature, from an artistic point of view alone, it is a flawless work of art. Oh dear, you're bleeding from your nose again. Should I call your private doctor over? Lu Yao was a little panicked. This pampered young lady rarely saw blood. The worst time was when her own dog bit her finger. She cried for a long time that time. Later, to comfort her, her father took the puppy to a professional dog trainer for 2 days, and from then on, the puppy never bit her again. However, what puzzled her was that the puppy in her memory clearly had a little white tip on its tail, but it was gone after it came back. Her father said that the dog trainer thought it was unsightly and trimmed it. No need. I'm just a little confused. I'll be fine after a rest. Bai Yi leaned back on the sofa, which was exceptionally soft. The girl seemed to sink into it, enveloped by the sofa. Lu Yao nodded. Then shall I go and light an incense stick for you? Scented? Although it's summer now and mosquito coils are indeed necessary, what does that have to do with my dizziness? Won't burning mosquito coils make me even more dizzy? Not knowing the situation, Shiro didn't speak casually, but just nodded slightly. Lu Yao didn't get up immediately. Instead, she bent over and reached for the fluffy pink slippers by the sofa. Even though the carpet was clean, her small feet carefully avoided it until she slipped into the slippers before she stood up. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The girl wore heavy, fluffy slippers, as if she had 2 pink cotton balls on her feet. Her steps were slow and clumsy, and with each step, the thick soles would slip off her rounded feet and tap on the ground. Taking advantage of the moment the girl left, Shirono's brain started working at lightning speed. He first glanced around at the surroundings: dazzling crystal chandeliers, beige marble walls inlaid with carvings, and dark brown walnut-wood floors gleaming with a warm luster. The floor-to-ceiling windows are draped with chiffon curtains and dark red velvet drapes, and a vintage record player sits in the living room, every detail exuding elegance and luxury. The hell is this? In Xiaodong's house? The Black Knight who usually robs the rich to help the poor is actually a little rich woman? They must be robbing others to help their own poverty. The forbidden item 169? Why is it being swapped again after it was supposed to be deactivated? Bai Yi is really annoyed by the monkey now. When dealing with the tyrant before, if 169 had put in any effort, he would have directly possessed in Xiaodong's body. There was no need to rack his brains to delay the time. He would have just killed the tyrant instantly. Damn it, you can't switch at a crucial moment. I was having a great chat with the girl in purple about our life ideals, and you switched me. Moreover, this exchange doesn't require each person to hold half of 169, since the complete 169 is with him. Mechanism once we get it back. Bai Yi stood up, intending to go to Fujinj to find in Xiaotong. But just as he was about to act, he suddenly froze in place. He recalled the last time at the experimental base, when he went out to look for In Xiaotong, but In Xiaotong went in to look for him instead. This woman has no idea what it means to get lost and wait in place. If I go to Fujinj now, will I miss it again like last time? It shouldn't be, right? After what happened last time, And Xiaodong should have learned her lesson, right? Shouldn't she? Now, Bai Yi was in a dilemma, because he had no idea whether In Xiaotong would come looking for him. Even a god of the new era would find it difficult to fathom a woman's mind. If only we had cell phones, we could make calls. But after the cataclysm, a large part of the technology tree for communication networks was paralyzed, and only some specially designed communication devices were still usable. The cataclysm changed not only living things, but also subtle changes in some physical rules. Just then, he suddenly smelled a faint, elegant fragrance, which entered his nasal cavity through the tissue paper. Achoo! Shiro felt an itch in her nose and sneezed, causing 2 wads of bloody tissue to fall to the ground. Xiaotong, your nose isn't bleeding anymore? Lu Yao skipped over. Bai Yi was terrified. Stop jumping. The little white rabbit will be released from its cage soon. What kind of fragrance is this? Little Deer paused, then pointed to the bronze incense burner on the table behind her. Your favorite spring tidings in the snow. Spring tidings amidst the snow? Bai Yi glanced at the bronze incense burner, where wisps of smoke were slowly rising from its opening and then dissipating into the air. He remembered that he had smelled this fragrance on In Xiaotong the first time they swapped bodies. It didn't smell like perfume. It smelled more like incense used by ancient nobles. So this incense is called Spring Tidings in the Snow. Damn it, and Xiaotong has been thoroughly marinated by Shui Zhongquanxin. Xiaotong, sit down and rest for a while. I feel you're not better yet. You can't even smell the scent of spring in the snow. This is your favorite incense. You said that whenever you're upset, lighting it can calm you down. I'm much better now. I had tissue stuffed in my nose, so I didn't smell anything. How could I not recognize Shui Zhongquanxin? Bai Yi made up a story off the top of his head, his eyes constantly scanning Lu Yao as he tried to guess her identity. And Xiaotong's best friend? Could she be from the Silent Court? She doesn't seem like it. Her delicate appearance doesn't resemble a superhuman at all. She's more like a pampered young lady. Lu Yao walked over and took Bai Yi's hand, and the two returned to the sofa. It's much better now. You really scared me just now. The way you looked at me was so strange, like you were a completely different person. Bai Yi smiled perfunctorily, and indeed he had become a different person. Chapter 128 Tacit Understanding. Lu Yao continued. I don't know why, but when you stared at me just now, I felt really uncomfortable, like a man had seen me naked. Ahem. Bai Yi quickly interrupted, afraid that she would guess the truth as she spoke. Go blow dry your hair first. You'll get sick if your hair stays wet all the time. And what about you? I'm still a little dizzy. I'll rest a bit more. With a combination of coaxing and deception, Bai Yi finally managed to lure Lu Yao into the bathroom, paced back and forth barefoot on the carpet all by himself. Should we stay where we are and wait, or go to the floating gold pavilion? Forget it, I'll just wait here. With In Xiaotong's fierce personality, she definitely won't be able to wait and will come looking for me. Who was in the floating gold pavilion was also thinking about the same question. Xiaotong, why don't you go and exchange with Bai Yi? Li Beitian, who was half sober, had a headache and kept glancing at the private room out of the corner of his eye. Grandma, you should leave now. It's rare for a rich man to treat me to such a high-class place. What's the point of you staying here? And Xiaotong pondered. Given Bai Yi's restless nature, I think he might come looking for me. If I leave now, I'll most likely be disappointed. Li Baiqian's face fell as he looked at Gao Bansheng and the others drinking heartily in the private room. He felt like a cat's claws were scratching at his heart. Xiaotong, have you ever considered that, given how well you two understand each other, is there a possibility that you're both just waiting in the same place? Wouldn't that mean that in the end, neither of you will be able to wait for the other? And Xiaotong's eyes flashed with confusion. Uncle Li, how did you get the idea that he and I have a tacit understanding? We've only met a few times. Li Beitian chuckled dryly. Was there even a need to look at this? That's it, I've got an idea. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly took out the white dove ring from his pocket and handed it over. Xiaotong, take my white dove ring to Bai Yi. The rings can sense each other, so you two won't miss each other. And Xiaotong fell silent and did not accept the ring, because Bai Yi wasn't carrying the white dove ring, or even any clothes. She had kept the white dove ring hidden to avoid revealing her identity. Moreover, it was hidden in a very secluded place, so that no one else could find it. After hesitating for a moment, and Xiaotong finally left. She couldn't wait any longer because she and Xiaolu were taking a bath. The thought of a man suddenly joining them filled her with complex emotions that she could hardly contain. Shame, angry, panic. It seems that no adjective can describe it, because the person who invented adjectives never imagined that such an absurd and outrageous thing would happen, so naturally there is no accurate corresponding word. Will Hakuno do anything to the deer? Will Shirano do anything to me? And Xiaotong had always thought Bai Yi was a good person, but when she appeared at Fujing Pavilion and saw the purple-clad girl, she realized that Bai Yi and Uncle Li were birds of a feather. At this thought, her mind became even more confused. Why isn't she here yet? Her best friend will be done at drying her hair soon. Bai Yi scratched his head anxiously, but ended up grabbing a wet, smooth strand of hair. Oh no, isn't Xiaotong really going to be stupid enough to just stand there and wait? She's been with Gao Bansheng, Li Yu, and the others the whole time. It's too easy for them to see through her act. If they find out, where will I, the god of the new era, put my face? No, I have to go find her. This dark history must never be known to anyone. Bai Yi finally couldn't wait any longer and decided to set off to find In Xiaotong. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly froze, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. That's right, the white dove ring. Li Beitian used the white dove ring to sense my location before. Although Xiaodong is a bit stubborn when it comes to justice, she's not a stupid beauty. She should be able to figure out how to use the white dove ring to locate her. So as long as I take the white dove ring to her, I definitely won't miss her. He rushed into the room and started searching, but after turning everything upside down, he gave up. Where did you hide it? Bai Yi was frustrated. He couldn't find the white dove ring at all. This villa was too big. It was unrealistic to expect to find a small ring here. In particular, and Xiaodong would definitely hide her identity very well in order to prevent it from being exposed. Forget it. I'm not looking anymore. He hurried toward the door, his hand, gleaming like mother of pearl, had just touched the doorknob when he stopped. He looked down and saw that the smoky purple silk bathrobe was as thin as a layer of gauze, and a breeze could easily slip inside through the collar. Let's change our clothes first. We can't go out in this. If Xiaodong finds out, she'll go crazy again. He went into the bedroom and headed straight for the wardrobe. He flung open the carved cabinet door, and the brightly colored dresses, illuminated by the light, almost blinded him. Why are they all skirts? The chiffon skirt cascades down like layers of clouds, as if all the colors of spring have been embroidered into the fabric. A pale pink tulle skirt, fluffy like cherry blossoms, a goose yellow pinafore dress adorned with strawberry buttons, a dark green velvet maxi skirt, flowing like the waters of a dark lake. The wooden clothes hanger was bent slightly under the weight, and a faint fragrance of spring in the snow wafted over. It's cracked. Shirono is really cracked. It was one thing for him to wear a skirt before, since it was passive, but now he's being asked to wear a skirt on his own initiative. Even dogs wouldn't eat this. Wow, it's pretty smooth, even more comfortable than the clothes Gao Banqing gave me. Gao Banqing gave her a stiff shirt, which was naturally not as soft as the skirt. A dark red long dress covered her legs, with the hem reaching her ankles. Shiro specifically chose the longest one, which also most resembled trousers. Who designed this thing? Who the hell can button it up with the buttons at the back? After a great deal of effort, Bai Yi finally managed to get dressed by himself. To prevent any accidental exposure, he thoughtfully put safety shorts on Xiaodong. Although he has a bad memory and often forgets his roots, he is not an ungrateful person. After all, Xiaodong saved him twice. Although he didn't need to be saved, Xiaodong did save him a lot of time. I'll repay this kindness with safety shorts. That's decided. Next came putting on socks and shoes. He picked out a pair of thin, black silk socks without any patterns from a pile of fancy socks. These socks are so small. Are all girls' feet this small? Bai Yi mumbled as he put the socks on his feet and noticed that Xiaodong's feet were indeed very small, with cherry pink nail polish on her toenails. He then casually put on a pair of black princess shoes and ran outside. I suddenly remembered something important. I'm going out for a bit, but I'll be right back. He didn't care whether Xiaodong's best friend heard him or not. He shouted into the bathroom and ran away. Chapter 129 Xiaodong is like a damn ghost. Whoosh. A figure in a dark red dress sped away like a gust of wind, like a leaping flame, her long black hair flowing like an ink ribbon. Has the target location been confirmed? Confirmed. The target is currently located in Villa 7, Block A, Machine Garden. They are probably looking for her classmate at Qiming Academy, and Xiaodong. Only the two of them. Yes, I have checked. And Xiaodong lives alone and has no servants. However, Liu Yao has quite a few bodyguards, some of whom are genetically modified individuals, and they are stationed around the villa. In that case, wait until I get there before you make your move. Remember not to alert anyone. Yes, sir. In the grove of trees near Xiaodong's home, a large tree whispered a reply into the walkie-talkie. Yes, it was a big tree that was talking. However, if you look closely, you will find that the surface of this big tree seems to have human facial features and limbs. Just as the tree was about to snap its branches, the person suddenly froze, only to see a woman in a dark red dress rushing out of the villa's gate. The figure in the dark red dress had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly stopped abruptly, looking around blankly. This neighborhood is so big. Which way the hell do I go? Xiaodong, wait for me. Where are you going so late? Liu Yao's anxious voice rang out from upstairs, along with the rustling sound of clothes being put on. And Xiaodong's behavior today was so unusual that it made Xiaodong feel both unfamiliar and uneasy. She figured it must be that Xiaodong had a fight with her family while she was home, which was the most serious thing she could think of. Upon hearing Liu Yao's call, the figure in the dark red dress turned and ran without a word. He did not unleash the terrifying power contained within Xiaodong's body. After all, they were in a residential area with many people around. Therefore, it only exhibits a speed that is slightly faster than the average person. In the dark woods, the big tree witnessed this scene and hurriedly said into the walkie-talkie, "Sir, don't hang up yet, and Xiaodong is gone. She ran so fast, like a damn red-clothed female ghost. A puzzled voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. What red-clothed female ghost? How fast can an ordinary female student run? Explain yourself. The big tree quickly replied. Faster than an ordinary person, but still a bit slower than a typical genetically modified person. He must have cultivated chi and blood martial arts. What's the big deal? The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie was tinged with anger. Anyone can practice chi and blood martial arts. Not to mention that Chiming Academy even has courses specifically for teaching chi and blood martial arts. No, adults, it's mainly her. She had disheveled hair. Liquid was constantly dripping from her hair, and she was wearing a red dress. Her running posture was really weird, sometimes like a man and sometimes like a woman. Her limbs were very uncoordinated. She really looked like a ghost. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. After this mission, remember to get a gene stabilizer injection. It seems your chameleon gene is starting to affect your brain. Big tree. Once Xiaotong is gone, we don't need to worry about her anymore. Our target is Lu Yunxiao's daughter, Lu Yao. The one less person will save us some trouble. My lord, Lu Yao has also come out. It seems she's going to chase after Xiaotong. This is troublesome. Your ability to blend into your environment is least noticeable when you're stationary. If you try to follow her, you'll inevitably attract the attention of Lu Yao's bodyguards. My lord, Lu Yao has gone back again. 2 bodyguards came out and stopped her, as if they don't want her to leave Moxiang Garden so late. Hee, that's perfect. These bodyguards have done a good thing. Moxianjuan is located in an affluent area, and its security has always been excellent. It's normal that they don't want Lu Yao to leave here. After all, that old man Lu Yunxiao has always been very strict with his daughter. My lord, Lu Yao has come out again. She seems to disagree and insists on leaving. Walkie-talkie. Along, are you playing a trick on me? Along, who had blended into the woods, cried out in alarm. Sir, how could I dare to play a trick on you? Lu Yao. Lu Yao went back again, and the bodyguard pulled out his phone to threaten her. It looks like he's going to call her father. Beep, beep, beep. The call was immediately disconnected on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Master, to Fujing Pavilion. Bai Yi hailed a taxi and set off. Driver, to Moxianjuan. And Xiaodong hailed a taxi and set off. On the wide streets, cars flowed in a continuous stream, their headlights forming a flowing river of light. 2 taxis, one carrying a boy and the other a girl, passed each other on this neon-lit street. Soon, we arrived at Moxianjuan. After getting off the bus, and Xiaodong went straight home. But as soon as she got nearby, she suddenly slowed down and frowned. Something's not right, it's too quiet. It's summer now, and the landscaping in Moxian Garden is beautiful, but there's no sound of wind or cicadas. A faint smell of blood wafted into my nostrils. And Xiaodong's expression changed slightly, and she activated night instantly. Countless silver threads wove a net across her body, transforming into a silver-white knight's armor. She rushed into the villa's courtyard, the stench of rust and blood assaulting her senses, and saw several corpses lying in pools of blood. There were marks on their necks from sharp blades. These corpses looked familiar. She had seen them several times. They were Lu Yao's bodyguards, quite powerful, all genetically modified individuals who had received 3 injections of gene-enhancing drugs. However, there were no signs of resistance or struggle at the scene, which indicates that the killer was extremely fast and slit their throats in a short time by launching a sneak attack. Miss Lu Yao, it's no use screaming your lungs out. This place has been sealed off by the prison of all sounds. No sound can get out. In the living room, Lu Yao, dressed in sportswear, looked panicked, her already fair face now completely devoid of color. She screamed and grabbed anything within reach, throwing it at the approaching man in black robes. The person, whose face was obscured by a black robe, seemed oblivious to the flying debris. Whenever the debris was about to touch him, he would abruptly disappear from the spot, as if the scene had frozen, and then reappear closer to Lu Yao. Behind the man in the black robe, several other fully armed men in black special operations uniforms and gas masks were vigilantly observing their surroundings. Sir, stop playing around. We should go. Along, wearing a gas mask, reminded him. A chilling laugh emanated from beneath the black robe. Don't you guys find this funny? Watching such a pretty little girl scream in panic and helplessness. Oh my. Look, her eyes are all red. She's about to cry. Chapter 130, The Weak Black Knight. The black-robed man's perverse sense of humor left his subordinates speechless. You stay away. My father is a director of Tianchi Company. If you dare to hurt me, he will never let you get away with it. Lu Yao threatened the man in black robes, her voice trembling. Unfortunately, Her tearful appearance had no intimidating power whatsoever. She was like a puppy whose tail had been stepped on, her fierce whimpers carrying a hint of childishness. Of course I know your father is Lu Yunxiao. Otherwise, why would I arrest you? The man in black robes slowly extended his demonic claws towards Lu Yao. In her eyes, the hand wrapped in black leather gloves was no different from the claws of a demon emerging from hell. Ah! She screamed, closed her eyes, and flailed her hands wildly. Oh, so you're trying to blow away the air around me and suffocate me to death? What a vicious method. The man in black robes chuckled sinisterly, then grabbed Lu Yao's waving hands. Lu Yao became even more frightened and finally burst into tears. At this moment, she desperately hoped that a knight like those in a storybook would appear, bravely step forward, and shout, "Let go of that girl!" He then wielded a sharp sword and killed the villains, saving himself. Unfortunately, she knew it was impossible. Only when she was a child would she take storybooks seriously, but now that she was grown up, she knew that the stories in them were all fake. Clang! A clear, melodious sword cry rang out. And Xiaodong appeared, dressed in knight's armor, but unlike the knights in the storybooks, she didn't foolishly shout, "Let go of that girl." Instead, they launched a surprise attack. Only a fool would warn the enemy before taking action. And Xiaodong is simply pursuing justice, not being a fool. Who goes there? Ah! A 10-centimeter-long gash appeared on Along's arm. He quickly raised his gun and frantically aimed it at the uninvited guest in front of him. The others also opened fire. Bang bang bang. Countless tongues of fire spewed out as metal bullets whistled through the air. And Xiaodong didn't dodge, because she knew Bai Yi couldn't avoid it. Instead, he used his knight's armor and pure silver cross sword to protect his body. Ding ding ding. Several tiny sparks burst from her body. The bullets couldn't penetrate her armor, but the powerful impact kept knocking her back. Lu Yao subconsciously opened her eyes, a look of surprise flashing in them. The knight had really appeared. The man in black robes turned around, a flash of horror crossing his eyes. Knight's armor, a pure silver cross sword? You're the Black Knight. Upon hearing the words, Black Knight, the men who were firing their guns immediately paused, retreated frantically, and nervously gathered around their leader. In the land of Baiman, who doesn't know the name of the Black Knight? The Black Knight's fame comes half from the Silent Court and the other half from his immense power. Especially recently, following the Black Mountain incident, the Black Knight's bounty has skyrocketed again, reaching an astonishing 450 million. The man in black robes looked grave. Trouble. He'd actually run into the Black Knight here. Damn it. Once that iconic outfit appeared, he began to consider retiring. Sir, something's wrong. He shouldn't be the Black Knight. His health is only 69. Along suddenly exclaimed. Through the tactical gas mask on his face, a pair of heavy metal glasses were faintly visible, with constantly flashing bright green numbers on the lenses. The man in black robes was taken aback. 69? Along quickly pointed to his eyes. Sir, it's absolutely true. The number shown on the blood energy detector is 69. This blood energy value is not even as high as mine. How could he be the Black Knight? The man in black narrowed his eyes, scanning in Xiaodong's body. Recalling in Xiaodong's disheveled state when facing the bullets, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his lips. A clumsy imitator of the Black Knight? Or are you the real Black Knight, and the Silent Court actually created this bounty for you? He knew that the chief judge of the Silent Court was one of the 10 kings, and that it would be easy for him to raise a bounty of 450 million for the Black Knight. And Xiaodong did not answer the black-robed man's question, but instead attacked directly. The pure silver cross sword slashed out fiercely, and the air trembled slightly wherever the blade struck. This sword strike was perfect in terms of force, angle, and technique, yet the man in black robes couldn't help but sneer. His figure vanished like a ghost from his spot, then suddenly appeared in front of Xiaodong. He then raised his right hand and struck Xiaodong's wrist with precision. The immense force sent the pure silver cross sword flying out of his hand, spinning several times in midair before embedding itself upside down in the expensive leather sofa. Too slow. The man in black robes sneered. Beneath his black hood, 2 beams of light pierced the shadows as he stared mockingly at Xiaodong. His amber pupils contracted into sharp vertical lines, within which flowed a strange halo of interwoven gold and red light. Pupils, similar to those of a feline. The moment Xiaodong saw those eyes, her heart sank. A wanted poster I had seen before came to mind. The genetically modified cat's eye, bounty of 173 million. Possessing exceptional agility and speed, it has repeatedly escaped federal encirclements thanks to its speed advantage. Such a powerful being would not be easily defeated even if the real person were here. It's not that she can't beat them, But once Cat's Eye is determined to run away, it's very difficult for her to stop them. Cat's Eye is not very destructive, but its speed is extremely troublesome. Your Cat's Eye. The man in black chuckled lightly. I didn't expect that a weakling with only 69 health points could still recognize Maine. The next second, his voice suddenly turned cold. Since you've heard my name, you should know that I hate the name Cat's Eye the most. Those people in the Federation are terrible at naming things and don't understand what aesthetics are at all. Seeing that I have cat-like eyes, they printed that awful nickname, Cat Eyes, on the wanted poster without my permission. If Hakuno were here, he would definitely agree with Cat's Eyes. He was called the Black King because he wore all black and a black mask. Remember my real name, so that when you go to the underworld and Yama asks, you won't be wondering who killed you. My real name is Clang. The pure silver cross sword that had appeared in Xiaodong's hand at some unknown time pierced the black-robed man's left rib at an angle. She has always been ruthless and taciturn. The sword's edge was close to the ribs. If this strike landed, the sword would travel straight up the ribs and eventually pierce the heart. The idea was wonderful, but reality was cruel. Chapter 131 and Xiaodong's Combat Wisdom. The pure silver cross sword pierced straight into the air, while Cat's Eye had already appeared behind Xiaodong. He raised his hand, and his black-gloved hand gripped her neck tightly. He lifted Xiaodong up. Protected by the knight's armor, she was not physically harmed, but her movements were restricted. She deliberately grabbed Cat's Eye's hands with both of hers, pretending to struggle, but out of the corner of her eye as she glanced at Lu Yao by the window. At this moment, Lu Yao gripped the curtains tightly, looking at the restrained knight with nervousness and worry. You're not really the Black Knight, are you? Cat Eye teased. I originally thought you were a Black Knight admirer who had an identical suit made to imitate him and was trying to carry out justice like the Black Knight. But I clearly saw just now that the cross-shaped sword stuck in the sofa turned into silver gray and disappeared, and then reappeared in your hand. Such extraordinary abilities are exactly the same as those of the Black Knight. But I clearly remember the Black Knight being a woman. Did you use a voice changer like me? You're right, I am the Black Knight. And Xiaodong's calm voice came from beneath the silver mask. Cat's Eyes was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Xiaodong to admit it. He wasn't sure either. He had just been testing her. But why is the Black Knight so weak? While he was distracted, Xiaodong made her move. She instantly dispelled the knight armor, which transformed into countless silver stardust fragments, while she herself plummeted down as swiftly as a cicada shedding its shell. He then stomped his feet on the ground and pounced on Lu Yao like a nimble leopard. Her target was Lu Yao, and the window behind Lu Yao. The whistling wind rang in Lu Yao's ears, and her eyes widened involuntarily as she stared blankly at the boy who had emerged from the knight's armor. Even surrounded by formidable enemies, the boy showed no sign of panic. His hair flew wildly in disarray, but his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Caught off guard, the man in black beside Lu Yao tried to fire, but the boy seemed to have anticipated the trajectory of the shot. The scorching bullets plowed through the air, leaving white streaks, and narrowly missed his body. Lu Yao stared blankly at the approaching boy, whose figure gradually magnified in her eyes, and time seemed to slow down. She only came to her senses when Xiaodong tightly wrapped her arms around Lu Yao's waist. Immediately afterwards, I felt my body rise and twist uncontrollably. And Xiaodong, who was holding Lu Yao in her arms, suddenly turned to the side and used Bai Ye's body to smash against the window. Crack! The window shattered with a crash, and countless tiny shards of glass flashed before Lu Yao's eyes, sparkling like a galaxy under the light. She was completely unharmed. His broad chest shielded her from everything. The two jumped out of the window, their bodies plummeting rapidly under the force of gravity. However, just then, a mocking voice rang out behind Xiaodong. Too slow. Immediately, Xiaodong felt a tremendous force on her arm, and the two people who had jumped out of the window were pulled back by Cat's Eye with one hand. With a flick of his wrist, the Cat's Eye sent the two flying backwards into the living room. Xiaodong held Lu Yao tightly in his arms. To reduce the force, he rolled around on the ground several times until he crashed into the sofa and stopped. Kid, you're not good enough to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Sir, what should we do with this kid? Along's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he pointed the gun at Xiaodong. Cat Eyes smiled slightly. Of course we'll take him with us. Didn't you hear him say he's the Black Knight? We'll use him to exchange for a bounty with the Federation. A Black Knight worth over 400 million. We'll be rich. But, is this Black Knight real? He seems far too weak. These days, aren't there plenty of people who forge bounties? Some mentally unstable superhumans treat bounties like their lives, racking their brains to stage accidents for powerful figures. Have you forgotten the example of Shadow Manly Xiao? This lunatic once went to the tyrant's hometown, Floating Light City, to provoke him, saying he wanted to challenge the tyrant. But the tyrant wasn't home, so he started spouting nonsense, saying that kings don't meet, and that the tyrant was avoiding his sharp edge. As a result of this incident, his bounty increased by 10 million. In my opinion, this Black Knight is similar to Li Xiao. He might even be the son of the Silent Court's chief judge. His father killed several experts worth over 100 million, and the credits were attributed to him to boost his reputation. As the group chatted freely, no one noticed that Xiaotong, sitting by the sofa, subtly placed her hand on a patch of floor under the sofa's shadow. What did you say? And Xiaotong just left. Bai Yi was furious. He knew this woman was restless and would never learn what it meant to stay put and wait when she got lost. The non-stick properties of pans are starting to take effect again. Li Beitian felt a headache coming on as he looked at the furious girl in the red dress. He'd just seen one off, and another one was already showing up. He hadn't even finished his drink yet. Brother Xiaobai, why don't you wait for her here? What the hell am I waiting for? Where's the white dove ring? I need to use it. The girl in the red dress stretched out her fair hand. Yes, the dove ring. You'll definitely find her if you have the ring. With Xiaotong's intelligence, she'll definitely take the dove ring home with her. Bai Yi put on the white dove ring and set off. He walked out of Fujin Pavilion and stood by the roadside trying to hail a taxi, but he waited for a long time without seeing a car. Looking at the colorful vehicles passing by on the street, he suddenly realized that almost no one who comes to this place takes a taxi. They all have their own drivers. Therefore, no taxis are willing to come to Fujin Pavilion. Beep beep. A flashy, bright red convertible sports car pulled up in front of Shirayuki. The wind whipped up by the car billowed the hem of her dark red dress, revealing glimpses of her fair legs beneath. Hey beautiful, want to take a ride in my sports car? A young man with dyed red hair and deep-set eyes whistled from the driver's seat. Looking at the pretty girl in the red dress, a hint of undisguised amazement flashed in his eyes. Bang! Without saying a word, Shirono opened the car door and got in. Such a swift and decisive move left the red-haired man speechless. So proactive. He must be captivated by my handsomeness. Go to Machine Garden. The red-haired man raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile, and said, Beautiful lady, you'd better hold on tight, because I drive really fast. Boom. The red-haired man floored the accelerator, and the red convertible sports car shot off like an arrow. He glanced at the girl in the red dress out of the corner of his eye, hoping to see a look of panic on her face, but all he saw was calm. Interesting. He chuckled to himself. Chapter 132 Zoo Director. Beautiful lady, are you alone? Shirono turned to look at the red-haired man. Are you alone too? The red-haired man nodded excitedly, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Yes. But he was stunned the next second, because he found that the woman in the red dress had a smile that was even more evil than his. That's wonderful. A moment later, the red convertible sports car parked next to the trash can started up again, and its long body drove past the trash can. A trash can with two legs was revealed. Bai Yi whistled as he drove his sports car, glancing at the trash can receding into the distance through the rearview mirror. TSK, when you're out and about, boys must take good care of themselves. It's best to travel in groups and never let strangers get on your vehicle. After driving for a while, Bai Yi was finally close to Mashang Garden. As he got closer, his white dove ring reacted and began to heat up slightly. But as he continued toward the ink fragrance garden, he strangely discovered that the heat from the white dove ring was gradually diminishing. Sizzle. A red convertible sports car was parked on the side of the road, with two dark tracks plowed into the ground. And Xiaotong has left Moxie Anjuan? Bai Yi frowned slightly. That's not right. Since she left Mashang Garden wearing the white dove ring, why didn't she come looking for me? I can sense her, so she must be able to sense me too. Bai Yi turned the car around and chased after it in the direction indicated by the white dove ring. He discovered that Xiaotong was drifting further and further away from him. Oh no, isn't Xiaotong avoiding me? This woman wants to take over my body. Boom. He floored the accelerator, and the red convertible sped down the street like a red lightning bolt. In an abandoned factory in the suburbs. And Xiaotong and Lu Yao were tied to a steel pillar in the factory with specially made ropes. There were also more than a dozen men in black inside the factory, as well as Cat's Eye. A3. A royal flush. Along slammed the two kings onto the table. Holy crap, are you crazy? I have a 3, and you have a royal flush. The man in black on the other side was dumbfounded. Along chuckled. I'll fry as many as I want. What's it to you? For 2s. He threw another bomb, then immediately played a straight, emptying his hand of cards. The two men in black who were playing cards with him angrily threw down their cards and pointed at him, shouting, "You cheated." Along raised an eyebrow. "You shuffle and deal the cards. How am I supposed to cheat?" Seeing the astonished looks on his companions' faces, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He hadn't cheated at all. He just didn't know what was wrong with him today. His luck was just off the charts, and he could win even if he played the cards with his eyes closed. While the others were playing cards, Mao Yin walked over to Xiaotong and Lu Yao. He looked at the two of them with a mocking gaze, then reached out his hand to Lu Yao. Lu Yao visibly panicked, kicking her legs wildly at the ground, trying to escape but being firmly bound by the ropes. What are you going to do? Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Little beauty, you look so cute when you scream hee. Cat's Eye's hand kept moving closer to Lu Yao's chest, and then it yanked hard. Lu Yao cried out in pain as a red mark appeared on her fair neck from the strangulation. Cat's Eye withdrew his hand, and a sparkling diamond necklace lay quietly in his palm. Along, stop playing around. Take this necklace and send a message to Lu Yunxiao. Yes, sir. Along scurried over excitedly and respectfully accepted the diamond necklace. He turned and left, but after taking 2 steps, as if remembering something, he turned back and reached out his hand towards the Cat's Eye again. Sir, do you believe me? His amber-colored vertical pupils turned cold, and he said angrily, Can't you write the letter yourself? Along paused, scratched his head, and asked, What should I write? Pig brain. Cat Eyes poked Along's head several times with his finger, making Along take several steps back before stopping. I told you to get your gene stabilizer injections on time, and you definitely didn't listen. Do I need to tell you what to write? Along covered his head and said aggrievedly, Use it. You son of a bitch. Cat's Eye kicked Along, knocking him to the ground. He said coldly, Just write that Lu Yao is in my hands. If you don't want your daughter to die, exchange her for the formula of the type 3 gene drug researched by Tianqi Company. Okay, got it. Having received the instructions, Along happily ran off to write the letter again. Sigh, gene serums are really harmful. If only we had type 3 gene serums. Cat's Eye sighed to himself. Are you from the zoo? And Xiaotong, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Although she said it as a question, her tone was very certain. A playful glint appearing in his amber vertical pupils hidden beneath his black robe. Why are you so sure? And Xiaotong stared calmly into those vertical pupils. Despite being a prisoner, she showed no panic. You are all genetically modified individuals. Judging from the intensity, you were injected with type 2 gene therapy drugs that are not available on the market. How can you possess so many type 2 gene therapy drugs and even dare to kidnap the daughter of the director of Apocalypse in exchange for type 3 gene therapy drugs? The only place I can think of is the zoo. Slap, slap, slap. The hands, encased in black leather gloves, clapped lightly. You have good insight. I'm increasingly convinced that you are the real Black Knight. By the way, could you really be the son of the Silent Court's chief judge? Is your father building up your image so that you can take over the Silent Court after he dies? And Xiaotong remained silent in the face of Mao Yin's teasing. Cat's Eye's praise meant she had guessed correctly, but precisely because she had guessed correctly, she realized that things were becoming increasingly complicated. Everyone knows that when it comes to the best gene modification technology, Baiman Shuguang seeks Tianqi. Apocalypse Corporation's gene modification technology is unique, and its type 3 gene drug is a miracle drug that all gene modifiers dream of. The 12 zodiac animals were all injected with type 3 gene-enhancing drugs, so it can be said that the power of the 12 zodiac animals is inseparable from the type 3 gene-enhancing drugs. In the field of genetic engineering, apart from the top-tier Apocalypse technologies, zoo technology ranks second. The zoo is not a zoo in the literal sense, but a powerful force composed of countless genetically modified individuals. They were so powerful that even a behemoth like Apocalypse Corporation would be wary of them, not only because the zoo had a large force and many members, but also because the zoo director is one of the 10 kings. Its terror was no less than that of the tyrant Yangjia. If the tyrant was a metal king, then the headmaster was the king of all beasts. From its inception, the zoo has been an enemy of Apocalypse Corporation, sending spies countless times in an effort to obtain the formula for the type 3 gene serum. So when Xiaotong saw that Cat Eyes had so many genetically modified individuals and dared to kidnap Lu Yao and extort type 3 gene drugs, she was certain that Cat Eyes was backed by a zoo. Chapter 133 Defilement. Only zoo staff can freely inject type 2 gene-modifying agents. Currently, only type I gene-modifying agents are available on the market, and the vast majority of genetically modified individuals are injected with type I. Only major powers or supernatural organizations have the ability to obtain type 2. Type 3 is unique to Apocalypse, and is never circulated outside the region. Sir, the letter is finished. Along walked over with the letter. Cat's Eye took the letter and glanced at it, a look of disdain immediately appearing on his face. The base in Gene is misspelled. It should be basic base, not machine, understand? Sir, I'll go and change it right away. Along blushed, ultimately suffering from his lack of education. Change what? You think you can just scribble over the extortion letter? Are you trying to make Lu Yunxiao laugh to death? Rewrite it. Yes, I'll rewrite it right away. A moment later, Along came over with a new letter. Are you mentally challenged? The deer in Lu Yunxiao's name refers to the elk, not the road. You can't even figure out who you're extorting. It makes us look unprofessional. Rewrite it. Yes, sir, I'll rewrite it right away. A while later, what am I supposed to say to you? Where's the address? Where's the transaction address? You want Lu Yunxiao to burn the formula for me, is that it? On the other side, Lu Yao, who was tied to a pillar, whispered furtively in Xiaodong's ear. Don't worry, my father will definitely come to save us. And Xiaodong did not respond. She was not as naive as Lu Yao. It's true that Lu Yunxiao is a director of Tianqi Company, but that's a distant solution that can't address an immediate problem. Cat's Eye and his gang may seem unreliable, but they are all genetically modified individuals who have been injected with type 2 gene serum. Even Along, who is constantly being scolded, is quite skilled and has a bounty of over 15 million. The group from the zoo had clearly been lying in wait in Dawn City for a long time. They were professional and quick in their actions, but their level of education was low. This abandoned factory is extremely well hidden, a location carefully chosen by Cat's Eye and his group, and further concealed by the forbidden object, the prison of 10,000 sounds. Even Lu Yunxiao would not be able to find it in a short time. Rather than relying on Lu Yunxiao, it's better to rely on. A strange light flashed in Xiaodong's eyes. She silently tightened her grip on the white dove ring in her hand, and the heat emanating from the ring grew stronger and stronger. Pulled out of the window by the peephole and rolled several times on the ground while holding Lu Yao. It seemed like she was trying to dissipate the force, but in reality, she was trying to adjust her landing point. She wanted to land next to the sofa, because her white dove ring was hidden in a secret compartment under the sofa. She believed that, given by Ye's intelligence, he would definitely seek out Li Beitian for the white dove ring after failing to find Fujinch. If Shirono finds this place, and he can switch back to his body, this crisis can be completely resolved. After revising the document 18 times, Along finally received Mao Yan's approval, breathed a sigh of relief, and then went to deliver the letter. After he left the abandoned factory, the chameleon's abilities began to take effect. He completely merged into the darkness and disappeared as if he had vanished into thin air. At that moment, a cat-eyed, mocking gaze fell upon them. What follows is just a boring wait, but I hate boredom the most. Luckily, there's a pretty girl here. He walked step by step toward Xiaodong and Lu Yao, letting out a malicious laugh. Lu Yao's face turned deathly pale instantly. Although she was spoiled, she wasn't an idiot who knew nothing. She couldn't even imagine what was going to happen next. Kicked the ground frantically, trying to get away from Cat's Eye, but the ropes held her firmly to the steel pillar. Apart from reddening her delicate skin, the ropes did nothing to provoke her and only fueled the evil fire in Cat's Eye's heart. I advise you not to do this, and Xiaodong's calm voice rang out. Oh, I also advise you not to say that. Cat Eyes smiled knowingly, staring straight at her. And Xiaodong said without changing her expression, although Lu Yunxiao loves his daughter, he values his power more. He has always regarded Lu Yao as a tool for marriage alliances. If you defile her, Lu Yao will lose her original value, and it is unknown whether you can get the type 3 gene serum in return. Seeing the unknown young man beside her helping her, a hint of gratitude flashed in Lu Yao's panicked eyes. Who said I wanted to defile her? A finger covered by a black glove gently lifted in Xiaodong's chin, and Xiaodong was stunned. Lu Yao, who was standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. Hey handsome, come play with me for a bit. Cat Eyes lifted the black hood from her head, revealing a cascade of chestnut-brown curly hair. A charming yet slightly languid face came into Xiaodong's view. There was a beauty mark at the corner of her left eye, like the finishing touch. It did not ruin the beauty of the face, but instead added a lot of charm. Cat Eyes removed the voice changer from its mouth, and its pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes, which seemed to look at a dog with deep affection, scanned back and forth across Xiaodong's face. Her eyes shimmered with water, as if covered by a thin layer of mist. And Xiaodong's face turned cold. She hadn't expected Cat's Eye to be a woman, and she certainly hadn't expected that the person Cat's Eye was trying to defile wasn't Lu Yao, but... Oh, why the expression? Am I not beautiful? Cat Eyes took off her black gloves, revealing a pair of slender, fair hands. Those hands were like the pink paw pads of a kitten, soft and boneless. He gently stroked Shiryuki's face, then slowly moved his fingertips down, tracing the strong lines of his Adam's apple and collarbone. Don't touch him, Lu Yao shouted anxiously, her cheeks flushed red from the rush of blood to her face. Oh, getting impatient. Cat Eyes chuckled teasingly. He wouldn't happen to be your lover, would he? Well, that makes sense, otherwise why would he show up at your door so late at night? What you want is the gene serum. As long as you release him, I'm willing to cooperate with you to get the gene serum from my father, Lu Yao said urgently. Perhaps out of kindness, gratitude, or some other inexplicable emotion, she simply could not accept that the young knight had been defiled by the cat's eye right before her eyes. Ha ha ha, that's the expression. I love seeing this kind of expression when someone's beloved possession is taken away, heartbroken, angry, helpless. It's just so wonderful. Cat Eyes laughed excitedly. A hint of madness flickered in her alluring eyes. And Xiaodong's heart sank. She knew this was a common problem among genetically modified individuals. If all superhumans are mentally ill, then all genetically modified individuals are beasts. The mental state of extraordinary individuals is different from that of ordinary people. They are prone to extremes and cannot be stimulated. Genetically modified individuals possess the bestial nature of wild beasts and are sometimes controlled by their animalistic instincts. The nether tiger could do such a thing in public on Black Mountain speaks volumes. It is well known that wild animals do not care about the occasion when they are in heat. Chapter 134. Since you can't keep her, then I will. The hand that was resting on her chest continued to slide down, and in Xiaodong's hair stood on end. A faint silver light gathered in her right hand, and just as she was about to condense a pure silver cross sword, she felt a sudden relaxation. Cat's Eye actually helped her untie the rope. Come on, handsome, let's play a game. This game is called Hide and Seek. Cat Eyes smiled and took a strip of black lace fabric from his pocket, then wrapped it around his eyes. She actually wanted to grab Xiaotong with her eyes closed. Just like the tyrannical emperors of ancient times who deliberately blindfolded themselves and seized their beloved concubines in the palace. And Xiaodong's face darkened, and a silver light flashed in her hand as a pure silver cross sword instantly took shape. She held the sword in reverse and thrust it towards Cat's Eye's chest. Cat Eye's light and supple body was like that of a real cat. With a slight twist, it dodged the incoming sword. And Xiaodong seemed to have anticipated that the attack would be dodged, so this sword strike was just a feint. The sword was halfway through when it suddenly turned and slashed horizontally. Good combat experience, but unfortunately, too slow. And Xiaodong only felt a blur before her eyes, and Cat Eye's figure had vanished. Then, the sword dipped, and a foot clad in black leather boots landed lightly on the pure silver cross sword, smiling playfully. And Xiaodong changed her move again, abruptly retracting her longsword, preparing to attack once more. I'm playing hide and seek with you, not fighting. It's your turn to run, but don't let me catch you, or else. Bang. A tremendous force erupted from Xiaodong's chest, and she was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a steel pillar in the factory. A deep crater was smashed into the steel pillar that required two people to hug. Puff! And Xiaotong struggled to her feet, blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. Before she could even stand up straight, her dark, jade-like eyes suddenly narrowed. The cat's warm breath brushed against her face, and its crimson nails lifted her chin. You got caught so easily by your older sister? Under Xiaodong's disgusted gaze, the cat-eyed, moist lips parted slightly, and the tip of its scarlet tongue slowly darted out, like a viper flicking its tongue, licking the bloodstains from the corner of the boy's mouth. Bang! The air suddenly tore apart with a sharp whistling sound, and a tremendous force slammed into Cat's Eye's slender waist. Her slender waist, so delicate it could be grasped in one hand, deformed and bent at an astonishing speed, until it arched into the shape of a lobster. Brown hair exploded in the air like brown fireworks, and before the allure and charm on her cat-eyed face could fully transform into astonishment, she was sent flying backward like an arrow. Boom! Like a bowling ball hitting a pin, the cat's eye slammed into several abandoned machines in the center of the factory. The already dilapidated machines instantly fell apart, and countless parts fell down, burying them. Quiet. An eerie silence. Everything happened so suddenly that no one had time to react even after the cat's eye flew out. Both Lu Yao, who was tied up, and the dozen or so men in black who had been watching the show from the sidelines, were now staring in astonishment at the girl in the red dress who had appeared in front of Xiaotong at some unknown time. The girl in the red dress had a cold expression. One foot was planted firmly on the ground like a steel nail, while the other foot was at a 90-degree angle, hanging horizontally in midair. The dark red silk-pleated skirt between the girl's legs resembled a blooming red spider lily, and the arc of the skirt's opening was just like an ancient fan splashed with red ink. Grown-ups, who are you? The dozen or so men in black reacted quickly, pulling out their guns and pointing them at Bai Yi. Their hands trembled slightly as they held the guns, but they did not make any rash moves. Several others rushed into the rubble of machine parts, intending to rescue Cat's Eye, who was buried. Xiaotong! Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise, and Xiaotong's sudden appearance shocked her, but what shocked her even more was the kick that had just sent Cat Eye flying. Bai Yi slowly withdrew his leg, not even glancing at Lu Yao. His gaze fell on Xiaotong, who was now occupying his body, his expression icy. Especially after seeing the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, a surge of anger rushed to his head. How dare someone injure him while he was away? And she almost defiled his body. Bai Yi got angrier and angrier. Why don't you try it while I'm here? Your kick won't kill Cat's Eye? Hurry, there's no time, hold me. And Xiaotong rushed to Bai Yi's side. Then, to Lu Yao's astonishment, the two embraced each other as if no one else was around. Like a chivalrous young knight from a folktale, he and her best friend embraced tightly in front of her. Lu Yao was unaware of what had happened between the two. What she saw was that her best friend, and Xiaotong, suddenly appeared and kicked the Cat's Eye. He then ignored her completely and hugged the night boy without a second thought. At that moment, she felt inexplicably wronged, as if she had been betrayed twice. Can you handle these people? Bai Yi asked, his face close to Xiaotong's. And Xiaotong spoke rapidly. Others are fine, but Cat's Eye is too fast. I can't stop her. Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and laugh. She forced a stiff smile, but the smile on Bai Yi's face slowly faded away. Under Xiaotong's puzzled gaze, Bai Yi released his embrace, then turned around to look at the dozen or so men in black, who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, a wicked smile creeping onto his exquisitely beautiful face. Since you can't keep her, then I will. If you dare to disrespect the gods of the new era, then express your apology with your life. Even Shiro, a slave to time, couldn't help but waste a little time when faced with someone who was harming his body. He can keep the people and Xiaotong can't. Because time flow variation 0.5x speed. Once time flow variation is activated, his speed will increase by 2 times. To be precise, and Xiaotong's body speed increased by 2 times. In a battle of this level, Bai Yi's speed doubling is meaningless, but it would be a completely different story if it were in Xiaotong. This is like Bai Yi's assets being 100 yuan, which then doubled in value to become 200 yuan. And Xiaotong's assets were 10 billion, which doubled to 20 billion. Both were multiplied by 2, but Bai Yi only earned 100, while Xiaotong earned 10 billion. That's the difference. The girl in the red dress curled her lips into a strange smile, her 2 rows of gleaming white teeth gleaming coldly in the shadows of the factory. The crooked smile resembled the cracked corners of a doll's mouth. Bai Yi slowly clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking like popping beans. He walked step by step toward the dozen or so men in black, his neck tilting slightly to the left and right, the cracking of his joints mixed with a suppressed and ferocious low laugh escaping his throat. Chapter 135. This is a fleeting glimpse, a thousand-fold symphony in an instant. Shoot! A man in black shouted in panic. The next moment, more than a dozen pistols spewed flames, and countless yellow and orange bullets shot out, and gunfire erupted. Bai Yi gently raised his hand seemingly turning into a series of afterimages. When the man in black emptied his magazine, his hand also stopped. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he slowly opened his palms, and clang, clang, clang. A crisp metallic clanging sound rang out. Dozens of bullets fell from those fair hands. His nonchalant sneer was reflected on the metal eggshells scattered on the ground. In the face of true power, firearms are nothing more than children's toys. A hint of intoxication flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. The power contained within Xiaotong's body intoxicated him. It was a power different from the power that stopped time. It was not as mysterious or supreme as time. On the contrary, it is incredibly simple and brutal. Her qi and blood value has exceeded 10,000. A man in black wearing glasses that detect qi and blood value shouted, trembling. Bright green numbers were jumping wildly on the lens. 19,800. Everyone was instantly horrified. His qi and blood had exceeded 10,000. In this wasteland, anyone with over 10,000 qi and blood is a big shot with a bounty of over 100 million. Just who is this seemingly weak girl? And Xiaotong. When the cold number 19,800 flashed through everyone's minds, They were horrified to find that fear had already filled their bodies, to the point that even moving a finger felt incredibly stiff. Rumble. A sickeningly sharp, metallic creaking sound suddenly emanated from the ruins where the cat's eye was located. The next second, with a deafening roar, the ruins exploded as if a bomb had been detonated. Countless pebbles and rusty machine parts flew everywhere, and smoke and dust billowed into the sky. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, an elegant and slender figure gracefully emerged. It was Cat's Eye. Her amber-colored vertical pupils locked onto Bai Yi, and a cold, sharp smile appeared on her alluring lips. Little sister, sneak attacks are not the act of a strong person. Bai Yi turned his head and looked over, a sinister smile mixed with a hint of mockery on his lips. Oh, so an attack you can't withstand is called a sneak attack? I've learned something new. A dangerous glint flashed in her cat-like eyes as she slowly stretched out her hands. Her long, slender fingers, with their gleaming metallic nails, rapidly grew longer. What a sharp-tongued little girl. Wait till I tear your mouth apart, and see if you're still so stubborn. Bai Yi looked at him with disdain. You're the one who injured her? Cat Eyes looked at Xiaotong and laughed. Little handsome guy, you're quite the ladies' man. These two pretty young ladies are so concerned about you. It makes me jealous. And Xiaotong's face was ashen as she whispered in Bai Ye's ear. Switch back quickly. Even if you use my body, you're no match for her without the knight skill. Having experienced countless battles, she knew very well that in a fight between two sides, unless one side completely overwhelms the other in terms of strength and speed, then there is no need to pay attention to any experience or skills. But once the stats of both sides are similar, it comes down to who has more experience and better combat skills. Even she found Cat's Eye's speed troublesome. She could only rely on her rich experience and skills to predict its trajectory, along with the knight's defense, to win the battle, but she could never stop Cat's Eye, who was determined to escape. As she spoke, and Xiaotong hugged him again. Cat's Eyes was both amused and annoyed by this scene. They were even hugging each other during a fight? Showing off your love in front of me? Don't you know the saying, showing off your love will lead to a quick breakup? As soon as he finished speaking, Cat's Eyes vanished from the spot. The gleaming claws appeared before Bai Yi as if traversing space. Cat's Eye's intentions were undeniably malicious. This claw was clearly aimed at Bai Ye's face, intending to disfigure him, or more precisely, to disfigure in Xiaotong's face. And Xiaotong was startled and instantly activated Knight, her arm covered in silver armor blocking the cat's paw. But she was too slow. Just as she raised her hand, the cat's claws were already on Bai Ye's face, the sharp nails less than 2 centimeters away from that beautiful face. Time flow variation, 0.5x speed. Buzz. When mysterious time fluctuations swept across the world, the speed of the Cat's Eye, which was almost beyond the limits of human retinal perception, suddenly slowed down. Shirono smiled dismissively and flashed behind Cat's Eye. Cat's Eyes only saw a blur before the girl in the red dress disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and a strong sense of crisis pierced her body like needles. Bang! A black princess shoe was imprinted on her back, and a terrifying surge of 19,800 blood energy erupted, without any technique, only savagery and brutality. The main problem is that Shirano doesn't have any skills. Cat's Eye was sent flying again, this time crashing through the factory wall and creating a large hole before falling into the darkness outside. And Xiaotong, nestled in Bai Ye's arms, was filled with shock. The speed she had just experienced completely exceeded the limits she could unleash when she was in control of her body. She suddenly remembered the extraordinary abilities that Shirano had mentioned before. This is a fleeting, ever-changing symphony of light and shadow. Bai Yi, who was engrossed in the power, was stunned. What was Lu Guang's song? What nonsense was that? Did he hurt his head? He had almost forgotten the extraordinary abilities he had once casually fabricated. Even if you asked him to repeat it again, he might not be able to repeat it correctly, but unexpectedly Xiaotong still remembered. Grown-ups, protect the adults. Kill her. The dozen or so men in black were filled with shock and anger, and one by one they began to transform. They dropped their guns, and their muscles and hair grew wildly, sizzling. With the sound of clothes tearing, more than a dozen humanoid beasts, on all fours, charged toward Bai. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. What kind of monsters and demons are these? Leopards, wolves, gorillas, hyenas, bears. These men in black all exhibited varying degrees of animalistic characteristics. Xiaotong, be careful. Lu Yao, who was tied to the pillar, shouted anxiously, her face pale with fright, but she still remembered to remind her best friend. A sinister smile crept across Bai Ye's lips. He didn't even bother to activate the time flow variation to deal with these trash. The fastest leopard was the first to rush in front of him, its thick claws tearing through the air and creating wisps of white smoke. Faced with the strangulation of the claws, Bai Yi held in Xiaotong in one arm, slowly raised the other hand, and then extended a finger. Clang! The razor-sharp claws were blocked by that long, slender, fair finger, as if striking steel bars, unable to advance an inch. The leopard's expression changed drastically as it stared in utter horror at Bai Yi and the fingers that were flashing with scarlet light. So this is what it feels like to have qi and blood protecting your body. Hee hee. This is wonderful. Chapter 136. Not only do they not run away, but they dare to walk towards me? Bai Yi let out a low, sinister laugh. He was so engrossed in the feeling of crushing his opponents that he couldn't stop. He hates evenly matched battles. He loves to crush his opponents. And Xiaotong, who was in her arms, looked at Bai Yi's so-called protection of qi and blood and could hardly bear to look at it. There was absolutely no skill involved. He simply covered his fingers with a lump of qi and blood. Not only was the qi and blood loose, but it was also extremely wasteful. The leopard was so frightened by the evil girl in front of him that his heart skipped a beat. He quickly changed his move, wrapping his arms around her and slashing his claws fiercely at her neck. Just then, a hand appeared suddenly on the leopard's neck, moving like a butterfly flitting among flowers, and then gripped it tightly. The leopard's movements came to an abrupt halt. His neck twisted and deformed instantly, and the blood that could not flow accumulated on his face, making him blush. His eyes were bloodshot, almost as if they were about to pop out. He was lifted into the air by Bai Yi, his hands desperately trying to pry open that slender, fair hand. But it was as if he were trying to break a steel bar with his bare hands, and he didn't budge an inch. The others were too frightened to approach because of the terrifying aura emanating from Bai Yi, feeling a sense of terror as if they were facing death directly. Bai Yi lifted the leopard up to his face and asked softly, "Why does a weakling like you have the courage to stand in front of me?" The leopard couldn't answer. The intense feeling of suffocation made his blood almost freeze, his strength rapidly draining away, and his eyes turning slightly white. Suddenly, Shirayuki released his grip. The leopard's body fell straight down, just as it was about to hit the ground. Bai Yi clenched his fist, and terrifying blood energy gathered on his fist, bursting out with a dazzling scarlet light. Boom. One punch. The leopard's chest collapsed instantly, a crisp sound of bones cracking rang out, and its heart, protected by bones, burst open. His eyes bulged out, blood gushing from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. His body flew backward uncontrollably, crashing into a piece of abandoned machinery. His neck lolled to the side, and he fell silent. Such a terrifying attack sent chills down the spines of the others, who stared in horror at the girl in the red dress who was holding the night boy. Bai Yi's move of embracing his brother in a deadly attack is a prime example of violent aesthetics. What an intoxicating power. The girl in the red dress smiled increasingly evilly and menacingly, like a witch emerging from a terrifying nursery rhyme. "How dare you kill my men?" A woman's voice, filled with murderous intent, echoed through the abandoned factory. Covered in dust and with disheveled hair, Cat Eyes walked in through a large hole in the factory wall. She took a step forward, and her originally smooth earlobes became covered in downy hair, which gradually lengthened and stood up, turning into fluffy cat ears. The clothes behind her were stretched out, and a long, thin black cat tail broke through the fabric, swaying nimbly. With each step closer, those amber pupils gradually narrowed into sharp vertical lines. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing two sharp canines, and her steps became increasingly soft and light, completely transforming into an elegant, yet dangerous feline posture. Shiro's eyes were half closed, his gaze arrogant as he watched the cat-eyed figure approach him step by step, a playful smile on his lips. "Instead of running away, you dare to walk towards me? Interesting." Her cat-like eyes flashed coldly. This contemptuous attitude filled her with murderous intent. Instead, and Xiaotong, who was in Bai Yi's arms, was taken aback. Why did these words sound so familiar? "Stop hugging me, you'll only slow me down," Bai Yi whispered in Xiaotong's ear. And Xiaotong. She silently released her grip, walked quietly to Lu Yao's side, and untied the ropes for Lu Yao. Lu Yao looked at the unfamiliar young knight with a complicated expression, hesitatingly asking, "You and Xiaotong are?" "Friend," and Xiaotong replied without hesitation. "Oh," Lu Yao replied weakly, her lips pressed tightly together. "There's no such thing as a male-female friendship where you immediately start hugging. Why does Xiaotong seem like a completely different person? Her smile is so scary, and she's so incredibly powerful." And Xiaotong was silent for a moment, then finally managed to utter 4 words, dual personality. Ah. Lu Yao's eyes widened instantly as she looked incredulously at the girl in the red dress who was confronting the cat-eyed girl, finding it utterly unbelievable. Woman, I hope you can give me a little more pleasure. The girl in the red dress laughed wildly, looking up at the sky. Lu Yao. As expected, she has a dual personality. Cat's eyes narrowed, but he smiled slightly and said, your power is indeed strong, but against my complete form, the power you are so proud of is nothing more than this. Little sister, are you ready for how you're going to die? Bai Yi grinned and said, enunciating each word clearly, am I pretty? With a small mouth, one can hear birdsong and smell the fragrance of flowers. With a small hand, one can point and start with one's mother. Cat's eyes was stunned, his brain not processing what was happening for a moment. No, this was supposed to be a tough talk segment. How could you be so rude? After uttering that curse, Bai Yi felt refreshed. Sure enough, the tyrant's way of showing off wasn't suitable for him. This simple and direct approach was much better. When facing an enemy, of course you should offer the warmest greetings. We're fighting to the death. Why should we give the enemy any face? Lu Yao, who had just been untied, was stunned. Her mouth was slightly open and her eyes were wide open. Hey, Xiaodong, why are you swearing? Die. Cat's eyes felt that his personality had been severely insulted, and several blood vessels appeared in his amber vertical pupils. The air suddenly tore apart, and she vanished from her spot, her figure transforming into a streak of blackish-gray light, leaving behind afterimages in the air. That speed was absolutely incredible. However, she did not attack Shirono, but instead circled around him. Inside the abandoned factory, the cat's eye moved swiftly like a ghost, and for a moment, the afterimages she left behind seemed to fill the entire factory. The dust that filled the factory was swirled into a spiral by the strong wind she stirred up. Cat's eye's laughter came from all directions, and countless afterimages seemed to be laughing at the same time, making it impossible to distinguish which one was the real body. A health value of 19,800 is indeed frighteningly high, several thousand higher than mine. Unfortunately, battles are not about comparing numbers, but about who has the higher health value. I injected myself with 5 Type 2 potions, perfectly inheriting the cat's reaction and agility, and amplifying them dozens of times. With speed beyond the limit, I killed countless opponents with higher health points than me. And you won't be an exception. Before Cat's eyes could finish speaking, she felt a sharp pain on her scalp. A hand accurately grabbed her hair, bringing her frantic running to an abrupt halt. He stared in horror at the girl in the red dress who was pulling his hair. This is impossible. How did you manage to catch me? What are you babbling about? Lie down. Bai Yi impatiently yanked him hard, and Cat Eyes screamed as he fell headfirst to the ground. Of course, he turned off the time flow variation when he spoke, emphasizing the importance of cherishing time. Chapter 137. This world truly has countless heroes. Cat Eyes clutched her head and screamed in agony. A large patch of hair was missing from the top of her scalp, making her look bald. Shirono released his grip, and a large clump of chestnut, brown hair fell from his hand. The cat's eyes were wide open, and both cats and women consider their hair extremely important. I'm going to kill you. The incredibly sharp cat claws slashed fiercely at Bai Ye's calf, the claws coated with scarlet blood, their power far surpassing that of the leopard and others. Even Xiaodong herself wouldn't dare to use her qi and blood to protect herself from this claw attack. Although Cat Eye's qi and blood were not as strong as hers, they were still over 10,000, and with the cat claw's support, unless she used the knight skill, she simply couldn't defend against it. And what about Shirono? He didn't need to defend at all. With the speed increased to 0.5x, the cat's movements seemed to move at a snail's pace in his eyes. The girl in the red dress stood steadily on one foot, her right foot pointed into a straight line, and then lifted high at a 180-degree angle. The dark red skirt stretched taut with the girl's movements, like a dark red folding fan suddenly opened. The next moment, the folding fan suddenly closed. Bang! A black princess shoe landed suddenly on Cat's Eye's face, instantly twisting and deforming her beautiful and charming face. Her head collided with the concrete ground, shattering it with a crash. The head sank into the ground like a crushed fruit, its chestnut brown hair mingling with blood and smearing across the surface. Because of the force and the suddenness of the attack, the cat's claws, which were originally aimed at it, suddenly straightened, rose, and then went limp, falling weakly to the ground. The movement was so exaggerated that Xiaotong, who was standing next to her, could see her long, straight legs. Her face turned slightly pale, and she could also see her black safety shorts. Her face darkened even more. Wearing safety shorts was fine, but the problem was that Bai Yi had put them on her. The purpose of safety shorts is to prevent accidental exposure and avoid being seen by men. But if a man puts them on you, what's the point of preventing accidental exposure? Grown-ups, release the Lord at once. A dozen men in black, their eyes bloodshot, charged toward Bai Yi with unwavering ferocity. Shiro, standing on the cat-eye head, tilted his head slightly. The moonlight shone through the factory window and fell on half of his profile. The shadow cast by his eyelashes covered the arrogance in his eyes, revealing only a section of his pale neck and a slowly curving smile on his lips. That smile was nonchalant, yet like a poisoned icicle. The corners of his mouth curved upwards in a thin arc, carrying undisguised mockery and sneer, as if he were looking not at an approaching enemy, but at an ant about to be crushed. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot, transforming into a scarlet shadow as he charged towards the man in black. The men in black were taken aback, their claws flailing wildly as if they wanted to tear Bai Yi to shreds. But they were too weak, at most in the tens of millions, which was not even in the same league as Bai Yi, who had broken the 100 million mark. Bai Yi didn't even need to use 0.5x speed or any special moves. With a casual tug, the black bear's arm was ripped off by the roots, and blood gushed out. With a flick of his right leg, the air exploded, wisps of white smoke curling around his leg as he kicked the gorilla's head, shattering it. Bang! Like a watermelon falling to the ground, it shattered into pieces, its juice splashing everywhere. Bai Yi laughed wildly as he looked at the fearful expressions on everyone's faces. Why are you so weak? Why can't you give me a little more pleasure? Boom, boom. As he spoke, he threw 2 punches, and 2 vibrant lives were suddenly extinguished. The remaining people were terrified, and Lu Yao covered her eyes with her hands, too scared to look. Stop! A loud shout rang out from not far behind Bai Yi. He was holding 2 men in black by the hair with both hands and watching them struggle desperately when the shout to stop interrupted his enjoyment. He pulled the 2 of them around. Cat Eyes, its face covered in blood, struggled to its feet. Its amber vertical pupils were filled with raging fury. But when it saw the corpse of its companion on the ground, a pang of grief welled up in its eyes. Release them, but your opponent is... No. Cat's eyes suddenly changed color. She reached out to stop her, but as soon as she raised her arm, it fell down as if its bones had been removed. In her pupils, the image of the girl in the red dress with blood-stained hands was reflected, along with the 2 corpses in her hands. The body was in an extremely gruesome state, with a deformed and fractured skull, indicating death from a heavy impact. The heavy object that struck them was another person's head. That's right in front of Mao Yan, Bei pressed the 2 of their heads together and slammed them together hard. With a bang, the 2 of them were instantly intertwined. That's the look in my eyes. Heartbroken, angry, helpless. It's just too wonderful. Bai Yi grinned maliciously, a crimson light flashing in his light brown eyes. That's a sign of boiling blood and energy. The next second, his smile vanished abruptly, but the disdain in his eyes intensified. This is the look you should have in my eyes. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Yi swiftly killed 2 more people, mainly because he didn't have a knife. The cat's amber vertical pupils seemed to be covered with a layer of gray called despair. Sir, run. Don't worry about. A man in black was shouting when a fair hand suddenly grabbed his face. His long, slender fingers, like sharp blades, sliced his gaze into 5 equal parts of despair. With a slight exertion, Bai Yi produced a cracking sound and a shrill scream from the man in black's face. Truly loyal, yet you can only watch helplessly as they die one by one before your eyes, and you can do nothing about it. And shout on. You'll die a horrible death. Cat Eyes roared hysterically, making Bai Yi laugh. And Xiaodong's tragic death have to do with my New Age gods? How disgusting. When you were weak, your anger was nothing but a laughing stock for the strong. You are a bounty hunter with over 100 million. Don't you even understand such a simple principle? And Xiaodong, you wicked woman, I'll fight you to the death. Cat's eyes were bloodshot, almost bleeding. She disregarded all decorum, landing on all 4s with her slender waist arched, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Immediately, she transformed into a black shadow and charged towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi smiled slightly, about to help Mao Yin get rid of her, but unexpectedly, the next second, Cat's eye suddenly changed direction halfway, as if it were moving sideways, and rushed out of the gate of the abandoned factory in a flash. Bai Yi, who had just raised his hand, froze, staring blankly at the rapidly receding figure of the cat-eyed figure. Seeing the gaze and Xiaotong cast at him, Bai Yi coughed tactically and chuckled. This world, truly has countless heroes. Chapter 138, Let's Play Hide and Seek. And Xiaotong, are we just going to let her get away like this? Bai Ye's lips curled into a mocking smile. Let her run the first 100 meters. Outside the factory, the bright moon hangs high, its cool light spilling through the forest, the leaves cutting the moonlight into tiny silver flakes. Kat's eyes sped through the woods, the dappled moonlight flowing like water over her disheveled figure. The abandoned factory gate behind her was dark and gaping, resembling a gaping maw. Screams could be heard from inside from time to time, sending chills down her spine and making her shudder. Damn it, and Xiaotong. Who on earth is this crazy woman? She felt that tonight was too dramatic. When the Black Knight appeared, she thought she was doomed, but she never expected that the famous Black Knight was just a figurehead. When Xiaotong appeared, she thought it was just another one coming to deliver something, but she never expected that this seemingly weak girl would be so abnormal. Not only was her strength abnormal, but her personality was even more abnormal. Cat's Eye even suspected that Xiaotong had been injected with a type 3 gene serum, which was why she had more of a wild beast-like nature than Cat's Eye, who was a type 2. Having run so far, Xiaotong shouldn't be chasing after us, right? We must report today's events to the principal immediately and have her send someone. Suddenly, Cat's Eye's thoughts froze, along with the blood in her body and her running steps. Her eyes widened, and she turned her head in disbelief. A woman's hand was quietly resting on her shoulder. That hand was slender yet not weak, each finger with a perfect curve, and the nails were neatly trimmed with a light pink hue. In an instant, her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. She turned around abruptly and saw a smiling face right next to her. The cool moonlight shone on that face, making the skin appear even whiter, almost transparent, without a trace of blood. Suddenly, the face parted its lips slightly, a sinister smile spreading across its face. Got you. The woman's scream pierced the night sky, followed by a chaotic and scrambling escape. Cat's eyes ran while glancing back in terror. The girl in the red dress stood alone, her hair disheveled, a strange smile on her face, and one hand waving mechanically, as if waving goodbye. Cat's eyes ran faster and faster, its blood and energy like water about to boil dry in a pot, wisps of white smoke rising from its body. Too slow. A girl's voice, like a devil's whisper, rang in her ears. Out of the corner of her eye, the face of the girl in the red dress came into view, and it was her whole face. The girl in the red dress was running sideways, yet she was still able to keep up with her speed. The cold sweat that had been dried by the cold wind on Cat's Eye's forehead condensed again. She gritted her teeth and fled for her life without saying a word. Let's play a game. The game is called Hide and Seek, Bai Yi whispered in her ear. The cat's pupils suddenly contracted, and a mix of emotions, fear, absurdity, and despair, rushed into its heart. This is her favorite game. Every time she fights an enemy, the cat genes in her body come into play, making her want to toy with the enemy, just like a cat that catches a mouse but doesn't rush to eat it, but instead plays with the mouse until it dies before eating it. Now, she's playing cat and mouse again, but this time, she's not the cat, she's the mouse. She truly felt the despair of being a rat. Squeak. The sound of shoes rubbing against the ground rang out, accompanied by a rapid and piercing dragging sound. The cat eye breaks suddenly, freezing in place. She looked at Shirayuki, who had also stopped, in terror, and trembled as she said, "You can't kill me. If I die, the headmaster won't let you get away with it." "Oh, the principal." Bai Yi chuckled teasingly. "Which kindergarten's principal?" Cat Eyes exclaimed urgently. "It's the zoo director. He's one of the 10 kings. A mere 10 kings. A mere zoo director. You dare to try and fool me with such trashy stuff?" Shiroya realized that he was the leader of the 10 kings and almost cursed himself as well, so he quickly corrected himself. Cat's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe that anyone would dare to insult the headmaster like that. She said incredulously, "The headmaster is one of the 10 kings, you?" "Shaw, I'm the head of the 10 kings." "You mad woman. You insane woman." Cat's eyes roared furiously. "You have no idea how powerful the 10 kings are. You have no idea how terrifying the headmaster is." Bai Yi almost burst out laughing. No one understood the power of the 10 kings better than him, because he had even killed one of the 10 kings. "All right, stop yelling." He impatiently picked at his ear, but Xiaotong's ear was quite clean, and he couldn't find anything. "You keep talking about the kindergarten director. Does your director even know who I am?" Cat Eyes roared. "You may be strong, but with your abilities, you're not worthy of our headmaster's attention." "TCH. Bai Yi scoffed. "That's settled then. Your headmaster doesn't even know who I am. So who will he seek revenge on after I kill you?" Cat's eyes anger faltered, his eyes widened, and he stared blankly at Bai Yi, speechless for a moment. She really couldn't find any reason to refute it. You, I don't use those you in my stuff. My name isn't Xiaotong. If the king of hell asks about it in the underworld, just say that Xiaotong killed you. Boom. A surge of violent energy rose from Bai Ye's body, and a ruthless grin flashed across his face before he unleashed a punch. With the boost from time flow variation, 0.5x speed, this punch was incredibly fast, like a scarlet meteor, slamming into Cat's eye's head. Bang! After the explosion, a headless, delicate body fell straight to the ground. Bai Yi shook his hand to remove the bloodstains, then reached out his demonic claws towards the cat-eyed woman's delicate body. After rubbing them for a while, he looked at the several hundred yuan in bills and a few emeralds in his hand and sighed. Why aren't you getting any equipment? Your bounty is over 100 million and you still can't get a single forbidden item. You didn't get your bounty through connections, did you? In a dark corner of the woods, Along, who had become one with the tree, tightly covered his mouth, as if only in this way could he stop the fear from flowing out. He watched in horror as the woman in the red dress caressed his master's corpse. Her exquisite face was already stained red with blood, like a delicate and perfect doll painted with red lacquer, creating an eerie beauty. Xiaotong will be all right, won't she? Lu Yao asked timidly, half of her body hidden behind in Xiaotong. No. And Xiaotong's gaze passed through the factory gate and into the darkness outside. She knew Bai Yi would be all right. The swift light and shadow, the instant thousand-fold melody was too powerful. There was a time when she thought that the exaggerated supernatural abilities associated with this name were just something Bai Yi made up, but now it seems that she was just too ignorant. There really is such an extraordinary ability in the world that ignores individual differences and exponentially increases speed. However, Bei is too weak now to demonstrate the power of the flowing light and shadow, thousand-fold movement. Today, using his own body to deal with Cat Eye, who is good at speed, is like a cat playing with a mouse. If I possessed that speed, coupled with the defensive and offensive capabilities of a knight, I would be unstoppable below the 10 kings. Chapter 139 Twin Souls Fission, a duet of limit breaks. Thank you for saving me today. Could you tell me your name? Lu Yao asked, her head lowered and her lips bitten. Bai Yi. And Xiaotong said with a complicated look in her eyes. She was thinking about how to explain today's events to Lu Yao. If she didn't explain it well, her identity as the Black Knight might be exposed, which would be detrimental to her next mission. Bai Yi. Lu Yao murmured twice. She raised her head, clenched her little fist, and smiled. Thank you, Bai Yi. My name is Lu Yao, the Lu as in Cicadere. You can call me Little Deer. Adorable little deer that only reached her chest, and Xiaotong smiled slightly. She was about to stroke its soft hair as she used to, but suddenly froze. Looking at the right hand with its distinct knuckles, she calmly lowered her hand. Lu Yao noticed in Xiaotong's actions. Her ears turned slightly red, and she quickly looked away. Oh, Xiaotong is back, she exclaimed, looking at Bei with a worried expression as she rushed forward. Xiaotong, are you all right? Are you hurt? Which personality are you in now? Do you remember me? The little deer's mouth was chattering, which made Bai Yi frown. Just as he was about to speak, and Xiaotong walked over and grabbed his hand. Come with me. Then, and Xiaotong turned to look at Xiaolu and said, I have something to say to Xiaotong. Please wait for us for a while. Lu Yao glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground, her face slightly pale, but she still smiled and said, Then you guys need to hurry. I'm a little scared to be alone. And Xiaotong nodded, then grabbed Bai Yi and walked out of the factory gate, the two disappearing into the darkness. Lu Yao stood there uneasily, glancing at the corpses every now and then, only to quickly look away in fright. But looking away only made her more afraid, fearing that if she wasn't watching, one of the corpses might suddenly stand up. She kept swaying between looking and not looking, her little head shaking like a rattle drum, turning it every now and then. It's only because I'm young and have a good cervical spine that I'm able to maintain it. Otherwise, I would definitely develop health problems from all the twisting and turning. Perhaps out of fear, or perhaps out of curiosity, she stood there for a while before tiptoeing to the front door, gripping the edge with both hands, and peeking half her head out into the depths of the woods. Lu Yao almost cried out. If she hadn't quickly covered her mouth, she probably would have alerted the couple kissing in the woods. The night was too dark, and she was just an ordinary person. With her limited eyesight, she could only see the night boy and the girl in the red dress embracing tightly in the quiet woods bathed in moonlight. Their faces were pressed together, and in the silhouette of the trees, it looked like they were kissing. The moonlight falling on them seemed to soften, and the passing breeze seemed to linger. They kissed. Xiaodong and Xiaobai kissed. Lu Yao, who was eavesdropping, covered her lips tightly, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Her bright eyes held shyness, disappointment, and also blessings. In the woods, Bai Yi and Xiaodong, who were kissing, were chatting and laughing. The two embraced tightly, their faces pressed together, their smiles growing increasingly strange, as if they were forced. What exactly did you do? Why did you suddenly switch places? Regardless of whether it was his fault or not, Shirono took the initiative. Don't you know what I did? And Xiaotong said calmly, her cold voice carrying an inexplicable chill. Bai Yi was furious. Do you think I want to take a bath for you? I hate taking baths. I mean, what else did you do besides taking a shower? I didn't do anything. And Xiaodong said without changing her expression, making no mention of accidentally hugging Xiaolu while they were playing around. And you? What else have you done besides drinking? Bai Yi chuckled and said, I didn't do anything, just drank. Really? And Xiaodong said expressionlessly, then why was I holding when I went over there? Nonsense. I've studied the spring and autumn annals. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation. But you, why was that girl named Lu Yao from my past? I think we should be more honest. Otherwise we'll never break the curse of the twin monkey statues, and Xiaotong interrupted. Finally, the two reluctantly confessed what had happened before the exchange. Of course, Bai Yi did not say that he thought of Xiaotong when he was drinking with Purple Sister, and Xiaodong did not say that she thought of Bai Yi when she hugged Lu Yao. The two tacitly concealed the truth, neither willing to admit it. A moment later, the two of them simultaneously discovered the blind spot. And Xiaotong, it's a hug. Shirono, it's water. The two, now back in their bodies, stared at each other in silence. And Xiaotong broke the silence first. What does this have to do with water? Bathing water is water, and so is alcohol. But one is for use, and the other is for drinking. Can they be the same? Bai Yi curled his lip. Maybe you drank some bathwater while you were taking a bath. And Xiaodong said expressionlessly, I don't have the habit of drinking my own bathwater. After saying that, she ignored Bai Yi. After all, Bai Yi's extraordinary talent was quite good, so sometimes it was difficult to communicate with him. The hug should be the condition for triggering the curse, and it has to be a simultaneous hug, since the twin monkey statues are two monkeys hugging. Bai Yi had a headache. Even if hugging is the trigger condition, what is the condition to completely break the curse? People can't go their whole lives without hugging, can they? It's too early to talk about these things now. Whether the hug is a trigger condition still needs to be tested. Let's talk about these things tomorrow. Lu Yao's father is one of the directors of Tianqi Company. We can't stay here any longer. After a long while, and Xiaotong returned, but Bai Yi was nowhere to be seen. Xiaotong. Lu Yao quickly stepped forward, wanting to take in Xiaotong's hand, but hesitated as soon as she reached out. And Xiaotong smiled and took Lu Yao's hand, saying, Don't worry, it's all over now. Xiaotong, you're back to normal? Lu Yao asked in surprise. And Xiaodong nodded. That's great. Although your second personality is very cool, it's a bit too scary. You're best as you are now. Lu Yao paused, then asked softly, Xiaotong, are you a superhuman? And Xiaodong was not surprised by Lu Yao's question. An ordinary female student suddenly displaying such powerful strength would inevitably be suspected of being a superhuman. That's right, I am a superhuman. My superhuman ability is Twin Soul Fission Limit Breaking Duet. You've seen the specific manifestation, which is my second personality. Chapter 140, your second personality isn't a boy, is it? Wow, that's awesome. Lu Yao clenched her little fists, her eyes sparkling. She didn't understand supernatural abilities, but she felt that the name sounded amazing. And Xiaodong. She was momentarily at a loss for words. The inspiration for the name came from Bai Yi's fleeting shadows and ephemeral symphony. Although the name was a bit flamboyant, it was perfect for fooling people who didn't understand the extraordinary. Lu Yao's identity is sensitive. Her father is Lu Yunxiao, one of the directors of Tianqi Company. If Lu Yao cannot be deceived, her identity will definitely be exposed. No wonder I felt like you were a different person when I was taking a shower earlier. So you have a second personality, huh? Lu Yao seemed to have realized something, and her face turned red instantly. In a voice barely audible, she said, Your second personality isn't a boy, is it? No. And Xiaotong lied without hesitation. But I always feel my second personality is also a girl, but her personality is a bit twisted. As you just saw, she is extremely violent and even a bit perverted. Sometimes I can't control her appearance either. So, little dear, if you see my second personality again next time, be sure to stay far away from her. Okay, I'll do whatever Xiaotong says. As she spoke, Lu Yao kept glancing towards the factory gate. He's gone. And Xiaodong said calmly. Lu Yao's eyes darted away. He was injured before, and it's so dark. Will he be alright walking alone? He's also an extraordinary being. He'll be fine. Lu Yao was silent for a moment. Xiaotong, the boy you mentioned who hugged you before was Bai Yi, right? And Xiaodong was taken aback and didn't know how to answer, so she could only nod. There's no point in hiding it now. After all, she and Bai Yi just hugged each other in front of everyone. Even if it was just her hugging herself, who would believe it if word got out? Lu Yao bit her lip, hesitating before asking. Then what is your relationship? Friend. Our innocent Xiaotong has learned to lie too? I think it's clearly her boyfriend. Lu Yao pouted in dissatisfaction and shook in Xiaodong's hand again. Xiaodong, why are you keeping such a big thing from me? Are you afraid I'll steal your boyfriend? She joked with a smile. And Xiaotong did not answer, but stared at Lu Yao in front of her. Her calm gaze made Lu Yao feel inexplicably guilty, and the swaying gradually slowed down. Little dear, I hope you can keep what happened today a secret. No problem, Lu Yao said quickly, feeling inexplicably relieved. Then, fearing that Xiaotong would notice her unusual behavior, she hurriedly explained. You and Bai Yi are both superhumans, and the Federation has been hunting for superhumans. I will not expose your identities. Besides, you saved me. I, Lu Yao, am not the kind of person who would betray a friend and be ungrateful. When my father asks, I'll say I know nothing. I was blindfolded, then I heard the sounds of fighting, and then Cat's Eye and the others all died. The mysterious man saved me. And Xiaodong also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Yao agreed. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. Thank you, little dear. Lu Yao laughed, her big eyes curving into crescents. What's there to thank me for? Have you forgotten what I told you before? She grabbed in Xiaodong's hand and shook it again, saying happily, Xiaolu and Xiaodong are best friends for life. Yes, best friends for life. And Xiaodong nodded seriously, but a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. She wasn't worried about Lu Yao. She trusted her friend. What worried her was Along, who had gone to deliver the message. Once Along, who possesses chameleon genes, hides himself, even she would have difficulty finding him. A long time has passed, but Along still hasn't returned. Besides Along, another thing that worries her is the twin monkey statues. If this matter is not resolved, it will eventually become a hidden danger. Today's unexpected exchange almost led to a major disaster. If she hadn't switched places with Shiro, she would definitely have slept with Kojima tonight, and she would have been able to handle the attack even if Cat's Eye came. Instead of being kidnapped and having to rely on Shirono for rescue. Tonight seemed like a close call, but in reality, her life hung by a thread. She was just one step away from death. If she hadn't gotten the white dove ring hidden under the sofa, both she and Lu Yao would have died. Her death would be even more tragic than Lu Yao's. She would be defiled by a cat's eye before she died. When he returned to Fujinch, because Gao Banqing and the others had all left, and the private room was empty. Frustrated, he returned to his room, took out the twin monkey statues, and started cursing. There was nothing that could be done. The twin monkey statues were ultimately considered sacred objects, and even a pure silver cross sword couldn't break them. All that could be done was curse them. I'll fucking scare you. Because of you, I wasted 2 more seconds today. How many 2 seconds does a person have in a lifetime? He could have ended the battle in a second, but the feeling of having victory in his grasp was truly intoxicating. As a player who deliberately doesn't destroy the crystal when he's about to win a game, it's really hard not to let him taunt you a bit. Time can be saved up again, but once Cat's Eye dies, he's really dead. You can't just mock his corpse, can you? Fortunately, although he wasted an extra second, he could have easily blamed it on 169. He yelled at the monkey for half an hour, then stopped, feeling a bit thirsty. After taking a sip of water, Bai Yi lay heavily on the bed, tossing the twin monkey statues aside. Damn it! I can't go to Wangguanjing for now, my manor. Tomorrow is the day that Fatty Gao and the others will set off. He was originally going to go and enjoy the good life with them, but now he can't go. He's afraid that he'll be enjoying the good life when another swap happens, which would be really awkward. Moreover, at that time, he will be far away in Wangguanjing, and Xiaotong will be in Shuguang City. The two of them will not be able to contact each other. If they want to switch bodies, who will go to find whom? The next day, Fujinch Pavilion. Brother Xiaobai, are you really not coming to Wangguanjing with us? Gao Banqing asked in surprise. He didn't understand why Bai Yi changed his mind overnight. Was it because he hadn't been treated well yesterday? Bai Yi shook his head. It's not that we're not going. It's that we'll go later, prioritize the best, and be efficient, letting those who need it go first. Gao Banqing. So, should we go or not? Go ahead. My grand estate. I mean, my friends are all waiting for me, so of course I'll go, but not now, a few days later. I have some things to take care of in Dawn City. What's so important? Do you need help? No one else can help with this. Only I can handle it. Gao Banqing looked at him strangely. Women's business? Bai Yi was taken aback. Was Fatty Gao really that smart? He even guessed that? He nodded in confusion. Chapter 141, You have the potential to be one of the 10 kings. Unexpectedly, Gao Banqing added, She's a very beautiful woman? Shiro nodded again. A woman with long hair, long legs, and who is very young? Holy crap, Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. No, you really can read minds? Gao Banqing suppressed a laugh and pointed behind Bai Yi. When Bai Yi turned around, his face immediately darkened. Across the street, amidst the bustling crowd, stood a graceful young woman with long, straight black hair. A warm breeze lifted a corner of her red skirt as the girl slowly walked out from the shadows cast by the buildings along the street. His features seemed meticulously sculpted. His pupils were a calm, light brown. His eyelashes were long but barely trembled as he gazed calmly ahead. It was Xiaotong. Why is this crazy woman here? Hello, my name is Xiaotong, and I'm Bai Ye's girlfriend. Xiaotong stood naturally beside Bai Yi, taking his arm. Everyone looked surprised. No one knew where Bai Yi had come from to have such a beautiful girlfriend. After all, this guy had only arrived in Dawn City yesterday. No wonder Shiryuki disappeared halfway through the drinking session. It turns out he didn't like those purple-clad girls and went out to find a girlfriend. Awesome. Gao Banqing gave Bai Yi a thumbs up. With Xiaotong's help, Gao Banqing and the others stopped trying to persuade him. After all, heroes have always found it hard to resist the charms of a beautiful woman, and Bai Yi was young and vigorous, so it was normal for him to indulge in a gentle embrace. Only Hakuno himself knew that this was not a place of gentle pleasures at all. How could a god of the new era be tempted by beauty? He was kidnapped by beauty. Damn it, I was so damn unlucky. I thought my luck would turn around after leaving Black Mountain, but it started all over again when I got to Dawn City. Just as Gao Banqing and the others were about to leave, Li Yu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. I have something I want to say to Bai Yi alone. Magician Li Yu made this request. Everyone naturally made way for the two of them. Once Bai Yi and Li Yu reached a secluded spot, Li Yu's tough guy persona instantly crumbled. He grabbed Bai Yi's hand and wailed. Brother Yi, you can't forget your friend for a pretty face. You can't abandon me. Bai Yi withdrew his hand with a look of disgust. It's not that I don't want to go to Wangguanjing. I just want to go in a few days. I don't believe it. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. How could you bear to come to Wangguanjing? Brother Yi, just come with us. You absolutely can't give up your career for a woman. Established a foothold in Wangguanjing, what beautiful women won't we find? Bai Yi grew increasingly impatient. Am I the kind of person who can be seduced by beauty? I already said I'd go in a few days, so get lost. You are, Brother Yi. You ordered the most purple-clad girls yesterday. Brother Yi, the most important thing for you right now is to calm down. You've been bewitched by her. How much emotion can there be in just one night? Love at first sight is just lust. Li Yu spoke faster and faster, even pounding his chest and stamping his feet. Brother Yi, I beg you, please let her go. Don't ruin that girl's life, okay? She's young, still a student, she can't take you. Fine, you finally said what's on your mind, huh? Bai Yi angrily kicked Li Yu. That bastard isn't reluctant to part with me. He's clearly just can't stand seeing me get a girlfriend. In the end, Li Yu, with a resentful look on his face, left Dawn City with Gao Banqing and the others. Only Bai Yi and Xiaotong and Li Baitian remained. Li Baitian's shocked gaze swept back and forth between Bai Yi and Xiaotong. You, last night, it wasn't. No, X2. The two said in unison. Li Baitian. He put his hand to his forehead, his eyes revealing a sorrowful feeling of his own cabbage being eaten by a pig. Xiaotong, I've watched you grow up all these years. You're a stubborn child. Once you've made up your mind, you'll never turn back. Since you and brother Xiaobai, nephew Xiaobai, are mutually in love. Old Li, Uncle Li, and Xiaotong told Li Baitian what happened last night, which cleared up the misunderstanding. Li Baitian's face turned extremely ugly. You killed the people from the zoo? And a genetically modified person named Along escaped. And Xiaotong nodded. Li Baitian said solemnly, this is bad. The zoo director is one of the 10 kings, and he is very vengeful. He will definitely not let it go after you killed his people. Brother Bai, you were right not to leave with Gao Banqing. Offending the headmaster means Dawn City is the only relatively safe place. Because Apocalypse Corporation and the zoo are mortal enemies, it's not a big problem for you to be on the enemy's territory. Bai Yi waved his hand, not caring. I don't care about that damn kindergarten director. All I want right now is to get rid of the curse on the twin monkey statues. Indifferent to his life, and amused that Bai Yi was young and arrogant and didn't even respect the headmaster. Brother Xiaobai, it's fine if you say this to us, but please don't tell anyone else. In the Baiman region, even the most arrogant superhumans wouldn't dare to openly insult the 10 kings. You're being way too arrogant. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were the head of the 10 kings. Bai Yi laughed. That's me. Li Beitian turned his head away speechlessly and whispered to An Xiaotong beside him. I think Brother Xiaobai has good extraordinary talent. Since you can't find a way to break the curse for the time being, why don't you take this opportunity to teach him how to awaken extraordinary abilities? While no method can guarantee 100% success in awakening extraordinary abilities, it mainly depends on individual talent. I feel that, given Brother Xiaobai's mental state, well, extraordinary talent, giving it a try will definitely bring surprises. He was unaware that Bai Yi possessed the extraordinary ability of 1,000-fold movement in an instant, and simply assumed that Bai Yi had cultivated the martial arts of qi and blood. The three were not far apart, and Bai Yi was no longer a weak, ordinary person, so he naturally heard Li Beitian and An Xiaotong's whispers. At first, I was quite happy. I didn't expect Li Beitian to be so insightful, praising my talent. But the more I listened, the more I felt something was off. It turned out that saying extraordinary talent wasn't a compliment. Extraordinary talent equals the potential to be a psychopath? Bai Yi's face darkened, and he roared. Your extraordinary talent is quite something. Your extraordinary talent is unparalleled throughout history, 1 in 10,000. You have the potential to become one of the 10 kings. Li Beitian was speechless for a long time before finally managing to utter. That was really vulgar. Chapter 142 An Xiaotong. I'm all better. Bai Yi, me too. The three discussed the matter for a while longer, and then Li Beitian left. He wanted to report this matter to the presiding judge of the silent court, since it concerned the headmaster, one of the 10 kings, and no amount of attention was too much. In the end, only An Xiaotong and Bai Yi were left staring at each other. Let's go. An Xiaotong turned and left. Where to? Shop. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. You're really planning to be my girlfriend? An Xiaotong turned around, and the hem of her red dress swayed and turned, revealing her slender ankles. She looked at Bai Yi calmly and said, Lu Yao saw me hugging myself. She's convinced that you and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. And since she lives in Maxiang Garden, we'll inevitably have contact in the future. To make things easier, let's tentatively call us boyfriend and girlfriend. Then why go shopping? I hate wasting time, not even with my girlfriend. The most important thing right now is to find a way to break the curse. Going shopping is to break the curse. Half an hour later, Bai Yi stared at the neon sign in front of him, love at first shot, and said speechlessly, so getting a haircut can break the curse? And Xiaotong walked into the barber shop without looking back. No, I just want to get a haircut. After all, I've been wandering around for a month, and my hair needs to be taken care of. Bai Yi was increasingly speechless. He really wanted to open in Xiaotong's brain and see what her thought process was like. Is now the time to get a haircut? You already have long hair. Is it necessary to trim it? Besides, you're the Black Knight. For a powerful figure like you to go to a barber shop for a haircut, it just doesn't look right. As a prime example of a beautiful, strong, and tragic character. Well, she doesn't seem tragic at all. Not only does she have 10 kings as her mentors, but she's also a rich woman. Bai Yi turned and left. He wasn't going to waste time with An Xiaotong here. He was going to buy some essential survival supplies. An hour later, the two met at the agreed location. An Xiaotong looked at Bai Yi, who was carrying a huge sack, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Bai Yi was equally surprised to see that An Xiaotong hadn't changed at all. Didn't you go to get a haircut? Where did you get it cut? And Xiaotong pointed to her hair. Can't you even tell it's this obvious? The young girl stood gracefully, her princess-cut bangs neatly hanging on both sides of her face, the ends of her hair just above her collarbone, making her jawline appear slender and soft. The neckline was taut and straight, like the edges of an ice sculpture, and even the outstretched fingers exuded a sense of sparseness, with the fingertips gleaming cold white. Bai Yi shook his head. I can't tell. And Xiaotong asked expressionlessly, what did you buy? Bai Yi smiled mysteriously. Hard drives, a whole bag of hard drives. In order to deal with Bai Zhe, who had woken up at some unknown time, he spent nearly $1 million to buy hard drives and various electronic devices that could store data. He spent most of the money he earned in Montenegro, but he didn't mind. Money was important, but time was ultimately more important. Without a hard drive, he can only waste time running it. The only thing that bothered him was that the hard drives and electronic devices in Dawn City were far inferior to those in Vault 189, being more expensive and storing less data. Let's go verify the conditions that triggered the curse. And Xiaotong turned and walked towards the street. Watching her departing figure, Bai Yi wondered what methods this silent court's Black Knight had to verify the triggering conditions of the twin monkey statues. A moment later, and Xiaodong entered a shopping mall and bought a men's outfit. When she came out again, she had become a thin man wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hat. So mysterious? Could it be a trip to an underground gathering of superhumans or a black market? Upon realizing this, Bai Yi felt somewhat excited. Such places often meant a lot of treasures, and if there were any good forbidden items, he could take them without anyone noticing. The most convenient place to freeze time is not for killing, but for borrowing objects. He followed in Xiaodong all the way, and the two arrived at a charming street. The streets are winding and seem to stretch on forever, with colorful signs hanging on the shops on both sides, mostly pink. It's unbelievable that a gathering of extraordinary individuals would be hidden in such a place. Truly, the greatest hermits are hidden in plain sight. Shirono glanced at the listless woman in the shop and nodded affirmatively. A woman noticed their arrival, her eyes lighting up slightly. She hadn't expected business to come in broad daylight. A heavily made-up woman hurriedly came out of the store and said with a coquettish smile, "Hey handsome guys, come in and have some fun." And Xiaodong stopped and turned to walk towards the woman. "Oh, are we going to exchange secret codes?" Bai Yi quickly followed, needing to memorize the code to facilitate future procurement for gatherings of extraordinary individuals. "How much?" And Xiaodong's deliberately hoarse voice, coming through the black mask, added a touch of heaviness. The woman immediately beamed. "We have all price ranges, 198, 298, 398. And Xiaodong interrupted, "I want the cheapest one for me and one for him." Upon hearing that it was the cheapest option, the woman's enthusiasm immediately waned. "Come inside with me. You go to the left, and he goes to the right." And Xiaodong shook her head. "We'll share a room." The woman looked displeased. "That won't do. If you two take turns, wouldn't that be like paying for one thing and enjoying two? Our shop would be losing money, so we'd have to charge extra." Bai Yi clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of the code for the gathering of extraordinary individuals, it was truly insane. "No, if your store is unwilling to accept this, then we will go to other stores." The woman hesitated for a moment. There was no business during the day anyway, and she had nothing better to do, so she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Soon, the two entered the same dimly lit room. Before long, two heavily made-up women entered. The foundation on his face was almost thicker than the soles of his shoes, which made Bai Yi frown. "No, this is a gathering of extraordinary individuals? Surely these two can't be the ones hosting us, right? Two handsome guys, which one of us would you like to choose?" And Xiaodong stepped forward, pulled the woman on the left away, and then gave Bai Yi a look. Bai Yi frowned and pulled the woman on his right closer. "Hug." After saying that, and Xiaodong hugged the woman directly. Bai Yi was dumbfounded. He realized that there was no gathering of superhumans at all. They had come to conduct an embrace experiment. Even if you want to conduct experiments, can't you find some high-quality ones? God also has dignity. Hee, handsome young man, your friends have already started dating, and you're still shy? Bai Yeshuan's woman smiled charmingly and hugged him tightly. "Don't move, just hold me like this." And Xiaodong stopped the two women from making any further moves. The atmosphere in the room was a bit strange. The two women hadn't expected to run into such an innocent couple today. Were they here to experience what it's like to be in love? A moment later, and Xiaodong released her hand and shook her head slightly at Bai Yi. Bai Yi also let go of his hand, his brows furrowed. It seemed that the hug was not the condition for triggering the exchange. What was the condition then? "Hey, you two handsome guys, why are you leaving before it even starts?" Stunned as they watched the two men about to leave. "I'm all set." And Xiaodong left without looking back. Holy crap. Bai Yi was stunned. "Wow, you're really something." He really wanted to ask in Xiaodong if she even understood what those words meant. Huh. The two women stared in disbelief. As in Xiaodong left, their surprised, astonished, and bewildered gazes fell on Bai Yi. For a time, Alexander the Great was in the white fields. I'm better too. Chapter 143. Justice that doesn't understand flexibility is not true goodness. Whoosh. The gods of the new era fled in disarray. The two walked quickly out of the street without looking back, the whispers of the women behind them still echoing in their ears. Bai Yi awkwardly picked at his toes. He looked at Xiaodong and noticed that although her face was calm, her ears were slightly red. "It seems a hug isn't a necessary condition," and Xiaodong said calmly as she removed her disguise. "Indeed," Bai Yi agreed earnestly. The two looked serious and focused, as if they were studying a profound subject. "But yesterday's swap was clearly because we hugged at the same time. Is there some necessary condition missing? Before the swap, you," as she spoke, and Xiaodong's suspicious gaze turned to Bai Yi. Bai Yi reacted swiftly. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately preemptively asked, "Did you do anything else before the switch?" And Xiaodong was taken aback and fell silent for a moment. After a moment, she slowly said, "It seems that you and I should have both guessed that condition." Bai Yi stopped being coy and said, "Since you're already saying it, why not say it? You go first. Let's talk about it together." Good. The next moment, the two spoke at the same time. "And Xiaotong, I miss you. Shirono, let's drink." And Xiaotong immediately glared at Bai Yi with murderous intent, her ears turning even redder with anger. Bai Yi pretended not to see it and quickly changed the subject. "So you have to think about the other person when you hug? Were you not thinking about me just now, so?" "I've thought about it," and Xiaotong said, staring straight at him expressionlessly. "That's really strange, why not? You didn't think about it? You're standing right next to me. Do I need to think about anything? Have you thought about it or not?" And Xiaotong took a step closer to Bai Yi, her flawless face almost touching his, her warm breath brushing against his face. Bai Yi touched his nose, which was a little itchy from the breath. "I've thought about it." And Xiaodong then took a step back. Embracing and thinking about each other doesn't make sense either. Could it be related to time? She turned her head away and muttered to herself, her hair falling down to cover her profile. "Then let's try again tonight." Night. Inside in Xiaodong's villa. Achoo! Bai Yi sneezed, touched his nose in annoyance, and looked at Xiaotong, who was wearing silk pajamas and burning incense. "Can you please turn off this spring message in the snow? If you like fragrance, you can spray perfume. Burning incense all the time makes your house look like a temple. Burning incense is for calming the mind, and the effect of meditation will be enhanced when the mind is calm." And Xiaotong gently placed the snow spring letter into the incense burner, her light brown eyes watching the wisps of smoke rise and diffuse into the air. Meditation. Meditation can increase mental strength, although it is very slow, but it is stable. Unfortunately, most superhumans find it difficult to meditate. They often stimulate their minds through killing, fighting, and indulgence, thereby increasing their strength. This method, while fast, has too many drawbacks. When it came to matters of extraordinary individuals, Bai Yi immediately perked up. After witnessing Li Yu's transformation from an ordinary person to an extraordinary individual, he had wondered more than once if he could become an extraordinary individual himself. What, then, was an extraordinary ability? Imagine how much time you can save once you become a superhuman. Can superhumans only awaken on their own? Can one continuously increase their mental strength through meditation and then become a superhuman? Bai Yi asked, while inhaling the fragrance that filled the air. After lighting the incense, Xiaotong walked to the sofa and sat down. As she approached, the fragrance in the air intensified. "As far as I know, extraordinary individuals can only awaken on their own. Meditation cannot help people become extraordinary individuals because the key to becoming extraordinary individuals is not the strength of one's mental power, but rather mental alienation. Just like a cup of water, even if it becomes 2 cups, it doesn't change the water's soft nature, but spiritual alienation turns that water into ice." And Xiaotong held the gilded teacup with both hands, blew on it, and the mellow red tea immediately rippled with tiny swirls. Bai Yi was still absorbing the energy, which made Xiaodong's hair stand on end. Regardless of whether it was effective or not, she wanted to improve her mental strength first. Extraordinary abilities ultimately rely on mental strength as support. He refused to believe that having more mental strength could not lead to a qualitative change and awaken him as an extraordinary being. Inhaling it like that is useless. Snow in spring is not a panacea. It is just a traditional blend of incense passed down from ancient times. It is used to assist meditation, not to increase mental strength. "Then let's begin meditating." A hint of doubt flashed in Xiaodong's eyes. "Weren't you in a hurry to break the curse before? Why are you planning to meditate now?" Bai Yi shrugged. "We've tried every method we could think of in the past day, but it's all useless. I'm too lazy to try anymore. I might as well learn how to improve my strength first." "You're planning to give up? So you're ready to accept the fact that you're a girl?" And Xiaodong took a sip of tea and said quietly, "Cough, cough." Bai Yi almost choked on his breath. He said angrily, "What do you mean by accepting the fact that I am a girl? I just thought of a better way. There's no need to do useless work here." "What method?" "Panga USB flash drive." And Xiaodong slowly put down her teacup, her eyes flickering slightly. "You're right. The Panga USB drive definitely contains information about the forbidden objects. As long as we get the Panga USB drive, we can completely break the curse." "Oh." Bai Yi looked at her in surprise. "Didn't you keep saying you wanted to destroy the Panga USB drive for the sake of all mankind? Now you're not planning to destroy it." "No conflict. I can lift the curse first and then destroy it." Bai Yi was stunned. He had always thought that Xiaodong was the kind of fanatic who believed in absolute justice and could not tolerate any flaws. Since she believed that the Panga USB drive was taboo and evil, she would definitely not read its contents for the sake of justice. Just as a fanatic would never glance at the filthy texts when burning the scriptures of a rival sect. Don't look at me like that. Not all people who uphold justice are stubborn, dogmatic old men. In my opinion, justice that doesn't know how to be flexible is not true goodness. Do you have any information about the Panga USB drive? Bai Yi didn't care about Xiaodong's sense of justice. He just wanted the Panga USB drive. He was all alone in Dawn City, unfamiliar with the place and its people. Finding the Panga USB drive would be incredibly difficult. Searching for something in a city was beyond what time freezing could solve. With the help of the Silent Court, things would be much simpler. As for the Silent Court wanting to destroy the Panga USB drive, sorry, you can talk to my time stop about that later. And Xiaodong was unaware of Bai Yi's thoughts, assuming that he was also trying to break the curse. She asked in surprise, "Everyone knows about the Panga USB drive, didn't you know?" Chapter 144, Does the Black King not know whether Pangu exists? Bai Yi was taken aback. Everyone knows? When did this happen? How could that be? After Tianqi Company obtained the Panga USB drive, they would definitely try their best to hide it. How could they let everyone know about it? That would be crazy. And Xiaodong was even more surprised. You were there at the time too. Huh. Shirano's expression turned strange. You wouldn't mean to say? Black King. Yes. Who doesn't know that the Panga USB drive is in the hands of the Black King? Unfortunately, the Black King is too mysterious. No one knows his true identity or where he is. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. With his terrifying strength, I find it hard to imagine anyone being able to snatch the Panga USB drive from the Black King. Black King Bei. Ahem. Black King Bai Yi coughed twice tactically. I think the Panga USB drive might not be in Black King's hands, but in Tianqi Company. Didn't you suspect the hidden rat, one of the 12 zodiac animals, before? And Xiaodong explained, I did suspect Hidden Mouse before, but if Black King really is from Vault 189, from the old era, how could Hidden Mouse possibly steal the Panga USB drive right under his nose? Forehead. Bai Yi now felt like he had shot himself in the foot, and he wanted to curse. Do you think I wouldn't know if Nima Black King has a Panga USB drive? But he couldn't directly say that he was the Black King, mainly because no one would believe him anyway. Who could believe that a wasteland dweller with only 69 health points is the remnant of the old era, the releaser of the mutated scarlet virus, the subverter of order and civilization, the controller of time, the owner of the Panga USB drive, the executor of the Panga project, the last civilized person in the world, with a bounty of 2.296 billion, the first person ever to be wanted in Baiman, the one who instantly killed the tyrant Yang Jie, and ranked first among the 10 kings, the Black King. After a moment's thought, Bai Yi said evasively, the Black King is too mysterious. All that is known so far is just speculation from the Federation. I think the Panga USB drive should be in the hands of the Apocalypse Company. Why? It's simple, because Hidden Mouse is still alive. So far, Apocalypse has only reported the deaths of Eagle and Nether Tiger, not Hidden Mouse. If Black King really is from Vault 189 and has been living there all along, how could Hidden Mouse possibly survive stealing the Panga USB drive? And Xiaodong nodded hesitantly, finding some truth to it. Bai Yi quickly pressed his advantage. And another thing, think about it. With Senior Black King's strength, if he really were in charge of Vault 189, how could the vault have become such a horrific mess? A mere mutated scarlet virus would be nothing more than a piece of cake for Senior Black King. And Xiaodong looked thoughtful. Indeed. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to fool them. Therefore, the Panga USB drive is very likely in Tianqi Company. I think we should work towards Tianqi's direction. You've been infiltrating Dawn City for so long. Where do you think Tianqi Company would hide the Panga USB drive? And Xiaodong pondered for a moment and said, if it really is in Tianqi, then I can roughly guess where it is. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. Where? I had been undercover in Dawn City to investigate the organ trade. The Apocalypse Corporation, in its research on gene-based drugs, has been secretly conducting human experiments against humanity, which involves a large-scale trade in organs and living donors. Can you stop rambling and just get to the point? He urged impatiently. He has two great strengths. First, he always looks forward and is not bound by the past, forgetting his roots. Secondly, maintain a fresh and broad enthusiasm for the world. Because the love is so vast, one is reluctant to spend too much time on one thing. Impatient. And Xiaodong glanced at him expressionlessly, then said succinctly, Core Laboratory. What core laboratory? You'd better explain yourself clearly. And Xiaodong didn't say a word, turned around, and went to take a shower. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom, and Shirano paced anxiously in circles at the bathroom door. Bang, bang, bang. Didn't you just shower yesterday? You should explain yourself clearly first. Bai knocked on the door hard, inwardly complaining. What a petty woman. She was pretending to be a girlfriend, but she acted like a real girlfriend. She couldn't stand it if she spoke even slightly louder or showed even a little impatience. There was no response from In Xiaotong in the bathroom. Only on the bathroom door, a graceful figure was outlined softly and blurred by the steam, the curves of her shoulders and back rising and falling gently as she raised her hand to scoop up water. Occasionally, when she raises her hand to brush through her hair, or when she turns around, the curve of her hair is shrouded in a hazy mist. Upon seeing the figure at the door, Shirano's knocking slowed, and the scenery he had witnessed the previous day involuntarily came to mind. The next moment, two exclamations rang out simultaneously from inside and outside the bathroom. Holy crap! Oh! And Xiaotong, standing outside the bathroom, broke down. Even when facing a life-or-death crisis, she had never been so panicked as she was now. Seeing the panicked figure at the door, she hurriedly reached out to turn the doorknob, but couldn't open it. It was locked from the inside. Although Shirane had already seen it, she couldn't possibly go to take a shower without locking the door. I've been testing your monkey skin all day without changing it. Why are you suddenly changing it now? Bai Yi, stop washing and open the door. And Xiaotong knocked on the door urgently. Click. Shirayuki emerged from inside, completely soaked. I told you it was water, but you didn't believe me. Look, it changed as soon as you took a shower. Don't talk, just hold me. And Xiaotong hugged Bai Yi tightly. A moment later, the two switched back. Before the switch was completed, and Xiaotong was mostly anxious, but after it was completed, her anxiety took a different turn. She could no longer convince herself by hugging herself, because the reality was that Shiro, who had completely switched back, was hugging her right after she had taken a bath. Amidst the complex emotions of embarrassment, shyness, and annoyance, there seemed to be a hint of something else mixed in. Even though she was a fearsome black knight, she was no different from other girls when it came to matters of love. Regardless of her identity, she is ultimately just a girl still in school. And Xiaotong pushed Bai Yi away in a slightly flustered manner, and Knight was activated instantly. His entire body was covered in silver-white armor, and a silver-white mask concealed his flushed cheeks. Even with Bai Yi's view completely blocked, she still felt uneasy all over, and her heart was pounding wildly. This time is different from the last time. Last time, the two people were at least far apart when they switched, but this time they were separated by only one door. Chapter 145, 169, The Exchange Mechanism. Compared to In Xiaotong's panic, Bai Yi was much calmer. After all, it wasn't the first time, and he was already experienced. His thoughts are now more focused on the exchange mechanism. The sudden exchange just now has given him a glimpse of the key point. It wasn't a bath. He had taken a bath at Fujin's before, and for quite a while at that. Recalling the flutter in his heart just now, he suddenly looked up. I might know. Huh. Bai Yi was stunned. His voice actually came from In Xiaotong's mouth, and he turned his gaze away. It changed again? Wait, I definitely didn't. He stared in astonishment at In Xiaotong, who had taken over his body. It was her. It turns out that you can change things unilaterally. Was the reason for the last exchange because he was drinking with Purple Sister, or because In Xiaotong was hugging and cuddling with Lu Yao while taking a bath? It must be In Xiaotong. The non-stick properties of pans continue to be a major selling point. And Xiaotong stared blankly at the silver-white figure in front of her. Under her gaze, the silver-white armor crumbled inch by inch, turning into a sky full of silver gray. Recalling the inexplicable flutter in my heart when I thought of Shirano last time I took a bath, and this time, she seemed to have a vague idea of what the exchange mechanism was. 10 minutes later, the tranquil spring breeze in the snow was rekindled. The two who had switched places sat on the sofa, neither of them speaking. They all understood the triggering conditions for the exchange mechanism, but neither of them said it aloud. An awkward and delicate atmosphere flowed between the two. The Penga USB drive might be in the core laboratory, and Xiaotong broke the silence and seamlessly continued the conversation from before. Her expression was calm, and there was no trace of her embarrassment just now. Where's the core laboratory? Bai Yi immediately perked up. He wasn't faking it. He genuinely wanted to know. This is what I've been investigating, but I haven't been able to find it yet. The core laboratory is the highest level of security in Dawn City, and it's also where the Type 3 drug is developed, so I guess the Penga USB drive should be here. But only the board members of Apocalypse Corporation knew about the core laboratory. A glint of malice flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. That's simple. Just kidnap the Tianqi board member. And Xiaotong was stunned. Do you know how difficult it is to kidnap a Tianqi director on Tianqi Company's territory? In Baiman, only the 10 kings could possibly do it. No one else could. Moreover, the possibility of 10 kings is merely a possibility. In the centuries since the Great Cataclysm, the 10 kings have come and gone, but the Apocalypse Corporation has remained constant. Bai Yi didn't find it too difficult. He just felt a pang of regret. The thought of wasting so much time made him uncomfortable. Wait, now that I know how to exchange things, wouldn't it save me a lot of time if I just use In Xiaotong's body to do this? He stared intently at In Xiaotong, his eyes revealing the longing of a level 10 alt for a max-level main character. And Xiaotong subconsciously avoided that burning gaze. Even with your abilities in my body, it would be difficult to succeed, because this is not murder, but kidnapping a living person. How will you know if you don't try? Bai Yi said dismissively. And Xiaotong only knew about the fleeting light and shadow and the thousand-fold music in an instant, but she didn't know that he had an even stronger time-stopping ability. And Xiaotong shook her head. I am well aware of the strength of Tianqi Company. If it were me using the flowing light and shadow instant thousand-fold movement, there might be a slight chance of success, but if it were you, it would definitely not work. Unfortunately, only your soul combined with my body can present that kind of extreme speed. What do you mean I definitely can't do it? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, dissatisfied. How many techniques of qi and blood martial arts do you know? What technique? Circle, armor, feather, spear, absolute. What kind of nonsense is this? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. Although he was a god of the new era and the head of the 10 kings, he really didn't know the poor man's martial arts. His only understanding of the martial arts of the poor was that it involved strengthening the body and improving blood circulation through training. I thought it would be similar to fitness in my previous life, but I didn't expect there to be so many techniques involved. And Xiaotong sighed softly. The so-called circle is to coordinate with a specific breathing method to mobilize qi and blood to circulate throughout the body's meridians, thereby cultivating qi and blood and strengthening the body. The circle is the foundation of qi and blood martial arts. Because it is a complete cycle, it is called the circle. Bai Yi, with his quick wit, immediately realized, could armor be the same as protecting the body with qi and blood? He was most impressed by the qi and blood protection technique, which had been used by the nether tiger, the silver snake, and even the tyrant. And Xiaotong nodded. That's right. Armor is about protecting the body with qi and blood. It stimulates the qi and blood to form a defense similar to armor on the outside of the body. Feather refers to a lightness technique that, with the support of qi and blood, makes the body as light as a feather. The gun is a technique that allows you to project your vital energy outwards. You can use your vital energy as bullets or even cannonballs, and it can also be used to enhance your weapon. Absolute is used to isolate one's aura. The glasses that Cat's Eye and the others wore were actually qi and blood level detectors, capable of detecting a person's qi and blood levels. If one is proficient in absolute, they can hide their qi and blood levels to the level of an ordinary person, only revealing them during battle or when their emotions are too intense to control. Upon hearing this, Bei instantly recalled the moment when a man in black exclaimed 19,800 during his battle with Cat's Eye. At that time, he wondered how In Xiaotong, with such high blood and qi values, could disguise herself as an ordinary female student in Dawn City. Now I understand. It's because of the word absolute. Only when you fully master these skills can you unleash the power within my body, and at that point, there might be a sliver of a chance to kidnap Apocalypse Director. Alternatively, there's a second method, which is simpler and safer, but I'm afraid you won't be willing to use it. Bai Yi immediately had a bad feeling. You don't mean you want me to use my body to seduce Lu Yao, the daughter of Tianqi's chairman, do you? And Xiaotong's eyes narrowed. How could I possibly let you do such a thing? Xiaolu is my best friend, and I would never do anything to betray my friend. What is the second method? It's very simple. Become a candidate for the Chinese zodiac. What's the meaning? In the Battle of Black Mountain, the 12 zodiacs suffered heavy losses. Eagle was killed by an unknown person, and Nether Tiger also died. With the loss of 2 great generals in succession, Apocalypse Company is currently preparing to select new 12 zodiacs, and the candidates will naturally be selected from the 12 zodiacs candidates. Becoming a member of the Chinese zodiac is difficult, but becoming a candidate is relatively easier. Once you become a candidate, you will be taken to the core laboratory and injected with type 3 gene-modifying agents. Stop. What kind of garbage gene serum is that even dogs wouldn't get injected with it? Bai Yi decisively refused. How could he possibly inject such stuff? Silver Snake, Nether Tiger, Cat's Eye? Are there any normal people like that? These are all creatures that dare to reproduce in public. In contrast, Although extraordinary individuals possess excellent mental states, they are ultimately still within the realm of human beings. A mentally ill person, a wild beast. Which would you choose? Chapter 146 Gene Agent? Even dogs wouldn't be injected. And Xiaotong nodded. Although injecting the Type 3 gene serum will grant powerful strength, one will ultimately be influenced by bestial instincts. Unless one has an extremely strong will and a very high sense of identity as a human, it will be difficult to suppress these instincts. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was suddenly tempted. He could gain great strength without cultivation, simply by getting injections. The only side effect was that it would make him more beastly. He felt this was no big deal, because he was completely convinced of his identity as a god of the new era. He could get rid of the Eye of Ember, so why couldn't he suppress his mere bestial instincts? I think it should be possible. Can becoming a genetically modified person awaken extraordinary abilities? And Xiaodong was somewhat surprised. You're already an extraordinary being. Why do you still care about these things? You're not worried that the gene serum will make your superpowers ineffective, are you? Don't worry, it won't. While those who receive gene editing agents are rare, they do exist. As for whether becoming a genetically modified person can awaken extraordinary abilities, it is possible, but very difficult. Such people are 1 in 10,000. Why? Bai Yi asked, puzzled. Why couldn't it be done the other way around? Because the bestial nature in genes can affect a person's mind. The key to the awakening of the superhuman lies in the mental transformation. But once the bestial nature is added, it's like adding impurities, and the difficulty of transformation will increase exponentially. So only superhumans are injected with gene serums, and very few genetically modified individuals become superhumans. Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't awakened yet, and had long begun to doubt whether he was mentally ill. If they were to receive a gene serum injection, they would be forever barred from achieving extraordinary abilities. Wait, why does it have to be me who gets injected with the gene serum? Why don't you just be a candidate for the Chinese zodiac? Bai Yi seriously suspected that Xiaodong had ulterior motives and was deliberately putting him in the most dangerous position. And Xiaodong seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Perhaps she herself didn't realize that after these few frank encounters, she became less reserved and serious when she was with Bai Yi, and there was a sense of casualness in her interactions with him, like someone who had just broken through the barrier and was ready to throw caution to the wind. That unique radiance of a young girl was revealed unintentionally. If I could pass the selection for the 12 zodiac animal candidates, I would have gone long ago. You have seen that my blood energy value is too high, and during the selection, there will be physical and genetic tests, which will definitely expose me. But you are different. Your blood energy value is only 69, which will not arouse suspicion. Hee. So you're saying I should be happy, right? Shirono said with a forced smile. Indeed. And Xiaodong nodded. Bai Yi was too lazy to argue with Xiaodong. He suddenly thought of a question. Even if you can't pass the selection of the 12 zodiac candidates, you can still inject gene serum to improve your strength. Why didn't you inject it? He cares more about Xiaodong's strength than Xiaodong herself does now, since Xiaodong is essentially his second account. So naturally the stronger she is, the better. Also, why didn't any of the superhumans I met on Black Mountain, including Tyrant, receive the injection? That's why I said you might not be willing. And Xiaodong paused for a moment, then continued. Not all superhumans can increase their strength after being injected with gene serums. Some may even experience a significant decrease in strength. Greatly reduced strength. Take my knight, for example. Knight is a unique identity of humans. My armor and longsword are designed to fit the human body. Once I transform into a beast, the knight will become restricted. Beasts are better at using claws and teeth than armor and longswords. But your fleeting glimpses, a thousand-fold symphony in an instant, are different. At this point, and Xiaodong took a breath, probably because saying the name in one breath was too long. Your ability is to increase speed, without being bound by form. After becoming a genetically modified person, your physique will be enhanced, allowing you to better unleash the power of the flowing light. Therefore, you don't need to worry about conflicting abilities. The only thing you need to worry about is the purity of your mental energy. This is also why most superhumans are unwilling to inject gene serums to enhance their strength. As I just mentioned, those who haven't become superhumans will be affected by their bestial nature after injecting gene serum, making awakening more difficult. Similarly, those who have become superhumans will also be affected by their bestial nature after injecting gene serum, greatly increasing the difficulty of breaking through mental barriers. You just mentioned the Tyrant. Do you think giving the Tyrant the physique of a nether tiger would increase his strength? Bai Yi thought about it and realized it was pointless. With the Tyrant's strength, he could easily crush the enemy with his metal abilities. If he encountered an enemy that even metal abilities couldn't crush, then even having the Nether Tiger's physique wouldn't change the course of the battle. It seems you figured it out. For a tyrant, injecting gene serums won't significantly enhance his strength. On the contrary, it will create obstacles on the path to transcendence, so it's not worth it. Only those extraordinary individuals who have no hope of breaking through will choose to take an alternative path by injecting gene serums, sacrificing their future prospects in exchange for immediate strength. I've told you the pros and cons. Are you planning to risk my body to kidnap the Apocalypse board members, or choose the safer way to inject the Type 3 gene drug and become a candidate for the Chinese zodiac? The choice is yours. The silent court never forces anyone. And Xiaodong calmly gazed at Bai Yi, awaiting his choice. Heh. Bai Yi rolled his eyes. You silent courts don't force others. You guys just kill people directly. Despite his inner grumbling, he still gave it careful consideration. The bestial nature in gene serums can affect the awakening and breakthrough of superhumans. Although it doesn't completely block the path, it greatly increases the difficulty. Having survived several life or death crises without awakening as a superhuman, if the difficulty is increased further, is there any chance left in this lifetime? Of course, as a god of the new era, how could he be afraid of a little difficulty? He simply didn't want to take shortcuts by using drugs. He preferred to work hard. Even dogs won't get gene injections. I'd rather learn meditation and martial arts techniques first. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and refused the temptation to get stronger with the injections. He planned to go down and settle down first. It was rare to have an expert like Xiaodong personally teaching him. He could take advantage of the learning process to accumulate time. He would accumulate time for a month first, and then switch to Xiaodong's name. Kidnapping a Tianqi director would be a piece of cake. All right, let's meditate first. It's late, and strenuous exercise will affect your sleep. We can learn Qi and blood martial arts tomorrow. And Xiaodong took off her slippers, revealing her slender and well-proportioned feet, the soles of which still had a reddish tinge from being rinsed with hot water. She sat cross-legged, placed her hands on her knees, and gestured to Shirono with her eyes. Chapter 147, Am I a Genius Among 1 in 10,000? Bai Yi frowned slightly. Is meditation necessary? The posture is not fixed, just relax your whole body. You should have said so earlier. Bai Yi immediately sprawled out on the sofa like Guyu, and Xiaodong's long eyelashes trembled twice, somewhat speechless. You're too relaxed like this, it's easy for you to fall asleep while meditating. Bei waved his hand. That's impossible, let's get started. Who? And Xiaodong took a deep breath to adjust her breathing, her budding chest rising and falling slightly. Follow my breathing rhythm. Bai Yi, who was lying on the couch like Guyu, stared intently at Xiaodong's slightly open mouth and her rising and falling chest. Gradually, their breathing rhythms began to synchronize. Now close your eyes and focus on the feeling of spring in the snow. This will help you enter a meditative state quickly. Upon hearing this, Shiro closed his eyes and focused his senses on his nose, letting the fragrance of spring in the snow fill his nostrils. And Xiaodong's calm voice drifted over. The scent of spring in the snow is not strong, like the first breath of air carrying the chill of ice shards when you just open a snow-covered window. Imagine you step out of your room into a snow-covered world, and suddenly you see a splash of crimson in the snow, and the fragrance of plum blossoms wafts towards you, bringing warmth and vitality. The first scent is the crispness of snow mixed with the cool fragrance of plum blossoms, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow, both cold and stunning. If you smell it closely, you'll hear the vibrant life of spring trees, the stirring of spring buds breaking through the soil, and all things reviving. Finally, the lingering scent of sandalwood is like a tranquil moment under the warm spring sun. Who's snoring? A snoring sound suddenly shattered the beautiful scene that Xiaodong had described. She opened her eyes, her sharp gaze fixed on Shiro. Bai Yi seemed to sense the killing intent and opened his eyes in confusion. Continue. Why did you stop? What did I just say? And Xiaodong asked through gritted teeth, her voice sounding as if it were being squeezed out from between her teeth. It's snow, plum blossoms, sandalwood incense. And Xiaodong was taken aback. She blinked, somewhat surprised. Was this a skill unique to boys? Why could he hear me talking even when he was asleep? Can you smell it? Bai Yi shook his head. You're exaggerating. I could smell a fragrance, and it smelled quite nice. Nothing else. It's gone. For the first time, and Xiaodong understood what it meant to play music to a cow. She had only shared the message of spring in the snow with two people, Lu Yao and Bai Yi. When I shared it with Lu Yao, she immediately grasped the essence of the scent. Forget it, stop smelling it, and just start. Whether you can enter a meditative state is up to you. Bai Yi curled his lip. It should have been done a long time ago. What nonsense about smelling the spring tidings in the snow? He didn't believe that smelling the fragrance would allow him to see plum blossoms in the snow. He slowly closed his eyes, and in Xiaodong's calm voice flowed into his ears like a spring. Place your tongue against the roof of your mouth. Focus your attention on your breathing. Feel the breath going in and out. Imagine your mind sinking down, gradually entering the deepest part of your body. A light begins to appear before your eyes, initially a pale red glow. As you follow it with your mind, the light grows brighter and its color deepens until it turns scarlet. At this point, you will feel a slight obstruction, as if a membrane is blocking you. Hold your mind and focus your thoughts to penetrate that membrane, and you will reach the realm of the soul. Bai Yi grew increasingly sleepy as he listened. He had been up all day and hadn't had a proper rest yet. Now, as soon as he closed his eyes, he felt drowsy. Half asleep and half awake, a glimmer of light appeared before his eyes. In an instant, he became a little more awake. The feeling was strange. Even though he had closed his eyes and everything was pitch black, there was a light in the darkness in front of him. Wait, why is it white light? Bai Yi did not stop, but instead focused his mind into the white light. The white light grew brighter and brighter, and a slight feeling of stagnation came over him. He focused his mind according to the method taught by Xiaotong, and soon he stepped in, his mind entering a vast white space. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound came from beside my ear, like a hallucination. In the center of the mental space, Bai Yi saw a huge golden dial and a golden hourglass floating on the dial. This is my mental space? So the clock and hourglass were hidden here. Wait, where's the Panga matter? He thought about it, and felt that Panga's matter should be in the physical body. After all, Panga's matter is not like the clock of time or the hourglass of time, which have no physical form, but truly exists in the material world. Bai Yi's gaze then swept past the clock of time and the hourglass of time, surveying the entire mental space. When his gaze swept to the corner of his mental space, he couldn't help but be taken aback. This is... He stared wide-eyed, and saw in the corner of his mental space an eyeball without an S-shaped eye, its surface covered with worm-like protruding blood vessels, and its cloudy lens shimmering with an eerie gray mist. Holy crap! The Eye of Ember. How the hell did you get in here? At this moment, the Eye of Ember had completely lost its former divine power. Instead, it looked aggrieved and dared not approach the center, instead squeezing towards the edge. Buzz. As Bai Yi's mind fluctuated violently, his consciousness withdrew from the mental space like a tide, and the white light in front of him completely dissipated. He opened his eyes, his face looking rather pale. Anyone would be in a bad mood if they had so many messy things on them. He wondered whether the Eye of Ember in the mind's eye was real or something like a projection. He had been corrupted by the Eye of Ember, perhaps leaving a mark in his mind space at that time. After all, he had personally witnessed the Eye of Ember being sealed underground by the tyrant. Failed, and Xiaotong looked as if she hadn't expected it. Bai Yi snapped out of his daze and said dismissively, "How could it possibly fail? So you saw the crimson mental space?" And Xiaodong was not surprised to see Bai Yi successfully complete his meditation, because she had also entered a meditative state instantly. That's what gifted superhumans are like. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback, realizing that his mental space seemed to be different from others. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. After all, who wouldn't want to be special and unique? Am I truly a genius? One in a million, so that even my mental space is unique? He didn't make a fuss, but tentatively asked, "Why is the mental space scarlet?" And Xiaotong explained, "Because of the scarlet disease brought about by the Great Cataclysm. This disease not only pollutes the physical body, giving people blood and qi, but also pollutes the spirit, so the mental space has also turned scarlet." Are there any other colors? No. Chapter 148 Injection. The injection is a gene serum. Seeing in Xiaodong's decisive answer, Bai Yi couldn't help but ask again, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Maybe you just haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There is indeed a color I've never seen before, but that color couldn't possibly exist in this world." Bai Yi was overjoyed. "So I am a genius who doesn't exist in this world. What color?" "White." "Haha, I really am." Before Bai Yi could even feel happy, and Xiaotong continued, "That was the color of the mental space of people before the Great Cataclysm, that is, in the old era. Because it was not contaminated by the scarlet disease, it was white." Bai Yi's face stiffened. "You mean, all people from the old era were white?" And Xiaotong nodded. "Yes, they are all white." Bai Yi's heart sank. He was no longer a novice in the realm of the extraordinary and naturally knew the principles behind the awakening of extraordinary beings. In civilized times, people who are subjected to mental stimulation will only become mentally ill, But in times of great catastrophe, people who are subjected to mental stimulation will become extraordinary beings. The reason for this difference is because of scarlet disease. Doesn't that mean that people in civilized times can never become extraordinary beings? And Xiaotong glanced at Bai Yi in surprise. Of course, if the soul is not infected by the scarlet disease, no matter how much stimulation is applied, it can only turn into a mental illness and can never become a superhuman. Boom. Shiro was struck dumb by a bolt from the blue. Isn't this just a muggle? Turns out I'm a useless piece of trash who doesn't exist in this world. But wasn't I infected with the mutated scarlet virus? And I even gained superhuman regenerative abilities. Could it be that only my body was infected? Just like Lizwa was only infected with the magic hand? Or is it related to the serum injection? Undeterred, he asked, but I've heard that there are also superhumans in civilized times. That was after the Great Cataclysm, before civilization was completely destroyed. Someone was infected with the scarlet disease, and that's how the superhumans were born. Bai Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. There was still hope. He was in the era of the Great Cataclysm and would eventually be corrupted by the mind. How long does it take for someone to contract scarlet fever? And Xiaodong frowned slightly. She felt that Bai Yi's questions were all meaningless. In this day and age, where is there anyone who is not infected with scarlet disease? However, she patiently replied, if it were right when the cataclysm broke out, a person would be completely infected mentally a few days after being exposed to the scarlet virus. What if it's now? Now? The outbreak period has been over for a century. If you were to get scarlet disease now, it would probably take at least several decades. Several decades? Shirono cracked open, completely cracked open. Along with it, a young heart that yearned for the extraordinary and was full of hope for the future was also shattered. Why do you look so pale? Bai Yi suddenly raised his head, his eyes burning, and said, I've thought about it carefully. Using your body to kidnap the Tianqi board member is too risky. I don't care about putting myself in danger, but I'm a kind-hearted person and don't want to implicate others. So let's just get the type 3 gene injection. And Xiaodong's eyes widened slightly as Bai Yi's confident words echoed in her mind. Dogs won't get gene therapy. But didn't you say before that even dogs? You must have misheard me. It couldn't have been me. There are so many people in the world who get injected with gene-editing drugs. Are they all dogs? Moreover, the fact that genetic modification has existed for so many years and remains popular must have its reasons for existing. You can't discriminate against it just because it relies on external forces to take shortcuts, Bai Yi admonished righteously. And Xiaodong. After a 2-second silence, he finally managed to utter 3 words, go to sleep. She seemed unable to bear the shamelessness of the boy in front of her any longer, so she put on her slippers, turned around, and left. Bai Yi now lives in this villa. It's not that he's unwilling to spend money on rent, but Xiaotong is worried that he won't be able to handle the zoo's retaliation, and that if another exchange happens, he can be switched back in time. So she had him live here as well. Although this night girl is always cold and taciturn, the warmth in her heart is like the scorching sun in midsummer, silently warming the indifference of the world. Anyone who gets close to her can feel the burning heat hidden beneath the coldness. Only Shirayuki remained in the empty living room. He was sighing and beating his chest in frustration, as proud he had once been of being the last civilized man, and now he was in just as much pain. It's not that he wants to forget his roots, but that reality has forced him to. This damned era, it discriminates against civilized people. Why can't civilized people from the civilized world become extraordinary beings? This is bullying civilized people. The path to becoming a superhuman is blocked. Now, he only has 3 paths before him. The path of the poor, the path of genetic modification, and the path of mechanical modification. Mechanical modifications are not even necessary for dogs, so they can be ruled out immediately. That leaves only poor people's martial arts and genetic modification. These 2 paths do not conflict. In fact, they complement each other. After genetic modification, one's blood and chi will be strengthened, making it easier to cultivate the poor ghost martial arts. Such as the nether tiger and the silver snake, are all products of genetic modification and the dual cultivation of martial arts by the poor. Unable to follow the path of the 10 kings, Bai Yi can only become stronger by following the path of the 12 zodiacs. Having experienced the wonders of Xiaodong's body, he craved power even more, for only with power could he save more time. He did not completely give up on the extraordinary, but instead pinned his hopes on the Panga USB drive. It's impossible to awaken on your own now. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope in the Panga USB drive. As for injecting gene-enhancing drugs, it would increase the difficulty of extraordinary awakening. Haha, he's already in dire straits, so it doesn't matter if he makes a little more. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi regained his confidence and set a 3-step plan for himself. The first step is to learn the poor ghost martial arts from Xiaodong. The second step is to inject the 3-gene agent. The third step is to become an extraordinary being by using the Pangu USB drive. He wants them all. As a god of the new era, he will pursue all 3 paths to their peak. At that time, there will probably be no one in the world who can waste his time. Creak. And Xiaodong's door opened. The door was only half open, revealing half of her slender body. Sharona looked at her. What? And Xiaodong was silent for a moment. I heard that boys do some strange things at night. Of course, what you do is your business, but don't involve me, so as not to trigger a curse. After saying that, bang. The door slammed shut with lightning speed. And Xiaodong, what the hell do you take me for? Bai Yi was furious. He jumped up from the sofa and pointed at the door, cursing loudly. He felt that his personality had been insulted. Even if you're beautiful, have fair skin, and long legs, you can't slander someone's innocence out of thin air. You have the nerve to talk back to me? These exchanges are all your fault. Let me tell you, don't get any improper thoughts about me when you're sleeping at night. Bang. Shiro closed the door heavily and went to sleep. Chapter 149 in Xiaodong. Hit me. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, a light knocking woke Bai Yi from his deep sleep. And Xiaodong, what's wrong with you so early in the morning? He stormed out the door, and there stood in Xiaodong, dressed in a light gray yoga outfit, who had withdrawn her hand from knocking and calmly said, It's time to start cultivating. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Do you know that I've only slept for 3 hours since yesterday? And Xiaodong nodded calmly. I know. From today onwards, you can only sleep for 3 hours a day. Shiro's eyes widened suddenly. He couldn't understand how someone with a 37-degree mouth could utter such cold words. No, didn't we change our plan to kidnap the Apocalypse board members and decide to inject them with gene-enhancing drugs? Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Because you have decided to inject the gene serum, you need to seize the time to cultivate. The selection of the 12 Zodiac candidates will begin in half a month. The minimum requirement for injecting the 3-gene serum is that your Qi and blood value is over 100. If your Qi and blood value is not over 100, your physique is simply not strong enough to inject the 3-gene serum. They will die from genetic collapse. The safest approach is to reach 200, but time is too tight and 200 is unrealistic. Besides meeting the required blood and Qi levels, candidates must also undergo a life or death test. Only the strongest among them can be selected as candidates for the 12 zodiac animals. So dangerous? Bai Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. He wasn't worried about the life or death test, but he was worried about the collapse of his genes. Wouldn't that mean that even his time-stopping ability would be useless? It's dangerous for ordinary people, but it's nothing for you. As long as your blood and Qi value reaches 100, with your super recovery ability, you can definitely survive the injection of the 3-gene drug. As for the life or death test, I will inquire about the specific information through Lu Yao and then conduct targeted training. Although your foundation is weaker than the other candidates, you are an extraordinary individual. With your ability to perform 1,000 musical pieces in an instant, even if you don't become number 1, being selected shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi realized that he couldn't afford not to work hard. He had thought that injecting gene serum was the easiest way to become stronger, the kind where you could just lie back and relax without putting in any effort. But it turned out that there were still some requirements for injecting gene serum. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. If anyone could be injected with the 3-gene drug, how could there only be 12 zodiac animals? How many injections of the type 3-gene modifying drug are needed to achieve the level of the 12 zodiac animals? And Xiaodong stretched out her 5 white fingers. 5 injections can achieve the level of the 12 zodiac animals, and the upper limit for gene drug injection is also 5 injections. This thing has an upper limit. Bai Yi already looked down on gene potions, and now that he heard there was an upper limit, he looked down on them even more. No wonder the tyrant Yang Jie didn't inject the gene serum. Injecting it wouldn't improve his strength much, but would only make his path to transcendence more difficult. And Xiaodong shook her head. You can't compare everything to the 10 kings. There have only been 10 kings in the entire Baiman. In fact, the 12 zodiac animals that have been injected with 5 type 3 gene drugs are absolute powerhouses no matter where they are, as long as they don't encounter the 10 kings. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Today, let's learn the basics of Qi and blood martial arts, the circle. A moment later, and Xiaodong led Bai Yi to the wardrobe in her bedroom. Bang! The wardrobe door suddenly swung open, revealing a colorful dress inside. Upon seeing these dresses, Bai Yi's expression turned slightly strange. He turned his head to look at In Xiaodong's light, gray yoga outfit. Where did you hide your yoga clothes before? I always thought you only had skirts. And Xiaodong leaned forward, her upper body disappearing into the skirt in the wardrobe. Her waistline was straight, and she slightly tiptoed, her hips, encased in gray yoga pants, curving into a rounded shape. As she ran her fingers over the inside of the wardrobe, she replied, I have 2 wardrobes. This one is specifically for dresses. Baiye's face darkened. In the end, he had suffered from poverty. In his impoverished world, there should only be 1 wardrobe, since there weren't enough clothes to fit. Click. With a slight sound of gears turning, a crack suddenly appeared on the inside of the wardrobe, and then the wardrobe opened like an automatic door, revealing a dark passage leading underground. This is the underground training base I use every day. Come with me. The 2 entered the passage one after the other. And Xiaodong's underground base is huge, about the size of a football field. It is filled with a lot of exaggerated fitness equipment, such as giant dumbbells with a diameter of 2 meters, as well as various cold weapons and firearms. Upon seeing the dumbbells, Baiyi found it hard to imagine how In Xiaodong, with her slender arms, could lift dumbbells bigger than herself. Is this the mystery of qi and blood? At this moment, In Xiaodong turned around and said softly, hit me. Huh? Are we going to play something this exciting right off the bat? Baiye's eyes scanned In Xiaodong up and down, trying to figure out where to start. The first step in cultivating the circle is to feel the qi and blood. When a person is exercising vigorously, the qi and blood will surge, and it is easiest to feel the qi and blood at this time. And fighting is the way to cause the qi and blood to surge the most. Shiro raised an eyebrow. Actually, there's another way to get people's blood pumping even more than fighting, and that is whoosh. And Xiaodong's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, a loud whooshing sound came from Baiye's left. He raised his arm to block, and when that slender hand touched his arm, a tremendous force suddenly erupted. Baiye's body shifted several steps to the side, completely dissipating the force. He angrily retorted, didn't you tell me to hit you? And Xiaodong remained silent, only focusing on her actions. Bang bang bang. The sounds of flesh colliding echoed continuously in the underground base. Faced with In Xiaodong's attacks, Baiyi, who did not understand combat techniques, could only defend continuously. 5 minutes later, Shirono's forehead was covered in sweat, and he was breathing rapidly. However, his eyes sharpened, and the intense battle made his blood and qi surge. And Xiaodong stopped and sat cross-legged. Remember this feeling. Now meditate following my breathing rhythm, and try to control the flow of qi and blood in your body. Baiyi nodded slightly, staring intently at In Xiaodong's mouth and nose, mimicking her breathing rhythm. Sync your qi to your dantian. Focus your mind and guard your spirit. Imagine a fire burning in your dantian, and direct your intention into that fire. Baiyi did as he was told, but In Xiaodong's words were too mysterious. Could one really imagine a fire burning in their dantian? The image is easy to come up with, but the feeling doesn't lie. He was unable to get into the zone for a long time. Don't be impatient. Getting started is the hardest part. It usually takes most people 3 days to get the hang of it. Baiyi gasped, 3 days? That means I have to meditate here for 3 days, wasting 3 days of my time. Chapter 150 completed in an instant. And Xiaodong was somewhat surprised. For some reason, she always felt that Baiyi seemed to be gritting his teeth when he said the words, waste of time. Looking back on her past interactions with Bei, she suddenly realized that Bei seemed to have a deep obsession with time, as if wasting his time was like taking his life. She thought for a moment and said, talented people can achieve results in a day, or even less. If you don't want to waste time, then find your rhythm as soon as possible. As if stimulated, Shiro's expression froze, and he closed his eyes. With each breath, the scent of spring in the snow wafted into In Xiaodong's nostrils. Although his body was in a state of unease after strenuous exercise, his heart calmed down rapidly. Boom. The flames in his dantian were suddenly ignited. And Xiaodong's mouth gaped open slightly. So fast. Ignited in an instant. She stared blankly at Baiyi, who was in deep meditation, and suddenly realized that Baiyi wasn't without his merits. Although he was fond of swearing, arrogant, and quite shameless, he definitely valued time more than most people. And Xiaodong also hates wasting time. She always believes that people should use their limited time to do more meaningful things so that they will have no regrets when they die. Now guide that flame to spread along the bones and muscles. Under In Xiaodong's guidance, the flames in Baiye's body first spread along his muscles and bones with a slight burning sensation. Suddenly, the flames exploded, like spring floods breaking through frozen riverbeds, emitting a muffled roar in his meridians. Each pulse made my temples throb. The scalding force washes over my limbs and bones, as if countless small snakes are wriggling through my meridians, sometimes converging into a surging torrent, sometimes dispersing into a fine network. With each breath, one can almost hear the rush of blood and chi through the throat, which then sinks to the dantian and transforms into a long, continuous tremor, circulating repeatedly until it forms an irregular circle around the body. Congratulations, you have learned the basics of chi and blood martial arts. Circle. Bai Yi opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. That's it. If it's not simple, why is chi and blood martial arts said to be something anyone can practice? But your performance was indeed quite impressive. I'm curious why you're so obsessed with wasting time. And Xiaodong asked with a hint of doubt. How can this be called obsession? Life is so finite. Time should not be wasted, and any behavior that wastes time is shameful. And Xiaodong was taken aback. You're right. Then let's continue. Now that you've grasped the basics of circle, the next step is to try using circle in training. When you can make circle run continuously in any state, that means you've completely mastered it. The fastest way to increase chi and blood is to use this circle technique while exercising. Sitting meditation is the slowest. Come on, I'll teach you a set of moves. As she spoke, and Xiaodong began to practice boxing. The movements were very simple and without any fancy moves, but these simple movements could activate all the muscles in her body. Bai Yi tried to imitate it, but as soon as he moved, the trajectory of the circle immediately shifted and broke. It's normal to fail. Just practice a few more times. It's like eating. Meditation and cultivating the circle is like sitting down to eat, while exercising and cultivating the circle is like eating while running. Not only is it slow, but you're also more likely to choke. Bai Yi chuckled. Your analogy is quite peculiar. It was my master who told me that any profound cultivation principle can actually be traced back to life. The presiding judge of a silent court? Having a good master is really great. And Xiaodong has such strength at such a young age. In addition to her own innate talent, her master, the 10 Kings, also played a big role in this. Don't be afraid of wasting time this time, because the cultivation of this circle in dynamic mode cannot be rushed. It must be done little by little, otherwise it will cause the chi and blood to get out of control and rush around the meridians in the body, causing hidden injuries. No need for that trouble. I've already mastered it. Bai Yi punched rapidly, his blood and chi surging like a stampede of horses, so much so that a faint scarlet light could be seen on his body. Stop right now, and Xiaodong said urgently, you'll get hurt doing this. Bai Yi's lips curled into a smile. That's exactly what I want, to get hurt. His face suddenly turned red, as if a large amount of blood had rushed to his face, but he still did not stop moving. And Xiaodong reached out to stop him, but she was stunned because Bai Yi's expression returned to normal in an instant. A strange light flashed in her eyes. Your injuries have healed? She remembered that she had been shocked by the terrifying regenerative power when she used Shirono's body before. I never imagined that this restorative power could be used in the cultivation of the circle. Bai Yi laughed and said, you're right. Dynamic, circle, is like running and eating. It's easy to choke. But if I'm not afraid of choking, and I don't even need to chew, then cultivation will be much simpler. And Xiaodong was increasingly surprised. She knew that since the Great Cataclysm, everyone had undergone some degree of alienation, some positive and some negative. Bai Yi has never cultivated, yet he possesses such terrifying regenerative abilities, which is clearly the result of mutation, or what can be called extraordinary talent. Just like her, except that her talent lies not in recovery ability, but in cultivation. Should we practice armor, feather, and spear next? Those techniques can only be learned after your chi and blood value exceeds 100. For the next 2 weeks, focus solely on cultivating the circle technique, sleeping only 3 hours a day. Perhaps you can reach 100 before the selection. What? Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. I learned circle in an instant, yet it still takes me this long to break through 100? Of course, the growth of chi and blood is something that cannot be achieved by shortcuts. Just like fitness, it requires hard training and perseverance to achieve results. Wait, my breath of bones can plunder life force, or else. It's no use. I've used your body before, so I know your physical condition very well. In fact, with the help of the breath of bones, your chi and blood should have already exceeded 100. It's just that you don't know how to cultivate, so that chi and blood is hidden in your body and has not been activated. Continuing to use breath of bones to increase your chi and blood will only make your control over them worse. If you can't master your body, even if your chi and blood level exceeds 100, it will be difficult to survive the injection of type 3 gene serum. Sigh. Bai Yi sighed. Why do we have to cultivate to become stronger? Isn't there a way to become stronger while lying down? Stop dreaming and start cultivating. All the strong have gone through this process. As long as you cultivate diligently, you will become more and more proficient in using the circle, and your cultivation speed will also increase. Listening to Xiaotong chattering away beside him, Bai Ye's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked over with intense gaze. Chapter 151 on the correct way to use Xiaotong. How much slower is my cultivation speed compared to yours? Stared at with such intense gaze, and Xiaotong was clearly a little uncomfortable, about 3 times more. Bai Yi chuckled, his gaze toward Xiaotong growing increasingly intense, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. What are you going to do? And Xiaotong had a bad feeling. I've come up with a brilliant trick. No, a way to cultivate. You don't want me to cultivate for you, do you? No way. Absolutely not. And Xiaotong shook her head repeatedly, and her ears turned red when she thought of the previous times they switched places. Xiaotong, you can't be so selfish. Bai Yi put a hand on Xiaotong's shoulder, making the girl's body stiffen slightly. He righteously and deliberately lied. You think I wanted to slack off? Actually, I was. Who are you? You're being too simplistic. Think about it carefully. Isn't it true that the stronger I am, the easier it is for me to pass the selection of the 12 zodiac candidates, and the lower the risk of injecting the gene serum? Yes, but there's no but about it. If you want to get the Pangu USB drive to break the curse, you should cultivate for me. With your control and proficiency over chi and blood, you can definitely get me to 200 in half a month. And what about you? I'll cultivate, and you'll just lie there? Nonsense. I can meditate, and I can even experience the skills of a max-level character in advance. That is, use your body to use advanced techniques such as armor, feather, and spear. You lay the foundation for me, I practice advanced techniques, and then we can switch back seamlessly. It'll be perfect. And Xiaotong hesitated. She had to admit that Bai Yi had an extraordinary talent for unorthodox methods, and what he said made a lot of sense. This was definitely the fastest way to improve one's strength, but the thought of Bai Yi occupying her body for a long time made her feel strange and uncomfortable. Xiaotong, you don't want me to fail the test and ultimately not get the Panga USB drive because my blood and chi are not up to standard, right? Bai Yi whispered in her ear, coaxing her like a devil tempting a young girl to fall. In the end, and Xiaotong compromised, but she made one request. Bai Yi must be by her side while she was cultivating and could not leave without permission, lest he use her body to do something strange. Then, let's change it. And Xiaotong turned her head away and said in a low voice. Upon hearing her agreement, Bai Yi was overjoyed. I'm a genius. Within Xiaotong, such a perfect tool to cultivate for him. Wouldn't his blood and chi increase by leaps and bounds every day? Okay, let's change it, Bai Yi said excitedly. But then, the two stared at each other, and the atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. How to switch? This serious question was placed before the two of them. You suggested it, so you should change it. And Xiaotong bit her lip tightly. Change? How can I change? I can't just change it out of thin air. Or you could. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And Xiaotong shouted angrily, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. If you don't cooperate, how are we supposed to find the core experiment and get the Panga USB drive? Bai Yi knew how to manipulate in Xiaotong, just as he knew how to manipulate Li Xiao. He said in a low and serious tone, do you know that every day the Panga USB drive remains in Apocalypse's hands, they gain access to more forbidden knowledge? If this continues, once Apocalypse Corporation completely controls Pangu, then all of humanity might. And Xiaotong's expression changed immediately. She bit her lip and clenched her hands tightly. A fierce internal struggle was raging in her mind, like a teenage girl cornered by delinquents. How? Do you need my cooperation? After saying this, the girl immediately lowered her head, afraid that her blushing cheeks would be seen. Bai Yi approached step by step, leaning down to whisper in Xiaotong's ear. It's simple, as long as you. The warm breath brushed against the girl's ear, sending a jolt of electricity through her body. She instinctively closed her eyes and gripped the hem of her dress tightly with both hands. If she could close her ears, she would even want to, for fear of hearing something offensive. Sizzle. The sound of a zipper being unzipped rang out. And Xiaotong froze. Just open your eyes and look at me. She opened her eyes with a slight tremor of her eyelashes, only to see that Bai Yi had already taken off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. The muscles beneath his fair skin resembled a thawing stream in early spring, concealing subtle undulations. Fine beads of sweat slid down his chin and landed in the hollow of his collarbone, like a glistening star. I refuse to believe you're blind. Bai Yi gently lifted in Xiaotong's chin, a wicked, aggressive smile playing on his lips. Moment. Shift of gaze. The girl in the gray yoga outfit laughed heartily. How about that? With my handsome man seduction, you're completely at my mercy. Shirano, you bastard. Bang. And Xiaotong punched Bai Yi hard in the stomach. Bai Yi was taken aback for a moment. Then his smile became even more sly. Hee, it doesn't hurt. A chi and blood value of 69 is naturally no match for 19,800. Bang bang bang. And Xiaotong remained silent, only continuing to throw punches. His superb combat skills were displayed one by one, while his weak internal energy roared wildly. Bai Yi dodged and weaved, easily absorbing all attacks with his superior stats. In the face of absolute power, any skill seems fancy and ineffective. He carefully controlled the surging blood and chi within his body, afraid of harming himself. And Xiaotong fought with increasing ferocity, her body radiating a scarlet light that seemed to pierce through her skin. Only when one's chi and blood exceed 100 can they rise to the surface of the body, which is the prototype of the armor. Seeing how hard she was working in her cultivation, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. She truly is my perfect tool. He also began to cultivate seriously, trying to mobilize the chi and blood in his body to condense scarlet armor on his body surface. Time flies when you're diligently cultivating, and Xiaotong was practically a cultivation fanatic. She chased Bai Yi for a whole day, fighting from day to night, until she was completely exhausted before she finally stopped. She stood there, panting, her whole body soaked in sweat, and said coldly to Bai Yi, "Hug." The two embraced, then switched back together. Hiss. The moment he switched back, Bai Yi gasped, his eyes rolled back, and he felt his legs go weak and stars appear before his eyes. He collapsed to the ground. The muscle pain and fatigue emanating from all parts of his body overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. And Xiaotong, you crazy woman, don't you ever feel tired? Chapter 152. Use people when needed, discard them when not needed. Bai Yi never expected that Xiaotong could endure so much. Her body had already been trained to its limit, and even with her pseudo-human-like recovery ability, she couldn't withstand it anymore, but she just kept enduring it with her willpower. If this were an average person, they would have died suddenly by now. Feeling refreshed, and Xiaotong glanced down at Bai Yi, who was lying at her feet. You're the one who asked me to train you. You? Bai Yi was about to curse, but before he could even open his mouth, he tilted his head to the side and fell asleep. And Xiaotong's expression changed, and she quickly squatted down and placed her hand between Bai Yi's noses. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was still alive. She picked up Shirayuki in a princess carry, carried him back to the villa, tossed him onto the bed, and then went to take a shower. The next day, Bai Yi woke up groggily, and the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Xiaotong standing by the bed like a female ghost. Holy crap! He was startled and instinctively swung his weapon at Xiaotong. And Xiaotong easily blocked the punch with a light touch. She released Bai Yi's hand, pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, and calmly said, "Not bad. Your chi and blood value has increased by 5 points. 5 o'clock. Are these glasses for testing blood pressure?" Bai Yi then noticed that Xiaotong was wearing glasses today. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, the temples of the glasses were bent and pressed behind her ears, and small nose pads were placed on the bridge of her nose, leaving shallow marks, adding to her well-behaved and quiet appearance. Let's go. Let's continue training. Recalling how he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow yesterday, Bai Yi's face paled. The training is fine, but can you take it easy? No. And Xiaotong turned and left, her ponytail twirling halfway around with her movement, like a piece of silk. Following behind, Shirano watched as the ponytail bounced with each step and really wanted to tug it. But he was also afraid that Xiaotong would train him to death. Upon arriving at the underground training base, Bai Yi was about to ask about today's changes when Xiaotong unexpectedly took off her pants. She reached up and grabbed the elastic bands on both sides of her sweatpants, gently pulling them down. The loose sweatpants slid silently down her long legs. Holy crap! Bai Yi was about to take a closer look when his view was blocked by the black athletic shorts inside. Seriously? You've seen it, but you still want to guard against it? The hem of the black athletic shorts just hits the top of the thigh, looking neat and refreshing. Below that are the fair legs completely exposed to the air, with smooth and even lines, and the skin glowing with a delicate luster under the light. Sizzle. And Xiaotong took off her top, revealing a black sports tank top underneath, which looked more like a large-sized strapless bra than a tank top. Her slender waist and fair skin, as white as mutton fat jade, appeared delicate yet exuded a firm and strong presence. The faint lines of her abs resembled two symmetrical arcs, extending downwards along her waistline. Looking at her slender waist with defined abs, Bai Yi had an urge to put his ear to her belly and listen to the sounds of her baby moving in her intestines. She glanced at Bai Yi and, seeing that they hadn't exchanged shoes yet, bent down and continued to untie her shoelaces, taking off her sneakers and socks to reveal a pair of small, delicate feet. The instep has smooth lines, like a shallow crescent moon, the ankle is slender, and the skin is white with a faint pink tinge, like carefully polished jade. And Xiaodong's gaze suddenly shifted, and a smile curved her lips. She felt a surge of satisfaction, as if she had avenged being teased yesterday. Today's training, like yesterday's, began in an ambiguous manner and ended with the boy exhausted and collapsing like a limp rag doll. A week later, Bai Ye's health and mana finally broke through 100. The progress was undeniably fast. While in Xiaodong's role in the game was certainly a factor, the main reason was Bai Ye's body, infected by the mutated scarlet virus, which contained potential far exceeding that of normal humans. In the underground training base, shirtless boy was sweating profusely, his fists raining down on the sandbags, the dull thuds echoing through the empty base. As he threw the final straight punch, his muscles were taut, and the lines of his shoulders and back resembled a fully drawn bow. A crimson light surged from his entire body, enveloping him like a thin suit of armor. The moment his fist made contact with the sandbag, a muffled thud was heard, not the usual dull sound, but a sharp screech that seemed to tear through the air. The sandbags suddenly arched backward, and the chains rattled and snapped at the ceiling hooks. The next second, the entire sandbag was sent flying by the brute force. The iron chain snapped instantly, and it crashed into the opposite wall with a whooshing sound like a boulder. At the same time, the armor on the boy's body shattered. Huff! Bai Yi gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Is this what it feels like to have qi and blood levels exceeding 100? It was worth the week of hard work in my cultivation. I've been diligently cultivating for a week, and Xiaodong said expressionlessly. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. You're using my body to cultivate, but in essence, it's still me who's working hard to cultivate. So you've achieved everything you have today solely through your own hard work and cultivation? Of course, and Xiaodong log in. After spending this time together, and Xiaodong had long since gotten used to Bai Ye's nonsense and understood what getting on the account meant. However, she shook her head. From today onwards, I can no longer help you cultivate. Bai Ye's face fell. How could he rank up without a boosting service? Having finally found a powerful figure, how could he possibly let him go? Xiaodong, your awareness needs improvement, paying a USB drive. And Xiaodong interrupted Bai Ye's PUA directly, explaining, School has already started. I have to go to school. Go to school? You're a Black Knight now. What the hell do you want to go to school? You don't happen to like those stories about the Dragon King returning or a celestial being reincarnated and then going to university, do you? What nonsense. I'm a student. Of course I have to go to school, and the only way I can see Lu Yao now is when I go to school. Since her kidnapping, Lu Yao has been taken away by her father and is not allowed to live in Maxin Garden. Shiro was taken aback, and the image of a small girl with large, fierce eyes flashed through his mind. You're going to go to her and find out information about the selection of the 12 zodiac animal candidates? And Xiaotong nodded. Besides gathering intelligence, I also need her to help you get a spot. The spots for the 12 zodiac candidate selection have already been allocated. You're not even a resident of Dawn City, so unless a director of Apocalypse helps you, you won't get a spot. Bai Yi wasn't surprised. Type 3 gene therapy was a treasure of Apocalypse Corporation, so naturally not just anyone could get the chance to be injected. Without connections, there was no way to get it. Your health and mana have exceeded 100, and you have also mastered the basic techniques of armor and feather. The rest of the time is for you to practice. Only by fully controlling your body can you unleash your full combat power. This cannot be achieved by a power leveling service. You have to work hard on it yourself. All right, I know. Stop nagging all the time. Go to school. Seeing that Xiaotong couldn't help him level up, Bai Yi immediately revealed his true nature, adhering to the principle of using people when needed and discarding them when not. And Xiaotong glared at him fiercely, then slung her school bag over her shoulder and went to school. Chapter 153, 7 minutes and 38 seconds. After Xiaodong left, Bai Yi started training alone. Although he was usually carefree and irresponsible, he worked harder than most people when it was time to put in the effort. Because only by striving to become stronger can you save time. During the week that Xiaodong was training for him, he seemed to be slacking off, but in reality, he was not idle at all. He was constantly using Xiaodong's body to cultivate armor and feather. It takes an ordinary person a year to master the armor and feather, but he only took a week, which is no different from cheating. His cheat code is in Xiaotong. With 19,800 units of qi and blood, one can recklessly waste qi and blood during cultivation. Just like a course that takes elementary school students 6 years to complete, a mentally sound adult can finish it in less than a year. Compared to the fragile armor, Bai Yi has made great progress in training the feathers. He really likes the feathers, which can increase speed. If he had known feather when fighting the tyrant, he wouldn't have wasted a single minute. 30 seconds would have been enough. In 30 seconds, he could rush to the tyrant and finish him off. Several hours later, Bai Yi dragged his tired body back to the villa, but the joy on his face never faded. It wasn't that he had made any breakthrough progress in the martial arts of qi and blood, but rather, time. 7 minutes and 38 seconds. This astronomical figure made him dizzy, and he even smiled while he was in a coma every day. Since he transmigrated, time has never exceeded 5 minutes. Now, suddenly possessing such a huge sum of money, he feels light as a feather. 7 minutes and 38 seconds is enough time for him to kill 15 tyrants. 7 minutes and 38 seconds. I really want to go out and have some fun, Bai Yi sighed as he slumped on the sofa. He had been cooped up at Xiaodong's house for a week, truly staying inside the house without ever stepping out. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out, but that he was afraid of wasting time. He always felt that he had the legendary, troublesome constitution, and that he would always encounter trouble when he went out, which would then waste his time. Whether in Black Mountain or Dawn City, troubles kept arising. So much so that even after a week in Dawn City, he still didn't know what Dawn City looked like. Damn it, could there be a painter behind this? Bai Yi suddenly jumped up from the sofa, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He strongly suspected that the painter was behind it all, just like during the trip to Montenegro, although he had no evidence. However, evidence is not important to him. Once suspicion arises, the charge is established. Regardless of whether he was a painter or not, he was convinced of it. You bastard, don't let me run into you, or I'll make sure you're dead. Bai Yi found it increasingly suspicious. Why did Mao Yin kidnap Lu Yao when he had to kidnap her when in Xiaodong and he had switched places? If in Xiaodong hadn't been quick-witted and obtained the white dove ring, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Along's escape was also quite coincidental. If he had finished writing the extortion letter earlier and delivered it, he could have come back to face his death. Or if he had finished writing it later, Along would have been absent just when he arrived. This is incredibly lucky. Of Evils is an abandoned city left over from an old era. The once towering buildings are now dilapidated, with several towering trees growing wildly inside, breaking through the walls. The bustling commercial street was covered with lush green vines. It seems that an endless stream of mutated plants are growing and spreading in this city, turning the amusement park into a forbidden zone for humans. However, this place is a paradise for mutated beasts. They have replaced the former humans and thrived in this abandoned city. They will attack any human who dares to enter this grotesque paradise, except the genetically modified animals in the zoo. Because the absolute ruler of the paradise of eccentricity is the director, one of the 10 kings. No one knows his real name. He seems to have deliberately erased his past name. Because the organization he founded is called Zoo, people call him Zoo Director. Some people think the name Zoo is ridiculous and not imposing at all, but the Zoo Director doesn't think so. His goal is to single-handedly raise all the mutated beasts and genetically modified individuals in the world, creating a deformed paradise. He wanted to tell the world that the true king of beasts was not the tiger or the lion, but the zookeeper, a human being. On this day, an uninvited guest arrived at the bizarre paradise. A man dressed in white, carrying a paintbrush and a canvas on his back. The painter stood in the center of the city, surrounded by tens of thousands of mutated beasts pouring out of the abandoned buildings, like a black torrent. The mutated beasts stopped 3 meters away from the painter, emitting threatening growls, and foul-smelling saliva dripped continuously from between their sharp teeth, but they did not swarm him. On a few high-rise buildings not far away, several figures dressed in black suits stood tall. Their eyes were cold and beastly as they looked down at the painter. The terrifying pressure emanating from them was even more frightening than that of the mutated beasts. Faced with such an overwhelming display, the painter showed no sign of panic. He smiled slightly and said, "Director, is this how you treat your guests?" Achoo! He sneezed at an inopportune moment, looking puzzled. "Is it because that bastard Gu Huangquan is talking badly about me behind my back?" At this moment, an exceptionally tall man slowly emerged from the shadows on the rooftop of the high-rise building. When the man appeared, the figures in black suits all knelt on one knee, and even the tens of thousands of mutated beasts whimpered and lowered their heads, all beasts submitting. The tall man quickly reached the edge of the rooftop, but he did not stop. Instead, he jumped off the rooftop of the 100-meter-high building and crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and the ground was instantly blasted into a deep crater, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards in all directions. In the deep pit, a man in a black suit stood silently, the dust and smoke around him not landing on him at all, as if they were all avoiding him. The painter squinted as he gazed at the zoo director, who was hailed as one of the 10 kings. The headmaster was very tall, over 2 meters, and his bulging muscles stretched his suit so much that the buttons on his chest almost burst open under the weight. His eyes were cold and aggressive, his lips were pursed into a straight line, and although he was wearing a respectable suit, he was like a beast in human skin, exuding the aura of a top predator. The painter, the director said coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion, only icy. Chapter 154, the first of the 12 zodiac animals, the Azure Dragon. The painter smiled slightly. So many years have passed, and you still love wearing suits so much. Is it to constantly remind yourself that you are a human being, not a beast? To let this set of clothes, which symbolizes respectability, become the last thin layer of paper covering your wildness? The headmaster ignored the painter's sarcasm and coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" "Oh, we're really getting along." The painter's smile deepened, but his eyes gradually sharpened. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Azure Dragon. Boom! An unimaginable surge of violent energy erupted into the sky, shattering the clouds that had been obscuring the sun. Golden light pierced down like sharp swords, illuminating that cold and furious face. Tens of thousands of mutated beasts roared in unison, almost unable to contain themselves as they rushed forward to tear the painter to shreds, for they sensed the king's wrath. "I told you not to mention that name again." A voice, suppressing a chilling killing intent, squeezed out from the principal's throat as he tugged at his tie with his veined hand. "Although I've been wearing a suit and haven't fought with anyone in a long time, if you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way." The painter smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be impulsive, Azure Dragon. I promise I won't mention Azure Dragon's name again, okay? Please forgive me one more time, considering the help I gave you before, Azure Dragon." Sizzle. The principal's suit jacket suddenly ripped open, revealing a body covered in hideous scars. His physique was so perfect it resembled a man-made statue, brimming with the most primal violence and impulses of men. He unleashed a punch, his violent blood and energy transforming into a fist imprint that directly blasted the painter's body apart. Strangely, there was no blood splattering. There was only ink scattered all over the ground. The next second, the ink surged silently, rising like a fountain, and gradually condensed into a human shape. "All right, enough joking around. I'm here to help you this time," the painter said with a smile. The headmaster withdrew his fist, took the new suit handed to him by his subordinate, and said coldly, "Do you know who among the 10 kings is the person I least want to see?" "Who is it? It's so hard to guess, huh?" "Years ago, when I first met you, you said you were there to help me. But what happened? If I hadn't awakened to become a superhuman on the verge of death, I would have died from genetic collapse." The painter awkwardly touched his nose. "You can't say that. You are the first of the 12 zodiac animals and the strongest weapon created by Tianchi Company, the Azure Dragon. I can't bear to see such a strong person like you being treated like a dog by Tianchi Company all day long, and having to be a guinea pig, undergoing all kinds of experiments every day. So I wanted to help you get rid of the control. Although there was a slight mishap during the process, without my interference, would you have been able to successfully awaken your extraordinary abilities and become one of the 10 kings?" "I can," the principal said firmly. "Without your help, I would have awakened earlier, lived a better life, and wouldn't have suffered so many aftereffects." Painter. "What's past is past. Let's not bring it up again. This time is different from last time. I'm really here to help you. To help you get revenge on Apocalypse Corporation." The headmaster sneered. "What? Is it because you took the money but failed to kill the tyrant, and Apocalypse is asking you for a refund? If you don't want to return the money, just deal with the employer. That's really your style." The painter's face stiffened, and he forced a dry laugh. "You have a deep misunderstanding of me, and I'm too lazy to explain to you. I'm here to tell you that the best time to destroy Apocalypse Corporation has arrived." The headmaster just stared at him coldly, without saying a word. The painter had no choice but to continue. "The Panga USB drive is in Tianchi's hands." The kindergarten director narrowed his eyes slightly. "Tianchi Company killed Black King?" The painter was speechless. The beast's thinking was simple and crude, and it couldn't think outside the box. If Apocalypse Company could kill Black King, then he wouldn't have had to run away. No, that's not true. The news that the Pengu USB drive is in Black King's hands is false. It was deliberately spread by Apocalypse Company to confuse the public and buy time to crack the USB drive. So what? So as long as you spread this news, all the major powers will definitely target Apocalypse Company. No one wants to see Apocalypse crack the USB drive and become the only company to dominate. The headmaster's lips curled into a mocking smile. Since you know this news, why don't you spread it yourself instead of making me do it? Because you are the headmaster, one of the 10 kings. Your words carry weight, and the people of the world will believe the news that you personally spread. You are also one of the 10 kings. The painter paused slightly, his expression somewhat embarrassed, and even his voice lowered a few decibels. You know, with my credit, it's difficult for me to even borrow 10,000 yuan from the bank. Ha! The principal suddenly burst into laughter. You do have some self-awareness, but even if the news you mentioned is true, how could the major powers take action against Apocalypse Company because of a rumor? This will not shake Apocalypse at all. The painter organized his thoughts and began to persuade him. Let me analyze this for you slowly. Now is absolutely the best time for you to attack Apocalypse Company. First, the mutated scarlet virus is rampant on Black Mountain and has now affected Dawn City. Apocalypse Corporation will definitely have to send troops to deal with it, which is a victory. Secondly, 2 of the 12 zodiac animals have died, and it will be difficult to replace them in a short period of time. This is a double victory. Third, the chairman of Tianqi is nearing the end of his life, and the board members are in turmoil. This is the third victory. Fourth, the Pengu USB drive incident will inevitably affect the nerves of all parties. At that time, countless spies and agents will be waiting for an opportunity to act in Tianqi. This is the fourth victory. Fifth, the dragon in the Chinese zodiac has never had a suitable candidate or top-tier combat power. Who can stop you? This is the fifth victory. You have 5 wins, while Tianqi has none. That's 6 wins. With such a relentless winning streak, how can you not achieve a great victory? Are you done talking? The headmaster asked coldly. The painter nodded. That's all. You can get lost after you've said that. With that, the principal put on his suit and turned to leave. The mutated beasts swarmed around him, tearing the painter to shreds and leaving ink stains all over the ground. In a forest outside the eccentric paradise, the painter angrily cursed loudly. That damned azure dragon, so rude and disrespectful. He doesn't even look like a human being in a suit. Gu Huangquan, standing to the side, said expressionlessly, It's already very polite of him to let you speak. The painter roared, Gu Huangquan, you're even less polite than a dragon. Ugh. Before he could finish speaking, a fist had already struck him in the stomach. Gu Huangquan calmly withdrew his fist and said indifferently, Next time you talk to me, you'd better use an ink clone as well, for safety. The painter, leaning against a large tree with one hand and clutching his stomach with the other, grimaced in pain but smiled mysteriously. Huh? How do you know I'm not an ink and wash clone right now? Gu Huangquan frowned slightly, clenched his right fist, and prepared to smash the painter's head to see if it was a clone. The painter was so frightened that he backed away, saying, I've discovered you're a very serious person. I was just joking. Gu Huangquan ignored him and asked, Did it work out? It's a done deal. The only goal in Songlong's life is revenge. Over the years, he has been raising mutated beasts and cultivating genetic modifiers, all for the purpose of destroying Tianqi Company in one fell swoop one day. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was presented to him. Even without my persuasion, he would have definitely taken action. With him involved, they can at least restrain the Black King to some extent. Mentioning the Black King, a shadow crossed the painter's eyes. These days he hadn't been eating or sleeping well, fearing that the Black King would come knocking on his door the moment he opened his eyes. So what did you go to see Songlong for? Just to be rude and disrespectful to his face? Painter. Chapter 155 in Xiaodong's Lies. Qiming Academy is the highest institution of learning in Dawn City and a cradle for cultivating talent for Tianqi Company. This place is divided into 2 colleges, the College of Arts and the College of Martial Arts. Students in the College of Arts study mathematics, physics, chemistry, business administration, and other subjects. Those who excel in their studies can enter Tianqi Company as servants upon graduation. The Martial Arts Academy teaches firearms combat, military command, and other related knowledge. Students with excellent academic performance can enter the military or law enforcement agencies upon graduation. In Dawn City, Apocalypse Corporation is the law, the only law in the land. For the residents of Dawn City, being able to work for Apocalypse Corporation is like ascending to heaven in one step. Therefore, Qiming Academy has both the chosen ones among the common people and the second generation of the upper echelons of Tianqi, but there are no ordinary people who have neither background nor talent. With her school bag on her back, and Xiaotong stepped into the school gate she had been away from for a long time. Walking in the beautiful campus, she kept her eyes straight ahead and walked with light steps, weaving through the scenery. Her youthful face was without makeup, yet it attracted the attention of countless students. She, appreciating the scenery, is also the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of the students. Xiaotong. In the spacious and bright classroom, Lu Yao, who was already seated, noticed in Xiaotong as she entered and waved her little hand happily. And Xiaotong smiled slightly, as if the classroom had become even brighter. The male students who were chatting quietly lowered their voices unconsciously. She walked over to Lu Yao, and the two sat down together and whispered to each other. "Long time no see, little dear." Lu Yao held in Xiaotong's hand coquettishly. "Xiaotong, I've missed you so much. My father has been preventing me from going out lately. The few times I do go out, I have to be accompanied by a large group of bodyguards. Now, even going to school is accompanied by bodyguards." As she spoke, she pointed to the back door of the classroom. A young man in a suit with a stern expression and wearing sunglasses stood straight, like a pine tree. Below his left cheekbone, a dark tattoo meandered down to his jaw. The design was indistinct, with only a few sharp lines, like an unsheathed knife, forcefully cutting through the neatness of the suit and adding a touch of fierceness. He stood there silently. The air pressure around him was extremely low, and the students dared not approach. And Xiaotong's eyes flickered slightly. She could vaguely sense the oppressive aura emanating from the young man, whose strength was probably already over 100 million. After all, they were bodyguards sent by the Tianqi Board of Directors. She wasn't surprised by their strength. If the Tianqi Board of Directors didn't have several powerful figures with assets exceeding 100 million, they would have died countless times over. "Is this your new bodyguard?" Lu Yao nodded dejectedly. "His name is Yang Yusin, and I think he's one of the 5 candidates for the 12 zodiacs. I'm so annoyed with him. He's always calling me miss, and he won't let me do this or go anywhere. He's like a wooden doll." 5 candidates for the 12 zodiac animal positions. And Xiaotong knew very well what this meant. It meant that Yang Yusin was a genetically modified person in the first tier below the 12 zodiac signs. "What are you thinking about, Xiaotong?" Lu Yao asked curiously, blinking her big eyes. She sensed that Xiaotong was a little distracted. And Xiaotong smiled slightly. "I was thinking his name is a bit strange. It sounds like a girl's name." Lu Yao chuckled and whispered in his ear, "It does sound like a girl's name. I asked him before, and he said he was the 3rd child in his family, with 2 older brothers. His parents wanted a girl, and when they consulted a doctor, they confirmed that he was pregnant with a girl. Then I bought a lot of clothes for a baby girl, and even picked out a name for her in advance, Yang Yusin. But when she was born, it turned out to be a boy. It really worried his parents, haha." And Xiaotong didn't find it particularly funny. She just laughed along with Lu Yao because she saw Lu Yao laughing happily. Lu Yao continued. "I asked him, 'Did you grow up wearing girls' clothes? After all, you can't just throw away the baby clothes your parents bought, right?' He stammered and couldn't answer. So I teased him a couple more times, and guess what? How? He actually blushed. I always thought bodyguards had those zombie faces, all expressionless." And Xiaotong watched Lu Yao, who was beaming with joy, with amusement. She was just like a little deer hopping and skipping by a stream. If she weren't a girl, she would probably blush in front of such a little deer. She glanced at Yang Yusin out of the corner of her eye and noticed that he was pretending to be busy. As everyone knows, people become very busy when they are embarrassed, so he must have heard what Lu Yao said. And Xiaotong's heart skipped a beat, and she asked, "Your bodyguard is quite interesting. Is there anything else? And another thing, do you know why he always wears sunglasses?" "Why?" "Because he wouldn't look me in the eye. If I glanced at him, he'd start avoiding my gaze." Out of the corner of Xiaotong's eye, she saw Yang Yusin, who was pretending to be very busy, awkwardly walk out of the classroom to patrol outside. Seeing that Yang Yusin had left, Lu Yao suddenly lowered her voice and asked in a slightly unnatural tone, Is Bai Ye's injury healed?" And Xiaotong was taken aback. She suddenly realized that Lu Yao had the same idea as her when she said those things, to get Yang Yusin away. Much better. Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." After saying that, she seemed afraid that Xiaotong would notice her abnormality, and explained in a slightly flustered manner, "After all, he was injured while saving me. If he needs any medicine to treat his injuries, he can tell me." And Xiaotong was taken aback. She was just thinking about how to bring it up with Lu Yao when Lu Yao brought it up first. After organizing her thoughts, she began, "He does need some medication." "What medicine?" "As long as Tianqi Company has it, I can get it," Lu Yao said with delight, patting her chest as she assured him. Type 3 gene therapy. Huh. Lu Yao was stunned and stammered. This might not be easy to get, and the type 3 gene serum doesn't seem to be able to heal wounds, right? After a week of being influenced by Bai Yi, and Xiaodong was able to lie without batting an eye. His injuries have healed. He needs the type 3 gene serum mainly to enhance his strength. You know, last time he tried to save you, but that incident made him realize the importance of strength. So now he only sleeps 3 hours a day, training relentlessly, and only stops to rest when he's exhausted from training every night. How can this be? His body won't be able to take it. Lu Yao's voice rose unconsciously, and she quickly covered her mouth and lowered her tone. I'm already very grateful that he saved me. Please tell him not to blame himself. It's normal that he was outnumbered and outmatched by Cat's Eye and his gang. Besides, he's still young and will definitely become a great figure like the 12 Zodiacs in the future. Seeing Lu Yao's worry, and Xiaotong felt a little guilty, but in order to destroy the Panga USB drive and for the sake of justice in her heart, she had to make a compromise. He is now just a few injections of type 3 gene-enhancing drugs away from being one of the 12 Zodiac signs. Chapter 156 Shirano's Lies. Okay, I'll think of a way. Lu Yao agreed without hesitation. The type 3 gene serum cannot be taken out of the core laboratory. The only way to get an injection is to participate in the 12 Zodiac candidate selection. Although the candidates have already been decided, I can ask my father. He will definitely be able to get Bai Yi a spot. Please, little dear. Leave it to me. My father loves me the most. He will definitely agree. But a look of worry flashed across Lu Yao's face. I heard the selection process is dangerous, Shirano. And Xiaotong shook her head. He's not afraid of danger. He's just afraid of being powerless again like last time. Lu Yao was instantly moved, and the image of that cold and resolute young man appeared in her mind. I understand. I will find out the content of the selection and assessment, which will also be a way of repaying the life-saving grace last time. It's done. And Xiaodong hadn't expected things to go so smoothly that she didn't even need to make any requests, as Lu Yao had already taken care of everything. Just then, a tall, handsome young man walked over and interrupted their conversation. He held a rose and a white envelope in his hand and mustered up his courage to stand in front of Xiaotong. During his month-long vacation, he had imagined today's scene countless times and mustered up his courage countless times. Today, he finally took this step. Xiaotong. And Xiaotong frowned immediately, but before she could speak, Lu Yao, who was standing next to her, slammed her hand on the table and stood up as if she had been provoked. You dare call me Xiaotong? The boy looked rather unpleasant, but he didn't dare to contradict Lu Yao. The last person who talked back to Lu Yao has already transferred schools. As for whether he really transferred schools, well, that's what the school said, and he hasn't shown up since. And Xiaotong, he handed over the envelope, wanting to confess his feelings. And Xiaodong didn't give him a chance to speak, but calmly said, I have a boyfriend. The calm words exploded like thunder in the boy's heart. The goddess, who was recognized as the most unattainable beauty in Tianqi Academy and had never smiled at any boy, actually had a boyfriend? Sorry to bother you. The boy walked away dejectedly. For some reason, as Lu Yao watched his departing figure, she suddenly felt a little lost, as if they were in the same boat. Inside in Xiaodong's villa, Black King is making a limited-time return. Hakuno put on the black nether mask and stood alone in front of the mirror. That is to say, there was no one else in the villa, otherwise it would have caused turmoil throughout the entire Dawn City. The iconic black ghost mask has become a household name over time, though perhaps other remote areas are still unaware of the Black King's name. But even the children still wearing open-crotch pants in Dawn City, the closest city to the Black King, have an indelible shadow over him. It's not that the Black King did anything to them. Parents in both civilized times and the Great Cataclysm era are the same. They like to use the most terrifying beings and legends to scare their sleepless children. As the leader of the 10 Kings, and portrayed by the Federation as an extremely evil person who intends to subvert civilization, Bai Yi has long been at the top of the list of children's bedtime threats. If you don't go to sleep, the Black King might kidnap you. Black Ace sleeping magic spell. Kids who've used it all say it's great. The reason Bai Yi wore the black nether mask was not because he was idly indulging in self-admiration. As a god of the new era, he did not care about the title of the leader of the 10 Kings. He did it to contain the black netherworld mask. This forbidden item of the Jiao, level once when he was pretending to be the Black King after he obtained it. He originally planned to find an opportunity to contain it, but he ended up living with Xiaotong instead. Today, taking advantage of Xiaotong's absence, he can be shameless without restraint. Clang. With a sharp dagger drawn, Bai Yi took a deep breath and slashed fiercely at his own face. He first made a long cut on his face. Then, enduring the pain, he inserted the blade into the cut and peeled off his skin bit by bit. What was an incredibly bloody and stimulating scene to others could not shake Bai Yi's nerves. Experiencing the Eye of Ember, his mental state has remained excellent. Holy shit, that hurts like hell. The bloodied and mangled human face reflected in the mirror looked like a monster straight out of a horror story. Blood dripped continuously from Shirono's face, soaking his clothes and the floor. He held the thin human skin, his hands covered in blood, and applied it to the black netherworld mask, as if it were a face mask. Black netherworld mask suddenly burst forth with a dark, eerie light, followed by countless tiny gnawing sounds, like a dense swarm of insects and ants munching on rotten wood. I've thrown away all my dignity to take you in. If you only have some trash abilities, I'll burn you to a crisp. Bai Yi winced in pain, but as he spoke, the bleeding on his face had stopped, and the mangled flesh was visibly healing. Since his health and vitality level exceeded 100, his recovery ability, which was comparable to that of a pseudo-human, has become even stronger. About 3 minutes later, the light on the black nether mask dissipated completely, and the face also disappeared. Bai Yi picked up the mask again, and a feeling of blood connection surged into his heart, just like when he held the breath of bones. He took a deep breath, endured the pain, and put the black nether mask on his face, pressing it down hard. Sizzle. Blood splattered. It's like squeezing a hamburger smeared with ketchup with your hands. The scarlet juice sprays all over the table and splashes all over you. Huh, it doesn't hurt anymore. Bai Yi was surprised to find that his face, which had been burning hot, became cool after he put on the black nether mask. There was no foreign body sensation on my face like when I had a face mask on. It felt like my face had grown back. Bang. The villa's gate was violently kicked open with a loud bang, and Xiaotong rushed in anxiously, carrying a boxed lunch in her hand. The lingering smell of blood in her nasal cavity made her uneasy. Are they from the zoo? Hakuno, she shouted as she rushed toward the source of the bloody smell. It's the restroom. She even saw blood seeping from under the bathroom door. And Xiaotong froze. There were no enemies, no signs of battle, only blood. She dared not think about it, and she didn't even dare to open the door, fearing that if she did, she would find Bai Yi's tragically dead body inside. Click. The bathroom door opened from the inside. Bai Yi slowly walked out, covered in blood, his face unusually pale, as if he had lost a lot of blood. He laughed and said, "Didn't you get out of school at night? Why are you back at noon?" My gaze shifted from Xiaotong's astonished and nervous face to her hand. The rice and soup in the plastic bag had already been spilled and were completely mixed together. Some soup splashed onto her fair, straight calves, slowly dripping down her skin. Well done, and Xiaotong, you're quite considerate. You even brought me food back. Seeing Bai Yi laughing carefree, and Xiaotong was stunned. The huge emotional contrast left her somewhat bewildered and dazed. Her hand involuntarily loosened, and the plastic bag fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Where's the enemy? What enemy? And the blood on your body. Oh, you mean this? Bai Yi pointed to the bloodstains on his chest, lying without batting an eye. I overdid it, and somehow started vomiting blood. You know my recovery ability. It looks scary, but it's actually nothing serious. And Xiaotong was instantly moved, looking somewhat incredulous. Have you been training ever since I left? Yeah, Bai Yi said confidently. Chapter 157, Lu Yao's Lies. And Xiaotong remained silent. She realized that she really didn't understand Bai Yi at all. She had thought that Bai Yi was lazy, undisciplined, and liked to take crooked paths. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with the idea of having someone else play for him to slack off. Now it seems that he was completely wrong. After I left, he not only did not slack off, but he trained even harder, to the point that he vomited blood. So, he wasn't lying before. He didn't ask someone to boost his account to be lazy. He wanted to get stronger faster. If a man like him hadn't been born in the wasteland, but rather into one of those aristocratic families, with his ability to use the swift shadow and the instant thousand-fold melody, his current strength would probably be no weaker than mine. Beiyu, I'll train you from now on. You have no foundation and no one to teach you. You'll get injured if you train hard on your own. After saying that, and Xiaotong bent down to clean up the food on the ground. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to fool them. Damn that black nether mask. If he didn't have the ability to change his appearance, he would have been exposed this time. His face hadn't actually fully healed. The reason it returned to its original appearance was because the black nether mask could change his appearance and even alter his body shape. In addition, it can also conceal one's presence. As expected of a forbidden item of the Jiaolong level, It is much stronger than the trash, breath of bones. Dad, I want to move to Machine Garden. It's so boring at home. Inside a magnificent manor, Lu Yao pouted and acted coquettishly towards a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Lu Yunxiao, one of the directors of Tianqi Company. Lu Yunxiao sat behind a large desk, an unlit cigar between his fingers. His silver-gray custom-made suit was without a single wrinkle, and a tiny diamond on the silk tie clip peeking out from the collar glittered coldly under the overhead light. It was a gift from a congressman during a meeting in the Eastern Continent Federation last year. He casually clipped it to his finger, like wearing an ordinary button. Lu Yunxiao wanted to light a cigar, but he didn't because his daughter was nearby. With a helpless frown, he said, "No, the situation is too volatile right now. You absolutely cannot move out. Wait until things settle down. No, I'm so bored living here all by myself. I want to go find Xiaotong to play with. After graduation, you'll definitely arrange a marriage for me, and then I won't be able to see Xiaotong anymore." Lu Yao looked at him stubbornly, her big eyes filled with tears of grievance. Even someone as powerful and ruthless as Lu Yunxiao couldn't help but soften upon seeing his daughter's attitude, but he still didn't agree. "Little dear, do you know how dangerous it is outside right now? Just now, I received intelligence from the company that the head of the park, one of the 10 kings, publicly stated that the Panga USB drive has been obtained by Tianqi Company. Now Tianqi has been targeted by various forces, and countless spies and agents are flocking to it. And you are my daughter, Lu Yunxiao's daughter. Countless eyes are secretly watching you. Last time you were lucky to be saved by a mysterious person, but what if? Hey, old dang, are you cursing me? Spit it out." Lu Yao clenched her little fists and said angrily. "Pa, pa, pa." Lu Yunxiao quickly spat a few times. If there was no one else in the room, he would have been shocked. Chairman Lu, who always presented himself as an iron-fisted figure, actually had such a tender side. "In short, you absolutely cannot live outside. Apart from that, Dad will agree to anything you want. Xing Shua Company recently released a limited edition dress, which you love the most. How about Dad has someone send it to you?" I don't want a skirt. Since you'll agree to anything I say, fine, I want the type 3 gene serum." Lu Yunxiao's hand holding the cigar twitched slightly, his eyes deepened, and he saw through Lu Yao's true intentions at a glance. They were pretending to move out. Their real intention was to ask for the type 3 gene drug. In order to achieve their goal, they first make a request that is absolutely impossible to agree to, and then compromise by revealing their true intentions. Who gave you permission to ask for it? Lu Yao felt a sudden tightness in her chest, and she gripped the hem of her skirt with both hands. "No one asked me to take it. I just wanted to help Xiaotong and her boyfriend. Oh, in my memory, Xiaotong has always been very well-behaved and quiet. I never thought that she would go against her family's wishes for love and find an ordinary person as her boyfriend." Lu Yao was taken aback. "Who said his boyfriend is an ordinary person?" Lu Yunxiao laughed and said, "Given the in-family status, if it were a legitimate marriage, it would certainly be a perfect match. Since they are from a distinguished family, why would they ask me for the type 3 gene serum through you? No way. You just judge people with prejudice. Shiro is great too. He and Katomi are a perfect match. A good match is not something you say yourself, but something that is considered a good match by the world. That is what a good match is. Little dear, you are not young anymore. The princesses in fairy tales who marry poor people are all fake. They are just the idle fantasies of poor people. After all, those who write fairy tales are also poor people. Perhaps young people get together on impulse, but they will regret it over time. The huge gap in social status, incompatible lifestyles, and the judgment of others can easily wear down an already fragile love. Like now, maybe Bai Yi, whom you speak of, is truly an outstanding individual among commoners, exceptionally talented, but so what? In the end, didn't he still rely on Xiaotong's connection to approach you and ask you to obtain the type 3 gene serum for him? I won't allow you to say that. Lu Yao instantly exploded. You don't understand love at all. Bai Yi is outstanding and young. Your vision is only limited to Tianqi Company. His future has unlimited possibilities. And even if he doesn't meet the world's standards of excellence, so what? Does life have to be about achieving great success? Is it wrong to be with someone you love? The girl's reason argument gave Lu Yunxiao a peculiar sense of meaning. He suddenly had a feeling that Bai Yi was more like his daughter's boyfriend. Xiaotong is my best friend. I can only marry into an arranged marriage in this life. I don't want her to end up like me, so I want to help her. Once Bai becomes one of the 12 zodiac animals, you old fogies won't think they're mismatched anymore. The doubts in Lu Yunxiao's eyes dissipated, and he looked at his daughter, who was like a little tiger, and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 158, 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Even if your father is a director of Apocalypse Corporation, he has no right to take the Type 3 gene drug out of the core laboratory. Only the chairman of Apocalypse Corporation has such authority. If you really want to help them, then let Bai Yi participate in the selection of candidates for the 12 zodiac animals. Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost given herself away, but thankfully her goal was achieved. What are the selection criteria? Lu Yunxiao said helplessly. The selection process is very dangerous. First, we need to conduct tests on blood and qi levels and genetic information. Once we meet the requirements, all participants will be divided into groups of 20 and sign a waiver of life and death. They were then dropped into the islands in the middle of the lake in groups, where they had to fight each other, with only one person from each group surviving. The survivor can enter the core laboratory and receive the Type 3 gene injection. Lu Yao's face paled. She naturally knew what the Lake Heart Islands were. There was a huge lake in the southwest corner of Dawn City, with several small islands in the middle, which was called the Lake Heart Islands. It houses various mutated beasts used for research. Many failed experiments are released into the islands in the middle of the lake. Ordinary people can't even survive an hour there, let alone defeat the other 19 people at the same time. That's too dangerous. As if seeing through Lu Yao's thoughts, Lu Yunxiao said in a deep voice, if people at the bottom want to get ahead, they can only risk their lives. If he doesn't even have that much courage, he should quit as soon as possible, so that I don't have to go out of my way to get a spot for him. Lu Yao recalled what In Xiaodong had said before. Bai Yi only sleeps 3 hours a day and practices until he faints every day. Once a man makes up his mind, he will never change it. When facing the Cat's Eye crew, this young knight charged forward without hesitation. How could he possibly be afraid of danger? With this thought in mind, she said firmly, Bai Yi will not back down. He will definitely succeed. The next day, and Xiaotong, returning from school, brought good news to Bai Yi. The spot is secured. Go for the test in a week, and then you can proceed with the selection assessment. Here is your resident certificate. From now on, you are considered a resident of Dawn City. Bai Yi took the resident card and asked, what are the assessment criteria? And Xiaodong was silent for a moment. It's more dangerous than I thought. She spoke slowly, relaying Lu Yao's words. Bai Yi frowned immediately. The islands in the middle of the lake? Mutated beasts, signing a life or death contract. Only 1 out of 20 can live? He wasn't worried about his opponents. A mere 19 people were easily wiped out by the New Age god with his 8 minutes and 38 seconds. He showed no mercy to these complete strangers, and they had all signed death warrants, which shows that everyone came to the competition with the intention of killing the other. Those who died could only blame themselves for being less skilled than the gods. He's an annoying mutant beast. 20 people were dropped into different locations on the islands in the lake, where they needed to be constantly on guard against attacks from mutated beasts and others. This tested not only their combat abilities, but also their survival skills in the wild, their combat prowess, luck, and so on. Even gods need to eat and sleep. What if they get their heads bitten off by mutated beasts while resting, or are ambushed by other contestants? There are countless cameras on the islands in the middle of the lake. They were originally intended to film and observe the living habits of the mutated beasts and experimental subjects. However, since the selection of the 12 zodiac candidates was set on the islands in the middle of the lake, the purpose of the cameras has changed. They've become props for the entertainment of high-ranking officials and nobles, and Xiaodong said in a deep voice. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. You mean, we contestants go to the islands in the middle of the lake to play the fool, and then a bunch of rich bastards watch us fight it out behind the monitors? Are these scumbags even running betting pools, wagering on which contestant will win? And then Apocalypse Corporation will take a cut as research funding for its core lab and the islands in the lake? And Xiaodong was taken aback, not expecting Bai Yi to guess so accurately. How did you guess? Bai Yi curled his lip in disdain. Is that even a question? I would have done the same. Why wouldn't you do a business that can make money? And Xiaodong, what do you plan to do? Or, I can do it for you. And Xiaodong hesitated. It wasn't that she was afraid of danger, but she felt that her combat experience and skills, combined with Bai Yi's physique, might not be enough to defeat Bai Yi himself when he activated the flowing light and shadow thousandfold melody. Unless the night is used, but with so many cameras watching from the islands in the middle of the lake, the night cannot be used at all. Bai Yi waved his hand. No need for that trouble. I can handle it myself. Don't let your guard down. I heard that the strongest participants have health points that have even exceeded 1,000. And the mutated beasts there are even more dangerous than humans. Bai Yi smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. I've already come up with a foolproof plan. I'll give those high-ranking officials a little shock. You want me to put on a monkey show for you? Heh. What foolproof plan? Come closer. And Xiaodong curiously leaned closer, and Bai Yi whispered in her ear. Her eyes widened instantly, and she looked at Bai Yi in disbelief. Wouldn't this be too? You don't know anything. This is what you call foolproof. Hurry up and prepare as I told you. If you delay my selection and then can't find the Panga USB drive, it'll all be your fault, and Xiaodong. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Bai and Xiaotong Ye's tireless efforts, his health points have exceeded 200, making him fully deserving of the bounty from Black Gun Xiaobai, excluding forbidden items. The surge in his strength didn't make him feel much. What truly ecstatic him was the passage of time. 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Bai felt he had never fought such a rich battle in his life. Even if all 10 kings gathered together, plus the already dead tyrant, he would dare to take them all on by himself. After spending half a month as a recluse, with nothing happening, he roughly figured out the mechanism of the painter's destiny ability. Although painters can manipulate fate to a certain extent, kill people invisibly, and possess boundless insidious abilities, they also have certain limitations. That is, once a person realizes that their fate is being manipulated, they can avoid their fate to some extent by actively hiding themselves and not contacting the outside world. It's like the painter's predetermined fate is that you'll be hit by a car and die when you go out. But if you don't go out, you naturally won't be hit by a car and die. As for whether the painter can bring good fortune directly to his home, Shirayuki doesn't know for the time being. Anyway, he lay low for half a month and nothing happened. Today, he finally went out. With 15 minutes and 38 seconds left, he didn't know who in the world could stop him. Even if a painter is incredibly talented and can gather all 10 zodiac animals to be his enemies, it's just a matter of waving his hand. Chapter 159, I Never Make a Mistake in Love. The most bustling commercial street in Shuguang City. Bai Yi strode arrogantly down the street, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Even though the street was crowded with people, he couldn't see a single one because he was completely disregarding everyone. And Xiaotong, standing to the side, put her hand to her forehead, subtly distancing herself from Bai Yi, pretending to be a stranger. Why are you so far away from me? It's your honor to stand beside me. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. He knew the importance of keeping a low profile, so he didn't directly call himself a god. And Xiaodong was increasingly speechless. She couldn't understand why Bai Yi seemed like a different person. Could it be that he had developed problems from being cooped up at home for half a month? Do you really have to walk like this? What's the problem? I'm afraid you'll get beaten up. You don't know anything. This is called presence. By the way, let's wait a bit before going for the tests. I need to go buy some clothes. The clothes that Fatty Gao gave me are too tacky and don't suit my status. The testing is about to start, or we'll be late. That's exactly what we want, to be late. Don't you know the main character always makes a grand entrance last? And Xiaodong silently rolled her eyes. What kind of clothes do you want to buy? Of course, the most expensive and luxurious clothes. Any recommendations? Then go and buy Xing Shua, a high-end brand under Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce. Starlight? What kind of name is that? And Xiaotong pointed to the tallest building on the commercial street, where a huge screen was playing Xing Shua's advertisement. That's Starshine, but I don't recommend you buy it because it's too flashy. Bai Yi looked up and saw a man in a burgundy suit on the screen, surrounded by a dozen female fans. He had 2 women on his arms, a charming smile on his lips, pointed to the 3 small pure silver stars embedded in his chest, and began to read the advertising slogan. I never make mistakes in love, because I wear starlight. Every stitch is a promise of the Milky Way. Every thread sparkles with the rhythm of a heartbeat. Wearing starlight is like a galaxy of stars shining. And Xiaodong said helplessly, how was it? Wasn't it pretty frivolous? Buy it. Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He loved bright colors, and that fiery red, paired with the 3 dazzling stars on the logo, was exactly what he liked. And Xiaodong. Half an hour later, in front of the mirror in Xing Shua's shop, Bai Yi looked himself over with great satisfaction, then turned to Xiaotong and asked, how is it? And Xiaodong was slightly dazed when she suddenly realized that Xing Shua wasn't so ordinary after all. The young man stood there, dressed in a burgundy suit, as if he were draped in a cluster of burning sunset clouds, the colors as vibrant as the confidence and arrogance in his eyes. His suit collar was slightly open, one hand was in his pocket, and his back was ramrod straight, as if this overly bright red was born to belong to him. Her tall and slender figure, combined with the training she's been doing lately, perfectly complements this outfit. It's not very good, and Xiaodong said, though she didn't mean it. Humph, what a woman with no taste. Go pay the bill. And Xiaodong was taken aback, then pointed to herself. Me? Why don't you go by yourself? Nonsense. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. If I had the money, wouldn't I have gone myself? and Xiaodong was speechless at his confident words. And in the end, she still went to pay the bill, 200,000. Actually, Bai Yi still had some money after buying the hard drive. But when he saw that this outfit cost 200,000, he decisively chose to let in Xiaotong, this little rich girl, pay the bill. Now he understands why Fatty Gao's family is so rich. Damn, how could they not make money selling a single piece of clothing for 200,000? After the testing is over, shouldn't the time and location of the assessment be announced? Why hasn't it been announced yet? The testing isn't over yet. Didn't you see that Professor Pei hasn't put away the equipment and is still waiting there? In a plaza within the Qiming Academy's martial arts section, many people were whispering among themselves. Dozens of people gathered here. They were all students of the Qiming Academy's martial arts department, and also the chosen ones who came to participate in the selection of the 12 zodiac animal candidates. At the Martial Arts Academy, there are only two kinds of people: those who just want to graduate peacefully and work in law enforcement or the military. Another type is more ambitious, intending to become a student of the Chinese zodiac. As a model of genetic modification promoted by Tianqi Company, the 12 zodiac animals hold a superior position, directly under the jurisdiction of the board of directors, making them second only to the chairman. In terms of treatment and power, they were far superior to those law enforcement officers. Therefore, even though the selection process for the 12 zodiac animals is rigorous and even requires signing a waiver of life and death, there are still many people who flock to it, fantasizing about rising to the top in one step. Professor Pei, why haven't you announced the time and place for the assessment yet? A student could contain his curiosity and approach Professor Pei to ask. If it were any other professor present, they wouldn't dare ask, because professors hold very high positions within Qiming Academy and have long been employed by Tianqi Company in high-ranking roles. But when faced with the gentle Professor Pei, the students became much bolder. Professor Pei is a woman in her 30s named Pei Qinghua. She has a strong scholarly air about her, wears black-rimmed glasses, has her hair tied up, and her white lab coat cannot hide her classical and serene beauty. When asked by the students, she simply smiled gently and looked at the list in her hand. All the names on the list had their qi and blood values written after them, ranging from over 1,000 to 300 or 400. Only the place with Bai Ye's name was blank. There's still one person who hasn't arrived. Her voice was as gentle and soft as she was. The student glanced at the list curiously and muttered, Bai Yi? Never heard of that name before. Which class is he in? The students around them were equally bewildered, asking those nearby for answers, but received none. It wasn't that they knew all the students in the Martial Arts Academy, but rather that those who participated in this selection were all top-ranked students in the academy, and they knew them all to some extent. He is not a student of Qiming Academy, Pei Qinghua said softly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students immediately turned pale. The fact that someone who wasn't a student at Qiming Academy was selected speaks volumes about the implications. Damn it, is it the same as every year, cramming people in? In the past, at least someone would come to the school to make a brief appearance and gain the status of a transfer student. This time, they didn't even bother with an act. They just forced their way in. It seems this person has a powerful background. Maybe there's someone from the board of directors. He not only forced us to come, but he was also late, making all of us wait for him. Hey, go ahead and try. In the end, it's all about ability. Once we get to the islands in the middle of the lake, those mutated beasts won't care about your background. That's true, but I'm afraid it might be the private soldiers of those big shots. After all, there are limited type 3 gene serums, and which of those big shots wouldn't want to give their own people a bigger share? Have you all forgotten Yang Yusin, the 5th candidate for the 12 zodiac signs? He wasn't even a student of Qiming Academy. He was just forced in. Damn it. Relying on the board of directors' backing, and being several years older, his qi and blood qi exceeded 2,000 when he arrived. Chapter 160 Arrogant Debut. 2,000? Someone exclaimed. Our strongest participant in this year's selection, Feng Changming, only got 1,002. I'm sure Yang Yusin's score wasn't much higher either. Isn't this bullying the weak? Who says otherwise? I reckon the people who came this time are about the same as Yang Yusin. Damn it, please don't let me be in the same group as him. Damn it, there are only so many spots to begin with, and now these people with connections are taking some of them. I hate these people who use connections the most. Bai Yi nodded seriously. I also hate those who use connections the most, and I also hate those who prevent me from using connections. A student nearby chuckled. Dude, what you said makes perfect sense. Who wouldn't want to get in through connections? That's right. Please make way. I need to use the back door, Bai Yi said with a smug smile, pushing through the crowd. The people around were immediately stunned. They all turned to look at the young man in the burgundy suit, whose bright clothes and arrogant demeanor made him stand out. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Nonsense. He's the one who came here through connections. Didn't he admit it himself? Look at the 3 stars on his clothes. I've seen this shirt in an ad. It's the latest design from Starshine Company, and it costs 200,000 yuan. Holy crap. Really 200,000 for a piece of clothing? A student from an ordinary family exclaimed in surprise. Of course it's true. I saw the advertisement on Qingyun Road just 2 days ago. Qingyun Road? Isn't that a wealthy area? How could they possibly advertise such expensive clothes there? People there can't afford them anyway. It sounds fake. You don't understand, do you? Xingshua's ads are never for rich people. They're for poor people. What's the meaning? Think about it. If poor people don't see the advertisements, how will they know that the Starshine clothes worn by rich people are so expensive? If nobody knows, how can the rich show off their superiority over the poor? Holy crap, that makes sense. Those damn rich people. Disdain, anger, jealousy, and fear were all directed at Bai Yi. He didn't care at all and strode arrogantly toward Pei Qingyue, who was deep in the crowd. His arrogant attitude, combined with his background in clothing, caused people around him to instinctively back away, making way for him in the crowd. That flash of bright red was like a burst of flame. As he walked slowly past, everyone noticed that behind him, there was a girl whose figure was blocked by his tall stature. She wore a white dress. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and her expression was calm as she followed closely behind. It's in Xiaotong from the Faculty of Arts. Why is she here too? And she came with this person, could it be? Within Xiaotong's looks, she would be the center of attention wherever she went, and was privately known as a school beauty and goddess. When she enrolled, many students from the Martial Arts Academy rushed to the Arts Academy just to catch a glimpse of her. The crowd's expressions grew even more grim, and their gazes toward Bai Yi became increasingly hostile. Bai Yi's lips curled into a sinister smile. What the hell are you looking at? If you keep looking, believe me, I'll disqualify you all. The arrogant voice completely drowned out all the noise, and the crowd froze instantly. Some people clenched their fists, some were so angry their faces turned red, but no one dared to utter a sound. Seeing that everyone dared not speak out in anger, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. He had given himself an identity when he was out in the world, and these people didn't know who he was anyway. Moreover, they are all competitors, and it won't be long before they face each other in a life-or-death struggle, so there's no need to hold back. Your behavior will be detrimental to the upcoming selection process. Your teammates will target you. Pei Qingyue warned softly. Bai Yi sneered and asked the student closest to him, will you target me? The student was startled, his face stiffened, and he remained silent. He then looked at another student. Do you dare target me? The man instinctively took a half step back, not daring to answer, for fear of being eliminated from the spot by the man with a powerful background. Ha! Bai Yi laughed arrogantly. Professor Pei is joking. Look, the students are clearly very friendly. Pei Qingyue chuckled and shook his head helplessly. Let's begin the testing. She lightly tapped the edge of her glasses frame with her finger, and a fluorescent green light immediately lit up the lenses, like a screen being turned on. Everyone turned their gazes to see just how much qi and blood this Bai Yi, who had connections, actually possessed, that he dared to be so arrogant. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already seen the test report on Pei Qingyue's desk, which was filled with names and blood energy values. A quick glance, and holy crap, not a single one is below 300. The highest is even 1200. Damn, isn't it supposed to be that you only need 100 health points to participate? How come everyone here has such high health points? What he didn't know was that this had been the case every year. 100 was just the minimum threshold for type 3 gene injection, and what was truly rare was standing out in the islands in the middle of the lake. There have been fools who were so foolish as to try their luck when their health was at 100, and without exception, they all died tragically. Your qi and blood value. Pei Qingyue was somewhat surprised, seemingly incredulous, and repeatedly checked the number displayed in his glasses. Everyone had different thoughts. Professor Pei hadn't shown any surprise when he measured Feng Changming's qi and blood value at 1200, but now he was so surprised. Could it be that this person with connections had more than 2000? No way. This person doesn't look that old, even younger than his classmates. How could he have such a high blood energy value? Thinking of this, everyone began to pray that they would not be grouped with Shiro. To Bai Yi's surprise, Pei Qingyue did not reveal the exact number of his qi and blood value. Instead, he silently picked up a pen, wrote on the form, and then put the form away. Your blood and qi levels are up to standard. Come inside for genetic testing, Pei Qingyue said with a light smile. Bai Yi glanced at Pei Qingyue in surprise, not expecting that this woman would cover it up for him. He was all prepared to teach a lesson to anyone who dared to speak rudely later. It seems she's just like in Xiao Tong, captivated by my handsomeness. I definitely made the right choice buying this starshine outfit. It wasn't a waste of my 200,000 yuan. He firmly believed that if someone showed him malice, it must be because that person was inferior, and if someone showed him kindness, it must be because he was superior. Everyone was itching to know what to do. They had already been piqued by Pei Qingyue's surprise, but to their astonishment, Professor Pei didn't reveal the blood and qi value. Everyone else had already signed up. Professor Pei is so gentle. Is it because he's afraid that our high blood pressure might undermine our confidence? Chapter 161. It turns out I am immortal. Upon entering the laboratory, the alloy door closed automatically. Don't be nervous, just lie down on the bed. Pei Qingyue pointed to the silver bedboard next to him, on which was a detection instrument that looked like a cover. This is a gene testing instrument, mainly used to test whether your genes are suitable for injection of type 3 gene therapy drugs, and what type is suitable. Types? Shiro asked thoughtfully. Just like the 12 zodiac animals, each of them is injected with a different type 3 gene drug. For example, the silver snake has a high compatibility with the snake-type gene drug, so she was injected with the snake-type drug. Matching is crucial. If an incompatible gene drug is injected, it can affect future development at best and cause genetic collapse at worst, Pei Qingyue explained patiently. Shiro suddenly became interested. Which genes were compatible with him? That's obvious. It's definitely the legendary dragon. Is the dragon one of the 12 zodiac animals? Pei Qingyue smiled and said, Of course, I was born in the year of the dragon. You son of a bitch. Who asked you what your zodiac sign is? If it weren't for Pei Qingyue helping him earlier, he would have really cursed. Just kidding. There is no dragon in the current Chinese zodiac. I heard that there used to be, but all the files about the dragon have been sealed, and I have no right to view them. In any case, the dragon's position is currently undecided, because the dragon symbolizes a mythical creature, a unique existence far surpassing other zodiac animals. Why not? Is it because we can't find someone suitable for the dragon-type potion? Pei Qingyue smiled and nodded. Yes, I've done many genetic tests and never met anyone who is compatible with a dragon. Okay, you should lie down now. Maybe you'll be the next dragon. Bai Yi thought so too. The type 3 gene serum was trash. Only the dragon type was barely worthy of him. He lay on the bed as a huge testing instrument emitted a horizontal red light, scanning his body back and forth like a scanner. This thing can't detect that I've been infected with the mutated scarlet virus, right? It shouldn't be able to, since I'm not a real fake human, and I've even been injected with viral serum. He was thinking when suddenly, beep beep beep. The instrument emitted a piercing electrical hum. Warning, warning, gene sequence abnormality. Gene sequence abnormality. Suspected non-human gene sequence. Bai Yi was shocked. Oh no, something terrible is about to happen. It's fate. Damn you, painter. Regardless of whether the painter was behind it or not, he needs to find someone to take the blame first. He sat up abruptly in bed, his gaze falling on Pei Qingyue, who was frantically checking the equipment. He kept thinking of countermeasures. Tianqi Company started with gene research, so it was inevitable that they would be interested in researching his own body. He didn't know what would happen if he exposed himself, but he would most likely become a guinea pig. Drop. Pei Qingyue pressed a red button, and all the alarms stopped abruptly. Her face emerged from behind the monitor, smiling gently. Don't worry, it's just a machine malfunction. That gentle smile, however, seemed somewhat eerie to Bai Yi. Even a fool could see this wasn't a malfunction. What exactly is Pei Qingyue trying to do? At this moment, Pei Qingyue picked up a syringe and walked over. The machine is malfunctioning, so let's use the blood sampling method to test your genes. Don't worry, I have my own dedicated gene testing room. I will personally take it for testing. The results will be available very quickly, and you can get the results at the same time as others. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. A private gene testing room? To take the samples for testing personally? To get the results together with others? If he couldn't understand the hidden meaning in those words, he would truly be a fool. Just as the syringe was about to land on his arm, Bai Yi grabbed Pei Qingyue's hand and whispered, Judgment needs no words. Pei Qingyue's smile grew even gentler. Death is judgment. Now Bai Yi understood everything. No wonder and Xiaodong insisted on coming to the testing site with him. There were several testing sites, but she was assigned to the furthest one, which made him late. It turns out that Pei Qingyue is also a member of the Silent Court. The blood and qi value was tested before. Well, this shouldn't have anything to do with the Silent Court, since reporting the blood and qi value doesn't affect anything. It was completely because Pei Qingyue was captivated by his own handsomeness. The needle fell, piercing Bai Yi's arm, and drew a small tube of blood. Pei Qinghua put away the syringe and smiled. I didn't let Xiaotong tell you my real identity. After all, the fewer people who know, the safer it is. But no one expected the testing equipment to suddenly sound an alarm. She only said that your body is a little special, but I didn't expect it to be this special. Let me formally introduce myself. Pei Qinghua, the Silent Court. She smiled and extended her hand, which Shirano shook. Don't you have a nickname like the Black Knight? Pei Qinghua shook his head. I am not a superhuman. I am just an ordinary person with some knowledge. Bai Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Pei Qinghua to be a superhuman. Wait a minute. He suddenly remembered when he first met In Xiaodong. When In Xiaodong invited him to join the Silent Court, she also said that as long as they were like-minded, even those who were not superhumans could join the Silent Court. It seems that Pei Qinghua is a kindred spirit. It's not only extraordinary individuals who can uphold justice. On the contrary, there are some things that only ordinary people can do. I infiltrated Apocalypse Corporation's research facility, a highly confidential area. Security there is extremely tight, and only ordinary people like me could get in. Bai Yi nodded and asked, by the way, what's the deal with my genetic testing? The test results just now startled me. Your gene sequence is actually quite similar to the pseudo-humans that have been rampaging outside the city recently, and your cells contain extremely high activity. Shiro had always been skeptical about being infected with the mutated scarlet virus. Although it gave him a powerful recovery ability, who knew if there were any side effects? Pei Qinghua happened to be a member of the Silent Court and an expert in this field, so he quickly asked, is there anything wrong with my body? Not only are you healthy, but you also have a recovery ability and potential far exceeding that of ordinary people. A physique like yours is exactly the kind of experimental subject that Apocalypse Company has been dreaming of. The company captured some fake humans for experiments. The experiments found that the fake humans did not have the fatal weaknesses of normal humans. Theoretically speaking, as long as their blood and qi are sufficient, the fake humans are immortal. I estimate that you are in a similar situation now. Even if your skull cracks, you will not die until your vital energy is completely depleted. It's just that your blood and energy are too low. You probably can't withstand many fatal injuries. Chapter 162. No one can hurt God except the Black Knight. Bai Yi was overjoyed, not expecting such a benefit. He only knew that his recovery ability was very strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong it was. Because no one can harm a god except the Black Knight. During In Xiaodong's time as a substitute player, he suffered from muscle strains and fainting spells every day. Pei Qinghua continued. Besides these, once you become a genetically modified person, you won't need to inject stabilizers at all, which will save you a lot of money later. You should know that many people, even if they have saved enough money to buy gene serum, dare not buy it, because buying stabilizers afterwards is a bottomless pit. As long as you are alive, you will need to keep buying them. This is why Apocalypse Tank is selling type 1 gene-modifying drugs on a massive scale. Once you become a gene-modified individual, you have to continuously send money to Apocalypse Tank. Shirayuki clicked his tongue in disbelief. Wasn't this just like buying a car? Saving up the down payment was only the beginning. There were monthly loan payments, maintenance, gas, insurance, parking fees. Only Apocalypse Corporation has stabilizers. Pei Qinghua shook his head. Initially, only Apocalypse Company had it, but there is no such thing as patent protection in the era of the Great Cataclysm. The stabilizer has long been cracked. It is sold in any large city, or even in a decent wasteland town. After all, it is a business that can make a profit without any risk. Over the years, genetically modified individuals have long since become accustomed to it. These can hardly be considered side effects. At most, they're just expensive. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was worried about the cost, but rather the hassle. Who would want to give themselves a couple of injections for no reason? All right, you should go out now. We've been inside for too long, and I'm afraid Xiaodong will misunderstand, Pei Qinghua said with a smile. Bai Yi. After Bai Yi left, Pei Qinghua announced the time and location of the selection assessment to everyone. Meet at the islands in the middle of the lake at 10 a.m. tomorrow. You will be the first group. The number of people selected this time was quite large, with 20 people in a group, and they were released into the islands in the middle of the lake for the wealthy to gamble and have fun. Shiro strongly suspects that the reason for not allowing more people to come to the island is to hold more gambling games. Otherwise, the selection would be completed in one day, and the rich could only gamble for one day. But if it is done in groups and the process is prolonged, the rich could gamble for 10 days or half a month without any problem. In this way, the rich people have fun, and Tianqi Company makes enough money. It's a win-win situation, except that the contestants suffer a bit. The crowd dispersed, and some students with connections went back and began to inquire about Bai Ye's background. This arrogant young man had left a deep impression on them today. However, no matter how much they inquired, they only received one sentence. The order came from the board of directors. A single, concise sentence was enough to deter them from digging any deeper, because it reached the highest level. Within the Tianqi Corporation's sphere of influence, the board of directors is the ultimate authority. Chairman Liu, the young man named Bai Yi that you asked me to keep an eye on has passed the test. Here is his blood and qi test report, as well as his performance during the test. An assistant respectfully placed the form on the desk. Lu Yunxiao ignored him and was reviewing documents. To him, Bai Yi was just a nobody. The reason he mentioned him to his subordinate was because Lu Yao would definitely ask about the test results that night. About half an hour later, he put down his pen and rubbed his furrowed brow. A female secretary immediately came over, knelt down, and opened a storage cabinet to reveal rows of cigars of various colors. Light brown, dark amber, bronze. These cigars not only vary in color, but also in length and thickness. Collecting cigars is one of Lu Yunxiao's few hobbies. Every cigar here costs at least 100,000. During the Great Cataclysm, food was scarce, so people naturally didn't use much land to grow tobacco, which led to a very tight supply of tobacco. In the wasteland, cigarettes are more expensive than gold, let alone cigars. The female secretary took out the third cigar from the left, because it was Wednesday. She gently cut open the cap of the cigar and lit it. Her hands had no calluses from her work, nor were they decorated with any nail polish. They were just a light pink. After lighting it, she didn't hand it to Lu Yunxiao immediately. Instead, she gently put it in her own mouth, took a sip of the slightly spicy first puff, and then handed over the cigar with a faint lip print on it. Lu Yunxiao took a deep drag on his cigar. The woman's fragrance mingled with the cigar smoke, and his brow relaxed, showing a hint of contentment. This female secretary was a cigar girl he specially selected. She was young, a virgin, and did not need to serve him in bed. Her only job was to light cigars. The woman, nicknamed Eggplant Girl, never ate anything spicy or greasy. She bathed in spring water every morning and evening and used incense, just like a delicate object. Seeing Lu Yunxiao leaning back in his chair, the female secretary silently got up, walked behind him, and placed her delicate hands on his shoulders, kneading them gently. After resting for about 5 minutes, Lu Yunxiao remembered Bai Yi's test results. He picked up the test results and started looking at them while smoking a cigar. His previously relaxed brows suddenly furrowed. 202. He had thought Bai Yi would be the kind of outstanding person among ordinary people. Otherwise, how could he become Xiaodong's boyfriend? The results showed that the blood and qi value was only 200, which was the lowest among all the test subjects. He thought about it and agreed. After all, the people being tested were all top students from Qiming Academy, and they couldn't be judged by their standards for an ordinary person. If an ordinary person cultivates qi and blood martial arts from childhood and can have 200 qi and blood points at this age, they can barely be considered a genius among the common people. He continued reading, and his brow furrowed even more deeply. Wearing a starshine shirt worth 200,000 yuan and threatening to disqualify others from the selection process? This time, Lu Yunxiao was genuinely surprised. Even the chairman's own son wouldn't dare say such a thing in public, but Bai Yi had. The in-family's daughter actually likes this kind of person? Could it be that Bai Yi has some kind of leverage over her? He found his absurd idea laughable. A handle is only a handle when it is in the hands of someone of equal status. Otherwise, it is nothing more than a death warrant. Haha, it seems the in-family is still not as good at teaching their daughter as I am. Anyway, Bai Yi isn't Xiaodong's boyfriend, not her daughter Lu Yao's. No matter how despicable he is, it has nothing to do with her. With only 200 health points, and having offended others before the selection even begins, this person is unlikely to survive the selection process and is not worth the trouble. Chapter 163, A Man More Arrogant Than God. Inside in Xiaodong's villa. Is everything I asked for ready? Shiro asked. And Xiaotong nodded, took a black briefcase from the room, and handed it over. I'm ready, but are you sure you want to do this? Bai Yi took the suitcase, opened it to check, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Of course I'm sure. But, and Xiaotong hesitated, unable to finish her sentence. There's no excuse. I didn't break any rules. Which rule in the selection process says I can't do this? I didn't write that down, but I felt it wouldn't have a good impact. If it's not written down, that's fine. If the regulations don't prohibit it, it means it's permissible. By the way, go find that person later. Who? Bai Yi thought about it carefully. It's that dear thing, little dear. And Xiaodong was speechless. Lu Yao had been concerned about your injuries, but you'd forgotten her name. Given her status and position, she should be able to participate in the gambling, right? Go tell her to take out all her pocket money, and also steal some from her father to bet on me winning. As for you, give her all the money you have and mortgage this house so she can place the bets. Win, we'll split the score 20-fold. And Xiaodong was taken aback. What do you mean by a 20% split? You must be mistaken. It should be a 20/80th split. How could I be wrong? It's a 20-point split. You two can give me all the winnings. Of course, I don't want the principal. After all, I have my principles. And Xiaotong laughed in exasperation. We both put in the money, and in the end we only get our principal back, so should we thank you? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Isn't that obvious? As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. I not only let you enjoy the fun of gambling, but also protected your principal. If you don't thank me, who should you thank? And Xiaotong clenched her fists, wanting to punch Bai Yi, but afraid of killing him. She finally gave up, saying expressionlessly, I can give up my money, but I can't make decisions for Xiaolu. Also, her name is Lu Yao, and she's my best friend. Don't forget that. All right, I know. Bai Yi waved his hand impatiently. If you hadn't been calling her little dear all the time, would I have forgotten her name is Lu Yao? You bastard. You can blame everything on me. And Xiaodong finally couldn't hold back anymore and punched Bai Yi's arm. And Xiaodong, are you crazy? It doesn't hurt. I didn't expect my armor to be so powerful that it can defend against 19,800 HP. The next day, in front of a military building on the outskirts of the islands in the lake, dozens of students stood with tense and solemn expressions. In front of them stood 4 burly instructors dressed in black combat uniforms. Line up and come over to sign the waiver, an instructor shouted coldly. Everyone's hearts sank immediately. The words life or death contract struck them like a heavy hammer. They all knew what this meant. Once they signed the life or death agreement, their fate would depend entirely on their own abilities and the will of heaven. Electronic eyes flashing red lights were positioned on the trees and under the eaves around the military building, constantly zooming in on the crowd. The footage was transmitted to a magnificent room where a dozen or so wealthy business owners and ladies dressed in luxurious attire were sitting elegantly on a sofa, holding wine glasses and watching the surveillance footage with great interest. These people were all extremely wealthy individuals from various industries in Dawn City. Distinguished guests, let's stick to our usual practice. Shall we start the first game by guessing how many people will withdraw? A young casino manager stood before them and smiled. 10 million, I bet no one will back out, shouted a fat man with a cigarette in his mouth. Boss Chun has a lot of confidence in these people. Someone laughed. Boss Chun exhaled a smoke ring, removed the slightly deformed cigarette from his mouth with his fat fingers, and grinned. It's not that I have confidence in them, but if you're going to gamble, gamble big. The odds are highest when no one withdraws or when more than 10 people withdraw. Why shouldn't I take a chance? It seems Boss Chun is prepared to dominate the battlefield today. Of course, last time the tyrant hijacked my train, causing me heavy losses. Today I'm going to win it all back. Everyone burst into laughter. They had talked about the tyrant's actions quite a bit during their gatherings afterward. I'm also betting that no one will back out. I'll start with 5 million. A languid-looking, beautiful noblewoman extended her hand, which was covered in jeweled rings. Miss Yu, this is your first time here. Don't follow old Chen's lead. He's notoriously unlucky. The elegant lady named Miss Yu casually fiddled with the gemstone ring on her finger and said indifferently, although this is my first time here, the selection of candidates for the 12 zodiac animals is not a first-time event. Since these contestants dared to come, they must have been mentally prepared beforehand, so I bet they won't withdraw. Miss Yu is still too young and doesn't understand the inherent flaws of these people. That's how people at the bottom are. They're full of ambition before they start, but when it comes to the actual start, they start to back down. 15 million, 5 people withdrew. Little sister Lu Yao, this is your first time here too. Why don't you play a game with your older sister? Don't worry, if you lose, it's on me, Miss Yu said to Lu Yao, who was standing to the side. Her tone was gentle, but her words were laced with obsequiousness. Everyone wanted to curry favor with this beloved daughter of Tianqi director. Even money must bow before the power of the apocalypse. However, Lu Yao seemed not to hear, her big eyes fixed intently on the screen, as if searching for something. Why haven't they arrived yet? Are they lost? Sister Lu Yao? Oh. Lu Yao came back to her senses and smiled sweetly. I'll take a look first, and then play. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Yu. On one side, the rich are placing bets, while on the other side, they are signing waivers. Some people signed their names calmly, while others hesitated for a long time before stepping forward. At that moment, a loud voice broke into the quiet room. Why did it start at 9:59? Wasn't it supposed to start at 10 o'clock? Why didn't they send someone to notify us a minute early? A figure as vibrant as a flame strode forward, carrying a black briefcase in its hand. The contestants had different expressions, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. The instructors, on the other hand, had their brows furrowed. "Are you a participant too?" an instructor asked coldly. "Nonsense. Why would I come to this godforsaken place if I weren't a contestant?" Bai Yi said disdainfully. He was a little more arrogant today than yesterday because the time had been extended by 1 minute. If you were to ask who in this world is more arrogant than Bai Yi, it would definitely be Bai Yi on the second day. The instructor's face flashed with anger at the blunt words. "What's your name? You deliberately arrived just in time. Do you still want to participate in the selection? You don't even know who I am? Didn't the board of directors notify you when they brought me in?" Bai Yi glanced at the instructors and realized. "That's true. Your ranks aren't high, so it's normal that you don't know. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get started. I hate wasting time." Chapter 164. Only 200 chi and blood points? Such arrogant words, including mention of the board of directors, made even the usually tough instructors tremble with fear. They knew of Bai Yi, but they didn't know his specific identity. After all, when the big shots above gave orders, they wouldn't explain anything to their subordinates. At most, they would say that someone needed to be sent in. They initially thought it was the same as before, that he was being trained by those important figures, but Bai Yi's arrogant attitude made them vaguely realize that this person was different from the others. Upon realizing this, the instructors dared not speak. Their job was to arrange the groups, send the participants to the island, select the best location for each person, and ensure the entertainment value of the gambling game to satisfy the perverse desires of the high-ranking officials behind the monitors. For example, group close friends or classmates together, or have men and women land on the island at the same location, and watch them team up to kill everyone first, and then kill each other in the end. Those big shots have long been tired of pure bloodshed, so they need to add more storytelling elements. People who serve those in power naturally dare not offend those who are suspected of having power. Don't block the way. Bai Yi swaggered through the crowd, walked to the table, and casually signed his name, Bai Yi. The instructors noticed this and silently remembered the name. "Instructor, I want to quit." "I'm quitting too." In an instant, 3 people simultaneously raised their hands to withdraw. It was obvious that he was frightened by Shirano. With a powerful background, they don't even respect the instructors. They must have the mutated beasts and resource distribution map of the Lake Islands, giving them a natural advantage in terrain, level of chi, and blood. Anyone who was grouped with such a person would surely die. With these 3 people taking the lead, those who were already hesitant began to raise their hands. In an instant, the number exceeded 10. Behind the monitor, the important figures had different expressions, some cursed angrily, while others sneered. Damn it, not a single one had quit, and I was about to win, but then this guy showed up and scared them all away. Boss Chen cursed angrily. Now we've all lost. Nobody bet more than 10 people to quit. Judging from this person's tone, could he be a relative of one of the directors? Sister Lu Yao, do you know him? Miss Yu asked. Lu Yao didn't hear anything. Her eyes were already filled with that vibrant figure. The red clothes suit him so well. The instructor's face turned extremely ugly. The fewer people there were, the less entertaining it would be. If those important figures blamed him, he would be in deep trouble. At that moment, a man in a black suit walked out of the military building and whispered a few words in the instructor's ear. Director Lu said that the selection competition is based on everyone's ability and no one should be given special treatment. The instructor felt instantly relieved, and his gaze towards Bai Yi turned dangerous. He said loudly, "Let me reiterate, once we reach the islands in the middle of the lake, it will all depend on our own abilities. Whoever is stronger will live. Even if you kill someone, you don't need to worry about retaliation. As long as you survive, you can be injected with the type 3 gene serum and become a candidate for the Chinese zodiac. That's company property, and it's protected by the company." The instructor's words persuaded some people, and upon careful consideration, they realized that it was indeed true. The company had injected you with the precious type 3 gene serum and already regarded you as their private property. If they allowed others to retaliate, the company would ultimately suffer the loss. Moreover, the instructor's gaze towards Bai Yi was clearly different after hearing what the man in black said, indicating that he knew some inside information. Wait, 200. An instructor who was looking at the list suddenly exclaimed, repeatedly looking at the column with Bai Yi's name written on it. 202. Is there a missing 0 at the end? He read it several times and was certain that there was number 0 after 202. What 200? Another instructor asked. The instructor holding the report gave Bai Yi a strange look. His health is only 202. What? Did you miss a 0? No, look if you don't believe me. When the instructors passed around the forms, the participants were in an uproar. 200. His health and vitality value is only 200? Doesn't that mean he's the worst among all the contestants? Could it be that they're hiding their vital energy? Impossible. Even if he can fool the blood and chi level testing glasses, he absolutely cannot fool the testing instruments in the laboratory. Then why is he still so arrogant? I know, he's deliberately trying to scare us away. Such despicable behavior. I'd better be assigned to the same group as him, and see how I deal with him. Feng Changming said coldly. He loathed Bei because he had the highest health points in the first round, 1,200. He thought he had it all figured out and wasn't afraid of facing anyone. But Baiye's appearance yesterday kept him up all night, fearing he might be unlucky and get grouped with Baiye. Now, he's as eager as he was to be grouped with Shirayuki. Instructor, I'm not quitting. Me too. Baiye shook his head helplessly. As a kind-hearted god, arrogance was not his true nature, kindness was. He couldn't bear to see these people lose their lives because of their own ambitions, so he wanted to scare them away. But they failed to understand God's good intentions. Fine. You have already chosen the path to death. Quiet down. Those who want to withdraw, leave now. Those who want to continue the competition, come over and sign the waiver. 5 minutes later, the instructors put away the death warrants and divided the participants into groups. Everyone participated, and no one withdrew. There are 61 participants in total, divided into 4 groups. Those whose names are called, please stand up. The first group, Chen Fong, Wang Ming. Second group, Li Hu. The third group. The fourth group, Feng Changming, Baiye. Feng Changming was secretly delighted, never expecting that his wish would come true. He even suspected that the instructors had deliberately grouped them like this so that he would kill Shirayuki. Baiye only has 200 HP points, yet he dares to be so arrogant. He must have gotten a map of the Lake Heart Islands through connections, knowing all the mutated beast activity areas and the hiding places of resources. The islands in the middle of the lake contain hidden resources, which can be placed not only by Apocalypse Company, but also by the big shots who participate in the gambling, who can spend money to send in resources. The purpose of doing this is simple, to help the player you've bet on win. Of course, the price of the supplies distributed is more than 10 times higher than that on the market. The supplies included not only food and medicine, but also weapons. The instructor must be worried that Baiye's strength would increase greatly after he got the weapon, so he deliberately arranged for me to be in the same group as him. Only I, with my health of 1,200, can ensure that there is no mistake. As for Baiye's background, who cares about background when facing life and death? Just because he has a powerful background, does that mean his teammates would obediently commit suicide to let him win? Moreover, the instructor's meaning was already quite clear. He was practically implying that we didn't need to care about Baiye's background. Chapter 165, Can You Kill Anyone? Does that include instructors? Soon, all the personnel entered the military base to await the arrival of the ships. Each group was led to a separate room by an instructor. Shirano was in group 4, so he entered room 4. Room number 4 is laid out somewhat like a classroom, and even has a podium. The contestants sat in their seats, while the instructors stood on the podium and began to explain the rules. Hand over all your belongings. No items are allowed on the island to prevent cheating. The instructor was looking at Shirayuki when he said this. Of the 20 people in the classroom, only Shirano brought a black briefcase. The others already knew the rules, so they didn't bring anything. Bei, hand over your box. Seeing that Bei didn't react, the instructor walked directly to his side. He reached out to take it, and Shiro did not stop him. What's in your suitcase? He tried to open it, but found it had a combination lock. The box contains 1 million in cash. Now it's in your hands. If any money is missing, you will be held responsible. The instructor's face was gloomy. He didn't believe Baiye's words at all. Who would bring 1 million to participate in a competition for no reason? He said stiffly, I'll keep the box for you for now. It will be returned to its rightful owner when you come back, provided you can come back. He took the box, placed it on the podium, and began explaining the rules. I'm sure you all know the selection rules, but I'll still explain them in detail. In this selection competition, any means are acceptable: poisoning, ambush, or teaming up with others. As long as you win, anything is allowed. As the instructor spoke, a cruel smile appeared on his lips, his ruthless gaze seeming to be fixed on the corpses. The 21 people in the room instantly became serious. Some looked at others with apprehension, some remained calm, and some trembled. From the moment you signed the life or death contract, this game of fate began. Of the 21 people present, only one can survive. This is also your goal for victory, to kill everyone except yourselves, in exchange for that one step to heaven. Are you sure you'll use any means necessary? Baiye's voice suddenly interrupted the instructor. The instructor frowned, but still answered coldly. Any means are acceptable, as long as you can win. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, or launch a sneak attack on your opponent, it's fine. Any other questions? His words were laced with sarcasm. Bai Yi shrugged and asked casually, "So if I kill everyone, will I not have to bear any consequences? You think you can compete?" Feng Chaming sneered. "Your health isn't even a fraction of mine. Once we get to the island, you'll be the first one to die." In this life-or-death battle, everyone had already torn off all pretenses, and their words were utterly devoid of any restraint. Bai Yi didn't even glance at him, completely ignoring him. He didn't need to waste his breath on a dead man. That contemptuous attitude enraged Feng Changming, and he decided that the first thing he would do after arriving on the island was to find Bai Ye's location. The instructor continued, "That's right, you can kill everyone and not bear any consequences. This is the board's supreme decision. In the selection competition, everyone is exempt from responsibility. But that's not something you need to worry about. You should think about how to survive first." Bai Yi smiled slightly, then said something surprising. "Among everyone, does that include you?" Everyone present was immediately shocked. Kill the instructor? Has this kid gone mad? He even dares to provoke the instructor? Not only were they surprised, but even the big shots behind the monitors were taken aback. Hurrah! This year's selection is interesting. I didn't expect to produce such a madman. I really want to see how he dies. Someone, go and tell the contestants in group for that no matter who encounters Bai Yi, they shouldn't kill him too quickly. I want to see if this kid is still so arrogant when he's about to die. Boss Chen burst into laughter. Lu Yao clenched her little fists immediately, silently memorizing Boss Chen's face. She was very worried, but she didn't show it. She believed that this brave and resourceful young knight must have his own plan, and his current arrogance was just part of that plan. Distinguished guests, you can place your bets now. The earlier you place your bets, the more chips you can win, the casino manager reminded them with a smile. There are multiple time periods when you can place bets, but the later you place your bets, the clearer the outcome becomes, and therefore the lower the odds. 50 million. I'm betting on 4 groups of Feng Chaming to win. Boss Chen placed his bet directly, choosing the betting method with the lowest odds but the safest betting strategy. Feng Chaming has the highest qi and blood value among the 4 groups. Although qi and blood value cannot fully represent combat strength, a person with low qi and blood value is unlikely to be very strong. I'll bet 50 million on Feng Chaming. 30 million, to be used to store a set of items. 20 million, Li Hu from Group 2. At the beginning of the betting, no one had the idea of making a big profit with a small investment, so naturally no one placed a large bet. The real highlight was when only a few people were left. 300 million, bet on 4 groups of Bei to win. The slightly immature girl's voice brought a brief moment of silence to the scene. Sister Lu Yao, are you sure you want to spend 300 million to bet on Bai Yi? Miss Yu asked in astonishment. Although these big shots are rich, they wouldn't do something like throwing money away. In their eyes, Lu Yao spending 300 million to bet on Bai Yi is no different from throwing money away. Does Lu Yao have inside information? Could it be that Bai Yi is hiding some unknown methods? No matter what methods are used, it is difficult to bridge the gap of 1,000 health points. The only methods they could think of were things like forbidden objects and superhumans. However, regulations prohibit bringing any items onto the island, and the island's supplies do not include prohibited items. It is even more impossible for superhumans to do so. If Bai Yi is a superhuman and uses his superhuman abilities in front of so many cameras, there is only one outcome. He will be captured by Apocalypse Corporation and used as experimental material. The instructor's face suddenly darkened, and sharp wolf hair grew out of his body, making him look even more ferocious. No one has ever asked me this question before. You are the first. He stared intently at Bai Yi, his anger turning into a mocking laugh. The rules do say that you can't kill instructors, but if you can kill me, feel free to try. Don't worry, if I die, it's because I'm not as skilled as you, and it has nothing to do with you. Everyone was intimidated by the instructor's terrifying aura. They were just ordinary people who had cultivated qi and blood martial arts and had not yet been injected with gene serum. Faced with an instructor injected with type 2 gene therapy, they trembled as if they were animals seeing their natural enemy. All right. Bai Ye's lips curled into a sinister smile as he stood up from his seat, his tall and imposing figure exuding arrogance and disdain. Since you trash are all prepared to die, I will take pity on you and give you a chance to say your last words. Chapter 166 Madness, Lawlessness. Bai Yi, who are you calling trash? You weakling with less than a fraction of my health points. What right do you have to spout such nonsense? Feng Changming's eyes turned icy cold as he slammed his fist on the table, his killing intent palpable. Bai Yi laughed loudly, his smile unrestrained and arrogant. He swept his gaze across the angry faces of the crowd and said, word by word, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. What I mean is, everyone here is trash." "What did you say? Say that again if you dare." The 20 examinees slammed their fists on the table and stood up, their angry glares almost tearing Bai Yi to shreds. Bai Yi ignored him, giving the instructor a disdainful look. "Oh, I almost forgot. You're trash too." "You bastard," the instructor roared. "Do you want to die?" If it weren't for the fact that the big shots behind the monitors were also watching the game, he would have loved to rush up and twist Bai Yi's head off right now. All sorts of foul language were heard, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Behind the monitor, in that magnificent hall, the well-dressed VIPs burst into laughter. "This madman is really interesting. I've figured it out. He's not here to compete. He's here to commit suicide. Miss Liu, are you sure you want to bet 300 million on this madman?" The light in Liu Yao's eyes gradually turned dangerous. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the arrogant voice of the young man coming from the monitor. Hey, can you so-called big shots hear me?" The smiles in the hall vanished abruptly. They frowned slightly as they looked at the large monitor screen, where the young man in the burgundy suit stood with his hands in his pockets in front of the camera. The smile on his lips carried sarcasm and disdain. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I can still make some money if you bet now, otherwise you'll lose everything." A moment of silence in the hall, followed by angry shouts. "Insolence! You're giving us a chance. Who does he think he is? The manager, come here. I'm betting 50 million on him being the first to die. I'll take 80 million. The anger in Liu Yao's eyes vanished instantly. She stared intently at the young man's face on the screen, flamboyant and unrestrained. His fiery red attire made him look like a dashing young general on horseback. That young, flamboyant face contrasted sharply with the somber faces of the powerful figures behind the monitors. The cursing in the classroom stopped abruptly. They stared in shock at Bai Yi in front of the camera, as if they were looking at a monster. When someone does something that completely defies conventional wisdom and common sense, they are seen as a monster by others. How dare he, go and provoke those big shots? In the past, it was common for contestants to hurl insults and expose each other's shortcomings, but no one dared to provoke those high-ranking figures across the screen. If you offend a competitor, you can fight to the death and have a chance to survive and become the final winner. But offending those powerful figures means certain death. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The sound of footsteps, neither too light nor too heavy, echoed in the quiet classroom. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shiro walked out of the classroom step by step. "Bei, what are you doing? The ship is coming soon. If you run away now, it will be considered as a forfeit," the instructor shouted, thinking that Bei wanted to escape. "And let me tell you, the selection process begins the moment the death warrant is signed. No one may withdraw midway, or they will be executed." Bai Yi, who had already opened the door, turned around with a smile. "Who said I was going to forfeit? Then what are you doing?" "Of course, it's to give you and the big shots behind the monitors a little shock." The instructor was stunned, completely baffled by the meaning of those words. "Oh, right. Before we begin, let me double-check the rules. The selection process starts the moment the waiver is signed, right?" "Nonsense. I've said it countless times," the instructor said grimly. Shirono smiled and nodded. "Are you sure it's not against the rules for me to kill everyone by any means?" "Of course, this is a rule set by the board of directors." "Then I'm relieved." With that, Shiryuki slowly pulled his hand out of his pocket. A small, black remote control came into view. The remote control has a very simple structure, with only one red button on it. The 20 contestants were stunned, not realizing what Bai Yi was going to do for a moment. But the instructor's expression changed drastically as he looked at the black briefcase on the podium in horror. "Shirano, you. Let's say goodbye to this world, everyone." Snap. The boy smiled and pressed the red button on the remote control, then closed the door amidst the horrified gazes of everyone. It's a remote-controlled bomb. Run. The chaos inside had just begun. Boom. A deafening explosion engulfed everything, and flames burst forth, destroying the surveillance cameras along with the explosion. Click. In the hall, a violent explosion reached the ears of the important figures. Some screamed in fright, and others dropped their wine glasses. Crimson wine and shards of glass were scattered all over the ground. Their haughty demeanor was shattered by this unexpected explosion. Outside the classroom door, a figure in bright red stood elegantly, quietly watching the flames burst through the door. Bright flames raged, corpses were blasted into pieces, charred bodies screamed in the flames, billowing black smoke. Everything seemed as if the gates of hell had been opened. Shiro casually tossed the remote control into the fire, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He pulled one out, put it in his mouth, leaned forward slightly, and got close to the orange-red flame by the wall. The flame landed on the cigarette, and at the same time, it fell into those dark, jade-like eyes. Hiss! He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Smoke, strands of hair, and bright red hems of clothing all swayed in the heat wave. The security cameras in the hallway transmitted this seemingly frozen moment to the lobby and into the eyes of those important figures. Some were still in shock, some had gloomy faces, and some had their eyes shining, as if little stars were twinkling. Liu Yao stared at the boy standing by the flames with shining eyes. This scene slowly overlapped with the figure of the night boy who had carried her to the window earlier. Brilliant and dazzling. So he smokes too. Liu Yao thought of her father's cabinet full of cigars. Actually, Shiro doesn't smoke, but he's just showing off. In this situation, shouldn't we light a cigarette to liven things up? No one expected it to turn out this way. These important figures finally understood why Bai Yi had asked about the rules so many times. It turned out that he had never intended to go to the island in the first place. Instead, he adopted an unexpected and shocking method that instantly eliminated all the contestants, including the instructors. Perhaps over the years, someone has thought of this method, but no one has ever dared to do it. This is insane. Completely lawless. This selection competition that has been held for many years with the most arrogant and haughty attitude. Chapter 167 is fast-forwarded to, the dawn of gods arrives, the city destroys, and people die. Cheating. He's blatantly cheating. Manager, I'm going to file a complaint. Mr. Chun, whose pants were soaked, roared in disbelief. The explosion startled him so much that he spilled red wine on his pants. He didn't cheat. Liu Yao, who had been speaking very little, suddenly spoke up, her soft voice enough to drown out all the noise. Even the furious boss Chun quieted down. He couldn't afford to offend Director Liu's daughter. The rules do not stipulate that you cannot take action before landing on the island, nor do they stipulate that you cannot use bombs, and there are even bombs among the supplies on the island. Liu Yao slowly stood up, a hint of authority appearing on her youthful face. She calmly looked at everyone and said, Bai Yi's actions did not violate any rules, so he did not cheat. With their own thoughts, everyone suddenly remembered that Liu Yao had just spent 300 million to buy Bai Yi. Oh no, we've been set up by capitalists. It must be that Miss Liu wanted to earn some pocket money and deliberately set up this trap. Bai Yi's arrogant provocations led them to place bets recklessly, while Liu Yao's support left them angry but unable to speak out. Sister Liu Yao is right. Bai Yi did not cheat. On the contrary, he was very clever and seized the loophole in the rules. He deserved to win. Miss Yu said with a smile. Oh dear, it's all my fault for not betting with you, sister. Otherwise, we could have won a lot of money. With her witty banter, the others also laughed, congratulating Liu Yao on winning money with beaming smiles. The atmosphere was harmonious and pleasant, as if the panic and angry shouts just now were an illusion. Bai Yi flicked his finger, and half a cigarette flew into the sea of fire. He smiled, feeling quite pleased, because he hadn't wasted any time. Although we have more time than we can use, a full 16 minutes and 38 seconds, we shouldn't be extravagant. He spends his time killing powerful figures like the 10 kings, or at the very least, someone like one of the 12 zodiac animals. If we use it to kill trash like Feng Changming, who only has 1,200 health points, wouldn't that be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Genius. Bai Yi gave himself a small affirmation to cultivate his self-confidence. Actually, he didn't want to resolve the battle this way. Blame the board of directors of Apocalypse Corporation for coming up with such a boring selection method. It's another battle royale game, and another live-streamed gambling game. God would not participate in such a boring and time-wasting game. If he were to participate in the competition in the conventional way, honestly, he would have to go to the island, find people, find supplies, guard against mutated beasts, prevent ambushes, and even carry a camera while using his abilities. Is this wasting? With his 202 health points, even if he activated time flow variation, 0.5x speed, he might not be able to beat Feng Changming, who has 1,200 health points. In the end, he would have to find an opportunity to hide behind the camera and activate time stop. He wouldn't do that. God doesn't follow the usual path. What humans do, God certainly can't do. What on earth happened? The examiners from the other rooms rushed over, their eyes wide with shock at the mess in the room. Shirano? What happened inside? Why did it suddenly explode? Could it be that an enemy from another force has launched an attack? Except for the first group who had already boarded the ship and left, everyone else was thrown out by the sound of the explosion. In response to everyone's questions, Bai Yi casually replied, "Oh, there were no enemies. I just blew up the entire fourth group, including the instructors. A seemingly casual remark resounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. They could understand each word individually, but when put together, they were completely dumbfounded. After a 3-second silence, an instructor exclaimed in shock and anger, "You killed them all." Bai raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, you." Such a self-righteous answer left the instructor speechless. The other contestants were utterly astonished. Bai's actions had completely shattered their worldview. Their strategy for the competition revolved around setting traps, scavenging supplies, and forming alliances on the islands and the lake. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the chessboard and destroyed it in the simplest and most brutal way. "No way you can do that. You're blatantly cheating. Bombs aren't allowed in the selection process," an instructor roared. "Are you blind? The rules say you can't bring anything onto the island." "Did I bring a bomb?" The instructor hesitated, stammering and unable to answer. "Even if it's not written in the rules, your method is just too unethical." "You're new here, aren't you?" Bai said disdainfully. "What kind of place is this?" "This is a selection competition for the 12 zodiac animal candidates, a brutal and ruthless contest where humanity is twisted and the elites are entertained." "You're talking to me about bottom lines here? Your moral standards need to be lowered." Stop wasting your breath on him. Even if you didn't break the rules by blowing up the other contestants, what about the instructors? You also blew up the instructors of Group 4. This is a blatant provocation against the laws of apocalypse. Ha! Bai laughed wildly. "This has nothing to do with me. It was the 4th group instructor who told me to kill him. If you don't believe me, please watch the video. Oh, by the way, I guess you guys won't understand. So just watch the replay yourselves, or go ask the big shots who participated in the betting. They're all witnesses. That's all just your side of the story. I'll report this to the company, and they won't let you get away with it." The instructors were at a loss for what to do. This had never happened before in all the years the event had been held, and given Bai's connections, they had no choice but to report it to the company. Bai curled his lip in disdain. Since he dared to do this, he wasn't afraid that Tianchi Company would deny it. "Do you really think I'm the same lowly nobody I was when I first arrived in Dawn City? I am now a new era deity possessing 16 minutes and 38 seconds of power. Shiro's idea is simple. When I want to act, you all better pretend not to see it and do your best to cooperate with the performance. Otherwise, I will reveal my true colors." Fast forward to the dawn of a new era. The city crumbles and people perish. At that moment, a man in black with tattoos on his face and wearing sunglasses appeared in the room. No one knew when he arrived or where he came from. Upon seeing this man, the instructor's expression immediately changed. He quickly jogged over and respectfully asked, "Mr. Yang, what are your instructions?" Yang Yusin said coldly, "Miss Lu means that this matter ends here. Do you understand?" The instructor trembled. He naturally knew who Miss Lu, whom Yang Yusin was talking about, was. She was the apple of Lu Yunxiao's eye, the director of Tianchi. Such a powerful figure could lose his life with just a single sentence. Although it's against the rules, that's just the rule. He nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, I understand." Chapter 168. Tianchi should have been surnamed Lu. Soon, the instructor ran back, his gaze towards Bai filled with complex emotions, mixed with a hint of fear. "Since you've already won, go back and wait for further instructions." Bai grabbed the instructor by the collar and said coldly, "I had 1,000,000 yuan in cash in the black box I brought with me, which I handed over to the instructor of Group 4 for safekeeping. He didn't keep it safe, and now he's not going to pay me back? He thinks he can just send me away?" The instructor was shocked and furious. He looked at Bai in disbelief, completely unable to imagine that someone in this world could be so arrogant and shameless. "Don't you know in your heart whether there's 1,000,000 in your black box or not? I don't have that much money, and besides, the suitcase wasn't given to me." Bai interrupted impatiently. "How much money do you have on you?" Just 10,000. The instructor was only thinking about calming things down at the moment. This person was crazy, and he also had Miss Lu protecting him. He couldn't afford to offend him. "Give it to me." Bai snatched the money from the instructor's hand and patted his stiff shoulder with a smile. "I'm a kind-hearted person and don't want to make things difficult for others, so I'll waive the remaining 990,000 for you. Aren't you going to thank me?" Thank you." The instructor forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Bai nodded in satisfaction and strode away. After taking him away, the instructor was still in shock. When he saw the other contestants staring blankly at him, he became furious. "What are you looking at? Get back to the selection process." Lu Yunxiao sat at his desk with a furrowed brow, looking at the recent intelligence in the classified documents. The top-ranked piece of information was surprisingly about the Pangu USB flash drive. As time went on, the principal's words fermented and intensified, and all sorts of rumors spread like wildfire. Tianqi Company is secretly researching the Panga USB flash drive and has mastered a revolutionary weapon of war. It will soon unify the entire Baiman. Some say that Tianqi's chairman is over 100 years old but has not died yet because he has obtained life-extending technology from the Panga USB drive. Various forces have even declared that the Panga USB drive is the commonwealth of all mankind, demanding that Apocalypse Corporation hand over the USB drive, share the technology, and benefit all mankind. Alas, these are turbulent times. Lu Yunxiao sighed deeply, a gloomy and cold light appearing in his eyes. Is the Panga USB drive really in the chairman's hands? The Montenegro incident was orchestrated entirely by the chairman, leaving no opportunity for other directors to intervene. Although it is claimed that the Panga USB drive is in the hands of the Black King, is that really the case? Moreover, the chairman recently held a press conference to address the rumors surrounding Panga USB drives, which seemed like an attempt to cover up the truth. Lu Yunxiao wavered. At first, he still believed that the USB drive was in Black King's hands because Black King was too powerful. That was an utterly unreasonable power. The Apocalypse Corporation and the Zoo had been at odds for many years. Although the Zoo couldn't do anything to Apocalypse, it was also difficult for Apocalypse to send troops to wipe out the Zoo. Because the Zoo director is one of the 10 kings. As long as the director lives, the Zoo can be rebuilt no matter how many times it is destroyed. Such a powerful figure, even with a large army pressing in, would be very difficult to capture if the opponent was determined to escape, unless a powerful figure of the same level intervened. A mere kindergarten director is a headache for Tianqi Company. Then the Black King, the leader of the 10 kings, is even more so. That was a terrifying being who could instantly kill the tyrant Yang Jia. Among the 10 kings, the headmaster is the most powerful, known for possessing millions of beasts and commanding an army of millions of mutated beasts. In terms of war capability, the tyrant is the strongest, the nemesis of all firearms, and the master of the battlefield. However, in terms of mystery and strength, the Black King is recognized as the #1 in the world. No one knows his identity or abilities, and no one can even see how he killed the tyrant. It's perfectly reasonable for such a terrifyingly powerful being to possess the Panga USB drive. The information revealed by the kindergarten director was too substantial, even mentioning the hidden rat in the Chinese zodiac. When considering the Black Mountain incident, the hidden rat did indeed disappear for a period of time. Lu Yunxiao felt that perhaps the truth was as the principal had said. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Most of the board members, including himself, were hoping for the chairman's death. Because the chairman is too domineering, Tianqi Company appears democratic with a board of directors, but in reality, all core power is in the hands of the chairman, making it a one-man show. If the chairman doesn't die, how can Lu Yunxiao advance further? Lu Yunxiao shifted his gaze to the photo on the desk. It was a family portrait with 4 people in it. The younger version of Lu Yunxiao and his wife stand on either side of an old man, who is holding a baby girl in his arms. The old man was his father, a former director of Apocalypse Company. Lu Yunxiao will never forget the words her father said while holding her hand before he passed away. He said, "Yunxiao, Tianqi should have been surnamed Lu. Father, you made a mistake back then, missing out on the chairmanship and died in despair in your later years. I will not repeat the same mistake." Lu Yunxiao murmured softly, as if talking to his father, or as if making a promise to himself. His father named him Yunxiao, cloud soaring, hoping that he would soar straight to the clouds. What is the cloud? The clouds are the sky of revelation. My people are among the core generals and the 12 zodiac signs. Yaoer will soon be married into the Iron Brotherhood. It's only a matter of time before the Type 3 gene drug is cracked. Once the chairman is dead, who can stop me? Unfortunately, the promising situation was ruined by the Panga USB drive. If the chairman had really obtained the Panga USB drive and extended his lifespan. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted Lu Yunxiao's train of thought. Enter. An assistant walked in. Chairman Lu, the results of the first round of the selection for the 12 zodiac candidates are in. Lu Yunxiao frowned slightly. So fast? Didn't it just begin? A strange look flashed across the assistant's face. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "So far, only one winner has emerged. It's Bai Yi, whom you were following before." Lu Yunxiao was immediately surprised. Bai Yi? That kid with only 200 health points won? And so quickly? He was somewhat curious. Give me the intelligence report. The assistant respectfully handed it over. Lu Yunxiao was stunned after just one glance. He checked it several times before he believed he hadn't misread it. It only has a few short sentences written on it. Shirono brought a time bomb to the selection process. and before even boarding the ship, he blew it up, killing all the contestants in the fourth group and the examiners. This made him laugh. Over the years, there have been people who have won the selection competition using all sorts of methods. Honey trap, self-inflicted injury, poisoning, traps, backstabbing. But there was no instance of someone blowing up everyone before they even boarded the ship. Chapter 169 Color Collision. Recalling the last piece of information about Bei, he was wearing a Starry Night outfit worth 200,000 and intimidating others. I initially thought he was the kind of person who was all bark and no bite, but he managed to hook up with Xiaotong because of his outstanding looks. In retrospect, this person was truly audacious and acted in a completely unconventional way. Such an unconventional approach is something ordinary people would never think of, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare to do it. But Bai Yi not only thought of it, he actually did it. Was he sure that Xiaotong would ask Liu Yao to help him sort things out? Chairman Liu, how do you think this matter should be handled? Although Bai Yi's behavior did not violate any rules, it has caused a very bad influence. If he is not severely punished, I'm afraid others will follow suit. I'm worried that before the competition even starts, or even while the competition is still going on, someone might assassinate another contestant. What do you think of Bai Yi? Lu Yunxiao asked. The assistant glanced at Lu Yunxiao's face and tentatively said, "This person is arrogant and reckless. Using such means to win the competition is truly despicable." Lu Yunxiao smiled slightly. "You're wrong. I think this person is quite clever." The assistant's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he had said the wrong thing. He thought Lu Yunxiao looked down on people like Bai Yi, who were from the lower class, so he tried to belittle him. If you were Bai Yi, and you participated in the selection of the 12 zodiac animals, how could you win? The assistant was taken aback, then pondered for a moment. You only have 200 health points. The only way to win is to hide, wait for others to fight, and then launch a sneak attack. You mean, send the monkey to ambush a wounded tiger? The assistant looked slightly embarrassed. It's really not realistic. 200 health points is the lowest in the whole game. The difference is too big. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to win no matter what. Lu Yunxiao laughed and said, "That's right. If an ordinary person were in Bai Yi's position, they would have no chance of survival. But he won. No matter how he won, a win is a win. The means don't matter. The result is what matters. To succeed, one must be like a tree. The more one aspires to the light at the top, the deeper one's roots must be planted in the darkness of the earth. But winning like this might lead to criticism or even rejection in the future." A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Yunxiao's eyes. "If I gave you the choice, would you rather be Bai Yi, who is alive but criticized, or Feng Changming, who was blown up?" The assistant was taken aback, a look of shame flashing across his face. "I understand, Chairman Liu. You're right. Compared to life and death, reputation is nothing. That's enough for this matter. Remember to revise the selection rules. No physical action is allowed before landing on the island." "Yes, Chairman Liu." As his assistant left, Lu Yunxiao lit a cigar, leaned back in his leather seat, and watched the smoke drift like ribbons in his deep gaze. Silently calculating in his heart, Bai Yi's ruthlessness and intelligence showed that he was not a useless person. Since he was not dead and had passed the selection, he could be used by me. What Lu Yunxiao values is not Bai Yi's worth, but the infamily behind Xiaotong. By controlling Bei, they can indirectly leverage Xiaotong to control some of the infamily's resources. Seeing Bai Yi return safely, and Xiaotong's face remained aloof, but her brows unconsciously relaxed. "Did you win?" she asked softly. "Where's the money?" Bai Yi stretched out his hand, and Xiaotong's expression suddenly shifted from sunny to cloudy, and she stared at him expressionlessly. "With the deer." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go get my money back." "We can't get it now. We'll have to wait until tonight." "Why wait until night? What if that guy, Xiao Lu, absconds with the money?" And Xiaotong's face darkened, and she frowned. "She doesn't care about your little bit of money. She's waiting until tonight because she invited you and me to her house for dinner." After saying that, he turned and walked into the villa. Bai Yi pursed his lips, put his hands behind his head, whistled, and followed them inside. He thought to himself, with such a fiery temper, she must be on her period. I can't let her boost my account for the next few days. Night. Liu Yao's driver arrived at Xiaotong's door right on time. Standing at the front door, Bai Yi impatiently urged the bedroom. "Are you done yet? You've been fiddling with this in your room for an hour." Clothes being put on could be heard inside the house. A minute later, Xiaotong walked out of the house in black stiletto heels. A wine-red velvet evening gown accentuated her shapely figure, with tiny diamonds adorning the V-neck that swayed gently with her steps, like shattered starlight. The skirt hem reached her ankles, revealing a section of her fair calves as she walked. The luster of the burgundy velvet shimmered under the light, exuding both elegance and a touch of languid glamour. She walked up to Shiro, who was wearing a burgundy suit, and gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear. How about it? Not very good. Bai Yi clearly remembered how Xiaodong had evaluated him when he bought Xing Shuo this morning, and now she dared to ask again? Wasn't she just courting disaster? And Xiaodong got into the car without saying a word. The car sped along, passing through several military checkpoints before finally entering a huge manor. How big is it? Other manors are nestled in beautiful forests, but Lu Yao's manor is surrounded by an entire forest. Inside, there are small hills, artificial waterfalls, streams, and you can even see a few deer drinking water by the stream. The car drove for 20 minutes inside the manor before arriving at the main gate. Along the way, Shirono encountered no fewer than 100 waiters, as well as squads of patrolling bodyguards. Is this the world of the rich? Shiro was shocked by the sheer amount of money. If a director of Tianchi Company is this rich, how rich must Gao Shana, who is known as the richest man in Baiman, be? No wonder Fatty Gao gave each person a manor. He really can afford to do it. He couldn't wait to find out how much money Xiao Lu had earned for him. The car stopped in front of a castle-like building, and a waiter immediately opened the car door respectfully. Bai Yi and Xiaodong got out of the car and stepped onto the spotless red carpet. A row of waiters stood on both sides of the carpet, with polite smiles on their faces. An elderly man with gray hair, wearing glasses and a tailcoat, stood on the red carpet and bowed slightly to the two of them. Welcome, distinguished guests. Miss is already waiting in the banquet hall. Please follow me. Stepping into the castle, the interior decoration style is not ostentatious, but rather exudes a grand and elegant atmosphere, like a noble family with profound heritage. Xiaotong. Lu Yao ran happily down the stairs, like a joyful little deer. Little deer. And Xiaodong was also very happy to see her friend, but as she walked down the stairs with the short little deer, her figure, which had been hidden by the stairs, was fully revealed, and she was slightly taken aback. Today, Lu Yao wore a wine-red dress with a fluffy tulle skirt that draped like crumpled red velvet and fluttered in delicate arcs as she walked, like petals unfolding in the dark night. Chapter 170, Will Dalian stop training? And Xiaotong glanced at the deer in the burgundy dress, then at her own burgundy evening gown, and at Bai Ye's burgundy suit worth 200,000 yuan. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Ha ha, are you guys playing a match 3 game? Seeing the two people with the clashing colors, Bai Yi was amused. He felt that his aesthetic sense was very good. Didn't he see that everyone likes burgundy? Hello, Bai Yi. Standing in front of Bai Yi, Lu Yao's originally cheerful smile turned reserved. Is your injury healed? It's been fine for a while now. Let's not talk about that. Little dear, how much money did you win for me this time? Bai Yi asked the question he was most concerned about. Lu Yao exclaimed inwardly, her face flushing slightly and her eyes darting away. Why did he call me little dear so directly? We've only met twice. Hey, little dear, I'm asking you a question. What did you just say? Lu Yao pretended to be busy smoothing her hair and fiddling with the decorations on her chest. I'm talking about the money I won this time. Oh, I've deposited all the money I won this time into my card. Please take a seat, and Xiaotong interrupted. Lu Yao snapped out of her daze and quickly invited them to sit down. During the meal, she took out a card and handed it to Shiro. There are 300 million in here. The password is on the back. How much? 300 million. Bai Yi paused, his chopsticks still in his hand, and stared intently at him. Lu Yao was a little embarrassed. Don't think it's too little. It's just that the betting game ended right at the beginning, so I only won this much. 300 million? Don't think it's too little? Are you sure these two words can be put together? Those evil rich people. No, I'm rich now too, so being rich isn't necessarily a bad thing. 300 million is indeed not much. Bai Yi nodded seriously, then quickly took the bank card. Lu Yao took a sip of juice, her lips glistening. She continued, originally, it was even less, only 100 million. But thanks to your provocation in front of the camera, those who participated in the betting got angry and suddenly put in a lot more money, betting that you would be the first to die. Eliminated. Ha! Bai Yi laughed. He didn't expect his provocation to bring him such a pleasant surprise. At the time, he didn't think too much about it. He just felt annoyed that a group of important people were watching him like he was watching a monkey show, so he decided to tease them. In the end, he made an extra 200 million yuan with just one sentence. It's so easy to make money off big shots. Seeing Bai Yi smiling happily, Lu Yao also laughed. They bet on you being eliminated, so I bet against them and ended up winning all the money. Actually, I was planning to spend money to buy some supplies for you on the island. But I didn't expect you to win in this way and not even go to the island. How did you come up with such a brilliant idea? It's absolutely unexpected. Bei discovered that Xiaolu had better taste than in Xiaotong and immediately recognized that he was a genius. Huh, where's in Xiaotong? He glanced at in Xiaotong beside him. The night girl was silently cutting her steak, not saying a word from beginning to end, as if she were invisible. People's vision is limited by the rules. Only by breaking free from the rules can they see a wider world. Master Bai, the PUA master of the wasteland, can spout philosophical ideas effortlessly. So awesome, Lu Yao blinked her big eyes, which seemed to make a sparkling sound. Bai Yi, you'd never guess how funny it was in the hall when the explosion happened. Lots of people were terrified. Even Boss Chun from the freight business wet his pants. Hee. Here's your steak. And Xiaodong pushed the steak in front of Bai Yi. Her voice wasn't loud, but it made Lu Yao's laughter grow softer and softer. Bai Yi glanced at the steak, then at in Xiaodong's calm expression, and a warning bell rang in his heart. Has the sun risen in the west? She'd really be that kind. He asked suspiciously, did you spit in it? And Xiaodong rolled her eyes at him. I'm throwing up. Eat it or don't. It's up to you. Bai Yi stirred the food a couple of times with his chopsticks to make sure there was nothing wrong before eating a piece. Bei, this is for you. Lu Yao took out a box and handed it over. I haven't properly thanked you for saving me last time. During this selection competition, I noticed you were smoking, so I specially got some cigars from my dad. They're the kind you can't buy on the market, and smoking these is less harmful to your health. No one dislikes receiving gifts, just as no one likes giving gifts. Shireen put down the steak and opened the box. A row of dark brown cigars was neatly arranged, glistening with an oily sheen. Good stuff. He smokes to show off, but how can ordinary cigarettes compare to the pretentiousness of cigars? He accepted it without hesitation. Then Lu Yao took out 2 cute cartoon hair clips, each featuring a miniature deer. She gave one of them to Xiaodong. Thank you too, Xiaotong. These are deer-shaped hair clips I made myself. There are only 2 in the whole world, so we'll each get one, hee. And Xiaotong looked at the deer hair clip in her hand. The lines were crooked and crooked, cute yet a little comical. She smiled slightly and said, thank you, little dear. I like it very much. If you like it, I'll put it on for you. I'll help you too. 2 girls in burgundy dresses huddled together, simultaneously reaching out to clip their hair clips into each other's smooth hair. Looking at the crooked hair clip, the 2 smiled at each other. After a satisfying meal, Shiro went home contentedly. 300 million. That could buy so many hard drives. If Baizé dared to come, he'd beat Baizé so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him, provided he even had a mother. The containment conditions for the life-saving money have also been met. And Xiaodong walked over after changing out of her burgundy evening gown and into a cartoon pink pajama. The loose-fitting pajama made her figure look even more slender and thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. From today onwards, you can practice on your own. After so many days, you have mastered the techniques of cultivation. Bai Yetong, who was in high spirits, suddenly jumped up from the sofa and said urgently, Xiaotong, you must not forget your roots. The boosting service was working perfectly fine. How come they just suddenly stopped boosting? The selection competition is over, so there's no need for a booster anymore. What we need to do next is strengthen my body. That will increase your chances of taking the Panga USB drive from the core laboratory. These words were well-reasoned and supported by evidence, leaving even the wasteland PUA master by speechless. The plan they discussed was indeed as described. After being selected, they would be injected with the type 3 gene drug to determine the location of the core experiment, and then their bodies would be swapped, with Bai and Xiaodong going to steal the Panga USB drive. The final step is the most crucial, and naturally, the stronger in Xiaodong's body is, the better. All right then. Bai Yi nodded reluctantly, his eyes revealing an endless desire for Xiaotong to help him level up. He could have tolerated the tedious leveling up process, provided he hadn't hired a boosting service and experienced the thrill of rapid advancement. Ignoring Bai Ye's longing gaze, Xiaotong turned and left. Actually, there was another reason she couldn't use a game booster, which she didn't mention, mainly because she couldn't bring herself to say it. After a long career as a game booster, simply watching was no longer enough for Bai Yi. She worried that if she continued boosting, the sacrifices she would make would be too great. Chapter 171. Oh no. It's fate again. The next day, Xiaotong, the game booster, went to school. Shirono started causing trouble while alone at home. He didn't go out and spend the huge sum of 300 million, lest he be tricked by the painter again. After all, he had just been tricked during the genetic testing. If Pei Qinghua hadn't been one of his own, something bad would definitely have happened. He had already received notification that tomorrow was the day for the injection of the type 3 gene drug, and to ensure everything went smoothly, he decided not to go out today. Ember in the mind space. Ever since Bai Yi saw the Eye of Ember during his last meditation, he has felt like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. This thing is lurking in his body like a time bomb, and who knows when it will cause trouble. So he has to figure it out. Ignite the spring tidings in the snow, and a delicate fragrance wafts through the air. Bai Yi lay on the sofa, his body slumped, completely relaxed. Gently close your eyes, embrace your heart, and focus your mind to begin meditation. Not long after, he fell asleep. Half asleep and half awake, he once again entered the pure white space of his mind. So white, Bai exclaimed. It shows that my heart is pure. One sentence cured my mental exhaustion as a muggle. Then, his gaze passed over the clock of time and the hourglass of time and landed on the Eye of Ember, who was huddled in the corner. That damn big eye is staring at him without blinking. Bai Yi thought for a moment and felt that nothing should happen in his own mental space, since the Eye of Ember seemed to be very afraid of the clock of time and the hourglass of time. He released his mental energy and slowly approached the Eye of Ember. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the Eye of Ember, like a demon breaking free from its cage, flew up and crashed into Bai Yi's mental energy. Boom! Bai Yi felt dizzy and his mind was in constant turmoil. Oh no, it's fate again. You damn painter. Fell back to reality from his mental reverie and abruptly opened his eyes. His left eye's vision appeared as if it were stained with blood, turning the entire room crimson in his eyes, while his right eye remained perfectly fine, seeing the normal scene. His vision was as if it were split in two, one half normal color, the other scarlet. Damn it! The sudden, sharp pain in his left eye made Bai Yi curse, as if countless red-hot needles were churning wildly in his eye. Immediately afterwards, his left eye throbbed like a heartbeat. He quickly pressed his left eye, afraid that his eyeball would pop out of its socket. Could this Eye of Ember be a projection of the mind? Bai Yi stumbled and ran towards the bathroom. He wanted to look in the mirror. But just as he took one step, a shocking change occurred. A suffocating pressure exploded from his left eye, the surrounding air instantly solidified into lead, and all the furnishings, furniture, and decorations in the room trembled violently. Shirano could even see the dust on the ground bobbing around. His eyes were hurting more and more, and he was making more and more noise. 202's magnificent blood energy suddenly erupted, and with the blessing of Feather, he quickly rushed to the mirror in the bathroom. The boy in the mirror seemed like a different person. His skin was pale, and his eyes were indifferent, like the indifference of a god looking down upon all living beings. His left eye had already changed. The iris had turned into a thick, blood-red color, and twisted black lines clung deep within the pupil, like some ancient and evil totem slowly swirling. Sizzle sizzle. The bathroom lights started flickering, and the whole villa began to shake slightly. Bai Yi's left eye hurt even more, and the veins on his face bulged. But the next second, those veins turned into black lines wrapped around his eye socket, like living tentacles. Black lines spread out from around the eye socket, appearing even more sinister and terrifying against the backdrop of pale skin, as if the eye contained a dark power capable of devouring everything. He quickly closed his right eye, because just staring at his left eye in the mirror gave him a feeling of being swallowed up. Picture. Click. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the mirror, dividing the godlike figure of the boy in the mirror into countless parts. Black lines spread wildly across his body and inside him, and he could feel his body gradually losing control. Time stands still. Buzz. A burst of dazzling golden light appeared, transforming into countless golden lightning-like patterns that outlined a huge golden dial beneath his feet. The power of time descended, and the world fell silent. The black lines that had been spreading wildly also stopped. Eyes of Ember. Damn it. Bai Yi's eyes were fierce as he pulled out a dagger and was about to gouge out his own eyes. But he stopped just as the tip of the knife was about to touch his pupil. He suddenly realized something. If the Eye of Ember in his mind space was trying to invade his left eye, wouldn't digging it out now be the same as releasing the Eye of Ember? The Eye of Ember was completely isolated. If it had truly escaped, there wouldn't be an ebony box here. Wait, since the power of time can suppress the Eye of Ember, can I put it back in its place? Bai Yi immediately tried it out. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. But he clearly overestimated himself. Having just experienced such a bizarre scene, even he would find it difficult to calm down in a short time. Shirano panicked. Wasn't this a waste of time? The next second, he instantly entered a meditative state. It turns out that people's potential is often brought out under pressure. Upon entering the mental space, Shiro witnessed a miraculous scene. In a world where time stands still, the second hand on the clock is ticking away, meaning his time is rapidly dwindling. When the passage of time became tangible, he became even more anxious. Where is the Eye of Ember? He frantically circled his mind, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find any trace of the Eye of Ember. Could they have completely escaped? So my left eye is now the Eye of Ember? But that doesn't make sense. Bai Yi sensed something was wrong. His left eye was nowhere near the level of the Eye of Ember. The Eye of Ember was a suspected divine eye, a suspected top 10 divine forbidden object, and an existence capable of controlling tyrants. Just now, I saw my left eye through the mirror with my right eye, but when I looked into it, I didn't have that feeling of facing a god like before. Therefore, he concluded that his left eye had not yet fully transformed into the Eye of Ember, which meant that the Eye of Ember had not yet left the mind space. Where the hell is it? Bai Yi was suddenly startled, recalling the scene when the Eye of Ember had lunged at his mental energy. It was his own mental will that brought the power of the Eye of Ember to the outside world, manifesting in his left eye. Doesn't that mean? The Eye of Ember is within my mind. Chapter 172 Xiaodong. Come and comprehend the mysteries of life with me. Bai Yi entered the mental space with his mind and had no physical form. His current state was more like a legendary soul, a wisp of white smoke that could be gathered and dispersed, and one could vaguely make out his own appearance. With a thought, two illusory hands groped his body and finally found a hot, hard object near his left eye. Get the hell out here. He yanked hard, and a scarlet eyeball was ripped out. The Eye of Ember was furious at the sight of the Eye of Ember. If he weren't in a mental state, he would have stomped on it. Threw the Eye of Ember directly at the clock of time and the hourglass of time. The Eye of Ember bounced off the wall like a bouncy ball and landed in a corner. Time restored. Buzz. The power of time suddenly vanished. Time began to flow in the outside world, but the second hand on the clock of time stopped. 17 minutes and 1 second. He just wasted another 37 seconds. Previously frenzied and restless Eye of Ember returned to its usual quiet state, cowering obediently in the corner. What the hell is this, you damn painter? Bai Yi cursed a couple of times and returned to the outside world. He opened his eyes, and in the shattered mirror, his left eye had been completely restored. However, the house was in complete disarray. The blood and energy of the Eye of Calamity were too terrifying. Just a wisp of its aura almost caused the entire villa to collapse. Fortunately, they were detained and sent back in time. Otherwise, when Xiaotong came home from school, she would have found that her home was gone. Now he understands that the Eye of Ember in his mind space is the original body. He only glanced at it in Vault 189, and somehow it invaded his mind space. Perhaps it was trying to take over my body, but it was directly suppressed by the clock of time, without causing a ripple. As a result, I didn't realize that there was such a thing in my mind space until I learned to meditate. It seems that the power of time can suppress the Eye of Ember, but what if time runs out? Bai Yi frowned deeply. If time ran out, the Eye of Evil might break free and take over his body. Damn it, none of those things that are taboo by the gods are any good. Twin Monkey Statue, by Zhe, and the Eye of Ember. Of these three forbidden objects, is there a good bird among them? He's furious right now, especially after seeing the mess in the house. To explain her house-destroying behavior when Xiaotong comes back. In the afternoon, Xiaotong returned home after school. Upon entering, one sees Shiro wearing a dust hat and apron, cleaning with a broom and mop in hand. Bai Yi heard the door open and looked up to see Xiaotong staring at him with a strange look. That. He was about to say something to defend himself when Xiaotong took 2 steps back and left through the door. She stood at the door, looking left and right, as if trying to confirm whether she had gone to the wrong place. Stop looking. It's definitely your house, Bai Yi said irritably. Xiaotong walked in again, her steps light and quick, her hands behind her back on her dress, a faint smile on her lips. Even gods in the new era do housework. Shouldn't these kinds of chores be done by ordinary girls like me? Bai Yi's face immediately darkened. It was true that Xiaotong had been doing all the housework, and he had only been responsible for causing trouble. Xiaotong asked him to do chores several times, but he refused each time with righteous indignation. The reason is that how can a god of the new era do such trivial things? Now the boomerang has hit him. As the old saying goes, if you can't sweep a room, how can you sweep the world? Life is a journey of self-cultivation, and seemingly trivial matters actually contain the mysteries of life. Bai Yi quickly walked to Xiaotong's side and handed her the broom. Come and discover the mysteries of life with me. Xiaotong smiled faintly, and like a butterfly flitting among flowers, she passed by Bai Yi without looking back, even waving her hand. My lord, you shall understand this on your own. A faint black line appeared on Bai Yi's forehead as he glared at her fiercely. A scheming woman. She's not cute at all. The following day, the god of the new era, carrying 18 minutes and 1 second, stepped into the gates of the Qiming Academy Martial Arts Department. Today is the day for the injection of the Type 3 gene drug. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Once he possessed the body of a dragon, he didn't know who in the world could stop the arrival of the gods. As for the mere side effects, the pseudo-human body doesn't need stabilizers, and its bestial nature is insignificant. Could it possibly compare to the divine corruption of the Eye of Ember? In the empty classroom, the 3 winners who survived the first round of the selection competition sat quietly waiting. Although all 3 were winners, their states were clearly different. Li Hu's young face carried a hint of arrogance. As the strongest player in his group, he won without any surprise. He knew he would soon be injected with the Type 3 gene serum, becoming a candidate for the Chinese zodiac, thus completely shedding his commoner status and becoming a true superior being. He even started looking forward to the day when he would become one of the 12 zodiac animals. Chun Enz looked grief-stricken, his eyes filled with hatred. During the selection competition, he was unexpectedly assigned to the same group as Ruan Qing, the girl he had a crush on. Initially, the two teamed up together, helping each other to defeat other powerful enemies. As they faced life-and-death trials, they developed feelings for each other, and their relationship became increasingly inseparable, until it was just the 2 of them left. Neither of them was willing to make a move, and in the end, the delay was so long that it attracted the instructors to come to the island. The instructor said, "Those big shots have placed heavy bets on you, wanting to see who will survive. So you 2 must make a choice and not spoil their fun. Either one lives, or they all die." Chun Enz knew that he would win as long as he made a move, since his health was much higher than Ruan Qing's. However, he simply couldn't bring himself to harm the person he loved. The same was true of Nguyen Tan. The instructor suggested that the 2 players decide their fate by playing rock, paper, scissors. Seeing Ruan Qing in tears, Chun Enz finally made up his mind to sacrifice himself. He made a deal with Ruan Qing. He would play scissors, and she would play rock. Ruan Qing agreed. However, fate is always unpredictable. He did indeed choose scissors, but Ruan Qing did not choose rock. Instead, she chose paper. He initially thought Ruan Qing didn't trust him, but Ruan Qing's next words made him feel extremely ashamed. "Chun Enz, your talent is greater than mine. You should have been the winner. If it weren't for you protecting me throughout this selection competition, I would probably be dead long ago. Now, it's my turn to protect you." After Ruan Qing finished speaking, she resolutely rushed into the mutated beast horde. Ruan Qing died, her body never to be found. She used her death to obtain a Type 3 gene injection that others dreamed of. But when the Type 3 gene serum was laid out in front of him, he didn't want it anymore. He only wanted Ruan Qing to live. In this world, exchanges are not equal. Ruan Qing's death can be exchanged for the Type 3 gene serum, but the Type 3 gene serum cannot be exchanged for her. Compared to Li Hu's arrogance and Chun Enz's grief, Wu De seemed much more normal. A pair of slightly cunning, beady green eyes darted around, looking around as if searching for something. Chapter 173 Yi Tongya. Wu De wasn't the strongest in their group, but he was the most unethical. In this life-or-death battle, he used every means at his disposal, kneeling down to beg for mercy, poisoning, and using mutated beasts to eliminate his opponent, and finally succeeded in winning. These 3 are the most typical types of winners in the selection competition. Previous winners have also been basically of these 3 types, possessing similar traits. Having any one of these 3 qualities, strength, conviction, and integrity, is the foundation for success. Then, the 4th winner arrived. Bang! The classroom door was kicked open violently. A figure dressed in burgundy stepped into the classroom, the vibrant color complementing the boy's flamboyant expression, like a flame. Bai Yi, with a cigar in his mouth, glanced around and frowned when he saw that there were only 3 winners waiting in the classroom. "Where are all the company people? They arrived later than me. Don't they even want to work here anymore?" Li Hu frowned, his gaze towards Bai Yi filled with disgust. This despicable scoundrel actually came too, and the company didn't even punish him. What a damned nepotism hire. He won the game fair and square, so naturally he looked down on people like Shirano who relied on bombs to win. In his view, it was utterly absurd that someone with neither ability nor morals could be injected with Type 3 gene-enhancing drugs. Once he becomes one of the 12 zodiac animals, this chaotic situation must be eradicated. Chun Enz glanced at Bai Yi, then lowered his head, still immersed in grief. Wu De quickly stood up, his face full of ingratiating smiles. "Brother Bai, you've arrived. Please have a seat. The people in the company are really something, making you wait so long." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and glanced at the man. What are you calling me, Brother Bai? If I didn't know better, I'd think I was a pigeon. Yes, Mr. Bai. I'm not good with words. Please forgive me. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wu Da, and I'm a contestant participating in the selection competition with you. Your methods of achieving such a great victory before even setting foot on the island truly amaze me. That's why I came here early this morning to wait for you, hoping to have a few more words with such an important person as you. I don't need much, just a few words will be enough to benefit me for life. Wu Da said as he jogged over to Bai Yi. He bowed and scraped, extending his arm to guide Bai Yi, as if afraid that Bai Yi would bump into the table and chairs when he sat down. A set of silky smooth horse. His honest words made Bai Yi look at him with new eyes. Although Wu Da looked cunning, he was quite honest. Bai Yi thought Wu Da would change his address to Brother Yi, but unexpectedly he directly changed it to Master Bai. Wu Da had already mentally prepared himself for this. He knew that Bai Yi and Bai Yi were the same. Li Hu watched coldly, his disdain growing stronger. They're truly a den of snakes and rats. To inject Type 3 gene-altering agents with such people is simply a disgrace. He shook his head and stopped looking, lest he offend his eyes. But as soon as he looked away, he found that the light around him had dimmed. Li Hu looked up and frowned. Bai Yi was already standing in front of him, his tall and imposing figure casting a shadow over him. You? Li Hu was about to speak. Snap! A loud slap landed on his face, leaving a bright red 5-finger mark. Li Hu was stunned. He never expected that he would be slapped in the face so soon after he hadn't even exchanged a single word with Bai Yi. After the initial shock came an uncontrollable rage, and his already fierce eyes now appeared even more ferocious. A massive burst of 1,000 units of vital energy erupted, and a scarlet light emerged from Li Hu's body. You disagree? Believe me or not, I'll revoke your eligibility to receive Type 3 injections. Bai Yi said condescendingly, a cigar dangling from his lips. Li Hu's anger abruptly subsided, replaced by a mixture of panic, hatred, and frustration. He ultimately didn't dare to utter a sound, and the crimson aura on his body, like his courage, slowly dissipated. He knew he couldn't afford to offend Bai Yi, someone who could kill his own group members and instructors and still advance in the next level must have an unimaginably deep background. Li Hu kept telling himself, endure. You must endure. Even if you could crush this arrogant man with one hand, you absolutely cannot make a move. The Type 3 gene-modifying drug, which we obtained with great difficulty, must not malfunction at this critical moment. Once they become the 12 zodiac animals, crushing Bai Yi will be as easy as crushing an ant. Ha ha. Seeing Li Hu lower his head and not daring to look at him, Bai Yi laughed arrogantly, blew a smoke ring, turned to look at Wu Da who was staring in disbelief, and asked, Do you know why I hit him? Wu Da carefully recalled Li Hu's gaze and roughly guessed the reason. He flattered. Because he dared to look at you with disdain, of course he deserved to be beaten. Bai Yi's lips curled into a wider smile, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. Wrong. Am I such a petty person? Wu Da was taken aback. Had he guessed wrong? Impossible, this was obvious. And you are? Bai Yi sneered. Because he's so easy to bully. Look at me hitting him, he didn't dare fight back. He didn't even dare to say a word. He's not even as good as a dog on the street. Li Hu kept his head down, his body trembling uncontrollably with rage. He dared not look up, afraid that if he saw Bai Yi's arrogant demeanor, he would ruin his future in a moment of impulsiveness. Looking at Bai Yi's sneer, Wu Da felt a chill creep into his heart for some reason. He knew that Bai Yi had a powerful background, so he thought about currying favor with him. He thought that an arrogant second generation like Bai Yi would be easy to please, because he was good at reading through the thoughts of these second generation people, and he did the same thing when he was in the martial arts academy. He was very pleased with the second-generation rich kids in the martial arts academy, and was thus rewarded with a lot of resources. But now, Bai Yi's words sent chills down his spine. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. This sentence suddenly popped into Wu Da's mind. He realized that Bai Yi was completely different from those brainless and arrogant second-generation students in the martial academy. Based on his past experience, he couldn't possibly guess what Bai Yi was thinking. Because Bai Yi's arrogance is incomparable to those of the second generation, and even their way of thinking is different. Wu Da chuckled twice, his former eloquence seemingly useless at this moment, and he was somewhat at a loss for words. Just then, 2 men in black with cold expressions walked in. 4 winners. You're already late. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Bai Yi walked straight between the two of them. The 2 men in black were slightly taken aback. They exchanged a glance, then silently left the classroom and began to lead the way. Soon, everyone boarded an armored vehicle that resembled a prison van. Two men in black sat in the driver's seat and the passenger seat. The back of the car was completely separated from the driver's and passenger's seats, like a rectangular, fully enclosed cage with no windows, so there was no way to see the outside world. Chapter 174: The Silver Snake's 19th Heartbeat. Inside the carriage, Li Hu bowed his head in silence. Chen Enz was immersed in grief. Wuda focused on flattery, and Bai Yi accepted it all without question. Finally, I'm going to the core laboratory. Panga USB drive, here I come. Bai Yi smiled. As long as he found the most mysterious core laboratory, he could find the Panga USB drive that he had been longing for. At that time, the extraordinary, immortality, genetic modification, the secrets of the great catastrophe, everything will fall into the hands of God. He even felt that the Panga USB drive contained taboo knowledge about time. After all, the example of Panga's substance is right here. If people in civilized times could create Panga's substance, it's impossible that they didn't study time. With knowledge of time, he will be able to use even more time-related divine abilities. He will become a true god of the new era. He couldn't wait. Although the carriage sealed off their sense of the outside world, he and Xiaodong were prepared. That's the locator for the silent court, the white dove ring. He was now wearing Li Baiqian's white dove ring, and Xiaodong, who was hiding in the shadows, could track him from a distance and thus determine the location of the core experiment. After driving for about an hour, the car slowly came to a stop. Click. A man in black opened the carriage door, and the blinding, incandescent light pierced the darkness like a sword, shining on everyone's face. Shirono Kazuma got out of the car first. Have we arrived at the place for injecting the Type 3 gene drug? He glanced around, then frowned. A military base? What lay before them was a small military base, not a laboratory at all. Squads of heavily armed soldiers were on guard duty, including dozens of muscular men in black special operations uniforms. Their fierce and brutal aura was palpable, clearly indicating that they were genetically modified individuals. This is not the injection site. All winners, get out of the car for inspection. Please take out all your belongings except your clothes. After you pass the inspection, someone will take you to the core laboratory, a man in black said expressionlessly. Baiye's eyes flickered slightly. It wasn't that simple after all. If a single sealed car could have led directly to the core laboratory, then the core laboratory would have been exposed long ago. It's impossible that Apocalypse Corporation's adversaries hadn't considered using the selection of the 12 Zodiac candidates to infiltrate the core laboratory. Zoos, especially those that were determined to obtain the Type 3 gene drug, must have tried various methods, all of which ended in failure. Wow, I didn't expect there to be such a handsome young man among this year's contestants. It's really worth it for me to wait here for so long. A familiar voice came from the gate of the military base. The voice was extremely alluring. Even though it was several meters away, it sounded like a soft, seductive whisper right next to your ear, like a cat's claws scratching at your heart. 1,000 turns and twists. A graceful figure walked slowly towards them, her steps swaying, her body as supple as a snake, swaying with every step. Before the person even arrived, a fragrant breeze wafted over. They took a closer look and realized, oh, it's someone I know. The Chinese zodiac, Silver Snake. Silver Serpent walked over with a seductive smile, and the soldiers and genetically modified individuals around her lowered their heads and whispered, "Greetings, Lord Silver Serpent." Li Hu and the others' expressions changed drastically. A silver snake. The silver snake, one of the 12 zodiac animals. The 12 zodiac animals are the goal of all students at Qiming Martial Arts Academy. They have heard the legends about the 12 zodiac animals since they entered the academy. For them, the 12 zodiac animals are not only goals, but also idols. When their legendary idols appeared, they naturally couldn't hide their excitement and awe. Silver Snake ignored them and stared intently at Bai Yi. His burgundy suit and handsome appearance made her heart flutter. This was the 19th time her heart had fluttered since Minghu died more than half a month ago, because Minghu had only been dead for 19 days. As Silver Snake sized up White Snake was also observing this old acquaintance. After a period of recuperation, her skin seemed to have grown back, and she was no longer the little girl from Black Mountain, but a mature and charming older sister. A silver sequin bodycon dress perfectly hugged her curves, and with every step she took, the silver sequins shimmered with tiny sparkles. The dress was so short that it barely covered the top of her thighs. Beneath the hem of her skirt were finely textured black stockings, their weave shimmering hazily in the sunlight, disappearing into her strappy high heels along her ankles. The sound of her heels tapping on the ground seemed to provide a rhythm for every glance she gave. "Young man, you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Silver Snake approached Bai Yi and, As she spoke, she subtly raised the corner of her eye, her gaze captivating and alluring. Bai Yi thought to himself, I've seen it before. When you and Minghu were playing in public in the Black Mountain, I was watching from not far away. The silver snake hasn't changed at all, always talking about brother, brother. On Black Mountain, 2 men she had called brother were dead. One was Brother Nether Tiger, and the other was Brother Tyrant. This is extremely unlucky. I couldn't let myself be recognized, could I? After all, I was covered in dirt and wearing beggar's clothes. He wasn't afraid of being recognized, but rather worried about his identity being exposed. The identity of Black Gun. Xiaoba, that's so embarrassing, he said calmly. Your way of striking up a conversation is way too old-fashioned. Silver Snake chuckled, as expected of someone who dared to blow up the instructor with a bomb. You don't care about your words after knowing my identity. I have to say, little brother, you have successfully caught my attention. Bai Yi's face darkened. Attracting the attention of the Biomother was not a good thing. Speaking of which, shouldn't a pseudo-human body have poison resistance? Burning with jealousy. Why? Why did he get Silver Serpent's attention? I should be the one getting attention. I'm the strongest of these 4. He looked down on the 3 people in his group. Chun In's weakness, Wuda's lack of morality, and Bai Yi's backdoor entry. He believed that he was the best. Moreover, he has always had a special feeling for the Silver Serpent because his idol is the Dark Tiger, as ferocious as the king of beasts. Perhaps because his name contains the character for tiger, and because he has always liked the tiger, the king of beasts, his biggest goal is to become someone like Minghu, or even replace Minghu and become one of the 12 zodiac animals, the tiger. Since Silver Serpent was also the woman of Nether Tiger, he had naturally imagined himself as Nether Tiger and his story with Silver Serpent many times. Legend has it that the Silver Snake is alluring and naturally seductive, but seeing it today, I realize that the rumors are far from true. This is not just charming and alluring, she's downright a scourge to the nation, a woman among women. But now, the goddess he once fantasized about was smiling seductively at Bai Yi right in front of him, and he was powerless to do anything about it. Lord Silver Serpent, it's time for a body search. Dr. Jane is still waiting. A man in black whispered a reminder. Fearing that the Silver Snake might unleash its beastly nature and take advantage of Bai Yi in front of everyone. Chapter 175. How dare you? You dare to blaspheme the gods. A hint of displeasure flashed in Silver Snake's eyes. She had finally fallen for him and wanted to chat a little longer, but she didn't dare offend Dr. Jane. Dr. Jane is the leader of the core laboratory. Although she does not wield power, she has mastered the Type 3 gene drug. He is the founder of the Type 3 gene drug, a talent so great that even the board members treat him with great respect. Little brother, let's talk again after you get the gene serum. With that, Silver Snake slipped a small note into Bai Yi's hand and gently tickled his palm with her soft fingers. My address is here. Remember to come find me. Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Had he been teased? Damn Silver Serpent, how dare you blaspheme the gods? You are doomed. Follow me. The Silver Snake turned and left, leaving everyone with a bewitching silhouette. The group followed behind, heading into the military base. Only then did Li Hu dare to look directly at the Silver Snake, staring unabashedly at her alluring back, his gaze sweeping back and forth. When his gaze shifted downwards and landed on the Silver Snake's thigh, he couldn't help but breathe rapidly. The silver sequin dress snagged the stockings, causing several small holes in the black stockings at the base of the Silver Snake's thighs, exposing her fair skin and adding a touch of allure. Along the way, Li Hu didn't even notice his surroundings. His mind was completely drawn to those few patches of exposed skin. Hearing the rapid breathing behind him, the Silver Snake leading the way curled into a seductive smile. How could she not know that the silver sequin dress would snag her stockings? Of course, she deliberately paired them together unintentionally. Soon, the 4 were led to a closed room, the silver-white metal walls making Shiro feel as if he had returned to Vault 189. The room was spacious, with a full-length mirror as tall as a person in the center and some desks around it, on which were placed several electronic devices that looked like testing instruments. Behind the desk, several staff members were adjusting the equipment. A forbidden item of the Jiao level, the True Image Mirror. The Silver Snake stood beside the mirror, one hand resting on it, and giggled at the crowd. Upon hearing the words, forbidden item, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the mirror. Forbidden items always carry a mysterious aura, belonging to treasures that are hard to come by and can only be found by chance. True Image Mirror more than a person tall, the frame is forged from a single piece of dark silver metal, with fine cloud patterns covering the surface. Deep within the patterns are tiny, sparkling white crystals that emit a very faint cold light under the light, like a layer of starlight frost. The mirror is not as clear as ordinary glass, but has a slightly foggy feel, with a soft silver halo around the edges, like moonlight soaking in water. Don't worry, young man. This forbidden item is not offensive. Its only purpose is to reveal your true appearance. There are too many strange and forbidden things in this world, as well as bizarre and extraordinary abilities. Some can even change their appearance, so you must be sure that you are you and not someone else impersonating you. In addition, it can detect whether you are carrying any contraband on your person or inside your body. When Silver Snake spoke, he didn't look at anyone else at all, as if they didn't exist. In those alluring eyes, there was only Bai Yi. Shiro sighed inwardly, thinking that he was going to waste time again. His identity is definitely not in question. After all, it was Lu Yunxiao who personally handled it. There's no need to worry about the superhumans, because he's a muggle. But he was carrying too much stuff. Black nether mask, white dove ring, panga matter, eye of ember, clock of time, hourglass of time. Of course, he didn't believe that the true image mirror could reflect the panga matter, the eye of ember, the clock of time, and the hourglass of time. None of these things can be faked by the true image mirror. Aren't they all related to God? Let alone a mere Jiao level forbidden item. Even a dragon level forbidden item is unacceptable. But it will definitely reveal the dark shadow and the white dove ring. Unable to hide the two items in front of the Silver Snake, he could only waste time using the time stop function. It's okay to waste a little time for the Panga USB drive. Who wants to go first? Silver Snake asked. Bai Yi immediately stepped forward and walked to the true image mirror. Silver Snake chuckled. Little brother, the mirror will light up later. If you're scared, you can hold my hand. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll report you to the board of directors for harassment. Silver Snake laughed even harder. Sister, I love your cold face. I really want to strip you naked and pin you down, huh? She was slightly taken aback. Was it just her imagination? She looked at Bai Yi's face and, for some reason, felt that Bai Yi seemed even whiter and more delicate than before, with skin as tender as a baby's. This was not an illusion. Rather, Bai had removed the black nether mask, revealing his newly grown face. He had just secretly activated Time Stop and hidden the black nether mask and white dove ring in his desk drawer. At that moment, the true shadow mirror emitted a beam of silver light that struck Hakuno. A moment later, a pale white skull appeared on the mirror. Shiro's expression was slightly strange, as if he were going to the hospital for an X-ray. Lord Silver Serpent, he is not a superhuman, and he does not possess any contraband. He is approved, said a staff member sitting behind the desk. Oh, is that so? Silver Serpent narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Bai Yi. But why do I feel like there's something wrong with him? Upon hearing this, several staff members tensed up and hurriedly checked the true image mirror and testing equipment repeatedly. Lord Silver Serpent, but the results show that he is indeed fine. Silver Snake waved his hand. I don't trust instruments. I only trust my own eyes. Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly, and a murderous intent rose in his heart. Is it a woman's sixth sense? That damn bitch, how dare she ruin my plans? He has already decided to take action. If Silver Serpent really senses anything amiss, he will have no choice but to massacre the military base. At this moment, Silver Snake said again, I want to search you myself. As she spoke, a soft, boneless little hand pressed against Bai Yi's chest and slid down in a slightly provocative manner. Such firm muscles, you have a great body, bro. Bai Yi's face darkened. Damn it. He thought he had been discovered to be abnormal, but it turned out that this bitch Silver Serpent was deliberately making things difficult for him and came to defile him. He raised his hand to slap her, but the Silver Snake grabbed his hand instead. Silver Serpent's smile grew even more sinister. You really are suspicious. Otherwise, why wouldn't you dare let me search you? She grabbed Bai Yi's hand and forced him into a corner, licking her red lips with her wet tongue, her gaze burning. Chapter 176 Silver Snake. I'm furious right now. For the first time, Shiro was troubled by his good looks. What a beast. Silver Snake is simply a beast. In full view of everyone, in broad daylight, they dared to openly harass. This is even more difficult than discovering an anomaly. The consequences of being discovered would be nothing more than a desperate act of violence, using Time Stop to wreak havoc, and then finding another way to locate the core laboratory later. He could be defiled. How could he resist? 202 HP resist the Silver Serpent? Starting and stopping immediately will only lead to exposure. Now, Bai Yi only has two paths before him. Either not resist and watch helplessly as he is defiled. They either rebel or they'll miss out on the core laboratory. He could tolerate it for a while, But he was afraid that the silver snake would become too beastly and take advantage of him, eventually killing him. Seeing the silver snake's hand getting lower and lower, Bai Yi couldn't bear it any longer. Aside from the Black Knight, no other woman had ever touched his privacy. Even the Black Knight only did so secretly when they were switching bodies. Time stands still. Buzz. The silver snake remained motionless, like a frozen statue of a beautiful woman, while her hand rested on Bai Ye's abdomen, almost reaching into his pants. Damn it. Bai Ye's eyes were blazing with anger. He never imagined that one day he would waste his time because of a woman's flirting. Damn it, I wouldn't even use time stop to flirt with a woman, but I ended up getting flirted with by her instead. If it were in Xiaotong, he could tolerate it, but he really couldn't stand the silver snake. He suddenly sprang into action, first prying open the silver snake's claws, and then immediately running to Li Hu's side. The young man's face was filled with anger and longing as he stared intently at the silver snake's alluring back, his body slightly hunched over, not daring to stand up straight. You like the silver serpent, right? I'll give you a chance to show your face in front of the silver serpent. As he spoke, Bai Yi loosened his belt, then quickly returned to the corner and put the silver snake's hand back in place. Time restored. The silver snake grinned lewdly, about to go further. But then Bai Yi exclaimed, Li Hu, what the hell are you doing taking your pants off? The loud shout startled everyone. Silver Snake paused, turned around, and was stunned. Because Li Huzhen had taken off his pants, his two long, hairy legs were exposed to the air, but what was most eye-catching was, Li Hu was stunned. He felt a chill in his lower body. He looked down, and his expression suddenly changed. No, I. His face was flushed, and he frantically rummaged through the pants on the ground. All eyes were on him, and the astonished, strange, and bewildered looks made him feel so embarrassed he wanted to faint. Why? Why did this happen? My pants are too big. That damn swindler. I shouldn't have been so greedy and bought those cheap pants. Why did I have to do this in front of Lord Silver Serpent? My image is completely ruined. Seeing his flustered appearance, Silver Snake chuckled. This little thing is quite unique. It even knows how to salute me. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Today, upon seeing the legendary 12 zodiac animals, they discovered that it was completely different from what they had imagined. This was just something else. Taking advantage of the fact that Silver Serpent's attention was diverted, Bai Yi quickly broke free from her clutches and ran out from the corner of the wall. At this moment, the staff members nearby also quickly got up and ran over. Lord Silver Serpent, let's continue the testing. Don't keep Dr. Jane waiting. The silver snake seemed somewhat disheartened, glaring fiercely at Bai Yi before licking its lips with its scarlet tongue. It seems to be saying, man, you can't escape my grasp. She placed her palm to her nose and gently sniffed, a look of ecstasy flashing across her face. A man's scent is truly intoxicating. Silver Snake lowered his hand, his smile fading. Continue the testing. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost lost her chastity. The testing continued, but the Silver Snake turned and left the room. Outside the room, Lord Silver Serpent, what brings you out here? Asked a very thin staff member with sunken eyes. The Silver Snake narrowed its eyes slightly and said coldly, Am I beautiful? The staff member glanced cautiously at the exquisitely alluring Silver Snake and respectfully said, Beautiful. I'm so beautiful. Why would any man reject me? The staff secretly groaned. Silver Snake was indeed very beautiful, but beneath her beautiful skin lay a perverted heart. When she was in the mood, she would do anything, regardless of the occasion or the person. She was also extremely strong and had many tricks up her sleeve, and she had killed quite a few men. Even the former Nether Tiger exclaimed that he couldn't stand it. At first, many people were willing to follow Silver Snake, even without a salary. But as time went on, these people were willing to sell their houses and cars and go bankrupt in order to find connections to transfer away from Silver Snake. That's really dangerous. When the other 12 zodiac animals lead a mission, unless the enemy is too strong, very few people will die. After all, the strength of the 12 zodiac animals is there. But if Silver Serpent leads a mission, several team members will die before they even see the enemy. He had been following the Silver Serpent for some time. Before following it, his chi and blood value was over 5,000, and he was physically strong. After following it, he lost a lot of weight, and his chi and blood value dropped to only 3,000. If it weren't for the lack of money, he would have been transferred long ago. It must be because that person is blind, the staff member said against his will. Humph. Silver Serpent snorted coldly. I'm furious right now. The staff member's face turned deathly pale, his expression filled with terror, but faced with the Silver Snake's furious gaze, he could only tremble and kneel on the ground. A moment later, the Silver Snake left refreshed, leaving only the staff member who kept retching, looking utterly hopeless. Silver Snake returned to the room, her willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed. Inside the testing room, Chen-Enz was in a standoff with the staff. He clutched a silver earring tightly in his hand, glaring angrily at the staff. "It's just an ordinary earring, nothing forbidden. Why are you taking it away?" The staff member said coldly. "Company regulations stipulate that no items other than clothing may be brought into the core laboratory, regardless of whether they are prohibited items or not. Furthermore, we detected mutated beast genetic samples on that earring. Who can be sure it's not just an ordinary earring?" Chapter 177. How can a person be so courageous? Tianqi Corporation attaches great importance to its core laboratory, but they don't completely trust the true image mirror, worrying that some special items might be able to hide from it. Therefore, even if the test is normal, it is still not allowed to bring any suspicious items. "What's wrong?" The refreshed Silver Snake strode over and asked. The staff member respectfully said, "Lord Silver Serpent, Chen-Enz has violated company regulations by carrying a suspicious earring." "Oh, how is it suspicious? He's a man with no pierced ears, yet he's wearing earrings, which is highly suspicious. Furthermore, my subordinates detected a mutated beast genetic sample on the earrings." Silver Snake nodded, then turned to look at Chen-Enz, who looked tense. "Hand it over." Chen-Enz's eyes were red, and he refused to back down. "This is my girlfriend's only keepsake. It's just an ordinary earring. As for the mutated beast gene, that's because... Tears welled up in his eyes, but he couldn't bring himself to say the rest of the words. "The earring has the genes of the mutated beast because Ruan Qing was devoured by the mutated beast. He wanted to collect the body, but only found bits of flesh and bones scattered on the ground, as well as this blood-stained earring. Because nothing will do," the Silver Snake said coldly. Before the words were even finished, and without any visible movement from the Silver Snake, Chen-Enz suddenly let out a muffled groan, his abdomen caved in, and he flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall. The violent impact caused his hand to slip uncontrollably, and the small silver earring slipped off, tracing a silver arc in the air. It eventually fell to the ground, making a clattering sound. Uft! Blood gushed from Chen-Enz's mouth, and a burning pain shot through his abdomen, making it impossible for him to stand up. But he ignored the pain and crawled toward the earring with difficulty, like a maggot. "Ruan Qing, Ruan Qing." He reached out his hand, as if trying to keep his lover with him. Finally, he got the earring, and a pained smile appeared on his face. But the next second, a high heel landed hard on his hand. "Ah!" Chen-Enz screamed in agony, trying to pull his hand back, but he couldn't. All he could do was hold onto the earring tightly. Even though his palm was crushed and bleeding by the high heels, he still wouldn't let go. Click! A slight cracking sound rang out. Under the power of the Silver Snake, even through a hand, the already fragile earring shattered instantly. The Silver Snake withdrew its foot, but Chen-Enz, as if his soul had been extracted from his body, stared blankly at his bloodied and mangled hand. In his palm, the silver earring shattered into 7 tiny fragments, which embedded themselves deep into his flesh. The crowd fell silent, some unable to bear watching the cruel scene unfold before them. Silver Snake frowned slightly as she looked at her beautiful high heels stained with blood. She lifted her foot again and rubbed it on Chen-Enz's clothes to remove the bloodstains. Only then was she satisfied. A mocking smile played on her lips. "It's clear you love your girlfriend very much, but that's precisely why you can't keep this earring." "Why? Why did you destroy Ruan Qing's last possessions?" Like a wounded wild beast, Chen-Enz got up from the ground and rushed towards the Silver Snake. But he couldn't even see how the Silver Snake made its move before he was sent flying backward again. "Silly boy, I'm helping you." Silver Snake laughed. "In your current state, you can't possibly inject the type 3 gene serum successfully. You can hate me. The more you hate me, the better, because only in this way can you use hatred as an anchor in your humanity, so that you won't be swallowed up by your bestial nature and become a complete beast. All right, now that you've all passed the test, come with me." The Silver Snake turned and left, her serpentine waist twisting as before, her spotless high heels striking the ground like blades. Inside the enclosed train carriage, Silver Serpent sat at the entrance of the carriage, while Shiro and the others sat further inside. She seemed to be guarding this spot specifically to prevent people from opening the carriages or escaping midway. The atmosphere in the carriage was very oppressive and silent. After the incident with Chen-Enz, everyone realized that the Silver Snake is not only silver, but also a venomous snake in the Chinese zodiac. Their terrifying strength, ruthless methods, and twisted psychology sent chills down their spines. Bai Yi also remained silent. He was afraid too, but what he feared was different from what others feared. The others were afraid of Silver Serpent's strength and ruthlessness, but he was afraid of Silver Serpent unleashing his horse-forked insects. So much so that he couldn't help but kill the Silver Snake, thus delaying important matters. Giggle. Silver Snake's giggles broke the silence in the carriage. Oh dear, everyone's silent. This is so awkward. Everyone remained silent. Silver Serpent chuckled to himself. We're still a while away from the core lab. It's so boring just sitting here like this. Why don't we play some games? Upon hearing the word play, Bai Ye's hair stood on end. The carriage was completely empty, just one woman and 4 men. Play? Play what? What the hell could they possibly play? He quickly spoke up to divert Silver Snake's attention. I've discovered that you're a truly wicked woman. It's one thing to break Chen En's earrings, but you even claim it was to help him. You have no shame whatsoever. Li Hu and Wu De looked up abruptly, staring at Bai Yi in disbelief. How could someone be so brave? This is a silver snake from the Chinese zodiac. How could you call it shameless to its face? They knew Bai Yi had connections, but those connections were clearly no match for Yin Shi. Otherwise, how could Yin Shi dare to in public? Now they've realized that Bai Ye's arrogance has nothing to do with his background. It's innate. Silver Snake always had a lot of patience when facing handsome men. She said with a coquettish smile, I don't care about my reputation. I only want you. Num. Shirono felt a chill run down his spine. Those who send harassing messages should be shot. Fortunately, Silver Serpent had just vented his anger and did not do anything excessive. Instead, he explained, you don't know what injecting the Type 3 gene agent means. They only knew they would gain immense power, unaware that this power had side effects. That's animalistic instinct. Type 3 gene-modifying agents differ from other agents. Take me for example, the snake-type gene I was injected with is not the gene of an ordinary snake, but a super gene that has been cultivated. This gene is 100 times more powerful than the genes of snakes in nature. Similarly, the bestial nature it contains is 100 times stronger. Chapter 178 Anchor Points of Humanity. Bai Ye's heart stirred slightly. He thought of Tan from Grey Earth Town. Old Tan. Old Tan is also a genetically modified person, although he is the worst kind, having only been injected with a Type I gene drug, but he does not have the bestial nature of the 12 zodiac animals. Perhaps, but it's not obvious. It seems the difference lies here. The Type 3 gene agent is stronger, but it also contains a greater degree of bestiality. Silver Serpent continued. To successfully inject the Type 3 gene serum, one must find the anchor point in one's own humanity to ensure that humanity is not devoured by bestiality. Otherwise, even if injected, one will only become a complete beast. The selection competition was established for this very reason. Otherwise, do you really think Apocalypse Corporation lacks the money for betting? Bai Yi frowned slightly. You mean, the selection competition is actually meant to stimulate the anchor points in human nature? Little brother is so smart. The silver snake kissed the palm of his hand, then blew a kiss at Bai Yi. It's hard. My fists are hardened. Once I find the Panga USB drive, the first thing I'll do is kill you, you bastard. Although this is our first meeting, I can roughly determine your human nature anchors, such as Li Hu. Li Hu, who was called out by Silver Snake, was invigorated. He had finally caught the attention of Lord Silver Snake. Silver Snake laughed and said, Li Hu's anchor point is ambition and desire. This is the most common type of person among the 12 zodiac candidates, because everyone has ambition and desire. It's just that some are stronger and some are weaker. After the brutal selection process, Li Hu's ambition and desire swelled, becoming even stronger than before. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, after winning the selection competition, Li Hu felt that he was stronger than his peers and could be injected with the Type 3 gene drug. He could expect to be born in the zodiac, so his ambition gradually swelled. Li Hu was unhappy. He thought he was special, but Silver Snake said he was the most common. Take Wu De for example. His anchor points are wisdom and cunning, which are the most human anchor points because the reason why humans can rise above all beasts is because of wisdom and cunning. I read Wu De's selection competition record. He rallied the other weaker contestants and discussed with them the idea of eliminating the strongest contestant first and then deciding the winner later. However, he turned around and went to the strongest contestant to betray him, causing everyone to fight each other so that he could reap the benefits. Discovering hidden supplies but not taking them, deliberately poisoning supplies, using feces to lure mutated beasts, etc. Li Hu looked at Wu De with disdain in his eyes. Wu De smiled awkwardly, trying his best to appear honest and simple. Silver Snake then looked at Chun En's, who had been keeping his head down and remaining silent. Chun En's human anchor is more obvious, Love and hate. Love for his girlfriend and hate for the company. But his girlfriend died, and using love as an anchor is like a castle in the air, which will collapse at the slightest touch. Of all the anchors, love is the most fragile. Love is like glass. There are too many things that can break it, such as the loss of novelty, suspicion, misunderstanding, betrayal, etc. It is so fragile that if your girlfriend has a meal with another man, the once passionate love will crack. But hatred is different. Even if the object of your hatred kneels down and begs for mercy, weeping bitterly, the hatred in your heart will not lessen in the slightest. That's why I said I was helping him. Chun-In suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the silver snake, his chilling, killing intent and anger almost overflowing from his eyes. If someone destroys something you love, but then turns around and says they're helping you, how would you feel? The silver snake laughed even more happily. You see, isn't hatred the best anchor point? Even though he knows I'm helping him, his hatred doesn't waver at all. On the contrary, it becomes even stronger. As for you, young man, she put her finger to her lips, tilted her head, and looked thoughtful. It's hard to determine your anchor point because you didn't even land on the island. You just blew everyone up. Bai Yi curled his lip in disdain. Can't you see it so obviously? My anchor point is confidence, of course. Silver Snake smiled and said, I know, it's arrogance. You son of a bitch. Bai Yi roared. You can't even distinguish between confidence and arrogance. How can you be one of the 12 zodiac animals? Everyone. Indeed, arrogant. The Silver Snake nodded seriously. You son of a bitch. What's your anchor point? I bet it's your surname. Bai Yi retorted. Silver Snake smiled shyly and waved at Bai Yi. Little brother, don't talk nonsense. How could anyone use their surname as an anchor point? It's just a personal preference. Bai Yi. He once naively thought that the silver snake was so alluring because it had risen to the position of one of the 12 zodiac animals through improper relationships. Now he knows that it is not at all. Silver Snake didn't rise to power through improper relationships, but rather rose to power in order to facilitate the use of even more improper relationships. Why are you looking at her like that? You men are allowed to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but we women can't have 3 husbands and 4 wives. Heh, is that what you call 3 dukes and 4 husbands? I can't even be bothered to call you out on it. I just wanted to give all the lovely boys a home. What did I do wrong? Bang. The closed carriage was opened. Bai Yi rushed out immediately. The entire carriage was filled with Yin Shi's foul language, and he couldn't stand it anymore. But just as he passed the silver snake, snap, the silver snake lightly patted the junction of his waist and legs. What the hell? Is there no law anymore? Silver Snake is openly harassing respectable men. Is no one going to do anything about it? Outside the carriage, a group of men in black with cold expressions were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. What's going on? As soon as they opened the car door, a wine-red figure rushed out, cursing and swearing at the silver snake, one of the 12 zodiac animals. The silver snake swayed as it walked out, kissed its own palm, and smiled wickedly, like a master of facial expressions. Behind the silver snake were Li Hu, who was hunched over, Chen-Ens, who was bowing his head, and Wu Da, who had a simple and honest smile on his face. At that moment, a man dressed in a black special operations uniform walked over, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. Lord Silver Serpent, it's Dr. Jane. Silver Snake's smile vanished instantly, and her expression turned serious. She took the walkie-talkie and said respectfully, Dr. Jane. A calm male voice came through the walkie-talkie. Silver Snake, you're late. Silver Serpent quickly explained. I'm sorry, Dr. Jane. Some of the selected candidates were carrying prohibited items. No need to explain to me. Dr. Jane's calm voice rang out. I don't like wasting time. Remember, there shouldn't be a next time. Silver Snake bowed deeply. Yes, Dr. Jane. Beep, beep, beep. The walkie-talkie was disconnected. Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly. This was Dr. Jian, the developer of the Type 3 gene drug? They value time just like me. No wonder they were able to develop the Type 3 gene drug. He seems to be an important figure in the core laboratory. Perhaps he knows where the Panga USB drive is hidden in the laboratory. Led by the man in black, the group entered a military fortress made of steel. Chapter 179, The Fortress Defending the 10 Kings. Inside the steel fortress, Bai Yi silently followed behind the group, his eyes darting around. This is the core laboratory? It doesn't look like it at all. A circular steel wall encloses the steel fortress, stretching as far as the eye can see, like a coastline. Every few meters along the city wall, there were soldiers armed with live ammunition stationed, and even machine guns resembling Gatling guns. The defenses inside the city walls were even more elaborate, with sentries almost every 5 steps and squads of soldiers patrolling, leaving no blind spots to be found. There are no bird song, no insect chirping, only the sound of the wind and the low hum of machinery. "Get in the car," Silver Serpent said to the group as he stopped in front of an armored vehicle. Getting in the car again? Bai Yi frowned immediately. He hadn't done anything else all day except be teased and ride in cars. Quick-witted, he would have been pounced on by the silver snake in the car. The core laboratory hasn't arrived yet. What you're seeing now is just the outer military defenses. Not there yet. Bai Yi felt his patience was about to run out. The meticulousness with which Tianqi Company operated was outrageous. Seemingly sensing his impatience, Silver Snake laughed and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the head of the park, one of the 10 kings, has been keeping an eye on the Type 3 gene drug, so the company naturally has to pay attention to the security of the core laboratory. The military base you are currently in is just one of a vast defense line. There are 3 lines of defense surrounding the core laboratory, hundreds of military bases, and more than 50,000 soldiers stationed there. There are thousands of genetically modified individuals, including 2 members of the 12 zodiac animals. Everything here is built with defenses designed for a 10-king level enemy. Even if the headmaster finds this place, he won't be able to break into the core laboratory. What if the headmaster doesn't launch a full-scale attack, but sneaks in? Do you think these soldiers will be able to find him?" Bai Yi took the opportunity to ask the question that concerned him. Silver Snake laughed so hard, as if she had heard a joke, that Li Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. If the headmaster sends 1,000,000 mutated beasts to launch a full-scale attack, there might still be a chance to break into the core laboratory. But if he's really foolish enough to sneak in alone, even the 10 kings will die. Bai Yi curled his lip in disdain. "Keep bragging. All 10 kings are still alive and well. I've never heard of any king being killed by the Apocalypse Company. Even the tyrant who just died was killed by the Black King." Mentioning the tyrant, Silver Serpent's expression darkened. Tyrant, brother. Not sleeping with a tyrant was one of the biggest regrets of her life. She slept with all 12 zodiac animals, and now her biggest dream is to sleep with all 10 kings. It's like collecting cars. You feel really bad if you don't collect them all. I've collected all 12 zodiac cards. Now I'm just missing the 10 kings. Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine. The tyrant killed one of your boyfriends, Ming Hu, and yet you're here reminiscing about the tyrant. Seemingly sensing something amiss, Silver Serpent suppressed his sorrow and said seriously, "The company has never killed the 10 kings because they dare not infiltrate this place. If they dared to come, they would surely die. This place isn't just home to soldiers and genetically modified individuals. It also contains corporate-made experimental subjects and forbidden substances. God's taboo? That is indeed very dangerous." Bai Yi is currently troubled by this thing, which truly lives up to its name, making even a god of this new era wary of it. The main problem is that these things are unreasonable and disregard power. They only play with concepts and rules. What taboo items are there here? Silver Snake's lips curled into a strange smile. "Little brother, you're asking so many questions. Are you planning to infiltrate the core laboratory?" Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and said something surprising. "You're absolutely right. I'm going to infiltrate in a bit." Well, why don't you sleep with me before you sneak in? That way, you'll die a romantic ghost." Silver Snake joked. She couldn't possibly believe Bai Yi's words. She just thought he was very humorous. Bai Yi's face darkened, and he stopped talking. This woman, Yin Shi, seemed to have nothing on her mind but to sleep, and she couldn't stop talking about her surname. Soon, everyone boarded the vehicle again and set off. It was still a completely enclosed carriage, and the outside roads were not visible. When Bai Yi got out of the car again, he finally arrived inside the legendary core laboratory. The car didn't stop outside at all, but drove directly into the core laboratory, so much so that Bai Yi didn't even know what the core laboratory looked like in its entirety. This is bad. Bai Yi thought to himself that this was troublesome. Even with the white dove ring for location tracking, it was useless. And Xiaodong could at most find this military base, but she couldn't get in at all. Mere Black Knight possibly break into a military base that is said to be able to stop even the 10 kings? The military base covers a vast area and is filled with various military fortresses. How can Xiaodong determine the exact location of the core laboratory hidden within the military base if she cannot enter? Moreover, when he was in the car, he could feel a slight downward sensation, which indicates that the core laboratory is not on the ground, but underground. Silver Snake led the 4 people through a long, silvery white corridor, where the bright, dazzling, incandescent lights overhead shone. Bai Yi pondered to himself that his plan to switch bodies and infiltrate the core laboratory was likely to fail. Even if he got on in Xiaodong's account, he still had to get through 3 long steel defense lines and countless soldiers. Activating time flow variation is completely useless. It can evade the soldier's eyes, but not those life detection radars. Not to mention that there are 2 zodiac animals and 1,000 genetically modified individuals stationed here. To infiltrate silently, the only option is to use time stop. The problem is, how much time would it waste to search for the hidden underground core laboratory while using time stop? With this thought in mind, Shiro decided to temporarily change his plans. Now that she has already entered the core laboratory, why doesn't Xiaotong need to change her name and infiltrate again? After injecting the dragon-type gene serum and increasing his strength, he can completely use time stop to find the Panga USB drive. Even if their overall strength is not as good as in Xiaotong's, at least they don't have to waste time searching for the core laboratory. Chapter 180 Dragon? Dr. Jane, the 4 candidates for the 12 zodiac animals have been brought here. Silver Snake pushed open the door of a laboratory and respectfully addressed the man in the white coat behind the experimental equipment. The man in the white coat frowned, seemingly oblivious, and continued to stare intently at the computer screen. About 30 seconds later, he finally looked up. The crowd finally got a good look at him. He was about 35 years old, with gold-rimmed glasses, slightly curly hair, and a refined appearance, but he had deep wrinkles on his forehead, indicating that he often frowned. Dr. Jane didn't even glance at the crowd before ordering, "Tie them up." After saying that, he lowered his head and continued to immerse himself in his research. Silver Snake seemed to be used to it and pointed to a row of white beds standing upright on the left, saying, "Get on the beds, everyone. There are handcuffs and shackles by the beds. Remember to secure them." Wuda's expression changed slightly, fearing he might become a test subject. He bowed and asked, "Lord Silver Serpent, this is?" Upon seeing Dr. Jane, Silver Serpent also became serious and said coldly, "Type 3 gene serum will invade your gene sequence and scramble and recombine it. The process will be a little painful. To prevent you from moving around, you need to be tied up. See that little stick over there? Remember to bite down on it, so you don't accidentally bite off your tongue." Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Behind any outrageous rule, there must be an outrageous story. Binding and gagging. This must be incredibly painful. But now that things have come to this, faced with the temptation of the type 3 gene serum, no one will back down even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead. Soon, everyone secured themselves to the bedboard. At that moment, a lab assistant wearing a white lab coat walked in carrying a silver metal tray. 4 syringes emitting a crystal blue light were prominently displayed on the tray. Each syringe is also numbered, from 1 to 4. The lab assistant took out an A4 sheet of paper and began to compare. "Who is Li Hu?" Li Hu, who was tied to the bed, quickly said, "Yes, that's me." The lab assistant nodded. "Li Hu, number 1. As he spoke, he began to attach various vital signs monitoring devices to Li Hu's temples and other parts of his body. This is to collect experimental data after injection. Seeing the lab assistant approach with a syringe, Li Hu couldn't hide his nervousness. Sir, which type 3 drug am I being injected with?" The lab assistant glanced down at the form and calmly said, "Tiger type." Li Hu was instantly overjoyed. Tiger form. I knew it. He had always dreamed of becoming a man like Minghu, and now he had finally taken the first step. With the death of the Nether Tiger, a position in the 12 zodiac animals has become vacant. In the future, I might be able to take over and become the true Nether Tiger. His ecstasy came to an abrupt in the moment the needle pierced his skin. "Ah!" A shrill scream came from his mouth, and his body trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted. If his body had not been restrained beforehand, he probably would not have been able to stand up. The lab assistant, already used to this, moved on to the next person. Wuda nervously swallowed. "Sir, I..." Before the lab assistant could speak, Silver Snake picked up the A4 paper and started looking at it. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Gecko? It's rare to see a person whose genes are compatible with a gecko. I never expected you to be a gecko." Wuda asked nervously, "Lord Silver Serpent, is there any saying about geckos?" Silver Snake smiled slightly. "You have a strong ability to survive. Geckos can regenerate their tails after they break off. After you are injected, you will have the ability to regenerate your limbs. You can also climb walls, have night vision, and release toxins. Although your strength is far inferior to that of a tiger, your overall qualities are quite good." Wuda breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't a bad gene. He had heard before that a senior from the Martial Arts Academy had gone through life and death to pass the selection competition, only to find that he was a match for the sloth gene. After the injection, his blood and chi improved significantly, but the speed was extremely slow and his reaction was sluggish. On his first mission, he was used as a live target by the enemy and was beaten to death. It is said that the senior student was only 100 meters away from the lake. If he had entered the lake, he could have escaped by using the sloth's swimming ability. But it was precisely in this 100-meter distance that the enemy let him run 50 meters first, and then shot him dead at 51 meters. Before Wu De could ask any more questions, a sharp needle had already pierced his arm. Ah! His screams were even more pitiful than Li Hu's. Next up is Chen En's. The silver snake looked surprised. Another rare genetic breed. Want to know what it is? Chen En's remained silent. The silver snake gave a sly smile. You don't want to know, but I'm going to tell you anyway. It's a honey badger. Honey badger? A look of surprise flashed in by Ye's eyes. Isn't that the honey badger? He had previously read about honey badgers in the animal world. These creatures are not large, have unconventional silver backs, and look somewhat cute, but they have an extremely fierce personality, disregarding life and death, and ready to fight if they disagree with you. There is no wild animal in nature that the honey badger dares not fight. There are even many jokes about honey badgers online. In one zoo, a honey badger was so enraged by a lion's roar that it dug a hole and escaped overnight to fight the lion. A honey badger was knocked unconscious after eating a venomous snake, but continued eating it after waking up. Although it sounds like he's a hothead, if Bai Yi really had to choose between a honey badger and a tiger, he would definitely choose the honey badger. Honey badgers have thick, tough skin and strong flesh, making them extremely defensive and immune to poison. They are hard to find an opponent of the same size. As the honey potion was injected into Chen En's body, his expression suddenly became ferocious and terrifying. He clenched his teeth and did not scream like Li Hu and the others, but instead groaned repeatedly. Finally, we arrived at Chirano. He couldn't help but feel hopeful. It must be a dragon, right? Given its near-human immortality, wouldn't it be inappropriate not to give it a dragon? Others cannot adapt to the dragon because their bodies cannot withstand its power. How could I not be able to withstand it? Silver Snake glanced at the expectant white snake, then looked down at the A4 paper, her expression turning to surprise. This is... Bei understood Inch's reaction. She must have been frightened by the word dragon on the paper. Young man, I didn't expect you to be a good match for it. It's really unexpected. I thought you would be a lion. Bai Yi scoffed. How could a lion be worthy of me? A dragon would be more like it. The silver snake took a deep breath and said seriously, You're right. It is indeed a dragon. The lab assistant gave the silver snake a strange look, but said nothing. Instead, he picked up the syringe and silently began to inject the snake. Bai Yi was secretly delighted. With the dragon's genes, his chances of using time stop to find the Panga USB drive had increased even more. Unexpectedly, the silver snake suddenly chuckled. Hee hee, just kidding, it was a little white rabbit. What? Wait a minute before injecting. What's this little white rabbit? Holy crap. Chapter 181, The Most Suitable Genes. Before Bai Yi could finish speaking, he felt a cool liquid enter his bloodstream, followed by the tearing of cells throughout his body and an unimaginable pain sweeping over him. But the pain lasted only half a second before his cells began to repair themselves rapidly, and waves of warmth surged forth. It doesn't hurt. Is it a mutated scarlet virus at work? He became increasingly aware of the power of the mutated scarlet virus. Upon reflection, it made sense, as the mutated scarlet virus was a product of the civilized era. The type 3 gene-modifying agent is a product of the cataclysmic era, and in the end, it is nothing more than copying what others have already done. Can infection with a mutated scarlet virus grant immortality? Can injection of a type 3 gene-modifying agent achieve the same? Although it didn't hurt, Shiro still had to pretend to be okay, so as not to appear too special and be caught as a guinea pig. He closed his eyes and started swaying. Everyone else was trembling, but he wasn't. How out of place. A look of surprise flashed in Silver Snake's eyes. She hadn't expected Bai Ye's willpower to be so strong as to be inhuman. As the recipient of the type 3 gene drug, she was well aware of the pain during the injection, a pain that exceeded the limits of human endurance. Every cell in my body felt like it was being pricked by needles, not one prick at a time, but rather needles that were constantly being inserted into my flesh and stirred around inside, and the needles were red hot. If she hadn't been tied up, she definitely would have committed suicide. But Bai Ye's reaction was completely different. He didn't even scream, only keeping his eyes tightly closed. Little brother, I'm really growing to like you more and more. The silver snake's eyes lit up, but then his expression darkened. It's a pity that you were injected with the white rabbit gene, so you're basically out of luck with the 12 zodiac animals and not within my collection scope. But if you come with me, I'll protect you. Bai Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Explain yourself clearly. What exactly did I inject? The silver snake was startled, as if it had seen someone come back to life. You can still talk. Not only her, but even Dr. Jane, who had been observing the experimental data, looked up in surprise. Bai Yi quickly pretended to be in great pain. I'm naturally insensitive to pain. Explain yourself clearly. What the hell is this little white rabbit? It's a rabbit. You haven't seen a white rabbit before. Go to hell with that little white rabbit. Shiro started to feel pain, not physical pain, but heartache. Where's the dragon? Even a lion would have been better, or even Wuda's gecko would be better than a little white rabbit. The silver snake giggled. Don't be discouraged, little brother. What's wrong with a white rabbit? At least it's cute. Snakes love to eat white rabbits. As for your abilities, let me think. What are the characteristics of a white rabbit? Delicious meat, cute, loves carrots and green vegetables. Bai's face grew darker and darker. Could it be that he ate too many spicy rabbit heads in his past life, and the boomerang chased him here? I've got it. The silver snake's eyes lit up. The little white rabbit's characteristic is its strong reproductive ability. This characteristic is wonderful. After you're done, you must come to me tonight to test your ability. You son of a bitch. If I weren't tied up right now, I would definitely kill you, you bitch. Bai Yi never imagined that his most compatible genes would be those of a rabbit, specifically a white rabbit at the bottom of the food chain. Does this mean that from now on, in addition to Black Gun Little White, I'll also have to add Little White Rabbit to my shameful nickname? What's the use of rabbits? Etc. He suddenly realized that it might actually be of some use. Rabbits have excellent hearing and eyesight, and are naturally alert, allowing them to detect danger in advance. With strong hind limbs, rabbits are highly agile and have a high jumping ability. According to the animal world, rabbits have extremely fast burst speeds, reaching speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour in short-distance runs. They are also agile and can suddenly change direction while running. Shiran suddenly realized that she might actually be a good match for the little white rabbit. Possessing the power of time, he is not afraid of head-on confrontation, but he cannot guard against sneak attacks. The rabbit gene can make up for this. Time flow variation increases speed exponentially. Once you have the agility of a rabbit, activating time flow variation will result in an exponential increase in speed. Time can also be used as a backdrop, since the faster the speed, the more time can be saved. The thought of saving time instantly made Bai Yi feel better. A perfect match. As for the silver snake's reproductive ability, well, it's alright. A moment later, roar. A non-human roar erupted from Li Hu's mouth, and the visible sound waves caused everyone's clothes to flutter. Sizzle. The restraints binding Li Hu snapped off, and he fell off the bed, landing on all fours. His bloodshot eyes were filled with bestiality, and he looked at everyone as if they were food. He roared repeatedly, saliva dripping from his mouth, and his already burly body swelled up to a full size, radiating a scarlet light. Dr. Jane remained calm as she glanced at the data on the monitor. Your chi and blood value has increased by 1,000, so the compatibility seems good. However, your willpower is too weak, and your mind has been clouded by your animalistic instincts, Silver Serpent. Silver Snake chuckled. Then let me, your older sister, help you wake up. Roar. Li Hu roared as he charged toward the Silver Snake, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The next second, a scream rang out, and before anyone could even see how Silver Snake made her move, Li Hu was trampled under her feet. Her sharp high heels pierced through his clothes and skin, digging deep into the flesh of his back, causing blood to gush out. Are you awake? The Silver Snake asked, looking down at him. Li Hu's beastly eyes instantly cleared. I'm sober. Please, Lord Silver Serpent, be kind enough to let me go. Humans have proven countless times that wild animals can be tamed, and tigers are no exception. Just then, a gust of evil wind rang in the Silver Snake's ear. She curled her red lips into a smile, and her right hand shot out like a venomous snake, swiftly grabbing Chun-En's neck. She turned to look into Chun-En's eyes and found that although there was bestiality in them, there was even more hatred. So it wasn't a beastly outburst, but rather you wanted revenge now that you had the strength? Too bad. With your power, you can't even touch the hem of my clothes. With a fierce flick of his wrist, the Silver Snake sent Chun-En's hurtling towards Wu Da, who was about to go berserk. Bang! Their heads collided, blood flowed down their foreheads, and they both regained consciousness. Young man, it's your turn. What do you mean? Get the hell off me right now. Silver Snake was taken aback. Looking at Bai Yi, who seemed completely unaffected, she blinked blankly. Wait, where's your beastly nature? The company chose to have the 12 zodiac animals escort them so that they could use their absolute power to suppress their animalistic instincts. No matter how strong a person's willpower is, if their mind is suddenly invaded by bestiality, they will experience a brief period of berserk and chaotic state. At this point, as long as we use absolute power to make them feel the fear of life and death, we can dispel their bestial nature and restore their clarity. Chapter 182: The Ten Kings, the Scapegoat. Whether it was a misperception or not, Bai Yi felt a powerful force surging within him, much stronger than before. He intended to break free of the restraints like Li Hu and the others, but when he exerted force, only his legs opened, and the restraints on his hands only tore slightly. Okay, it's just an illusion. Or rather, it's not strong enough. However, he did inherit the characteristics of a rabbit, namely strong hind legs, and his legs became very light and powerful, as if he could leap up to the height of a 5-story building in one bound. Silver Snake untied his restraints and looked at Bai Yi with suspicion. Could it be that the little white rabbit has no beastly nature? Dr. Jane suddenly said, "No, animality is not just the hunting instinct of wild animals. Their living habits, reproduction, and behavior are all part of animality. Just as birds can fly, horses are born standing, and humans are born crying without being taught. These are things etched into our genes and instincts. Injecting gene editing agents will give rise to animal instincts in the human body. If these instincts cannot be overcome, the person will ultimately be consumed by their bestial nature and become a complete beast." Bai Yi understood what he meant. He had thought that being consumed by bestiality was like a rabid dog biting anyone it saw. In reality, this is not the case. Some herbivores lack the hunting instinct. When consumed by the animalistic instincts of herbivores, they become irrational and simply prefer to eat grass. Although he was injected with a rabbit-type drug, the bestial nature contained within it is not weak, just like others, only manifested in a different way. Tigers and honey badgers have aggressive genes, so they are affected by their bestial nature and thus exhibit aggressiveness. And you? Dr. Jane stared at Bai Yi with a strange look and said, "Your behavior is incredible. Logically speaking, even if you don't show aggression, you should be influenced by your rabbit instincts, walking and eating grass by hopping, and even your consciousness should fall into self-doubt, forgetting that you are human and unable to communicate normally before you regain consciousness. But none of this manifests in you. Your bestial nature hasn't affected your humanity in the slightest." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Isn't that obvious? How can bestiality affect divinity? He vaguely recalled that when he was injected with the gene serum, he seemed to see the figure of a little white rabbit enter his mind. And then it just stopped. Within a second of entering, I was glared at by a giant eyeball, eye of ember, and vanished. The mental space is a projection of the mind, a concrete manifestation. Bai Yi guessed that the little white rabbit that was personified in the mental space should represent animality. TSK, they died a horrible death. I've only ever seen one person with such a strong will as you, Dr. Jane said, her gaze intense. Who? That was my mentor's most perfect creation. Dr. Jane's words suddenly revealed a hint of fervor. I am determined to create a work that surpasses my mentor's, but I have been struggling to find a perfect test subject. Now, I see the possibility in you. Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine from the fanatical gaze. He felt as if Dr. Jane was about to dissect him on the spot. What are the backgrounds of the people at Tianchi Company? It's bad enough that he's being targeted by Silver Serpent, but now he's being targeted by Dr. Jane? You damn painter. Was it you who did this again? The painter, who was taking a sauna in a bathhouse, suddenly felt a chill. Why are you shaking? Gu Huangquan asked. The painter's face turned slightly pale. I don't know why, but I've been feeling really unwell lately. I often feel a chill down my spine, my hands and feet are cold, and I break out in a cold sweat. You know that my destiny is a fate-related ability, so I'm very sensitive to good and bad fortune. I suspect some terrible omen is lurking around me. You have kidney deficiency. Gu Huangquan. I'm not kidding you. I'm serious. I strongly suspect it's the Black King causing this. Huh. Are you sure you're talking about the Black King and not a ghost? I can't be sure if it's the Black King, but this feeling only came about after the Black King was born. This is the second time in my life I've had this feeling. The first time was when I first became one of the 10 kings. That feeling of being a scapegoat is exactly the same as it is now. Gu Huangquan's expression turned somewhat strange. That is indeed very serious. After all, you are known as the Scapegoat King. The painter's face darkened, and he angrily tugged at his hair. Do you think I want to be a scapegoat? What can I do when people look at me with prejudice? He grew angrier as he spoke. Those bastards from the Brotherhood of Steel, they clearly wanted to expand their territory, so they found a pretext to attack Apocalypse Corporation. After fighting for 2 years and realizing they couldn't win, they wanted to stop the war, but didn't want to admit defeat, so they blamed me. insisting that I secretly used destiny to start the war. Calls for a ceasefire must be made to prevent the painter's plot from succeeding. What the hell is this conspiracy? Why would I start a war if I had nothing better to do? As a result, they reached a settlement, and my bounty skyrocketed, making me a top 10 king. In addition, there were previous incidents such as the robbery of the Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce caravan, the clash between the chief judge and the tyrant, the destruction of the mechanical god cult stronghold, the death of the Yin family's patriarch from a heart attack, and the betrayal of the Azure Dragon, the leader of the 12 Zodiacs. All of this has been pinned on me. I'm so fed up. Whenever there's a conspiracy or an accident, they always manage to blame it on me. Why did I awaken a fate-related ability? Fate is cruel. The blame I'm taking this time is no less than when I first became one of the 10 kings. Gu Huangquan pondered for a moment. Is it possible that it's because you're cheap? Bullshit. How am I being cheap? The painter immediately became agitated. I felt sorry for Canglong and helped him. Is that wrong? The mechanical god cult is arresting people everywhere and carrying out mechanical modifications. Is it wrong for me to report their strongholds? That arrogant tyrant said I wasn't worthy of being one of the 10 kings. Can't I use the chief judge to vent my anger? The Zhenfu Chamber of Commerce is incredibly wealthy. Fine, you're not being mean. It's me who's being mean. It's pointless to bother with you. My mentor's perfect creation is the first 12 zodiac animals. Silver Snake's expression changed drastically. Dr. Jane, this is a company secret. You can't say any more. Dr. Jane didn't even glance at the Silver Snake, remaining immersed in her own fanatical fantasy. Get out. Silver Serpent roared, grabbing Li Hu and the others and rushing out of the laboratory. The lab assistant's expression also changed drastically, and he hurriedly ran out, afraid that if he was too slow, he would hear even a single extra word. In an instant, only Bai Yi and Dr. Jian remained in the huge laboratory. Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Tianchi Company has a way of training dogs, huh? I don't even dare to listen to it. However, Dr. Jane is quite ruthless. In order to surpass her mentor, she completely disregards everything once she gets excited. Chapter 183 Bai Yi. You have the potential to surpass the 10 kings. Dr. Jane remained immersed in her own world. The first of the 12 zodiac animals, the Azure Dragon. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Azure Dragon? Never heard of it. Dr. Jane then added, he is now the zoo director, one of the 10 kings. The headmaster? Bai Yi was taken aback. Now he had heard it. Your name is Bai Yi, right? Your physique and willpower are practically the perfect candidate for a dragon. I just looked at the experimental data. Dr. Jane excitedly grabbed Shiro's arm. When you received the gene editing injection, there was no rejection reaction whatsoever, and your animalistic instincts couldn't affect you. Wait, Bai Yi interrupted. I've already been injected with the rabbit-type serum. How can I become a dragon? Aren't you only allowed to inject one type of gene serum? Dr. Jane showed no displeasure and asked, do you believe that dragons exist in this world? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. Dragon? In his memory, dragons did not exist in the world. At least he had never seen one. Dragons were more of a symbol, a spiritual totem, existing only in myths and legends. However, he couldn't be sure that dragons didn't really exist. Perhaps they did exist a long time ago. After all 11 of the 12 zodiac animals exist, so there's no reason to list a non-existent dragon. If one day parrots, tigers, and fireflies become extinct, many years later, when people see the related records, they will think they are myths. How could there possibly be a creature in the world that can speak human language, has the character Wog, King, written on its forehead, and glows at night? Perhaps it happened before. That was Shirano's answer. Dr. Jane smiled slightly. You're right. Dragons may have existed in the past, but they certainly don't exist now. Since they don't exist, I naturally can't obtain dragon genes to create dragon-shaped potions. That Azure Dragon? The Azure Dragon is not a dragon, or rather, it is a man-made dragon. The mythical dragon has a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a fish, and claws like an eagle. Bai Yi suddenly realized. Could it be that the Azure Dragon was injected with multiple type 3 gene-enhancing drugs to become a dragon? Dr. Jane gave him an approving look. That's right, this is the dragon. The reason why the dragon has power far exceeding that of the other zodiac animals is that the other zodiac animals were injected with only 1 gene serum, while the dragon was injected with 11. Holy crap, how many injections does that take? Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He knew that the other zodiac animals were injected with 5 injections, so the dragon would need to be injected with 5 by 11 injections, which is 55 injections. Dr. Jane was taken aback. She hadn't expected Bai Ye's thought process to be so peculiar. Would a normal person be concerned about how many injections to give first? No wonder it's a dragon of the future. It's unaffected by animalistic instincts. There aren't many injections. If it were you, after you've received the 5 injections of the rabbit-type drug, you would only need to receive 10 more injections of different gene drugs, 1 injection of each. 15 stitches in total. 15 injections to become a dragon? Doesn't that mean I'm not injecting a little white rabbit at all, but 1/15th of a dragon? Bai Yi cured his mental exhaustion with one sentence. Huh? What bullshit, little white rabbit. I am 1/15th of a dragon, and the future is bright. Low emotional intelligence, the innocent little rabbit. High emotional intelligence, 1/15th of a dragon. He has always considered himself to have high emotional intelligence. All beasts can transform into dragons, Dr. Jane said with a fanatical expression, speaking rapidly. With your physique and will, plus my technology, we can definitely create a dragon that surpasses the Azure Dragon. After you have digested the 5-needle rabbit-type potion, I will tailor-make a fusion agent for you, adjust the injection volume and injection sequence of each injection, and design a matching fusion plan. 10 years. Give me 10 years, and I can make you a true dragon. 10 years? Bai Yi felt like he'd been doused with cold water. 10 years from now, would I still need Jackie Chan? I'd be a god by now. Why does it take so long? Dr. Jane explained, injecting gene-enhancing drugs is not an easy thing. If one could gain great power simply by injecting them, then Apocalypse Corporation would have been filled with the 12 zodiac animals long ago. The first injection of the Type 3 gene serum is the simplest, requiring only a blood and chi value of over 100 and some willpower training. One can receive the injection. The second injection requires a blood and chi value of 2,000. The third injection requires 5,000, the fourth 10,000, and the fifth 20,000. Is the minimum requirement for the fifth injection 20,000? Doesn't that mean Xiaodong has only just met the minimum requirement for the fifth injection? And blood values of the Nether Tiger and the Silver Serpent? Bai Yi witnessed the Battle of Black Mountain and knew very well that Xiaodong was the weakest among them. Without the support of the knight, she wouldn't even be able to squeeze into the first tier based on her health points alone. It was the defense of the knight's armor and the sharpness of the pure silver cross sword that gave Xiaodong the strength of a first-tier player. It now appears that the Dark Tiger Silver Serpent's health and vitality are not just slightly higher than Xiaodong's, but significantly higher. Although they don't seem very strong when fighting the tyrant, that's because their enemy is the tyrant. No matter how strong your health is, you'll just get beaten up anyway, so there's no difference. If Xiaodong were to face off against Minghu, she would definitely be outmatched in terms of stats, but her armor could defend against attacks, and her sword could pierce through Minghu's body. If the two sides really fight, Minghu has a better chance of winning, but Xiaodong is not without a chance of winning either. It depends on her condition, skills, mentality, and grasp of the timing of the battle. Health and vitality values are ultimately just data on paper. Just like playing a game, unless you have a huge level advantage, you can still win by skill. Wait a minute. What about the eagle from the Chinese zodiac? Its health points are also in the tens of thousands. Bai Yi suddenly thought of Mr. Ng, who was still dead. No matter how you looked at it, that guy didn't seem to have tens of thousands of health points. Dr. Jane looked at him with surprise. I didn't expect you to know Eagle. Speaking of which, he is also one of my masterpieces. He is different from the other 12 zodiac signs. The other zodiac signs are comprehensively enhanced, while he is specifically enhanced. Only his eagle eye and other genes that are beneficial for sniping are enhanced. Although physically weak, he is unparalleled in the world when it comes to sniping. So that's how it is. He always thought the eagle got in through connections, but it turns out it's extremely specialized. Actually, thinking about it, it makes sense. If all 12 zodiac animals were melee fighters, their functions would be too repetitive. Having an eagle that specializes in long-range attacks can certainly make combat tactics more flexible. Forget about the eagle path. Although it's low risk, you'll never become a dragon. You need to strengthen yourself in all aspects. Improving your chi and blood value step by step and reaching the standard level is not difficult. With more training in combat, there is still hope. What is truly difficult is willpower. The more Type 3 gene drugs injected, the stronger your bestial nature will become. For most people, 2 needles is the limit. 3 needles indicate strong will, 4 needles demonstrate astonishing willpower, and 5 needles are extremely rare. As for the legendary dragon, its willpower transcends human capabilities. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that with the heart of a mortal, it rivals that of a god. Dr. Jane's gaze was intense, and the way she looked at Bai Yi was as if she were watching a new legend rise. In all these years, I have only seen one person whose will rivals that of a god, Azure Dragon. Strictly speaking, Azure Dragon was also a failure. If he hadn't awakened his extraordinary abilities and used them to control his beastly nature, he would never have been able to become a dragon. But you are different. Your will even surpasses that of the Azure Dragon. Even when the Azure Dragon was injected with the Type 3 gene serum for the first time, it was somewhat influenced by its bestial nature. Although you were injected with a rabbit-type drug, which puts you at a lower starting point than Azure Dragon, your potential definitely surpasses his. In other words, Hakuno, you have the potential to surpass the 10 kings. This round of praise really pleased Bai Yi. See, that's why he's a PhD. Highly educated people have good judgment. Lie down quickly. I'll dissect you first, measure your data, and then use your genes for rejection testing. Damn it. Bai Yi's face darkened. I knew that no one with high knowledge was a good person. Chapter 184. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a dragon before? Dr. Jane had already eagerly pulled out his scalpel from his pocket, but just as he was about to begin, he paused slightly. No, you just received the gene injection, and your blood and chi levels haven't stabilized yet. The data we get now will definitely be inaccurate. We have to wait a little longer. He sighed repeatedly, as if he didn't want to wait even a second longer. Bai Yi silently withdrew his hand. He had almost punched Dr. Jian in the head. How long? Your current chi and blood value is fluctuating between 700 and 800. It will probably take another day for your chi and blood value to stabilize completely. I know you can't wait to become a dragon. Don't worry, just wait patiently for one more day. After one day, I can dissect you and obtain the data. I will then personally design a plan for you to become a dragon. One day is enough for me to get the Panga USB drive. Once I have the Panga USB drive, becoming a dragon will be a piece of cake. Just then, Bai Yi suddenly paused. Wait a minute? 700 to 800? How come my health only increased by 500? Rabbits are small herbivores, so they can't compare to creatures like tigers. Although your health points have increased less, your agility definitely surpasses theirs. Bai Yi wanted to ask more questions, but Dr. Jian seemed to have short-circuited like a robot, standing there for a second before quickly pulling out a mobile phone communication device from her pocket. I almost forgot. I'm going to tell the board of directors right now, tell them this good news, and ask them to allocate more funds to make you my exclusive test subject. Bai Yi sneered inwardly. Dr. Jian, you're just like the silver serpent, already on the path to your death. Having learned how to become a dragon, he no longer needed Dr. Jane's personalized injection package. With the mutated scarlet virus present, he doesn't need to worry about gene conflicts, so he doesn't care about the injection order or dosage, since it can all be suppressed anyway. As for bestiality, it goes without saying, in the face of divinity, bestiality is nothing more than a roadside nuisance. In other words, as long as there is enough 3-gene drug and enough time to digest it, he can inject himself and become a dragon. At this point, Dr. Jane should not be allowed to perform an autopsy, lest she discover the secret of the mutated scarlet virus. Given Apocalypse's character, he himself would probably become a guinea pig. It's me. Connect me to the chairman, Dr. Jane commanded into the communication device. Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Dr. Jian's status is really not low. He directly communicated with the chairman of Tianqi. A deliberately hushed voice came from the other end of the communication device. Dr. Jane, the chairman is resting in the hibernation pod. You can tell me what's wrong. The voice was very soft, but Bai Yi heard it clearly, as if someone was speaking right next to his ear. Is this a rabbit's hearing? Not only that, he even heard the silver snakes far away outside the door. Li Hu, the three of you go with the staff to the observation room to rest. You will need to be observed for half a day after the gene injection to ensure there are no abnormalities before you can leave. Li Hu hesitated and said, Lord Silver Serpent, what about Bai Yi? He's fine, but his constitution is a bit unusual. Dr. Jane will probably need to study him for a while. Li Hu was overjoyed. Research? Probably not dissection. The thought of Bai Yi being in trouble made him happy, and the fact that he had become a tiger made him even happier. He would be even happier if the silver snake could go to the observation room with him. Unfortunately, he couldn't have his wish. The silver snake waited outside the laboratory door, never leaving his side. Li Hu, huh? I'll make sure you're not happy in a minute. Bai Yi's eyes were fierce in the laboratory. Although he could not hear Li Hu's thoughts, he could hear the sound of Li Hu's blood rushing and his throat-suppressing laughter. It was obvious that he was gloating. When a person is happy, even if they are not laughing, their body will send out many subtle signals. Bai Yi overheard all of this. I'll say it again, go and call the chairman. You can't make this decision. Dr. Jian said coldly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Yes, Dr. Jane. After a while, an aged voice rang out. What is it? Despite the legendary chairman of Apocalypse, Dr. Jane remained indifferent, as if only experiments could pique his interest. Chairman, I found a candidate for dragon. Go on, the chairman said, his voice still low and unwavering, seemingly unconcerned. Among the candidates for the 12 zodiacs this time, there is a contestant named Bai Yi. He has a special physique and a strong will, no less than Songlong back then. I need more funds and manpower. In less than 10 years, I will definitely be able to create a new leader of the 12 zodiacs. Dr. Jane thought the chairman would agree immediately, but the chairman only coldly asked, do you think I can wait another 10 years? Dr. Jane frowned. Even if you die, Apocalypse Corporation will still exist. As long as Long is in charge, Apocalypse can be guaranteed to be safe and sound for 100 years. Bai Yi, who was eavesdropping, put his hand to his forehead and said, Dr. Jian, let's talk about emotional intelligence. You have absolutely no emotional intelligence. You're cursing someone to die while demanding funds. The chairman is practically civilized for not directly cursing you. What meaning does Apocalypse have without my intervention? The chairman said coldly. I will provide you with the funds and manpower. You can train new dragons, but you must remember that one thing is of paramount importance. That thing, a Pengu USB flash drive. Bai Yi was overjoyed. Was the Pengu USB drive really in the core laboratory? It seems that the chairman of Tianxi is really about to collapse. He doesn't even care about dragons anymore. He only cares about using the Pengu USB drive to prolong his life. However, this is just right. Bai Yi doesn't want to be valued, because the consequence of being valued is being imprisoned and becoming a guinea pig. Thump, thump, thump. A knock came at the door. Dr. Jane, may I come in? Silver Snake asked from outside the door. Go in. Dr. Jane put away her communication device. Bang. The door was pushed open, and Silver Snake, dressed in black stockings and high heels, swayed in. Dr. Jane, Shiryuki should go to the observation room now. Dr. Jane nodded. Okay, but Bai Yi can't leave here. Silver Serpent frowned slightly. You mean he can't leave with the other candidates, but has to stay here? That's probably against the rules, isn't it? I've already asked the chairman, and I can make decisions regarding Bai Ye's affairs. Bai Ye's eyes widened immediately. Did the chairman, that old man, actually say that? He only said he would give you funds and manpower, right? Upon hearing the chairman's name, Silver Serpent's expression turned serious. May I know the reason? Dr. Jane stated frankly, Bai Yi is my important experimental subject, and the future first of the 12 zodiac animals, the dragon. What? A dragon? Silver Serpent Flower turned pale and looked at White Wild in disbelief. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a dragon before? Bai Yi said disdainfully. Chapter 185 I report the Silver Serpent for defiling the experimental subject. Silver Snake was horrified. She never expected that Bai Yi had the potential to become a dragon. You know, of the 12 zodiac animals, she was the only one who had never slept with a dragon. Since the Azure Dragon betrayed the dragon's position has been taken over by other zodiac animals. Although there are still 12 people, how can the substitutes be compared to the real dragon? For a moment, she couldn't help but squeeze her legs together and secretly swallow her saliva. The buffs are fully stacked. Handsome, arrogant, and unruly, cute, like a little white rabbit, a future dragon. Every single one of them hits her heart precisely. Now, her desire to sleep with Bai Yi surpasses even that of the tyrant. At this moment, Dr. Jane said again, remember, you must protect Bai Yi. Even if you die, he cannot die. After his blood and chi levels stabilize, I will personally dissect him. The Silver Snake's fiery passion was immediately doused with cold water. Dissection? What good can come from the people you get your hands on? How am I supposed to sleep? Dr. Jane, are you going to keep Bai Yi in the core laboratory until he becomes a dragon? Yes. Dr. Jane nodded, seemingly without ever considering asking Bai Yi's opinion. In his eyes, Bai Yi was never a person, but a perfect experimental subject. Silver Snake was in a panic. How could she sleep if she was locked up in the lab the whole time? Dr. Jane, although you are an expert in genetic research, I have a small suggestion regarding combat-related matters and digestive gene agents. A true strongman is not a flower cultivated in a laboratory. Without experiencing the trials and tribulations of life, his physique and will cannot reach their peak, and he will naturally not become a true dragon. The same was true of the Azure Dragon back then. Your mentor didn't keep him locked up in the laboratory the whole time, but let him go out to companies to gain experience. After several life and death experiences, he finally leaped over the dragon gate and became a true dragon. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi suddenly felt that Silver Serpent wasn't so bad after all. It actually knew how to speak up for him. My damn, irresistible charm. If someone helps you, it must be because you are excellent. Dr. Jane frowned. seemingly pondering Silver Serpent's words. He wouldn't listen to anyone else if they said this, but since it was said by the Silver Snake, one of the 12 zodiac animals, it was indeed worth his consideration. After all, Silver Snake was someone who had been injected with 5 doses of Type 3 gene serum. As a test subject who had personally received the injection, Silver Snake had the most authority to speak about gene serum. You're right. I didn't think it through. Let's do an autopsy every now and then, and let him train outside the rest of the time. Don't let him leave today. Let him go after the autopsy is done tomorrow. After saying that, Dr. Jane ignored the two of them and buried herself in her computer. But he didn't expect that he still couldn't avoid the autopsy tomorrow. Oh well, there was no need to avoid it anymore, because he would be taking the Panga USB drive today. With the Panga USB drive in hand, why am I still putting on an act with you guys? Let's fast forward to, the Black King appears, and the apocalypse is overthrown. Let's go, little brother. I've specially prepared a private observation room for you. Silver Serpent whispered in Shirono's ear. Shiro felt a chill and quickly went outside. Inside a completely enclosed, silver-white room. Silver Snake licked her lips, standing with her back to the door, her toes slightly raised behind her, her high heels landing lightly on the door with a languid force, leaving only a thin crack through which white light shone, before the door closed silently. Snap! The door was closed, and no light from the outside could penetrate the dim room. Baye's heart trembled slightly, like a door. He looked around and saw that there was only a bed in the room, with no other exit. The Silver Snake smiled even more charmingly, and a layer of misty water rose in her eyes. She didn't turn around, but instead put her hand behind her back and precisely placed it on the doorknob. Click. The door was completely locked. Young man, if I hadn't suggested it to Dr. Jane just now, you probably would have lost your freedom. Tell me, how are you going to repay me? The Silver Snake lunged forward, forcing Bai Yi to the edge of the bed. You have so many boyfriends. Why are you fixated on me? Silver Snake giggled and said, it's all rumors. I've never had many boyfriends in my life. You know how people always love to spread rumors about a beautiful woman like me behind my back? Bai Yi chuckled. If someone else had said that, he might have believed it, but it was Silver Serpent who said it. I'm afraid there are more than just a few, right? How many exactly? What exactly? The Silver Snake placed a finger on its red lips, tilting its head and feigning innocence as it pondered. If there's no what exactly, then there's none, but I do hope you can be the one to the end, She took off her high heels, and one leg, encased in black stockings, gently lifted and rested on by Ye's chest, then lightly touched it. Shiro lay on the bed, utterly powerless to resist. The Silver Snake laughed even more happily, coiling around him like a water snake, ready to savor him. But Bai Yi said disdainfully, if you lay a finger on me, believe me, I'll tell Dr. Jian that you contaminated his experimental subjects. Silver Snake's expression changed slightly, but she still smiled sweetly and said, I don't believe you would be so heartless. She admires you so much and has helped you. How could you bear to hurt her? Bai Yi pushed the Silver Snake away, turned over, and stood up, his eyes arrogant. You really don't understand me. Did I ask you for help? I have the backing of the board of directors, and I'm the future leader of the 12 zodiac animals, destined to be a powerhouse surpassing the 10 kings. What are you to dare ask me for help? The Silver Snake was stunned. You heartless man. Shut up, you slut. You clearly lusting after me, but you have to pretend to be all lovey-dovey. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? Isn't your only concern that I won't be able to leave the lab, so you won't have a chance to make your move against me? Silver Snake's smile vanished, and she looked coldly at Bai Yi. Don't be so stubborn. Letting me sleep with you once won't cost you anything. Go to hell. Do you think I'm the kind of man you can just sleep with whenever you want? Keep dreaming. How can a snake be paired with a dragon? Bai Yi roared. Silver Serpent stood up coldly and put her high heels back on. Bai Yi, do you really think you're a real dragon? Let me tell you, you and I are just dogs kept by Apocalypse Company. Do you really think the company is so kind as to inject you with the Type 3 gene therapy drug for free? Let me tell you the truth. The Type 3 gene therapy drug has flaws. You need to inject a gene stabilizer every month, otherwise your genes will collapse and you will die. Moreover, this stabilizer is not the kind sold on the market. Type 3 gene therapy drugs have special stabilizers, and only our company has them. If you don't receive the stabilizer injection for a month, you will experience pain 10 times more intense than your first injection of the Type 3 gene drug, leaving you wishing for death. Shiro almost burst out laughing. 10 times more intense pain? What is 0 multiplied by 10? As for gene collapse, he had already witnessed the suppressive power of the mutated scarlet virus against the Type 3 gene agent, so he wasn't worried at all. He had always found it strange that the 12 zodiac signs, despite their seemingly high status, were nothing more than high-level henchmen in front of the Tianqi board of directors, summoned and dismissed at will. Other factions cultivate loyal followers, treating them with lavish lifestyles and genuine care, but Apocalypse doesn't care about the loyalty of the 12 Zodiacs. It turns out they're controlling them with stabilizers. At this moment, the Silver Snake had already reached the gate. She opened the door and slowly turned her head. When you witness the darkness of the company in the future, you will understand that what I said is true. So don't be so self-righteous. In Tianqi, there is no difference between dragons and dogs. Give up your pitiful self-esteem and enjoy life while you can. If you've come to your senses, my door is always open to you. Get lost. I hate the sight of you. You. A murderous glint flashed in Silver Serpent's eyes as she slammed the door shut. Chapter 186. Are you teaching me how to do things? Bang. The room fell dark again. Bai Ye's face was shrouded in darkness. He smiled silently, his teeth gleaming white. A dog? Heh. You still don't understand the true value of God. Tianqi is indeed a colossal entity standing tall on the land of Baiman, controlling the fate of countless people. Yet, before it, those high-ranking directors are no different from ants. He got out of bed and began to move around. Having just received 1/15 of a dragon's genes, he still needs time to adapt. Bai Yi leaped lightly, exclaiming, "Holy crap!" His figure suddenly appeared on the ceiling, and he almost hit his head if he hadn't raised his hand in time. The room was about 3 meters high, and he had already jumped 3 meters without even putting in any effort. If he had jumped with all his might, he could have jumped 10 meters. Immediately afterwards, he started running around the room. The air was suddenly torn into blurry lines, and Bai Ye's figure resembled an elongated tail of flames, moving swiftly and with light steps. His speed was so fast that it created afterimages. Even more bizarre was the trajectory of his feet. It was as if he was glued to a vertical wall, his knees slightly bent, using inertia to lean upwards as he ran. Even though it was running on a wall, it felt like walking on flat ground. Bai suddenly stopped. The transition between extreme motion and extreme stillness was abrupt and completely violated the laws of physics. What incredible speed! A look of delight flashed across his face. If you combine it with feather, the speed will be even faster. After getting used to it for a while, Shireen began to act. Time stands still. Buzz. A dazzling golden light appeared, and the whole world was immersed in the magnificent divine power. Bang! Shirono opened the door and rushed out as fast as she could. There were 2 soldiers guarding the entrance, their expressions as cold and stern as statues. He ran wildly through the long, silvery white corridor like a runaway horse. Once he reached a deserted corner and confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras around, he deactivated the time freeze. As a man who cherishes time the most, how could he possibly keep time, stopping on indefinitely while searching for the Panga USB drive? Your turn to appear. Black Mask. The black mask, which had been disguised as human skin and worn on the face, finally came in handy at this moment. A burst of obscure light erupted from Bai Ye's face, enveloping his entire body and making his figure appear ethereal, as if shrouded in a hazy mist. In an instant, the fog changed. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with slightly curly hair and a white coat, walked out from the corner at a leisurely pace. It was Dr. Jane. After becoming Dr. Jane, Shireen began to stroll around leisurely. Before long, 2 researchers carrying experimental notebooks walked towards them. They greeted Shirayuki quickly upon seeing him. Dr. Jane. Bai Yi gave a soft and walked straight past the 2 without looking to the side. Fortunately, Dr. Jane was a research fanatic and eccentric by nature, so he didn't have to worry about giving himself away during the conversation. Dr. Jane, I happen to have a research report I'd like to ask you about. What do you think? A researcher stopped him and handed him the experimental report. Damn it. You're celebrating too soon. Bai Yi calmly took the experiment report and glanced at the seemingly incomprehensible text on it. Is this human language? Why can I recognize each word individually, but not when they're put together? You need to ask me such a simple question? Don't you know I hate wasting time? The 2 researchers' expressions immediately changed, and they quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Dr. Jane. I was too slow and disturbed you. Everyone in the core laboratory knows that Dr. Jane is a research fanatic who hates wasting time on things other than research. After apologizing, the 2 turned to leave. Wait a moment. The 2 stopped and looked at Shiro with a puzzled expression. Bai Yi said calmly, go to my lab. I have a research project that I need your help with. The 2 exchanged a glance, their faces beaming with barely suppressed joy. This was a meteoric rise. We could participate in Dr. Jane's research. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time. In fact, Shiro didn't know where Dr. Jane's laboratory was, so he tricked the two into leading the way. He figured that since Dr. Jane was the head of the core laboratory, the Panga USB drive was probably in his private lab. Yes. The two nodded quickly and quickened their pace to lead the way. Bai Yi followed silently behind, and soon they arrived at a large metal door. Several burly, genetically modified humans were guarding the gate on both sides. Ignoring the genetically modified humans, the two picked up their name tags hanging around their necks, swiped them, and the door opened immediately. Do I need to swipe a card again? Luckily, I brought the dark mask. Otherwise, I would have had to steal the access card if I only needed to use time stop. After entering the gate, Shiro arrived at the experimental area. The corridor was lined with laboratories, where countless researchers in white coats were conducting experiments. A piercing scream rang out. Following the sound, Shirono saw a naked man lying on the operating table, his abdomen cut open with a huge gash, exposing his scarlet internal organs to the air. He looked pained and struggled incessantly, but no one responded. The researchers standing nearby were simply recording the data in a cold and indifferent manner. This wasn't the only instance of similar human experimentation. Along the way, Shirano witnessed at least a dozen such cases, involving both men and women, and even children. Some were injected with an unknown drug, causing their bodies to rapidly transform into beasts, growing sharp claws and fangs. Experiment failed, clear. Researchers picked up a syringe and injected poison into the wild animal that was tied to the operating table. In just 3 seconds, the animal fell silent. The sanitation workers, dressed in dust-proof suits, skillfully dragged away the animal carcass and threw it into the garbage truck behind them. Bai Yi realized that in Shaodong had been investigating organ trafficking and human experimentation, and this place must be the source. The lights in this experimental area were unusually bright, the cold white light illuminating every corner of the laboratory, yet unable to dispel the darkness shrouding people's hearts. Most of the subjects of the experiment were pale and emaciated, dressed in rags, and looked just like wastelanders. Only now did Shirayuki finally understand what the officer and Mr. Ing had said. Officer, these are the barbaric and ignorant wastelanders. I really don't understand why the company keeps these wastelanders around. In my opinion, we should eliminate all the wastelanders so that we can restore civilization as soon as possible. Mr. Ing, even garbage has its value. What a great saying. Even trash has its value. So this is the value of wastelanders. Dr. Jane, we've arrived. We don't have permission to open your lab. Only your ID card can access it. A researcher gestured to Bai Yi. Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly. I don't have that kind of authority either. However, he remained calm and said, I forgot to bring it. The researcher was taken aback, then quickly said respectfully, It's all right. I'll go find the supervisor and have him open the door for you. He jogged into an office area and soon returned with a middle-aged man with a large belly. The middle-aged man was dressed in a suit and tie, with a fawning smile on his face. Hello, Dr. Jane. Open the door, Bai Yi said expressionlessly. Yes, I'll open the door right away. The middle-aged man nodded and bowed as he took out his ID card. Just as he was about to open the door, he paused slightly. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes as he turned around and asked, Dr. Jane, didn't you say you were going to study the experimental data of that person named Bai Yi in Lab 8 today and not let anyone disturb you? Why? Are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 187 is simple. I'll just transform into a dragon, won't I? The middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat. No, it was my fault for being so talkative. He hurried to open the door, wondering to himself, why is the professor so grumpy today? Could it be that his research has failed again? Drop. The gate opened. Shirano entered it. This was a somewhat empty experimental area, with dozens of researchers moving around. Each of them looked to be quite old, and there were even a few elderly people with gray hair. Dr. Jane, you've finally arrived. Subject 1478 has just made Inglong open his eyes. Our experimental direction is correct. Please come and take a look. An elderly man with gray hair hurried over, gesturing excitedly. Inglong, another dragon? Who the hell cares about dragons? Where's my Panga USB drive? In order not to reveal his identity, Bai Yi allowed the old man to lead him forward. Soon, he got on the elevator, which went straight down. Inside the elevator, the old man excitedly recounted various experimental parameters about Inglong, making Bai Yi's scalp tingle. Couldn't he speak like a human being? He dared not utter a word, for fear of revealing his lack of knowledge. By the way, how's that thing we brought back from Black Mountain? Bai Yi interrupted the old man's endless chatter. The old man was taken aback. You mean the pseudo-humans? They're all housed in Lab 9. I recently checked the experimental data. These pseudo-humans' life responses reached an astonishing omega level, their energy density. I'm not talking about a fake person. A look of confusion flashed in the old man's eyes. Are you asking about the plants infected with the mutated scarlet virus? No. Bai Yi was so anxious he almost blurted out the words, Panga USB drive, but he didn't want to make it too obvious. But the company brought back these two things from Montenegro. Damn it. I'm talking about the Panga USB flash drive. The old man was shocked. Panga USB drive. The company got its hands on the Panga USB drive. Bai was even more surprised than the old man. No, you're asking me? Which of us is part of the core lab? He reached out and rubbed his furrowed brows. I almost forgot. Someone of your rank shouldn't have access to these classified documents. You've been so busy lately. You haven't been thinking before you speak. You kept what I just said to yourself, and you know the consequences of overstepping your authority to spy on company secrets. The old man turned pale with fright, and his body trembled involuntarily. Secret? What secret? I'm old and hard of hearing. I didn't hear anything. While saying this aloud, he was cursing inwardly. You knew it was a secret and still blurted it out. Are you trying to kill this old man? At that moment, the elevator doors slowly opened. A similarly spacious hall comes into view, except that the only difference is that the hall is surrounded by a transparent glass curtain wall. As Bai Yi stepped out of the elevator, the researchers around him greeted him. Dr. Jane, Ph.D. He nodded in response without looking at anyone else, his expression indifferent. Dr. Jian, please take a look at Long. There's been a new breakthrough in our research. Led by the old man, Bai Yi calmly walked to the glass curtain wall, about to make a pretentious comment. But when he saw the creature behind the glass curtain wall, he was immediately shocked. Holy crap! This is Long. A dragon-shaped creature, tens of meters tall, stands behind the glass curtain wall. Its body was covered with layers of dark gold biological carapace, each piece resembling a naturally formed dragon scale, with a faint glow flowing around its edges. The dragon's head is majestic and ferocious. Its whiskers flutter like silver threads, its huge wings spread out behind it, and its mechanical structure and biological tissue complement each other, while its tail meanders. Like a creation straight out of ancient mythology, it perfectly blends the majesty of the dragon race with the unpredictability of biomechanical engineering. Feeling the powerful pressure emanating from Long, Bai Yi was secretly amazed. He had only ever seen this feeling from the tyrant when he used the Iron Flow Heavenly Puppet. Perfect, powerful, flawless. Anyone who sees Long can directly feel its power. What exactly is this thing? Bai Yi felt as if he had inadvertently discovered the Apocalypse Company's trump card. You too, come here. He turned his head slightly and instructed the two researchers who had followed him. The two were clearly seeing Long for the first time, and they were stunned and speechless. Dr. Jane, what are your orders? One of them suppressed his shock and stood respectfully beside Bai Yi. Bai Yi pointed at Long without saying a word. I think you two have some talent, so I want you to join Long's experiment. Upon hearing this, the two were overjoyed and their bodies began to tremble with excitement. Thank you for your guidance, Dr. Xie. We will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations. Don't get too excited, Bai Yi interrupted coldly. I only have this plan, but whether you can join depends on your abilities. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. First, tell me your understanding of the dragon. If that doesn't satisfy me, then there's no point in discussing anything further. The two men were startled and eagerly began to share what they knew about Long. Dr. Jane, as far as I know, Long is a biomecha, the most important component of the entire core laboratory. Its strategic value even surpasses that of the type 3 gene serum. Its power can shake mountains, and its defenses are impenetrable even by missiles. Another person quickly interjected. The reason why no one chose the dragon from the 12 zodiac animals for so long is because the human body has difficulty tolerating multiple injections of type 3 gene-enhancing drugs. Therefore, your mentor took a different approach and launched the Biomecha project in his later years. The unconscious mechas don't need to worry about the effects of bestiality. As the two explained, they finally understood what Long was. Long was Dr. Jian's mentor and the project he led in his later years. This person was truly a genius. After creating the Azure Dragon, he was unable to create a second dragon for a long time, so he took a different approach and started making biomechanical machines. To let mindless mechs bear the beastly instincts, and then let people enter the mechs to control them. This plan is truly perfect. No wonder the chairman didn't care about the dragon candidate. It wasn't just because of its lifespan, but because there was already a replacement. Dr. Jane was determined to surpass her mentor, so she naturally looked down on the Long project. That's why she was overjoyed when she discovered it. feeling that she could create a more perfect dragon. Broken. Bai Yi realized a thorny problem. After taking the Panga USB drive, his identity was definitely at risk of being exposed. After all, the core laboratory has always been peaceful, but today 4 outsiders came, and as a result, the Panga USB drive went missing. Even without evidence, Apocalypse will point the finger at these 4 people. When the time comes, if you don't want to be arrested and tortured in prison, you'll have no choice but to resist. He had long envisioned a war with Apocalypse. The Panga USB drive was such an important item that if it were lost, Apocalypse Company would definitely discover it immediately. There was no ridiculous plot like in TV dramas, where people waited half a year to find out that something was missing. The Apocalypse Society immediately sealed off the core laboratory, forbidding anyone from leaving. His original plan was to find the Panga USB drive, and then fast forward to the dawn of the gods. However, Yinglong's existence added an element of uncertainty to his plan. Once the 2 zodiac animals stationed there are unable to stop the gods' advance, the heavens will surely activate Yinglong. Looking at Yinglong, which resembled a creature from ancient mythology, Bai Yi hesitated. How could he possibly break through Yinglong's defenses, which could even defend against missiles? If Xiaodong were here, she could borrow the pure silver cross sword and perhaps break through Yinglong's defenses. Unfortunately, he's not here. One fight against Yinglong without a pure silver cross sword? After a moment's thought, Shirono had an answer. He stared intently at the enormous creature. It's very simple. I'll just transform into a dragon, won't I? Chapter 188, Dr. Jane's speech. Dr. Jian, Yinglong just opened his eyes. Look, these are the experimental data. A researcher excitedly handed over a thick stack of A4 papers. Shiro calmly accepted the experimental data, glanced through it casually, and felt a little dizzy. He said calmly, "Yes, the experimental data is about what I expected." The researchers were taken aback, a glint of fervor flashing in their eyes. Had she even predicted the experimental results? No wonder she's Dr. Jane. Dr. Jane, are you still going to watch the experiment videos? Bai Yi was taken aback. Recording? Recording is good. We need to watch the recording. After all, I really understand this. Then let's take a look. Then, led by the researchers, he entered an observation room full of experimental instruments, where the glass curtain wall faced the head of Yinglong. Dr. Jane, please take a look. This is a video of experiment subject 1478 piloting Yinglong. The researchers clicked a few times on the computer, and an image immediately appeared on the screen. In the scene, the experimental chamber where Yinglong is located is brightly lit. The alarm is shrill and piercing, and the cold mechanical arm forcefully drags a young experimental worker toward Yinglong, which exudes an eerie metallic luster. The experimenter's clothes were marked with the number 1478. 1478 struggled desperately, its terror and screams almost overflowing the computer screen. Bai Yi glanced at the video directory on the right side of the computer screen and saw a dense array of numbers. 1477, 1476, 1475. Behind every cold, impersonal number lies a vibrant life. Liars. You bunch of liars. You said you were just conducting some simple experiments, but why are they all dead? No, I don't want to go in. 1478 cursed and wept bitterly, but the surrounding researchers only coldly recorded the data, and no one responded. Soon, the robotic arm brought 1478 to Yinglong's heart on its back. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. The scales on Yinglong's back near its heart began to wriggle, opening to the left and right like a door, revealing scarlet flesh. Countless hideous fleshy buds suddenly emerged from the flesh, wrapping around 1478 like octopus tentacles and pulling it into the body. The screams abruptly stopped. Click, click. Cold, metallic shell of the mecha instantly closed, becoming perfectly sealed. The experimenter's voice can be heard in the video. The synchronization rate between 1478 and Yinglong is increasing. It has now reached 18%. Synchronization rate. Bai Yi frowned slightly, probably referring to the extent to which the experimenters could control Yinglong. After all, it must be very difficult for a human to pilot such a large biomechanical machine. You know, many people struggle to control a car, let alone a biomech that's dozens of times larger than a car. 1478, can you hear me? Try to control Yinglong. The scene remained silent for a long time. Then suddenly, a deep humming sound rang out, like the prelude to an ancient behemoth awakening from its slumber. The indicator lights on the bulkhead flashed wildly, alternating between blue and red lights, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. The Yinglong mecha, resembling a creature from ancient mythology, slowly opened its eyes. As his eyelids opened and closed, a faint crimson light seeped out, like a will-o'-the-wisp quietly igniting in the darkness. The light gradually condensed and brightened, its scarlet color becoming increasingly intense, as if it were about to drip blood. The next second, two blinding red lights suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire experimental chamber in a blood-red hue. Wherever the light reached, a chilling cold pierced to the bone, as if it could penetrate the soul. Those eyes held no warmth of human emotion, only endless coldness and chilling intent, like a judge from heaven, indifferent to all life in the world. An oppressive atmosphere overflowed from the screen like a tidal wave, instantly filling every inch of the laboratory space, causing everyone present to catch their breath and feel weak in the knees. The researchers beside Shirono were trembling uncontrollably. It was a fear ingrained in their genes, a fear that even experimental videos could frighten them. Looking directly into Inglong's eyes, one gets the illusion of gazing into an abyss. Good heavens, is this Inglong? It should belong to the gods. There was not a trace of fear in Bei's eyes, only greed for Inglong. With Inglong, how much time can we save? But the next second, reality poured cold water on him. In the scene, Inglong's eyes suddenly closed, the red and blue indicator lights went out, and everything fell into an eerie silence. Then, the scales on Inglong's back opened and closed, and a mummified corpse fell out from it. The blood and energy of 1478 were drained, and the synchronization rate reached a maximum of 20%. Although it failed again, at least Inglong opened his eyes this time, which is a major breakthrough and proves that Dr. Jane's theory is correct. The key to controlling Inglong lies in the synchronization rate, which has nothing to do with the controller's own qi and blood. If the synchronization rate is mismatched, even high qi and blood will be useless. Next, we should continue to improve Inglong's synchronization rate so that it is in sync with humans. Otherwise, no one can control it. As the researcher's voice rang out, the screen went dark. Dr. Jane, what do you think? Someone asked. Bai just wanted to laugh. He wanted to sit and watch. The researchers had no emotional intelligence at all. Didn't they know to offer their leader a seat? Looking at the tragic death of 1478, he had already foreseen his fate upon entering Inglong's realm. It was true that the pseudo-humans were immortal, but only if their life force was not exhausted. Inglong directly drains one's vital energy. Even the gods of the new era can't withstand that. As for synchronization rate, who knows what that is? He doesn't want to go in and gamble with his life. If I were to die like this, with so much time left to waste, I would die with regrets. The good news is that since he can't control it, and no one else can either, he doesn't have to worry about enemies using Inglong to attack him. The current Inglong is clearly a half-finished product and is not suitable for human control at all. Dr. Jane, what do you think should be done to improve the experiment? Another researcher asked sincerely. More and more eyes were drawn to Bai Yi, all wanting to hear his guidance, and some even took out notebooks to take notes. No, don't do this. How the hell am I supposed to know how to improve this? Faced with the expectant gazes of the crowd, and not wanting to reveal his identity before finding the Panga USB drive, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Ahem. Well, I think what we need to do next is to steadily advance all experimental tasks in accordance with the established research direction and ensure that the overall progress is smooth and orderly. Rustling. A group of researchers in white coats lowered their heads and frantically took notes in their notebooks. After taking notes, they all looked up and stared intently at Bai Yi. It's numb, really numb. Bai Yi started a brainstorming session, and Xia Heba made up a story. In the process, we must always adhere to high standards, strict requirements, implementation, attention to detail, pursuit of quality, and promotion of effectiveness, while emphasizing overall coordination. Actively respond to all possible situations to ensure standardized experimental procedures and rigorous data collection. He spoke more and more fluently and confidently, speaking eloquently in front of a group of researchers. Chapter 189 covered in huge men. In short, the next step is to maintain this positive momentum, further refine our work measures, strengthen the implementation of responsibilities, steadily advance the subsequent experimental phases, and strive for the successful implementation of the Inglong project. Do you all have confidence? I have confidence. Snap, snap, snap. The researchers applauded wildly, feeling that Dr. Jian's words were excellent, insightful, and penetrating. Every sentence is profound. Upon careful reading, one can only feel its depth, and its meaning cannot be fully grasped in a short time. That must be because we are not good enough to appreciate Dr. Jane's profound meaning. Bai Yi patted the shoulder of the researcher next to him. Keep up the good work. The future belongs to you. After saying that, ignoring the crowd's jubilation, he turned and left. After leaving the experimental area, Bai Ye's face was gloomy. Where exactly was the Pangu USB drive? How could these researchers not know? The Yinglong project is arguably the most important project in this core laboratory, yet Pangu is still nowhere to be found. No, I can't keep wandering around like a headless fly. If Dr. Jane comes out of the lab, we'll be exposed. After much thought, Bai Yi decided to go find Dr. Jian. If anyone in the entire core laboratory was most likely to know about the Pangu USB drive, it would undoubtedly be Dr. Jian. As the person in charge of the core laboratory, Dr. Jian is someone that Tianchi Corporation would not hide from anyone else. But we can't just go ahead and threaten a defenseless researcher. It's easy, but the worst-case scenario is that Dr. Jane doesn't know either. The Pangu USB drive was not in the core laboratory at all. If Dr. Jane was unaware that he had also taken Dr. Jane hostage, then he had alerted the enemy, which would not only hinder his search for Pangu, but also leave him without anyone to help him transform into a dragon. We need to find a safe solution. Bai Yi was deep in thought, pacing back and forth in the long corridor, ignoring the greetings from passing researchers. The researchers didn't seem to care either, since Dr. Jane had been ignoring them for quite some time. Suddenly, a faint murmur reached his ears. That voice, it's Silver Serpent. Shiro suddenly looked up and gazed towards the room deep in the corridor, where the sound was coming from. Although the room was well soundproofed, it couldn't hide anything from 1/15 of the dragoness ears. The silver snake's voice flashed through his mind like a bright light. I've got an idea. He first pretended to walk into the restroom, avoiding the gaze of those around him, and then, time stood still. The silver snake's joyful murmur abruptly ceased, and all things fell silent. 1/15 the speed of a dragon plus chi and blood martial arts, feather. With a whoosh, Shirono darted out of the toilet and rushed towards Silver Serpent's room at top speed. Unfortunately, the time flow variation cannot be activated when time is stopped, otherwise his speed could be even faster. Because these two are contradictory, time stop means time is still, while time flow variation means time flows slowly. Time cannot both stop and flow slowly at the same time, just as a person cannot have both. Bang! Bai Yi opened the door to the room, exclaiming, "Holy crap!" He was startled by what he saw in the room. He thought he had guessed what Silver Serpent was doing inside, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he had to admit that he was still too young. On the bed in the room, there was a large man covered in silver snakes. As expected of you, awesome. Bai Yi gave the still silver snake a thumbs up, then turned and left. He felt his eyes were dirty and he shouldn't have come in to look. He wasn't a voyeur. He just wanted to see how long Silver Snake would take to finish, because he needed to know roughly when Silver Snake would come out of the room, since he would be using Silver Snake's identity later. It seems I can use the identity of Silver Serpent for a day now. Bai Yi sped all the way to the door of the room where Dr. Jane had been. Then it quickly transformed into the shape of a silver snake. Time restored. Dr. Jane stared at the computer screen with a furrowed brow, seemingly puzzled by something. They didn't notice at all that there was another person in the room. He muttered to himself. The gene compatibility of Bai Yi after the injection reached 100%, which is incredible. Chun In's 70% compatibility is already considered a genius. Li Hu's 61% and Wu Da's 65% are not bad either, but they are far inferior to Bai Yi. But how is this possible? Bai Yi's physique is so special. So why does his genetic test report show no other special characteristics besides being compatible with rabbit-type genes? But he clearly has an extraordinary physique and the potential to become a dragon. Could someone have secretly tampered with his physique? Dr. Jane frowned, staring at the test results on the computer, calculating the gene sequences bit by bit. Bai Yi stood behind him and watched along. He knew perfectly well why his genetic test results showed no abnormalities. It was all thanks to Pei Qingwei of the Silent Court, who had taken care of it for him. No one expected that after arriving at the core laboratory, he would be targeted by Dr. Jane because of his special physique and will, and his secret was about to be exposed. Just as Dr. Jane picked up the encrypted communication device to ask a question. Dr. Jane. Dr. Jane was startled and turned around abruptly, only to see a woman wearing a silver sequined miniskirt and ripped stockings standing prettily behind her. His look of shock vanished in an instant, replaced by anger. Silver Snake, who let you in? Don't you know how to knock? Bai Yi smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about the details. I'm here to talk to you about something important. Dr. Jane seemed to realize something, her expression changing drastically. Something's happened to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, thank you so much for your concern. He felt a little strange, not expecting Dr. Jane to care about him so much, looking as anxious as if her father had died. Of course, he knew very well that Dr. Jane was not concerned about him, but about the dragon. He's fine. Dr. Jane breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then his brows furrowed again. Then what are you doing here? The speed at which he changed his expression made Shirono exclaim that he had met his match. I'm here to help you. Bai stopped wasting words and began his persuasive rhetoric. Help me. Dr. Jane looked at him suspiciously, then hesitated. You also understand genetic science? Damn it. Are you mentally challenged? I know all about genetics. What else can you think of? Bai took a deep breath and said solemnly, although I don't understand genetic science, I know that if you continue like this, you will never surpass your mentor, because one sentence hits right where it hurts Dr. Jane's heart. To deceive someone, you must first find what they truly care about in their heart. Dr. Jane looked displeased. Your stabilizer allowance will be halved next month. You can leave now. Bai's expression turned cold, and he moved with lightning speed, instantly grabbing Dr. Jian's neck. You'd better not interrupt me when I'm talking, understand? You? Dr. Jane's face turned red from being choked. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. He was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly resist Shiro, who had already been injected with the type 3 gene drug? Just like how Hakuno was unable to resist the silver snake's defilement. Chapter 190. Dr. Jane, I'm gradually understanding everything. Can you please listen quietly until I finish speaking? Dr. Jane was a very strong-willed person. Even when life and death were beyond his control, he only felt shock and anger, not fear. Bai smiled slightly. Do you know what the most desperate way to die in this world is? It's to fall before dawn. You have already found a candidate for the dragon and seen the light of day that surpasses your mentor. But if you die now, your plan to create the dragon will be completely destroyed. You will never surpass your mentor in your entire life. Dr. Jane's pupils suddenly contracted, and resistance and fear appeared on her face. Bai let go, and Dr. Jian slumped into her office chair, panting heavily. He stared intently at Shirayuki. What exactly do you want? Which director sent you here? Dr. Jane knew Silver Serpent very well. Silver Serpent had no rebellious spirit. She only pursued hedonism, living one day at a time and sleeping with as many men as she could. If there were no other directors backing him up, he would never have disobeyed him or even attacked him. What I do is not important, nor is who sent me. What is important is, what do you want to do? Bai smiled mysteriously and patted Dr. Jane's shoulder heavily. Dr. Jane, I know you are very unwilling and want to surpass your mentor, but can you really do it? I can. Dr. Jane exclaimed angrily. Bai imitated the silver snake's sly laughter and said disdainfully, it's one thing to fool others, but don't fool yourself too. Can you? You are nothing more than a substitute for your mentor. Your only value is to replace your mentor and perfect the Yinglong plan. When Yinglong is born, the world will only marvel at your mentor's extraordinary talent, while you'll be nothing more than a lucky one who picks up scraps of wisdom and stands on the shoulders of giants. Dr. Jane was completely enraged. He even disregarded the difference in strength and reached out to grab Bai by the collar. As a result, Shirano gave him a gentle push, and he collapsed into his seat. His anger hadn't subsided when he said, You're talking nonsense. I'm talking nonsense. Your mentor created 2 dragons, the Azure Dragon and the Yinglong, and what about you? You didn't have a single one. Dr. Jane's expression changed slightly, but she was still arguing vehemently and eager to prove herself. I will soon be able to transform Bai into a dragon. Just give me a little more time. Don't be naive, Bai said coldly. The chairman doesn't care about Shinlong at all. Capital is profit-driven. Your teacher has already succeeded. They naturally want you to continue along the path your mentor has laid out, rather than forging a completely new path and creating an entirely new dragon, even if that dragon is more powerful. The chairman won't believe it. He'll just think you're trying to scam funding. Just as Dr. Jane was about to retort, she was interrupted by Bai. Don't rush to refute it. What you said is only one side of the story. Besides yourself, does anyone else in this world believe it? Think back carefully. When you excitedly reported Shinlong to the chairman, what was his reaction? Did he really care about Shinlong? Dr. Jane felt as if she had been doused with cold water. The chairman's words echoed in her ears. Do you think I can wait another 10 years? I will provide you with funds and manpower so you can train new dragons. But you must remember that one thing is of utmost importance. Dr. Jane's face suddenly turned pale. But the chairman promised to give me the funds. Foolish. He did that to keep you calm and let you continue with Yinglong. Boom. A bolt from the blue struck Dr. Jane's heart. He felt as if all his strength had been drained and the light in his eyes dimmed. The defenses have been breached. In fact, he had long understood that the chairman's attitude was enough to explain it, but he had always been unwilling to admit it or even think about it in that direction. Shirano's words shattered the wall in his heart, forcing him to face the harsh reality. Frustration, dejection, and anger flashed across Dr. Jane's face. He clenched his fists tightly and roared. So what? Even without full support, I can still create a new dragon. Bai Yi sighed and shook his head. How much longer do you think the chairman can live? If he dies, you will not get any support at all. Dr. Jane sneered, her words revealing absolute confidence. With my abilities, whoever succeeds me as chairman will value me highly. How could I possibly not have their support? Don't you find it strange? Dr. Jane frowned slightly. What's strange? The appearance of Bei is strange. Thinking about it carefully, there has been no one with a dragon physique for so many years, so why is there one today? Moreover, his genetic testing results showed no abnormalities whatsoever. Dr. Jane was taken aback at first, then turned pale with fright as he realized something terrifying. Normal humans could never adapt to dragons. Even the Azure Dragon's adaptation was due to its extraordinary power. Hakuno's ability to adapt to dragons indicates that he is not a normal human and must have undergone some form of modification. So the question is, who renovated Shiriokawa? He carefully recalled every detail about Shirano. He parachuted into the selection competition, killed all the contestants without being punished, and even had his genetic test results tampered with. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. It's Lu Yunxiao. You and Bai Yi are both Lu Yunxiao's people. Dr. Jane's eyes widened, his mind racing. He had pieced together everything from these subtle clues. Bai Yi was planted in the selection competition by Lu Yunxiao. The lower-level people didn't know this, but it was no secret to the higher-ups. Bai Yi's sudden appearance and Yinshi's unusual confrontation were both ways Lu Yunxiao was putting pressure on him. Lu Yunxiao once tried to recruit him, but he refused. Unexpectedly, Lu Yunxiao had not given up. He not only turned Silver Serpent against him, but also created Bai Yi as a dragon candidate, just to tell himself who could help him create a true dragon. Dr. Jane grew increasingly alarmed. It was normal for Lu Yunxiao, as a director of Apocalypse, to have his own secret laboratory, but he never imagined that Lu Yunxiao's laboratory could produce a candidate for the dragon. Who was it? Who conducted the experiment? Could it be Pei Qinghua? Regardless of who it is, Lu Yunxiao has already completed the most difficult step in creating the dragon. Even without him, they can figure out the remaining steps by spending time. No wonder Silver Snake said that once the chairman dies, he will lose all support and that the chairman doesn't need him at all. No, this cannot be. My lifelong dream has not yet been realized. Only I can forge the true dragon. Bai Yi's expression was slightly strange. Lu Yunxiao? Little dear's father? This isn't my opinion. It's all your own guess. It has nothing to do with me. His original intention was to pretend to be backed by a certain board member and deceive Dr. Jane into cooperating with him and even the forces behind him. After all, the chairman was about to die, and the people below him were certainly not of one mind. He didn't know any of the directors of Tianqi, nor did he intend to mention the names of any other directors. He just wanted to be as mysterious as possible. As long as he could fool them at the time and get the Panga USB drive, he didn't care if he was discovered later. But to everyone's surprise, Dr. Jane was truly extremely intelligent and came up with the answer herself. You'll find out who's behind me once you decide to join us, Bai Yi said ambiguously. Dr. Jane narrowed his eyes slightly as he listened to Bai Yi's vague explanation. He knew he had guessed correctly. It was indeed Lu Yunxiao. Chapter 191 Panga USB drive? It just came out looking so clean and fresh. Since you already have the foundation to build a dragon, why are you trying to win me over? They've taken the bait. Bai Yi chuckled inwardly. The fact that Dr. Jane could ask such a question meant that she was already interested. On one side is a dying chairman who doesn't value Xinlong, and on the other side is a young Tianqi director who can create a candidate for the dragon and is willing to wait 10 years. It goes without saying who they will cooperate with. We can certainly create new dragons, but we cannot guarantee that they will possess power surpassing that of Yinglong and Songlong. You are different. Bai Yi grabbed Dr. Jian's shoulder and said with burning eyes, You are a once-in-a-century scientific genius. It's just that you were born at the wrong time. Before you had fully grown up, your brilliance was overshadowed by your mentor. Talent, diligence, determination, experience, you lack nothing. The only thing you lack is an opportunity to prove yourself. If you join us, our combined strengths will surely create the most perfect dragon in the world. A dragon that surpasses all of your mentor's works. The chairman may not support you, but we do. The chairman may not be able to wait 10 years, but we can. Dr. Jane was deeply shaken, and even dared not look directly into Bai Yi's burning eyes. I am just missing one opportunity. I am a research prodigy. I will surpass my mentor. The flame in Bai Yi's eyes was like a spark of hope, successfully igniting the burning flame in Dr. Jane's heart. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, his expression filled with excitement. You're right. I only lack an opportunity. An opportunity to prove myself. With your support, I will dissect Bai Yi immediately tomorrow, obtain the experimental data, and soon. You son of a bitch. Damn it. Bai Yi cursed inwardly. P.S. even thinking of dissecting me. We have all the data on Shirono. You don't need an autopsy. As long as you join us, I can provide you with experimental data. Besides, an autopsy wouldn't be useful anyway. To prevent you from backing out, we've already tampered with Shirono's body. Dr. Jane exclaimed in shock. You injected Bai Yi with a gene information noise-inducing factor? What? What factor? Bai Yi was stunned. He couldn't understand what Dr. Jian was saying at all. He wanted to say that he had put poison in Bai Yi's teeth, just like in the TV series. I could just grit my teeth and commit suicide. If you don't agree to join us, Shiro will commit suicide so you won't get the experimental data. Anyway, if we can create one dragon candidate, we can create a second one. Dr. Jane, unaware of what Bai Yi was thinking, stood up angrily. How can you treat experimental subjects like this? This is a desecration of science. Did you know that while gene information noise-modifying factors can mask gene expression, excessive dosage can easily cause gene disorder? You'll destroy the test subjects. Was it Pei Qingwei who did it? That half-baked woman managed to create a dragon candidate by sheer luck. Does she really think she can create a second one? I have conducted countless experiments and know that the birth of a dragon candidate is due to a 1 in a billion uncertain factor. That woman was foolish enough to attribute her temporary luck to her own scientific research ability? Damn it. Where's your lab? Take me there right now. Without me in charge, Pei Qingwei will definitely destroy the future's strongest dragon. Bai Yi. Dude, what are you babbling about? You just agreed to join like that? Dr. Jane, please calm down. Calm down. Dr. Jane slapped Bai Yi's hand away, angrily saying, How can you expect me to calm down? How could you half-baked people know the value of experimental materials? No one in this world understands dragons better than me, without me. Stop. Bai Yi was exasperated. We haven't decided to let you join yet. Dr. Jane was taken aback. What did you say? Who knows if you'll just agree verbally, and then go back on your word and tell the chairman on you. Dr. Jane was furious. What kind of person do you take me for? Do you think I'm the kind of traitorous person you would do that? So what about your betrayal of the chairman now? Dr. Jane. Call. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally managed to fool her. He hadn't expected that fooling a researcher would be so tiring. Actually, Dr. Jian was very easy to fool. She had become so focused on research that she believed everything he said. But the scientific terminology that popped up from time to time, and the air of a research fanatic, really made him unable to cope. Dr. Jane, if you are truly sincere, you should offer your pledge of loyalty. After all that bluffing, Bai Yi finally revealed his true intentions. Okay, Dr. Jane did not hesitate at all, and took out a silver metal USB flash drive from her pocket. Holy crap, dude, you just took it out looking so fresh and clean? Bai Yi's eyes widened instantly, staring intently at the USB drive. The Panga USB drive is actually on Dr. Jian? If I had known, I would have wasted so much time and breath. Why did I just grab it directly? He snatched the USB drive and examined it carefully in his hand. The USB flash drive is small and exquisite. Its silver surface is not smooth, but has a fine matte texture. Its design is minimalist, with smooth curves that seem meticulously calculated, as if it contains a condensed galaxy. Flawless. As expected of a Panga USB flash drive. Dr. Jane scoffed. I knew you wanted the formula for the type 3 gene serum. So, is this enough of a pledge of allegiance? Bai Yi looked up in astonishment. This contains the formula for a type 3 gene-modifying drug? Dr. Jane nodded. Of course. Is there anything that can better demonstrate sincerity? The password is 836295. Entering it incorrectly 3 times or forcibly cracking it will cause the contents of the USB drive to be automatically erased. A bucket of cold water was poured over Bai Yi's heart, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. No wonder this crappy USB drive doesn't even have any mysterious patterns on it. It's just a simple silver plating. It's ugly as hell, and it's even prickly to the touch. It was just a regular USB flash drive. Bai Yi silently put away the USB drive. That's not enough sincerity. Not enough. Dr. Jane was taken aback. The most precious things in the core laboratory are the type 3 gene drug and Yinglong. Do you want Yinglong? Even if I could give it to you, how would you take it away? Bai Yi shook his head and coldly uttered 4 words. Panga USB drive. What? Dr. Jian exclaimed in shock. Panga USB drive? The company got its hands on the Panga USB drive. Bai Yi. Are you kidding me? You don't know either? The chairman did indeed obtain the Panga USB drive. Dr. Jane's expression changed several times. You believe the Panga USB drive is in my hands? In the core laboratory? He chuckled as he spoke. If what you're saying is true, then the Panga USB drive is even less likely to be in my possession, because my expertise lies in genomics, genetic engineering, and bioinformatics, not computer engineering, information technology, programming languages, and compiler principles. Shirono's face darkened. Speak like a human being. Chapter 192 Destined? Dr. Jane looked at him with disdain, as if he were looking at an illiterate man. In short, I cannot crack the Panga USB drive, so the chairman will naturally not hand it over to me. You son of a bitch. You can't crack it, so what are you so proud of? Where's the Panga USB drive? How would I know? The Panga USB drive is of great importance. I'm afraid only the chairman knows about it. All the people involved in the research must have been imprisoned and cut off from the outside world. Bei is currently very angry. After wasting so much time, he still hasn't found the Panga USB drive. He only gained 500 points of health, super hearing, super speed, 1/15 of the Dragon S genes, the formula for a Type 3 gene potion, saw the hidden trump card of the apocalypse, Inglong, and his status was elevated, the future first of the 12 zodiac animals, the dragon. Apart from that, nothing was found. Damn it. Damn it. God's patience has completely run out. Fine. Fine, you like to hide things, huh? Only the chairman knows, right? I'm going to kidnap the chairman of Tianqi tomorrow. I want to see how you can stand up to the gods in Dawn City without Inglong. Silver Serpent, I've shown you my sincerity. Shouldn't you let me join? Bai Yi coldly interrupted. It's not the right time yet. I'll contact you again when the time is right. After saying that, he turned and left, completely ignoring Dr. Jane's astonished expression. Dr. Jane's face darkened, feeling like she'd been tricked. Just because I don't have the Panga USB drive, you think I'm worthless? He's not stupid. On the contrary, he's extremely intelligent, just lacking in emotional intelligence. Shirono's completely different attitude made him realize that he was about to become a pawn. Damn it. The board members should all die? They have absolutely no respect for science. Liars. They're all liars. They said I was a genius, but it was all for the Panga USB drive. His face grew increasingly pale, and a sense of panic inexplicably rose within him. No, I can't just sit here and wait to die. Lu Yunxiao thinks I'm worthless and is definitely planning to let Pei Qinghua take my place and create a new dragon. After all, Bai Yi was trained by Pei Qinghua. Even if this woman relied on luck, how could someone like Lu Yunxiao, who held a position without doing any work, understand the intricacies of the matter? He must believe that Pei Qinghua's scientific research level is higher than mine, and I must demonstrate irreplaceable value in order to continue serving as Tianqi's chief scientist and leading the new Dragon project. With this thought in mind, a bold plan began to take shape in Dr. Jane's mind. Time stand still. Bei sped back to the observation room. Time resumes. In the observation room, he practiced his boxing without saying a word, making the most of every minute and second, striving to adapt to his stronger body as quickly as possible. Because he has already decided to give Apocalypse a surprise tomorrow, a surprise from the gods. Night. The lights in the core laboratory remained cold and bright. Here, the only way to tell the passage of time was by the clock on the wall. After a thrilling battle, Silver Serpent walked out of the house feeling refreshed. She gently closed the door so as not to wake the men inside who had fainted from exhaustion. The observation period for the injection of Type 3 drug had expired, and Li Hu and the others left. So she went to see Dr. Jane. Dr. Jane, may I leave with Li Hu and the other two? Dr. Jane looked up from the mountain of experimental data and frowned when she saw the silver snake again. Yes, take them away, and take Shirono with you too. After learning that Shirane had been injected with a gene information noise-changing factor, he gave up the idea of dissecting Shirane, because even if he did dissect him, the experimental data he obtained would not be accurate. Silver Snake was slightly taken aback. Not dissecting it. What a fickle man. She dared not question Dr. Jane's decision, fearing that the latter would have her share of gene stabilizers. She listened to whatever Dr. Jane said. Yes, Dr. Jane. Silver Snake was about to turn and leave when Dr. Jane suddenly called out to her. Wait a minute. The Silver Snake looked slightly puzzled. Is there anything else? Dr. Jane glanced around and, seeing no one passing by, said in a deep voice, Does your proposal still stand? Huh. A look of confusion flashed in the Silver Snake's eyes. A suggestion? What suggestion? Could it be? She remembered how she had tried to seduce Dr. Jane, hoping to sell her body in exchange for more stabilizers, but she was rejected. Haha man. She sneered inwardly. He puts on a sanctimonious act all day, but in the end, he still falls at her feet. Although she felt contempt in her heart, she smiled obsequiously and winked at Dr. Jane. Of course it counts. As she spoke, Silver Snake began to undress. Dr. Jane's expression changed drastically. What are you going to do? The Silver Snake's hand, which was placed in front of the fierce creature, froze. It said in astonishment, "Take off your clothes." "Who told you to take your clothes off? Pick them up. Pick them up now. None of these beasts are good. Do they think that just because I agreed to join you, you can play with me as you please?" Silver Serpent's delicate body trembled. She felt that Dr. Jane was humiliating her. "You asked me if my suggestion was valid, and now that I've taken my clothes off, you're not happy about it anymore?" "That's not the suggestion I was referring to," Dr. Jane said, her face full of disgust. "You're completely out of control with your animalistic instincts, so you can't communicate at all. Just go back and tell Lu Yunxiao that I'll be sending him a big gift soon." "Should I tell Lu Yunxiao? A huge gift?" Silver Snake was instantly shaken, staring at Dr. Jane in disbelief. He actually found out. How did he know I had secretly sided with Lu Yunxiao? Fear, tension, anxiety, all sorts of negative emotions swept over her body, gradually cooling down her body that had just finished exercising. Does the chairman know too? It's over, it's all over. Is this big gift my fate? Silver Serpent tried to explain that she had simply acted foolishly that night, seduced by the man's good looks, wanting to collect photos of the Apocalypse directors, never imagining she'd end up on a pirate ship. "Be sure to convey my message. That generous gift will satisfy Chairman Lu." "Chairman Lu." Dr. Jane's tone was somewhat awkward, clearly indicating that this was his first time flattering someone, and he had to fawn over them for the sake of his research. After saying that, as if afraid that the Silver Snake would notice his unusual behavior, he turned and left. Only the petrified Silver Snake remained frozen in place. "Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. Dr. Jian doesn't seem to be reporting me, but actually wants to give Lu Yunxiao a gift? Why? Dr. Jane is clearly the chairman's person. The chairman?" Silver Snake suddenly realized that Dr. Jane was not just a research fanatic. He also understood some social etiquette. With the chairman nearing the end of his life, Dr. Jian, as the chief scientist of Apocalypse, naturally had to consider what would happen after the chairman's death. He was taking sides in advance. Just like myself. Chapter 193. Tomorrow, I'll fucking get the chairman of Tianxi. As usual, Dr. Jian walked into Yinglong Laboratory, where the researchers greeted her warmly. "Dr. Jane, your speech today was truly excellent. A resounding success," a researcher exclaimed admiringly. Dr. Jane frowned slightly. Speech. He thought carefully and realized that he did say a few words at the morning meeting this morning. It was just a few normal sentences, nothing different from usual. His expression turned cold. "Instead of wasting time on flattery, you should do more research." The researcher's smile froze, and he scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, the professor is right." The researchers slunk away, leaving the others who had been eager to try looking at each other in bewilderment. Their notebooks contained notes on Shirano's profound remarks, some of which were incomprehensible no matter how they tried to understand them. They had been thinking of asking him about them. "I don't dare ask anymore." Dr. Jane walked into Yinglong's control panel with a cold expression. Several scientists who were discussing 1478 immediately surrounded him when he entered. "Dr. Jane, there are a few issues with the reaction in experiment 1478 today." Dr. Jane coldly interrupted. "From today onwards, no one but me can enter the Yinglong control console." Everyone was stunned. "Dr. Jane, what's wrong?" "Humph." Dr. Jane snorted coldly. "It is because of you good-for-nothings that the research on Yinglong has been slowed down. From today onwards, I will personally take charge. You only need to cooperate in the laboratory outside. This is an order." Faced with his tough stance, no one dared to say anything and could only slink away from the control panel. After everyone left, Dr. Jane slowly walked to the glass curtain wall, gazing intently at Yinglong, who resembled a creature from ancient mythology. Suddenly, he reached out and gently placed his hand on the glass, stroking it through the glass. His tone was calm, yet carried an inexplicable chill. "Yinglong, I will make you realize your true value and become my pledge of allegiance to the new dragon." Outside, the night was as dark as ink. Only a waning moon hung in the sky, its cold light spilling over the barbed wire fence of the military base and casting dappled shadows on the ground. A fully enclosed armored vehicle is slowly driving away from the military base. In the car, Silver Snake was somewhat absent-minded, still thinking about what Dr. Jane had just said. The brief words were too shocking for her. Dr. Jane's attitude is intriguing, His stance on apocalypse is enough to cause a huge uproar. The undercurrents hidden beneath Dawn City are surging ever more fiercely. Where should I, caught in the vortex, go? Chun In's lowered his head, his calm face concealing a heart set on overthrowing the apocalypse. Wuda kept glancing at Bai Yi beside him, desperately trying to get close to him. He knew very well that becoming a candidate for the Chinese zodiac meant nothing. It was just a little higher than being at the bottom. To stand out from the crowd, he needed a benefactor to help him. Although Bai was injected with a rabbit-type drug, what he valued was not Bai's own strength, but the powerful connections hidden behind him. Bai Yi closed his eyes to rest, his mind filled with thoughts of the Black King's descent tomorrow and his kidnapping of the chairman of Apocalypse. The gods of the new era are here. Apocalypse not only refuses to obediently hand over the Panga USB drive, but dares to hide it so deeply. How dare they? They're going to take down the chairman of Apocalypse tomorrow. Of all the people in this car, Li Hu was the most naive. Others are thinking about the future situation of Apocalypse, how to subvert Apocalypse, a brighter future, and how to kidnap the chairman of Apocalypse. Only he was thinking of the Silver Snake. He kept his head down, stealing glances at Silver Snake's thighs. The black stockings were long gone, and her fair legs were crossed, dazzlingly white. Everyone had their own thoughts and remained silent the whole way. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Qiming Academy. Go back and get used to the gene serum. Someone will come to find you in a few days. Silver Snake left after saying that, getting into the carriage and leaving behind only Bai Yi and the other three. Mr. Bai, where do you live? Let me see you off, Wuda said with a big smile. Bai Yi waved his hand, about to speak, when a cold snort suddenly rang out. Humph, Wuda, a gecko may not be a tiger, but it still has the word tiger in its name. Yet you fawn over a rabbit, truly. Whoosh. A blur flashed by, and Li Hu's expression changed drastically. In his vision, a straight punch was aimed at his chest at extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that he didn't have time to react. He had just raised his arm when the fist was already imprinted on his chest. Li Hu grunted, staggered, and took several steps back. Hey, it doesn't hurt. He steadied himself and sneered. As expected of a rabbit, it is indeed very fast, but what's the use if it can't hurt anyone? Although Shirono's punch was fast, it did not cause too much serious damage. This made Li Hu realize the gap between the two of them. So what if everyone was injected with the type 3 gene drug? There are still differences between type 3 gene types. Speed doesn't matter. Looks like you've really gone mad from taking drugs. Bai Ye's lips curled into a sinister smile. He was already annoyed at not finding the Panga USB drive. Unexpectedly, Li Hu, whose brain was affected by bestiality, committed suicide. So don't blame him for being ruthless. Ha! Li Hu laughed wildly. Even a rabbit dares to provoke an old man. Ah! The smile on his face suddenly twisted, and a shrill scream seemed to be squeezed out of his throat, unpleasant and intermittent. He slumped to the ground, his hands gripping the Wudong sword, his body curled up like a shrimp, his lips pale, his face covered in cold sweat, and he trembled uncontrollably. Bai Yi withdrew his foot, looked down at the pained Li Hu, and said sneer. Now you know whether speed is useful or not? The only response he received was Li Hu's screams. I'm asking you a question. Don't you have any manners? Bang bang bang. Bai Yi kicked Li Hu repeatedly, who was powerless to resist, and Li Hu's screams grew increasingly shrill. Speak up. Are you fucking mute? Why? Why am I the tiger? Li Hu's eyes were bloodshot, not only from physical pain, but more so from psychological pain. He couldn't understand why a tiger could be defeated by a little white rabbit. What he didn't know was that Bai Ye's compatibility with the drug after injection was 100%, equivalent to instantaneous refining, while his compatibility was only 61%, making it impossible for him to unleash the full power of the tiger-type drug. Although there is a difference in qi and blood between the two sides, exploiting their weaknesses is enough to make up for the difference. If an ordinary person were to fight Tyson, and they could land a kick in the groin first, Tyson wouldn't be able to withstand it. So you're called Tiger, huh? Bang bang bang. After a few kicks, Li Hu's eyes had already turned white. Wuda, watching from the side, was terrified. He felt the pain for Li Hu. Those kicks would probably cripple him. He never expected that Bai Yi would be so powerful after being injected with rabbit genes. He killed Li Hu, who had been injected with tiger genes, in one move. Although the attack was a bit, well, a win is a win. In a real battle, the enemy won't care about martial ethics. You're already dizzy? Bai Yi was immediately annoyed. She was far too weak to fight. Are you faking fainting? Bang bang bang. Bai Yi kicked him several more times, and slight cracks appeared on the ground beneath Li Hu. Wuda hurriedly stepped forward. Master Bai, we can't fight anymore, or we'll kill him. Bai Yi scoffed. If I don't kill him, then all my efforts will have been in vain. Wuda was stunned. That makes sense. No, Mr. Bai, he's now considered company property. If you beat him to death, it'll be hard to explain to the company. An explanation? I'll make the company give me an explanation tomorrow. Wuda was extremely anxious. He didn't care about Li Hu's life or death, but he didn't want Bai Yi to offend the higher-ups because of this matter. Even if Bai Yi had connections, he would inevitably suffer the consequences. Wouldn't that affect my future? His eyes darted around, and he immediately changed his tune, saying, Master Bai, think about it. If you beat him to death today, how will you beat him tomorrow? Wouldn't it be too easy for such a reckless bastard to just die like that? You should beat him every day. Let him live a miserable life. The longer he lives, the more others will know your power, and the more the world will know the consequences of offending you. Bai Yegong slowly lowered his foot, giving Wu De a strange look. Wu De smiled ly, bowing and scraping. Hara, no wonder you're called Wuda. You really are utterly despicable. Wuda, beaming with pride as if he'd received a compliment, said, Master Bai, you're a very accurate judge of character. Even the fortune teller said I'm lacking in virtue. Chapter 194. Getting on the bus. Getting off the bus. Suddenly, the sound of car engines roared from the distant street. Bai Yi looked up and saw a cobalt blue sports car speeding towards him, its body lines flowing smoothly like the undulating waves of the sea. Sizzle. Swung sideways at an almost exaggerated angle, its rear wheels drawing a charred arc on the ground. Finally, with a slight jolt from inertia, it came to a steady stop in front of Shiro. Inside the car, and Xiaodong's bangs were slightly disheveled by the wind, but this only added to her carefree beauty. She gently smoothed her hair and tilted her head slightly. Get in the car. Bai Yi looked at the cobalt blue sports car and glanced at Xiaotong suspiciously. When did this rich girl buy a sports car? He didn't open the car door, but instead lightly jumped into the passenger seat. Buzz. Cobalt blue sports car roared away. Master Bai, sister-in-law, drive carefully. Wu De chased after them, waving as he ran, until the sports car disappeared around the corner before he stopped. Chun In saw everything, then silently walked into the darkness deep within the street and disappeared. Only Li Hu was still sleeping on the ground. The night was like melting ink, splashed all over the street. The cobalt blue sports car lay low on the road, its engine roaring, its headlights slicing through the thick darkness, leaving two thin stripes of light in front of it. When did you buy this sports car? Shirano asked, turning his head from the passenger seat. And Xiaotong's delicate profile came into view, and the neon lights outside the car swept across her face like flowing colors, with multicolored lights dancing on her eyelashes. She stared straight ahead at the road, her eyes fixed straight ahead. It was a gift from Xiaolu on my birthday, August 26th last year. What? Bai Yi was taken aback by these casual words. A birthday gift? A sports car? In my past life, I never even received a model sports car for my birthday. When you have time, talk to Xiaolu and see when it's convenient for her to celebrate my birthday too. And Xiaotong tilted her head slightly, a playful strand of hair brushing against her face. When is your birthday? That depends on when Xiaolu is available. When it's my birthday, Bei said. And Xiaodong. What if she can have sex every day? Well, it's not like I can't celebrate my birthday every day. And Xiaodong was speechless for a moment. So when exactly is your birthday? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. He really didn't know his birthday in this life, because most wastelanders don't have birthdays. I don't know either. It seems like I've never celebrated a birthday in my entire life. He thought back carefully, and indeed, there was no such thing as celebrating a birthday in his predecessor's memories. The boy's bewilderment was like a star covered in dust, hiding all its light. It gently and unintentionally struck in Xiaodong's heart, causing her fingers on the steering wheel to tighten involuntarily, and even the night wind seemed to pause for a moment. She stopped looking at Bei and instead gazed at the deep, dark street ahead, her eyes filled with an unreadable expression. After a moment of silence, she said softly, Then let's set it for August 26th. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. Why August 26th? Does this date have any special meaning? Sizzle. The cobalt blue sports car came to an abrupt stop, leaving two long tracks on the ground. Get out of the car. And Xiaodong said expressionlessly. Bai Yi rubbed his chest, which had been jolted by the sudden braking, and snapped. What's wrong with you now? Why did you get out of the car before we got home? Because you weren't listening to me at all. Nonsense. Little dear gave you a sports car for your birthday. How come I didn't hear that? And Xiaotong turned her head, her clear, cold eyes fixed on him. You only heard about the sports car, right? So what's my birthday? Bai Yi was taken aback, then chuckled dryly. It's not August 26th, is it? And Xiaotong remained silent. her gaze still fixed on the scene. Haha, I was just kidding. I've noticed you're a bit too serious. Buzz. The sports car started slowly, and in Xiaotong drove without saying a word, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The cobalt blue sports car, like a fish swimming in the deep sea, travels through the streets. Aren't you going to ask about the situation at my core laboratory? Bai opened his mouth, only to have a gust of wind blow into his throat. What's with the lipstick mark on your clothes? And Xiaodong suddenly asked. A lip print. Bai looked down sharply and saw a faint, light red lip print on the burgundy suit. Damn it, it's a silver snake. It must have been rubbing against me when the silver snake was pressed against my body. Isn't Xiaodong's eye like a microscope? She can even see the red lipstick mark on the red dress. As expected of a powerful individual with 19,800 qi and blood, you have excellent eyesight. This was done by Silver Serpent. That bitch set her sights on me the moment she saw me. Bai gritted his teeth in anger. I spent 200,000 yuan to buy Xing Shuo, and how dare you dirty my Xing Shuo? As he spoke, and Xiaotong, who was driving, gripped the steering wheel tighter and tighter. Clang! A clear, crisp sound of a sword ringing out rang out. Holy crap! Bai exclaimed in shock, quickly dodging the suddenly appearing pure silver cross sword. How did your sword pop out? With a thought, and Xiaodong's pure silver cross sword transformed into a sky full of silver light and dissipated. She calmly said, I've been training a lot lately, and my mental strength has increased too quickly, causing my abilities to often go out of control. Then you'd better be careful, swords have no eyes. Don't interrupt. And then, the silver snake kept asking for it. So you gave it to her? Shiro felt a sudden chill. It must be because the night wind was too cold. How could that be? I'd give it to her just because she wants it. What kind of person do you take me for? Upon hearing this, the night breeze seemed less cold. Soon, we arrived at Moxianjuan. Upon entering the house, and Xiaodong immediately said, Take off your clothes. Bai was taken aback. What? You're not going to copy Silver Snake too, are you? Your clothes are dirty. I'll go throw them away for you. Throw it away? I spent 200,000 yuan on it. I bought it. Then buy me another outfit. Bai reluctantly took off his shirt, watching helplessly as Xiaotong threw the clothes into the trash can. Then Xiaotong went into the bathroom, washed her hands, and then returned to the living room. By the way, what kind of gene therapy did you get injected with? 1/15 of a dragon. And Xiaotong frowned slightly. What do you mean by 1/15 of a dragon? Bai smiled smugly. You don't understand, do you? To become a dragon, you need to inject 15 doses of type 3 gene serum. I just got my first injection. Oh, and Xiaodong's lips curled into a playful smile. Are you sure it's 1/15 of a dragon? And not a little white rabbit? Bai's face instantly darkened. What little white rabbit? Where did this little white rabbit come from? Chapter 195 The Press Conference of the Chairman of Tianqi. Sister Pei already told me your genetic test results, little white rabbit, and Xiaodong sat on the sofa, holding a steaming rabbit-shaped water cup, her tone calm, but deliberately drawing out the sound. That's only temporary. Temporary, don't you understand? What's with that rabbit-shaped water cup in your hand? I remember you used to use gilded teacups. You mean this? And Xiaodong shook the cartoon rabbit water bottle in her hand and calmly explained, Little rabbits are so cute, so I bought a little rabbit water bottle. What do you think isn't the little rabbit on this bottle adorable? The 3 consecutive blows from the little white rabbit struck Bai's heart like 3 heavy hammer blows. Cute my foot. You cunning woman. Wait until I transform into a dragon, and I'll show you that being a little white rabbit isn't my dark past. It's the path I came from. All right, let's get down to business. And Xiaodong said, taking a sip from her white rabbit water cup. Bai's eyelids twitched as he looked at it, and he decided to throw away the little white rabbit water cup after Xiaodong fell asleep that night. I've located the core laboratory through the White Dove Ring. It's in a military base in the northeast corner of Dawn City. I tracked you to the outer perimeter of the military base and then stopped. It's heavily guarded and difficult to infiltrate. Do you know the exact location of the core laboratory? The core laboratory is underground. I was in the car the whole time, so I can't pinpoint its exact location, Bai casually replied. He already knew that the core laboratory didn't have the Panga USB drive, so he naturally wouldn't log in and let Xiaodong try to go through the core laboratory again. His mind is now filled with thoughts of how to kidnap the chairman of Tianqi. With my current strength, as long as I find the location of the chairman of Apocalypse, it won't be a problem to sneak in and kidnap him quietly. The only problem is that it will be a huge waste of time. Core laboratory with only 16 minutes and 3 seconds left. Hiding forbidden items, taking off Li Hu's pants, and searching the core laboratory had taken him quite a bit of time. If it weren't for the injection of 1/15 of the dragon-type medicine, which increased the speed, it would probably have taken even longer. If only I could get into Xiaodong's account and kidnap the chairman of Tianqi, it would definitely save time. But how do I fool her? The way you look at me always seems to have ulterior motives. And Xiaodong calmly buttoned up her collar, hiding her slightly exposed collarbone under her collar. Bai Yi retorted angrily, "What kind of attitude is that? I may have my eye on your body, but this body is not that body. They are not the same thing." Such blunt words made Xiaodong feel a little uncomfortable. "You lecherous rogue." Her eyes flickered as she changed the subject, asking, "How is the defense of the core laboratory? Are you confident you can infiltrate it?" Just as Bai Yi was about to say that the core laboratory could defend against the 10 Kings, he suddenly changed his mind. The defensive strength is okay. It's just that there are a lot of soldiers, and quite a few genetically modified people are stationed here. With your body and my abilities, there should be no problem. And Xiaodong nodded. "Since you're confident, when do you plan to make your move?" "Tomorrow," Bai Yi blurted out. He planned to first trick Xiaodong into giving him her body, then pretend to break into the core laboratory, but actually kidnap the chairman of Tianqi. Having spent so many days in Dawn City, he was no longer a clueless newbie. The central area of Dawn City is called Dawn Terrace, a place where only the company's top executives reside. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, and the security level is extremely high. Presumably, the chairman of Apocalypse lives there. Once we've infiltrated, we can search slowly. I don't believe we won't find that old dang. Tomorrow won't work. And Xiaodong frowned slightly and directly rejected Bai Yi's suggestion. "Why not tomorrow? Are you on your period?" Click. A clearly visible crack appeared on the little white rabbit water cup in Xiaodong's hand. She stared intently at Bai Yi, her light brown eyes like glass immersed in icy water, unblinking and unmoving, just watching quietly. Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine, as if the pure silver cross sword would pop out at any moment. "Go again in 3 days. Why? Because 3 days from now is the day when Chairman Tianqi will hold a press conference. At that time, all major forces will send people to attend, which will inevitably attract a lot of attention, as well as security forces. At that time, Apocalypse's focus will be on the press conference, naturally leaving the core laboratory's defenses somewhat vulnerable." "What did you say?" "The chairman of Tianqi is holding a press conference." Bai Yi's eyes lit up with an alarming light. He felt that his luck had finally turned around. It's truly like finding something you've been searching high and low for, only to have it come to you effortlessly. "Old dang, are you still not in my hands?" And Xiaodong thought Bai Yi was happy because the core laboratory's defenses were weak. She explained, "The recent rampant mutated scarlet virus, along with the zoo director's announcement about the Panga USB drive, have put Apocalypse Company in the spotlight. Therefore, Chairman Tianqi decided to hold a press conference for 3 reasons. First, to appeal to various forces to donate money and supplies to jointly resist the traitors. Second, to clarify the rumors surrounding the Panga USB drive. And third, and most likely, to step into the limelight and tell the world that he is not dead, thus stabilizing public sentiment." "Great." Bai Yi slapped his thigh and stood up, his expression excited. "It's decided then. In 3 days, I'll borrow your body to go kidnap and break into the core laboratory." And Xiaodong asked, somewhat puzzled, "Is it really necessary for you to be so happy about something so dangerous?" Bai Yi waved his hand and said passionately, "What does danger matter? This time I saw the dark side of Apocalypse Corporation in the core laboratory. Countless wastelanders were used as experimental materials and then thrown away like garbage. If a company like this were to control the Panga USB drive, it would be a calamity for the world. In 3 days, it will be my turn to act on behalf of heaven." And Xiaodong's eyes trembled. She realized that although Bai Yi was usually unreliable, he always had a clear sense of right and wrong. If there were more people like Bai Yi in the world, that would be great. Then the world will be at peace. She suppressed the turmoil in her mind and calmly said, "So, the source of those human experiments and organ trafficking is the core laboratory?" "Yes, that's right. Once we find the source, things will be much easier. I can stake out the place and see how they transport the wastelanders to the core laboratory, and then follow the trail to find the slave-trapping company behind them." Afterwards, and Xiaodong discussed with him the specific details of how to infiltrate the core laboratory. Bai Yi silently watched those cherry-pink lips chatter on, not listening to a single word, his mind preoccupied with kidnapping the chairman of Tianqi. As he was thinking, his mind began to wander, his thoughts drifting to the silver USB drive in his pocket. The formula for the Type 3 gene agent, a treasure that the gardener, one of the 10 Kings, had fought against Apocalypse for many years and coveted, was now in his own pocket. This stuff is useless because he can't understand the recipe at all. Even if he could understand it, he wouldn't know how to make it, and he didn't have a laboratory or raw materials to make it. It's useless. The greatest value of this thing is that it can be sold. Chapter 196 God's Lies and the Deceived Little Tong. With this thought in mind, Bai Yi interrupted the rambling and Xiaotong. Xiaotong. And Xiaotong paused, looking at Bai Yi with a somewhat unnatural expression. Can I trust you? Shiro asked earnestly. And Xiaotong seemed to be influenced by Bai Yi, and her expression gradually became serious. She did not answer, but nodded. But what was conveyed in those light brown eyes was a solemnity like a vow. Bai Yi took a deep breath. I've decided to tell you a secret about my true identity. Real identity. And Xiaotong's expression was slightly strange. I know your true identity. Aren't you the Black King? Huh? Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise. How did you know? Uffed. Seeing that Bai Yi was acting so convincingly, and Xiaotong almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. You said it yourself last time. Uncle Li said that people who didn't know better would think you were the leader of the 10 Kings. You said you were. Bai Yi's face darkened. He thought his identity had been exposed. Stop laughing. I'm talking about another real identity. I also know your other true identity. Ah, a god of the new era. And Xiaotong pursed her lips tightly, trying her best not to laugh out loud, but her shoulders trembled slightly. Bai Yi's face darkened even more. Seriously, I'm talking to you about serious business. Okay, go ahead and say it. I'm listening. Bai Yi said with a serious and earnest expression. Actually, I am the future leader of the 12 zodiac animals, the dragon. Ha! A silvery laugh rang out, and then Xiaotong laughed so hard she was shaking. She really couldn't hold it in anymore, and a blush spread across her fair face. Stop laughing. I'm telling the truth. Even if what you said is true, but. And Xiaotong couldn't help but laugh again when she thought about what she was going to say next. But what? But our sofa can't seat so many people, huh? And Xiaotong. Bai Yi angrily pounced on Xiaotong on the sofa and covered her mouth. When the warm palm touched those soft lips, the man's weight pressed down, and Xiaotong's laughter stopped abruptly. A hint of panic, unique to a naive young girl, flashed in her eyes, and she quickly pushed Bai Yi away. I'm not laughing anymore. You can continue. Her gaze darted away, her fingers seemingly calmly smoothing the strands of hair that Bai Yi had messed up, but in reality, her mind was in turmoil. Really not laughing anymore. Bai Yi stared at her fiercely. I'm not laughing anymore, and Xiaotong said, bowing her head slightly. Really? If you don't tell me, I'm going to sleep. She was a little embarrassed and angry at being stared at. All right, I'll continue. I must reiterate, I'm not joking. I really am the future first of the 12 zodiac animals, the dragon. Bai Yi suddenly looked up and stared intently at Xiaotong, only to find that apart from a slightly flushed face, she was not actually smiling. Then he slowly recounted some of the events that had occurred in the core laboratory. Upon hearing this, Xiaotong's eyes widened involuntarily. Your physique is so special that you can become a dragon? It turns out, the 115th dragon was real. Immediately afterward, her expression hardened, and a hint of worry and guilt flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, I've dragged this into this. I didn't know that the Type 3 gene agent required a corresponding gene stabilizer. Sigh. Bai Yi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the moon at a 45-degree angle. He realized there was no window in front of him, so he turned his body around and aimed at the window. Having been injected with the Type 3 gene serum, although he became the future leader of the 12 zodiac animals, his life and death are no longer in his own hands. Just kidding. The variant of the scarlet virus is above the Type 3 gene agent. And Xiaotong's eyes showed even more guilt. I will definitely help you find the Panga USB drive. It must contain a way to treat the side effects of the Type 3 gene drug. Seeing that the time was right, Bai Yi turned around and said calmly, no need for that. I already have a solution. And Xiaotong's eyes suddenly lit up. What method? Take it. Bai Yi directly tossed out a silver USB drive. This contains the formula for the Type 3 gene agent. With it, making the stabilizer won't be a problem. And Xiaotong stared blankly at the USB drive in her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Type 3 gene serum formula? Where did you get this? She never imagined that the formula the kindergarten director had been dreaming of would actually be in Bai Yi's hands. After Dr. Jane discovered that I had the potential to be a dragon, he took me to his laboratory for testing. Because dragons are of great importance, Silver Serpent took the others away to prevent leaks. Shirono's lies come out of his mouth almost without thinking. So only Dr. Jane and I were left in the lab. Dr. Jane was a research fanatic. When she found out that I could transform into a dragon, She fiddled with the experimental equipment like a madwoman. Then he took out the USB drive from his pocket and started writing, saying that he had gained inspiration from me to perfect the Type 3 gene drug. Once all the data measurements were complete, I seized the opportunity to unleash my swift shadow technique, combined with a fraction of a dragon's speed, and stole his USB drive. And Xiaotong gripped the USB drive tightly, her heart trembling. She knew that although Bai Yi made it sound simple, the process must have been extremely dangerous, and there was no room for error, or else they would be doomed. You stole his USB drive, won't you get caught? No. Bai Yi's mind raced, and he smiled smugly. During the experiment, I pretended to go crazy and messed up his lab, damaging a lot of things, including other spare USB drives. He must have thought that USB drive was also destroyed. The boy's smug smile clenched in Xiaodong's heart. Experiment, madness. She could almost imagine what Shirano had encountered in the laboratory. His light brown eyes were instantly filled with heartache and guilt, like a pebble thrown into the center of a lake, rippling out layers of worry. Are you all right? Does it still hurt? Do you need some medicine? I'll go get some for you. Before Xiaodong could finish speaking, she turned to run away, but Bai Yi stopped her. She turned to look at him, her eagerness barely concealed, her lips pressed together until they turned white. No need. Have you forgotten my regenerative abilities? Bai Yi smiled, but that smile only made Xiaodong's heart ache even more. Hey, why are your eyes red? No, it's nothing. I just got choked by the smoke from the snowy spring breeze. And Xiaodong hurriedly pulled her hand away from his. I'll go and you cook for me. Even though you recover quickly, it must have taken a lot of effort. Watching Xiaotong busy in the kitchen, Bai Yi couldn't help but stroke his chin. Me to lie to a young girl like this? Humans certainly can't do that, but gods can. Chapter 197 Dragon Level Forbidden Item. Soon, a table full of dishes that didn't quite look, smell, or taste good were ready. Looking at the dark, unidentifiable stir-fried dish in front of him, Bai Yi calmly put down his chopsticks. Although Xiaodong is perfect in every way, her cooking skills are simply unbearable to watch, so the two of them usually buy food from outside when they are at home. Why aren't you eating? Business is business, Xiaotong. You said I risked my life to get the formula for the Type 3 gene serum. Shouldn't your silent court? Bai Yi rubbed his hands together. Show some appreciation? Already feeling guilty, and Xiaodong immediately replied without hesitation, what do you want? As long as the silent court has it, I can give it to you. Wow. Does your master know that you've sold the silent court like this? After thinking about it, Bai Yi realized that besides the Panga USB drive, what he wanted most was to improve his strength. I want the fastest way to improve my strength. Is there a way to make me stronger than you overnight? Preferably one that is effortless and has nothing to do with hard work. It's even the kind of method where you can quite enjoy the process. And Xiaodong's face darkened. I've only ever seen the method you mentioned in the storybooks that Xiaolu collects. Bai Yi was stunned. Was there such a method in the storybook? What method? Dual cultivation. Ahem. If such a secret method really exists, it's not impossible. And Xiaotong rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? How could there be such a method? The fastest way to improve strength in this world is to inject gene serum. You have already injected the most advanced Type 3 gene serum. You just need to work hard to improve your strength step by step. Then I'll change my request. Something forbidden by God. And Xiaodong was even more speechless. No. What? Your silent court is supposed to be an organization with 10 kings, yet you don't even have a divinely taboo item? Hitomi, girls aren't easy to fool. If we don't have it, we don't have it. Divinely forbidden items are extremely rare and hard to come by, and even if you do find one, it's difficult to contain it. By the way, I do have half a divinely forbidden item. Do you want it? Yes. Of course I want it. Which half? What's the number? And Xiaotong said calmly, 169. Damn it. 169 was originally mine. Bai Yi felt like he had been tricked. And Xiaodong was slightly speechless. 169 was originally half of us. When did it become yours alone? I know you have a bad memory, but you can't just remember things that are beneficial to yourself, can you? Bai Yi. That hurts, Xiaotong. I risked my life for your silent court, and you didn't even show any appreciation. We would like to show our appreciation, but you specifically asked for things we don't have. Why don't you ask for something we do have? Little White Rabbit. And Xiaodong deliberately dragged out her words. Don't call me Little White Rabbit. If you call me that again, I'll get angry. Okay, Xiaobai. Bai Yi was furious. Even Xiaobai won't do it. How about a dragon-level forbidden item? Little White. This will do. Bai Yi's expression brightened. Although a dragon-level forbidden item couldn't compare to a god-level forbidden item, it was still a rare treasure. Even someone as wealthy as Fatty Gao didn't have a dragon-level forbidden item, which showed just how rare it was. The Jiao level black nether mask, has endless uses. Without it, the trip to the core laboratory would have wasted a lot of time. Forbidden objects are always welcome, and as for containment conditions, they are no problem for him. No matter how harsh the conditions, they cannot bypass the physical body and the spirit. Unfortunately, his physical body is immortal and his spirit is immortal. Okay, my master happens to have a dragon-level forbidden item. I'll get it for you next time. And Xiaotong nodded, and with just a few words, she got the judge to give her a forbidden item. Exchanging a Type 3 gene potion formula for a dragon-level forbidden item doesn't sound like a very good deal. After all, Type 3 gene serum can cultivate a large number of genetically modified individuals, which is a valuable asset for any faction to enhance its overall strength. While dragon-level forbidden items are the most advanced forbidden items and are extremely rare, they can only be used by individuals. In terms of overall effectiveness, dragon-level forbidden substances are definitely inferior to Type 3 gene-enhancing agents. But we can't just look at the value of things. We also need to see if they suit us. The Type 3 gene serum formula was just a piece of waste paper in by Ye's hands, but the dragon-level forbidden item could enhance strength and save time. Most importantly, the recipe can be replicated infinitely. Bai Yi wouldn't be foolish enough to sell to only the Silent Court. If the opportunity arises later, he can sell to the zoo, to Fatty Gao, or to anyone who needs it. Of course, he wasn't doing this for money. In fact, he had always harbored a dream. Humanity had suffered from mutated beasts for too long, and he wanted to change this predicament with his own strength. To make everyone on the entire eastern continent like a dragon. The same thing can have completely different meanings depending on the perspective. The saying, "a single thought can make the world vast," perfectly illustrates this point. Thinking this way, Bai Yi suddenly felt that his act of selling goods to 3 different people had become more sophisticated. And Xiaodong thought for a moment and continued. Also, the Silent Court will make the medicine you need for your dragon transformation, or if you want to sell, or give it to friends. It's a pity we don't have a channel to sell Type 3 gene medicine. I guess Master wouldn't sell such a dangerous thing to others, otherwise he could give you a share of the sales. So thoughtful. Absolutely so thoughtful. Bai Yi became more and more satisfied with Xiaodong. This girl is so genuine and knows how to bargain so well. Giving me a dragon-level forbidden item wasn't enough. They also contracted out the gene serums I would need in the future and were even thinking of giving me a share of the sales revenue. He was so embarrassed that he almost felt bad about lying to people. Damn painter. It must be the effect of fate that made me harbor evil thoughts, go against my conscience, and tell lies. That painter deserves to die. At this moment, Xiaodong reached out and handed over the silver USB drive. Give me the USB drive after I get the dragon-level forbidden item. Bai Yi simply grabbed her hand, pushed the USB drive back, and said nonchalantly, "No need. You can take it and use it first. I trust you. Anyway, I already copied it." The electronic devices and hard drives he had spent millions to buy came in handy, as they were used to copy the recipe. Drive in her hand. The recipe that all 10 kings coveted was entrusted to him by Bai Yi with such trust. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. In this world, not everyone can so confidently and casually hand over the formula for Type 3 gene therapy to others. This formula can even determine the rise and fall of a major power to a certain extent and change the entire situation in Baiman, which is of great significance. But now, Bai Ye's words, "I believe in you," have landed in his own hands. She gripped the USB drive tightly, nodded slightly, and without saying much, simply said, Chapter 198, You Can Always Trust the Black Knight. This time, Bai Yi was not lying. He truly believed in Xiaodong, and this trust surpassed that of everyone else, even Li Yu. His trust in Xiaodong wasn't based on feelings, but on his belief in her character. Although Xiaodong can be cunning, greedy, petty, and often gets angry for no reason, this night girl who always upholds justice possesses qualities that make her trustworthy. Bai Yi knew that Xiaodong would never embezzle the formula. She would keep her promise even at the cost of her life. In this wasteland where the strong prey on the weak, you can always trust the Black Knight. This is an endorsement from the gods of the new era. By the way, what abilities does that dragon-level forbidden item have? Bai Yi asked, and Xiaotong shook her head. I don't know. I've never seen my master use it. Why not use it? Because no one can make my master use forbidden items. Haha, keep bragging. The last person to brag this much was a tyrant. Bai Yi has figured it out. The world is a giant school of thought about winning. No matter what, before the fight is over, everyone, human or ghost, is winning and everyone is incredibly awesome. If a fight really breaks out, it's fine if you kill the enemy, but if you don't kill them and they escape, various versions will appear before long. What do you mean by a draw? or that you couldn't keep me even after trying your best. In the end, you might just become my enemy and let me go. The humorous darts player is the most typical example. He's always trying to scam the 10 kings, and he treats the 12 zodiac animals like they're nothing special. Bai Yi didn't even need to think to know how Li Xiao would brag when he got back, saying things like he fought against 10 kings, fought against the tyrant, and that even the tyrant couldn't kill him back then. So who among you could kill him? If you ask what the outcome of the battle was, Li Xiao said, the tyrant is dead, but I am not. What do you think the result is? Ha! Bai Yi chuckled to himself as he thought about it, and for some reason, he missed the humorous dart thrower. Once he tied up the chairman of Tianqi at the press conference and found the Panga USB drive, he would go to Wangwenjing to enjoy a life of luxury. What are you laughing at? And Xiaodong's eyes showed a hint of doubt mixed with a trace of dissatisfaction. My master is very powerful. How powerful can he be? More powerful than the Black King. Bai Yi said disdainfully, and Xiaodong was speechless. Then, there shouldn't be. In her memory, her master and the tyrant fought, but they did not fight to the death. It was just a simple sparring match that ended in a draw. If things got serious, she believed her master would definitely win, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Compared to the Black King who could instantly kill the tyrant, it is naturally incomparable. A battle between experts at the level of the 10 kings could last for 3 days and 3 nights without a clear winner. Instant kills are simply too extreme. You eat first. I'll go give the recipe to Sister Pei. And Xiaodong seemed to have thought of something and immediately got up. So eager? Why don't you give it to your master first? Bai Yi glanced at his watch. It was almost 1 in the morning. Sister Pei understands genetic science. I entrusted it to my master, and in the end, it will also be given to Sister Pei. Now that my master is not here, I will make the decision for him first. Forehead. I feel like your master is just a mascot in the silent court, with no status at all. 1 minute you're deciding to give him a forbidden dragon-level item. The next you're deciding to send him the formula. If you ever tell me you're actually the presiding judge, I'll believe you. While putting on her night clothes, and Xiaotong rolled her eyes, my master is not a mascot. He is a very nice and easygoing person. As long as we do not violate the principles or delay the organization's mission, we can make our own decisions. Moreover, the faster Sister Pei deciphers the formula, the sooner you can break free from Apocalypse Corporation's control. The last sentence was her true feeling. She didn't want to see Bai Yi controlled by Tianqi Company and unable to control his own destiny, so she couldn't wait a moment longer. Oh right, this USB drive is encrypted. The password is 836295. Having told so many lies, Bai Yi almost forgot that there was a password. And Xiaotong asked in confusion, you know the password too? Bai Yi said confidently, huh? Do you really think that 1/15 of a dragoness hearing is just for show? When Dr. Jane entered the password for the USB drive, I could hear the sound of him pressing the keys clearly. Each character sounded the same, but there were subtle differences that only I could hear. Since Xiaodong had never received the gene serum from 1/15 of a dragon, the final interpretation was entirely in her own hands. And Xiaodong was bewildered but impressed. Was this 1/15 of the dragoness power? A moment later, as soon as a sliver of moonlight peeked through the clouds, the carved window lattice on the second floor of the villa slid open silently. A slender black figure peeked out like a cat, its body half exposed. The black night clothes tightly hugged the girl's silhouette, and the stray hairs hanging from the edge of the hood were lifted by the evening breeze before quickly sticking back to her neck. And Xiaotong bent her knees and lightly touched the windowsill, her figure gliding away like a black swallow. The exquisite feather technique made her as light as paper, allowing her to float at incredible speed to the bushes in the darkness. She lowered her body and silently blended into the thick, inky night, disappearing from sight. He didn't even close the window after he left. Snap! Bai Yi closed the window on the balcony and watched in Xiaodong's disappearing figure. And Xiaodong had completely disappeared from his sight, but his incredibly sensitive ears could still faintly hear a slight movement, the sound of clothes brushing against the grass, almost imperceptible. Apart from that, there was no sound of footsteps, heartbeats, breathing. This was somewhat unbelievable to him. 1/15 of a dragon's hearing could clearly hear the sound of blood flowing in its veins, yet it was difficult for him to hear in Xiaotong leaving. Is this the absolute? The absolute technique in qi and blood martial arts can conceal fluctuations in qi and blood, aura, heartbeat, and so on. When cultivated to its peak, it is imperceptible to all senses except the eyes. Bai Yi couldn't help but think of himself. He only knew how to use round, armor, and feather, and had tried to cultivate absolute, but all of them ended in failure. And Xiaodong said that it might be because the word absolute contradicts his personality. because represents being low-key and reserved. Bai Yi thought it was all nonsense. Wasn't this just a roundabout way of criticizing him for being arrogant and conceited? As a god of the new era, he pretends to be a human and puts on an act in Dawn City every day, keeping such a low profile that he's practically invisible. How could he be arrogant? He thought that the pseudo-human body was too active, and because it was too active, it was unable to contain its aura. Yes, that must be it. It's all that damn mutated scarlet virus's fault. It really is the formula for the type 3 gene-modifying drug. Wearing light, gray cotton pajamas, Pei Qinghua looked shocked. She sat at her computer desk, repeatedly watching and verifying the video. The warm yellow light from the desk lamp fell on her, and the thin-rimmed glasses on her nose reflected a faint light, revealing her wide-open eyes behind the lenses. This is unbelievable. The formula that the headmaster couldn't obtain for so many years has actually fallen into my hands so easily. Xiaodong, where did you find your boyfriend? He's amazing. She looked at Xiaodong beside her. Chapter 199 and Xiaodong's Awakening. The girl's body was mostly hidden from the warm yellow light, and the corners of her cherry-pink lips unconsciously curved upwards into a slight smile. When Pei Qinghua's gaze swept over, the smile on his face immediately disappeared, and he said calmly, he was lucky this time. Oh my, just good luck? Pei Qinghua imitated in Xiaodong's tone with amusement. It seems that love can make people say one thing and mean another. My well-behaved Xiaodong has also become arrogant. She might be saying modest things about her boyfriend, but isn't she secretly incredibly proud? Sister Pei. And Xiaodong blushed and said angrily, Hara, all right, Xiaodong is shy. I won't say anything more. After the joke, Pei Qinghua buried herself in the formula again. She scrolled the mouse wheel, and countless academic characters flowed across her glasses like water. The more she looked, the more astonished she became. In short, he is indeed a genius. His research ideas are imaginative, yet interconnected. He is truly a genius. He added many design features to his mentor's work, further refining the type 3 gene-modifying agent. Unfortunately, he still couldn't overcome the design flaws, to the point that people who receive the type 3 agent still require special stabilizers to maintain their genes. And Xiaodong narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, perhaps he has already perfected the flaws, but the higher-ups at Apocalypse will not allow him to manufacture the final version of the type 3 gene serum. Pei Qinghua was taken aback, and a chill inexplicably rose in his heart. You're right. This is indeed something that Apocalypse can do. Perhaps for Apocalypse, a flawed gene serum is the best serum. Sister Pei, can you make a gene stabilizer based on the formula? Pei Qinghua feigned difficulty. No. And Xiaodong suddenly tensed up. Even you, Sister Pei, can't? What about Bai Yi? Ha ha. Pei Qinghua laughed with a wicked sense of humor. Just kidding. Although I'm not as good as Jian Yanji, I'm still a PhD in genetics. The answer is right in front of me. If I can't even make a stabilizer, I don't deserve to be a PhD. Sister Pei, you. And Xiaodong was a little embarrassed and angry. Although her sister Pei usually seemed very gentle and spoke softly, she always liked to play pranks and take pleasure in making others feel embarrassed. Pei Qinghua's smile slowly faded, and she said seriously, Xiaotong, you're a good child in every way, but you're too trusting of others. You believe what your sister said casually. If you keep doing this, you'll be deceived in the future. I only trust people who are trustworthy. And Xiaodong's words touched Pei Qinghua. She seemed to recall some past events, and a hint of sadness unconsciously crept into her smile. A trustworthy person? Huh, how do you judge who is trustworthy? Your sister is worried that someone will take advantage of your kindness and make you do something you will regret. By the time you find out the truth, it will be too late. The more you pursue justice, the more darkness you will encounter. The moment you realize the truth and feel regret, justice becomes extreme, and you cease to be yourself. And Xiaodong fell silent, feeling that Pei Qinghua was implying something. She remained silent for a long time before finally raising her head. Her light brown eyes stared at Pei Qinghua without flinching. She said, I will not regret my choice. If that day ever comes, I will need to reflect on my knowledge and vision, not doubt my sincerity and kindness. Pei Qinghua's pupils trembled. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, It's all my fault for bringing up such a serious topic all of a sudden. Now that we have the formula, we should be happy. About Shirono, I'll be able to develop the gene stabilizer soon. But, is there a problem? Pei Qinghua nodded. There is indeed a problem. As you know, my lab is supported by Lu Yunxiao, and many of my lab assistants are his people. If I manufacture gene stabilizers in the lab, Lu Yunxiao might find out. and Xiaotong frowned. Then how about building another laboratory? Building a new laboratory is no problem, but it will take a lot of time. I'm just worried that you'll feel sorry for Bai Yi and won't be able to wait. Sister Pei. Oh dear, I won't say anymore. You're such a child. Having a boyfriend isn't anything shameful, and you won't let me talk about it. He and I were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Pei Qingyue smiled and said, in this world, what is real and what is fake? Who can really say for sure? However, I do have a method to produce gene stabilizers as quickly as possible. What method? Give the formula for the type 3 gene drug to Lu Yunxiao. And Xiaodong was taken aback. Give it to Lu Yunxiao? Pei Qingyue nodded. I'm not aiding the enemy. Although I've worked with Lu Yunxiao for many years, my heart is only for your master. And Xiaodong. She always wondered if women could speak freely about these matters of love and affection once they reached a certain age. Lu Yunxiao also has a secret research team that has been researching type 3 gene drugs and has made substantial progress. He doesn't trust me, so he hasn't let me join this research team yet. Unfortunately, that team had limited capabilities. Even with samples of type 3 gene therapy drugs, they still encountered many research problems that they couldn't solve. So Lu Yunxiao asked his research assistant to come to me to learn from the sidelines. That's how I roughly judge their progress. Now, with the formula as a reference, I'm almost certain that in another 2 years, Lu Yunxiao's team will overcome the difficulties and completely manufacture the type 3 gene agent. And Xiaodong's eyes flashed with a look of realization. Sister Pei, do you mean that since they will be able to figure it out sooner or later, why don't you give them the formula first? That way you can gain their trust and infiltrate Lu Yunxiao's inner circle. But how should we give it to them? Pei Qingyue smiled mysteriously. That's simple, just tell the truth. Tell the truth. And Xiaodong was taken aback. Your boyfriend was unwilling to be controlled by the company, so he stole the formula. Since he didn't know how to develop it himself, he must have told you, his girlfriend, that although you are my student, you are still too inexperienced. Isn't it reasonable for you to come to me, your mentor? I work for Lu Yunxiao, so wouldn't it make more sense to give him the formula? And Xiaodong was even more astonished. She hadn't expected that he would actually tell the truth. But then, Sister Pei, wouldn't you lose out on the credit? Why don't you just say that you developed the type 3 gene-modifying drug? Silly child, I don't even have access to type 3 gene drugs on a regular basis. Who would believe that I could develop it out of thin air? Besides, I don't need credit. I just need to squeeze into Lu Yunxiao's confidant group. Since the formula passed through my hands, Lu Yunxiao must know that I had seen it. He wouldn't let a doctor who knows the formula roam freely. He would either kill me or bring me into his secret laboratory. There are only these two options. Don't worry, he won't kill me. I've never been discovered all these years, and I'm a PhD. He'd have to be insane to kill me. Seeing Pei Qingyue's unwavering confidence, and Xiaotong remained silent for a moment. I need to ask Xiaobai. Bei. After all, this is the formula he obtained. Although I promised to give him a dragon-level forbidden item, he is ultimately at a disadvantage in this deal. Yes, it's only right to ask him. When you get back, remember to tell him to fleece Lu Yunxiao. Huh? And Xiaodong didn't react for a moment. How do we kill them? Won't that give us away? Pei Qingyue said with exasperation. You really don't understand your boyfriend. What kind of person is Bai Yi? I could tell the moment I saw him. He'll argue even when he's wrong. And he's even more unforgiving when he's right. He got the formula, and now he's even become a candidate for dragon. If he asked Lu Yunxiao for money, would Lu Yunxiao refuse? Even if it wasn't for the formula, the mere fact that he had a candidate for the dragon title was enough to make him want to win him over. And Xiaodong was a little suspicious. Was Bai Yi really that kind of person? Although he could be annoying and arrogant at times, he was actually very kind and had a strong sense of justice. Pei must not understand him to say that. Chapter 200. Cunning and Scheming. In short, Lu Yunxiao's back hurts a little. Looking at the silver snake coiled around him like an octopus, his face paled slightly. Getting old. Sigh. That's how it is when you're in a position of power. There are so many things to consider. If you don't meet the needs of your subordinates, how can you expect them to work wholeheartedly? Unlike those below, who only need to follow orders. However, Silver Snake's needs are somewhat peculiar. Just as some men like aloof female CEOs, Silver Snake is the same, always having a special obsession with men of different statuses. He had initially refused, but unexpectedly, the Silver Snake had performed a great service today. He persuaded Dr. Jane to join his team. Faced with such an immense achievement, no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to sacrifice himself and reward the Silver Snake. However, Lu Yunxiao remained skeptical of Silver Snake's explanation. Because he had tried to recruit Dr. Jane before, but failed. He couldn't even persuade Dr. Jane himself. So how could Silver Serpent possibly persuade her so easily? The Silver Snake probably said that because it wanted to claim all the credit and take the opportunity to sleep with the snake. Lu Yunxiao gently pushed away the sleeping Silver Snake, put on his pajamas, and went to his desk. He planned to smoke a cigarette afterward. But when I opened the cigar cabinet, I was stunned. Why do I seem to have fewer cigars? Have I been smoking that much lately? Lu Yunxiao frowned for a long time as he looked at the empty rows of cigar cabinets. Unable to find an answer, he leaned back in his leather seat and lit a cigar. In the hazy smoke, his thoughts drifted away with the smoke. Why did you suddenly surrender? And why are you giving me such a big gift? He pondered for a moment. Then his fingers holding the cigar suddenly paused, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. It's Bai Yi. A line connected in his mind. In short, he discovered that Bai Yi had the potential to become a dragon, and since I had placed Bai Yi there, he assumed that Bai Yi was one of my people. The chairman is nearing the end of his life. He is domineering and selfish, and naturally cannot wait for him to build a new dragon. In short, he was determined to surpass his mentor. So how could he be willing to complete the Yinglong project left by his mentor? On one side is the chairman who is nearing the end of his life and doesn't care about the new dragon, while on the other side is me, young and energetic, with dragon candidates. Even a fool knows which one to choose. But how did he know that Silver Snake was one of my people? Lu Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and almost instantly came to the answer. Silver Snake must have given herself away. Once this foolish woman got excited, it was no surprise that she would do anything. If it weren't for the fact that the Silver Snake is the easiest to recruit among the 12 zodiac animals, he would really like to choose someone else. For Silver Serpent, the reason for not choosing the chairman was simple. The chairman was a decrepit old man. However, Dr. Jian is not as simple as she seems on the surface. She appears to be focused on scientific research and ignorant of social etiquette, but in reality, she is meticulous and shrewd. Such a person is a double-edged sword if not used properly. Ultimately, we still need to cultivate our own research team. If we let Dr. Jian have a monopoly, and he leaves some backdoor for the type 3 gene drug in the future, wouldn't all gene modifiers have to listen to him? That's how it is when you're in a position of power. Recruiting subordinates is one thing, but controlling them is another. Before the person even arrives, you've already figured out how to control them. Thump, thump, thump. A knock came at the door. Lu Yunxiao frowned. It's so late. Could something serious have happened? Could it be that the chairman is dead? He has been having recurring dreams these past few days about the chairman suddenly dying. Enter. The door slowly opened, and a bodyguard in black walked in, respectfully saying, Chairman Lu, Dr. Pei said he has something important to discuss with you. Pei Qinghua. Lu Yunxiao calmly puffed on his cigar. Let her in. Yes, Chairman Lu. Soon, Pei Qinghua walked in. Chairman Lu. She started to speak, but suddenly stopped, her eyebrows furrowing as she subconsciously sniffed the air. Chairman Lu is really still vigorous despite his age. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxiao felt somewhat embarrassed, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, Dr. Pei, is there something important that you're visiting so late at night? Pei Qinghua covered her nose and walked over, taking out a silver USB drive. Just as Lu Yunxiao was about to reach out to take it, she disdainfully tossed the USB drive onto the desk and quickly withdrew her hand. Lu Yunxiao. His hand froze in midair, completely embarrassed. Although he was angry inside, he didn't show it on his face. That's how it is when you're in a position of power. You have to be tolerant. He chuckled and picked up the silver USB drive. It seems Dr. Pei has made new research findings. It contains the formula for a type 3 gene drug. What? Lu Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the USB drive in disbelief, then at Pei Qinghua. Where did it come from? His tone inevitably carried a hint of urgency. Naturally, I got it from Dr. Jane. Lu Yunxiao was startled, and the words Silver Serpent had said earlier suddenly flashed through his mind. Dr. Jian said that she would soon send Chairman Lu a very generous gift. This is Dr. Jane's wonderful gift? So this is how researchers perceive time. For them, soon means the same day. He was shocked for a long time, and subconsciously took a puff of his cigar. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Pei Qinghua frown slightly, and his hand holding the cigar paused. He slowly stubbed out his cigar. He always treated talented people with respect and humility. Lu Yunxiao tried his best to remain calm. Please explain in detail, Dr. Pei. Pei Qinghua nodded and directly quoted Bai Ye's explanation. Bai Yi, not wanting to be restricted by the gene stabilizer, stole the formula and gave it to Xiaotong. And Xiaotong then took the formula to her mentor for advice. Lu Yunxiao became increasingly alarmed as he listened. Pei Qinghua meant one thing, but he heard something else entirely. Shirano stole the recipe? No way. Even if Bai can transform into a dragon in the future, that's in the future. Right now, he's just a young boy who has just been injected with a gene serum. It's clear that he simply used Shirano's hands to deliver the formula to him. He thought Bai was one of my people, so he deliberately showed Bai a weakness. What a concise summary. They really left no room for doubt. Even if I fail in the future and don't win against the chairman, he can use the excuse that Bai stole the formula instead of giving it to me. He deliberately had Bai do this, probably to remind me as well. He was telling me that he agreed to cooperate with me because Shirano was a candidate for dragon. These were the conditions for cooperation he proposed. Shirano. Hiss. Lu Yunxiao gasped, feeling a sudden urge to smoke again. What a shrewd and calculating man. They completely avoided contact with me to prevent the risk of exposure. Yet through Bai, they offered their pledge of loyalty and proposed conditions for cooperation. Most importantly, even if you've pledged your allegiance, you can't use that as leverage to blackmail him. No wonder he was able to see through the silver snake. This person's cunning is no less than mine.